So heavy. Sleep-eyed Luo Yuan felt as if a heavy stone was pressing down on him, making it hard to breathe. When Luo Yuan woke up, he saw a turquoise Bulbasaur with big red eyes sitting on his stomach. It looked endearingly cute. Bulbasaur. What's going on? Luo Yuan rubbed his eyes, wondering if he was still dreaming, and instinctively pinched his thigh. Hissing in pain. He had pinched hard, expecting to still be dreaming, but the sharp sting made him gasp. Then he reached out to touch the Bulbasaur, lying on his stomach. It felt fleshy, not the plastic toy he had imagined. When Luo Yuan touched it, the Bulbasaur nuzzled his hand with it. This Bulbasaur is alive. Have I traveled to another world? Luo Yuan was shocked. He had never imagined that transmigration would happen to him one day. So this conspiracy against Pewter Gym was orchestrated by Team Rocket's higher-ups. Luo Yuan came to a realization, his gaze toward Kosaburo, a system. A cheat code had arrived. It really was transmigration. Detected host memory in a chaotic state. Initiating memory sorting function. The system seemed to know that Luo Yuan knew nothing after transmigrating, so it directly initiated memory sorting. A flood of memories poured into Luo Yuan's mind, and a torrent of images flashed before his eyes. Words like League Probationary Inspector, Team Rocket, Mistake, Leave with Pay frequently appeared in Luo Yuan's mind. After a long while, so that's how it is. Luo Yuan took over 10 minutes to finally sort out his memories. The person he had transmigrated into was also named Luo Yuan, a probationary inspector for the Kanto League in the Pokémon world. On his first day, the former self followed a senior to pursue a Team Rocket member. But because his Bulbasaur was scared stiff by an Arbok, a gap appeared in the defense, and a Team Rocket small-time boss escaped. As a result, the former self was held accountable, and the League Inspector position that was supposed to be confirmed after the mission was completely ruined, reduced to suspended leave. Then, overwhelmed by anxiety, resentment, and unease, the former self died, leading to Luo Yuan's transmigration. After absorbing all the memories, Luo Yuan raised an eyebrow. Something didn't feel right. Regarding the suspension, due to a mistake, although the former self had indeed made an error, it was a reasonable mistake within the scope of battle. Arbok naturally has the Intimidate ability. It would be unusual for Bulbasaur not to be scared when encountering an Arbok. Moreover, even if the mission failed, the blame shouldn't fall on a probationary inspector. The person in charge of command should be held responsible. Luo Yuan felt he had been scapegoated. That's really unlucky. But since he had transmigrated and taken over this body, Luo Yuan decided he would find an opportunity to get even. With his thoughts clear, Luo Yuan began to study his system. The ultimate lottery system. From the name, it seemed to be a lottery. Reading the system information in his mind, Luo Yuan found the system's function straightforward. He could earn lottery draws by completing daily randomly refreshed tasks. The lottery levels were divided into 4 tiers: common, silver, gold, and platinum. Depending on the tier, the rarity of the prizes multiplied. The lottery items included, but were not limited to, Pokemon items, Pokemon moves, and all kinds of Pokemon, including legendary ones. Moreover, Luo Yuan was pleasantly surprised to find he already had one chance. Congratulations, host. You have been awarded 1 gold lottery draw. Just as Luo Yuan was about to test his luck, he suddenly felt something licking his face. Looking down, he saw the Bulbasaur looking pitiful. Obviously, the Bulbasaur knew it was the reason its owner couldn't be. Seeing that Luo Yuan wasn't paying attention after waking up, it thought he was angry at it. Alright, I'm not mad at you. Luo Yuan chuckled and rubbed the Bulbasaur's head. Having inherited the memories, he didn't blame the Bulbasaur. Bulba. Seeing that its owner wasn't really angry, the Bulbasaur relaxed and closed its eyes comfortably. Hoisting the Bulbasaur onto his lap with one hand, Luo Yuan silently commanded in his mind, "System draw." He felt a little nervous, as this moment would decide whether he would feast or struggle. Ding. Drawing. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the pseudo-legendary Pokemon Metagross. The Pokeball has been sent to your system backpack. Metagross friendship is set to max. You can collect it anytime. Metagross. Luo Yuan was astonished. He knew the gold draw could yield good things, but his luck seemed. He took out the Pokeball containing Metagross from the system backpack. An Ultra Ball materialized in his hand. Unable to contain his excitement, Luo Yuan pressed the button in the center of the Ultra Ball. Come out, Metagross. With his call, a flash of white light and a Metagross with a disc-shaped body and 4 iron claws appeared in the room. Its turquoise body, the shaped metal cross on its face, and its red eyes made Metagross look fierce. At first glance, it felt extremely powerful. Bulbasaur, seeing the suddenly appearing Pokemon, was instantly terrified. It immediately jumped in front of Luo Yuan, adopting an attacking stance. Alright, Bulbasaur, this is a friend. No need to worry. Get along well from now on. Luo Yuan patted the still, trembling Bulbasaur. Bulbasaur was puzzled. It didn't remember its owner having another Pokemon. Luo Yuan chuckled, picked up Bulbasaur, walked to Metagross, and patted its head. Metagross narrowed its eyes and bowed its head obediently. Perhaps due to the max friendship, Luo Yuan didn't feel any ferocity from Metagross. Instead, it felt very close to him. Seeing Luo Yuan's actions, Bulbasaur grew bolder. It extended a vine whip and cautiously poked Metagross. Metagross suddenly opened its eyes wide. Yikes! Bulbasaur was so scared it hid behind Luo Yuan, ignoring the 2 Pokemon's play fighting. But did I forget something? Luo Yuan rubbed his chin deep in thought. He felt he had overlooked something. As he was thinking, Metagross seemed to find the room too cramped and uncomfortable. It pushed itself up and floated into the air. Looking at the crushed furniture under Metagross and the messy room, Luo Yuan covered his face in despair. He finally realized what was wrong. He should have gone outside to find an open space. Now most of the furniture is crushed. How long will it take him to clean up? Fearing that Jujin Guai might crush other things, Luo Yuan quickly recalled Jujin Guai into its pokeball. After finally cleaning the room and clearing away the crushed furniture, the phone suddenly rang with a sharp ring ring ring. Who would call him at this time? After answering, a vigorous voice came from the phone. Luo Yuan, about the Pokédex you mentioned earlier, I have it ready. Come pick it up when you have time. The voice sounded familiar, and Luo Yuan felt he had heard it somewhere. But, the Pokédex. Hearing the word, Luo Yuan searched his memory and soon recognized who it was. Professor Oak, I understand. It turned out that his predecessor felt the future as a Pokémon inspector was bleak, so he had already found another path. Because he had once participated in a Pokémon summer camp organized by Professor Oak, he obtained the qualification to set off as a new trainer this year. In other words, even if he didn't become a prosecutor, he could still embark on a journey as a Pokémon trainer. In that case, Luo Yuan caressed the Pokeball containing Jujin Guai. He felt that resigning as a prosecutor and becoming a full-time Pokémon trainer was also a good choice. His predecessor had gone through so many messy things, so Luo Yuan had no mood to continue working hard for the league. With this thought, Luo Yuan's mood brightened, and he began to prepare lunch for Miaowa Zhongzi and Jujin Guai. At the Quartz Plateau Pokémon Inspector Kanto headquarters, Shi Yuan Liar frowned at the young man before him, his expression conflicted. Have you really decided to give up your status as a trainee prosecutor? He knew this young man was one of the better trainees among the current batch. However, in a recent mission, failing to capture a Team Rocket minor boss led to a disciplinary sanction, so his transfer to a full position was postponed pending observation. Unexpectedly, he was planning to resign. I've decided, Luo Yuan nodded. I'm afraid I can no longer hold the position of Pokémon Inspector. Is it because of the previous sanction? Shi Yuan asked. He knew a little about the inside story. It seemed the commander in charge of that operation was a member of a very powerful family within the alliance. Afraid that the stain of mission failure would affect his promotion, he used connections to shift the blame onto the intern. Luo Yuan had truly suffered an undeserved disaster. Hearing Shi Yuan's question, Luo Yuan smiled, but said nothing. His meaning was clear. Don't you have any idea what's really going on? Shi Yuan looked at the young man's expression and knew that he must have found out something. Knowing Luo Yuan's mind was made up, he sighed and signed approved on the resignation application. If you ever need anything, you can come to me. I'll do my best to help within my capabilities, Shi Yuan said as he handed the document to Luo Yuan. The sanction had already been delivered. Shi Yuan was powerless to change the situation, so he planned to compensate Luo Yuan in another way. Who knows what will happen in the future? Luo Yuan said with a smile. Shi Yuan said no more. In a somber atmosphere, Luo Yuan completed the resignation procedures. He left the headquarters building. Luo Yuan then planned to head to Professor Oak's laboratory. Tomorrow was the day for new trainers to depart. Not wanting to keep Professor Oak waiting, Luo Yuan felt it better to go now and collect his Pokémon. Don't you think so, Miaowa Zhongzi? Luo Yuan asked the Pokémon beside him. Zhongzi. Miaowa Zhongzi looked confused, tilting its head with an adorable silly expression. Huh. Seeing this, Luo Yuan couldn't help laughing. Just as he was about to continue, a group of people suddenly blocked it. Hey kid, stop. A thug dressed like a Bosuzoku spotted Luo Yuan from afar and rushed over shouting. Huh. Luo Yuan glanced at the group. He didn't recognize these Bosuzoku types. Kid, you're Luo Yuan, right? Before Luo Yuan could speak, the punk with the pompadour shouted first. I am indeed Luo Yuan, but who are you people? Luo Yuan, since these guys meant trouble. You don't need to know who we are. Someone told me to give you a message. Keep your mouth shut, and don't say things you shouldn't. The pompadour punk threatened. Oh, shut up. I'd like to know who wants me to shut up. Luo Yuan raised an eyebrow, roughly guessing where these guys came from, and found it somewhat amusing. His predecessor had no enemies, so revenge could be ruled out. The mention of keeping quiet obviously related to the incident where he was scapegoated. Afraid he'll tell the truth and damage their reputation. Luo Yuan roughly guessed their psychology. In fact, if Luo Yuan were in their shoes, he might think the same. But the method of hiring thugs to threaten him, Luo Yuan honestly couldn't agree with it. Kid, are you daring to mock me? Looking for death? Seeming angered by Luo Yuan's laugh, the leader fumed. According to statistics from some unknown organization, Bosuzoku are often impulsive and quick to anger. Even a small conflict can escalate into bloodshed. Luo Yuan felt the conflict with the other party was not small. So just in case, he placed his hand on the advance ball. Seeing this, the pompadour punk thought Luo Yuan was going to fight, waved his hand, and all his subordinates released their Eradicate Arbok Weezing. More than a dozen Pokemon instantly took over most of the street. Seeing this, passers-by fled in all directions. Were you laughing at us just now? The pompadour punk said, obviously ready to fight if words failed. Hearing the words of the Mohawked gang, Luo Yuan smiled. Mocking you? No, just tell me, in front of so many people threatening a former Pokemon League inspector with Pokemon, do you think your brains are functioning normally? Luo Yuan slightly raised the corner of his mouth, pointing at the bystanders who were calling the police. The police will probably arrive soon. If I were you, I would hurry and run. Maybe you won't get caught by the police. The Mohawked gang was momentarily stunned, glancing around, their expressions suddenly changing. There were indeed people calling the police. Just because the gang members had a bad temper didn't mean they were brainless. When they had previously confronted Luo Yuan, they hadn't thought this far, but after Luo Yuan's words they felt that he might actually be right. Once they were caught by Junsha for openly threatening a Pokemon inspector, even if he was retired they would at least face several months in jail, and it would definitely not be pleasant in there. At that point the people behind them might not come to their aid. We retreat. After careful consideration the Mohawk gang glared at Luo Yuan and decided to leave. Luo Yuan didn't stop them. Why bother with a group of fools? If he argued with them, wouldn't that lower his own standing? He wanted to have a good chat with the one who had thrown the blame on him. How dare they bring the gang to threaten him? Did they really think he— However, at that moment a notification rang in Luo Yuan's mind. Normal task: teach the gang a lesson. The actions of these gang members broke the law and seriously affected your mood. They should receive the lesson they deserve. So defeat them directly. Task completion. Reward 1 normal lottery draw. Luo Yuan's expression changed, instantly shifting from indifference to seriousness. With a stern face Luo Yuan rushed towards the gang that was about to leave, saying, "You want to leave after making threats? Did you ask me first?" The Mohawked gang, who thought they had let Luo Yuan off the hook, stared wide-eyed at him, saying, "You want to stop us? With that Bulbasaur that will get scared just by seeing an Abare." The gang burst into laughter behind him. "Hey, you can try it." Hearing the laughter, Luo Yuan felt quite displeased, especially at the mockery of his Bulbasaur. Although he had stopped them because of the system task, it seemed that if he didn't teach these trash a lesson, they would really become arrogant. The system was right, such people should be taught a proper lesson. Bulbasaur. Bulbasaur also felt quite angry upon hearing the mockery. "Kid, take your Bulbasaur and get lost, or he'll take you down." The Mohawk gang, feeling they had the absolute advantage, no longer wanted to waste words with Luo Yuan. They believed Luo Yuan was just stalling for time, waiting for Junsha to come and capture them. Aber and wheezing under the gang's signal approached Luo Yuan, intending to threaten him. If it were the old Luo Yuan, he would have been terrified and would have stepped aside by now, but things were different now. He calmly took out a Pokeball from his waist, looking at the gang that was laughing, and lightly tossed it. Suddenly, all the gang members heard, "Control the Metagross." Then they saw a giant turquoise metal Pokemon appear. Its massive body occupied almost a third of the street. With its crimson eyes, metallic body, and sharp claws, this Pokemon looked exceptionally fierce. But that wasn't the scariest part. What terrified them the most was that the gang members found they couldn't move. Aside from blinking and opening their mouths, they completely lost control over their bodies. "What did you do?" the Mohawk gang member asked in terror. Losing control of one's body was incredibly tormenting. "It's nothing, I just didn't want you to escape." "What are you going to do to us?" "Don't worry, I won't cause you too much harm, after all." Luo Yuan smiled slightly. Before the Mohawk member could breathe a sigh of relief, he snapped his fingers and said, "Metagross, let them feel the wind." Whoosh. In the astonished gaze of the onlookers, a group of gang members shot up into the sky like they were fired from a cannon, then rapidly fell down, going back and forth more than 10 times. By the time Luo Yuan commanded Metagross to stop, the gang members were already trembling, their legs weak, and their faces pale. "See, I didn't even hit you." Luo Yuan shrugged. "I'll knock you out." The Mohawked member cursed loudly. He was the most stubborn, and even though the extreme up-and-down motion nearly made him wet his pants, he still insisted on being tough. "Knock him out." Before the Mohawk member could finish his sentence, he was struck by an invisible force created by psychic energy, causing him to see stars and faint. The surrounding gang members and onlookers were stunned. Who exactly were the real gang members? Task completed. Task rewards have been issued. Please check host. At that moment, the system notification appeared in Luo Yuan's mind, and he silently abandoned the thought of knocking out all the gang members. The sound of police sirens rang in the distance. Luo Yuan turned his head and saw Junsha hurrying over, waving, "Over here." Upon seeing Junsha from afar, the remaining gang members showed a look of relief. Finally freed from the hands of this demon. "Miss Junsha, please be sure to arrest us." This group of usually fierce gang members was now in tears. "We just came to deliver a message. How did it turn into this?" The Constantia police station. Spending the first day after crossing over in a police station isn't a good omen, Luo Yuan thought to himself while sitting in a chair. After teaching a lesson to that group of reckless bikers on the street, Junsha happened to arrive. Upon understanding the cause of the incident, Junsha immediately arrested the group of bikers. However, as the party involved, Luo Yuan inevitably had to be pulled over to give a statement. While he was thinking about this, he saw Junsha walking over with a cup of coffee and placing it on the table. "Thank you for your cooperation, that's enough for now," Junsha said to Luo Yuan. "But please next time refrain from using Pokemon moves against humans, as it can easily lead to unintended harm." Junsha still remembered how when she arrived at the scene earlier the bikers had looked utterly defeated. Luo Yuan must have done something to make them even crave being arrested by the police. Junsha still remembered how when she arrived at the scene earlier the bikers had looked utterly defeated. Luo Yuan, even just moments ago when she mentioned Luo Yuan's name in front of those bikers, they still showed signs of fear, indicating the shadow he had left on them. "Don't worry, I know how to handle it, just a little punishment for these guys," Luo Yuan said. "And besides, this was self-defense." Junsha nodded. Just as Luo Yuan said, that group of bikers had publicly threatened the former Pokemon prosecutor, and his actions were entirely within the bounds of self-defense. As someone who understood the law, Luo Yuan was quite adept at maintaining his composure. Those bikers will be prosecuted for threatening public officials and allowing Pokémon to disrupt the peace. At the very least they will be locked up for 3 months. Junsha felt no sympathy for them. After all, strictly speaking, it was Luo Yuan, the former Pokémon prosecutor. The threat was not against Luo Yuan, but against the entire judicial system of the league. 3 months was already lenient. Luo Yuan was quite satisfied with this outcome. 3 months in jail was a suitable punishment for those bikers. It wouldn't be so long that they would become disconnected from society, and yet it wouldn't allow them to forget about this incident too quickly. At this moment Luo Yuan felt he was doing something great, believing that many from this group of bikers would turn over a new leaf and walk the right path. Before leaving, Luo Yuan even made a point to stop by the interrogation room to chat with the lead biker. This lead biker was no longer as arrogant as before. After receiving a psychic blow from Luo Yuan, he seemed to have sobered up considerably, at least knowing that Luo Yuan was not someone to be trifled with. Thus Luo Yuan wrapped everything up. By the time he left the police station, it was already evening. It had taken much longer than he anticipated, and he would probably have to wait until tomorrow to go to the Oak Research Lab. Arriving at the Pokemon Center in Constantia to stay overnight, Luo Yuan lay on the bed and communicated with the system in his mind. System, what about the rewards I obtained earlier? That was the fruit of his hard work throughout the day. Remaining lottery chances: 1 ordinary lottery. Would you like to draw? With the previous experience of the Metagross in mind, Luo Yuan was curious about what he could get from an ordinary drawing. Congratulations, host, you have obtained Pokemon breeding knowledge. Beginner, the prize has been stored in your backpack. Breeding knowledge. What is this? Just hearing the name, Luo Yuan found it hard to judge what it truly was, so he asked. Pokemon breeding knowledge. Beginner includes various methods of breeding Pokemon. System evaluation. Don't expect to rely on this to become a Pokemon breeding master. It can only help you become a qualified Pokemon caretaker. This system has quite the sense of humor. Luo Yuan's mouth twitched after seeing the system's comment. But he still because whether it was his previous life or his current self, he only understood knowledge related to Pokemon battles while knowing very little about Pokemon breeding. With this knowledge, at least, he wouldn't end up killing his Pokemon by neglect. Learning, he silently thought, and then Luo Yuan felt a flood of information suddenly surge into his mind. The favorite food combinations for Bulbasaur, precautions when giving a massage to Charmander, how to help Squirtle clean its body. Wait a minute. A vast amount of information flooded his mind, and it took Luo Yuan a full 10 minutes to snap back to reality. Is there really so much to Pokemon breeding? Before he crossed over, Luo Yuan had thought that simply feeding Pokemon at regular intervals would suffice. To verify the accuracy of this information, he specifically took out Pokemon food and vegetables from his backpack and prepared the Bulbasaur's food according to the recipe in his memory. Seeing the usually picky Bulbasaur gobble down food that would normally take it 2 meals to finish, Luo Yuan realized just how useful this information was. After organizing the information, he found that it contained a complete set of methods for raising Pokemon, and it was certainly not as inadequate as the system claimed. Luo Yuan felt that he could even take the Pokemon breeder qualification exam now. It seems the system has some misunderstanding about the beginner level. Luo Yuan muttered to himself. Many breeders in the league nowadays don't even know what Pokemon like to eat. Looking down at the Bulbasaur, whose belly was now round, he patted its head and recalled it into its Pokeball. Get some rest. Tomorrow we'll head to the Oak Research Lab to collect the Pokédex. The moon hung high in the sky as Luo Yuan drifted off to sleep. The next day at the Oak Research Institute in Masera Town, Luo Yuan arrived to find a girl with a messenger bag leaving. Professor Oak. Oh, it's Luo Yuan. Professor Oak exclaimed upon seeing Luo Yuan. Luo Yuan had attended the Pokemon summer camp organized by him, and his intelligence and eagerness to learn left a deep impression on Professor Oak. Therefore, when Luo Yuan mentioned setting off as a novice trainer, Professor Oak immediately agreed. You are here to receive a Pokemon, right? There seems to be a little issue. Professor Oak said with difficulty. What seems to be the problem? Seeing Professor Oak's expression and recalling how Ash was late in the original storyline, resulting in all the Pokemon being taken and only Pikachu remaining, Luo Yuan subconsciously felt that something was off. Odds like this. Due to the higher number of novice trainers setting off this year, we have a shortage of initial Pokemon. Unfortunately, the Pokemon transportation device at the league is malfunctioning, and the Pokemon that were supposed to arrive today have not been sent over. All the prepared Pokemon have already been taken. Professor Oak apologized, realizing it was a mistake on his part. How could he encounter such a thing? Should he consider himself unlucky, or just plain unfortunate? The initial Pokemon are gone. If there are none, then never mind. Ooh, I happen to have a Bulbasaur. Since there were no initial Pokemon, Luo Yuan did not insist, as he had the system, and he was not particularly in need of an initial Pokemon. Wait, that's not what I meant. Professor Oak hurriedly waved his hands, seeing that Luo Yuan misunderstood his intention. I actually still have 2 Pokemon here, but their personalities are a bit difficult to get along with. If you are willing, you can choose them as your initial Pokemon. Let me show you. Professor Oak took out 2 Pokeballs and placed them on the table. If you are not willing, you can wait a bit longer until the transportation device is repaired, and I will send your initial Pokemon to you then. What are these 2 Pokemon? Luo Yuan immediately became curious. One of them is definitely Ash's powerful Pikachu, who can battle fiercely, yet when weak can't even defeat initial Pokemon. So what is the other one? Come out. Professor Oak released 2 Pokemon. Bang. A yellow one and a brown one appeared in the research. The yellow one was undoubtedly Pikachu, who was currently tilting its head with an uncooperative expression. The other one had long ears covered in brown fur with fluffy fur around its neck and tail, and its big eyes paired with 4 short legs made it look incredibly cute. Pikachu and Eevee, Luo Yuan remarked. That's right. Professor Oak introduced, this Pikachu really dislikes humans and can easily deliver a shock if someone gets too close. As for this Eevee. This Eevee looks quite normal though, Luo Yuan said, not wanting to take Ash's Pikachu. Eevee had been standing there grooming its fur since it appeared behaving no differently from a normal Pokemon. As he spoke, he crouched down to pet Eevee only to have it dodge away and give him a disdainful look. You see, this Pikachu hates humans, and Eevee is too aloof to listen to commands. Both are quite difficult to get along with and are not suitable for novice trainers. If it really doesn't work, you can come back later once the transportation device is fixed. It's impossible to wait. He could never wait in this lifetime. Luo Yuan looked at the proud Eevee in front of him, thought for a moment, and took out a pile of ingredients from his backpack, preparing to concoct a recipe for Eevee's favorite food. Luo Yuan, what are you doing? Professor Oak looked at Luo Yuan mixing berries with a puzzled expression. Of course I'm trying to win them over. Saying this, Luo Yuan placed the specially made Pokemon food in front of Eevee. Eevee. Sniffing the aroma of the food, Eevee twitched its delicate nose, revealing a look of desire. However, it looked at Luo Yuan warily. It's okay, Eevee, just give it a taste. Professor Oak likely guessed that Luo Yuan wanted to build friendship with Eevee through food, so he supported him from the side. Upon hearing Professor Oak's words, Eevee could no longer contain its desire and took a small bite. Then it became the entire plate of specially made food by Luo Yuan was devoured by Eevee. Then Eevee stood up and walked towards Luo Yuan, resolutely squatting beside him, as if it had chosen Luo Yuan as its long-term provider. Impressive. Professor Oak gave Luo Yuan a thumbs up upon seeing this. I didn't expect you to have such skill. Pokemon breeding is quite a profound knowledge, and Professor Oak specializes in Pokemon research, so he isn't very deep. Seeing that Luo Yuan changed Eevee's stance with just one plate of food, he was also shocked. To master a Pokemon's stomach is to master its heart. Luo Yuan smiled and said. Professor Oak looked at Eevee, who still appeared aloof, but was firmly standing beside Luo Yuan, and smiled as he handed the Pokeball to Luo Yuan. Then I leave Eevee to you. Don't worry, Professor Oak, I will take good care of it. Luo Yuan nodded as he received the Pokédex and Pokeball. But did they overlook something? Pikachu. Just at that moment, there was a loud bang at the door as the pajama-clad Ash rushed in. Running in, he shouted, Sorry, Professor Oak, I overslept. I'm here to pick up my Pokemon. When he rushed over and saw the only remaining Pokeball and Pikachu on the table, Ash sighed in relief. Then with a joyful expression, he exclaimed, Professor Oak, is this my Pokemon? And reached out to grab Pikachu. Inside the Oak Pokemon Research Lab, Satoshi Charred Black from Pikachu's electric shock stared blankly at Professor Luo Yuan, having the foresight to keep his distance from Pikachu when Satoshi entered, had narrowly escaped the same. Professor Oak, why did it electrocute me? Satoshi asked, looking at the uncooperative Pikachu on the floor with a ahem. Professor Oak put on a stern face and looked at Satoshi seriously. Satoshi, do you realize you're late? You were late on this important day, and all the Pokemon have been taken. As he spoke, Professor Oak frantically signaled Luo Yuan. Luo Yuan's mouth twitched. Professor Oak was about to spin a tale for Satoshi and needed his cooperation. Hearing Professor Oak's words, Satoshi immediately grew anxious. Professor Oak, are there really no Pokemon left? Professor Oak shook his head with a sigh. All the Pokemon have been taken by this year's new trainers. Luo Yuan's Eevee was the last one. Satoshi then noticed another person in the lab. Are you? Luo Yuan. As fellow participants in the same Pokemon summer camp, Luo Yuan knew both Satoshi and Shigeru. Luo Yuan's memories included a time when they were all chased by a flock of Pidgey. Long time no see, Satoshi, Luo Yuan greeted. Didn't you pass the League's Apprentice Examiner exam? What are you doing here? Satoshi asked curiously. I quit, Luo Yuan shrugged. Hearing this, Satoshi didn't press further, but his eyes lit up when he saw the Eevee beside Luo Yuan. Eevee. He reached out to touch it, but Eevee dodged him. This one isn't used to human contact, Professor Oak said. That's still great, Satoshi said enviously. Then thinking of his own situation, he felt a wave of despair. Was his journey to become a Pokemon master over before it even began? However, Professor Oak hesitated, his expression piquing Satoshi's curiosity. However, what? Satoshi felt a glimmer of hope. I do have one more Pokemon here, but it has some drawbacks. I wonder if you'd be willing to accept it. Professor Oak, you're not talking about it, are you? Satoshi cautiously pointed at the smug-looking Pikachu beside him. That's right. The only Pokemon left in the lab is this Pikachu. Are you willing to take it? Are there really no other Pokemon? Satoshi's expression was troubled. The shock he had received from Pikachu earlier was quite if he had a choice, he would have preferred one of Squirtle, Bulbasaur, or Charmander. Any of those would do. There aren't any. Would I lie to you? If you don't believe me, ask Luo Yuan, Professor Oak said. Seeing Satoshi look at him, Luo Yuan had to speak. Professor Oak really doesn't have any Pokemon left right now. He wasn't wrong. The lab currently had no Pokemon, though some would arrive in a few days. Hearing this, Satoshi felt Pikachu was his last option. Then I'll take this Pikachu. Reluctantly, Satoshi accepted the Pikachu. However, Satoshi was thick-skinned and highly adaptable. He would likely come to terms with this fact soon. Watching Satoshi leave with Professor Oak, Luo Yuan couldn't help but turn and ask, Professor Oak, is it really okay to trick Satoshi like this? Though he knew Satoshi and Pikachu would eventually get along, well, Luo Yuan still felt compelled to ask. That Pikachu has great talent, and Satoshi's love for Pokémon is genuine. I believe he can win that Pokémon over, Professor Oak said. Of course, if he can't get along with Pikachu once the transfer device is fixed in a few days, he'll swap it for another Pokémon. Luo Yuan understood. Professor Oak had thought it through thoroughly. Poor Satoshi was still in the dark, truly believing there was only one Pikachu. Well then, Professor Oak, he'll be off too. Having received his Pokédex and starter Pokémon, it was time to depart. Haha, have a safe journey. If you run into my grandson Shigeru or Satoshi on your travels, keep an eye on them for me. Knowing Luo Yuan had been a League Apprentice examiner and had more experience, Professor Oak added, of course. He considered Satoshi and Shigeru friends, so it was his duty. After bidding farewell to Professor Oak, Luo Yuan left Pallet Town with Eevee. In an open field outside the town, Luo Yuan took out his other two Pokeballs. Come on out, Bulbasaur, Metagross. Meet your new partner. A flash, Bulbasaur and Metagross appeared before Eevee. Bulbasaur was fine, but Metagross' massive body startled Eevee, making it bristle and quickly hide behind Luo Yuan, its fur puffed up. Finding Eevee's reaction amusing, Luo Yuan said, Eevee, don't be nervous. They're friends. He then looked up at Metagross and Bulbasaur. This is your new companion, Eevee. Say hello. Metagross and Bulbasaur looked at Eevee. Metagross emitted a low hum from its body as a sign of Bulbasaur extended its vine whip. Eevee touched the vine with its paw in greeting. Eevee remained as aloof as ever. But that was its nature, and Luo Yuan didn't mind. Alright, I want you all to get along peacefully, understand? Drawing the attention of his three Pokemon, Luo Yuan spoke. His only requirement for them was that they didn't fight. Eevee, Bulba, all three Pokemon indicated they were fine with it. Then let's head out to Viridian. Although the Viridian City gym was currently closed as it was on the route to Pewter City, they still needed to pass through, and they would returning Metagross to its ball. Luo Yuan set off toward Viridian City with Bulbasaur and Eevee. Eevee, wag your tail. Make the opponent let their guard down. Flash of electricity. Impact. A pitiful little Rattata fell to the ground, turning into Eevee's experience points. Of course, in this real world, using experience points that only exist in games might not be quite appropriate. It should be called battle experience. Eevee defeated the Rattata, gaining a certain amount of battle experience. Eevee. Returning to Luo Yuan's side, Eevee groomed its fur, its tail, swaying back and forth. Along the way, this was already the sixth Pokemon that had fallen at Eevee's hands. None of the Pokemon like Rattata, Caterpie, or Beedrill were a match for Eevee, all becoming Eevee's defeated foes. Eevee's strength is not to be underestimated. The strength and combat talent displayed by Eevee surprised Luo Yuan, now recalling Eevee's aloofness back then. It was probably too good for those novice trainers. Thinking of this, Luo Yuan became increasingly satisfied with Eevee. He opened the system panel. Normal task: behind every trainer lies countless wild Pokemon that have been knocked down. Task content: defeat 50 wild Pokemon before reaching Viridian City, by 650. Task reward: 1 normal lottery draw. This was a task that the system had refreshed earlier. It was precisely because of this task that Luo Yuan had extended his claws toward these weak wild Pokemon. 50 Pokemon, how troublesome. He spent over an hour just to find these 5 Pokemon. The others either fled upon seeing him, or ignored his provocations and refused to battle. Could it be that I have to camp out here tonight? Luo Yuan thought. There was no way to give up on the task. He could never let it go in this lifetime. However, at the current rate, finding and defeating 50 Pokemon would require him to spend the entire day on this. Bulbasaur, please help keep an eye out for any other wild Pokemon in the forest. Luo Yuan released Bulbasaur from its Pokeball to join in the battle. With Bulbasaur's addition, the efficiency of defeating wild Pokemon increased significantly. After all, Bulbasaur was Luo Yuan's initial Pokemon, its strength far surpassing that of Eevee. Just as Bulbasaur wrapped around a fleeing Rattata with its vine whip, preparing to finish it off with Razor Leaf, suddenly, there was a rustling in the bushes nearby. Who is it? Luo Yuan asked. Eevee also perked up its ears warily. In the wild, Pokemon often attacked humans, so a bit of caution was not unwarranted. As Luo Yuan and Eevee maintained their vigilant gazes, the bushes were pushed aside. A girl with orange hair wearing a yellow top and denim overalls carrying a fishing rod stepped out and asked Luo Yuan, "Hello, have you seen a boy riding a bicycle with a Pikachu?" "Shoo." Luo Yuan was somewhat surprised. He immediately recognized that the person in front of him was Misty, the female protagonist from the original series of the TV anime. From the way she spoke, it seemed she was looking for Ash, who had stolen her bicycle. According to the plot, Ash seemed to be chased by I haven't seen him, but I might know the boy you mentioned who has a Pikachu, Luo Yuan said. He really hadn't seen Ash. You know him? That's great. Misty sighed in relief. He rode away with my bike. I need to get it back. Can you contact him? I'm afraid you won't be able to get your bicycle back. He thought to himself, but couldn't say it out loud. Luo Yuan shook his head. Ash doesn't have a phone. If you want to contact him, you probably have to look for Professor Oak, since he is a rookie trainer who started from there. I see. Misty seemed a bit troubled. Seeing her hesitation, Luo Yuan suddenly had a bright idea. How about this? He'll take you to find him. Luo Yuan remembered the Spearow chasing Ash. If he could eliminate those Spearow, wouldn't he be able to complete the task? Moreover, Professor Oak had entrusted him to take care of Ash. He couldn't just stand by and watch Ash get into danger. Misty did not seem pleased by his words, but instead became very cautious. You're not a bad guy trying to lure innocent girls. To her, Luo Yuan was merely a stranger she had just met, and a stranger suddenly making such an invitation was indeed quite suspicious. Luo Yuan was speechless. Do I look like a bad guy? Even though his previous incarnation was an inspector for the League, he could not possibly be associated with bad people. Misty scrutinized Luo Yuan from head to toe, very suspicious. To avoid being wrongfully accused, Luo Yuan took out his Pokédex to prove his identity. Misty realized she had misunderstood, blushing as she hurriedly apologized. Alright, follow me. If we delay your bike, might run into trouble. Saying this, Luo Yuan threw out a high-grade ball containing Metagross under Misty's astonished gaze. The massive Metagross appeared in the forest, instantly knocking over 2 large trees and startling countless wild Pokémon. This is the quasi-legendary Pokémon from the Hoenn region, Metagross. Misty immediately recognized him. As one of the heirs of the Cerulean Gym, it was only natural for her to know about Metagross, a renowned quasi-legendary from the Hoenn region. Are you not a rookie trainer? She began to doubt again. Then are you coming up or not? Luo Yuan leaped onto Metagross and asked. Misty thought for a moment, seemingly having no choice. If Luo Yuan were a bad guy, she probably wouldn't be able to defeat him. Thinking of this, Misty stopped hesitating, grasped Luo Yuan's arm, and sat on Metagross. Let's go, Metagross. Find a boy with a Pikachu. Buzz. Metagross acknowledged, and then took Luo Yuan and Misty into the sky, searching from above, quickly locking onto the target and flying off. At this very moment, Ash was spreading his arms in front of Pikachu, shouting at the Spearow, trying to scare them away. Xiaoji attempted to scare off the fierce Sparrow. However, this Pokemon was inherently irritable and fearless, making it impossible for Xiaoji to intimidate it. With a cry, the flock of fierce sparrows in the sky seemed to receive a command and swooped down towards Xiaoji. Pikachu behind Xiaoji was deeply moved and leaped forward to protect him at the cost of its own life. Just at that critical moment, a voice echoed from the sky. Metagross used Psychic. Xiaoji found the voice familiar. Before he could think of who it was, he saw the air above suddenly distort as an invisible force enveloped the flock of fierce sparrows that were about to attack him and Pikachu. The entire flock of fierce sparrows seemed to be struck by a heavy blow falling from the sky like raindrops. Xiaoji stood with his mouth agape, watching the scene unfold before him. Pikachu wore a similar. Then both Xiaoji and his Pokemon looked up at the giant Pokemon floating in the sky, and on top was Luo Yuan. Xiaoji exclaimed. Why is it Luo Yuan? And when did he become so powerful? Defeated wild Pokemon 5250 earned 1 regular draw. Luo Yuan lowered Metagross altitude and jumped down with Xiaoxia. Are you okay? He asked. Thanks to you, Luo Yuan. Xiaoji was so moved that he was almost in tears. For Xiaoji, who was chased by a horde of Pokemon right after leaving home, Luo Yuan's appearance was like that of a savior. It's nothing, just happened to run into your creditor and came to check on you when I heard you were in danger. Luo Yuan pointed to Xiaoxia, who was inspecting the bicycle nearby. Xiaoji stiffened at his words. Speaking of the bicycle, he remembered that it had been damaged when he fell off the slope. Sure enough, when Xiaoxia lifted the bicycle, the front wheel was severely deformed. My bicycle. Xiaoxia was stunned and glared at Xiaoji angrily. Xiaoji felt very embarrassed because it was indeed his fault. He had taken someone else's bicycle without permission and had broken it. We'll talk about the bicycle later, Luo Yuan interjected, trying to smooth things over. Pikachu seems to be in trouble. Should we take you to the Pokemon Center in Metagross City? Luo Yuan glanced at Pikachu. At that moment, Pikachu was covered in scratches from the fierce sparrow's attacks, and after forcefully leaping in front of Xiaoji, it didn't look too good. Right, Pikachu? Xiaoji quickly picked up Pikachu from the ground. Luo Yuan, please help me. My Metagross can't carry that many people. How about this, you give me Pikachu first, and I'll take him to the Pokemon Center. You and Xiaoxia can follow me there later. It was impossible for Metagross to carry 3 people and a bicycle. But leaving Xiaoxia alone here was clearly not appropriate, so Luo Yuan proposed this compromise. Xiaoji nodded eagerly. He trusted Luo Yuan, and then looked down at Pikachu in his arms. Pikachu, you have to be good. Let Luo Yuan take you to the Pokemon Center for treatment, and I'll catch up shortly. Just don't zap me, okay, Pikachu? Luo Yuan said as he took Pikachu from Xiaoji. He then jumped onto Metagross and flew towards the Pokemon. Just don't zap me, okay, Pikachu? Luo Yuan said as he took Pikachu from Xiaoji. He then jumped onto Metagross and flew towards the Pokemon Center in Metagross City. A rainbow appeared in the sky behind them. By the time they reached the Pokemon Center, the weather had cleared up. The enormous Metagross descended from the sky instantly, attracting countless gazes. With Metagross' imposing figure, it was bound to be the most eye-catching presence wherever it went. What Pokemon is that? It looks so powerful. It seems to be a quasi-deity from the Hoenn region. I want one so badly. Amidst such exclamations, Luo Yuan recalled Metagross and quickly walked into the Pokemon Center. Luo Yuan hurried to the front desk and said to Joy, Miss Joy, there's a Pikachu here that needs treatment. How did it get such serious injuries? Seeing Pikachu's condition, Joy frowned and asked. Pikachu was not in good shape. When Luo Yuan descended earlier, she had seen from behind the glass door and found it hard to imagine that a trainer capable of having such a strong Pokemon would let it get injured like this. No, this Pikachu belongs to my friend. I brought it for treatment because the situation was urgent. He will come over shortly, Luo Yuan explained. I can't take the blame for this. There's no way I'm going to take the blame for this in my lifetime. Oh, I see. Then leave it to me. Joy nodded and called for Chansey, pushing Pikachu into the surgery room. Pikachu will be okay, right? Luo Yuan asked. Since it was brought in promptly, there shouldn't be too much danger. Thanks to the immensely advanced technology in the Pokemon world combined with the healing techniques that utilize Pokemon abilities, as long as it wasn't dead on the spot, there was a good chance of saving it even if it only had a breath left. Then thank you very much. No problem, it's what I should do. While Pikachu was being treated, Joy continued to attend to other trainers. Luo Yuan, having nothing to do, settled onto a sofa in the corner. System display my draw count. Host remaining draw count: regular draw 1, silver draw 0, gold draw 0, platinum draw 0. Looking at the zeros behind Luo Yuan's mouth twitched. No need to display the ones I don't have in the future. Displaying what he didn't have was just making him uncomfortable. Display settings have been modified. Luo Yuan was very pleased with the system's understanding and silently thought, system draw. Drawing. Congratulations to the host for obtaining. Congratulations host, you have received the item Metal Coat. The Metal Coat is an item that allows certain Pokemon to evolve. As a devoted Pokemon fan, Luo Yuan certainly knew that the Metal Coat is the key item for Scyther to evolve into Scizor and Onix to evolve into Steelix, while also boosting the attack power of Steel-type Pokemon. The result of this lottery is not too bad. The Metal Coat is relatively rare, as evidenced by the scarcity of Scizor and Steelix. Obtaining the Metal Coat is quite useful, whether to let Steelix hold it to enhance Steel-type moves' power, or to use it later when catching Onix and Scyther for Pokemon evolution. While Luo Yuan was pondering where in Kanto he could catch Scyther and Onix, the door of the Pokemon Center was pushed open, and Ash rushed in, energetically followed by a panting Misty. Ash spotted Luo Yuan at once, ran over, and asked anxiously, Luo Yuan, how's Pikachu? Luo Yuan, seeing many people in the Pokemon Center looking over, felt a bit helpless. Ash was so oblivious, completely failing to consider others' feelings. As Luo Yuan reminded him, Ash also noticed this, and scratched his head in embarrassment, lowering his voice to ask Luo Yuan, Pikachu is okay, right? He ran all the way here worried about Pikachu's condition. It's fine, there's no danger, Luo Yuan replied. Just be more careful in the future, and don't provoke swarms of Pokemon. Although he knew Ash had the protagonist's halo that was in the anime, Ahu knew if Ash could always escape danger in the real Ash nodded, still shaken from the earlier chase by Spearow. Thankfully it was all over now. By the way, Ash, what are you planning to do about Misty's bike? Luo Yuan asked, noticing Misty leaning against her bike still. Right, my bike. Misty replied. She had seen her bike earlier, and the front wheel was completely ruined with the frame twisted and deformed, essentially making it unusable. They'll compensate, Ash said dejectedly. Misty showed a satisfied expression, and her resentment towards Ash lessened considerably. Even though he was reckless, inconsiderate of others' feelings, and had taken her bike without permission, he was still quite responsible. Before she could feel happy for too long, Ash followed up with, but I don't have any money. What? Upon hearing Ash's words, Misty exploded. But don't worry, I'll pay you back slowly, Ash said sincerely. However, this did nothing to quell Misty's anger. Just as Misty was about to say something else, the entire door of the Pokemon Center suddenly burst open. The Pokemon trainers resting in the center were startled, and many timid ones panicked and fled. A thick cloud of smoke spread at the entrance, blocking the Pokemon Center's doorway. Accompanying the white smoke was a series of loud laughter. Huh? Who are you? Ash instinctively asked. Luo Yuan's corner of his mouth twitched. The classic line had arrived. Who are you? A male voice replied. Since he sincerely asked. From the smoke emerged a red-haired Jesse, leaning against a blue-haired James, striking a pose. James, with a rose in his mouth, said, we will generously inform you. To prevent the world from being destroyed. To protect the peace of the world. To uphold love and truth. We are the charming and adorable villains. Jesse, James, we are the rocket team traversing the galaxy. The white hole, a bright tomorrow awaits us. Just like that, Meow. Meowth sprang out from the middle. After a long string of lines, the entire Pokemon Center fell silent. The rocket trio made their entrance just like in the script, but it seemed their debut was not going smoothly. The silence in the Pokemon Center was palpable, with only the hissing sound of the smoke bomb releasing smoke. The rocket trio felt quite awkward of what to do when no one responded to their slogan. Just as they were at a loss, a series of applause broke the eerie silence. Under everyone's gaze, Luo Yuan clapped his hands and said, well said. Your lines were great. Thank you very much. Jesse, James, and Meowth bowed in gratitude. After thanking, the three suddenly stood up, and Jesse and James threw out their Pokeballs. To show our appreciation, hand over your Pokemon. The rocket team demands that everyone immediately surrender their The rocket team. Many trainers turned pale at the mention of it. Run. Someone shouted, and a swarm of trainers rushed towards the exit. The rocket team's reputation alone was enough to intimidate these passing trainers. Weezing used toxic gas to block them. James said without looking up, holding the rose. Luo Yuan was momentarily stunned by Xiaoji's question, suddenly recalling that Xiaoji seemed unaware of Team Rocket. Full Team Rocket consists of bad people who steal others' Pokemon. Xiaoxia interjected, bad people. Xiaoji looked alert. Xiaoxia. Luo Yuan. Your reflexes are incredibly slow. That's right, we are the bad guys. Hearing Xiao Xia's words, Musashi and Kojiro felt no shame, but rather pride. They stood in front of the many trainers grinning as they declared, "Quickly hand over your Pokémon." An Arbok ensnared a small Rattata, its desperate cries mirroring those of the trainers present. For the trainers at the current Pokémon Center who barely qualified as Pokémon trainers and could only be called Pokémon breeders, the Arbok and Weezing were like an insurmountable chasm. "I will not hand over my Pikachu," Xiaoxi shouted loudly. "That's laughable, kid. Who would care about that commonly seen electric mouse?" Musashi scoffed. Kojiro chimed in. "That's right, what we want are precious Pokémon." Luo Yuan smiled. "What a delicious warning. Hey kid, what are you laughing at? Don't think that if you applaud us we will let you go. Quickly hand over your Pokémon." Musashi, seeing Luo Yuan laugh, felt inexplicably annoyed. "Me? Are you sure?" Luo Yuan did not expect Musashi to target him. "That's right, it's you." With Musashi's voice, the Arbok straightened up, glaring at Luo Yuan, assuming a threatening posture. "Then let's see if you have the strength to back it up." Luo Yuan smirked, slightly glancing at the Team Rocket trio. "Forgive my frankness, but the three of you are all trash. You little brat, you're courting death." Musashi exploded with rage, waving her hand. "Arbok, use bind trap." Hiss. Arbok flicked its tongue, swiftly slithering towards Luo Yuan in an shaped trajectory. "So are you scared now?" "Meow." Meowth said from the side. "Xiaoji." "Xiaoxia." Xiaoji and Xiaoxia looked at the Team Rocket trio with, "Hey, what kind of eyes are those?" Musashi shouted, "We are Team Rocket." When did the name Team Rocket lose its power? And as soon as she finished speaking, Luo Yuan let out a chuckle. "Hey, go Metagross, show them some colors, but don't kill them." Metagross. Musashi was puzzled. Was there such a Pokemon? "What is that?" "Meow." Meowth was also filled with questions. Only Kojiro's expression changed drastically. "No way. Hurry." Before he could finish the word run, the Team Rocket trio saw a flash of white light, and a large Metagross blocked Luo Yuan's path. Arbok couldn't stop in time, and crashed into Metagross, leaving it dazed while Metagross didn't even flinch. Gulp. Kojiro, Musashi, and Meowth all swallowed hard, their faces filled with horror. Kojiro said with difficulty, "Metagross is a Quasidivine Pokemon from the Hoenn region. It's said that the champion of the Hoenn region has won." Upon hearing this, Musashi and Meowth's hearts sank. In contrast, the trainers at the Pokemon Center were overjoyed. "Great. We're saved. Metagross. It looks incredibly strong. Team Rocket is no match at all." Cheers and praises echoed in Luo Yuan's ears. He smiled slightly, not allowing himself to become arrogant due to the flattery. He always believed that one should not be easily influenced by external factors. "I heard you want me to hand over my Pokemon." "Misunderstanding. We want Dare. Please let us go." The Team Rocket trio, prepared to flee, quickly admitted defeat. Their rapid change of attitude left everyone stunned. "Your attitude is quite sincere, but unfortunately I still can't let you go." Luo Yuan smiled. Metagross used Psychic to control them. In an instant, the Team Rocket trio along with Arbok and Weezing were suspended in midair. Then Luo Yuan said to Miss Joy, who looked grateful, "Contact Miss Junsha. I remember these three have a bounty on them." The bounty was also a crucial reason Luo Yuan didn't directly knock the Team Rocket trio away, but chose to keep them. No, the Team Rocket trio would rather be knocked away. Being arrested would be too embarrassing. Especially in Pewter City, right under Boss Sakiki's nose. They wouldn't be able to lift their heads in Team Rocket again. Ignoring the three wailing over there, Luo Yuan looked at the newly refreshed mission on the task panel. Optional mission: escape Pewter City. After this battle, Team Rocket's leader Boss Sakiki has taken notice of you. Please defeat the incoming Team Rocket members. Mission completion 010. Mission reward depends on completion. Luo Yuan. System, are you sure this mission? This clearly indicates that Sakiki has set his sights on you and intends to cause you trouble. Luo Yuan did not know why Sakiki had noticed him, whether it was simply because he defeated the Team Rocket trio, or the power he displayed, or perhaps his identity as the former Pokemon inspector. But regardless, being targeted by Sakiki, the Team Rocket BOSS was not good news. No matter what, Team Rocket wouldn't dare act openly in front of the police, right? With these thoughts, Luo Yuan smiled as he welcomed the approaching Miss Junsha. "Miss Junsha, we meet again." In the underground of the Jobin Dojo at the secret base of Team Rocket, "Jun, now do you have any reports to make?" Sakiki leaned against a large sofa, stroking the head of his Persian as he watched the short-haired woman with glasses walk in. The woman was named Jun Niao, and she was Sakiki's secretary. "Boss Sakiki, Musashi, Kojiro, and Nyarth's mission has failed," Jun Niao reported. Sakiki paused for a moment as he stroked Persian's fur. What was the reason? Although Musashi and Kojiro were incompetent, the trainers at the Jobin City Pokemon Center were, in Sakiki's eyes, even worse than useless, so such a trivial task should not have encountered any mistakes. They encountered a powerful trainer while executing the mission. Jun Niao emphasized the word powerful as she spoke. "Powerful." Jun Niao nodded. Yes, the Pokemon the opponent used was a Metagross from the Hoenn region. Hearing the name Metagross, Sakiki frowned. "Metagross. Have they investigated the opponent's identity?" Using Metagross, one of the most renowned Pokemon, typically indicates the Zubats family, who control the vast majority of Beldum, Metang, and Metagross in the Hoenn region, represented by the champion of Hoenn, Zubats Daigo. Thus Sakiki immediately thought of the Zubats family. Could it be that the Zubats family and Devon Corporation are preparing to advance into Kanto? Sakiki speculated. A qualified villain must possess the ability to perceive subtle hints, and Sakaki was. Zhen Yao continued. We have already investigated. The opponent's name is Luo Yuan, a former League Pokémon intern prosecutor who was penalized for a mistake during an operation. After being penalized, he voluntarily resigned and set out as a rookie trainer this year. No connections to the Zubat's family were found. A penalty resignation rookie trainer. Sakaki stroked Persian's head. This was completely illogical. How could someone with a Metagross make a mistake severe enough to warrant a penalty? And when was it that a trainer possessing a Metagross could only serve as an intern prosecutor? As for resigning to become a rookie trainer, Sakaki found it even more incomprehensible. He discovered many inconsistencies in the information Zhen Yao provided. It seems that the reason for his resignation was a conflict with a certain family within the league, Zhen Yao reported, having investigated the reasons behind Luo Yuan's departure. However, due to the inaccuracy of the sources, she spoke with some uncertainty. First, let's get those 3 idiots out of the police station, Sakaki frowned in thought, before making a final decision. Regardless, the Musashi trio had to be rescued. Although these 3 were a bit foolish, both Musashi and Kojiro's identities could not be easily discarded. As for the one named Luo Yuan, have someone test him. Sakaki believed that a former Pokemon prosecutor with a Metagross would not resign for no reason and then become a rookie trainer. Combining this with the recent frequent activities of his Team Rocket subordinates, he suspected it was highly likely that the League was targeting Team Rocket. There had been similar situations in the past where the League would occasionally have some prosecutors pretend to be dissatisfied with the League and resign, then join Team Rocket as undercover agents to gather intelligence on Team Rocket, so Sakaki was very cautious. Yes, boss Sakaki, Zhen Yao replied. Luo Yuan had no idea that he had drawn Sakaki's attention simply because he had abandoned his identity as a Pokemon prosecutor, and it was already evening when he left the police station. In just 2 days he had already been inside twice. Did he have a connection with the police, or was it with Junsha? As he pondered this, Luo Yuan suddenly felt someone watching him. Instinctively turning around, he found the street behind him completely empty. Moi. Luo Yuan frowned. His instincts had always been accurate. Turning back to move forward, that feeling of being watched resurfaced. Turning back again, he still found nothing unusual on the street behind him. Something is off. Luo Yuan keenly sensed that there was someone following him. Maintaining his composure, he continued walking swiftly, weaving through the complex streets, and after several turns Luo Yuan found himself in a narrow alley that he didn't even recognize. Abruptly stopping in the alley, he said, "No need to hide, come out." Luo Yuan spoke in a deep voice. There was no response, only the rustling of the wind, as if there really was no one there. However, Luo Yuan's expression did not change. He continued, "If you are from Team Rocket, should I ask you to come out?" Considering the previous task refresh from the system, it was obvious that only Team Rocket members could be following him. Accompanied by applause, the air distorted, and a figure appeared at the other end of the alley. The person who suddenly appeared was a woman with short hair wearing earrings and a curvy figure. The R logo was emblazoned on her chest, and her gray miniskirt uniform, distinct from ordinary Team Rocket members, was striking even in the night. This female Team Rocket officer was accompanied by a surskit. It seemed that she had just concealed herself in the air using, "You actually noticed my presence. Just as Boss Sakaki predicted, you truly are not an ordinary trainer," the female Team Rocket officer stated upon her entrance. Although he had long suspected that Team Rocket was following him, Luo Yuan still had a puzzled expression upon hearing this. What did Sakaki predict? What makes me so special? Luo Yuan was unaware that Sakaki had envisioned him as part of some conspiracy within the League, leaving him somewhat confused. Seeing Luo Yuan's appearance, the female officer of Team Rocket sneered. "Playing dumb. No problem, I will make you spill everything you know." After saying this, she took out a Pokeball from her pocket. "Remember my name, Team Rocket Officer Sham." With that, she flicked her finger against the mini Pokeball, causing it to rapidly enlarge, and then she tossed it. "Go Hippowdon." A pink Pokemon with a huge shell on its head appeared in the alley amidst a flash of red light. Hippowdon, the evolved form of the Drowzee after using the King's Rock, is quite different from the Drowzee and Hypno. Hippowdon possesses remarkable intelligence and insight. Luo Yuan recalled the data on Hippowdon. Should I say that it's no surprise that a Team Rocket officer could obtain such a rare Hippowdon? Currently, humans have not unraveled the mystery of how Drowzee evolves into Hippowdon, and since wild Hippowdon are exceedingly difficult to capture, they can be considered a rather rare Pokemon. However, Sham did not respond, but coldly snorted. "Humph, if you're planning to buy time, you might be mistaken. This place is already surrounded by our Team Rocket members." As Sham spoke, several Team Rocket members with Pokemon emerged from the alley behind Luo Yuan, surrounding him from all sides. Beedrill, Arbok, Coughing Zubat. All of these Pokemon from Team Rocket are extremely aggressive. 1, 2, 3. 9, that makes exactly 10. Luo Yuan counted the number of people which matched the 10 specified in the task given by the system. 10 people are enough to deal with you. Hand over your Metagross, and if you tell me your background, I might let you go. Sham caressed the earrings on her ears, speaking alluringly. With Hippowdon in front, and so many subordinates supporting her, she felt assured. "So you think you are guaranteed to win? Do you really think you can resist?" Sham retorted. As she spoke, Hippowdon's eyes shimmered with blue light, and an invisible binding force wrapped around Luo Yuan's body, attempting to capture him directly. Sensing the psychic force, Luo Yuan immediately threw the Pokeball, containing Metagross. Buzz! The air trembled as a Metagross larger than a car appeared in the alley. Hippowdon's psychic force collided with Metagross and instantly dissipated. Metagross was completely unaffected. Luo Yuan, seeing Metagross, swiftly landed on its back as it quickly ascended. Sham was taken aback. Oh no, he's trying to escape. Everyone attack. Hippowdon used Psychic. Upon hearing the officer's command, the Team Rocket members began directing their Pokemon to pursue. Beedrill used Poison Sting. Zubat Supersonic. Arbok Iron Tail. Moreover, one of the Team Rocket members shouldered a rocket launcher-like device aimed at Luo Yuan, which was specifically designed to capture large wild Pokemon. However, before that Team Rocket member could pull the trigger to launch the capture net, they saw Metagross, which was rapidly ascending in the sky, suddenly reverse direction, not escaping, but charging towards the Team Rocket members below. Not could get out of the way. Seeing Metagross easily evade Hippowdon's attack and pounce on her Pokemon, Sham felt something was wrong. She had been deceived. Luo Yuan never intended to escape. Too late. Luo Yuan chuckled. He watched as the Pokemon below panicked due to Metagross' sudden reversal. Under Luo Yuan's command, Metagross delivered a bullet punch, smashing a Beedrill that was slow to react to the ground, creating a large crater and rendering it unable to continue fighting. The remaining Pokemon were so frightened that they dared not continue attacking and fled in a panic. Damn it. Hippowdon used Water Pulse. Attempting to salvage the situation under Sham's command, Hippowdon quickly joined the fray. She tried to use this method to distract Metagross, giving her subordinates a chance to breathe. Hippowdon nodded, extending its small arms. The pink crystal on its head emitted a faint glow, and a water pulse shot from between its hands towards the ground where Metagross was about to land. That was exactly the spot where Metagross was about to descend. Observing the water pulse emitted by Hippowdon, Luo Yuan, who was seated on Metagross, remained calm, unhurriedly taking out another Pokeball from his waist. Bulbasaur used Leaf Blade. There's no reason you can surround me while I can only use one Pokemon, and Leaf Blade happens to be one of the 3 Grass-type moves that Bulbasaur possesses. With a flash of white light, a Bulbasaur appeared in his arms. Bulbasaur. With a swishing sound, over 10 Leaf Blades shot towards the approaching water pulse. The Leaf Blades collided with the water pulse, shattering upon impact. Bulbasaur's level was still too low, making it a bit too challenging to face Hippowdon, but this was already sufficient. With this block from Bulbasaur, Metagross not only had time to deal with the fleeing Arbok, but also Metagross. A light screen appeared in the path of the water pulse, and upon collision the water pulse exploded into a shower of water. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Luo Yuan took out 4 earplugs from his backpack and put them in the ears of both Bulbasaur and himself, then ordered Metagross Metal Sound. Zzz. The piercing sharp sound of metal sound echoed through the alley, creating a disturbing and headache-inducing atmosphere. The metallic screech interrupted the Hippowdon's subsequent move, while also grating on the nerves of both humans and Pokemon in the entire alleyway. In the game, the effect of metal sound is to lower the target's special defense by 2 stages, but in this real world, a Pokemon's strength is naturally not displayed in the form of data. However, based on what Luo Yuan observed with his naked eye, whether metal sound could lower a Pokemon's defense was uncertain, but it had the marvelous effect of disrupting the opponent's offensive rhythm. Damn it, cover your ears. Sham, as a Team Rocket executive, quickly reacted and issued a command to her subordinates. But this wasn't a turn-based game. Just as Team Rocket members and their Pokemon were covering their ears, Luo Yuan leaped off his Metagross and shouted, "Target Slowking Metagross, Zen Headbutt." At his command, a white light coalesced at the center of the shaped metal bars on Metagross' front. The light became blindingly bright in the blink of an eye. Metagross clamped its 4 arms tight and hurtled its body like a massive flying disc straight towards Slowking. Sham was horrified. Slowking dodged. Through the battle, she had roughly gauged Metagross' strength. Its power speed and reaction time all far exceeded her Slowking's. If her Slowking were hit by that Zen Headbutt, it would likely lose its ability to fight on the spot. Though tense, she was powerful as Zen Headbutt was, its attack trajectory was too straightforward. Only rookie trainers would let their Pokemon foolishly charge into such a direct attack. Just dodge it. With that thought, Sham looked at her Slowking, only to find in horror that it wasn't obeying her command, but stood still, covering its ears. Its ears. Sham suddenly remembered that Slowking couldn't hear her commands at that moment. Damn it, this idiot. This Slowking was one she had captured through illicit means. Though it usually obeyed out of fear of the whip and punishment, it ultimately lacked the bond nurtured from birth. Seeing Metagross charging like a meteor, Sham, who prioritized her own safety above all, abandoned Slowking and leaped to the other side of the alley. Boom. Metagross' head slammed into Slowking, sending it crashing into the wall and blasting a large hole. In the rubble, Slowking lay on the ground, having lost its ability to fight. Lady Sham. Failed. Just how strong is that Metagross? Damn it. Weezing, get back. The Team Rocket grunts stared in terror at the scene before them, unable to believe that the invincible Lady Sham in their eyes could also fail. One grunt's Weezing was even so frightened that it fled. I heard you wanted to gang up on me. Luo Yuan stood still, watching Metagross turn and unleash a hyper beam that blasted away all the Pokemon of the Team Rocket grunts. With his hands in his pockets, Bulbasaur by his feet, and Eevee perched on his shoulder, he stared at Sham, who had narrowly dodged Metagross earlier. I'm right here. At the sight of Luo Yuan and Metagross, the Team Rocket grunts were filled with dread. Even Sham, an executive, gritted her teeth and forced out a single word: retreat. Today's mission had failed. Because she had brought a large number of underlings, she hadn't carried many of her main Pokémon. Aside from this, Slowking, her only other main Pokémon, was a Persian, and the rest were unremarkable. With her subordinates defeated, she didn't believe her Persian could overcome Luo Yuan. She raised her hand to recall Slowking and retreat. Bang! The red beam was intercepted midair by Bulbasaur's Vine Whip. Come and go as you please. What gave you the illusion that I'm easy to bully? Luo Yuan stared at Sham. Did she really take him for a pushover? Fight when you want, flee when you want. Did he have no temper? As Luo Yuan spoke, Metagross hovered in the sky, watching menacingly, as if ready to pounce and finish Sham at any opportunity. Under Metagross' gaze, Sham felt a chill run down her spine. It was said that Metagross was an extremely ferocious Pokémon with a brutal feeding method. It would descend from the sky, pin its prey under its massive body, and tear it apart with a mouth on its underside. This Metagross isn't going to eat me, is it? Once the thought surfaced, it refused to go away. Terror rising in her heart, Sham abandoned Slowking and ordered her Hypno to use teleport, vanishing from the alley. TCH decisive. Watching Hypno disappear with Sham, Luo Yuan clicked his tongue. He had planned to use Slowking to keep Sham occupied and then capture her with Metagross, but she had been so quick to flee. Still, the simplicity of this battle surprised him. He had expected a tougher fight, had even used a feigned retreat to lure them in, only to find them so fragile. What a waste of my effort. As for the Team Rocket grunts, seeing the system display mission complete, 1010, Luo Yuan couldn't be bothered to capture them. He recalled Metagross into its Pokeball and walked towards Slowking in the rubble. Slowking. Luo Yuan gazed at the Slowking abandoned by Sham, lost in thought. Question: can a Pokemon be transferred to a new trainer before being released by its current owner? Answer: yes, it can. Humans capture Pokemon by marking them with a Pokeball, establishing a binding state between the Pokeball and the Pokemon, allowing them to be easily recalled into the Pokeball. However, as long as this mark can be removed, the Pokemon can be unbound from its original Pokeball and captured again using a new Pokeball. This is also why some evil organizations like Team Rocket kidnap trainers' Pokemon, as they can still be reused. Luo Yuan, as a former Pokemon prosecutor, naturally understood such methods during his time at the Prosecutor Academy. There were even specialized instruments developed for this purpose. He was now contemplating whether or not to capture this Hippowdon, as it was considered a relatively rare Pokemon. After some thought, he ultimately abandoned this idea. It was too troublesome. Although Hippowdon was rare, using a Pokemon that he hadn't personally raised would be awkward and could easily lead to mistakes in battle. Previously, Sam was the best example. If it had been a Pokemon raised by him, it would never have ignored commands by covering. Moreover, compared to Hippowdon, Luo Yuan actually preferred the adorably silly Slowpoke. He called Junsha to follow up, while also having her collect a large reward at the Jubilife police station for defeating a Team Rocket executive using Hippowdon as evidence. Luo Yuan quickly left Jubilife City under the cover of night. Team Rocket's secret base in the Jubilife gym. Sam was defeated, and even lost a Pokemon. Hearing the news from Zhen Yao, Sakaki's previously calm expression changed, and he asked in surprise, failed. Zhen Yao nodded. He escaped thanks to teleportation. It seems that Luo Yuan's strength exceeds my expectations. Sakaki originally thought sending a mid-level Team Rocket officer along with a group of subordinates would be more than sufficient to deal with a kid with only a Metagross, but now it seems he was too complacent. Sakaki, should we continue testing him? Zhen Yao asked. No, there's no need, Sakaki replied, tapping his fingers on the table, slowly shaking his head. Why not? Zhen Yao was puzzled. He is just one person, and our Team Rocket spans the two major leagues of Chengdu and Kanto. Even the most renowned champion Dato wouldn't intimidate us. There's no need, Sakaki stroked the head of Meowth, saying, the true fear lies in hidden enemies. Since he has stepped into the light and revealed his strength, there's nothing to fear. As long as he doesn't pull any tricks from behind with Team Rocket's current strength, we are not afraid of any direct confrontation. By the way, have those three idiots been bailed out? Sakaki recalled the trio of Musashi, Kojuro, and Meowth who had been bailed out. Since they caused quite a bit of damage at the Pokemon Center, it cost a lot of money. When mentioning the expenses, Zhen Yao clearly felt a bit of pain. She usually assisted Sakaki in managing Team Rocket's expenses and income, and in her view, spending money to bail those three out was simply wasteful. Tell them this is the last time. Also deduct the bail money from their salaries, Sakaki said. He needed to set some boundaries for those three to prevent them from getting cocky. Yes. Luo Yuan was unaware that as soon as he left Jubilife City, the Team Rocket trio had already been bailed out, and even if he knew, he wouldn't care. At this moment, he was traversing the night of Jubilife Forest. If the daytime Jubilife Forest was full of vibrant life, and bustling, the nighttime forest was silent. The Bug-type and Flying-type Pokemon active during the day had fallen into slumber, while nocturnal Pokemon like Rattata and Ekans were awakening. There were even a few Ghost-type Pokemon. The nighttime Jubilife Forest is quite dangerous, Luo Yuan remarked as he directed his Bulbasaur to take down an Ekans that had rushed out from the bushes to attack him. This was the 7th Pokemon he had defeated. No wonder Junsha warned me to be careful when I left earlier. No matter which world, walking at night was a rather dangerous endeavor. Just as he was speaking, Luo Yuan suddenly heard a creepy laugh. Turning around, he saw a ghost floating behind him, grinning widely, and emitting a sharp laugh, appearing rather terrifying. A ghost? Luo Yuan's first reaction was not fear, but curiosity. A ghost-type Pokémon, huh? Bulbasaur used Leaf Blade. Although Bulbasaur was frightened upon seeing the ghost, it still reacted immediately to Luo Yuan's command. Bulbasaur mustered its courage and shouted at the ghost, shooting a flurry of leaf blades from its back. Swish, swish, swish. The leaf blades passed through the ghost's body, creating ripples, but having no effect. God! The ghost cackled as it approached Bulbasaur. Poor Bulbasaur had never encountered such a situation before, and it was so frightened that it turned tail and jumped into Luo Yuan's arms, burying its head in his clothes and trembling, too scared to show its face. Luo Yuan rubbed his chest, which was sore from the impact of Bulbasaur, feeling that he wouldn't need the ghost to take him down. A Bulbasaur would do it first. As the ghost drew closer and the air grew colder, Luo Yuan finally spoke up. Stop pretending, I've already recognized you, Gungui. Stop pretending, I've recognized you, Guasi. Upon hearing Luo Yuan's voice, the ghostly figure floating towards him froze for a moment, then pretended not to hear anything, and continued drifting over, wearing an expression of ignorance. Luo Yuan looked at the ghost, which still approached him nonchalantly, and smirked. Such a thick skin it has. So he spoke, you can't think I'm testing you, can you? Besides, Guasi disguised as a ghost, which ghost would cackle like that? Hearing Luo Yuan's words, Guasi finally couldn't hold back. This human had truly recognized it. Suddenly the air twisted and the terrifying ghost transformed into Guasi's true form. Its body, composed of an unknown dark substance, was surrounded by purple mist with wide eyes and two sharp fangs peeking from its mouth. Under the night sky, Guasi emanated a chilling and mysterious aura. After revealing its true form, it laughed heartily, approaching Luo Yuan with a sinister grin. Purple gas swirled around it as it stared at Luo Yuan with evil eyes, deliberately exposing its sharp. It fixed its gaze on Luo Yuan, hoping to see fear on his face. However, it was destined to be disappointed. Luo Yuan merely observed Guasi quietly. Its size is a bit larger than the standard Guasi. The gas surrounding it is thick, and it has a spirited look in its eyes. It seems to be quite well developed. Clearly Luo Yuan was not frightened by Guasi. He even had time to notice its development. Cackle. Guasi, being a high-intelligence Pokémon, clearly understood human language after years of scaring passersby. Upon hearing Luo Yuan's words, Guasi instantly became furious, exuding a chilling aura. However, its appearance held no sway over Luo Yuan. To someone who grew up hearing scary stories about ghostly Pokémon, Guasi seemed quite terrifying, but to Luo Yuan the Transmigrator, it was not scary at all. Its eyes even appeared quite cute. As for Guasi's aura, Luo Yuan was actually feeling a bit hot after traveling for a while. Is this all it takes to get you angry? Luo Yuan chuckled. He tossed the Ultra Ball in his hand. Let's have a battle, Guasi. If you lose, how about becoming my Pokémon? Luo Yuan's mind sparked with the idea of capturing this Guasi. Clearly this Guasi did not harbor animosity towards humans, as it didn't attack immediately, making it relatively easy to train. Its size being larger than a regular Guasi indicated excellent potential and value for cultivation. Moreover, since this Guasi had come to him, Luo Yuan felt it would be a pity not to capture it. Cackle. Guasi understood Luo Yuan's intent and immediately became enraged. In Guasi's view, the human before it not only showed no fear, but also intended to capture it, which was utterly unforgivable. Cackle. Guasi cried out, and the purple gas around its body thickened, enveloping a large area. It intended to teach this human a lesson. Let him know that it was not to be trifled with. I like your spirit, Go Metagross. Among the three Pokemon he currently had, EV only knew simple moves like Tackle, Tail Whip, and Quick Attack. Bulbasaur was somewhat better, but it only knew physical attack techniques like Seed Bomb, Leaf Blade, and Vine Whip. In a battle against a ghostly Guasi, these moves would be utterly useless. Hence Luo Yuan sent out Metagross. Though Metagross with its psychic typing was weak against Guasi's ghost type, it simultaneously countered Guasi's poison type, making it the best choice. Buzz. The appearance of Metagross was still as shocking as ever, its massive form and fierce aura startling many slumbering wild Pokemon. As Guasi prepared to pounce upon seeing Metagross, its body shivered. Its voice seemed choked, its eyes revealing it seemed to say, "This is simply too terrifying." But this feeling lasted only a few seconds before Guasi was filled with a sense of humiliation. As a ghost-type Pokemon, it had actually been frightened by the very target it intended to scare. Guasi steeled itself, preparing to show Luo Yuan its true power. Guasi cackled, releasing a cloud of toxic gas towards Luo Yuan and Metagross. Watching this, Luo Yuan couldn't help but laugh. This Guasi was clearly an ignorant one. If it had a bit of knowledge about type advantages, it would never use poison-type moves against a psychic-type Metagross. As the toxic mist spread, Luo Yuan snapped his fingers. Metagross blocked that toxic mist. Metagross nodded, using its psychic power to create a wall in front of it, preventing the toxic mist from advancing. Seeing the toxic mist ineffective, Guasi became furious. Before it could launch the next round of attack, Metagross had already begun its assault. Metagross used Psychic. A powerful psychic wave tore through the toxic mist ahead, directly impacting Guasi. Caught off guard, Guasi was struck hard, letting out a cry of pain. A shadow ball coalesced in front of Guasi and hurled towards Metagross. It can even use Shadow Ball. Luo Yuan was not surprised, but rather pleased. He was growing increasingly fond of this Guac. Metagross Meteor Mash. Metagross swung its fist, the iron arm slicing through the air with a sharp whistle as it struck the incoming Shadow Ball. Boom. The Shadow Ball exploded. The shockwave kicked up a massive cloud of dust, forcing Luo Yuan to shield his eyes with his arm to prevent sand from blowing into them. Guac was also blown about by the sudden gust, given that its body was composed of gas. The strong wind posed a significant threat. Once the dust settled, Luo Yuan caught sight of Guac, who was preparing to escape. Metagross, catch it. It would be a joke if Guac managed to flee after all the effort of the battle. Upon hearing Luo Yuan's command, Metagross immediately used its psychic power to control Guac. Cackle. Guac struggled desperately, but the level difference was too great. It simply couldn't break free from Metagross' grip. Knock it out, Metagross. Commanding Metagross to hit Guac hard with its psychic power, Luo Yuan threw out the buzz. 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 Amidst the swaying, the button on the Pokeball flickered 3 times. Thud. Successfully captured the Ghastly. This is my 4th Pokemon. Luo Yuan felt that his speed in capturing Pokemon was quite decent, or it might not compare to Xiao Mao, but it was certainly much faster than that guy Xiao Ji. Of course, it's mainly because Luo Yuan didn't want to capture too many Pokemon. Though he didn't intend to pursue an extreme route focusing his team around 1 or 2 Pokemon, he also didn't want to recklessly capture a bunch of random Pokemon and then irresponsibly leave them aside. Capturing Ghastly was also due to its well-developed state and the fact that Ghastly is a relatively rare Pokemon. Come out, Ghastly. Luo Yuan pressed the button on the Pokeball, and Ghastly wrapped in gas appeared before him. Kakik. Upon seeing Luo Yuan, Ghastly wore a dejected expression. Clearly Ghastly had realized the fact that it had lost. While Pokemon are usually quite simple-minded, even a cunning ghost-type Pokemon like Ghastly would not regret losing the match after agreeing to battle Luo Yuan. Alright, stop looking so downcast. From now on we are partners. Luo Yuan rubbed Ghastly's head. Now that Ghastly had become his Pokemon, Luo Yuan felt it necessary to cultivate a bond with it. Many examples prove that Pokemon who share a deep bond with their trainers perform much better in battles. Moreover, for Ghastly's final evolution into Jengar to achieve Mega Evolution, Luo Yuan needed to establish rapport with Ghastly. Hearing Luo Yuan's comforting words and sensing the kindness emanating from him, Ghastly began to accept the fact that Luo Yuan had become its trainer. Heck, Ghastly nudged its head against Luo Yuan's palm. Its touch was cold and slick, providing a rather pleasant sensation. Come on, meet your companions. Luo Yuan released Eevee and Bulbasaur to introduce them to Ghastly. Eevee was fine, but Bulbasaur, the timid guy, was scared by Ghastly and hid behind Luo Yuan, trembling incessantly. No matter how much Luo Yuan called, Bulbasaur refused to come out. Luo Yuan felt somewhat speechless. His Bulbasaur's timidness had not improved at all. However, Ghastly seemed to take a liking to this scared little one, constantly trying to nudge against Bulbasaur, occasionally transforming into a ghostly form to scare Bulbasaur. As Bulbasaur was chased around by Ghastly, it cried out non-stop. Alright, enough of the antics, let's go. At this point the sky was already growing bright, and Luo Yuan wanted to reach the Pokemon Center in Nibi City for breakfast. After putting away Metagross and the very frightened Bulbasaur, Luo Yuan continued along the path deeper into the evergreen forest with Eevee and Ghastly by his side. As Luo Yuan left the area where Ghastly had battled Metagross, fell silent again. The frightened Pokemon returned, searching for a suitable place to nest in the disheveled forest. The evergreen forest returned to its tranquil state. The next day, Nibi City. Luo Yuan moved swiftly, and with a good sense of direction, he crossed the evergreen forest standing between Changpan City and Nibi City in just one night. Of course, the evergreen forest between Nibi City and Changpan City is only a small part of the actual evergreen. The true evergreen forest spans across the Kanto and Chengdu regions located between Changpan City and Shunhui City and is quite vast. Crossing the entire evergreen forest isn't something that can be done in just a day or two. Miss Joy, please help me heal my Pokemon. Luo Yuan handed over the Pokeballs along with the Pokédex to Joy. Sure. Joy politely accepted the Pokédex, swiped it on the machine, and returned it to Luo Yuan. The information has been logged. Which Pokemon do you need healing for? Bulbasaur, Eevee, and Ghastly. Luo Yuan handed the 3 Pokeballs to Joy. After more than a day's intense training, Bulbasaur and Eevee were exhausted, and Ghastly's injuries from the battle with Metagross had not yet healed. Although Luo Yuan could take care of them himself, having a professional like Joy look after them would surely speed up their recovery. Alright, please come back in the afternoon to pick up your Pokemon. After leaving the Pokemon Center, Luo Yuan walked through the streets of Nibi City, observing his surroundings. Nibi City, due to its proximity to the mineral-rich Moonlight Mountain, relies on the mining industry as its pillar. The city isn't particularly bustling, as it isn't like Jinhuang City known for its commerce, but it isn't in decline either. However, because Nibi City relies on mining, the air quality is somewhat poor, though still within acceptable limits. The most common sight in the city is miners wearing hard hats accompanied by various rock-type and fighting-type Pokemon. Due to long hours of labor, these Pokemon are all quite muscular. Standing in the city, while Luo Yuan pondered about finding someone to inquire about the location of the Nibi gym to prepare for his first gym challenge, a voice suddenly came from beside him. Hey kid, wanna rock? A middle-aged man said in a rather sleazy tone from a distance reminiscent of someone asking brother wanna buy a disc. Luo Yuan turned and saw a scruffy man sitting by the roadside with a cloth spread out in front of him, displaying a large number of stones, each labeled with a price. Stones. Luo Yuan approached with curiosity. He had seen stalls selling books and fruits, but this was the first time he encountered one selling stones. Standing in front of the middle-aged man's stall, the person before him was not the martial artist Luo Yuan had expected. Luo Yuan was aware of the plot in the TV animation where a martial artist sold stones. He had thought it would be a martial artist calling out to him, but to his surprise it was not. This only made Luo Yuan more curious. Aside from Xiaojiang's father who did not dare return home, was there really someone selling stones in Nibi City? Seeing Luo Yuan approach, the middle-aged man smiled, even more greasy. Young man, you must be visiting Nibi City for the first time. Come take a look. These are rare ores I excavated from deep within Moonlit Mountain, and there are even fossils. The middle-aged man enthusiastically promoted his goods. Luo Yuan glanced at the stones on the stall. Do I look like someone who is easily deceived? Although Luo Yuan did not understand fossils, it did not hinder his experience. Before his transmigration, he had been exposed to many educational documentaries on television. Even if he did not fully understand, he knew that fossils should be stones embedded with the bones, shells, or other remnants of ancient creatures. How could they possibly resemble the dark stones in front of him? Ahem, hearing Luo Yuan's words, the middle-aged man awkwardly coughed twice. These are unverified fossils. You know that fossils need to be excavated to determine their value. I don't have enough money for verification, but I can assure you there's a high chance these stones could yield fossils, or even amber along with the fossils. Luo Yuan felt this guy was insulting his intelligence. Goddamn excavation. If there were evolution stones among these, Luo Yuan bet the guy would borrow money at high interest just to excavate all these stones. After all, regardless of the type of evolution stone, just as Luo Yuan was about to turn away, something suddenly caught his eye. What is this? Luo Yuan pointed to a huge rock covered in moss in the corner. What is that stone? Oh, this. I found this stone while traveling in the Sinnoh region. I kept it because the moss could never be wiped off. I can give you a discount. The middle-aged man exclaimed. Sure enough, it's it. If Luo Yuan wasn't mistaken, this stone should be the moss-covered rock that allowed EV to evolve into Leafeon. The moss-covered rock is a special evolution stone. When an EV is nearby and levels up, it will automatically evolve into Leafeon. It is sparsely distributed in the Sinnoh region, Unova region, Kalos region, Hoenn region, and Alola region. It has not been found in Kanto or Chengdu regions. Correspondingly, there is also an ice-covered rock that can allow EV to evolve into Glacian. Although Luo Yuan had only seen this stone in games before his transmigration, it was mentioned in the Pokémon breeding manual he received. Combining his memories from his past life along with the illustrations and descriptions from the manual plus the middle-aged man's narration, Luo Yuan could basically confirm this was the moss-covered rock that could evolve EV. 10,000 yuan, right? He'll take it. Without hesitation, Luo Yuan paid the middle-aged man and carried away the huge stone, placing it into his space backpack. Feeling the backpack that showed no significant increase in weight, Luo Yuan couldn't help but marvel at the advanced technology of the Pokémon world. What kind of technological tree had they chosen to create something like a space backpack? Seeing Luo Yuan pay so decisively, the middle-aged man was somewhat taken aback, then felt a bit suspicious. Could the stones he just sold actually be some fossil or rare evolution stone? After all, based on the currency value in the Pokémon world, 10,000 yuan was neither a lot nor a little. This young man was so quick to hand over the money, there must be something wrong. But since it was already sold, no amount of while the middle-aged man sometimes deceived people into buying stones of mismatched value, he still had the basic ethics of a businessman. Naturally, he could not ask for the sold items back or raise the price. He could only lament that he misjudged the situation and consider it a lesson learned. Let me ask you something. With the evolution stone in hand, Luo Yuan did not hurry to leave, but continued to inquire. Go ahead, the middle-aged man quickly adjusted his mood. I want to ask, do you know where I can catch an onyx in Moonlit Mountain? Luo Yuan had indeed set his sights on onyx. After obtaining the metal coat, he was thinking of catching an onyx to evolve into Steelix or capturing a Scyther to evolve into Sizer. However, he had not seen any Scyther shadow while wandering around the evergreen forest last night. Coincidentally, he had come to Nibi City. Who wouldn't know that the more rocks there are, the more likely it is to encounter rock-type Pokémon? He believed he should be able to find onyx in Moonlit Mountain. Onyx. Young man, are you trying to catch onyx? Let me give you a piece of advice. Onyx is not something you can handle right now. The middle-aged man shook his head after hearing Luo Yuan's question. In his view, Luo Yuan must have just debuted 1 or 2 years. Such strength would be like sending food when encountering onyx in the mountains. After all, while onyx wasn't particularly aggressive, it was certainly not a mild Pokémon. Don't worry, I won't be reckless. I'm just inquiring for someone. Do I look like that kind of fool? Luo Yuan asked. What you said does make some sense. The middle-aged man recalled Luo Yuan's decisive payment and how he stuffed the stone into his bag. Indeed, he did not seem foolish, but rather quite shrewd. In that case, it's no harm to tell you. Southwest of Moonlit Mountain, there's a cave marked with warning signs. Inside, the Nibi City Mining Association spent a lot of money to reward trainers to capture that onyx, but so far no train. If your friend wants to catch onyx, they can give it a try. But make sure to prepare well beforehand. That onyx is very strong. Understood, thank you. After bidding farewell to the middle-aged man who seemed hesitant to say more, Luo Yuan walked down the street looking at the building in the city center marked with the Nibi City Mining Association logo along with the distant moonlit mountain. Catching onyx also comes with a reward. Where can I find such a good thing? Luo Yuan muttered to himself while tossing the pokeball containing the giant gold monster. As he spoke, he walked toward the Mining Association building. Although he was confident in his abilities, he still planned to gather information about that onyx, as the middle-aged man suggested. The Pokemon Mining Association. This is an organization that Luo Yuan had never encountered in the anime during his past life. However, this world is a real one, and it's quite normal for it to possess aspects not depicted in anime. There are many people. As soon as he entered the building housing the Mining Association, Luo Yuan saw a bustling hall filled with numerous individuals. Some were dressed like miners while others like Luo Yuan appeared to be trainers. Due to the large crowd, the hall was inevitably a bit noisy. Luo Yuan disliked such a clamorous environment, so he quickened his pace towards the reception desk. "Excuse me, sir, how may I assist you?" Luo Yuan placed his hand on the reception desk and lightly tapped the surface with his fingers. "Could you tell me where I can inquire about the bounties?" "You can inquire here." The receptionist was not surprised by Luo Yuan's trainer attire. Many trainers came daily to check the bounty tasks of the Mining Association. She skillfully handed him a document. "Here are all the current bounties." Luo Yuan took the document and began to read. The contents were diverse, including protection tasks that recruited trainers to ensure the safety of miners and equipment. There were also exploration tasks which primarily recruited trainers to investigate areas that ordinary miners found hard to reach, assessing whether there were any rare mineral deposits. Of course, the most numerous tasks were the cleaning missions, where cleaning referred to eliminating threats. Miners inevitably encountered wild Pokemon residing in the area while mining. While weaker Pokemon were manageable, encounters with aggressive and temperamental Pokemon required the intervention of Pokemon. Luo Yuan's task was to capture the onyx that had taken residence in the cave, which was precisely this type of mission. Soon he found the page about onyx in the material provided by the receptionist. It briefly recorded relevant data about onyx. Luo Yuan noted that this onyx was roughly twice the size of an ordinary one. Although size does not always equate to strength in the Pokemon world, in the case of onyx, a larger size typically indicates. Luo Yuan pointed to a picture marked with extremely dangerous in red and said to the receptionist, "I want to take this." The receptionist initially did not think much of it, but upon seeing the picture Luo Yuan pointed at, she couldn't help but gasp. "Sir, are you sure you want to take this bounty task?" It was no wonder she was taken aback. This task had been hanging in the Mining Association for nearly half a year, and there was a reason no one had completed it. Firstly, the onyx that occupied the cave was quite powerful. The trainers who had previously taken the bounty were unable to subdue it and suffered considerable injuries from the onyx. Secondly, due to the low value of the mine occupied by the onyx, there were differing opinions within the association about whether to deal with it. After all, this onyx was merely residing in a mine of low value and generally did not actively attack humans, so the association was not willing to offer a generous bounty. As a result, powerful trainers were reluctant to accept this task, while weaker trainers could not complete it, which was why this bounty had remained for 6 months. Luo Yuan did not possess the ability to read minds, and was unaware of these intricacies. He simply looked at the receptionist and asked, "Is there a problem?" "This onyx is very strong." The receptionist emphasized the word strong. In her view, a young trainer like Luo Yuan was simply no match for the onyx. It was worth noting that even the gym trainer Brock, whom she had specially invited from Pewter City, had been unable to handle that onyx. "I know, and I am strong too," Luo Yuan replied with a smile. "Could you help me register?" The receptionist, seeing that Luo Yuan was not joking, was somewhat surprised by his confidence, but since he was so insistent, she did not continue to dissuade him. Could it be that this handsome guy is really confident about defeating that onyx, she thought as she watched Luo Yuan's departing Moonlit Mountain Cave. Even though it was noon, the cave was quite cool. Following the map obtained from the Mining Association through the complex tunnels, Luo Yuan was grateful that he had visited the association beforehand, otherwise he would have no idea when he would find the location of the onyx in such a complicated terrain. It should be right up ahead. Turning a corner and looking at the cave entrance ahead, Luo Yuan grasped the Pokeball containing Metagross and stepped inside. Upon passing through the cave entrance, he was greeted by a vast expanse. No longer was he in a narrow tunnel, but rather in a gigantic open cave easily the size of 2 or 3 basketball courts. The surrounding rock walls showed clear signs of excavation. In the center of the open cave lay a massive onyx, occupying more than half of the cave's space, coiled and fast asleep. "This onyx looks much larger than I imagined," Luo Yuan murmured, staring at the onyx whose body segments were taller than himself. However, this was a good thing. The larger the onyx, the stronger its power. "Go Metagross, greet the onyx." Luo Yuan threw the Pokeball. Metagross suddenly appeared in the cave, causing the sleeping onyx to abruptly open its eyes. With the tremors of the ground, Onyx's massive head rose with a surprising agility that contradicted its size, its eyes fixated on Luo Yuan and Metagross, filled with vigilance and anger. Someone dared to provoke it on its territory. Onyx opened its mouth, issuing a threatening roar towards Metagross, and Luo Yuan warning them to leave its domain. "Onyx, I'm here to subdue you, let's have a battle." Luo Yuan showed no signs of fear on his face and confidently addressed the Onyx. He was not the type to enjoy idle chatter. In Luo Yuan's perspective, to subdue a Pokémon, one must first conquer it in battle and then cultivate a bond. He did not possess the protagonist halo like Ash, who would first build a relationship and then directly capture Pokémon. Instead, he preferred to convince through strength the logic of physical force. The intelligence of Pokémon is remarkably high, although they cannot speak. Those that have interacted with humans are generally able to understand human language. For instance, Luo Yuan's Jengars can understand human language due to their frequent antics of scaring passersby. The Onyx in front of him also comprehended Luo Yuan's intent, letting out an immediate roar of anger. Many humans had previously attempted to subdue it, but none were its match. Now it was unimaginable that someone dared to target it again. Furious, the Onyx raised its head, its massive body shifting within the open cave. The Onyx twisted its body, swinging its tail with a whistling sound, the metallic sheen of its tail gleaming as it forcefully struck upwards at the Metagross in the sky. Steel Tail. This move was already exceptionally fierce, and with the Onyx's massive physique behind it, its momentum surged to its peak. Ordinary trainers would likely be paralyzed with fear facing such an attack. However, neither Luo Yuan nor Metagross showed any sign of panic in the face of the Onyx's onslaught. Strength is Luo Yuan's confidence. Metagross, block it. Luo Yuan calmly instructed from behind Metagross. Upon hearing this, Metagross aimed at the descending tail of the Onyx, not dodging, but instead charging forward. Metagross raised its two front claws in an X shape before it. Boom. A loud crash resonated from above as the sharp sound of metal clashing filled the air, with Metagross successfully blocking the Onyx's steel tail. It remained completely still in midair. The Onyx, witnessing this, was momentarily taken aback. In the past, it had battled other trainers, some strong and some weak, yet none had ever so effortlessly taken its steel. Before it could make its next move, Luo Yuan spoke first. Metagross, grab its tail. Why did he want Metagross to endure the Onyx's steel tail? The reason lay here. Luo Yuan's lips curled into a smile. It was now time for his counterattack. Upon hearing this, Metagross crossed front claws along with its hind legs firmly locked onto the Onyx's body like a clasp. The sharp claws at the tips of its appendages embedded into the Onyx's body as easily as slicing through tofu. Metagross clung tightly to the Onyx. Roar! The Onyx let out a painful cry as Metagross claws pierced its body. Even after the reincarnation, one still cannot comprehend the existence of such creatures as Pokémon. Luo Yuan observed the Onyx writhing in agony, attempting to escape Metagross, his eyes reflecting a strange emotion. It was as if the Onyx, made of stone, could still feel pain. Could it be that stones possess nerves? Luo Yuan was not a researcher, and simply pondered this question for a moment before quickly redirecting his attention back to the entangled Onyx and Metagross. He commanded Metagross use Psychic. The Psychic type was the best offensive option in this situation. Upon hearing Luo Yuan's command, Metagross immediately exerted its power. The scarlet eyes hidden beneath the massive metallic arms turned a brilliant blue, and an invisible force of distortion acted upon the Onyx. The Onyx's body froze momentarily, then it felt as if its head were being trampled by 1,000 tauros, a wave of excruciating pain flooding its senses. It repeatedly slammed its head against the ground, trying to alleviate the pain. But it was futile. The pain caused by Psychic was psychological, or rather internal to the brain. Thus, as long as the Onyx did not eliminate the culprit Metagross, this torment would persist. After creating several large craters in the ground with its slams, the Onyx understood this principle. Is it trying to use Rock Slide combined with a body slam? This Onyx has quite a repertoire of skills, but I wonder what other techniques it possesses. Luo Yuan was utterly unconcerned for Metagross. Not only did Metagross' level exceed that of the Onyx, but the Steel type also had a distinct advantage over the Onyx, making it clear that the Onyx was no match for Metagross. As the Onyx's stamina rapidly dwindled, its struggles grew weaker, gasping for breath, appearing utterly unable. Luo Yuan smiled slightly. It was time. Metagross, finish it off with your final meteor mash. Buzz. Metagross disengaged from the Onyx. The Onyx felt the claws that had penetrated its body finally vanish, releasing a sigh of relief. However, before it could fully relax, it sensed a sudden lethal threat from above. Looking up, it saw a fist shining with blinding light descending like a comet. Boom. The Onyx's head was forcefully driven into the ground, embedding itself within. Its massive body tensed up instantly, then trembled, as if reaching a critical point. Following that, it relaxed, completely collapsing helplessly to the ground. The Onyx lost its combat capability. Luo Yuan looked at the Onyx lying on the ground before taking out a Pokeball from his pocket and tossing it. Whoosh. The Onyx transformed into a red light, being drawn into the Pokeball. Buzz. 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 The Pokeball shook violently. Compared to the previous capture of Jengar, this time the shaking was exponentially more intense. Fortunately, in the end, the Onyx could not break free from the Pokeball's grasp. Thud. The sound indicating successful capture rang out. Luo Yuan walked over slowly to pick up the Pokeball containing the Onyx. That was quite a challenge. Luo Yuan gazed at the Pokeball in his hand, then glanced around the cave that had been utterly... The destructive power from the battle between Metagross and the Onyx was simply overwhelming. Thankfully, this was in a cave. Had it been in a city, several buildings would have certainly collapsed. Onyx, I look forward to working with you in the future. After saying this to the onyx, Luo Yuan attached the Pokeball to his waist. Just as he was calling Metagross to prepare to leave the area, suddenly something caught his eye from the mound of dirt. What is that? Luo Yuan squinted, walking over with a suspicious gaze and digging out the object partially buried in the soil. Luo Yuan excavated the object buried in the soil and brushed it clean with his hands. The object once concealed beneath the earth finally revealed its true form. It was an oval-shaped stone, jet black in color with an irregular rocky texture on its surface. Roughly the size of half a human head, it felt cool to the touch, yet not coarse. A moonstone. Luo Yuan raised an eyebrow as he examined the stone before him, cross-referencing it with the information in his mind. Based on the details from the cultivation manual he had obtained through the lottery, as well as the description of the moonstone from his past lives game, Luo Yuan was certain this was a moonstone. Such luck today. I came to catch an onyx and stumbled upon a rare, evolutionary stone like this. A huge win. Luo Yuan sighed with emotion as he caressed the moonstone in his hands. The moonstone was an exceptionally rare, evolutionary stone. Unlike the thunder, leaf, fire, and water stones, which were produced in high quantities but whose supply was controlled by certain families within the alliance, the moonstone was extremely scarce. Since moonstones had no or veins and only appeared in small numbers in certain ruins or rarely visited caves, they commanded a high price on the market. For instance, if Luo Yuan cut this evolutionary stone according to the standard size of evolutionary stones on the current market, this single moonstone could be split into 3 enough to evolve 3 Pokemon. If he chose to sell it, he didn't know the exact price, but one thing was certain: the sale price of these 3 moonstones would be several times higher than the bounty for capturing the onyx, enough to cover all his travel expenses until he participated in the Indigo Plateau Conference. Placing the moonstone into his space backpack alongside the mossy rock, Luo Yuan felt that today was truly. He had taken a stroll, first stumbling upon a mossy rock, then accepting the bounty for the onyx, catching the very onyx he sought, and finally finding a moonstone. My luck is off the charts today, Luo Yuan said. Tucking the Pokeball containing the onyx into his pocket, he returned to Pewter City without lingering long on Mt. Moon. It was nearly evening, and Mt. Moon was unsafe at night. According to information he had gathered from the Pokemon Mining Association, swarms of Zubat had been attacking people frequently lately, and Luo Yuan had no desire to experience such an attack. So hurrying back to Pewter City to turn in the quest was the wisest course. Hello, how may I assist you? The receptionist asked mechanically while tidying documents with her head down. The quest is completed. Luo Yuan stood before the counter and spoke in a calm tone. Without looking closely at Luo Yuan, the receptionist, eager to leave work, took his ID card. Alright, let me register this. Luo Yuan. Quest. Eliminating the onyx infesting the mine shaft. Onyx. The receptionist abruptly looked up at Luo Yuan, her eyes wide and her voice rising several octaves. Mr. Luo Yuan, are you certain you wish to submit this quest, and not some other one? The receptionist stared at Luo Yuan in disbelief. It's this quest, eliminating the onyx. Of course. I believe I only accepted this one quest, Luo Yuan said with a faint smile. Is there a problem? By now their conversation had drawn the attention of several miners and trainers processing formalities in the Mining Association. Upon hearing Luo Yuan's reply, whispers immediately filled the hall. That onyx has been dealt with. A miner exclaimed in shock. With so many of us back then, and over a dozen Pokemon, that onyx trounced us all. And now it's been taken care of. Impossible. My friend is a trainer with 3 badges. He took this quest, and was severely injured by that onyx. This guy looks like a novice trainer. There's no way. Some refused to believe Luo Yuan, suspecting he was lying. Could it be false? But that wouldn't make sense, so lying about this is pointless, a trainer remarked. As he said, submitting a quest only indicated to the Mining Association that you had completed it. The bounty would only be dispersed after the association sent someone to verify. Falsifying such a claim was meaningless. For a moment the entire hall fell into contemplation. Could it be that this calm-faced individual had truly defeated that onyx? These people stared at Luo Yuan with suspicion, shock, and disbelief. Faced with all these gazes, Luo Yuan remained remarkably composed. Glancing at the still stunned receptionist, he pulled out the Pokeball containing the onyx from his belt and shook it. It's in here. Want me to let it out for a look? Hearing Luo Yuan's supremely confident words, all the trainers who knew the terror of that onyx took a step back in unison. Letting that onyx out here? Were you trying to tear the place down? Some trainers who had previously faced the onyx even quickly moved to the door, ready to flee at the first sign of trouble. Ahem. Just as the scene fell into dead silence, a cough sounded from the second-floor balcony above the hall. No need, young man. Come with me, I'll handle your quest submission. Looking up, they saw an elderly man with a beard and a cane standing on the second floor, smiling. Very well, President. The front desk receptionist finally snapped back to reality upon hearing the old man's words. She bowed deeply and returned Luo Yuan's ID card to him. Mr. Luo Yuan, please go to the reception room on the second floor. President will receive you personally. The receptionist's face was filled with disbelief. It was unclear whether she was incredulous that Luo Yuan had caught the onyx, or that the president was personally receiving him. Luo Yuan took back his ID card, glanced at the old man who had already vanished from the balcony, nodded, and began walking upstairs. His composed stride and calm demeanor made many of the trainers who had doubted him earlier question their own assumptions. Mining Association's second-floor reception room. Luo Yuan sat on a soft sofa with a cup of black tea before him. Across from him sat the old man known as the president who had invited him upstairs. "Are you the president of the Pewter City Pokémon Mining Association?" Luo Yuan took a sip of tea and asked the old man. "Indeed. I am Yan, honored to serve as the president of the Pewter City Pokémon Mining Association," the old man said with a smile. "Then Mr. President, why did you invite me upstairs?" Luo Yuan didn't consider himself the type of protagonist who encounters benefactors wherever he goes. If his guess was correct, the reason must be related to his capture of the Onyx. As expected, the old man said, "Just now I received a report from an association member that the Onyx infesting the mine shaft southwest of MT Moon had vanished. And since you caused quite a stir downstairs while submitting the quest, I specially invited you up. So Mr. President, what do you intend to do?" Luo Yuan now couldn't figure out what Yan, the Mining Association president, was planning. Since he had already confirmed that Luo Yuan was the one who dealt with the Onyx, why go out of his way to invite him? Could it be that he recognized his strength and wanted to make his acquaintance? Luo Yuan speculated. Then Luo Yuan heard Yan say with a smile, "Indeed there are matters. I invited you up firstly to get to know a trainer capable of handling that troublesome Onyx, and secondly." "What is the second thing?" Luo Yuan asked. Yan, the president, smiled warmly. "Secondly, I have something I would like to ask for your assistance with." Upon hearing Yan words, Luo Yuan was momentarily taken aback. It felt somewhat abrupt to be asked for help right upon their first meeting. Luo Yuan felt an odd sensation, for they were not well acquainted, and it was strange for someone to ask for his help so readily. "May I ask why you are looking for me?" Hearing Luo Yuan's question, Yan seemed to realize that his request might have been. However, he did not comment further, and continued, "Since you were able to defeat that large rock serpent, your strength must be considerable, thus I need your assistance." Upon hearing Yan's explanation, Luo Yuan felt even more perplexed. He had merely captured a large rock serpent. Perhaps his displayed strength seemed formidable, but these were all uncertain factors. If Luo Yuan were in Yan's position, he would not easily judge a trainer's strength based solely on the capture of a large rock serpent, and then immediately request assistance. A president of an association should not by all rights make such a basic error. So he coughed lightly and said, "I apologize, President Yan, but I may disappoint you. I won't be staying in Nibby City for long as I have other matters to attend to. After challenging the Nibby gym, I will be leaving here, so I must decline." This matter felt increasingly strange. Moreover, Luo Yuan was rather averse to trouble, and since he wasn't in need of money, he was reluctant to help others. "Alright then." Seeing Luo Yuan's firm expression, Yan had no choice but to relent. "The bounty for the large rock serpent will be credited to your account tomorrow." Since the account was linked to his identity ID card, Luo Yuan did not need to provide an additional account. "Thank you, I shall take my leave." Luo Yuan did not linger, and quickly exited the reception room. After Luo Yuan left, Yan sitting in the reception room squinted his eyes and stared at the reception room's door for a while in silence. Then he picked up the phone from the table. "Boss Sakamaki, this is Yan." The other party was very cautious, and the mission has failed. There was a moment of silence on the other end of the line. Then Sakamaki's slightly somber voice came through. "Understood, thank you for your hard work." Click. The call ended. Yan sat on the sofa sipping red tea, contemplating the young man, named Luo Yuan, clicking his tongue. Only revealing a slight flaw before being detected, he is indeed quite cautious. Luo Yuan walked down the street, unaware that his caution had allowed him to evade a scheme from Team Rocket. He was currently procuring supplies needed for his journey. "First, I need food for my Pokémon." Luo Yuan was selecting items in the market. In this world, Pokémon are important partners in human work life and study, so the market for Pokémon food is quite. There are numerous brands and varieties available. For instance, the giant company Zillafu, which spans both Kanto and Chengdu regions, has developed a delicious series of Pokémon food tailored for various types of Pokémon, capturing a considerable share of the mid to low-end market. Meanwhile, the Devon Corporation from the Hoenn region has chosen to enter the high-end market. They have developed a private enjoyment series specifically tailored to the tastes and nutritional absorption of single types of Pokémon, dominating the high-end market, though the prices are exorbitant, affordable only by a small portion of the wealthy. This time Luo Yuan was purchasing the raw materials for Pokémon food. After all, his mind was currently filled with the methods of raising Pokémon, which naturally included the making of Pokémon food. One could say that if he chose not to become a Pokémon trainer in the future, and instead worked as a consultant for companies producing Pokémon food, he would certainly secure a place in this world. After procuring his supplies, Luo Yuan returned early to the Pokémon Center. After retrieving his Pokémon from Joy, he specifically went to rent a training area at the Nibby Gym. "Come out, everyone." Luo Yuan released his Pokémon. The still lively Metagross and the just awoken Bulbasaur. With a cool demeanor, Eevee stood by while Gengar sneaked up behind Bulbasaur, preparing to scare it. Luo Yuan clapped his hands to grab the attention of all the Pokémon. "Everyone look here." Luo Yuan waved his hand to all the Pokémon. Once they were all looking over, he continued, "Today there are many things to discuss, but first I would like to introduce a new partner." Luo Yuan tossed the Pokeball in his hand, and the large rock serpent appeared in the training ground. Apart from Metagross, the other unprepared Pokémon were significantly startled. Seeing their surprised expressions, Luo Yuan said, "There's no need to be afraid. From now on the large rock serpent will be our companion." He then looked at the large rock serpent. "Isn't that right?" The large rock serpent glanced at Luo Yuan, then at Metagross, and decisively chose to follow its heart, nodding in agreement with Luo Yuan's words. Seeing the interaction between Luo Yuan and the large rock serpent, the Pokémon quickly lowered their guard. Among them, Gengar and Bulbasaur even ran over to the large rock serpent, circling around it. "There's a second thing." Luo Yuan took out the moss-covered stone from his bag and looked at Eevee. "Eevee, would you like to evolve?" Upon hearing Luo Yuan mention evolution, Eevee widened its small eyes, revealing a look of interest. As a determined Eevee, it would never be satisfied with an initial form that relied on cuteness for survival. Thus, upon hearing Luo Yuan's question, Eevee immediately nodded. It had previously encountered its kind. Some evolved into fire spirits, some into water spirits, others into thunder spirits, and some even evolved into the rare sun spirit and moon spirit. Eevee felt that since it loved the sun so much and had such a close bond with its owner, it could surely evolve into a cute and powerful sun spirit. However, before it could break free from its fantasies, it felt its owner grab its body and place it onto a rock. With a bewildered expression, it had a piece of candy shoved into its mouth. The candy was sweet and delicious. Then, without any warning, a radiant light of evolution began to shimmer. In the game, Eevee evolves into Leaf Spirit when leveling up next to a rock covered in moss. While the real world does not have strict level divisions, it does measure the strength of Pokémon based on the energy within them and their overall combat capability. Luo Yuan fed Eevee a peculiar sweet that enhanced the energy within Pokémon. The dazzling light instantly attracted the attention of trainers training nearby, who all turned to look. Although they were trainers and had seen Pokémon evolve before, witnessing evolution was like watching someone pop bubble wrap. They knew it was meaningless, but couldn't help but be drawn to it. Enveloped in the radiant glow of evolution, Eevee's small body began to stretch and expand. The light of evolution gradually faded. Its originally long fur transformed into fine fluff, its eyes remained brown while its body turned a light yellow, and its limbs became brown like the earth. Its ears and tail took on the color and shape of leaves. There was an unusual beauty to its appearance. What kind of... I've never seen it before, but it looks so beautiful. Just now it seemed to have evolved from Eevee. Doesn't Eevee only have 5 evolution forms? Could there be other evolution forms? The trainers in the nearby training ground displayed looks of astonishment upon seeing this previously unseen Pokémon. Clearly, they were unaware of the existence of Leaf Spirit. Luo Yuan paid no mind to the onlookers. He would surely use Leaf Spirit in battles in the future, and such crowds would be common. Luo Yuan squatted before Leaf Spirit, observing the Pokémon that was continuously moving its legs, looking utterly bewildered. He reached out to pat Leaf Spirit's head. It felt very soft. He gently touched Leaf Spirit's leaf-like ears, finding them quite firm, not as fragile as they appeared. Luo Yuan issued a command to Leaf Spirit, unleash all the skills you currently know. Upon hearing Luo Yuan's voice, Leaf Spirit took 2 seconds to realize he was calling it. It stood up. Leaf Spirit's ears quivered slightly. 2 sharp flying leaves shot out, precisely slicing the target across the field in half. Leaf Blade. Luo Yuan was not surprised that Eevee could use this skill, as any Eevee that evolved into Leaf Spirit would learn it. After a pause, Leaf Spirit curled its tail to its mouth and gently blew out. A soft melody from the tail's leaves filled the air, inducing drowsiness. Grass Whistle. Grass Whistle held the power to lull Pokémon to sleep. Then Leaf Spirit shook its ears. Several leaves enveloped in mysterious light shot out from Leaf Spirit, tracing elegant arcs in the air, all striking a target, which exploded with a loud bang. Magical Leaf. Although Magical Leaf resembled Leaf Blade, it possessed the ability to automatically track its target no matter where the enemy hid. After unleashing Magical Leaf, Leaf Spirit tilted its head back, conjuring a massive hard-shelled seed above its head, and threw it forward. Bang! With a loud explosion, the seed struck the ground, creating a sizable crater. Seed Bomb. After executing these 4 skills, Leaf Spirit ceased its movements. These were all the skills it had acquired after evolving. Coupled with the previously mastered Quick Attack, Tackle, and Sand Attack, Leaf Spirit now learned a total of 7 skills. I look forward to working together in the future. Luo Yuan extended his hand toward Leaf Spirit. Leaf Spirit squinted its eyes at Luo Yuan, placing its front paw on his palm, then affectionately licked his cheek. So sweet, I'm a bit jealous. A trainer who had yet to leave watched this scene with envy and resentment. Why didn't he have such a cute Pokémon? He thought to himself, glancing down at the muddy creature rubbing against his legs, feeling an urge to die. Some people appear glamorous on the surface, yet behind the scenes they don't even have a single Eevee. No matter the region, Eevee is an exceedingly rare Pokémon. With its scarce numbers, adorable appearance, and multiple evolutionary forms, Eevee is undoubtedly the object of desire for countless trainers. Luo Yuan possessing a Leafian is destined to be envied by many. After evolving Eevee into Leafian, Luo Yuan placed a moss-covered rock into his backpack. He did not continue to use the metal coat to evolve his Onix into Steelix. One reason is that his Onix had just been captured, and their bond was still not very strong. Luo Yuan couldn't guarantee that his Onix wouldn't go out of control if he evolved it into Steelix. Another reason is that Onix was not in great condition at the moment. In a previous battle with Luo Yuan, the rocks that made up Onyx's body had sustained significant injuries and needed time to heal. If he were to use the metal coat to evolve Onyx into Steelix now, it could potentially leave permanent cracks on Onyx's body. Luo Yuan applied a special ointment made specifically for Onyx to help it recover, allowing it to rest nearby until it healed and trained for a while before making further decisions. Once Onyx was taken care of, Luo Yuan organized a mixed battle with Leafeon, Ghastly, and Bulbasaur. He paired Bulbasaur with Ghastly while the stronger Leafeon formed another team, and the two groups practiced against each other. With everything arranged, Luo Yuan sat on a chair beside the training ground, supervising his Pokémon, while logging into the Pokémon Forum to browse the latest news. The Pokémon Forum is the official communication platform established by the Kanto Pokémon League, where one can find news from Kanto and other regions. Trainers can also use the forum to connect and exchange Pokémon items, information, and more with a vast number of users. The new Quartz Conference has commenced with strength rankings of gyms from various regions being compiled. Upon logging in, Luo Yuan immediately noticed a striking headline. Clicking in, the poster had compiled a list ranking all the gyms in Kanto by strength. Logically speaking, this is not an unusual occurrence. Such ranking posts for gyms as references for novice trainers are released every year on the forum. However, this post was different from those Luo Yuan had seen before. The main distinction lay in a particular piece of information. Detailed analysis of Pewter City Gym Trainer Brock. This document meticulously recorded the background of Brock, the Pewter Gym Trainer, his preferred tactics, and the Pokémon he commonly used, along with other confidential details. Some novice trainers might question the authenticity of this post, but as someone who had watched the anime, Luo Yuan naturally knew that everything mentioned in the post was true. Who on earth wrote this? They really dared to post it. Luo Yuan commented, unable to resist mocking the uniform praises beneath the post. Although the league has not explicitly prohibited such behavior, maintaining confidentiality about gym trainers' information is an unspoken rule. The poster's disclosure of gym trainer information clearly lowers the difficulty for trainers challenging the gyms. While it may offer numerous benefits for weaker trainers, it is incredibly unfair for powerful trainers, as the gap in their strength is narrowed by this guide. It also increased the workload for gym trainers, undermining the league's original intention of selecting strong trainers. Luo Yuan speculated that it wouldn't be long before the league would intervene to stop such behavior. As expected, when Luo Yuan refreshed the page again, he could no longer find any trace of that post. Although the post had disappeared, Luo Yuan was not overly optimistic. It was likely that someone with ill intentions had already saved the content of the post, and it was foreseeable that a large number of trainers would come to challenge the Pewter Gym. His upcoming challenges were probably not going to be smooth. Moreover, the main question was, what was the poster's purpose? Why disclose information about the Pewter Gym while withholding details about so many other gym trainers? This clearly raised suspicions. Luo Yuan sensed a conspiracy brewing. Normally, successful challengers who benefit would not actively undermine this rule to harm their own interests, and the analysis from failed challengers holds no reference value. Thus, Luo Yuan concluded that someone was targeting the Pewter Gym. One could imagine the scene of trainers flooding into the Pewter Gym after seeing this post. However, Luo Yuan couldn't understand why someone would target the Pewter Gym. Brock, the Pewter Gym Trainer, was certainly not someone who liked to stir up trouble, and the Pewter Gym did not possess any scarce resources. With such confusion, Luo Yuan fell into a deep sleep. The next morning, due to yesterday's events, Luo Yuan intentionally woke up early, setting off for the Pewter Gym before dawn. When he arrived at the Pewter Gym, there was already a gym trainer waiting in front. Not long after he stood there, several trainers joined. Trainers continued to arrive. The bustling scene was in stark contrast to the deserted Pewter Gym he had seen the previous, and this is in the morning. Luo Yuan observed the line behind him, somewhat astonished. Judging by its length, it had already reached several dozen meters, with dozens of trainers forming a blockade at the entrance of the Pewter Gym. A few trainers at the front exchanged glances, relieved to see each other. The gathering of so many trainers naturally piqued the curiosity of passersby. A passing trainer, confused, stared at the scene before him. What's going on? Is the Pewter Gym hosting some event? Then, after being informed by nearby trainers and seeing the information about Brock, he joined the queue. At that moment, Luo Yuan was exceedingly grateful for arriving early. Had he not been able to line up today, judging by the situation Luo Yuan estimated, he would have to wait at least half a month. Just as he was feeling fortunate, the first gym trainer had already exited the gym. From the look of joy on his face, it was evident that his challenge had gone quite smoothly. Under the inquiries of the trainers behind, the first challenger proudly announced that he had defeated Brock of the Pewter Gym using 2 water-type Pokémon, following the strategy from last night's guide. Upon hearing this news, the trainers behind felt invigorated, each one rubbing their fists as if the Boulder Badge was within their grasp. Amidst such an atmosphere, Luo Yuan, under the envious gazes of others, stepped into the Pewter Gym, guided by the staff. Entering the Nibi Dojo with the staff, Luo Yuan surveyed his surroundings. Unlike the simplistic Nibi Dojo depicted in the animation, the real Nibi Dojo was equipped with state-of-the-art facilities. Though the dojo featured rock walls and flooring due to its stylistic theme, giving it a somewhat rugged appearance. Yet this ruggedness carried a certain grandeur, reshaping Luo Yuan's preconceived notions of the Nibi Dojo as he walked from the hall to the battle arena. In the training ground, Xiao Gang stood at the arena, his squinting expression quite serious, even somewhat grim. Clearly he had seen that post, and understood the consequences of his information being leaked. How many people are outside now? Xiao Gang did not speak to Luo Yuan, immediately directing his first question to the staff member guiding Luo Yuan. Master, there are already over 100 people. The staff member wore a troubled expression. Normally there weren't many challengers, but today a large crowd had suddenly appeared. Xiao Gang felt a sense of despair. He had originally thought that if there were only a dozen trainers he could grit his teeth and endure, but now there were actually over 100 trainers queuing to challenge. Moreover, Xiao Gang had reason to believe that 90% of the challengers wielded water-type and grass-type Pokémon. With so many water-type Pokémon, even a single water gun could easily flood his Nibi dojo. Luo Yuan stood beside, watching Xiao Gang's dazed expression, feeling an immense sympathy for him. Such a situation would be distressing for anyone, and one could only say Xiao Gang was simply unlucky. Of course, as a challenger, Luo Yuan was quite firm in his resolve. "Excuse me, when can I start my challenge?" he inquired. Awakened by Luo Yuan's words, Xiao Gang pulled himself from despair. He took a deep breath, silently reminding himself that the reputation of the Nibi dojo must not fall into his hands. Xiao Gang lifted his head and said to Luo Yuan, "You can start the challenge at any time." The battle rules at the Nibi dojo are 2v2, with both the dojo trainer and the challenger each using 2 Pokémon. During the battle, the challenger can switch Pokémon, but the dojo trainer cannot. Do you have any objections? Determined to give his all in this battle, Xiao Gang aimed to showcase his skills, hoping that a victory here would intimidate the trainers waiting to challenge afterward. With that thought in mind, Xiao Gang released his first Pokémon. Go Onix. He tossed the Pokeball, and a robust Onix appeared on the field. As a responsible dojo trainer, Xiao Gang certainly had more Pokémon than just the Geodude and Steelix featured in the original story. This Onix was one of his strongest Pokémon among many. He chose to send out Onix to ensure he secured the victory, especially since his Geodude had previously lost its boom boom. Onix thumped its short arms against its chest, raising its long arms high above its head. With 4 arms like Mashoki, Onix appeared quite intimidating. "Send out your Pokémon," Xiao Gang declared. Luo Yuan nodded, pulling out his Pokeball from his pocket. Then, under Xiao Gang's astonished gaze, he released his Leafeon. It was spring, and Leafeon's ears and tail bore leaf-like buds radiating with vitality and life. What kind of Pokémon is this? Xiao Gang saw this kind of Pokémon for the first time, although it resembled Eevee's sun and moon forms based on its appearance. The light yellow fur and ears resembling leaves indicated that this was a grass-type Pokémon. As far as he knew, there were no grass types among Eevee's 5 evolutionary forms. Luo Yuan had no intention of explaining to Xiao Gang. He waved at Leafeon in the battlefield and issued the command, "Leafeon, use Leaf Blade." Swish, swish, swish. 5 leaves shot out from Leafeon's ears and tail, soaring through the air along different trajectories toward Onix. Luo Yuan had inadvertently discovered that Leafeon possessed a natural ability for control over projectile attacks like Leaf Blade. Shooting 5 leaves from different trajectories was just a warm-up. If fully focused, Leafeon could even control 10 leaves. However, given that practicality was low, Leafeon only used 5 leaves in battle. Facing the incoming Leaf Blade, Onix was momentarily stunned, somewhat at a loss. The Leaf Blades flew in from 5 different directions, effectively sealing off Onix's escape route and locking it in place. Of course, while Onix was flustered, Xiao Gang remained calm. Having served as the dojo trainer for many years, Xiao Gang's skills were quite assured. Onix used Rock Tomb to block the Leaf Blade. With the command given, Onix, who had been in sync with Xiao Gang for years, immediately understood what Xiao Gang meant. Rock Tomb activated. 4 boulders fell from above, forming walls around Onix. After all, Leaf Blade was merely Leaf Blade. In this situation, it couldn't change direction effectively, and could only follow its predetermined path to embed itself in the rocks. All 5 Leaf Blades embedded themselves deep into the rocks. Seeing this, Xiao Gang's pupils constricted. His expression suddenly turned serious. As Onix's trainer, Xiao Gang was very familiar with his Pokémon's moves. The hardness of the Rock Tomb's rocks was extremely high. Even Onix's body was not much harder than the rocks of the Rock Tomb. Given this situation, if those Leaf Blades had struck Onix's body instead of the rocks, Onix would likely have lost its fighting capability on the spot. Tisk, what a pity. Across the field, Luo Yuan felt regretful as he saw Leafeon's Leaf Blade being blocked. He had originally intended to catch Onix off guard and directly take it down with Leaf Blade, but Xiao Gang's quick reaction had thwarted that plan. Now that Xiao Gang had heightened his guard, it wouldn't be so easy to catch him off guard again. However, the Leaf Blade was not entirely useless. It at least granted Luo Yuan the initiative. Leafeon used Grass Whistle. Taking advantage of Onix being trapped by its own Rock Tomb, Luo Yuan initiated this rather lackluster skill during battle. The reason this skill was deemed lackluster was not due to its ineffectiveness, but because real battles are not turn-based games, the opponent cannot just wait quietly for you to use your moves. Hence, in Luo Yuan's view, Grass Whistle was quite impractical due to its slow activation. However, given the current situation, Grass Whistle was indeed very useful. With Onix unable to interrupt Leafeon, the drowsy sound of the flute emanated from the mouth of the Leaf Elf. The melodious notes transported one to the great grasslands, drawing forth thoughts, while steadily diminishing the vigilance of the opponent. Originally sharpie, the Onix swayed unsteadily upon hearing the flute's melody, resembling a drunken man on the verge of collapsing. Onix, pull yourself together. Xiaojing called out anxiously from a distance. However, his words had little effect. The power of drowsiness is something no one can resist. Xiaojing felt somewhat at a loss when he realized his shouts were. In such a situation, the best counterattack would have been to rush in and interrupt the leaf elf's grass whistle. Once the grass whistle was disrupted, the hypnosis would cease to exist. However, the rock seal that Onyx had used to defend against the leaf blade had now become its greatest hindrance, firmly pinning it in place, rendering it unable to move, even to dig. The phrase self-entangling aptly described Onyx's current predicament. Ultimately, it could not withstand the hypnosis of the grass whistle and fell asleep to the enchanting melody. The nurturing book mentions that appropriate praise can help increase the intimacy and happiness of Pokémon, as well as have a positive effect on their daily training. Upon hearing this, the leaf elf displayed a proud and joyful expression. Then let's pursue victory. Looking at the onyx lying in the center of the rock, Luo Yuan waved his hand. Leaf elf seed bomb. Migu, the leaf elf called out, and a great green light surged forth before it. A massive seed materialized before the leaf elf and was accurately thrown in a parabolic arc towards the onyx. Boom. The seed exploded, and with a deafening blast the rocks surrounding the onyx shattered into pieces. Dust and smoke filled half the battlefield. Xiaojing anxiously watched the dissipating smoke. Once the smoke cleared, the still onyx lay motionless in the arena, visible to everyone. Onyx has lost its fighting capability. Our challenger Luo Yuan wins, announced the staff member who had escorted. Xiaojing let out a sigh. So I really lost. Although he had sensed this outcome, when the leaf elf used grass whistle and seed bomb, seeing the onyx lose its fighting capability left Xiaojing with mixed feelings. At this moment, he also realized that this trainer, named Luo Yuan, was not just another amateur, but truly skilled. Both the leaf elf's use of leaf blade at the start, and the prompt command to use grass whistle when the onyx was trapped were not actions any ordinary trainer could accomplish. Next is the second match. Although he knew Luo Yuan's strength exceeded the average level of trainers, as the Pewter Gym's gym leader Xiaojing held to his own principles. My second Pokemon is this one, go Onyx. Xiaojing sent out his ace Pokemon, Onyx, for the second roar. The massive rock-formed body of Onyx occupied a third of the battlefield, coiling into a heap. With its head held high, it stared down at the leaf elf, exuding dominance. Onyx's eyes widened, casting a menacing glare at the leaf elf, seemingly trying to apply pressure. Seeing Xiaojing send out Onyx behind the leaf elf, Luo Yuan had no intention of letting the leaf elf battle. Though he considered himself somewhat strong, he had just acquired the leaf elf, and did not feel inflated enough to believe it could defeat Xiaojing's years of trained Onyx. Even with type advantage, he felt no hope. Come back, leaf elf. Luo Yuan recalled the leaf elf directly. Then amidst Xiaojing's astonished expression, he threw out a Pokeball. Go Onyx. Luo Yuan threw out the Pokeball containing Onyx. Luo Yuan also sent out Onyx. Having received Onyx, he had never battled alongside it before, and now was the perfect opportunity to practice their roar. With a deafening roar, a larger Onyx, significantly bulkier than Xiaojing's, appeared in the arena. With a sturdier body, greater length, and a more ferocious aura, Luo Yuan's Onyx completely overpowered Xiaojing's. Is this the Onyx from Moonview Mountain? Although Xiaojing phrased it as a question, he spoke with a tone of certainty. He had once been entrusted to capture this Onyx at Moonview Mountain, but he had failed and was unsuccessful. However, while he had not succeeded, he had taken note of the Onyx's appearance, and now seeing Luo Yuan's Onyx, he recognized it at first glance. At this moment, Xiaojing was secretly shocked. When he had tried to capture this Onyx, he had exhausted all his efforts, but still could not manage it. Now Luo Yuan had captured it. What did this mean? This meant that Luo Yuan had another Pokemon that he was unaware of. In other words, Luo Yuan's strength far surpassed. Moreover, even without that unknown Pokemon, just by seeing this Onyx, Xiaojing felt he was about to lose this match. This is troublesome. Xiaojing felt a sense of being stuck in a dilemma. If it weren't for the fact that no gym leader at Pewter Gym had ever surrendered to a challenger, Xiaojing would have directly given up. He had not expected Luo Yuan to be this strong. Had he known Luo Yuan possessed this Onyx, he could have sent out a weaker Pokemon to let Luo Yuan win. Now he had to risk his own strongest Onyx. The thought made Xiaojing feel quite distressed. Come on, Luo Yuan said as he stood behind Onyx. The two Onyx facing each other occupied over 2/3 of the arena, making it feel very cramped. Onyx, let's go use tackle. Knowing that Luo Yuan was not an ordinary challenger, Xiaojing chose to take the initiative without holding back. He wanted to take a gamble. Xiaojing's Onyx immediately arched its body, and then propelled itself forward. The seemingly massive and sluggish body erupted with tremendous speed and power. With a whoosh through the air, Xiaojing's gigantic Onyx charged toward Luo Yuan's Onyx. As a seasoned Onyx trainer, Xiaojing knew that battles between Onyxes were straightforward. It was merely a contest of physical strength and reaction speed. Luo Yuan showed no fear. His Onyx was superior in both size and aura compared to Xiaojing's, so he had no reason to be afraid. Boom. With a tremendous crash, the two Onyxes collided. Boom. Two large rock snakes collided, their impact resonating throughout the entire dojo. The ground shook. Various equipment resonated, causing the entire dojo to tremble. Outside, trainers waiting in line at the Nibi dojo stared wide-eyed as the building suddenly shook. What is happening? Why is the dojo shaking? A trainer exclaimed. Another person, slightly frightened, asked. What kind of battle is happening inside? It looks terrifying. Could it be that the trainer Xiaojing's rock snake is causing this? Only a rock snake could create such a commotion. A trainer speculated based on Xiaojing's profile. But what about Xiaojing's opponent? To push Xiaojing to this extent his opponent. Upon hearing this the murmurs from outside fell into silence. Indeed, to make Xiaojing struggle like this, just how strong is his opponent? What incredible Pokemon did that guy send out? Is this really a newcomer trainer? A group of trainers who had come hoping for an easy win fell silent. Wise challengers, do we all follow strategies, while he is so exceptional? Meanwhile Luo Yuan and Xiaojing engaged in their battle were completely unaware of the speculations from the outside. Both were fully focused on the fight before them. The two rock snakes were entangled, each attempting to strangle the other, yet neither succeeded. Luo Yuan's rock snake was larger and stronger, while Xiaojing's was smaller, but more agile. Both had their strengths and weaknesses, unable to gain the upper hand. Rock snake use rock tomb. Luo Yuan commanded. The rock tomb executed by his rock snake was incomparable to that of a normal rock snake. Luo Yuan's rock snake actively broke free from the entanglement, massive rocks falling from above crashing toward its opponent. Xiaojing did not intend to confront the rock tomb, so he immediately ordered rock snake dig underground to avoid it. In an instant Xiaojing's rock snake burrowed into the ground. Amidst the rumbling sounds it disappeared, leaving only a large hole on the surface. Digging. Luo Yuan raised an eyebrow. You really dare to use that? Luo Yuan could not understand Xiaojing's move. Did he not know that a rock snake, being a ground-type Pokemon, could cause earthquakes? Did Xiaojing not know? In fact, he was unaware that a rock snake could cause earthquakes. When Luo Yuan's rock snake was still a wild Pokemon, Xiaojing fought against it, and at that time Xiaojing's Pokemon also used Dig, but the rock snake did not use earthquake. Thus Xiaojing believed that Luo Yuan's rock snake would not cause earthquakes. A strange misunderstanding arose. Luo Yuan knew none of this story, but he was aware that his rock snake could indeed cause earthquakes, so he would not let this opportunity slip. Rock snake use earthquake. Boom. A tremor shook the ground violently. The entire Nibi dojo swayed, as if it might collapse at any moment. Seeing this scene, the waiting trainers, except for a few brave souls, all fled. What if the Nibi dojo collapsed? And Xiaojing was unaware that Luo Yuan's earthquake had actually resolved a significant issue for him. He was currently nervously watching the hole in the ground. The unexpected earthquake left him in a very passive position. The earthquake move inflicts greater damage on larger Pokemon, especially since the rock snake was underground, making it vulnerable to ground-type moves. Rock snake use rock slide. Xiaojing called out hesitantly. Then the rock snake, which had been underground, struggled to poke its head out, enduring the damage from the earthquake, and unleashed rock slide, sending a barrage of rocks crashing down toward Luo Yuan's rock snake. However, Luo Yuan didn't even look, allowing the rocks to strike his rock snake. Rock snake Iron Tail. Withstanding the rain of rocks, Luo Yuan's rock snake launched its Iron Tail heavy blow at Xiaojing's rock snake. Half of its body remained above ground while the other half was still underground, putting Xiaojing's rock snake in a very awkward position. If only Xiaojing had a few more seconds, his rock snake could emerge from the ground. Rock snake dodge. Xiaojing's rock snake tried to evade, but it was clearly impossible at this moment. The damage taken from the earlier earthquake manifested at this critical moment. The metallic glint of the iron tail slammed into Xiaojing's rock snake, which let out a deafening crash as its upper body was smashed to the ground. The ground cracked deeply upon impact. Xiaojing's rock snake showed signs of pain, its body embedded deeply within, unable to move. Rock snake, are you okay? Xiaojing shouted to his rock snake. He had had it for some time, and it had been victorious against. The few times it had lost were mostly due to type disadvantages, where more skillful trainers won by exploiting the rock snake's lack of agility. Being crushed heat-in like this was a first. But it was precisely because of this that Xiaojing felt a sense of powerlessness. Nothing was more frustrating than being defeated in an area where one takes the most pride. However, Xiaojing had not given up on his last chance. Rock snake, let's use our final sacrifice attack. Hearing this, Luo Yuan's previously relaxed expression turned serious. Sacrifice attack, a move that would harm both the user and the opponent, indicated that Xiaojing was genuinely prepared to fight desperately. Rock snake, coil up and steady yourself. With a command, Luo Yuan's rock snake coiled itself tightly, standing firm on the ground. Use head smash and charge forward. Luo Yuan's rock snake's head violently collided with the approaching opponent. Boom. The shockwave and air currents created by the collision spread out from the point of impact, sweeping across the surface. Xiaojing's rock snake was already quite weakened. Even using a sacrifice attack could not surpass Luo Yuan's rock snake in terms of strength, thus, it was directly sent flying. Boom. Xiaojing's rock snake crashed to the ground, completely losing its combat ability. The referee, seeing the battle was over, cautiously approached from a distance, and after examining Xiaojing's rock snake, raised the flag. The rock snake has lost its combat ability, a Luo Yuan wins. The winner of this dojo challenge is the challenger Luo Yuan. Xiaojing thought to himself that he had lost. However, he felt no resentment in his heart. After all, Luo Yuan had won with a crushing advantage in their battle. Xiaojing accepted his defeat gracefully. Your Leaf Fairy and Onyx are quite impressive. Here is the badge from the Nib. Xiaojing retrieved his fallen Onyx, and took out a box from which he handed a badge to Luo Yuan. Luo Yuan accepted it graciously, and pinned it to his chest. Observing Luo Yuan's actions, Xiao Gang hesitated for a moment before asking, "May I ask, did you capture your onyx in the Moonlight Mountain Caves?" "That's right. There was no need to hide this," and Luo Yuan nodded directly in acknowledgement. "Then I wish you excellent results in the Quartz Conference." Having received the answer he wanted, Xiao Gang was astonished. He had a premonition that Luo Yuan would undoubtedly shine at this year's Quartz Conference. "Thank you very much," Luo Yuan smiled, and said, "I must take my leave now." After greeting Xiao Gang, Luo Yuan left the Nibi gym. Xiao Gang and a staff member of the gym stood on the battlefield looking at the wreckage of the arena. They exchanged a glance, both seeing despair reflected in each other's eyes. The arena was in such disarray, how long would it take to repair it? After exiting the Nibi gym, the first thing Luo Yuan saw was a group of challengers peeking at the gym entrance. To his confusion, the number of challengers at the door had decreased by at least 90% since before he entered. What's going on? Why have so many people suddenly left? Luo Yuan pulled over a trainer nearby to ask. The trainer, showing no sign of impatience, cautiously glanced at the badge hanging on Luo Yuan's chest, then looked towards the Nibi gym. Those who left were scared off by the battle between you and Xiao Gang. Scared off? Luo Yuan raised an eyebrow. Seeing Luo Yuan's expression, the trainer immediately became nervous and hurriedly said, "It was the previous tremor. Many feared that the Nibi gym would collapse, so they all ran away." "So does this mean I actually helped Xiao Gang?" Luo Yuan released the trainer, pondering to himself. However, he didn't think too much about it. His purpose in coming to the Nibi gym was to obtain its badge. Now that he had it, helping Xiao Gang a bit was also a nice bonus. With that thought, Luo Yuan waved at the remaining trainers. "The battling arena of the Nibi gym is damaged and under repair. If you wish to challenge the gym, please come back tomorrow." Luo Yuan addressed the trainers still in line. Off. The waiting trainers were taken aback by Luo Yuan's words. The gym's battle arena is damaged. Some wanted to question it, but upon recalling the earlier commotion from the Nibi gym, they felt Luo Yuan's words made some sense. As a result, each of these trainers lamented that they had come at the wrong time and left the Nibi gym. Looking at the empty scene in front of the Nibi gym, Luo Yuan waved to the staff member, who had just come out, gradually departing under their grateful gaze. After leaving the Nibi gym, Luo Yuan initially intended to contact Professor Oak at the Pokémon Center before heading from Nibi City to Hualan City. However, halfway there he abandoned that plan. "Aren't you going to show yourself? You've been following me for so long." He spoke to someone behind him while standing on a shaded path. Luo Yuan felt somewhat speechless as he said this. How many times had this been? Why do the villains nowadays always like to stalk? And their stalking skills were still so subpar. "Few actually noticed us." A woman dressed in Team Rocket uniform jumped out from the bushes. "Even if you notice us, you won't escape today for daring to disrupt our plan. Kid, you're in big trouble." A man in a similar Team Rocket uniform jumped out from the other side of the bushes. The two stood symmetrically, one on the left and one on the right. "Team Rocket." Luo Yuan raised an eyebrow. "Wasn't the last lesson enough? You dare to come looking for trouble again?" He had thought that after the last incident Sakaki would recognize his strength and not seek him out for trouble, but unexpectedly, just 2 days later, here came Team Rocket again. "What last time? Kid, you disrupted our operation and still dare to question us." The green-haired male Team Rocket member shouted loudly. Luo Yuan looked at this guy and felt a sense of familiarity. The last time he felt this way was with Kojiro. Upon thinking of Kojiro, Luo Yuan finally remembered who these two were. Yamato and Kojiro. Luo Yuan raised an eyebrow and asked, "You know our names? Has our reputation grown this large already?" Hearing Luo Yuan mention their names, Yamato and Kojiro forgot about the previous questioning and exchanged glances, their expressions filled with surprise. So it really is these two oddballs. Yamato and Kojiro are the counterparts of Team Rocket's trio in the Pokémon original series, Jesse James and Meowth, favored more by Sakaki compared to the frequently failing trio. Of course, in terms of peculiarity, they are quite comparable to the Team Rocket trio. Knowing it was these three, Luo Yuan felt less worried. He didn't think Sakaki would send such incompetent individuals to. However, they seemed to have mentioned that he disrupted their mission. Luo Yuan had only been to the Nibi gym today. This meant that the leak of information regarding the trainer Xiao Gang from the Nibi gym was their doing. But what was their purpose? What benefit did this bring them? With questions in mind, Luo Yuan looked up at Yamato and Kojiro, who stood opposite him, still caught up in their own delusions. Since there were questions, he might as well ask these two directly. Under Luo Yuan's penetrating gaze, Yamato and Kojiro became alert, watching him warily. "Hey, what are you looking at us like that for? Don't think that just because you disrupted our operation, we will let you off by compliment," Yamato shouted. "When did I ever compliment you?" Luo Yuan couldn't help but want to retort, but then he quickly caught it. If he lowered himself to their level, wouldn't that mean putting his intelligence on par with theirs? With that thought, Luo Yuan decisively took out a Pokeball from his waist. Yamada and Shou Sanlang immediately became vigilant upon seeing Luo Yuan reach for the Pokeball, placing their hands on their own Pokemons at their waists. Although they were a bit silly, their tactical awareness was commendable. After all, being valued by Sakaki meant they had their own exceptional qualities, just like how the Musashi and Kojiro trio were recognized for their excellent skills as troublemakers and their outstanding intelligence-gathering abilities. "Kid, what do you want to do?" Shou Sanlang asked, holding his Pokeball. "You've been following me for so long, and you still ask?" Luo Yuan retorted, then directly threw out the Pokeball. "Gungsi, control them." Luo Yuan released his Gung. This was the first time Luo Yuan used Gung Si in battle after capturing it, but he had confidence in Gung Si's combat abilities. Jia. Gung Si emerged from the Pokeball, emitting a cackling laugh. As a lively and active Gung Si, it had been a challenge to keep it in the Pokeball for so long. Now that it finally had a chance to come out, it was determined to perform well in front of Luo Yuan, striving for more opportunities to be featured in the future. On the opposite side, Yamada and Sho Sanlang as Team Rocket members naturally had the standard Pokemon of Team Rocket. In order to distinguish themselves from Kojiro and Musashi, they did not use Weezing or Arbok. Instead, Sho Sanlang used a Rattata and Yamada used a Zubat. Rattata Zubat, take down the enemy. The Zubat and Rattata charged towards Luo Yuan's Gung Si. Luo Yuan covered his face upon seeing this. Although he had tried to underestimate the combat power of these two, it seemed he had still overestimated them. Sho Sanlang's Rattata was probably their strongest Pokemon. In Luo Yuan's eyes, it was inferior to Musashi and Kojiro's Arbok and Weezing. Not wanting to waste time with these two, Luo Yuan commanded Gung Si to go all out, ordering. Gung Si used Toxic Gas. Jia. Gung Si grinned as purple mist surrounded its black body, enveloping the Rattata on the ground and the Zubat in the air. Gung Si's Toxic Gas was highly toxic. Once inhaled, small Pokemon like Rattata and Zubat would likely lose their combat capability immediately. Zubat, blow away the toxic mist. Seeing the drifting toxic gas, Yamada hurriedly shouted to Zubat. Zubat nodded and flapped its wings vigorously. Whoosh! A strong wind blew, dispersing all the toxic gas that was aimed at Rattata and Zubat. However, before Yamada and Sho Sanlang could celebrate, they suddenly noticed that Gung Si, who had been floating in the sky, had vanished. Where? The two quickly looked around. Luo Yuan smiled slightly across from them and snapped his fingers. Snap! A crisp sound echoed. Gung Si's body slowly rose from the shadow behind Rattata, looking like a phantom, grinning as it stared at the Rattata that was peeking curiously. It turned out that Gung Si had used the cover of the toxic gas to leverage its ability to merge into shadows to embed itself in Rattata's shadow, which is why Sho Sanlang and the others had not noticed Gung Si. Feeling Gung Si's cold gaze, Rattata was about to turn its head. Swish! A long pink tongue licked across Rattata. The brown Rattata let out a miserable cry, shivering as its fur stood on end. The fear and shock on its face were vividly clear, its rich expressions frozen on its face. Rattata's entire body stiffened, feeling the numbing effect of the tongue. Now Shadow Ball. Taking advantage of the opportunity, Luo Yuan would not give Rattata a chance to breathe. He ignored the Zubat rushing over to support Rattata and directly commanded Gung Si to pursue the advantage. Jia. A purple-black Shadow Ball quickly formed in front of Gung Si. When the Shadow Ball reached 1/3 of Gung Si's size, it swiftly shot toward the downed Rattata. Boom. The place where Rattata was located exploded violently, and the impact of the Shadow Ball sent Rattata flying, allowing its body to easily dodge the Shadow Ball. Bang! Rattata landed on the ground, fainting and losing its combat capability. Rattata. Gung Si's series of attacks occurred almost instantaneously. From the moment Gung Si emerged from Rattata's shadow to the Shadow Ball hitting Rattata, the entire process took less than 10 seconds. Sho Sanlang didn't even have time to react. Gritting his teeth, he glanced at Yamada beside him and said, "We should." This time their opponent's strength far exceeded their expectations. His Rattata was taken down in just one encounter, and under these circumstances, Sho Sanlang could hardly see any hope of victory. Yamada completely agreed with Sho Sanlang's view and immediately prepared to retreat. However, Luo Yuan, who intended to capture them for interrogation, would not let them leave so easily. Luo Yuan looked at the two who were preparing to flee and took out a Pokeball containing a Leaf Fairy from his pocket. Using Gung Si was merely to give it some battle experience, but it didn't mean he would only use Gung Si. Leaf Fairy Leaf Blade blocked them. Swish, swish, swish. 3 flying blades were embedded in a line on the escape route of Sho Sanlang and Yamada, blocking their way. "Wanna leave? Have you consulted me?" Upon hearing Luo Yuan's words, Sho Sanlang and Yamada's cold sweat immediately flowed down. They exchanged glances, both thinking this is bad. Ignoring the pleading expressions of the two, Luo Yuan commanded Gung Si and Leaf Fairy to surround them. "I asked." Luo Yuan stood in front of them. "What is your purpose in targeting the NI by gym?" He was quite curious. Why was Team Rocket targeting the NI by gym? As far as he knew, Brock seemed to have no enmity with Team Rocket, and he also didn't possess any precious Pokemon. Why would Team Rocket go to such lengths to take action against him? Hearing Luo Yuan's question, Yamato and Kosaburo exchanged a glance and remained silent. They seemed to hold back, afraid to answer. Luo Yuan raised an eyebrow. The current demeanor of Yamato and Kosaburo revealed much. As members of Team Rocket, only a few could elicit such expressions from them, none other than Giovanni and certain high-ranking Team Rocket executives. So this conspiracy against Pewter Gym was orchestrated by Team Rocket's higher-ups. Luo Yuan came to a realization, his gaze toward Kosaburo and Yamato turning peculiar. Had these two not caught up to him, he might never have uncovered this connection. I wonder if Giovanni would drop dead from rage if he knew his Team Rocket's plan was leaked like this. At this thought, Luo Yuan couldn't help but laugh. Surrounded by ghastly and leafy, Kosaburo and Yamato saw Luo Yuan suddenly burst into laughter while staring at them, and a chill ran from their tailbones straight to their heads. His laugh is terrifying. Too scary. The two exchanged glances, seeing fear mirrored in each other's eyes. Luo Yuan was oblivious to Yamato and Kosaburo's thoughts, only noticing that the pair seemed even more frightened. He was somewhat puzzled, but this was a good thing. Luo Yuan mused, then lifted his head and spoke in a low tone. "I'll ask again. Why is Team Rocket targeting Pewter Gym? I don't want to repeat myself a third time." Then at his signal, Ghastly cackled eerily and closed in on the two. "My Ghastly knows hypnosis. If you don't want to taste Dream Eater, I suggest you spill everything." Before his transmigration, Luo Yuan's former self was a Pokémon inspector. Though he had only been an intern for a few months, he hadn't missed a single interrogation technique worth knowing. Among them, the combination of hypnosis and Dream Eater was a common interrogation method used by League inspectors against heinous criminals holding vital intelligence. It wouldn't take a life, but those who had endured its taste would never wish to experience it again. Now it was the perfect tool to deal with Yamato and Kosaburo. They'll talk. At the mention of hypnosis and Dream Eater, Yamato and Kosaburo could no longer hold steady. As Team Rocket members, they often clashed with League officials and had heard of the terror of hypnosis and Dream Eater. Neither Yamato nor Kosaburo possessed the devotion to shed their last drop of blood for Team Rocket. Under Luo Yuan's threat, they spilled the beans about Team Rocket's conspiracy in Pewter City like beans tumbling from a bamboo tube. Secretary Mattori of Boss Giovanni sent us to Pewter City to spread materials about Pewter Gym, luring a flood of challengers. As for the specific operations, were not clear. Kosaburo finished and pleaded, "That's all I know. Let me go." "Ghastly." Luo Yuan. Ignoring Kosaburo's pitiful expression, Luo Yuan directly summoned Ghastly. "Ghastly, teach him a lesson." "No." Kosaburo's face twisted with fear. Ghastly paid no heed. It only followed Luo Yuan's commands, doing whatever he ordered. Ghastly extended its long tongue and licked Kosaburo's face. So numb. Kosaburo's body trembled, his expression like someone utterly broken, collapsing limply to the ground. This state formed a stark contrast with his sharp demeanor when he had intercepted Luo Yuan earlier. Yamato, watching beside him, shuddered at the sight. When she saw Luo Yuan turn his gaze toward her, she hastily said, "I know," terrified that Luo Yuan would treat her like Kosaburo. "Then speak." It was Secretary Mattori. "Secretary Mattori ordered us to cause trouble at Pewter Gym, tying down Brock of Pewter Gym, while the main force had an extra mission at Mount Moon." So there was indeed something else behind this. Though Yamato and Kosaburo were not exceptionally strong, they were still elite members of Team Rocket. Even if they didn't accompany the main force on missions, they would know something about the mission's content and location. So what does Team Rocket want at Mount Moon? Luo Yuan pressed on. "I heard they discovered a large number of rare fossils at Mount Moon. As for the specifics, Really? Yamato was on the verge of tears. All right. Seeing Yamato's state, Luo Yuan figured she genuinely knew no more. He casually pulled a rope from his backpack, tied them up, hung them on a nearby tree, and called the Pewter City police to report Team Rocket's actions at Mount Moon. Then, hands in his pockets, he set off toward Mount Moon. As he walked, he communicated with the system in his mind to check the... "Congratulations, host, for successfully challenging Pewter Gym. You have earned 1 silver lucky draw. Drawing. Congratulations, host, you have obtained Mountain Multifunctional Bicycle 1. Mountain Multifunctional Bicycle." Seeing the reward from the draw, Luo Yuan was baffled. This reward was too lackluster, utterly underwhelming. The previous breeding manual and metal coat had been so useful, and now he got a multifunctional bicycle. Let me see what's so special about this bicycle that it qualifies as a silver reward. The multifunctional mountain bike, capable of traversing mountainous terrain as though it were flat ground. Is this all? Seeing the system's introduction, Luo Yuan felt utterly speechless. What kind of introduction is this? At least provide a detailed explanation of the functions. However, without a manual from the system, Luo Yuan had no way to address it. Luo Yuan found a secluded area and took out the multifunctional mountain bike. The moment he pulled it out, he had to admit that its appearance captivated him. With a matte black body, red painted rims, tires made of unknown materials, and an oddly stylish frame, it gave off an inexplicable sense of impressiveness at first glance. It looked pretty good. Luo Yuan stroked the bike, feeling its smooth texture. Suddenly, while examining the bike, he noticed a small booklet hanging from it. Is this a manual? Flipping through the booklet, Luo Yuan finally understood where the multifunctionality of this mountain bike lay. First of all, this bike could climb any steep slope not exceeding 70 degrees with excellent shock resistance. Sitting on it, one would not feel a single bump. Secondly, and most importantly, it featured expansion slots for Pokeballs on both handlebars. Riding in the wild often means encountering Pokemon. According to the Alliance statistics, about 90% of the deaths related to cycling each year occur because trainers encounter wild Pokemon while riding, unable to retrieve their Pokeballs in time and resulting in fatal accidents. This bike's Pokeball expansion slots perfectly solve this problem. The bike is equipped with a small Pokemon radar that can detect any approaching Pokemon within a radius of 150 meters, automatically assessing the threat level of detected Pokemon and reporting back to Luo Yuan. Luo Yuan simply needs to gently twist the handlebars to release Pokemon for battle, and after the fight, he can easily retract the Pokeball with another twist. Additionally, it features high-powered lights for night riding, and the frame's strength can withstand the weight of a Snorlax. As a silver reward, it doesn't seem like a loss, does it? Luo Yuan reassured himself. Of course, he believed that this silver level was mostly reflected in the Pokémon radar. The technology in such a compact and portable Pokémon radar is quite advanced. Luo Yuan believed that even the current Kanto Tech giant Shirafu company couldn't produce such a device. However, he did not dwell too much on these matters. Climbing onto the bike, Luo Yuan hurried toward Moon Viewing Mountain. According to the intel from Yamato Team Rocket's operation date, was today. Moon Viewing Mountain. In front of the tunnel connecting Hualan City and Nibi City, a group of trainers was blocked by several staff members wearing uniforms of the Pokémon Mining Association. What's going on? Luo Yuan, having ridden his bike to the tunnel, asked a trainer about the situation. The trainer, initially a bit impatient, was taken aback upon recognizing who had asked the question. Big shot, is that you? Luo Yuan felt the familiarity in these words, and after taking a closer look at the trainer he had previously caught at the Nibi gym, his expression turned strange. Feeling inexplicably sentimental, Luo Yuan spoke again. Since we know each other, tell me. Feeling inexplicably sentimental, Luo Yuan spoke again. Since we know each other, tell me what happened. He pointed at the group of trainers gathered ahead. Hearing the term familiar from Luo Yuan, the trainer was somewhat flattered. He was the kind of weak trainer who barely made the cut. Saying he was a trainer was an exaggeration, as he was merely someone hoping to travel and luck into a couple of badges. He never expected to be remembered by a big shot. He suddenly became excited, saying, "Big shot, my name is Yongji. Here's the situation. The tunnel was originally clear, but just now the Mining Association's people said they found a dangerous Pokémon inside, causing a tunnel collapse, and they are currently clearing it up. However, trainers who went in earlier have not come out. Obviously the tunnel isn't blocked, and the Mining Association is clearly locked. So we are all trying to reason with the people from the Mining Association. Is that so?" Luo Yuan had a rough understanding of what happened. The Mining Association had closed the road, and the passing trainers felt deceived, wanting to reason with the Mining Association. This Mining Association has issues. Luo Yuan mentally marked the Mining Association with a cross. If he hadn't known about Team Rocket's secret operation at Moon Viewing Mountain today, he might well have believed that a dangerous Pokémon caused a tunnel collapse. But now that he knew about Team Rocket's actions today, it was a coincidence that the Mining Association chose this time to block the road. Adding to that the uncomfortable feeling he had received from the previous president. He could conclude that the Mining Association was likely colluding with Team Rocket. What he didn't know was the extent of their collusion, whether it was merely a cooperation for mutual benefit, or if the entire association had been infiltrated by Team Rocket. Thinking of this, Luo Yuan found the matter increasingly interesting. After pondering for a few seconds, he raised his head and smiled, saying, "All right, I understand. I will handle this matter." Then, amidst the astonished gaze of the trainer, named Yongji, he walked past numerous trainers to stand before the staff members blocking the tunnel entrance. "Since the tunnel is blocked, leave it to me. I believe my abilities are sufficient to clear the tunnel and deal with that dangerous Pokémon in the process." "Kid, who are you?" The staff member who had been ordered to intercept all trainers attempting to enter the tunnel suddenly heard this and said fiercely, "Just a passing enthusiastic trainer. Get lost. We don't have time to play with you. Do you know how dangerous the Pokémon inside is? Who will be responsible if something goes wrong?" The staff member waved his hand dismissively upon seeing Luo Yuan's age. "Dangerous? Is it stronger than my Onix?" As he spoke, Luo Yuan tossed a Pokeball, and Onix appeared in the nearby open space. With its massive head hovering above Luo Yuan, its fierce gaze still imbued with wildness, fixated on the staff. "Now do you still think I can't handle that so-called dangerous Pokemon?" Gulp. The staff members swallowed hard as they stared at the Onix before them. Yongji behind Luo Yuan immediately shouted, "Big shot 666. Upon witnessing the scene. Under the influence of Yongji, a large number of trainers seemed to have found their backbone. Being a trainer these days is not a safe endeavor. Every year many fall victim to dangerous Pokemon in the wild, making it clear that those who step up as trainers possess a certain spirit of adventure. The reason they had previously only argued with the members of the Mining Association rather than storming in was simply due to their lack of strength. Now with Luo Yuan, a clearly powerful expert, stepping up as the leader, they naturally rushed forward to teach a lesson to those obstructing the path under the guise of the Mining Association. In an instant, led by Luo Yuan and flanked by a Dabin snake, dozens of trainers fixed their gazes on the few workers from the Mining Association, their presence imposing. The workers under scrutiny felt their scalps tingle. They had received orders from above not to let anyone enter the tunnel, but who could have expected this situation? Especially this Dabin snake's trainer. Who was this prodigy that emerged out of nowhere? At just 15 or 16 years of age, possessing a Dabin snake, could they be a scion of a prominent family in the league? Thinking of this, the workers exchanged glances. It was impossible to continue blocking them. Given the other party's strength, even if they tried, they wouldn't succeed. Rather than making futile sacrifices, it would be better to let them pass and find an opportunity to notify their superiors. With this thought, they felt the pressure from the Dabin snake was not as severe as before. "You may pass, but don't blame us for not warning you if you encounter danger." They issued their final warning. Hearing this, several trainers hesitated. "But who is Luo Yuan?" He immediately replied with a grin, "Don't worry, not only can my Dabin snake drill through a collapsed tunnel, but it could also create one if this mountain has none." Upon hearing Luo Yuan's words, the faces of the Mining Association workers clearly stiffened. What troubled them the most was that they couldn't find an opportunity to refute him, as workers of the mining association, they knew Luo Yuan was absolutely correct. Even if the Moonview Mountain had no tunnel, a Dabin snake could indeed carve one out. Currently, the tunnel from Nibi City to Hualan City was indeed expanded from a tunnel originally drilled by a Dabin snake. Seeing the previously arrogant workers fall silent and vacate the path, a group of trainers who had been holding back their frustration suddenly felt relieved and followed Luo Yuan into the tunnel. After the last trainer disappeared from sight, the workers huddled together. What should we do? The mission assigned from above. What should we do? Just give up? Did you not see that Dabin snake's gaze just now? If we dare to obstruct them, it may just pounce on us. If this escalates to the police station, our identities cannot withstand scrutiny. Should we notify the captain? That's all we can do. Hopefully the captain won't blame us too much. With grim faces, several workers dialed a number. Luo Yuan, who had already entered the Moonview Mountain tunnel, was unaware that his entry was reported immediately after. Of course, even if he knew, he wouldn't mind. He never intended to conceal his actions. He had 1,000 ways to infiltrate Moonview Mountain without being detected by those workers, but why did he choose the most straightforward method and charge in? It was certainly for the group of trainers behind him. It was unrealistic to take on a group of Team Rocket members alone. After all, he was just one person, and he didn't even have enough Pokémon to form a full team of 6. Even with a Dabin snake and a Metagross, he couldn't cover all angles. However, with the trainers behind him and the news he had sent to Junsha from Nibi City, who was rushing to Moonview Mountain, it was a different story. Although these trainers were not very strong, as long as they could help him hold back a batch of Team Rocket members, he could easily. As he pondered and advanced, Luo Yuan noticed something unusual in the tunnel. Big brother, have you noticed that this tunnel is eerily quiet? Yongji also sensed the abnormality. I have walked through the Moonview Mountain tunnel several times. Although I rarely encounter wild Pokémon, I've never seen it this devoid of life today. Don't call me Big Brother, I have a name, Luo Yuan. Although being called Big Brother in private was somewhat enjoyable, it felt awkward to be addressed that way in public. Alright, Boss Luo. Yongji readily complied. This felt much more comfortable. I've noticed your concern as well, but I have seen even more things. As Luo Yuan spoke, he reached a corner and picked up a piece of metal debris. This is a fragment of a tranquilizer smoke bombs shell, something Team Rocket loves to use for capturing wild Pokémon. Team Rocket. The trainers exclaimed in unison. Being in Kanto, they were all too familiar with Team Rocket. They were known for stealing rare Pokémon, poaching in the wild, and smuggling various contraband. Wherever there was darkness, Team Rocket's shadow was sure to follow. Boss Luo, how do you know this? Yongji inquired. Yes, how do you know this? A group of trainers turned to Luo Yuan, smiled slightly. I was once a league inspector for a period. Hiss. Everyone looked at Luo Yuan as if he were a monster. Are you really only 16 years old, this your big brother? With a Dabin snake and having been a league inspector, is there anything? Everyone compared themselves to Luo Yuan and couldn't help but shed tears of sadness. Comparisons can be infuriating. The trainers following behind Luo Yuan felt as though their own experiences had been wasted upon hearing his story. Here was a man who not only possessed a powerful Pokémon like Onix, but had also served as a league inspector. But what about them? They barely had the courage to challenge a pewter gym without relying on online guides. As they made this comparison, the group's gazes toward Luo Yuan grew tinged with admiration and respect. So what do we do now? Yuji asked. Since Team Rocket's ahead, should we still proceed? Though his words suggested hesitation, his expression told a different story. There was no trace of fear, only an eager, almost restless anticipation. Everyone knew Team Rocket wouldn't stir without profit. Their sudden appearance at Mt. Moon bribing the mining association to seal the tunnel meant they had discovered something valuable. Perhaps it was a rare Pokémon or a vein of evolution stones. Either way, there were immense profits to be had. If they could pick up scraps following a powerhouse like Luo Yuan, it would be enough for a tidy fortune. Ordinarily, the mention of Team Rocket would send them fleeing. But the situation was entirely different now. With Luo Yuan as their leader, Yuji felt Team Rocket wasn't so terrifying. Of course we press on. We've come this far, there's no way we're slinking back in shame. Luo Yuan declared, Team Rocket is nothing. With all of us here, why should we fear them? Hearing his confident words, the trainers behind him nodded in unison. After breaking through the mining association's blockade at the entrance, retreating now would be a disgrace. Moreover, as Luo Yuan said, with their numbers and his strength, even if they couldn't defeat Team Rocket, they could still escape. And before their thoughts could settle, Luo Yuan continued. I sensed something off about those mining association folks earlier and already notified Officer Jenny of Pewter City. She should be here soon, so there's no need to worry. His words were like a calming pill. The hesitant trainers among them felt their anxieties dissolve. With a powerhouse leading the charge, Officer Jenny's backup on the way, and the lure of profit, any trainer who still hesitated didn't deserve the title. They might not be strong, but even ordinary folk had dreams. Let's do it. We're with you, one trainer shouted. The others echoed in agreement. With safety assured, they didn't mind a skirmish with Team Rocket. Later they could boast of having crossed paths with the infamous group. Luo Yuan nodded, satisfied that he had rallied their spirits. Then let's move. Leafeon, lead the way. Recalling Onix, he sent out his keen-nosed Leafeon and led the group of dozens toward Team Rocket's location. Deep within Mt. Moon, a squad of Team Rocket grunts directed their Pokémon in destructive excavation. Hurry up, extract those moon stones. A Rocket executive barked at the grunts below. Yes, sir. The grunts obeyed, commanding their Pokémon to shatter the rock face with attacks like Brick Break, Double Kick, and Bullet Punch. Moonstones emerged from the stone, quickly boxed by waiting team members. Thanks to the president's intel, the executive said to a man beside him. Ska, we're all serving the organization, no need for thanks. The man smiled, revealing his face from beneath his cap. It was none other than President Yin Er, whom Luo Yuan had met at the mining association. Gone was the affable demeanor from their earlier meeting. His eyes now gleamed with cunning, his expression cold. I've never seen such a large deposit of moonstones. Could the data claiming moonstones don't form veins be wrong? Ska asked curiously. Not at all. Yin Er replied, a hint of pride creeping into his voice. I mapped all moonstone discoveries on MT. Moon and found they only occurred where meteorites had fallen. Using that clue, I scoured 1,000 years of historical records, pinpointed dozens of meteorite impact sites, and found this location. It had been a casual hobby, but to his surprise it had paid off. The sheer quantity of moonstones before them was enough to command even Team Rocket's utmost attention. Too bad I couldn't locate the impact site of the legendary Moonstar meteorite. Otherwise we might have found even more. Yin Er sighed regretfully. No need to fret, President. These moonstones are more than enough, Ska consoled. I was being too greedy, Yin Er chuckled. Just as they were about to continue his communicator bust. Frowning at the caller ID, he answered. Yin Er here. What is it? President, someone's broken in. Yin Er's brow furrowed. Broken in? What are you idiots good for? He fumed at his subordinates' incompetence, unable to handle even a simple tunnel blockade. Still, he wasn't overly concerned. A few stray trainers. They had nearly 20 rocket grunts. More than enough to... They're too strong. We can't stop them, came the despairing voice over the communicator. They were in a bind too. How? The guy's using an Onyx. It's terrifying, the grunt replied. Onyx. Luo Yuan's face flashed through Yin Er's mind, but he remained calm. With 2 executives here, including himself, they could hold him off. How many of them? The intrusion was a fact. He could only hope the numbers were small. About 30 or 40. Yin Er nearly choked, feeling like he might drop dead on the spot. 30 or 40 people. Yin Er wished he could grab the fool on the other end and demand, are you a pig? The sudden news disrupted Yin Er's many plans. Originally, he intended to assist Sika in fully excavating the moonstone here before leaving. If someone were to barge in now and discover him with the members of Team Rocket, then his hard-earned identity as the president of the NI by City Mining Association would surely be ruined. What should we do now? Sika, who had also heard the voice from the communicator, knew that someone had intruded. We can't let anyone discover my identity. Yin Er did not expect that such a small operation would pose a risk of exposing his identity. Regretting his carelessness, he firmly resolved to ensure that no one uncovered his true identity. Don't worry too much, or perhaps those trainers won't find us here after all, Sika said. He thought Yin Er was a bit overly anxious. The tunnels of the Moon Viewing Mountain were intricate and vast, with many branches besides the main road from Hualan City to Ni by City. They were currently excavating the moonstone in a rather remote branch where few would wander, so there was no need for concern. Just as he finished speaking, a voice interjected. Sorry, you might be disappointed. Who? Sika abruptly looked up, only to see a young man standing not far away with a faintly smiling expression, accompanied by a light yellow cat-like Pokémon. Behind him was a large group of trainers holding Pokeballs. Finding you was not easy, Team Rocket. Luo Yuan smiled. Oh, by the way, President Yin Er, how did you end up with Team Rocket in just one day? The atmosphere in the room instantly froze with Luo Yuan's words. Yin Er fiddled with the Pokeball at his waist, glaring at Luo Yuan. Sika's expression was also quite grim. He had just claimed that this place was hidden and wouldn't be discovered, only to be slapped in the face. He felt his cheeks burning. Tisk, 18 Team Rocket members sneaking around to mine moonstone at Moon Viewing Mountain. When did Team Rocket become miners? Luo Yuan remarked, observing the scattered moonstones on the ground. He had thought Team Rocket was concocting some scheme at Moon Viewing Mountain. It turned out they were just mining. Having obtained a piece of moonstone at Moon Viewing Mountain before, he felt his luck had been quite good, but he never expected Team Rocket to extract so much. Seeing Luo Yuan's audacity, both Sika and Yin Er were engulfed in anger. In Kanto, they had never encountered anyone so brazenly mocking Team Rocket. Sika shot Yin Er a glance, and they instantly reached a consensus. Kid, since you know our secret, you won't be leaving. To ensure that Yin Er's identity did not leak, they had to detain Luo Yuan and those trainers. Coincidentally, that's what I wanted to say to you all. Luo Yuan finished speaking and decisively waved his hand to the many trainers behind him. Go take down these Team Rocket members. According to the League's regulations, as long as we capture this group of Team Rocket, we can earn 30% of the moonstones. The Kanto League had specifically introduced a series of regulations to curb the development of these dark organizations. In addition to the usual bounty rewards, there was also a spoils confiscation system. Any trainer who defeats Team Rocket can receive 30% of the spoils, excluding Pokémon. Previously, Luo Yuan was worried that there wouldn't be anything to motivate these trainers. Now it was perfect. Team Rocket had mined so many moonstones which would serve to stimulate these trainers to exert themselves. The trainers behind Luo Yuan could no longer contain their excitement. So many moonstones. Many of them had never seen such a quantity in their lives. Just thinking that if they defeated these Team Rocket members they would each get a share made them feel as if they had been injected with adrenaline. Go Pidgey Hurricane. Bulbasaur used poison powder. Squirtle water gun. The sight of over 30 trainers attacking together was quite intimidating. Just a bunch of little brats who haven't even grown up yet. Get them. Sika remained unafraid. They were merely rookie trainers, and he had brought only the elite of Team Rocket today. Sure enough, under Sika's command, the Team Rocket members began to throw out their Pokémon. Magneton, Weezing, Zubat. Though they were all ordinary Pokémon, and not as rare as Bulbasaur or Squirtle in the trainer group, their numbers were nearly halved. However, they had higher levels and stronger abilities, and the previously overwhelming trainers from the league were quickly suppressed. These league trainers needed 2 or even 3 people to contend with the Team Rocket members. It really isn't that simple. Luo Yuan, however, showed no signs of disappointment. He had never expected these trainers who needed strategies just to challenge gyms to be able to handle the fierce Team Rocket. He was already satisfied as long as they could hold off Team Rocket. Luo Yuan reached for his Pokeball. It was time for him to take action. In the distance, Yin Air, who had been paying attention to Luo Yuan's movements, was startled when he saw Luo Yuan reach for his Pokeball. He immediately called out to Sika, who was effortlessly defeating a rookie trainer. Be careful. What? Sika was somewhat puzzled. What did he need to be careful of? These trainers were so weak, what was there to worry about? But before he could voice his question, a tremendous roar erupted. A giant Onix much larger than an ordinary Onix appeared on the battlefield where Team Rocket and the league trainers were engaged. With a sweep of its tail, it sent a Weezing that was about to self-destruct back toward Team Rocket. Boom. After the explosion, several Pokémon from Team Rocket were left battered and unable to fight. Luo Yuan caught a very powerful Onix at Moon Viewing Mountain. Only then did Yin Air's voice finally catch up. Sika's face darkened as he looked at the Onix before him. Now he finally understood how powerful the Onix mentioned in the communicator was. He mentally cursed Yin Air for not clarifying things earlier, but now was not the time to dwell on that. He took out 1 or 2 black Pokeballs exclusive to Team Rocket from his pocket. Shawaran, Zubat, take down that Onix. One was a fighting-type Pokemon, Shawaran, which was strong against Onix, while the other was Sika's ace Pokemon, Zubat. Sika sent out 2 Pokemon to deal with Luo Yuan's Onix. President Yin Air, let's go together. Sika called to Yin Air. Hearing the call from Sika, Yin Air nodded. In truth, even if Sika hadn't said anything, he would have taken action. He had interacted with Luo Yuan before, and he understood Luo Yuan's strength better than Sika. To be able to capture a large rock snake that no one else could handle for so long, Luo Yuan's Pokemon must be far more extraordinary than the large rock snake before him. Long Rock, Gala. Yin Air also sent out his own Pokemon. As 4 Pokemon appeared, they all charged towards the large rock snake. 4 against 1. Luo Yuan raised an eyebrow. He was quite displeased. If you think you can win by numbers, you need to consider whether your Pokemon have the strength to back it up. Luo Yuan said as he took out another Pokeball. Metagross, take care of Shavarang, and Zubat, block them. He instructed Metagross while focusing on directing the large rock snake against Long Rock and Gala. With Metagross' strength, handling Shavarang and Zubat was not something he needed to worry about. Besides, Luo Yuan didn't need Metagross to defeat Shavarang and Zubat, he just needed it to block them. Metagross nodded heavily. Its disc-like body swiftly floated forward, heading towards the Zubat and Shavarang that were charging at the large rock snake. Its massive body acted like a metal wall, blocking the path of Shavarang and Zubat. Damn it, why does this guy have a... As a member of Team Rocket, although Sika didn't know much about Pokemon from other regions, he was well aware of the quasi-god status of Metagross. He never expected that the young boy opposite him not only had a large rock snake, but also brought out a Metagross. Sika had a MMP, he wasn't sure whether to say or not. You were supposed to stop trainers from entering, yet your subordinates let them into the opponent's large rock snake, was clearly much stronger than usual, and you didn't warn me. Now they've pulled out a quasi-god from the Hoenn region. How could you not inform me of such critical news in advance? If he didn't know that Yin Air was a confidant of Boss Sakaki, he might even suspect that Yin Air was an undercover agent sent by the League. However, no matter how difficult life was, he had to keep going. Moreover, even if the opponent was a quasi-god without actually battling, who knew who was stronger or weaker? What if the opponent was just a showpiece? Holding on to this thought, Sika shouted to his 2 Pokemon, who sensed the terrifying aura of Metagross and hesitated. Zubat, Air Cutter. Shavarang, Double Kick. Sika's commands left the 2 Pokemon no choice but to comply. Although Metagross looked formidable, they could only charge forward with Sika's orders. Zubat flapped its wings, unleashing a wave of invisible air blades that sliced towards Metagross. At the same time, Shavarang, who had crept up from below, kicked at the floating Metagross. Buzz. Metagross' body trembled, its mechanical brain instantly operating at high frequency, analyzing the attack trajectories of Shavarang and Zubat within the blink of an eye. Shavarang did not anticipate that Metagross would ignore Zubat above and directly lower its head to face him. Shavarang did not anticipate that Metagross would ignore Zubat above and directly lower its head to face him. Before Shavarang's underdeveloped brain could process it, Metagross swung its iron arm and delivered a punch. Bullet punch. The punch struck directly on Shavarang's kicking leg without dodging. Bang! Shavarang was sent flying into a wall, crashing heavily after colliding with a wild Pokemon engaged in battle with a Bulbasaur. Under the impact of the bullet punch, even though Shavarang's leg structure was unique, he was still sent flying. At this moment Zubat's air blades from above had already descended with over 10 air blades striking the temporarily raised barrier of Metagross, producing explosive sounds. The barrier was on the verge of collapse. If Metagross continued to engage with Shavarang, it was only a matter of time before the barrier was broken. But now Shavarang had already fallen to the side. Zubat dodged. Sika, seeing this scene from a distance, hastily commanded. For Zubat to evolve into Golbat, it needed to have a high level of intimacy with its master, and Zubat's coordination with Sika was remarkably seamless. So as soon as Sika gave the order, Zubat instantly flapped its wings and tilted to the side. Whoosh! Metagross' massive body rushed past the location where Zubat had just been like a giant cannonball, causing Zubat to break out in a cold sweat from narrowly escaping. Sika, watching from afar, also had a grim expression. That was close to Zubat almost got hit. He was directing Zubat to avoid Metagross attacks, while glancing at Luo Yuan in the distance. However, he noticed that Luo Yuan was not paying attention to this side at all. Instantly, a mix of anger, shame, and fear spread within him. His ace Pokémon nearly got taken out by a young boy, and the opponent had been commanding his Pokémon without even looking at him. As a mid-level officer in Team Rocket, Sika found it difficult to maintain his composure. But he was a seasoned Team Rocket member. He suppressed his complicated emotions and focused entirely on the battle before. They were now trapped here with the only exit blocked by Luo Yuan and the Leaf's trainers. If they wanted to leave with the Moonstone, they had to take down Luo Yuan and the trainers in front of them no matter what. With this in mind, he continued to direct Zubat in the sky and Shavarang, who was struggling to get up from the ground, to attack Metagross. Luo Yuan was unaware of Sika's inner turmoil. He merely glanced at the battle involving Metagross, saw it gaining the upper hand, and then shifted his focus back to the battle at hand. Large Rock Snake use Iron Tail. Leaf Fairy use Magical Leaf. The Large Rock Snake had a type advantage over Long Rock and Galagala, which were both rock and ground types, while Leaf Fairy had a clear advantage over both. On paper, the battle should have been highly favorable for him. However, that was not the case. Because at this moment, he was not only facing Yin Air, several Team Rocket members who had already dealt with their opponents were also joining the fray. The Iron Tail swept across, sending a Nidoking flying that had blocked its path. The tail's fierce wind sent a Beedrill attempting to flank the Onix from the side, tumbling in disarray. The Pokémon of these elite Team Rocket members were no match for the Onix. However, the Onix was not invincible. At this moment, a Yin Air who had been observing the Onix's movements decided to take action. Galagala Bone Boomerang. Yin Air commanded. With a pale bone helmet, Galagala's gaze was resolute as it swung the bone stick at the Onix. Whoosh! The bone stick spun, transforming into a disc that arced through the air toward the Onix. Yin Air's choice to issue the command at this moment was not without purpose, as the Onix had just used its Iron Tail, exposing several flaws in its stance. Had it been earlier, the Onix could have used its Iron Tail to directly swat away the Galagala's Bone Boomerang. If he had waited a moment longer, the Onix would have been able to adjust its posture, and facing the flaw-free Onix, the Bone Boomerang would have returned fruitless. At this moment, Yin Air's timing was perfectly poised between those two moments, skillfully seizing the Onix's flaw. Old Fox. Seeing this, Luo Yuan muttered under his breath. If he had to name the type of person he hated battling against, Yin Air, the Old Fox, would definitely top his list. Clearly not strong, yet his timing was incredibly frustrating, a true master at annoying others. Of course, Luo Yuan was not afraid of him. The magical leaves of the Leaf Fairy struck precisely at the Rhyhorn charging forward. The energy-laden leaves exploded on the surface of the Rhyhorn, and the resulting impact forced even the heavy Rhyhorn to stagger back, unable to intervene in the battle. Seeing this, Luo Yuan felt more at ease and waved his hand. Onix, hold firm, then use Rock Tomb. Not dodging was not an option. The Bone Boomerang itself was not a particularly powerful move. Although ground-type moves had an advantage against the Onix, given its level, withstanding this attack was hardly a concern. The Onix disregarded the Bone Boomerang hitting its body and swung its tail, sending a large rock crashing toward Galagala. Get out of the way. Galagala dodged left and right, but the stones raining down from above continued relentlessly, falling like raindrops. Whenever Galagala attempted to pause for breath, another stone would fall from above, forcing it to keep running to avoid the nearby Rhyhorn was also affected, suffering from the dual onslaught of Rock Tomb and magical leaves, making it feel double the pleasure. Watching the Onix relentlessly hurling stones, Yin Air's mood was understandably terrible. Luo Yuan was clearly relying on the Onix's stamina advantage to wear down both the Rhyhorn and Galagala's energy, yet his two Pokémon lacked any decisive capabilities, slowly pushing them toward the abyss. In contrast, Luo Yuan's mood was quite good, especially observing Galagala and Rhyhorn cowering under the rock rain, and Yin Air's grim expression, bringing him great amusement. With prolonged defense, loss was inevitable. As long as this continued, Rhyhorn and Galagala, trapped in evasion and unable to mount an offense, would eventually be taken down by his Onix. Damn it, everyone go at once and deal with that Onix together. Yin Air, seeing the situation turning increasingly unfavorable, had no choice but to rally the nearby Team Rocket members for an offensive against Luo Yuan. But at this moment, where would he find so many hands? Several Team Rocket members who had previously rushed to attack Luo Yuan had been taken down by the Onix's assault, and as Yin Air continued to draw personnel, the Team Rocket's lineup against the ordinary trainers diminished further. The situation which had originally favored Team Rocket was gradually changing, becoming unfavorable for them. Continuing to draw personnel would tilt the balance of victory toward the Alliance trainers represented by Luo Yuan. Did Yin Er not realize this obvious fact? Of course he knew, but he had no other options left. If he lost to Luo Yuan, allowing him to free his hands, the situation would only worsen. For Team Rocket to win now, they needed to eliminate Luo Yuan first, then regroup to deal with those Alliance trainers. Besides, I've already notified my subordinates in Pewter City our reinforcements should be arriving soon. Yin Er thought, feeling slightly relieved as his tense nerves eased a bit. Luo Yuan, observing the Team Rocket trainers gradually encircling him, immediately understood Yin Er's intentions. Sure enough, those who can become Team Rocket cadres are no fools. They won't let me end this battle so easily. But can you change strategies? Luo Yuan chuckled. With a snap of his fingers, the onyx abruptly halted its movements and the rain of falling rocks ceased. Just as Yin Er let out a sigh of relief, thinking Luo Yuan was preparing to switch from offense to defense, with so many people surrounding him, the Metagross, which had been nearly hanging the Shuckle and Zubat, suddenly abandoned its pitiful opponents and sped toward this direction. Like a meteor, the silver-gray body of the Metagross crashed into a blocking Abra, then collided into the resting Rome. The relaxed expression of the Rhyhorn instantly twisted into one of agony. Its massive spherical form launched away, actually sent flying by the Metagross. Gulula. Whether from the Alliance or Team Rocket trainers, everyone watching this scene couldn't help but swallow hard. What kind of power is needed to send a Pokémon like Rhyhorn flying? In an instant, their gazes toward Luo Yuan were filled with awe. Everyone was startled by the sudden entrance of the Metagross. A Team Rocket member stammered, glancing up at the Metagross, whose fists fell like pile drivers before quickly lowering his. We can't take it on. Didn't you see that Yin Er's Pokémon was also being crushed? This Metagross clearly isn't a Pokémon that a low-ranking Team Rocket member like me can handle. It's better to play dead. Metagross, damn it, what are you all doing? Get in there. Seeing his Pokémon being beaten to a pulp under the Metagross attacks, Yin Er panicked and yelled at the stunned Team Rocket members, losing the calm demeanor he had when victory seemed assured. The Team Rocket members below had developed a fear of the Metagross and did not want to battle Luo Yuan. Although they were Team Rocket, their Pokémon were their foundation in this world. How could they be willing to sacrifice their Pokémon for nothing? However, despite their reluctance, who could challenge Yin Er's authority? The strict hierarchy within Team Rocket meant that defying an officer's orders would lead to a far worse fate than simply being defeated by Luo Yuan. Arbok Steeltail, Rattata Bite. Stealing their resolve, the Team Rocket members commanded their Pokémon to charge at the Metagross, attempting to use a swarm tactic. Hey, you bunch of Team Rocket scum, do you think we don't exist? Yongzi, seeing that Team Rocket was preparing to attack his boss, shouted loudly, everyone, let's take them down. Don't let them disturb boss Luo Yuan. They had not lost their fighting spirit yet. How dare this Team Rocket group ignore them? Let's go. Show them our strength. Teach these Team Rocket members a lesson. Roar. Encouraged by Yongzi, a group of Alliance trainers stood shoulder to shoulder, commanding their Pokémon to charge at Team Rocket. Seeing the Team Rocket members who were unwilling to fight Luo Yuan suddenly become excited at this opportunity was a pleasant surprise. It was a great chance. They could avoid organizational reprimands and not have to engage with the twisted Metagross, achieving two goals at once. Anyway, Yin Er wasn't their direct superior. They wouldn't care how he thought of them. Thus, the advancing Team Rocket Pokémon quickly turned around under the instructions of their members and engaged with the two sides engaged fiercely. As for some Team Rocket members who seemed to intentionally delay defeating their opponents to avoid fighting the Metagross, let's happily ignore that. In the distance, Yin Er, who was counting on the Metagross to rescue him, was so furious that his body trembled. You all. He pointed at the distant Team Rocket, trembling and unable to speak. Looks like your prestige in Team Rocket isn't that great. Luo Yuan said with his arms crossed, looking at Yin Er with a smile. Even these Team Rocket members don't listen to your orders. Hearing Luo Yuan's taunt, Yin Er became furious. Don't be smug-eye. But before he could finish, there was a loud crash as the Metagross knocked his rock-type Pokémon out cold with a punch. The rock body was covered in cracks of various sizes, and its small head swelled up, looking somewhat comical. The Onix swung its tail and hit the unsuspecting Geodude, sending the already small Pokémon flying. After the Bone Club was knocked down by the Onix, its bone helmet cracked in several places, rolling on the ground for a few laps before going silent. You dare to speak to me when you're clearly at a disadvantage. Looking at the Geodude struggling to get up, Luo Yuan said, weren't you the one who spoke to me first? Yin Er cursed inwardly, but he wasn't foolish enough to say it out loud. His face darkened, feeling that his calm demeanor cultivated over the years had been shattered completely today. At that moment, the previously suppressed scar finally rushed over and gave Yin Er a look. The meaning was clear: retreat. Yin Er glanced at Luo Yuan, then at the fallen Pokémon, and finally at the Team Rocket members, who were slacking off. After saying this, he withdrew his Onix, which had been defeated by Luo Yuan, and lost its ability to fight along with the Geodude, and followed Scar to break through the outside. This time they had completely failed, and even his identity had been exposed. However, it didn't matter. With his experience, he would definitely secure a place in Team Rocket upon returning. Yin Er was determined. Once he returned to Team Rocket and gathered enough personnel, he would definitely take care of Luo Yuan. Scar glanced back at Luo Yuan and made a throat-cutting gesture. Kid, next time I see you you'll know the true power of Team Rocket, he said, signaling to his subordinates. The Team Rocket members engaged with the Alliance this time did not dare to be insincere, throwing out Pokémon, such as wheezing and coughing. With a whoosh, smoke rose. Amidst the explosion, the tunnel shook, and over a dozen Team Rocket members rushed out in the midst of the Alliance trainers' panic. Oh, you think you can run after offending me? Luo Yuan was already prepared. Onyx, Metagross. Luo Yuan waved his hand, and the Onyx and Metagross flanked the escaping Team Rocket members from both sides, completely ignoring the smoke and the occasional self-destructing Pokémon that flashed through it. Let's fly. Seeing the determined chase from Luo Yuan, Yin Air hurriedly said. Scar nodded. Each of them grabbed one of the Zubat's feet and quickly soared into the sky. The Zubat, being Scar's main Pokémon, expertly dodged the rocks thrown by Onyx, maneuvering with both trainers in tow. But escaping from the Onyx did not mean they could escape the Metagross. With its psychic abilities, the Metagross had locked onto the two, and its rapidly functioning brain calculated every escape route they might take, leaving no chance of losing track of them. Hearing the call from Sika, Yin Air nodded. In truth, even if Sika hadn't said anything, he would have taken action. He had interacted with Luo Yuan before, and he understood. Yin Air shouted in surprise at Scar. Scar was clearly invigorated by Yin Air's words. Today had been exceptionally unlucky. Not only had he failed to complete the task assigned from above, but nearly all of his subordinates had been lost, and now he was even in danger of being captured himself. Fortunately, Scar looked at Yin Air, feeling great admiration for him. Indeed, experience was invaluable, although the reason he was trapped in the tunnel was due to Yin Air's subordinates not guarding it properly. But it seemed that Yin Air, this veteran Team Rocket member, was still reliable at a critical moment. Without this batch of reinforcements from Yin Air, the two of them would surely have been captured by Luo Yuan. Have your men block the Jingjing monster. Scar was not courteous with Yin Air. To him, as long as they could successfully escape, the loss of this handful of manpower was nothing. Alright. Yin Air was not distressed either. He had trained these subordinates for so long, and it was high time to put them to use. Even if they were captured, as long as there was a chance in the future, he could easily pay for their bail. The crossbat flew swiftly towards the direction of the footsteps, which were growing closer. Yin Air shouted loudly, "Hurry! Help me stop the one behind." His words were suddenly cut off. It was as if a rooster that had been crowing suddenly had its voice choked. What happened? Scar, who had just directed the crossbat to evade the Jingjing monster's attack, looked at Yin Air in confusion. Wasn't everything fine just a moment ago? Why was it suddenly silent? Following Yin Air's gaze downward, Scar saw a group of people with Pokémon blocking the tunnel. However, these people were not Yin Air's subordinates as they had imagined, but a group of police officers in uniforms. What was going on? How did the reinforcements turn into police? Was Yin Air deceiving him? Just as Scar was feeling suspicious, the police below were also stunned. They had received news to capture Team Rocket, but why was the president of the Nibby City Mining Association here? The leader Junsha was taken aback upon seeing Yin Air. Although she did not know why Yin Air was with Team Rocket, it was clear that seeing Team Rocket in action was a mistake. Don't move, drop your Pokémon. Junsha commanded the two. Scar's face changed dramatically, and his eyes flickered several times before he threw out his Pokeball. He had no intention of sitting back and allowing the police to capture him. Scar coldly said, "Go Shavarang, use double kick, create a path for me." Under his command, the already exhausted Shavarang still rushed towards Junsha. Junsha waited with ease. Wind Speed Dog used Flamethrower. A stream of flames swept across. Shavarang dared not confront it, and could only dodge in all directions. Just as Scar was about to continue commanding his Pokémon to fight, a loud noise suddenly erupted from the back of the tunnel. Boom. Luo Yuan riding an Onyx had caught up. Upon entering the battlefield, Luo Yuan commanded the Jingjing monster in the sky. Jingjing monster used psychic aim for the crossbat at a 40-degree angle in front. Although the Jingjing monster could calculate the trajectory of the crossbat's dodges, as the one in charge, it lacked the clarity of timing compared to Luo Yuan the bystander. An invisible force shot out. The crossbat, flying forward naturally, would not sit idly by. It quickly darted to the side. However, just as it made a move, Luo Yuan's second command reached the Jingjing monster's ears. Jingjing monster, teleport to the right of the crossbat, then use bullet punch. The Jingjing monster complied, without hesitation, executing Luo Yuan's command 100. Thus the Jingjing monster, having teleported to the right of the crossbat, watched as the crossbat, dragging Scar and Yin Air, collided head-on, as if it was sending itself straight into the Jingjing monster's mouth. Crossbat quickly dodged. Scar, seeing the Jingjing monster suddenly appear beside him, extending its fist towards them, felt his soul leave his body. But how could the crossbat dragging two people manage to evade? If it were just the crossbat alone, it might have been able to execute such agile maneuvers. However, with Yin Air and Scar as cargo, even though the crossbat flapped its wings furiously, its body was still pulled towards the Jingjing monster by the powerful inertia. Bang! Without any surprise, the Jingjing monster's fist struck the crossbat, which fell to the ground like a kite, with a severed string sending Scar and Yin Air tumbling. In the distance, Shavarang, engaged in battle with the Wind Speed Dog, was thrown into disarray upon seeing its master fall from the sky. Coupled with the absence of Scar's commands, it was defeated by the Wind Speed Dog's powerful attack. The Jingjing monster and Onyx stood beside Luo Yuan, while Junsha stared intently at the fallen Yin Air and Scar. The situation was already settled. Excuse me, are you the one who reported the case? Junsha approached Luo Yuan after the battle had ended, and said, can I understand what is happening here now? I am the one who reported it. As you can see, this guy named Ska is a cadre of Team Rocket, and Yin Air, the president of the Mining Association, is an undercover agent for Team Rocket. He colluded with Team Rocket to block the tunnel at Moon Viewing Mountain and steal the moonstones. These trainers behind me and the captured Team Rocket members can all testify to this. We went through a hard-fought battle to take down this group of Team Rocket. Luo Yuan pointed to the trainers coming from behind and the Team Rocket members tied up by them. The trainers behind him echoed, saying, Boss Luo Yuan, you are too humble. We merely held these Team Rocket members back. It was all thanks to you that we could defeat them. Yeah, Boss Luo Yuan, if it weren't for you, these Team Rocket minions would have easily taken us out. Then they recounted stories of how Onyx single-handedly battled over a dozen Pokémon, and how the Jinjing monster crushed Team Rocket cadres, leaving Junsha in utter disbelief. Ahem, Luo Yuan. So you are the boss, right? Junsha hesitated slightly when saying boss. She had never addressed anyone as such before. Puffed. Luo Yuan almost spat out when he heard Junsha's address, and quickly waved his hand saying, Ahem, that's just a nickname everyone casually gave me. Just call me Luo Yuan. Junsha also realized her previous words were inappropriate, feeling a bit embarrassed, and quickly changed the subject. Mr. Luo Yuan, can you take me to see the moonstones that Team Rocket has stolen? No problem, follow me. Luo Yuan was already planning to take her to see those moonstones as it related to the distribution of the spoils later on. He directly led Junsha ahead. Luo Yuan led Junsha to the location where Team Rocket was excavating the moonstones, and Junsha was left speechless by the sight before her. Tools for excavation were carelessly tossed aside, and several boxes meant for holding the moonstones were placed. Luo Yuan fully understood the astonishment on Junsha's face. He had been equally shocked when he first saw this scene. It seemed that the League had never before excavated so many moonstones at once. This time Team Rocket had actually beaten the League to it. As the head of the NI by City Police Department, Junsha was quite knowledgeable and quickly regained her composure after a brief moment of daze. She took a deep breath and said, Thank you, Mr. Luo Yuan. If it weren't for you, this many moonstones falling into the hands of Team Rocket would have caused a tremendous impact on the League. Junsha's gratitude was sincere and not mere politeness. The effects of moonstones were well known to anyone with even a basic understanding of Pokémon. In Kanto, the moonstones served to evolve Pippi and Pang Ding into Pikachu and Pang Kuding respectively, and also allowed Nido Na and Nido Linua to evolve into Nido Ho and Nido Wang. The first function held no value for Team Rocket, but the evolution of Nido Na and Nido Linua was of immense. Nido Wang and Nido Ho, being heavyweight Pokemon, could be likened to tanks in battles. A single Nido Wang could easily take down 5 or 6 unevolved Nido Linua, and the only difference was a single moonstone. It was clear that once Team Rocket obtained this batch of moonstones, they would soon amass a formidable army of Nido Wang and Nido Ho, a threat that the League could not underestimate. It's nothing after all. I was once a Pokemon inspector myself. Luo Yuan smiled, recalling his earlier words to Junsha in Shobun City. Mr. Luo Yuan was once a Pokemon inspector. Junsha looked at Luo Yuan with a friendlier gaze. No, I need to report this many moonstones immediately. After instructing her subordinates to secure the bound Team Rocket members more tightly, Junsha felt it was still not safe. Oh, what if more reinforcements from Team Rocket came? While dialing a phone to contact Junsha at the other end of the tunnel in Hualan City, she turned to her subordinates and shouted, Immediately finish counting the moonstones and deliver threatens to Mr. Luo Yuan as per regulations. Yes, Officer Junsha. Luo Yuan ignored the curious glances from the police officers beside him and the trainers eagerly watching the count of the moonstones, walking over to Sika and Yen Air. I heard you plan to show me the might of Team Rocket. Luo Yuan smiled at Sika, saying, I'm right here. If you have any tricks up your sleeve, now's the time to use them. Otherwise, once you're in the League's prison, it won't be so easy to get out. Sika remained silent, his face darkened. Yen Air also looked despondent. The League's penalties for Team Rocket executives were vastly different from those for regular members. Perhaps in an effort to save these misguided Team Rocket members, or to recover some losses from Team Rocket regular members, could be released quickly after paying bail unless their offenses were particularly severe. However, the same could not be said for the Team Rocket executives, as they were loyalists to Team Rocket. The League did not care about their specific offenses. Once their identities were confirmed, they faced a minimum of 3 years. Kid, don't get cocky too soon. The boss will take revenge for us. Knowing he had been caught, Sika resorted to threats against the boss. Luo Yuan chuckled, inwardly thinking that Ban Mu was currently preoccupied with creating Mutuo and had no time to deal with them. Enjoy yourself while you can, he casually remarked. As Sika's face turned red with anger, Luo Yuan bid farewell to Junsha, patted his backside, and left with his deserved rewards. In this operation against Team Rocket, aside from earning a reward for capturing Sika, Luo Yuan had played a significant role in the battle and received a total of 30 moonstones. The remaining trainers were also awarded 1 to 2 moonstones each, depending on their contributions. Everyone was very satisfied with this haul. As they were leaving the Yuelon Mountain Tunnel, the group waved goodbye to Luo Yuan together. Goodbye, Luo Yuan. Luo Yuan felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth, Seeing this scene made him feel like a leader of some illegitimate group was being sent off. However, it felt quite nice. Waving to bid farewell to the crowd, Luo Yuan set off on his journey to Hualan. But, I say, what are you doing here? Luo Yuan looked at the brave Yi who was following him. I'm going to challenge the gym. Why are you following me instead of going home? Yi, the first to recognize Luo Yuan as the boss, did not leave with the other trainers, but chose to follow Luo Yuan. Upon hearing his words, Yi felt a bit shy, and said, Boss Luo Yuan, I'm going to challenge the gym too. Challenge the gym. It wasn't that Luo Yuan looked down on him. He had noticed Yi during the battle in the tunnel. To put it mildly, he was definitely not strong. Yi was fully aware of his own strength level, but he felt no shame at all. That's right, I'm going to challenge the gym. I'm weak, but the Hualan gym is even weaker. Yi spoke this with conviction. Luo Yuan wanted to say something, but upon reflection it indeed seemed to be the case. The Hualan gym's reputation as the weakest gym in the league was widely known throughout the league, and was considered the disgrace of the Kanto League. The gym leader was one of Kasumi's 3 sisters known as the Hualan Trio, who were excellent ballet performers, and had no connection to being excellent Pokemon trainers. Thinking about this, Luo Yuan suddenly recalled the trainers who had formed groups to go from Ni by City to Hualan City. He asked, you guys aren't planning to take advantage of the Ni by Gym's closure to come to Hualan Gym and grab the Hualan badge, are you? Yi looked surprised, saying, how did you guess that, boss? Before his journey across worlds, Luo Yuan believed that every Pokemon trainer was as passionate and full of fighting spirit as Ash. Yet it proved that no matter the world, there is no shortage of slackers. Luo Yuan had no disdainful thoughts. Everyone has their own way of living, and he had no right to intervene. He nodded at Yongzi. Since your destination is also the Hualan Gym, let's go together. As he spoke, he took the lead and walked forward. Upon hearing this, Yongzi quickly followed. Boss, this is your first time in Hualan City, right? Yongzi introduced enthusiastically as he walked. If you're in Hualan City, you absolutely cannot miss the water ballet performance by the Hualan Trio. Oh, have you been here before? Luo Yuan asked. I've been here once. I watched the Hualan Trio's water ballet performance back then, and they were truly beautiful. Yongzi seemed somewhat mesmerized when he spoke about the Hualan Trio. Luo Yuan clicked his tongue. Besides being weak and fond of cheap deals, he discovered another flaw in his naive little brother. So are you still going to challenge the Hualan Gym? Watching the water ballet and challenging the gym aren't mutually exclusive, Yongzi said matter-of-factly. You make a valid point. Oh, I am left speechless. However, Luo Yuan was quite skeptical about whether he could remain as calm as Yongzi claimed when he actually saw the Hualan Trio. Hualan City Hualan Gym is situated much closer to the city center compared to the Nibi Gym, and the surrounding environment is relatively not so secluded, but rather more prosperous. As they approached the gym, Luo Yuan could already hear thunderous applause emanating from within. Is it really that exaggerated? After confirming his identity as a trainer with the guard, Luo Yuan pushed the door open. What he saw was a sea of people. The stands surrounded a massive swimming pool in the center. Although it wasn't completely full, the occupancy rate had already exceeded 80%. While this number may not seem high for the Hualan Trio, who frequently hosted water ballet performances, it was quite an achievement. However, it seemed that Luo Yuan and his group had arrived at the wrong time. When they entered the Hualan Gym, the water ballet performance was already coming to an end. Luo Yuan and Yongzi only caught a glimpse of the Hualan Trio, thanking the audience in the water. What a pity, Yongzi said with a look of regret. The performance ended so early. He looked utterly disappointed. The reason he had hurried to the Hualan Gym with Luo Yuan instead of returning to the Pokemon Center with other trainers to restore his Pokemon strength was that he wanted to catch this performance, but unfortunately, he was still a step too late. I think it's just right, Luo Yuan said with a faint smile. The performance has ended, so we can challenge the gym right away, saving us the hassle of waiting here for so long. Luo Yuan felt no sense of regret. Being able to challenge the gym immediately upon arrival, without wasting time watching some water ballet performance, saved him a significant amount of time. If you want to become an excellent trainer, you should spend more time training your Pokemon, Luo Yuan advised Yongzi. After all, since Yongzi considered himself the boss, Luo Yuan felt it necessary to offer some guidance to his little brother. Hearing that he had the potential to become stronger, Yongzi, who had just been lamenting about missing the water ballet performance, immediately perked up. Boss, are you saying I also have a chance to become as strong as you? Yongzi's eyes widened in surprise. Throughout his life, he had always been at the bottom, and no one had ever told him such words. For a moment, Yongzi couldn't help but feel tears welling up in his eyes. It's unlikely to become as strong as me in a short time, Luo Yuan said diplomatically, not wanting to discourage him. However, if you spend more time training, you will at least be much stronger than you are now, and challenging the gym won't be so difficult. Luo Yuan had already noticed this during their battles. Though the Pokemon trainers led by Yongzi were weak, not all of their Pokemon lacked potential. If Yongzi were willing to invest some time in training his Pokemon, his strength would undoubtedly see a significant improvement. Train hard. I understand, boss. Yongzi nodded earnestly. Remember not to just train blindly. I'll focus on your Pokemon strengths and conduct specialized training. Engage in frequent battles to build the synergy between you and your Pokemon. Luo Yuan shared his experience in training Pokemon with Yongzi. Yongzi promptly took out his notebook and began to jot down notes attentively. As they spoke, Luo Yuan quickly noticed that the entire stand was beginning to empty and the audience members were gradually leaving. Only Luo Yuan, Yongzi, and a few trainers who clearly looked like trainers remained in the Hualan gym. Who are you? One of the Hualan trio, Sakura asked. We are Pokemon trainers here to challenge the Hualan gym. Trainers, I thought you were fans here for our autographs. Peony looked disappointed. Don't be rude, Sakura scolded. I apologize, please follow me. The peony, scolded by the cherry blossom, playfully stuck out her tongue without saying a word. The cherry blossom turned to the crowd and asked, Everyone, are you here to challenge the dojo? Apart from Luo Yuan and Yongji, there were 3 other people present. However, it was clear that not everyone was there with the intention of challenging the dojo. A bespectacled boy timidly raised his hand and said in a soft voice, I'm a fan of Sister Peony, I'm here specifically for an autograph. Hearing this, not only Luo Yuan and the others were stunned, but even the cherry blossom was taken aback. Is there really someone who waited just for an autograph? Luo Yuan, uninterested in water ballet, couldn't understand this behavior, while Yongji seemed quite interested in the idea of getting an autograph. What both the cherry blossom and Iris were concerned about was why even Peony had fans while they did not. Beside them, Peony bore the gaze of her 2 sisters, suppressing her laughter as she signed for the seemingly frail boy. The cherry blossom turned around and said, Well, it seems the rest of you are here to challenge the dojo. Since the dojo can only accommodate 1 challenger at a time, the order of battle will be decided by drawing lots. Is that acceptable? Everyone naturally had no objections. After all, challengers must come one by one, and in this situation letting luck decide the order was the fairest method. Thus Luo Yuan drew the last position, even Yongji was ahead of him. Luo Yuan's mindset instantly, he always prided himself on being a reincarnation of luck, whether it was in previous system lotteries or anything else. His luck had always been quite good, but why did it feel like his luck had been getting worse lately? Even if you don't put me first, putting me in the middle would be fine, but what does it mean to be last? Boss, this isn't necessarily a bad thing. Being at the back has its advantages. You can analyze strategies by observing the battles of the Hualan trio. Yongji consoled from the side. If it were a different dojo, I might believe you, but don't you have any idea of the strength of the Hualan trio yourself? Does the strength of the Hualan trio even need observation? To put it bluntly, Luo Yuan could easily defeat them without breaking a sweat. Cough, cough. Yongji seemed to realize he had misspoken and coughed a couple of times to cover his embarrassment. Forget it, let's just watch for now. Luo Yuan didn't complain too much. After all, this was just due to his bad luck. He reasoned that there weren't many trainers ahead of him, and even if the Hualan trio was weak, they were still 3 trainers as dojo trainers. It shouldn't be that 3 trainers could completely overturn the dojo. With this thought, Luo Yuan looked at the challenger who was ready for battle, and the cherry blossom, who was responsible for the match. The battle arena was located in the central pool, which had 2 large floating platforms for Pokémon to stand on. In such a watery arena, while it wasn't mandatory to use water-type Pokémon, it was clear that heavyweight Pokémon like Onix and Nidoking were not suitable for this setting. The challenger was a young man with waxed hair, wearing a confident expression, appearing to be quite experienced in dojo challenge. He must be a trainer who has challenged the dojo before. Typically, new trainers feel a bit nervous during their first challenge. The cherry blossom, on the other hand, had changed into formal attire, looking far from the weakling that was rumored exuding of. This made Luo Yuan feel a glimmer of expectation for the cherry blossom of the Hualan trio, seeing her like this. Maybe she could surprise him after all. The competition rules of the Hualan dojo follow the standard rules of the League dojo challenges. Each side can use 3 Pokémon, and during the battle the challenger can switch Pokémon, but the dojo trainer cannot. Is there any objection? Peony acted as the referee for the match. No problem, the waxed-haired boy said as he took a Pokeball from his waist. Kawada from Leafy City. The cherry blossom also took out a Pokeball. Hualan dojo cherry blossom. Peony raised the flag in her hand and swung it down forcefully. The match begins. Go Tadpole. Up, take out your opponent, Electrode. Both sides released their Pokémon almost simultaneously. Luo Yuan, who was originally thinking about what Pokémon the cherry blossom would use, awkwardly covered his head and couldn't bear to look. He really shouldn't have had any expectations for her. As a dojo trainer representing the Alliance in Hualan City, to showcase trainer levels, she actually sent out a Tadbulb. Luo Yuan was quite speechless. As for the Electrode on the opposite side, although it seemed weak to Luo Yuan, it was still significantly stronger than a Tadbulb. The following battle confirmed this. Tadbulb, we attack first, use Bubble Beam. Electrode, dodge. Tadbulb, Water Gun. Electrode, dodge. Electrode, Thunder Shock. Tadbulb, quickly dodge. Tadbulb, your Electrode is impressive. I lost the first round. Your Tadbulb isn't weak either. Be careful, I will send out an even stronger Pokémon next time. Covering his face without even looking, Luo Yuan could visualize an exceedingly awkward battle just from listening to their commands. This was not just a clash of rookies, it was practically a clash of noobs. Yet these two were still flattering each other, utterly shameless. You keep an eye on things here, I'm going out for a stroll. If you find me, give me a call. Unable to endure the atmosphere any longer, Luo Yuan told the eagerly watching Yongji and left the Hualan dojo. After buying an ice cream from an ice cream shop by the roadside, just as the awkward feelings began to dissipate with the ice cream's coolness, Luo Yuan suddenly saw a red sports car coming around the corner through the glass. That is, a red convertible sports car came around the corner. Generally a sports car wouldn't attract Luo Yuan's attention, but he noticed this one because it was overloaded. Originally rated to carry only 4 people, this sports car was crammed with 7 or 8. What are the authorities in Hualan City doing? This car is clearly severely overloaded, and no one is stopping it. As Luo Yuan was complaining, the sports car came to a stop right in front of the ice cream shop, with a screech that made one cringe. It parked at the entrance. A boy with spiky brown hair and sunglasses swaggered out of the car, followed by girls dressed like cheerleaders. Young Master Zaimeo's parking move is so cool. Young Master Xiaomao actually parked just to buy us ice cream, how touching. A chorus of chirpy voices flooded into the once quiet ice cream shop. Xiaomao. Luo Yuan looked closely at the spiky-haired boy surrounded by a group of women. Who else could it be but Professor Okido's grandson Okido Xiaomao? My memory seems to be failing me. Luo Yuan tapped his head. He had been preoccupied with thoughts of Team Rocket lately. He didn't react immediately upon seeing the red sports car and the cheerleading squad. Moreover, according to his previous lives' memories, it seemed he was also acquainted with Xiaomao. He remembered that in his childhood he and Xiaomao used to pull the tails of green caterpillars only to be chased around by a swarm of butterflies. Should I say hello? After all, the previous owner and he were considered friends. With that thought, Luo Yuan walked over. Xiaomao, he greeted. Long time no see. You are Luo Yuan. Xiaomao took off his sunglasses, revealing a surprised expression. What are you doing here? However, before he could continue speaking, a sudden screech of brakes was heard outside, and the graceful Junsha leaped off her motorcycle. From a distance, Junsha shouted at Xiaomao and the others. Owner of the red sports car, you are suspected of severe overloading. Please present your driver's license immediately. Luo Yuan glanced at Xiaomao, who wore an unmistakably embarrassed expression. They had just met, and he was already being confronted by Junsha, making it quite embarrassing. But with Junsha confronting them, Xiaomao hurriedly tucked his sunglasses into his pocket and rushed over to explain quietly. In the end, after much negotiation, he managed to earn Miss Junsha's forgiveness by claiming he was a novice trainer, but he still ended up with a fine of 10,000 yuan and a warning. Watching Miss Junsha's retreating figure and the fine in his hand, Xiaomao felt like crying without tears. This story tells us not to drive dangerously. Luo Yuan silently mocked in his heart. However, as a friend, he certainly wouldn't rub salt in Zaimeo's wounds at this moment. He at least needed to give him some face. Luo Yuan consciously avoided mentioning Zaimeo's fine. Are you here to challenge the gym too? Upon hearing Luo Yuan not mentioning the fine, Xiaomao sighed in relief and exclaimed, how did you know? Of course I'm here to challenge the gym as well. Luo Yuan smiled slightly. But I thought you were going to become a Pokémon inspector, Xiaomao asked in confusion. In his impression, Luo Yuan had entered the Pokémon inspector system as an outstanding I had no choice. I was forced to be a scapegoat by some family member, and unable to take it anymore I resigned, and came out to be a trainer wandering around to see the world. Luo Yuan shrugged. Is that so? Who is it? Tell me, I guarantee he won't escape unscathed. Xiaomao was immediately furious upon hearing this. How dare someone bully the friend of Okido Xiaomao? Did they really think the Okido family's influence in the league was a joke? Alright, I'll take revenge for this in the future, so don't worry about it. Luo Yuan was quite touched by Zaimeo's willingness to stand up for him, but he truly didn't take that person who tripped him. He could confront Team Rocket whenever he wanted, and that kind of person could be dealt with anytime. There was no need to worry about it. Seeing that Luo Yuan genuinely had no intention of forcing the issue, Xiaomao finally relaxed, and cheerfully punched Luo Yuan's shoulder. So how many badges have you obtained? Won the gray badge from Nibi Gym. Upon hearing Luo Yuan's answer, Xiaomao, wanting to show off, felt a bit gloomy. Alright, I also have one, but I will definitely get the blue badge from Hualan Gym before you do. Oh. Luo Yuan smiled slightly. Then you might be disappointed. There are many challengers at Hualan Gym today, and the line has already started. I've already secured my spot, so you'll be behind me. Xiaomao looked up at the sky. No way, I also want to line up. After buying ice cream for his girlfriend, Xiaomao pulled Luo Yuan and hurried towards Hualan Gym. Hualan Gym. Hey, boss, why are you back? It's not your turn yet. Yongji was surprised to see Luo Yuan and Xiaomao suddenly rush in. This is my friend Xiaomao. He's also here to line up. Luo Yuan pointed at Xiaomao, and then gestured to Yongji, saying to Xiaomao, this is my newly recognized little brother. They greeted each other. Yongji, where are we now? This match is ending, and then it'll be my turn, but what? But it seems like the Hualan three sisters have no extra Pokemon left. Yongji said. Miss Sakura only has this last Pokemon left. Miss Iam's Pokemon are all in the Pokemon Center, and Miss Peony still has 3 Pokemon left. So that means, Luo Yuan had a bad premonition. That means after I finish my challenge you won't be able to continue your challenge, boss. Yongji spoke these words with a hint of embarrassment. Luo Yuan felt that today was particularly unlucky for him. First he drew the last number in the lottery, and now, just when it was about to be his turn, something went wrong. Xiaomao, who initially thought he had no hope of winning, could only wait until tomorrow, but unexpectedly Luo Yuan was also having such bad luck. He patted Luo Yuan on the shoulder, appearing as if they were both down on their luck. Looking at Luo Yuan's resentful expression, Yong Si spoke up, how about we switch the order of our challenges, boss? I can come tomorrow. Yong Si, well versed in the ways of being a subordinate, immediately offered to give way upon seeing Luo Yuan's expression of grievance. Hearing Yong Si's words, Luo Yuan took a deep breath and shook his head. No need, you go first. He was not someone who liked to sacrifice others for his own satisfaction, especially over such trivial matters. Upon hearing Luo Yuan say this, Young Si glanced at the trainer ahead of him, who had successfully received a badge, then looked back at Luo Yuan, confirming that Luo Yuan was indeed not just being polite, before pulling out a Pokeball and walking up. Young Si from Goldenrod City versus the gym trainer of the Hualan Gym Mutant. The outcome of the battle was beyond doubt. Although Young Si was somewhat weak, he had grown considerably from his battle with Team Rocket in the Moonview Mountain Tunnel, and his opponent was the Hualan Three Sisters, so winning was not a difficult task. The Hualan Three Sisters routinely awarded Young Si a blue badge, apologetically looking at Luo Yuan and the remaining trainers. Sorry, everyone, if you wish to challenge the gym, you will have to wait until tomorrow. As you can see, all our Pokemon have lost their fighting capabilities. Seeing their familiar demeanor, it was clear that this was not the first time such a situation had occurred. Don't you have any contingency plans? For example, backup Pokemon or something? Xiao Mao couldn't help but ask. The few trainers behind him who had rushed over nodded in agreement with Xiao Mao's question, looking at the Hualan Three Sisters waiting for their response. The Hualan Three Sisters appeared somewhat embarrassed, with the eldest sister Yinghua apologetically saying, "We are truly sorry, but there are only so many Pokemon in the gym. You can register here and come back tomorrow." What else could be done when they had said so? Luo Yuan nodded, accepting this explanation. He wasn't in a hurry to leave Hualan City. Staying here for a few days to enjoy the scenery of Hualan City was also quite nice. After inquiring about the gym's opening hours for tomorrow and bidding farewell to Young Si, Luo Yuan and Xiao Mao found a restaurant to solve their lunch problem. Luo Yuan, are you really not planning to become a Pokemon inspector? You studied at the inspector school for so many years. If you resign now, won't all your efforts go to waste? Xiao Mao asked while sitting on the sofa. There's nothing to miss. Luo Yuan shrugged. Being a Pokemon trainer is quite good. It's free, and I feel it's easier to achieve results than being a Pokemon inspector. Being a trainer has more prospects. It often takes years for Pokemon inspectors to be promoted, and they need to accumulate enough merits. However, as long as a Pokemon trainer is strong enough, they can easily become a gym trainer, Elite Four, or even a champion, which is much more carefree than being a Pokemon inspector. That's true. Xiao Mao agreed wholeheartedly with Luo Yuan. Looking at so many prominent figures in the league, most of them were famous trainers in their youth. Not to mention the champion and Elite Four of the league. Just take Professor Oak for example. He was quite well known as a trainer in the league during his youth. If it weren't for this, why would he give up the great advantage of being Professor Oak's grandson to become a Pokemon researcher instead of becoming a Pokemon trainer? By the way, have you heard about that incident? Xiao Mao asked after taking a sip of juice. What incident? The one where a large number of moonstones were discovered in Moonview Mountain. Xiao Mao said, I heard it involved Team Rocket and the president of the Pokemon Mining Association in Pewter City. Apparently it started when a group of trainers fought with Team Rocket members in Moonview Mountain, resulting in the arrest of a Team Rocket officer. I know. Luo Yuan replied calmly. Huh, didn't you just come to Hualan City? How do you know? Xiao Mao, he originally wanted to show off to Luo Yuan. This information was something he had gathered on his way here from Pewter City. How could Luo Yuan know? Because capturing Team Rocket was done by me. Luo Yuan smiled slightly. He of course knew about what he had done, he just didn't expect Xiao Mao to bring it up. Xiao Mao looked incredulous. Don't joke around, how is that possible? With so many Team Rocket members and officers, at least dozens of Pokemon inspectors would be needed to have a chance to take them down. Although Team Rocket was somewhat weaker than the league in terms of strength, when it came to escape tactics, they were definitely among the best. To catch so many Team Rocket members, the league would at least have to send an Elite Force equivalent to Team Rocket. You don't believe me? Luo Yuan smiled ambiguously. Of course I don't believe it. Xiao Mao replied casually. As he spoke, he looked at Luo Yuan and found him wearing a serious expression. No way could it really be you. Originally thinking Luo Yuan was just talking casually, Xiao Mao began to doubt it upon seeing Luo Yuan's serious demeanor. In his memory, Luo Yuan rarely looked so serious. Could it truly be that capturing so many Team Rocket members was indeed Luo Yuan's accomplishment? Luo Yuan smiled slightly and reached into his backpack. Bang! A moonstone was placed on the table, followed by a second, a third, until Luo Yuan had placed 5 moonstones in front of him before stopping and looking at Xiao Mao. At this moment, Xiao Mao's mouth had dropped wide open, staring blankly. Is it really you who did this? Although logically speaking, he found it hard to believe that Luo Yuan could single-handedly stop so many members of Team Rocket. The moonstone before him forced him to accept the possibility. What benefit would I gain from lying to you? Luo Yuan retorted. After some thought, Xiao Mao realized the truth in that statement. He didn't believe Luo Yuan would deceive him. His initial shock had simply clouded his judgment. I never expected that you were the one who captured that group from Team Rocket. Indeed, Xiao Mao exclaimed in surprise. After all, one of them was a Team Rocket officer. Achieving such a feat against a group of Alliance inspectors was no small accomplishment. He couldn't help but wonder how those who had pushed for Luo Yuan's resignation would feel about this. Just to clarify, it wasn't just me who over 30 trainers helped me capture Team Rocket, Luo Yuan chuckled. Alright, stop being modest. You know what the current strength of those trainers in the Alliance is, don't you? Xiao Mao interrupted Luo Yuan. As the grandson of Professor Okido, he was far more aware of the overall situation in the Alliance than Ash. The Quartz Conference had just concluded a few days ago, and many capable trainers were still at the Quartz Plateau yet to return. Even if there were some strong trainers among them, Xiao Mao had no faith that they could handle Team Rocket's officers. Moreover, judging by the number of moonstones on the table, it was clear that Luo Yuan had put in significant effort to acquire such a bounty. "Let's have a battle. I want to see your true strength," Xiao Mao suddenly exclaimed, as if recalling something. His eyes sparkled. Luo Yuan was not surprised by Xiao Mao's challenge, as it was very much in line with Xiao Mao's usual style. However, he was somewhat speechless at the timing of Xiao Mao's choice. Now, he had just finished eating and hadn't even had time to digest. "Yes, right now? No time to waste. I rented a training ground before coming to the Hualan gym." Xiao Mao was decisive, dragging Luo Yuan, who hadn't had a chance to digest his meal, to the battleground located in the outskirts of Hualan City. "Do we really need to rush? Intense exercise after a meal can easily lead to stomach issues," Luo Yuan replied helplessly. "Now that we're at the training ground, you're not having second thoughts, are you?" Xiao Mao teased, intentionally provoking Luo Yuan. Luo Yuan responded with just 2 words, "He." Then with arms crossed over his chest, he asked, "Are we doing 1v1, 3v3, or 5v5? No matter how you want to battle, I'm all in." Hearing Luo Yuan's confident words, Xiao Mao hesitated for a moment. 3v3. 3 Pokemon per person and no switching during the battle. In the end, Xiao Mao decided on a 3v3 match. Although he had captured quite a few Pokemon, only 3 could be considered his main team. "Okay, shall we start now?" Luo Yuan asked Xiao Mao. "Let's go." Xiao Mao gestured to his support team nearby, one of whom approached the referee's position and picked up the flag used by the referee. The competitors are young Master Xiao Mao from Jinxing Town, and from Qianhong City, it's Luo Yuan. If Luo Yuan remembered correctly, this body's previous owner should be from Qianhong City. The competitors are young Master Xiao Mao from Jinxing Town and Luo Yuan from Qianhong City. The rules for this match are 3v3 knockout. No switching Pokemon during the battle. Now let the match begin. As the announcement concluded, Luo Yuan and Xiao Mao simultaneously threw their Pokeballs. "Leafeon, go. It's up to you, Pidgeotto." A Leafeon with a pale yellow body and an elegant posture adorned with red elongated feathers atop its head faced off against a fierce-looking Pidgeotto, both Pokemon appearing on the battlefield almost at the same instant. "Hey, there's a battle going on. Let's go check it out. Come on, let's go together." Many trainers initially training their Pokemon at the training ground quickly gathered around to form a circle around the fight. "Leafeon, what kind of Pokemon is this?" Xiao Mao scanned with his Pokédex multiple times, but couldn't get a reading, looking bewildered as he turned to Luo Yuan. "During the battle, you cannot reveal information about your Pokemon to the enemy," Luo Yuan smiled. "TCH, if you don't say it, I'll just observe myself." Just as Xiao Mao finished speaking, still appearing nonchalant, he decisively raised his hand. "Pidgeotto, use Pekka." Xiao Mao made an unexpected move. Pidgeotto in the sky seemed accustomed to Xiao Mao's command style, flapping its wings and rapidly accelerating, diving towards Leafeon like a spear, aiming to catch both Luo Yuan and Leafeon off guard. However, Luo Yuan was already prepared. His attitude toward battles was always meticulous, and the moment the referee's flag fell, Luo Yuan's nerves were on high alert. Leafeon dodge. Under Luo Yuan's command, Leafeon leaped gracefully, evading the descending Pidgeotto. Pidgeotto's peck struck the ground, creating a deep crater, demonstrating the power behind that attack. "Not bad," Luo Yuan remarked, observing Pidgeotto's attack power. "Even a standard peck could unleash such force from you." "Of course. Damn it, Luo Yuan, you're cheating." Just as Xiao Mao was about to respond, Leafeon flicked its ears and tail, unleashing 3 leaf blades that sliced towards Pidgeotto in AV formation. The leaf blades surged forward, ripping through the air with a piercing shriek. Pidgeotto dodged quickly. Xiao Mao immediately commanded. Realizing the gravity of the situation as the leaf blades locked onto it, Pidgeotto ascended swiftly to avoid. "Do you truly believe you can evade Leaf's Razor Leaf so easily?" Luo Yuan smirked faintly, his gaze fixed on BB Bird as it frantically flapped its wings, striving to ascend higher into the sky. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 3 razor leaves shot forth in different directions. Yet as though guided by an invisible thread, each traced a graceful arc through the air before converging upon BB Bird from 3 distinct angles. Biite. Bibibird's swift ascent succeeded in dodging the first razor leaf, but the next 2 struck it. Chill. A cascade of crimson feathers drifted down from the sky. Leaf's razor leaf skimmed past Bibibird's crown, shearing off its head plumes at the roots and leaving it bald, a sight both sudden and absurd. The once majestic BB Bird now looked comically disheveled. Seeing this, Xiao Mao froze for a heartbeat. BB Bird. Then in an instant his expression hardened. He shouted furiously at Luo Yuan. "Ahem, my sincerest apologies. A complete accident." Though Luo Yuan spoke with contrition, his lips twitched uncontrollably into a grin as he gazed upon Bibibird's newly bald crown. Indeed, it was an accident. Leaf had originally targeted Bibibird's wings, but Bibibird's exaggerated evasive maneuver inadvertently exposed its crest to the razor leaf's path. "You're laughing." At the sight of Luo Yuan's barely suppressed mirth, Xiao Mao's composure shattered entirely. And yet one could hardly blame Luo Yuan. After all, among the surrounding trainers already roaring with laughter, he remained comparatively restrained. Xiao Mao, however, refused to relent. Witnessing Bibibird's indignity, he resolved to strike back. "BB Bird, attack. Use Gust." "So you're serious now, eh?" Luo Yuan's smile vanished as he met Xiao Mao's fierce determination. Raising his hand, he commanded Leaf, Leaf. Use magical leaf. A torrent of shimmering leaves surged forward along the trajectory of Luo Yuan's outstretched finger, only to collide midair with Bibabird's gust. Where they met, the forces fused into a swirling emerald tempest. Within that furious gale, Leaf strained to steer its magical leaves clear, but their broad surface area proved too unwieldy. With a level no greater than Bibabird's, Leaf simply lacked the power to counteract the storm's overwhelming force. The tide is turning against Leaf, murmured a spectator trainer. Even without type advantage, flying types hold overwhelming dominance over most others, and here Leaf is doubly disadvantaged, being weak to Bibabird's very nature. This observation drew nods and murmurs of agreement. Against grounded Pokémon, flying types inherently command the skies, an unassailable tactical edge. Xiao Mao heard the crowd's commentary without flinching. To him, such an outcome was perfectly expected. Though he'd momentarily ceded advantage due to carelessness, Bibabird's type superiority granted it decisive leverage over Leaf, making victory seem inevitable. Watching magical leaves spiral helplessly within the gale, Luo Yuan issued a swift, decisive order: Leaf, detonate the magical leaves. Rather than waste energy futilely commanding leaves already beyond control, shattering them outright was far more effective. Migu. Leaf let out a soft, resonant cry, fully endorsing Luo Yuan's command. It had long sensed its loss of control over the leaves and snared in the gust, yet awaited direction. Under Leafs, while the magical leaves exploded in midstorm. Boom, boom, boom. The concussive shockwaves shattered the tempest's cohesion, its ferocious momentum collapsing into chaotic, roiling gusts. Those turbulent eddies became a grave hazard for Bibabird, circling high above. Tossed violently side to side, it struggled to stabilize. Just as Leaf grounded below, swiftly coalesced a seed bomb. Leaf, launch the seed bomb with your tail. For weeks, Luo Yuan had trained Leaf in Iron Tail. Though mastery remained elusive, early proficiency had already taken root. A silvery gleam flashed along Leaf's tail. Muscles coiled and released. Its body launched skyward in a single explosive leap, striking the freshly formed seed bomb upward with pinpoint force. Its target, only Bibabird, still reeling amid the disordered currents. This, will it hit? Spectating trainers stared, stunned by Leaf's audacious maneuver. Seed bomb, designed for large, sluggish targets, had never before been deployed against a nimble flying type like Bibabird. After all, Bibabird's evolved form, Pidgeot, could reach speeds exceeding Mach 2. Though Bibabird itself was slower, evading such a slow, obvious projectile should have been effortless. Bibabird evaded. Spotting the arcing seed bomb, Xiao Mao merely issued a casual warning. Like the others, he assumed his Bibabird would never be struck by so crude a technique, so he offered only a perfunct. As the seed bomb plummeted along its parabolic descent, Bibabird weaved deftly through the churning air, poised to slip clear of its impact zone. Then, Luo Yuan snapped his fingers. Leaf, redirect the seed bomb with Razor Leaf. Redirect a falling seed bomb mid-flight. What sorcery was this? Could trajectory truly shift once airborne? As trainers, and even Xiao Mao, stood baffled, Leaf unleashed 3 razor leaves from the ground. The razor leaves cut through the air with uncanny speed, overtaking the descending seed bomb. Then, before astonished eyes, each struck the bomb at 3 precise points, gentle, deliberate taps. The seed bomb's course instantly recalibrated, veering sharply back toward Bibabird's position, now locked inexorably onto its target. Boom. This time, Bibabird was unable to evade the attack from Yi Jingling. The seed bomb unexpectedly altered its flight trajectory, catching Bibabird off guard, compounded by the constant airflow disrupting Bibabird's flying state, resulting in a direct hit. As Bibabird plummeted from the sky like a kite, with a severed string, Yi Jingling, without needing Luo Yuan's reminder, unleashed the magical leaf. Swish, swish, swish. The magical leaves shot forth, and amidst the explosion, Bibabird crashed to the ground, charred and unable to continue fighting. SS Gui. Unexpected. The onlooking trainers exclaimed in astonishment. Previously, they had predicted that Yi Jingling's seed bomb would miss, thinking it was a foregone conclusion. However, they did not expect Yi Jingling to forcefully alter the direction of the seed bomb midair with Leaf Blade, causing it to strike Bibabird. What was involved here was not merely a gentle bump. Strictly speaking, this involved highly complex geometric knowledge, making Yi Jingling's maneuver all the more astonishing. How was this Yi Jingling trained? All the trainers looked at Luo Yuan, contemplating that after the match, they must seek his advice on training Pokémon. If their Pokémon could also learn such techniques, it would greatly aid them in challenging the gym leader. As for Xiao Mao's support team, upon seeing Bibabird lose its fighting ability, they immediately became dejected, as if it were not Xiao Mao, but themselves who had lost the match. Please send out your second Pokémon. The referee, a young lady, was quite serious in fulfilling her duties without a hint of... Once she finished speaking, she blushed, and added to Xiao Mao, "Go for it, Xiao Mao. Don't lose to that guy." Luo Yuan was puzzled. Why had he become that guy? Of course, he did not dwell on this. He carefully watched Xiao Mao, awaiting the release of his second Pokémon. "You won the first match, but the second one won't be so easy. My second Pokémon is this." Xiao Mao, gazing earnestly at Luo Yuan, sent out his second Pokémon amidst the cheering of his support team. A fierce-looking Houndour appeared in the arena, glaring at Yi Jingling, baring its teeth, and emitting a low growl of, "It's actually a Houndour," one trainer gasped. Such a rare Pokémon can be caught. A non-lucky trainer expressed, "This Houndour looks quite strong." There was a buzz of discussion around the sidelines. Houndour, Luo Yuan frowned. To be honest, Houndour posed a significant threat to Yi Jingling. Yi Jingling had already exhausted considerable stamina in its battle with BB Bird, and now facing the agile Houndour, which had a type advantage, Luo Yuan felt his chances of victory were slim. After weighing the situation, just as the referee was about to announce the start of the match, Luo Yuan recalled Yi Jingling. It was merely a friendly match, and he did not wish for his beautifully furred Yi Jingling to be scorched black by Houndour. Xiaomao looked at Luo Yuan with confusion. He was ready to use his Houndour to avenge BB Bird's defeat. Why was Luo Yuan recalling Yi Jingling? My Yi Jingling is out of stamina. I concede this round, Luo Yuan smiled. Uffed. Xiaomao clutched his heart, feeling a surge of blood rising. He felt as though he had swung his fist with all his might only to find it had struck a pile of cotton. This feeling was incredibly, yet since Luo Yuan had already conceded, there was nothing he could do. Xiaomao could only look at Luo Yuan with resentful eyes. What have you been learning at the prosecutor school all these years, Luo Yuan? Luo Yuan simply smiled, giving him a knowing look, leaving Xiaomao to interpret it himself. Amidst Xiaomao's dejection, Luo Yuan released his second Pokémon. Ghosts, I leave this battle to you. A Jengar, its body shrouded in dark mist, and only its sharp fangs visible, emitted a sinister chuckle. Jengar. Xiaomao instantly became tense. Ghost-type Pokémon were not easy to deal with. The originally imposing Houndour shuddered upon seeing Jengar. Woo. The low growl transformed into a whimper, and Houndour's previously high-held tail drooped, revealing a look of fear in its eyes. With just one glance, Luo Yuan knew that this Houndour was afraid of ghosts. Xiaomao also noticed this. He never expected that his newly captured Houndour, which had performed excellently in every regard, would be afraid of ghosts. The situation was exceedingly awkward. How am I supposed to fight? Xiaomao looked at the Houndour, which was hesitant to move, his face filled with despair. He felt as if today was simply his unlucky day. First he received a fine from Miss Junsha for overloading, then he discovered that the gym leader had no Pokémon left to fight, and now after losing to Luo Yuan he found out that his prized Houndour was afraid of ghosts. I'm not fighting anymore, I concede. Even someone like Xiaomao, who never easily gave up, lost the will to continue battle. Luo Yuan did not press Xiaomao either. Their friendly match ended rather abruptly. Seeing that there was no battle left to watch, the trainers on the sidelines dispersed. Some trainers rushed over to ask Luo Yuan for the secrets to training Yi Jingling, but he brushed them off, and the training ground returned to quiet. Luo Yuan, help me with something. Xiaomao approached Luo Yuan earnestly. Help? What kind of help do you need? Luo Yuan asked with curiosity. Knowing Xiaomao's personality, he wasn't the type to easily ask for favors, so this sudden request piqued his interest. Help me train my Growlithe. When mentioning Growlithe, Xiaomao wore a pained expression. He never expected his own Growlithe to be afraid of ghosts. Yet he felt somewhat relieved. Thanks to the battle with Luo Yuan, he had discovered this flaw in his Growlithe. Now through this friendly match with Luo Yuan, he could address Growlithe's weakness early. If it were discovered during a future battle, it would be too late. Train Growlithe. Luo Yuan hadn't expected Xiaomao to make such a request. You mean you want me to use Ghastly to help train Growlithe's courage? Luo Yuan figured that was Xiaomao's intention. Yes, I'm counting on you, Luo Yuan, Xiaomao said earnestly. Just then Ghastly was feeling quite bored inside its Pokeball, so this would be a perfect chance for it to relax and enjoy scaring. No scaring Growlithe. Luo Yuan promptly released Ghastly. Xiaomao had no idea about Luo Yuan's mischievous thoughts. He simply thought Luo Yuan was being generous, not as stingy as before after all this time. Growlithe, get familiar with Ghastly first. With soothing words, Xiaomao locked the terrified Growlithe and the cackling Ghastly in a room together. Hearing Growlithe's whimpers and ghostly cries through the door, Luo Yuan's lips twitched. This training method was way too crude. But as Professor Oak's grandson, Xiaomao must have his reasons for training Pokemon this way. Luo Yuan didn't ask. Xiaomao, who had been waiting for Luo Yuan to inquire about his reasoning, couldn't hold back his urge. Luo Yuan, aren't you curious why I locked Growlithe and Ghastly together? Xiaomao hinted. Not really. Seeing Luo Yuan's knowing smile, Xiaomao fell silent. He realized that if he didn't speak up, Luo Yuan truly wouldn't ask. So he lowered his pride and spoke up. You must be familiar with the League's research on Pokemon natures, right? Natures? I am. In games, a Pokemon's nature affects its stats, determining whether it leans toward offense or defense. Similar studies existed in the real world. Although nature's influence on a Pokemon's abilities wasn't as straightforward as stats, in some ways it had an even greater impact. So you did that because of Growlithe's nature? Luo Yuan asked. Exactly. According to my research, Growlithe has a reserved nature. If I let Growlithe slowly get used to Ghastly to overcome its fear of ghost-type Pokemon, it would take at least a year or two. The Indigo League is only a year away, though I can't wait that long. Alright. Luo Yuan somewhat agreed with Xiaomao's reasoning. Though it might be a bit harsh for Growlithe, nothing in this world comes without effort. If Growlithe wanted to overcome its weakness, it had to endure this trial. But did you really defeat a Team Rocket executive? Your Pokemon don't seem that strong. Although Luo Yuan had beaten him after seeing Luo Yuan's Leafeon and Ghastly, Xiaomao didn't think those two alone could take down a Team Rocket executive. You don't believe me? Luo Yuan smiled faintly, and released Onyx. Instantly, a massive shadow loomed over the entire training ground. Xiao Mao looked up, meeting Onyx's wide-eyed stare. The atmosphere froze. Onyx! Xiao Mao exclaimed, his voice rising several pitches. How did you catch it? He never expected Luo Yuan's ace to be an Onyx. This Pokémon was incredibly powerful, but notoriously rare and difficult to capture. The bounty in Pewter City, Luo Yuan said, turning to the stunned Xiao Mao. The one posted by the mining association. As he spoke, he patted Onyx's body, which obediently coiled up and laid down in the training ground. Seeing Onyx submit like a puppy under Luo Yuan's command, Xiao Mao was dumbfounded. You mean? This is the Onyx that haunted the mines. After digesting Luo Yuan's words, Xiao Mao's mind, instead of calming down, became even more turbulent. When he first arrived in Pewter City, he had thought about catching some strong Pokémon and had looked into this Onyx's data, but its intimidating battle record made him reluctant to challenge it. He never imagined Luo Yuan would actually capture it. Xiao Mao's feelings were complicated and indescribable. He had to admit he felt a twinge of jealousy toward Luo Yuan. To put it in one phrase, it should have been me. From the start, arriving in Pewter City, discovering the Onyx's data, everything should have been mine. But how did it turn out like this? How could Luo Yuan be so much stronger? He let out a deep sigh. Given how things stood, Xiao Mao felt he had lost without regret. This Onyx could defeat 10 of him. This must be why Luo Yuan managed to capture the Team Rocket executive. He thought. Suddenly, everything seemed logical. Of course, Xiao Mao didn't notice the detail. He had overlooked. Luo Yuan had used Onyx to catch the Team Rocket executive, but what had he used to catch Onyx in the first place? He missed that question. Yi Jingling continued to train the Iron Tail, and strive to master it completely today. Yi Jingling followed Luo Yuan's instructions, and began to repeatedly attempt using the Iron Tail on a wooden target. Miaowa Seed, try using photosynthesis. The current level of Miaowa Seed is too low, and Luo Yuan does not expect it to improve its combat power in a short time, so the training task assigned to Miaowa Seed focuses more on growth. The move photosynthesis has certain similarities with Solar Beam. If Miaowa Seed learns photosynthesis before evolving, there is a chance it will directly learn Solar Beam after evolution. Seed. Miaowa Seed is very fond of its training task. For it, training photosynthesis is simply basking. Metagross is already strong enough, so there is no need for training at the moment. Jangars is accompanying Houndoom in practicing its courage and cannot participate in training. Only Onyx remains. Luo Yuan looked at the Onyx in front of him. To be honest, continuing to train at this level would not yield significant improvements. To get stronger, it can only rely on the gradual accumulation of consuming various rare minerals to increase its body strength. This method is far less cost-effective than evolving Onyx into Steelix. Why not let Onyx evolve here? The fact that Onyx can evolve is no secret. After all, this is the real world, and there is no air wall between Kanto and Chengdu. It's just that Onyx is not often seen in Kanto. After hesitating for 3 seconds between evolving Onyx and not evolving it, Luo Yuan decisively chose to let Onyx evolve. The reason he didn't choose to evolve before was that Onyx's injuries had not healed. Now that the fissures have completely healed, he naturally wouldn't wait any longer. Luo Yuan took out a metallic film from the system space. Unlike the palm-sized evolution stones, this metallic film is quite large. It is not a film, but a silver metallic cylinder about half a meter tall, looking very solid. How is this thing used? Luo Yuan stared at the metallic film, searching his mind for the cultivation manual he received. He remembered that in his previous life while playing games there were 2 theories regarding how Onyx evolves into Steelix. One is that it evolves through years of high temperature and pressure underground, and the other is that it consumes steel, causing changes in its body. According to his thinking, it should be melted down and then forged onto Onyx with high pressure. However, without a definite answer, Luo Yuan dared not try recklessly. Before he could finish searching, he saw Onyx, which had been lying on the ground looking at the metallic film as if it had spotted a delicate woo. Finally, Onyx could no longer hold back, and taking advantage of Luo Yuan's inattention, swallowed the metallic film in one bite. The memory search was interrupted, and Luo Yuan was astonished to see Onyx daring to eat anything. Hey, spit it out quickly. That thing is not meant to be eaten at random. After hearing Luo Yuan's words, Onyx was somewhat reluctant, but it dared not disobey his command. It certainly did not want to be beaten up again by Metagross. Making retching motions, it spat for a long time, but other than a few scattered rock fragments, nothing else came out. What? No way. The metallic film, which was obtained from a lottery, was swallowed by Onyx, just like that. If it was wasted this way, he would be utterly devastated. Just as Luo Yuan's mentality was about to explode, suddenly, without any warning, a blinding white light shone. Xiao Mao, who was chatting with his girlfriends nearby, was attracted by the light, and turned his head in surprise, saying Onyx. Without bothering to continue the conversation, Xiao Mao rushed over. The trainers who had previously dispersed also gathered around. This is the first time I've seen Onyx evolve. Although research has confirmed that Onyx can evolve into Steelix, the Steelix captured are usually naturally evolved. Due to the extremely high price of the metallic film, there are very few cases of trainers evolving Onyx into Steelix. Even fewer trainers have witnessed the process of Onyx evolving into Steelix. Everyone watched intently, and Luo Yuan's gaze was fixed on the Onyx enveloped in the light of evolution. After a long while, the light dissipated, revealing a Steelix with a matte silver-gray body, sharp angles, a flat head, and a fierce appearance. The evolved Steelix exudes a metallic texture all over its body with changes compared to its previous form, including 3 pairs of stick-like protrusions at the joints, and a tail that has transformed into a sharp cone. Overall, Steelix appears more aggressive than its previous form as Onyx. Kong Hong. Steelix roared to the heavens, the sound carrying a distinct metallic clang. It was announcing its rebirth in this manner. The rock snake suddenly evolved into a Steelix. Its body radiated a metallic sheen, and the formidable appearance evoked envy among the observing trainers. If only there were a Steelix like this challenging the gym, would surely yield twice the results with half the effort. Many thought so, and some even entertained the idea of going to Crescent Mountain to catch a rock snake. Steelix. Luo Yuan, you actually managed to get a metal coat. Xiao Mao exclaimed in disbelief. It wasn't that he was overreacting, he also had a metal coat, a special gift from his father before he set off on his journey, which was said to have cost a pretty penny. He had always treasured this metal coat, pondering when he would catch a scyther to evolve into a sizer. Unexpectedly, Luo Yuan also possessed a metal coat, and used it right in front of him to evolve a rock snake into a Steelix. I got it by chance, Luo Yuan said with a smile. Your luck is just too good, Xiao Mao admitted, his envy showing without any pretense. Both were Pokemon trainers who had set off at the same time this year, yet Luo Yuan had already utilized the Steelix, while he was still troubled by the issues concerning his Houndour's fear of ghosts. Are you jealous? Luo Yuan asked. Jealous? Xiao Mao blurted out, still immersed in envy, revealing his true feelings. Luo Yuan followed up. Even if you are jealous, you can't replicate it. As Xiao Mao wore an expression that looked like he wanted to hit someone, Luo Yuan feigned ignorance, while helping Steelix adapt to its new body after evolution. The night passed uneventfully, and the next morning Luo Yuan walked alongside Xiao Mao on the streets of Hualan City, heading towards the Hualan Gym. I say, Luo Yuan, do you really need to get up this early? Xiao Mao yawned, sporting dark circles under his eyes, and appearing quite drowsy. Of course we need to rise early. Are you going to repeat yesterday's scenario? What if the Hualan sisters get defeated by someone else? Are we to wait until tomorrow? Xiao Mao pondered carefully and reluctantly nodded. Alright, you make a valid point. He was naturally an impatient person. If he had to wait another day, he would surely crack. We're here. The entrance to the Hualan Gym was right in front of them. However, the scene at the gym was somewhat different from what Xiao Mao had imagined, mainly in terms of the number of people. Why are there so many people? Xiao Mao noticed dozens of individuals heading toward the entrance of the Hualan Gym, seemingly faster than them, and his expression instantly turned to one of despair. Despite waking up so early, there were still so many people. Was there any justice in that? Normally the gym was quite empty, with only a few challengers throughout the day. Why were there so many people when it got to him? Did someone have it out for him? Xiao Mao thought to himself, feeling a mild sense of paranoia. What should we do, Luo Yuan? Xiao Mao instinctively looked at Luo Yuan, hoping to find a solution. However, he found that Luo Yuan had already walked ahead. Leave it to me. Luo Yuan waved his hand upon seeing many familiar figures ahead, and called out, Hey wait, hey Luo Yuan, what are you doing? Are you planning to fight those trainers? Xiao Mao shouted in haste. Although he was the grandson of Professor Okido, a wealthy second-generation heir in the Kanto region, Xiao Mao showed none of the bad habits often associated with the rich, aside from being overloaded. Just as he was about to finish his sentence, he witnessed a scene that almost made his eyes pop out. The trainers walking toward the Hualan Gym's entrance upon being called by Luo Yuan displayed no anger on their faces. Instead, they all looked at him with admiration. It's Big Brother Luo Yuan. Big Brother Luo Yuan, you're here to challenge the gym too. Big Brother, you go first. A wave of flattery washed over him. Xiao Mao was left dumbfounded. What was going on with these trainers? Were they acquainted with Luo Yuan, or what? No matter how he thought about it, he couldn't understand why so many trainers would call Luo Yuan Big Brother. Luo Yuan smiled back. Good morning, everyone. As he began to chat with these trainers, Xiao Mao was utterly bewildered. What is going on? Are you all familiar with Luo Yuan? Xiao Mao asked a nearby trainer. You don't know? The nearby trainer chuckled at Xiao Mao's confused expression, speaking in a boastful tone. Big Brother Luo Yuan is a super expert. He previously led us to deal with a whole gang of Team Rocket at Crescent Mountain. There were even Team Rocket executives. We all admire him greatly. Crescent Mountain. Team Rocket. From this person's words, Xiao Mao roughly understood what was happening. Essentially, Luo Yuan had led these trainers to victory against Team Rocket, and as a result these trainers began to idolize him, becoming his fans. Their behavior now was akin to that of fans encountering their idol. This guy Luo Yuan. He had always taken pride in his own support group, but he never expected that Luo Yuan without any fuss would garner so many fans. As he thought about this, Xiao Mao suddenly felt a wave of sadness. Why did he suddenly feel completely overshadowed? While Xiao Mao was lost in thought, Luo Yuan returned. Alright, let's go battle. The crowd parted to create a path for Luo Yuan, and Xiao Mao allowing them to enter the Hualan. The dojo challenge now begins. The challenger is Luo Yuan, a rookie trainer from Qianhong City, while the opposing party is Sakura, the trainer of the Hualan dojo. The competition rules follow the standard 3v3 dojo battle format. Baihua continues to serve as the referee. Sakura maintains her poised and heroic demeanor. However, Luo Yuan, aware of Sakura's strength, will not be deceived by her appearance this time. As the Hualan dojo specializes in water-type Pokemon, Luo Yuan doesn't need to worry about type matchups, and directly throws out a Pokeball containing Bulbasaur. Bulbasaur, I entrust our first battle to you. This is a rare leveling opportunity for Bulbasaur, as aside from the weak wild Pokémon found in the wilderness and those bug-catching boys in shorts, there are hardly any trainers weaker than this. Bulbasaur is full of fighting spirit. Having watched Leaf Fairy Onix and Metagross easily defeat their opponents outside the Pokeball over the past few days, Bulbasaur's heart has also developed a yearning for battle and victory. Kingler, come out. With a flourish, Sakura summoned a Kingler which possesses more aggression and strength than a Krabby. And Kingler, I remember you only had a Krabby before. Did it evolve? Luo Yuan asked. That's right. After yesterday's battle, my Krabby evolved. I am no longer as weak as before. If you wish to take my Pokemon badge, it won't be that easy. Krabby's evolution has brought her a lot of confidence, and Sakura is full of fighting spirit. Although the three sisters do not enjoy Pokemon battles and prefer Water Ballet, being labeled as the weakest dojo trainer in Kanto and losing easily every time has also left them with a sense of frustration. In the past, she was too lazy to train her Pokemon, so she was often easily defeated by challenging trainers. Now that Krabby has evolved into Kingler, she feels that perhaps she can regain some face as a trainer of the Hualan Dojo. Luo Yuan smiled slightly at her words, not denying them. Did she really think she could defeat him with just a Kingler? How naive. Even if Bulbasaur couldn't win, had she inquired about his Leaf Fairy or Metagross. Sakura, unaware of Luo Yuan's thoughts, confidently raised her hand and commanded, "We attack first." Kingler used Water Pulse. Unlike her previous Krabby, which only knew how to use Water Gun, Kingler learned several powerful moves upon evolving. Water Pulse attacks the opponent using the power of water vibrations and has a chance of confusing them. Kingler unleashed Water Pulse, sending a thick jet of water towards Bulbasaur. Seeing this, Luo Yuan couldn't help but scoff. I mean, attacking a Grass-type Bulbasaur with a Water-type move. Do you want to water my Bulbasaur? Using Water Pulse against Bulbasaur is simply a futile effort. Not only is the damage limited, but it also easily exposes Kingler's position. If it were him, he would never be that foolish. He would choose to use the terrain to hide his tracks and approach Bulbasaur's platform from underwater, then spring up unexpectedly, using Kingler's indomitable pincers to attack. That would undoubtedly be much better than directly attacking Bulbasaur with Water Pulse. Bulbasaur this time did not need Luo Yuan's guidance. It exerted its legs and leaped from one platform to another like a dumpling carrying its bulb. At the same time, its vine whip extended, wrapping around the Water Pulse that shot from the surface and diving underwater, heading straight for Kingler's position. Sakura clearly did not anticipate this situation. Unprepared and lacking specialized battle training, she hurriedly shouted, "Kingler, quickly dodge." Perhaps it was a spark of inspiration, or perhaps it was instinct. At the critical moment, Kingler's tail flicked, leveraging the water's thrust to leap high out of the water, narrowly avoiding Bulbasaur's vine whip. Even when it was still a Krabby, its speed was remarkable. The Pokédex said that due to its developed dorsal and pectoral fins, Krabby could swim upstream at a speed of 5 knots. After evolving into Kingler, it became even more impressive. It dodged. Sakura cheered. However, before she could celebrate further, she saw Bulbasaur on the platform preparing to charge. With a series of sounds akin to bullets being fired, a barrage of seeds erupted from the bulb on Bulbasaur's back. Kingler was struck squarely in the air by the seeds, its body twisting and losing balance, transforming its originally graceful entry into a clumsy plunge into the water. With a splash, water sprayed several meters high, drenching Sakura, whose joyful expression had yet to fade, turning her into a drenched chicken. Her jubilant expression froze on her face as Sakura experienced a roller coaster of emotions, from great sorrow to great joy and back to great sorrow. Once Kingler fell into the water, it wasn't over. Luo Yuan, who had been closely watching Bulbasaur's battle, certainly did not believe that Bulbasaur's Seed Bomb alone could take down a Kingler. Although this Kingler's trainer is weak, that does not mean Kingler is weak. After all, Kingler is a Pokemon that can easily pierce through rock walls with the sharp pincers on its head. Now's the time. Bulbasaur, bind it with Vine Whip. Upon hearing Luo Yuan's command, Bulbasaur immediately executed the order with its Vine Whip, which had been underwater, swiftly darting to Kingler's side like 2 dark green water snakes. Then, taking advantage of Kingler being dazed by the Seed Bomb, it swiftly wrapped Kingler up like a zongzi. Kingler, at Sakura's shout, the Vine Whip dragged Kingler out of the water, holding it up in the air. No matter how Kingler struggled, it was unable to free itself. Seed Bomb. Bulbasaur spat out a seed from its bulb, attaching it to Kingler. The outcome is decided. Kingler, a Pokemon that nearly possesses no battling capability when out of water, could be said to have lost. Soon the Kingler, bound by the Vine Whip, began blowing bubbles in the air. I lost. Sakura appeared utterly dejected, realizing that offering hope only to have it brutally extinguished is worse than never having hope at all. I feel a bit guilty, Luo Yuan said, stroking his chin as he observed Sakura's expression. Of course, the thought of guilt merely flashed through his mind. The match was not yet over. In the second match, Luo Yuan planned to continue using the Bulbasaur. After reclaiming the Kingler, Sakura found herself in a dilemma. Should I use the Tadbulb or the White Sea Lion? Luo Yuan, with keen hearing, caught Sakura's inner conflict from a distance. Actually, it doesn't matter what you use, he thought to himself. However, saying such things would be too hurtful, and Luo Yuan was not foolish enough to utter them directly. Finally, after much indecision, Sakura grit her teeth and threw out her second Pokeball. Tadbulb, show the fighting spirit you had yesterday and win this match. Sakura seemed reluctant to give up. Yesterday's fighting spirit. Luo Yuan was taken aback recalling the scene he had witnessed earlier at the sidelines where the Tadbulb and Electrode exchanged weak blows. 2 lines of annoyance appeared on his forehead. Did Sakura equate his strength to that of the previous trainers? How disrespectful. Luo Yuan felt that he needed to display some strength to avoid being looked down upon. With this thought in mind, as soon as the battle began, he turned directly to the poised Bulbasaur and said, "Bulbasaur, let's finish this quickly. Use the fast attack strategy." The fast attack strategy was a tactic Luo Yuan specifically devised for his Pokémon. Its hallmark was relentless offense, disrupting the opponent's rhythm with rapid strikes, then taking advantage of their confusion to finish them off in one go. Simply put, it was about being reckless. Go. Bulbasaur nodded vigorously, its usual cute big eyes now filled with seriousness and determination. It then swung its body, launching 2 razor leaves from behind. Facing Bulbasaur's attack, Tadbulb was not to be outdone, shooting a water gun towards the razor leaves. However, the water gun from the water type was no match for the grass type move Razor Leaf. In just one clash, the razor leaf sliced through the water gun and continued its trajectory towards Tadbulb. Caught completely off guard by the opponent's ability to cut through the water gun, Tadbulb was left stunned. Swish! The first razor leaf struck Tadbulb's body, hitting the center of its spiral-patterned belly, causing it to emit a cry of pain, while the second razor leaf sent Tadbulb flying. But that wasn't the end. Thud thud thud. The seed bombs kept raining down, repeatedly striking Tadbulb. Unlike the Kingler from before, Tadbulb was much smaller in size, and the force of the seed bombs sent it spinning through. It was a scene of spiraling ascent. Then 2 more razor leaves struck Tadbulb, like hitting a moving target in a training session, bringing the spiraling Tadbulb crashing down. The continuous onslaught left Tadbulb with no room for counterattack. Bam! Until Tadbulb crashed heavily onto the platform, Sakura remained stunned. Who am I? Where am I? What just happened? She was completely dazed by Luo Yuan's storm-like offensive. After a long while, she finally came to her senses, blankly recalling her incapacitated Tadbulb. At this moment, she understood that Luo Yuan's strength was absolutely beyond her grasp, and she had already given up on the idea of defeating him. I might as well be a salted fish. Being a Pokemon trainer clearly isn't for me, Sakura sighed. It seemed more suitable for her to study water ballet, honestly. With this thought, her white sea lion was easily defeated by Luo Yuan. I lost this match. It was a marvelous battle. Although Sakura's strength was lacking, she still maintained a commendable demeanor as a gym trainer. Hearing you say that, I actually feel a bit embarrassed. It's no trouble at all, we are used to it by now, Luo Yuan replied with a slight smile. Sakura's nerves were evidently quite strong. Having undergone nearly 100 battles, she could be considered a battle-hardened Pokemon trainer, though she had lost every time. As she spoke, she prepared to award Luo Yuan a badge, but after checking her pocket, an apologetic expression suddenly appeared on her face. Please wait a moment, while I'll go get the badge. Then Luo Yuan saw Sakura pull out a large box measuring 1 meter on each side. She opened the box, revealing it was filled with shiny blue badges. Luo Yuan's mouth twitched. Why use such a large box to contain badges? Just how many trainers do you issue badges to each year to need this many? He remembered that when Brock awarded badges, he only used a box the size of 2 palms holding at most a dozen badges. But here it was replaced with a box. The 2 gyms were only separated by a tunnel, yet this kind of disparity was too real. As he received the blue badge from Sakura's hand, the system's prompt sounded in his mind. Ding! Congratulations, host, for obtaining a blue badge, earning 1 silver draw. Would you like to draw now? Luo Yuan glanced at the Hualan trio, and then at Xiaomao, realizing that this was clearly not a good time for a draw. I won't draw for now. Having said this to the system, Luo Yuan turned to look at Xiaomao, who was ready to challenge him. Xiaomao, I won't wait for you here. I'm leaving first. Huh, you're leaving now. I was planning to treat you to lunch. Xiaomao was momentarily stunned by Luo Yuan's. He hadn't expected Luo Yuan to leave at this moment. Luo Yuan certainly wouldn't admit that he couldn't wait to see what he could draw, so he simply smiled and said, let's discuss the lunch invitation later. My next stop should be Leaf City. If the opportunity arises, let's meet again in Leaf City. Since Luo Yuan was determined to leave, Xiaomao had no reason to stop him. Then I'll contact you when I arrive at Leaf City. Oh, don't leave early. Don't worry. Luo Yuan waved goodbye to Xiaomao, and the Hualan trio then walked straight out of the Hualan. Luo Yuan, having left the Hualan dojo, did not walk far. He found a bench in the park to sit on, then communicated with the system in his mind. System, let's start the lottery. Lottery in progress. Congratulations, host, you have acquired a special ability, telekinesis. Telekinesis. Upon hearing that he had drawn telekinesis, Luo Yuan raised his eyebrows in surprise. He hadn't expected such a stroke. Previously, his lottery draws had yielded items, Pokemon, and knowledge about Pokemon, but he never thought he would actually draw telekinesis this time. Telekinesis, as anyone who has seen Pokemon would know, is also referred to as psychokinesis. It is a special power that can be mastered by humans in the Pokemon world. In the Pokemon world, there are not many special abilities that can be wielded by humans. Besides telekinesis, there are only a few others like aura and the power of eternity. Even the easiest to master telekinesis requires individuals with telekinetic talent to spend a year or even several years just to barely get started, and what they can achieve is only enough to bend a spoon. Thus Luo Yuan felt as if his luck had truly exploded. This turn of events is not a loss. He was quite satisfied with this lottery, feeling that he wasn't so useless after all. I just wonder how I compare to Nashi from the Golden Yellow Dojo. When mentioning telekinesis, one cannot help but think of Nashi, the dojo trainer from the Golden Yellow Dojo. In his past life, among all the dojo trainers that Ash challenged in Kanto, Nashi had left a deep impression on Luo Yuan. Her elusive teleportation and the ability to shrink people, or even turn them into dolls, all showcased the terrifying nature of psychic abilities. Therefore, in order to test just how powerful his newly acquired psychic ability was, Luo Yuan extended his arm with anticipation, following the control method provided by the system. He focused his gaze on a Pidgey standing on a branch basking in the sun, and preening its feathers, then concentrated his thought. Whoosh! A bright blue glow of telekinetic energy suddenly surrounded Pidgey, lifting it completely off the ground. In shock, Pidgey flapped its wings frantically to struggle, but its body remained motionless. Is this what psychic power is like? Seems quite potent. Through the telekinesis, Luo Yuan could feel Pidgey's struggles, yet he did not feel strained at all. Roughly estimating, he could control a Pidgey with just his telekinesis. Now for teleportation. Again focusing on the poor Pidgey, Luo Yuan controlled the telekinesis and snapped his fingers. Snap! In the blink of an eye, Pidgey, which had been over 10 meters away, appeared right in front of Luo Yuan, safe and sound, although the fear and panic in its eyes were unmistakable. Pidgey had no idea what had just happened. How did it suddenly move from the tree to the roadside? No limbs missing, looks like it was successful. Luo Yuan rubbed his slightly sore temples. The consumption is a bit high but bearable. I should be able to teleport a person within a 10-meter range, but beyond that, or with multiple targets, I would be powerless. He released the telekinesis, and the frightened Pidgey flapped its wings, and quickly flew away, disappearing from sight. Luo Yuan was basically quite satisfied with the effects of telekinesis. Although it was not as strong as Nashi from the Golden Yellow Dojo, Luo Yuan had never intended to compare himself to someone with such extraordinary talent. He only knew that his current level of psychic ability was at least superior to over 90% of psychic users, and that was enough. Let's go. Next stop, Kure City. As he stood up to set off, a sudden loud explosion echoed from a distance. What happened? Luo Yuan immediately stood up and looked towards the direction of the loud noise, where thick smoke billowed and faint glimmers of fire could be seen. The situation seems a bit off. As he stood up to set off, a sudden loud explosion echoed from a distance. What? Today should have been a day worth celebrating. Thanks to a group of trainers, she had teamed up with Jun Sha from Nibi City to capture a notorious trainer within Team Rocket and even expose a spy from Team Rocket lurking within the league. Since Nibi City needed personnel to clear out Team Rocket's presence within the city, the task of escorting the prisoners fell to them from Huawan City. She had originally thought that once they handed over the prisoners to the Pokémon prosecutor from the Quartz Plateau, she would be able to seize the opportunity for a bonus and a lovely vacation. However, unexpectedly, the transfer of prisoners, which should have been foolproof, encountered a problem. A large group of Team Rocket suddenly appeared in the center of Huawan City, catching her, and the prosecutor, who came to take over, completely off guard. Damn it, why is Team Rocket here? Jun Shaolon glared at Team Rocket, feeling terrible. With so many of them appearing in Huawan City Center, she was completely unaware and would bear the main responsibility. I can only try to make up for my mistakes. Thinking this, she waved to her nearby Houndoom. Houndoom used flamethrower. Houndoom dashed out from cover, unleashing a jet of scorching flames at a creeping Arbok ahead. Chaba! Arbok cried out in agony, and the scent of grilled meat wafted from its scorched body. Before Jun Shaolon could even rejoice, two explosive sounds suddenly came from the opposite side. Whoosh! Team Rocket, seeing Arbok taken down by Houndoom, without saying a word, directly fired two capture. Not good. Jun Shaolan's expression tightened. It's Team Rocket's capture nets. There was no time to instruct Hound. The capture nets exploded in midair, transforming into a large net that ensnared Houndoom along with a Pidgey belonging to an unknown officer, rendering them immobile. Immediately after, two Arbok intertwined and unleashed two streams of corrosive liquid at the ensnared Pokémon. Fortunately, having undergone extensive training, Houndoom did not panic when caught in the net, and opened its mouth to spray a jet of flames at the corrosive liquid in the air. The corrosive liquid evaporated in midair, turning into a cloud of acidic mist that corroded Houndoom's beautiful fur with spots. After escaping the capture net, it hid back behind cover. Without time to feel sorry for Houndoom, Jun Shaolon glanced at the prosecutor, who was fiercely battling a group of Team Rocket members, barely holding on. The situation was very dire. Calling for backup was an option, but it wouldn't work in Huawan City, as all the officers from Huawan City were already here. The dojo trainers from Huawan Dojo who were supposed to support them in defending Huawan City had no combat capability at all. Even if they arrived, they would only add to the chaos. If she requested assistance from Nibi City, it would be too late. What should I do? Should I let Team Rocket take the prisoners away? Just as Jun Sha was feeling anxious, a figure suddenly appeared beside her, gently patting her shoulder. Miss Jun Sha, may I ask what is happening here? Who are you? Jun Shaolon was startled by the sudden appearance of Luo Yuan. Luo Yuan looked at Junsha, who was as flustered as a startled rabbit, feeling somewhat speechless. Was it really necessary to react that way? It wasn't as if he were some ferocious beast. After her brief panic, Jun Sha realized she had overreacted. After all, Luo Yuan didn't look like he was from Team Rocket. She cast an apologetic glance at Luo Yuan. Sorry, it's nothing. Now's not the time for this. What How did Team Rocket end up in the city center? Luo Yuan pointed at the distant Team Rocket members. With his keen eyesight, he could already see that those engaging Team Rocket were the Kanto League's Inspector Unit. Junsha glanced at the pokeball hanging from Luo Yuan's waist, confirming his status as a trainer. With the thought of enlisting any help she could get, she began. Well, it's like this. In brief terms, Junsha recounted to Luo Yuan how she had been escorting a prisoner when Team Rocket launched a sudden attack. Luo Yuan felt somewhat exasperated. He had thought that capturing those Team Rocket members would be foolproof, never expecting such a commotion to arise. Seeing Luo Yuan silence, Junsha felt a pang of shame. Throughout the entire incident, both she and the entire Cerulean City Police Department had appeared utterly incompetent. Just as Junsha thought this trainer would choose to flee from the danger, she saw Luo Yuan brush the dust off his clothes and stand up. Leave it to me. Wait. Junsha cried out in alarm. Her Arcanine had already proven what happened when one left cover at such a moment. Seeing Luo Yuan rise without any protection, she shouted anxiously, "Watch out." Team Rocket, who had been keeping an eye on the scene from afar, sneered as they saw Luo Yuan rise boldly. An Arbok broke away from the group. Its taut purple body coiled and sprang, launching itself like a spring toward Luo Yuan. Just as the Arbok's venomous fangs were about to sink into him, a hum filled the air. A flash of blue light flickered in Luo Yuan's eyes. The Arbok mid-lunge was frozen in midair, suspended like a statue, completely immobile. Is that psychic? The opposing Team Rocket member recognized the ability. Seeing the Arbok suddenly halted in the air, he understood immediately. But he remained unflustered, even arrogant. Kid, if you don't want to die, get lost. Don't interfere with Team Rocket's business. This was Team Rocket's usual tactic. Whenever they encountered trainers blocking their path, they would simply throw out their name. Fearing trouble or being outmatched by Team Rocket, many trainers would back down out of fear of retaliation. But who was Luo Yuan? Would he be afraid? A smirk curled at the corner of his mouth as he said, "Do you know what happened to the last Team Rocket member who said that to me?" Yeah. Then before the Team Rocket member could respond, Luo Yuan pointed at the transport vehicle guarded by the inspectors. "They're all in." The commander of this Team Rocket operation heard Luo Yuan's words. Initially dismissing him as a boastful ordinary trainer, his expression shifted after taking a closer look. "Damn it, it's Luo Yuan. Everyone be on guard." Luo Yuan. At the sound of that name, the Team Rocket members behind him shuddered in alarm. This name might not be familiar to ordinary trainers or low-level Team Rocket grunts, but to these operatives tasked with the prison break, it was a name that thundered in their ears. According to intelligence, it was this very Luo Yuan who, along with a bunch of useless trainers, had captured one of Team Rocket's executives and over a dozen elite members. They had thought Luo Yuan had already left. They never expected him to still be in Cerulean City and to run right into them. "Oh, you recognize me. Is my reputation within Team Rocket already this widespread, eh?" Seeing that Team Rocket recognized him, Luo Yuan guessed that Giovanni must have taken note of him. Being remembered by Giovanni meant that the man might personally come after him someday, but that possibility was slim. Looking at the wary eyes of the Team Rocket members before him, Luo Yuan's lips curled upward. This feeling of being feared by Team Rocket wasn't bad at all. We were so close to rescuing Ska. Kaz, the operations commander and a mid-level Team Rocket cadre, gritted his teeth, caught in a dilemma. Should he continue the fight carrying out Boss Giovanni's orders, or retreat now? Logic told him to retreat immediately, but with Ska's rescue so near and the credit within reach, retreating under such circumstances was a bitter pill to swallow. "Captain." His subordinates awaited Kaz's command. But Luo Yuan had no intention of giving him time to think. Steelix blocked their escape. Leafeon used Magical Leaf. A colossal Steelix nearly filling half the street materialized on the road. The protrusions at its joints tore up the asphalt as its body moved forward, advancing and destroying everything in its path. By the time Steelix's body blocked, Team Rocket's escape, the street was in even worse condition than the damage Team Rocket had caused. Luo Yuan. Junsha. It was clear why the League banned releasing large Pokémon within city limits, but this was hardly the time to worry about such things. The priority was to deal with these rampaging Team Rocket members. Leafeon whipped its body, unleashing a storm of magical leaves that rained down on Team Rocket. Team Rocket had failed to react when Steelix appeared, but now they had recovered. Magmar used Fire Spin. Golbat used Gust. The wind fanned the flames, intensifying the blaze. Whoosh. Waves of heat surged forth. The magical leaves were scorched yellow by the hot air before they could even draw close, then turned to ash in the flames. Indeed, using Leaf Fairy to battle Team Rocket was a bit of a stretch. This situation was within Luo Yuan's. Although Leaf Fairy was his strongest Pokémon aside from Metagross and Onix, he had trained it for too short a time. Neither its level nor its skills had kept pace. Of course, given time, Leaf Fairy would definitely grow stronger. After all, it had been less than half a month since Luo Yuan obtained it. So from the very beginning, Luo Yuan did not place his hopes on Leaf Fairy. Leaf Fairy returned. Metagross, Luo Yuan shouted to Metagross. Metagross was his main force against Team Rocket. Kaz's pupils narrowed at the first sight of Metagross, and a dazzling light flashed. "Oh no, it's Hyper Beam. Get out of the way." After saying that, he immediately commanded his Pokémon. "Tyranitar, hold your ground." Then he swiftly darted behind. Just as his figure vanished behind Tyranitar, Metagross, already charged and ready, ruthlessly unleashed a Hyper Beam. The sky suddenly darkened. It was as if the entire world was left with nothing but that beam of destruction-colored. The frenzied energy tore through the air, ripping apart the fiery vortex that spanned the street with an unstoppable boom. The moment the fiery vortex collided with the hyper beam, it burst like a bubble. The Zubat and Charizard behind the fiery vortex were instantly swept away by the explosive aftermath of the hyper beam, their bodies scorched and incapacitated. Tyranitar, using its defensive stance, crossed its arms in front of itself to withstand the impact of the hyper beam, its arms turning red from the intense energy. Its legs firmly planted on the ground were pushed back involuntarily by the massive force of the hyper beam. The energy that could not dissipate in time accumulated at Tyranitar's arms, and finally, when it reached a critical point, it exploded. The tremendous sound of the explosion and the shockwave shattered countless windows on both sides of the street, causing ordinary citizens hiding indoors to scream. The Team Rocket members who failed to find cover were all blown away by the shockwave from the explosion, suffering varying degrees. Even the league inspectors on the other side of the street were affected. Fortunately, as they did not face the impact heat, they were not seriously harmed. As the smoke cleared, Junsha peered out from behind cover to observe the scene on the street. The entire street now resembled a ruin after a war. The only figure still standing on the street was Luo Yuan. 30 meters away from him lay a Tyranitar that had lost its ability to battle, its body leaning back on the ground. Gulp. The many inspectors covered in dust from the explosion exchanged stunned glances. It was no wonder they looked so inexperienced. Luo Yuan's displayed strength was terrifying, especially since they had learned about Luo Yuan before escorting the prisoners, knowing that he had resigned from his internship as an inspector for a specific reason. Such strength is certainly comparable to the champions of past Quartz conferences, isn't it? No, I feel Luo Yuan might even be stronger. Such formidable strength would not lead to disciplinary action due to a mistake, right? There must be a conspiracy behind this. Some inspectors had already begun to envision a small drama of an outstanding inspector being framed and forced to resign. For them, it was completely unreasonable for such an excellent Pokémon trainer to resign due to disciplinary action, so there must be a conspiracy at play. Luo Yuan paid no mind to their thoughts. He gazed calmly at the corner of the street. Come out, I refuse to believe that a prominent Team Rocket member could be taken down by me in one move. After all, which Team Rocket member was not battle-hardened? Although he was very confident in Metagross' strength, Luo Yuan had not yet inflated to the point of believing he could take down a mid-level Team Rocket cadre in one move. Luo Yuan, you are even more formidable than described in the intel. Kes stood up from the shadow of Tyranitar's fallen body, looking at Luo Yuan with a mix of wariness, apprehension, caution, and an unshakable fear. Intel? You Team Rocket even specifically collected intel on me. I feel quite honored. Luo Yuan smiled slightly, appearing nonchalant. However, internally he heightened his vigilance. The fact that Team Rocket had specifically gathered intel on him and established a profile indicated that they were taking him seriously. Kes, seeing Luo Yuan's unchanged expression, sneered internally. In his view, Luo Yuan was the type who completely underestimated the terrifying nature of Team Rocket and Boss Sakaki. Such individuals had been encountered by Team Rocket in the past, and without exception they had all fallen to Boss Sakaki and numerous senior cadres. Thinking this, Kes glanced around. It seems today is the day Team Rocket has fallen. Next time you definitely won't have Team Rocket retreat. But just as he finished speaking, a powerful gust of wind surged from behind. Instinctively turning to look, he saw a thick metallic tail sweeping toward him. Kaz's last consciousness froze at the moment when the metallic tail swept toward him. Luo Yuan watched as Kaz fell unconscious, struck by the tail of the giant steel serpent, clicking his tongue in surprise. Did he really think that all the nonsense he just spouted was merely out of boredom? It was a deliberate act to attract Kaz and his subordinates' attention. During the conversation, Luo Yuan had already secretly signaled the giant steel serpent. Then, taking advantage of the moment when Kaz and the rocket team were most unguarded, the giant steel serpent swiftly cleared the area with its iron tail. Is that it? Were these people really from the rocket team that had previously beaten us down? Why do they seem so weak in Luo Yuan's hand? The onlookers who had witnessed Luo Yuan swiftly dispatch the members of the rocket team were left shocked and numb. Luo Yuan called back his Gyarados, blocking the escape route for the rocket team, and said to the dazed inspectors, "Don't just stand there, hurry up and capture these rocket team members." Hearing Luo Yuan call them, the inspectors finally reacted. Yes. Faced with a group of downed rocket team members who had lost their combat ability, the inspectors displayed excellent professionalism, quickly and orderly handcuffing the fallen rocket trainers. Luo Yuan did not pay attention to the rocket team. Instead, he turned to Junsha, who walked out from behind cover with admiration in her eyes, pointing at the devastated street. "Miss Junsha, I hope I won't have to pay for the damage to these streets, right?" Hearing Luo Yuan's question, Junsha initially thought he was going to ask something important and couldn't help but chuckle. However, she soon realized her reaction was quite impolite and awkwardly cleared her throat, saying, "Ahem, no need, mister. Luo Yuan, your actions were commendable, and you certainly won't be asked to compensate. Although according to regulations, any damage caused by using large Pokémon in the city must be compensated by the trainers, and they bear corresponding responsibilities. But that aside, Luo Yuan's actions were indeed commendable. If he had to compensate for this, who would be willing to help deal with the rocket team in the future? If I don't have to pay, then I'm relieved." It's impossible for him to pay in this lifetime. He will never pay. Luo Yuan's tone combined with his expression made Junsha laugh. Hanging the pokeball of the giant steel serpent at his waist, the inspectors had finished dealing with the captured rocket team members and were now placing the new captives alongside the previous batch taken from Scar in the transport vehicle. A square-faced inspector looking upright approached Luo Yuan and said, "Hello, I am Ishida, the commander in charge of this transportation operation. Thank you very much for your assistance this time." Luo Yuan smiled and said, "It's nothing. I used to be a Pokemon inspector as well. Seeing this situation, I couldn't just stand by and do nothing. Moreover, the people the rocket team wanted to rescue were those I had captured. If I let them take them away, wouldn't that be a slap in my face? So there's no need to mention it." Ishida shook his head and said, "You're too humble." While he said this, the fact that Luo Yuan was the first to rush in to help upon seeing so many rocket members already represented an exceptional quality. This situation was also based on the premise that Luo Yuan had left the Pokemon inspector team for some unknown reason. What kind of spirit is this? This is humanitarian spirit. Although he did not know Luo Yuan well, just from this incident, he could see that Luo Yuan possessed qualities that many trainers and even many Pokemon inspectors currently lacked. Especially after seeing that Luo Yuan remained humble despite his achievements, his fondness for Luo Yuan increased significantly. He firmly believed that there must be another reason for Luo Yuan's departure from the inspector team. Luo Yuan was unaware that during their brief exchange Ishida had speculated so much. He only felt that this inspector commander named Ishida seemed to have a good impression of him. Just as Luo Yuan felt somewhat perplexed, Ishida fell silent for a moment before cautiously speaking up. "I wonder if you have any interest in rejoining the inspector team. To become a formal Pokemon inspector again." He emphasized the word formal with a heavier tone. "I have some connections within the league. If you are willing, you can rejoin the inspector team and become a formal inspector directly." As soon as these words were spoken, the inspectors who were tidying up the scene immediately revealed astonished expressions. A formal inspector. It should be known that even among the inspectors who were on this mission with him, a small portion were still interns, just like Luo Yuan before he resigned. Becoming a formal Pokemon inspector is not an easy task. Even interns who have undergone long-term training need to go through extensive assessments and reviews. Now their commander was directly inviting the already resigned Luo Yuan to become a formal inspector. "Thank you for the offer, but it'll pass. Being a Pokemon trainer is quite nice." Luo Yuan smiled and declined. He felt that unless he was foolish, he would choose to give up the carefree and promising path of being a Pokemon trainer to become a Pokemon inspector who executes tasks daily with great difficulty. Maintaining world peace is something he can do occasionally, but if he had to do it every day, he would surely go crazy. Upon hearing Luo Yuan's refusal, a hint of regret flashed in Ishida's eyes. Alright then. He felt it was a great pity. He had just witnessed the entire process of Luo Yuan capturing the rocket team's cadre, and was certain that Luo Yuan's strength far exceeded his own. If Luo Yuan joined them, their odds of winning in future conflicts against the rocket team would undoubtedly increase significantly. They wouldn't feel so helpless against the rocket team as they do now. However, since Luo Yuan had clearly declined, he could not continue to persuade him. At this moment, he had directed all his anger toward the person who caused Luo Yuan to resign. Damn it, what exactly caused Luo Yuan to resign from the inspector position? He decided to go back and use his connections to investigate who was behind it. Today, not only did they force Luo Yuan out, but who knows if they would also drive away other excellent talents. He must root out this scoundrel hiding among them. Is there anything else? If not, I'll take my leave. Seeing the number of onlookers on the street gradually increase, Luo Yuan, who didn't want to be surrounded by a crowd, spoke up. Nothing else. Ishida sighed, then bowed deeply to Luo Yuan, saying, "Once again, thank you for your selfless assist. I already said it was just a casual effort, so I'll take my leave now." Luo Yuan walked away with his Bulbasaur. Junsha stared at Luo Yuan's retreating figure, somewhat dazed. Although he had only appeared for less than an hour, Luo Yuan had already left a deep impression in her heart. Just as she was watching Luo Yuan's figure disappear at the end of the street, feeling a sense of loss, Luo Yuan's voice suddenly rang in her ear. "I almost forgot. Remember to transfer Kaz's bounty to my account." "My account is?" Junsha perked up immediately upon hearing this, and saluted in the direction Luo Yuan had left, saying yes. "I never expected that mental power could be used this way." As Luo Yuan walked towards his next destination, the city of withered leaves, he felt quite pleased. He had forgotten to mention the bonus to Junsha when he left earlier. Since he was too lazy to squeeze through the crowd again, Luo Yuan tried to see if he could use his newly acquired mental power to transmit a message over distance. To his surprise, it actually worked. Mental power is really convenient, Luo Yuan mused. Controlling objects, teleportation, and even mental communication. He couldn't help but wonder what else mental power could accomplish. He thought that in his spare time he not only needed to train his Pokémon, but also to hone his superpowers. Just then he noticed a large crowd gathering ahead. What's happening? It was rare to see a group of people gathered together on the road, so clearly something significant was occurring. With the intention of seeing the commotion, Luo Yuan squeezed into the crowd. Then he spotted a familiar figure. Yongzi. Just yesterday he had said goodbye to this guy, and here he was seeing him again today. However, Yongzi seemed to be in a bit of trouble, engaged in a battle, and clearly at a disadvantage. This is... Luo Yuan looked at Yangzi's opponent, who seemed somewhat familiar as if he had seen him somewhere, with that grim green hair and a prematurely aged look, carrying a backpack and using a sandshrew. Just as Luo Yuan was about to figure out who this grim green youth was, a voice from the side reached his ears. The beast tamer Xiao Ming is amazing. Luo Yuan. Just when he was about to recall the name, someone revealed the answer, leaving him feeling a surge of frustration in his chest. After a struggle to calm himself, he heard the trainer beside him continue, "Yes, this should be his 90-second victory. He's practically unbeatable in Hualan now. Only these ignorant out-of-town trainers dare to challenge the beast tamer Xiao Ming." Their words were filled with praise for the beast tamer Xiao Ming. Luo Yuan remained non-committal. Having read the original work, he acknowledged that Xiao Ming had some skill, as not every trainer could set up a private arena and maintain over 90 consecutive victories. However, to claim that he was unbeatable in Hualan was a bit excessive. While thinking, Luo Yuan watched the battle between Yongzi and Xiao Ming. The battle between both sides was intense, reaching a very tense moment. The Pokémon Yongzi used was very fitting for a novice trainer, a Budu. Normally, with both Pokémon being in their initial forms and not having evolved, and with only a slight difference in level, the Budu, which had an advantage against the ground-type Sandshrew, should have been on the upper hand. However, reality was completely opposite. The Sandshrew dominated the battle, while the Budu, which should have had the upper hand, was at a disadvantage. The reason for this was partly due to the Pokémon's skill level. Xiao Ming's Sandshrew had superior reaction speed, adaptability, and physical strength compared to the Budu. Moreover, one of the most crucial factors was the difference in the trainer's command skills. It could be said that Xiao Ming and Yongzi were on entirely different levels when it came to commanding. If Yongzi's commanding level was akin to that of an elementary school student, then Xiao Ming's skills were at least that of a high school student, if not a college student. Of course, Luo Yuan believed that Xiao Ming still fell short compared to him. At that moment, Xiao Ming flicked the whip in his hand, causing the Sandshrew to retreat and dodged the Budu's flurry of slaps, then creating some distance. As the watching trainers, including Yongzi, believed that Xiao Ming was retreating, Luo Yuan's gaze sharpened. Xiao Ming is preparing for a decisive strike. Though he had only been watching for a short while, as a trainer with a fairly high command level, Luo Yuan had already picked up on the clues from the Sandshrew's every move. Previously showing a fierce and aggressive offensive, the Sandshrew, without having sustained serious damage, suddenly began to retreat unexpectedly. Luo Yuan was certain that there was a plot at play. A normal person might consider this a trap, but with Yongzi's brain, he probably wouldn't think that deeply. Sure enough, just as Luo Yuan predicted, Yongzi immediately became excited upon seeing the Sandshrew retreat, commanding his Budu to charge in. Budu, the opponent, is scared. Take this opportunity and use Leaf Blade. Swish, swish, swish. The leaves shot out. Budu's Leaf Blade lacked the finesse of a Leaf Yuan. Its trajectory was stiff and straightforward, easily discernible to any trainer with even a little skill. As expected, Xiao Ming saw through Budu's attack. He immediately commanded Sandshrew use Sand Attack. The sand was kicked up high, filling the air with yellow dust, severely limiting the visibility of the two battling Poké. Budu was left bewildered. Meanwhile, Yongzi, who should have reacted at this moment, appeared equally confused. Luo Yuan covered his face. For the first time, he began to doubt whether it was a correct decision to take this guy as his subordinate. Even if he had Budu be cautious and alert, it would be better than the current situation, at least that way it could reduce the chances of a successful sneak attack. Indeed, there was a reason why inexperienced trainers were so. Just then, from behind Budu, a shadow sprang out. A claw glinting coldly was raised high. Budu, be careful. At this moment, Yongzi finally reacted, but since the enemy was already so close, when he issued the command, even if Budu's reaction speed was fast, it was too late to respond. Swish. The claw struck down, sending Budu flying with 3 new wounds, rendering it unable to continue fighting. Looks like I've won this match. The Sandshrew returned to Xiao Ming's feet, who grinned with satisfaction. With this victory, I've now achieved my 90-second win. Thank you for being my stepping stone towards 100 consecutive victories. Damn. Yongzi, now one of the 92 losers, instantly fell dejected. I lost. I really thought I could. Yongzi looked around at the trainers watching, finding them gazing at Xiao Ming with envy and admiration. His heart sank even further. If only the boss were here. He couldn't help but imagine how Luo Yuan would react in this situation. He would surely give that arrogant Xiao Ming a severe lesson. Then, he really saw Luo Yuan. Luo. Boss Luo. Yongzi's expression was one of astonishment, appearing utterly shocked. Boss Luo Yuan. Upon seeing Luo Yuan, Yongzi rushed over as if he had seen a long-lost family member, his face filled with excitement, nearly on the verge of tears. The surrounding trainers, hearing the commotion, turned their curious gazes towards this direction. This guy actually has a boss. Is he here to help him take revenge? Luo Yuan looked at Yongzi, feeling an urge to instantly teleport away from this place. Is it still too late to pretend I don't know this guy? Yongzi's appearance was simply too embarrassing. However, Luo Yuan ultimately decided against teleporting away, considering that Yongzi was his first little brother. He moved 30 centimeters to the side, perfectly dodging Yongzi's leap towards him. Yongzi, undeterred, looked at Luo Yuan with a pitiful expression. Boss Luo Yuan, I lost. I embarrassed you. No, I'm not, you didn't. Luo Yuan thought to himself. Suppressing the impulse to blurt it out, he sighed and pointed out Yongzi's previous mistakes. I watched your battle just now. Boss, did you watch my battle? How did I lose? Was it because my Budu wasn't strong enough? Young Xiai, upon hearing that Luo Yuan actually watched his match, instantly forgot about being ridiculed by Xiao Ming and hurriedly asked for advice. The problem is significant, but the main issue lies not with your Pokemon, but with you. During the battle between Budu and Sandshrew, you could have used Leaf Tornado for ranged attacks right from the start to wear down Sandshrew's stamina, but you chose to let Budu engage in close combat. At the moment when you should have given commands, you were dazed, failing to respond effectively to the opponent's tactics, resulting in lost opportunities to evade and ultimately being exploited. There are many other issues. Hearing Luo Yuan point out the problems in his command, Young Xiai felt increasingly ashamed and eventually lowered his head in shame. He had always believed that he lost the match because his Pokemon wasn't strong enough, but only after Luo Yuan pointed out the problems did he realize how many mistakes he had made. Young Xiai secretly vowed to correct these flaws and become stronger. Feeling deeply grateful to Luo Yuan, Young Xiai bowed and thanked him. "Thank you, boss Luo Yuan." However, before he could finish, a voice came from the side. "You're his boss. Are you here to help him get revenge?" The crowd parted and Xiao Ming called out to Luo Yuan. His gaze towards Luo Yuan was filled with interest. He had heard Luo Yuan's analysis and had to admit it made some sense. But just a bit of sense. He didn't believe that this guy named Young Xiai could defeat him once he corrected those flaws. In his view, Luo Yuan couldn't even see the difference in strength between his Sandshrew and Young Sisbudu, so his strength couldn't be that impressive. "Let's battle then if you want to help him get revenge," Xiao Ming provoked. He believed his winning streak was about to increase again. Hearing Xiao Ming's provocative words, Luo Yuan raised his eyebrows. "My little brother was defeated, and I didn't even seek trouble with you first, yet you came to bother me." Interesting. Luo Yuan felt no anger. Anger is reserved for opponents of equal standing, at least those on par with him should be mid-level, or even senior members of Team Rocket. Xiao Ming's provocation merely amused him. He turned to look at Young Xiai, who was filled with expectation, and then glanced around at the other trainers. Finally, he looked at Xiao Ming and said, "Since you're so eager to battle, I'll fight you. But I'll warn you in advance, if I end your winning streak, don't blame me. Regardless, Young Xiai is my little brother. My little brother was defeated, and as the boss I have to get revenge, otherwise it's my face that gets lost as well." Xiao Ming completely ignored Luo Yuan's latter words. "You can choose the rules of the battle. Is it 3v3 or 1v1? Xiao Ming said confidently. "Since it's a battle, it must be 3v3. After saying this, Luo Yuan added in a teasing tone, "I don't want people to think I won just because of luck. 3v3 better showcases strength." Upon hearing the exchange between the two, the surrounding trainers became excited. Tension filled the air. As Pokemon trainers with little else to do, they loved watching such spectacles. With the assistance of many trainers, a space was quickly cleared on the roadside for the two to battle. "Does your Pokemon need to?" Luo Yuan asked while tossing a Pokeball. "No need, battling a Budu is just a warm-up," Xiao Ming retorted. Then, the battle begins. The trainer acting as the temporary referee waved his hand. Both sides threw out their Pokeballs. Luo Yuan sent out Ghastly, while Xiao Ming sent out Butterfree. Tisk saying no need but still acting obedient. Luo Yuan expressed disdain towards Xiao Ming, who claimed his Sandshrew didn't need rest, but chose not to send it out for the first battle. However, Xiao Ming's failure to follow the usual pattern would ultimately backfire on him. Ghastly is a ghost and poison-type Pokemon, while Butterfree is a bug and flying-type Pokemon. Although neither side gains type advantage against the other, bug-type attacks are very ineffective against Ghastly. In the game, bug-type moves only deal 25 damage to Ghastly. While the real world may not be that precise, bug-type moves will certainly be weakened when attacking Ghastly. Therefore, in this battle, Luo Yuan had a significant advantage. "I'm at a disadvantage." Xiao Ming noticed this point too, but when he realized that his Butterfree had a type disadvantage, he did not panic. Instead, he calmly observed Ghastly. "Your Ghastly isn't weak." He assessed Ghastly's strength based on its size and the vividness of the poisonous gas surrounding it. He secretly heightened his vigilance. Although he had previously appeared arrogant as a trainer with a winning streak of 92 matches, he still had a degree of caution. "Ghastly, let's attack first." This stalemate was not what Luo Yuan wanted. He didn't intend to drag this out, so he waved his hand, and Ghastly lunged forward. Poison gas. With a sinister laugh, Ghastly released a thick cloud of toxic gas that enveloped it and spread towards Butterfree from the sky. Hiding his body within the toxic mist, Xiao Ming felt a sense of déjà vu. "Are you planning to learn my tactics, blending into the poison mist to approach Bada, who?" Xiao Ming realized that Luo Yuan actually intended to use his tactics against him, and he couldn't help but sneer. If Luo Yuan thought that way, he was gravely mistaken. He wouldn't be foolish like Young Xiai, waiting for the enemy to approach before counterattacking. Moreover, with Bada, who possessing flying attributes, dispersing the toxic gas would be a breeze. Bada, who used Raging Storm to disperse these toxic gases. As Bada, who flapped its wings, a fierce wind gusted forth, easily blowing away the toxic gas. Just as Xiao Ming was about to verbally undermine Luo Yuan's fighting spirit, he noticed that Luo Yuan was not focusing on the battle. Instead, he turned to Young Xiai and said, "Did you see that? In the face of the assault you just encountered, the best strategy should be to disperse the obscuring sand and mist." Was he being treated as a teaching material? Xiao Ming was instantly furious. When a person gets angry, they lose their composure. In his state of fury, Xiao Ming could only think of defeating Luo Yuan, although he had not abandoned his basic combat discipline. With a whip in hand, he struck the air, producing a loud crack. Bada, who used illusionary light. Knowing that bug-type moves were ineffective against Gaisai, he naturally wouldn't employ them. Fortunately, Bada, who had a psychic-type move illusionary light, which could effectively counter Gaisai. Upon hearing Xiao Ming's command, Bada, who immediately launched its attack. Two red eyes quickly locked onto the floating Gaisai. The colorful illusionary light immediately enveloped the prepared for Xiao Ming's offensive. Luo Yuan calmly countered Gaisai's shadow clone. Instantly, the dark purple Gaisai split into dozens of shadowy figures. The numerous shadowy images lined up in the sky, making it impossible for Bada, who to pinpoint Goasis' true form. However, since the illusionary light had already been unleashed, it was too late to halt the move. Thus Bada, who had no choice but to randomly select a target. The illusionary light struck one of the Gaisai, which instantly transformed into a wisp of purple mist and drifted into the sky. The remaining Gaisai grimaced at Bada, who looking extremely mocking. Bada, who was immediately enraged, and unleashed another illusionary light at the many Gaisai. This time it still struck a shadow. Seeing this, Xiao Ming quickly warned Bada, who stay calm, don't get angry. Use Raging Storm to disperse these shadow clones. Bada, who heard Xiao Ming's instruction, but the effect was not ideal. The emotion of anger is unlike other emotions, once it arises it will not fade unless vented. This was vividly demonstrated when Bada, who used Raging Storm. This time, when Bada, who unleashed Raging Storm, it clearly exerted all its strength. Whoosh! The howling wind swept through, causing the shadowy figures of Gaisai to sway in the sky. As the Goasis' panicked expressions appeared, both Bada, who and Xiao Ming watched as these shadow clones dissipated like, in the end, not a single one remained. What happened? Where's Gaisai? The trainers watching Luo Yuan and Xiao Ming's battle beside them expressed their confusion. After dispersing the shadow clones, shouldn't Goasis' true form have been revealed? Now why had Gaisai disappeared completely? Where did Gaisai go? They voiced the question that Xiao Ming wanted to ask. Where did Gaisai go? Could it be that the legend was true, that Gaisai was a Pokémon made of gas, and in the fierce raging storm just now it had... Of course Xiao Ming would not believe such a legend, especially upon seeing Luo Yuan's calm demeanor. He was even more convinced that Gaisai was definitely hiding. His eyes carefully scanned the arena as he believed Gaisai must be hiding somewhere within this space. Bada, who also searched the sky. With its compound eyes, Bada, who had exceptional vision, which effectively increased its hit rate, making its moves easier to land on targets. However, precisely because of this, it rarely encountered situations where it couldn't find its opponent's position. The frustration of not being able to find Gaisai combined with the anger that had been provoked earlier created a mix of emotions that made Bada, who extremely anxious. Bada, who flapped its wings vigorously, unleashing a silver whirlwind laced with phosphorus to scour the arena, attempting to uncover the hiding Gaisai, but it couldn't even find a shadow of it. Seeing that Bada, who was gradually losing its vigilance, Luo Yuan knew the moment had come. He smiled slightly and snapped his fingers. Gaisai now. At his command, a pitch-black figure suddenly emerged from the shadow on the ground beneath Bada, who. Gaisai, with wide eyes, let out a cackling sound and shot towards the sky like a cannonball aimed at Bada, who. Bada, who, be careful. Gaisai is in your shadow. Xiao Ming, who had been searching for Goasis' position, immediately spotted it and quickly warned Bada, who. He only remembered that Gaisai had the ability to become invisible, but forgot that it could also hide within shadows. Upon hearing Xiao Ming's instruction, Bada, who did not react immediately. If this were at the beginning of the battle, Bada, who would have responded to his command right away. However, Bada, who now clearly disappointed him. It failed to evade Goasis' attack and was struck directly. Bada, who and Gaisai were similar in size, and although Gaisai was mostly composed of gas and very light during the high-speed impact, and in a moment of surprise, Bada, who was still sent spinning in the air. Taking advantage of Bada's frantic attempts to regain balance, Gaisai clung tightly to Bada, who, extending its pink tongue, and with a cackling laugh, it licked Bada, who. Bada, who. Xiao Ming stared anxiously at the paralyzed Bada, who, which was plummeting downwards. This was the effect of Goasis' tongue. This move could put the opponent into a paralyzed state. Xiao Ming had never encountered such a situation before. Previously it was his Bada who that used paralysis powder to incapacitate others, Bada who had never been in a paralyzed state. Bang! Bada who fell to the ground, crashing with a muffled sound. Gaisai relentlessly conjured a shadow ball in front of it, and shot it towards the fallen Bada, who. Boom! After the violent explosion, Bada, who was severely injured and fell into a state of unconsciousness, completely losing its fighting ability. The temporary referee immediately made the judgment. Bada, who has lost its fighting ability, Gaisai wins. The trainers watching the match were astonished. They were shocked that Xiao Ming lost his first battle so decisively. What happened to the promised 93 consecutive victories? If he had chosen a 1v1 battle earlier, he would have lost. Some trainers commented sarcastically. While they marveled at Xiao Ming's crushing defeat in the first battle, they were equally impressed by Luo Yuan's displayed strength. Where did this trainer come from? Why had they never heard of his name in Hualan City before? Now it was Yongxi's turn to step. Yongxi boasted to the surrounding trainers, "My boss Luo Yuan is the man who took us to take down Team Rocket." So that's how it is. The surrounding Pokemon trainers looked enlightened, realizing that he was a powerhouse who had defeated Team Rocket. No wonder he was so formidable. Thus the admiration that had been directed at Xiao Ming shifted to Luo Yuan. Defeated, Xiao Ming felt a burning sensation on his face as he heard Deoxys cheers. This was the first time he had lost so helplessly in front of an opponent. Xiao Ming had initially felt confident in his victory, but now a seed of doubt was planted in his heart. He doubted whether he could win this match. This guy is really strong. Xiao Ming gritted his teeth, finally realizing that Luo Yuan was not just a Pokemon strategist who merely talked a good game. Just by not needing to issue verbal commands the way Luo Yuan made Gaisai hide beneath Badaha's shadow showed that he was not. This kind of tacit understanding, as if connected to the Pokemon spirit, was something Xiao Ming had never been able to achieve in many years. Moreover, that guy seemed to have even defeated Team Rocket. In the trainer community, that could be seen as a badge proving strength and courage. Generally, trainers do not have the strength or guts to confront Team Rocket. Realizing that Luo Yuan's strength was formidable, Xiao Ming retracted his previous contempt and became cautious. Go Chuanshan Shu, this time it's up to you. The opponent is strong, proceed with caution. Xiao Ming sent out his ace, Chuanshan Shu. He aimed to secure a battle with Chuanshan Shu to regain his confidence. Oh, you're sending out your ace for the second battle. But are you really planning to use Chuanshan Shu against my Gaisai? Luo Yuan asked in a peculiar tone, looking at Xiao Ming's Chuanshan Shu with interest. Standing opposite Xiao Ming, Luo Yuan finally had the chance to scrutinize Chuanshan Shu closely. It had a sturdy build, especially its well-developed limbs showing clear signs of training. Its skin shimmered, and the shell on its back looked as if it had been oiled, indicating that this Chuanshan Shu was very healthy and in excellent spirits. I underestimated you before allowing you to win the first battle, but that won't happen again, Xiao Ming said solemnly. To him, sending out his ace, Chuanshan Shu guaranteed this match. Then I shall wait and see. Luo Yuan smiled at Xiao Ming's words, non-committal. The second match officially began. As soon as the referee finished speaking, Chuanshan Shu and Gaisai both sprang into action. Whooshed! A shadow ball whizzed past Chuanshan Shu's body, soaring into the distant sky. Bang! A massive rock plummeted from the sky, easily dodged by Gaisai. Both sides engaged in a tentative exchange with no clear advantage. Having observed the battle between Yangtze's Trumpet Bud and the Sandmouse, Luo Yuan felt he had a general understanding of the Sandmouse's strength. In his opinion, his Guac should easily triumph over the Sandmouse in direct combat. However, after Guac truly engaged with the Sandmouse, Luo Yuan realized he had underestimated Xiao Ming. Xiao Ming's Sandmouse was indeed his trump card, and despite the preceding battle against Yangtze's Trumpet Bud, its combat power remained formidable. In the clash with Guac, it surprisingly did not fall behind at all. The arena saw Guac brush past the Sandmouse once more. The shockwave from Guac's Shadow Ball sent the Sandmouse staggering backward, while the Sandmouse's rock fall forced Guac to dodge. The intense battle captivated the trainers on the sidelines. After retreating, the Sandmouse unleashed a sandstorm. Amidst the swirling sandstorm, Guac's body, composed of toxic gas, became somewhat blurred, and the dense gravel, mixed with the raging wind, inflicted considerable damage on Guac. It seems the Sandmouse has the upper hand. Guac appears to be in a bit of trouble. I also think Luo Yuan might lose, the surrounding trainers remarked. In their view, Guac was likely to lose the match, as it seemed a bit troublesome. Xiao Ming looked at his panting Sandmouse, not sharing the same optimism as the surrounding trainers, but rather feeling the situation was quite dire for him. It wasn't that the Sandmouse was in trouble. On the contrary, it had been performing exceptionally well since the battle began, both offensively and defensively, even inflicting damage on Luo Yuan's Guac earlier. Although Luo Yuan's Guac maintained the offensive momentum, it had yet to inflict any damage on the Sandmouse. However, he discovered a very serious issue, one he only realized after the encounter with the Sandmouse. This was Guac's peculiarity. While the Ghost-type and Poison-type combination did not have any type disadvantage against the Sandmouse's Ground-type, the key lay in the fact that Guac, as a Ghost-type Pokemon, was composed of gas. Many physical attacks could not be said to be ineffective against it, but the damage they inflicted was minimal. Xiao Ming noticed that during the battle there were several instances where the Sandmouse clearly should have hit Guac, yet it dodged due to Guac's immunity to physical attacks. Moreover, because Guac was floating in the air, many of the Sandmouse's skills like Sand Trap were completely ineffective. Instead, there were several occasions during the Sandmouse's offensive that it nearly succumbed to the toxic gas emanating from Guac due to being too close. This was a very negative trend. Guac's attacks were able to threaten the Sandmouse, yet the Sandmouse had no effective countermeasures. If the Sandmouse continued to exhaust its stamina once it made a defensive mistake, it would surely suffer a devastating blow. How could this battle continue? Guac could attack the Sandmouse, yet Xiao Ming's Sandmouse could not hit Guac. On the surface, Xiao Ming remained calm, but inside he felt a deep urgency. He had to find a way to turn the tide. Meanwhile, Luo Yuan across from Xiao Ming still bore an expression of calm indifference. When Xiao Ming sent out the Sandmouse, he had anticipated this very situation, which was why he had specifically asked Xiao Ming if he was sure about battling his Guac with the Sandmouse. However, Xiao Ming clearly did not understand his intent, insisting on sending out the Sandmouse, and now he was undoubtedly facing the consequences. It's time to counterattack. The reason Luo Yuan allowed Guac to battle the Sandmouse alone was simply to verify the results of his training with Guac, which had been focused on independent combat without command. The effectiveness was now confirmed to be quite good. Now that the Sand Mouse had already caused damage to Guay's stamina was Guay's weak point, he could not let the Sand Mouse continue to attack Guay's unrestrained. He too had to prepare for a counterattack. Fixating on the battle between Guay's and the Sand Mouse, Luo Yuan's mind raced, quickly devising a strategy targeting the Sand Mouse. Guay's used Mud Bomb. Luo Yuan commanded. He suddenly issued this order, leaving the surrounding trainers. Only when the purple-black Mud Bomb arced through the air and struck the Sand Mouse did the trainers begin to react. That attack should be easy to dodge, right? Why would Luo Yuan give such an order? The surrounding trainers questioned the correctness of Luo Yuan's command. In their view, after Guay's had just suffered damage from the sandstorm, he should have opted for a more cautious strategy. However, Luo Yuan paid no heed to their doubts. To Luo Yuan, it was normal to disbelieve these people. If he were to fight according to their suggestions, that would truly be met. Based on Luo Yuan's experience, when facing outside criticism, one must learn to filter out useless information. Only in this way can one go further on the path of a Pokemon trainer. Then Luo Yuan issued an even bolder command. Guay's getting close. Taking advantage of the Sand Mouse's moment of dodging the Mud Bomb, Guay's surged forward, rapidly approaching the Sand Mouse. Kakik. Guay's emitted a sharp, eerie laugh. The urgency of the enemy's rapid approach made the Sand Mouse tense up, its beady eyes fixed on Guay's, enveloped in purple gas. Sandstorm. Xiaoming ordered, deciding to continue using Sandstorm. Although it seemed unwise to repeat a tactic at this moment of lacking offensive means, it was indeed a very effective strategy. Another Sandstorm. It seems you think this tactic will secure your victory over me. Luo Yuan remarked at the Sand Mouse, which planned to employ the same tactic. But who gave you the audacity to let the Sand Mouse directly unleash a sandstorm in front of Guay's? Did he truly think he had no means to retaliate? It was time to let Xiaoming witness what it meant to utilize a Pokemon's characteristics to their fullest. With a wave of his hand, Guay's swerved and floated behind the Sand Mouse. At that moment, the Sand Mouse's sandstorm had already taken effect. The grains of sand and dirt were whipped up by the gale, appearing formidable, yet caused no damage to Guay's. Sand Mouse, watch out. Guay's is in your shadow. Xiaoming shouted immediately. Guay's had slipped into the Sand Mouse's shadow the moment the sandstorm was unleashed, thus preventing the Sand Mouse from inflicting any damage. Having learned from the previous encounter with Bada Butterfly, he was highly vigilant of Guay's maneuvering into the Sand Mouse's shadow and immediately noticed this development. However, some matters cannot simply be resolved by awareness. Guay's concealed in the Sand Mouse's shadow seemed to have vanished, and the Sand Mouse had no way to deal with it. Damn it! Xiaoming felt a wave of discomfort wash over him. Guay's was like a hidden assassin lurking in the shadows, waiting for the moment to deliver a fatal blow. Could Xiaoming guarantee that his Sand Mouse would not reveal even the slightest flaw? Clearly not. This tactic would not work against a more powerful trainer, as they could easily endure Guay's attacks and seize the opportunity to counterattack once Guay's emerged from the shadows, taking down the already weak stamina Guay's in a single blow. But Xiaoming's situation was different now. Firstly, the strength of the Sand Mouse and Guay's was not vastly different, and secondly, the Sand Mouse lacked effective offensive means. The combination of these two factors resulted in the current helplessness of the Sand Mouse against Guay's. Time passed, and the Sand Mouse darted around like a headless fly, only the crimson eyes occasionally flashing from its shadow proved that Guay's still existed. The pressure from Guay's lurking presence behind the Sand Mouse was immense, forcing the Sand Mouse to be cautious even while turning around. This situation persisted for a whole minute. Seizing an opening created by the Sand Mouse's agitation, the ghostly Guay's let out an eerie cackle and emerged from the shadows. The purple toxic gas spread rapidly, enveloping the Sand Mouse, whose complexion turned purple as it displayed a painful expression. Sand Mouse, quickly break free from the toxic mist. Xiaoming exclaimed. If this continued, once the Sand Mouse fell into a poisoned state, the scales of victory would tip entirely in Guay's favor. The Sand Mouse certainly understood this reasoning, but Guay's speed surpassed its own, and no matter how hard it tried, it could not escape from the ever-present Guay's. It attempted to turn and drive away Guay's, but Guay's was cunning. The moment the Sand Mouse showed any signs of turning to counterattack, it would immediately retreat into the shadows. Then a scene unfolded on the battlefield. The Sand Mouse frantically fled ahead, with the Guay's trailing behind it, weaving in and out of its shadow, dodging the Sand Mouse's counterattacks, while simultaneously dispersing toxic gas from its body. Is there such a fighting style? I see it now. This is truly despicable. The surrounding trainers were taken aback by Luo Yuan's cunning strategy. At this point, they had forgotten their earlier doubts about Luo Yuan and wore expressions of astonishment. They were used to a style of battle where both sides would take turns delivering attacks. Witnessing Luo Yuan's maneuvering was nothing short of breathtaking. This was practically a rogue's fighting style. However, as trainers considered to be lacking in strength by others, they found this cunning and scrupulous approach even more appealing, for it allowed them to see hope in overcoming stronger opponents. Not to mention, these trainers were already plotting to team up and head to Ziyuan town to capture Guay's. The purple toxic gas thickened in the air, and the Sand Mouse's expression grew increasingly pained. At the critical moment when the toxic gas reached a threshold, the running sand mouse finally succumbed, collapsing to the ground. The sand mouse has lost its combat ability, and Guai claims victory once more. The referee announced that the sand shrew had lost its combat ability. As a ghost-type Pokémon with good qualities and moral character, Gui's retracted its toxic gas, refraining from inflicting further harm on the incapacitated sandshrew. As the poison gas dissipated, Xiao Ming rushed over, hugging the poisoned sandshrew, anxiously rummaging through his backpack for an antidote. He could not find the antidote, so he had no choice but to take out a few sweet peaches that could detoxify and fed them to the sandshrew. However, seeing the sandshrew still in great pain, the effect of the sweet peaches was not ideal. Looking for an antidote? Here you go. Luo Yuan tossed a bottle of antidote spray from his spatial backpack to Xiao Ming. Gis toxicity is quite severe, so this special antidote is necessary. Luo Yuan had previously conducted tests and found that Gis toxicity was so potent that regular antidotes could only serve to suppress the poisoning, not completely cure it. Thus, Luo Yuan specially crafted this dedicated antidote using berries and other materials based on the information from the Pokémon training manual in his mind. Thank you. In a situation where his most important Pokémon was on the verge of death, Xiao Ming could not care less about their current rivalry and gratefully thanked Luo Yuan, then quickly pried open the sandshrew's mouth and sprayed the antidote into it. The antidote spray, crafted according to the steps in the training manual, took effect very quickly. Within just a few seconds, the purple aura on the sandshrew's face gradually faded, returning it to normal. Seeing the sandshrew recover, Xiao Ming sighed in relief, saying, "I'm very grateful, I was rude earlier." He appeared quite embarrassed when he spoke the latter part. After all, he had previously provoked Luo Yuan multiple times, yet Luo Yuan not only refrained from retorting, but also generously offered him the antidote, making Xiao Ming feel deeply ashamed of this act of reciprocating kindness with kindness. "It's nothing, we're all trainers." Luo Yuan waved his hand, not taking the previous matters to heart. As he had said before, he believed that Xiao Ming's level was too far below his own. The ones he often engaged with were Team Rocket executives and Pokémon inspectors, so he couldn't feel angry. However, to Xiao Ming, Yongji, and the other trainers watching from the sidelines, this was a display of magnanimity. It was a very noble moral quality. If they had previously admired Luo Yuan's strength, now they felt a genuine respect for his character. Even those who had doubted Luo Yuan's strength, believing he had won through underhanded means, had to acknowledge that he was a person worthy of respect. Xiao Ming felt increasingly ashamed. He took a deep breath and said, "I lost today's match." His sudden concession left Luo Yuan stunned, and he waved his hand, saying, "You don't need to feel burdened. I am also looking forward to the upcoming battles," Luo Yuan replied. He enjoyed the feeling of dominating his opponents, especially with someone like Xiao Ming, who was not too weak and had some resistance. Luo Yuan favored such opponents. This way he could hone the cooperation between himself and his Pokémon, while also increasing their battle experience. After all, if he sought stronger opponents, he would have to rely on Steelix and Metagross to ensure victory. Weaker foes held no value in battle. "No, I can still see the gap between us. You defeated my proudest sandshrew with just one Guis, and you still have Barrage and 2 more Pokémon yet to battle. Regardless, my remaining Pokémon cannot win 3 consecutive battles, so I lost this match. You ended my winning streak. Are you really not going to continue? Perhaps my remaining Pokémon aside from Guis are all—" Luo Yuan felt it was a pity. It was hard to find a suitable opponent for him to dominate, so he continued to tempt Xiao Ming to keep battling. "I'm not continuing, and my sandshrew still needs to go to the Pokémon Center for treatment." Xiao Ming had a very valid reason. Upon hearing this, Luo Yuan realized Xiao Ming would not fight him a third time, and sighed, "All right." His demeanor elicited another wave of admiration from the surrounding trainers. Look what a good person. The opponent voluntarily concedes, and even tries to persuade further. Where can one find such a good trainer in this treacherous society? Of course they would never know, nor could they, that Luo Yuan merely felt regretful that he had intended to send out Bulbasaur for some practice in the third match, but now there was no opportunity for Bulbasaur to battle. Xiao Ming's winning streak ended at 92. Yet he felt no sense of loss. Instead, he sighed in relief, which felt very strange. Why did he feel a sense of relaxation after conceding? Perhaps this is the terrifying pressure that Luo Yuan brings to me, Xiao Ming thought. With this thought in mind, as the referee announced that Luo Yuan had successfully defeated Xiao Ming, this battle that lasted over an hour finally came to an end. "Luo Yuan, I will train hard and challenge the gym. When the Quartz Conference begins, I will challenge you again on Quartz Plateau." Xiao Ming issued a challenge to Luo Yuan. Although his winning streak had been broken and he did not achieve 100 victories, he still decided to embark on his journey. "If we meet at the Quartz Conference, I will give it my all," Luo Yuan smiled. "By the way, you should get a look at Steelix and Metagross. You shouldn't feel despair, right?" Of course, Luo Yuan said the latter half in his mind. In a harmonious atmosphere, the watching trainers gradually most of these people headed towards Yuan Town, and it could be expected that the ghost-type Pokémon there would soon find plenty of targets to play with. Meanwhile, Luo Yuan's reputation spread throughout the entire league along with these onlookers. A legend of a trainer who skillfully used Guis and possessed high moral character began to circulate among the new trainers in the Kanto region. The legend of Luo Yuan gradually spread among the Pokémon trainers, of which he remained completely unaware. At this moment, he stood in front of a forest raising his hand to dispel the Pidgeys that swooped down from the sky, attempting to snatch the sweet orange fruit from his grasp, while Luo Yuan surveyed his surroundings. I have a strange sense of familiarity with this place. He felt an inexplicable familiarity with the scenery around him, as if he had been here before. He had definitely never been here himself, so it must have been his previous incarnation that had come here. He looked up at the buildings that were faintly visible on the mountainside. This seems to be the Pokémon Academy. Luo Yuan recalled the memories of his predecessor. He was aware of the Pokémon. In the original story, this was an elite school that adhered to a survival of the fittest educational philosophy. Ash and his friends accidentally wandered into the Pokémon Academy and subsequently had a series of conflicts with the Academy's students. However, what intrigued Luo Yuan was that his predecessor had actually studied at the Pokémon Academy for a time and was once a student. As he carefully searched through the memories, Luo Yuan's expression grew increasingly peculiar. What on earth is this? A person's memories are vast. Even though Luo Yuan had spent a long time understanding the memories of his predecessor, he had only skimmed through them. Now, as he meticulously reviewed the experiences of his predecessor's studies at the Pokémon Academy, Luo Yuan discovered that the time spent there was not particularly pleasant. It turned out that his predecessor had attended the Pokémon Academy for a period, but as a transfer student, he struggled to keep up with the curriculum, consequently ranking at the bottom among many students, and often suffering from subtle bullying. For instance, trash was frequently thrown under his seat. The Pokémon he used in battle training were intentionally harmed, and he was often subjected to ridicule. In a normal school, such matters could be resolved by reporting to a teacher. However, in this Pokémon Academy, which could almost be equated to an elite school, as long as it didn't escalate to physical fights, teachers did not intervene in student competitions, allowing such behaviors to run rampant and leaving it to the students to handle. It was precisely because of this that the entire atmosphere of the Pokémon Academy exhibited a twisted attitude, where some students who prided themselves on their strength even invented a distorted method called the Whip of Love to legitimize their bullying of weaker classmates. Ultimately, his predecessor could no longer endure this pressure and had to drop out, then entered the Pokémon Prosecutor Academy, where he discovered his talent for becoming a Pokémon prosecutor. Does school violence exist, even in the Pokémon world? Luo Yuan felt somewhat displeased. Originally, he thought that the only enemy of his predecessor was that superior who had shifted the blame onto him in the Pokémon Prosecutor Department, but it turned out there was more to it. Although this was his predecessor's experience, and not his own since he had crossed over into this body, Luo Yuan felt he had to fight back against the unfair treatment his predecessor had endured. His mood had been quite good today, but now it was all spoiled by these troublesome matters. He was very displeased, and in such matters Luo Yuan never compromised. He looked up at the Pokémon Academy, which was faintly visible in the mist on the mountainside. Luo Yuan stroked his chin, a faint cold smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Are the students of the Pokémon Academy back? I, Luo Yuan, have returned. Saying this, he followed the route from his predecessor's memories and stepped into the mist. Today's combat class is now concluded. Students finishing the class, please return to the classroom with your Pokémon swiftly. Standing before the gates of the Pokémon Academy, Luo Yuan just caught the end of the battle class. A group of students dressed in uniform suits were walking in clusters toward the teaching building. Upon seeing Luo Yuan approaching the school, curious expressions appeared on their faces. The Pokémon Academy is located in a secluded mountainous area with close management. Combined with the fact that many wild Pokémon live around the school, very few people come to the Pokémon Academy. But today someone actually came. Moreover, it was a boy who looked to be about the same age as them. As the students of the Pokémon Academy wore curious expressions, a person stepped forward from behind. The newcomer appeared to be around 16 or 17 years old with golden hair and black eyes, dressed in the standardized uniform of the Pokémon Academy, frowning as he looked at Luo Yuan with a hint of arrogance in his gaze. This is the Pokémon Academy. Uninvited guests, please do not approach. He stepped up to the entrance and spoke to Luo Yuan. Looked at this guy, finding him familiar. Upon closer inspection, he realized that he was actually an acquaintance of his predecessor, one of those who had bullied his predecessor while studying at the Pokémon Academy. Uninvited guests. I am certainly no uninvited guest. Looking at the person before him, Luo Yuan replied. Hearing Luo Yuan's words, the golden-haired youth frowned and looked at him, contemplating carefully, and then, as if he had thought of something. You are Luo Yuan. You actually came back. While speaking, he looked down on Luo Yuan with a condescending gaze. Have you been unable to survive outside and wish to come back to study again? Listening to the golden-haired youth's self-satisfied remarks, Luo Yuan shook his head, fixing his sharp gaze on the golden-haired youth's eyes. As the youth felt a chill run down his spine, Luo Yuan spoke. No, I have come to challenge you. The blonde boy opposite Hao-Er thought he had misheard Luo Yuan's words. Challenge. Hao-Er looked at Luo Yuan with an incredulous expression, as if he were looking at a madman. That's right, it's a challenge. Luo Yuan nodded. At this moment, students from the Pokémon Academy in the distance gathered around as they noticed Hao-Er had not returned. What happened to Hao-Er? A student who seemed to be quite familiar with Hao-Er asked him. I ran into an arrogant guy who says he wants to... Hao-Er said to his companion in a teasing tone while looking at Luo Yuan. In his view, Luo Yuan's attempt to challenge the Pokémon Academy was simply foolish. Whether it is foolish or not, you'll know once we fight. Luo Yuan calmly said as he took a Pokeball from his waist. Are you going to fight me? Hao-Er was indeed a bit confused. After all, Luo Yuan had also studied at the Pokémon Academy and should be aware of the strength of the Academy's students. But Luo Yuan dared to challenge him. Did he have some kind of reliance? Or had he caught some powerful Pokémon during his time away from the Pokémon Academy? Thinking this, his subordinates hesitated in their movements. While his hesitation was inconsequential, the onlooking students from the Pokémon Academy were unwilling to tolerate it. In a short while they had figured out what was going on. They were indignant that someone dared to provoke their Pokémon Academy, wishing they could personally teach this arrogant guy. Now that the opponent had taken the initiative to challenge them, Hao Er actually shrank back. This was an utter disgrace for them. Hao Er, go for it. Yeah, don't be afraid. Defeat this guy. Let him know the power of our Pokémon Academy. The crowd was filled with encouraging shouts. Hearing the urging voices behind him, Hao Er felt very conflicted. On one hand was his pride, and on the other was the unknown opponent. After much deliberation, he steeled himself and took out a Pokeball. If we're going to fight, then let's fight. Hao Er completely did not believe that a guy who had always been at the bottom of the class could surpass him, an outstanding student, after leaving the top-notch Pokémon Academy. To the training ground. With that, Hao Er took the lead towards the training ground. Luo Yuan looked at the unfriendly faces of the crowd surrounding him, a strange smile on his face. Lead the way. The match rules are a standard 3v3 battle. Pokémon cannot be switched during the battle and no items or healing potions are allowed. Is there any problem? A student called in to act as the referee asked both sides. No problem. Okay, then let the match. As soon as the words fell, both Hao Er and Luo Yuan threw out their Pokeballs. Hao Er aimed to seize the initiative while Luo Yuan simply did not care. With a crackle, a dazzling arc of electricity flashed and a vibrant orange Raichu appeared on the field, its long tail flicking behind it, exuding a fighting spirit. It's Raichu. Hao Er's Raichu. This match is a sure win. As soon as Raichu appeared, the students from the Pokémon Academy shouted. They deliberately shouted loudly, hoping to put pressure on Luo Yuan. Luo Yuan found their childish antics truly inexperienced. He opened the Pokeball in his hand, and a beam of white light shot out onto the field. Then the massive figure of Metagross appeared. It's a quasi-legendary from the Hoenn region, Metagross. Metagross. Why does he have a Metagross? Upon seeing Luo Yuan summon a Metagross, the onlooking students from the Pokémon Academy were instantly in an uproar. What was going on? Why did the opponent have a quasi-legendary Pokémon like Metagross? Hao Er felt a pang of panic when he saw Metagross. Metagross, although he had never eaten pork, he had seen pigs run. The Pokémon Academy had courses specifically covering various quasi-legendaries, so he naturally understood. However, he never expected to encounter Metagross in such a setting. How was he supposed to compete in this match? As a trainer who had received elite education from the Pokémon Academy, Hao Er believed there was an insurmountable gap between quasi-legendaries and ordinary Pokémon. Just the thought of battling a quasi-legendary made Hao Er feel a chill run down his spine. At the same time, a faint doubt arose in his heart. His memory should not have been mistaken. A Luo Yuan should be that bottom-tier student from back then, but why could this bottom-tier student bring out a Metagross? However, at this point, many things were no longer within his control. Standing here, he represented the dignity of the entire Pokémon Academy. If he were to flee without fighting, he would surely be nailed to the shame pillar of the academy. Thus Hao Er gritted his teeth. He decided to fight with all his might. That way, even if he lost, he would lose honorably. And what if he won? What if this Metagross was merely a facade? With this thought, Hao Er re-established his confidence. Raichu, let's go. Hao Er launched the first attack. Raichu flicked its long tail and a thick arc of electricity burst forth from the electric pouch on Raichu's cheek, striking towards the floating Metagross. Metagross, block it. Metagross crossed its arms in front of itself, forming a faint blue barrier. The fierce thunderbolt didn't even graze Metagross, vanishing into the air without a trace. Raichu used Iron Tail. Unable to attack from afar, Raichu jumped high, and its tail glowed white as it came crashing down towards Metagross. Metagross used Psychic. With blue light flashing in its eyes, Metagross unleashed its powerful psychic ability, and Raichu, as if time had stopped, became frozen midair, unable to move. Raichu, break free. Seeing Raichu trapped, Hao Er immediately felt a sense of foreboding. Sure enough, the next moment Metagross' arm glowed white, and then slammed down towards Raichu in the air. Boom. Raichu crashed into the ground of the training field, creating a large crater. Raichu is unable to battle. Metagross wins. To their surprise, the first battle ended so quickly, and the referee, completely unprepared, hurriedly announced the result of the first match. Damn too strong. Hao Er looked at Luo Yuan and the steel giant, feeling utterly despairing. Though he knew the steel giant was powerful, his Raichu was no weakling either. He had thought Raichu could hold its own against the steel giant for a few rounds. To his surprise, it was defeated in just 2 exchanges. The might of the steel giant was suffocating. Where's your second Poké? Luo Yuan maintained his previous expression, showing no signs of joy, as if the earlier victory meant nothing to him. In fact, the battle just now was merely a warm-up for both him and the steel giant. Hao Er gritted his teeth and said, "Go Charmeleon." A Charmeleon with deep red skin and sharp claws appeared on the field. If he remembered correctly, the steel giant was a steel and psychic-type Pokémon, and fire-type Charmeleon should have an advantage over it. With a type advantage, it should be able to last a bit longer, so I won't lose so badly. Hao Er was not greedy, he just wanted to last a little longer and not embarrass himself in front of his companions. Holding on to this thought, Hao Er chose a defensive move for the first attack. Charmeleon, give it your all, and use Flame Vortex. Charmeleon opened its mouth and a scorching orange flame erupted, forming a massive flame vortex 5 to 6 meters high in the center of the arena, sweeping towards the Steel Giant. Steel Giant used Swift. Facing the incoming flame vortex, the Steel Giant remained unfazed, swinging its iron arms as a multitude of shining stars surged like a river towards the approaching vortex. Swift. It should be able to block it. Hao Er thought to himself as he watched the incoming stars. The power of Swift was not strong, it relied on numbers to win. His Charmeleon's flame vortex had been specially trained and could generally withstand ordinary attacks, so he thought this would be no exception. Just as this thought flashed through his mind, there was a loud explosion. Boom. The Swift collided with the flame vortex, creating a tremendous blast. The flame vortex was shattered like paper, and the relentless Swift struck Charmeleon, causing it to scream in pain and suffer severe injuries. Charmeleon quickly dodged. Hao Er completely did not expect this outcome, and seeing Charmeleon's miserable state, he hurriedly shouted, "Steel Giant, don't let Charmeleon escape. Use Bullet Punch and move at high speed." Whoosh. The Steel Giant raised its fist, glowing with white light. Its body, which had been floating motionlessly, suddenly accelerated, and a silvery gray figure flashed through the air. In the next second, bang. Charmeleon was sent flying through the air, rolling over with its eyes rolled back, losing consciousness before hitting the ground. Charmeleon has lost its ability to battle. The referee announced the result of the second match. The Pokémon Academy students watching from the edge of the battlefield looked on in disbelief. Senior Hao Er actually lost again. Can't even rely on Charmeleon. Charmeleon should have an advantage over this. The crowd was filled with incredulous shouts, astonished that Hao Er had lost so quickly. Charmeleon. Hao Er felt a chaotic mess in his heart. This was completely different from what he had imagined. His Charmeleon had lasted even less time against the Steel Giant than Raichu had. Sure enough, my main Pokemon is still Raichu. This thought flashed through his mind, and Hao Er quickly shook his head vigorously, thinking, what am I even thinking? I'm about to lose the match. Though he told himself this, he knew very well. He had sent out 2 Pokemon, and even with a type advantage he had not been able to deal any damage to the Steel Giant. He had already lost this match. Do you want to keep fighting? Luo Yuan looked at Hao Er's dejected expression and spoke. He felt somewhat speechless. He was clearly the victim, yet these guys made him feel like a villain. Yes. Hao Er refused to surrender. The match had already reached this point. If he surrendered, wouldn't all the beating he had taken be in vain? Hao Er sent out his third Pokemon. Go Nidoking. Roar. A Nidoking looking robust and exuding a fierce aura appeared on the field. This Nidoking was a Pokemon he had recently captured, and he had not yet established a bond with it, causing this Nidoking to be somewhat unruly. However, today, he had only brought Nidoking Raichu and Charmeleon, not having anticipated this situation before Luo Yuan sent out the Steel Giant. So he had no choice but to grit his teeth and send out Nidoking. Upon seeing the Steel Giant, Nidoking let out a roar, ignoring Hao Er's commands and charging directly at the Steel Giant. Nidoking charged across the arena, causing the ground to tremble slightly. Hao Er. Luo Yuan. Watching Nidoking rush headlong at the Steel Giant, Luo Yuan felt speechless. He had expected Nidoking to put up a fight of some substance, but was disappointed to see it acting foolishly. Steel Giant Comet Punch. As Nidoking barreled towards it, the Steel Giant swung its iron arms. Then its fist, glowing with white light, slammed down onto Nidoking's head. Bang! Nidoking was swiftly knocked to the ground by the Steel Giant. Nidoking has lost its ability to battle. The Steel Giant wins. The Steel Giant achieved a 3-match winning streak. Instantly, the faces of all the Pokémon Academy students watching turned grim. They felt the taste of humiliation. As members of the Pokémon Academy, they had been trampled decisively by a single Pokémon in 3 consecutive matches, which was simply a tremendous disgrace. For a moment, emotions ran high. Luo Yuan crossed his arms, looking at the Pokémon Academy students below who seemed ready to eat him alive, yet he felt nothing special. In his view, they were a bunch of spoiled brats. The closed-off, elite-style, oppressive education had twisted these individuals, breeding students who used strength to divide hierarchies and vented their negative emotions by bullying the weak. If this had not happened to him, it would have been one thing, but since he had been hurt by this kind of educational method in his past life, Luo Yuan felt he had both the obligation and the right to change this situation. Just as Luo Yuan was pondering these thoughts, the situation had already changed anew. A group of Pokémon Academy students, feeling humiliated, could no longer suppress their anger and began hurling insults at Hao Er. Normally, if they sought trouble, they should have targeted Luo Yuan first. However, Luo Yuan had not yet recalled his Steel Titan. Under its imposing presence, these students did not dare to provoke Luo Yuan, so they turned to Hao Er, who had caused them to lose face. Hao Er's 3 Pokémon had all lost their fighting ability, and having lost 3 consecutive matches, he was feeling disheartened, becoming the target for everyone to vent their frustrations. It's all because of you that our Pokémon Academy has lost face. How embarrassing to lose 3 matches in a row. It's just 3-0, I could have done it too. Some were former companions of Hao Er, some were admirers, while others were those he had previously bullied. All of them joined in to kick him while he was down. Hao Er looked at his former classmates who were now speaking ill of him, and his expression darkened. However, the fact that he had lost the match and embarrassed the Pokémon Academy was undeniable, leaving him with no rebuttal. In that moment, he began to reflect on his past actions. Luo Yuan watched coldly from the side, feeling that his previous self must have been out of his mind. How had he ever thought about coming to such a place to study? Fortunately, he had withdrawn early, otherwise his worldview would have. Feeling fortunate, his desire for revenge against Hao Er and the others who had caused his previous self to drop out was not so intense anymore. Looking at Hao Er, who was caught in the crowd's condemnation like a small tree in a storm ready to be toppled, at any moment Luo Yuan spoke up. I say, you guys, can you calm down for a bit? I came here to challenge, not to watch your internal strife. Is there anyone who dares to accept my challenge? As Luo Yuan's words echoed, the chaotic battlefield fell silent, and the accusations against Hao Er ceased. It was only then that the numerous Pokémon Academy students remembered that Luo Yuan, who had come to challenge them, was still nearby. They exchanged glances, and not a single one dared to step forward to face Luo Yuan. Hao Er, who had been under the collective assault of his peers, found himself relieved. He lifted his head to look at Luo Yuan, a look of disbelief on his face. Seeing his former companions join in the condemnation, as a person with self-awareness, he understood his social standing. He had thought no one would help him, and was prepared to bear everyone's wrath. But unexpectedly, the very person he thought least likely to help him, Luo Yuan, had actually come to his aid at this moment. Though it might have been just a single sentence for Luo Yuan, for Hao Er, who had fallen into despair, it was undoubtedly a glimmer of light in the darkness. Hao Er held back his tears, filled with gratitude towards Luo Yuan and regret for his past actions. However, Luo Yuan did not pay attention to Hao Er's thoughts. He was not helping Hao Er, but merely could not stand to see these people blaming everything on others. Among these people were several Pokémon trainers stronger than Hao Er, yet they preferred to stand there and criticize him rather than step forward to battle. Such behavior of bullying the weak and fearing the strong was something Luo Yuan always despised. What's the matter? Is there not even one person from the Pokémon Academy who can step up? He asked again, looking at the stunned trainers. The crowd exchanged glances, ultimately fixing their gaze on one person. Jingyi, why don't you go? Senior Jingyi, you are the strongest among us. Yes, Senior Jingyi, you go. They pushed forward a student named Jingyi from the crowd. Don't say that. The one called Jingyi dared not agree. With Hao Er's previous example fresh in their minds, how could they who had yet to graduate handle Luo Yuan's Steel Titan? If he were to also lose 3-0, wouldn't he be the next target of public condemnation? He certainly did not want to be nailed to the pillar of shame alongside Hao Er. Jingyi's eyes quickly scanned the crowd, landing on a companion beside him. He nudged him and said, Fushan, that's right, Fushan is stronger. Didn't you win against me last time? You should take this battle. Your Rapidash can counter the Steel Titan perfectly. No. Fushan hurriedly declined, then looked at others looking for another scapegoat. In the midst of mutual blame, the entire training ground became chaotic, resembling a marketplace, completely unrecognizable as the so-called Pokémon Academy, renowned for its elite education. Interesting. Luo Yuan crossed his arms, watching the students deflect blame, their foolishness on full display, thoroughly entertained. New students who had just joined the Pokémon Academy looked on in disbelief. These seniors seemed as if they had suddenly fallen from the sky, rolling into a mud puddle covered in filth. The imposing and strict image of seniors they once held crumbled. With just a single sentence from Luo Yuan, the glamorous facade surrounding the Pokémon Academy was completely torn away, revealing its ugliness within. Some perceptive students, grasping the implications of the scene, looked at Luo Yuan with complex expressions. Just as Luo Yuan awaited these individuals to resolve their conflict and select someone to battle him, a cold voice suddenly echoed from afar. Enough! The clamor abruptly ceased. Luo Yuan turned to see a girl with chestnut-colored hair dressed in the Pokémon Academy uniform, her beautiful face calling out from a distance, "Shut up! Do you all want to make our Pokémon Academy's lost face even bigger?" Upon seeing the girl, the previously quarreling students immediately displayed panic, like mice encountering a cat. In unison they exclaimed, "Lady Side-Eye." The newcomer was indeed Side-Eye Yudo. Has a truly significant person arrived? Luo Yuan looked at Yudo Side-Eye, who was walking slowly towards him, still wearing the same expression. He felt no panic for him, whether it was Yudo Side-Eye or anyone else. He did not believe there was a Pokémon trainer in this school who could defeat him. "Are you the trainer who's come to cause trouble at our Pokémon Academy?" asked Yudo Side-Eye. Her expression was icy, and her gaze toward Luo Yuan was far from friendly. "That's right, it's him. It's him, Miss Side-Eye." The students who had been terrified by Luo Yuan moments earlier suddenly found their pillar of support and spoke to Yudo Side-Eye. "I wasn't asking you." Yudo Side-Eye showed no mercy, scolding them coldly. Her mood was exceptionally foul. She had been reading in the library when someone rushed in to tell her that a major incident had occurred at the school. By the time she arrived, she witnessed that disgraceful scene. It had utterly disgraced the Pokémon Academy. And now these people still dared to speak before her. If not for the imminent threat, she would have taught these fools a lesson. Hearing Yudo Side-Eye's words, Luo Yuan smiled faintly and met her eyes. "Cause trouble. I'm not causing trouble at all. I'm simply here to challenge the school through proper procedures. Since arriving, I've only fought a standard 3v3 match with your students and said a few words without any insult. If you're talking about causing trouble, it certainly isn't me, and I won't admit to it." Side-Eye snorted, but said nothing. Whether in action or words, Luo Yuan was flawless. From the moment he entered the Pokemon Academy, he hadn't done anything out of line, and she truly couldn't find any fault. Moreover, strictly speaking, I'm not exactly an outsider. After all, I once studied at the Pokemon Academy for a time. Have you forgotten, Miss Side-Eye? Luo Yuan said. He recalled that when he studied at the Pokemon Academy, he seemed to have sat right behind Side-Eye. Hearing Luo Yuan's words, Side-Eye's face showed a hint of contemplation, and then she suddenly remembered. You are Luo Yuan. After speaking, Side-Eye felt a sense of disbelief. She recognized Luo Yuan, but the Luo Yuan in her memory was completely different from the one before her. The Luo Yuan she remembered was a quiet, taciturn youth with poor academic performance, the bottom of the class, a world apart from her, an elite student. She had only occasionally noticed Luo Yuan, never paying him much attention. Yet unexpectedly, he had come to challenge the school possessing such a powerful Metagross. As she spoke, Side-Eye's gaze swept over the Metagross floating beside Luo Yuan, a cautious glint flashing in her eyes. In such a short time, the bottom student she once knew had grown to such formidable strength. But then she grew puzzled. Since you also studied at the Pokemon Academy, why would you come to challenge it? This made no sense. For that you'll have to ask your Koji, Luo Yuan said, pointing to Koji, who was crouching in a corner afraid to speak, terrified of being noticed. What's going on? Side-Eye's gaze turned to him, and Koji's body stiffened. With a mix of regret and awkwardness he spoke. Miss Side-Eye, back then, because Luo Yuan was at the bottom of the class, we offered him some inappropriate guidance. Then he turned to Luo Yuan and bowed deeply. I sincerely apologize for our past actions. Side-Eye understood immediately. She was well aware of some of the unspoken rules at the Pokemon Academy. She knew that weaker students were often bullied by their better-performing peers, but she never imagined it would lead to such a mess. So you're here because of this? That's right. My visit to the Pokemon Academy this time is precisely for what happened. Luo Yuan didn't hide it. I happened to pass by and recalled those events. It left a bad taste in my mouth. Luo Yuan spoke with great ease. But for the students of the Pokemon Academy, including Side-Eye, it felt utterly. They had been thrown into such a disgraceful state, the entire academy humiliated all, because he happened to pass by, and felt a bit displeased. What kind of nonsense was this? They were on the verge of collapse. Side-Eye suppressed her fury, looked at Luo Yuan, and gritted her teeth. So are you? If you are, can you leave? She felt Luo Yuan was far too dangerous, coming to challenge the Pokemon Academy with his Pokemon just because he felt a bit annoyed. This was utterly unreasonable. Satisfied? Of course not. Since I'm here to challenge, I must see it through to the end. To be honest, he was satisfied. But the system had just issued a quest, so he couldn't leave just yet. Random quest: defeat Yudo Side-Eye, reward bronze lottery draw X1. Though the reward was merely the lowest tier, bronze draw, a little gain was still gain, and Luo Yuan had no reason to pass it up. What do you want? Yudo Side-Eye resolved that if Luo Yuan made any excessive demands, she would immediately call security. As an elite academy, the Pokemon Academy's security was quite formidable. Fight me. I want to use Metagross. If you win, I'll keep today's events to myself. It was a tempting offer. If news of today's events got out, it would be a devastating blow to the Pokemon Academy's reputation. If Luo Yuan kept silent, the impact could be minimized. But she didn't agree immediately. If it was better to clarify some things first, and if we lose, a public apology. Simple enough, isn't it? Luo Yuan said. Fine. Side-Eye agreed decisively. In this matter, the Pokemon Academy was already at fault, and Luo Yuan's request was neither excessive nor harsh. She had no reason to refuse. Side-Eye and Luo Yuan stood on opposite sides of the battlefield. The referee was the same as before. The battle rule is 2v2. Any objections? Luo Yuan looked at Side-Eye. A 1v1 match would have too much randomness. The opponent might renege, causing trouble. But he didn't want to waste time on a 3v3 or 6v6. So he chose the 2v2 rule. No objections. Side-Eye naturally had no problem. Then both sides prepare. Begin. As the referee's words fell, both trainers tossed their Pokeballs simultaneously. Go Cubone. Go Bulbasaur. Luo Yuan sent out Bulbasaur, while Side-Eye sent out Cubone, wearing a white bone helmet on its head. With Steelix as his backup, Luo Yuan decided to let Bulbasaur gain some experience. Bulbasaur used Vine Whip. Whoosh whoosh. Two vines shot out from behind Bulbasaur. Cubone dodge it, then use Bone Boomerang. Cubone dodge and use Bone Rush. Hearing Sunday's command, Cubone agilely performed a backflip to evade the incoming Vine Whip, then hurled the Bone Club it had been holding since the start toward Bulbasaur. The Bone Club spun at high speed, arcing through the air toward Bulbasaur. At that moment, Bulbasaur struggled to move as its Vine Whip had yet to retract. Just as Bulbasaur was about to be struck, a voice rang out. Bulbasaur used Seed Bomb. Aim for the Bone Boomerang in the A rapid series of seeds shot into the air. How could Seed Bomb possibly hit the Bone Boomerang up there? Is she insane? Looks like Miss Sunday is guaranteed to win this first match. I agree, she's got it in the bag. The students gathered at the edge of the battlefield exclaimed in excitement. If Miss Sunday could defeat this insufferable opponent, it would restore some of the Pokemon Academy's dignity. But was it possible? Luo Yuan never took reckless risks. To the disbelief of the watching students, Bulbasaur's Seed Bomb precisely struck the Bone Boomerang in midair. The seeds clattered against the bone with crisp sounds. Although many seeds were deflected by the rapidly spinning bone boomerang at first, as it drew closer to Bulbasaur the resistance grew stronger. Finally the bone boomerang lost its momentum in the sky, and was knocked aside by Bulbasaur's seed bomb. Cub 1 panicked at the sight. The bone was immensely important to Cub 1, its second life so to speak. It immediately dashed toward where the bone, perfect opportunity. Bulbasaur used Razor Leaf. Bulbasaur cried out, launching several razor-sharp leaves from its side. Cubone rushing for its bone was completely exposed to the Razor Leaf attack. Cubone blocked it with the Bone Club. Cub 1 took several hits from the Razor Leaf, but finally retrieved its bone, with satisfaction swinging it to deflect the remaining leaves. Bulbasaur, having used Seed Bomb and Razor Leaf in succession, was panting, its offensive faltering. Cubone used Swords Dance. Seizing the moment, Cub 1 twirled its Bone Club and performed Swords Dance on the spot. Sunday had chosen her timing impeccably, having Cub 1 use Swords Dance at a critical juncture, leaving Luo Yuan unable to counter immediately. Cub 1's aura visibly intensified, and Luo Yuan knew he couldn't let it continue unchecked. Bulbasaur used Solar Beam. Luo Yuan commanded directly. Solar Beam was a move he had been training Bulbasaur after the battle with Xiao Ming, and further training Bulbasaur had finally learned this technique. Bulbasaur immediately contracted its body, its bulb swelling as a radiant point of light gathered. Sunday never expected Luo Yuan's Bulbasaur to know Solar Beam. Wasn't Solar Beam supposed to be usable only after evolving into Ivysaur, or even Venusaur? Just how high was this Bulbasaur's level? Stop, Bulbasaur! Sunday urgently shouted to Cub 1. As a top student at the Pokémon Academy, Sunday knew all too well the devastating power of Solar Beam. She couldn't let Bulbasaur unleash it or Cub 1 would be instantly defeated. Cub 1 immediately halted its Swords Dance, and ignoring whether it could retrieve its bone, launched another Bone Rush. The Bone Boomerang flew, but it was too late. In the next second, a blinding flash erupted as Solar Beam surged from Bulbasaur's bulb, engulfing the Bone Boomerang and Cub 1. Due to the short charge time and Bulbasaur's current strength, the Solar Beam didn't last long. But those few seconds were enough to take down Cub 1. As the light faded, Cub 1 stood charred in the arena. Cub 1 is unable to battle. Bulbasaur wins. The referee announced the result. Sunday bit her lips silently and recalled Cub 1. The students on the sideline, they began to wonder, could Miss Sunday really win? They had thought that without Luo Yuan using Metagross, victory might be within reach, but it turned out to be a hollow dream. Wait, look! A student suddenly pointed at the arena. Everyone looked up to see a white glow enveloping Bulbasaur. It's the light of evolution. Bulbasaur is evolving. The students exchanged glances there. Luo Yuan wasn't surprised. It was about time for Bulbasaur to evolve. As a main Pokemon for an average trainer, it should have evolved much earlier. But Luo Yuan had too many Pokemon, and Bulbasaur rarely got battle opportunities, which delayed its evolution, and Sunday didn't know how to feel about Bulbasaur's evolution. Was she relieved that her Cub 1 lost to a Pokemon about to evolve, or angered that it used her Cub 1 as a stepping stone? As she pondered, she watched the evolving Bulbasaur, now Ivysaur, in the arena. The light faded, revealing a fully grown Ivysaur, its bulb now a blooming bud. Post-evolution Ivysaur appeared more mature, with sharper, more intense eyes. Ivysaur. Luo Yuan beckoned, and Ivysaur immediately ran to him, nuzzling his hand. After a long moment of interaction, Luo Yuan withdrew his hand, and looked up at Sunday, who stood awkwardly across the field. Let's continue. What's your second Pokemon? After waiting, Sunday, filled with resentment, resolved to win this time. She pulled out a Pokeball. My second Pokemon is this one. Shengdai forcefully threw out his Pokeball. Bang! The Pokeball popped open, revealing a fiery Rapidash engulfed in blazing flames. As Rapidash appeared, the temperature in the arena suddenly soared. Even standing far away, Luo Yuan could still feel a wave of heat rushing towards him. Rapidash is a bit troublesome. Luo Yuan assessed the Rapidash before him. This Rapidash was only moderately trained, not exceptional. If it were another Pokemon, he would have many strategies to win. However, using his newly evolved Ivysaur to win this match would be quite challenging. Go, Miss Shengdai. You must win this match. Rapidash, go. Defeat Ivysaur. Such a clear advantage in attributes gave many students of the Pokemon Academy hope for victory. However, considering Luo Yuan's strength, they refrained from saying things like this match is a sure win or victory. One must admit that Luo Yuan's challenge brought some benefits to the Pokemon Academy and its students, at least teaching them what humility means, tempering their arrogance. No matter what, let's fight first and see. After some contemplation, Luo Yuan decided to continue using Ivysaur, and it's just a matter of being at a disadvantage. He had faced adverse matchups before. A skilled trainer's ability to win is never solely determined by type advantage. If he switched Pokemon whenever faced with a type disadvantage, what kind of Pokemon trainer would he be? Sensing Luo Yuan's fighting spirit, Ivysaur also felt invigorated. Shengdai had been observing Luo Yuan. Upon seeing his confidence, she felt a twinge of anxiety. Did he believe he could defeat her with a type disadvantage? However, there was no time for her to think too much. The referee's flag had already dropped. The match begins. Ivysaur strike first, and use Leaf Blade. Ivysaur shook its body, launching a barrage of Leaf Blades toward Rapidash. While Ivysaur could only unleash 5 or 6 Leaf Blades before evolving, now it shot out over a dozen, even 20 blades at once. As the sharp leaves flew towards it, Rapidash showed no sign of panic. Rapidash used Flamethrower. Rapidash unleashed flames from its mouth, its fiery aura surging, creating a wall of fire that swallowed the leaf blades whole. The flames then transformed into a horizontal vortex, with Rapidash charging straight at Ivysaur through the fiery path. Ivysaur dodged, then used Vine Whip to grab a rock on the ground and attack Rapidash. Facing Rapidash head-on was clearly unrealistic. Luo Yuan was certain that Rapidash didn't even need to attack. Just getting close would burn Ivysaur with its flames. Fortunately, the ground was littered with debris from the previous battle with Metagross. Ivysaur used its Vine Whip to grab a rock and hurled it at Rapidash. Fortunately, the ground was littered with debris from the previous battle with Metagross. Ivysaur used its Vine Whip. Moreover, Ivysaur threw these stones with all its might, their power rivaling that of a rock slide. Rapidash was forced to retreat from Ivysaur's assault. Rapidash used Flamethrower. Since close combat wasn't effective, Shang Dai decisively changed her strategy to attack from a distance. Rapidash opened its mouth and unleashed a stream of flames. The straight line of fire extended over 10 meters, reaching from one end of the arena to the other. Ivysaur dodged, then used Poison Powder. Ivysaur dodged left and right while the butt on its back shot out a large puff of poison powder. The wind was blowing from Ivysaur's side towards Rapidash, enveloping it in a storm of poison. Quick, burn away that poison powder. Grass-type Pokemon's Poison Powder, Sleep Powder, and Stun Spore are notoriously disruptive skills that have ensnared countless trainers. Shang Dai had been caught by them before, so she was especially cautious when facing the poison powder. Rapidash minimized the power of its flamethrower and redirected it, incinerating the clouds of poison powder completely. Before Shang Dai could breathe a sigh of relief, she looked up and was struck by panic. Luo Yuan had taken advantage of Ivysaur's distraction to secretly charge up for Solar Blaze. Watching Shang Dai's alarmed expression, Luo Yuan couldn't help but smile slightly. This was part of his strategy. He had never expected the poison powder to harm Rapidash. Its major drawback was that it would instantly burn to ashes in the presence of fire. In fact, even if Rapidash ignored the poison powder, by the time it landed on Rapidash, there would likely be little left to inflict any significant poisoning, at most just a bit of damage. However, Shang Dai's command for Rapidash to burn away the poison powder provided Luo Yuan with an opportunity. Ivysaur had two paths to victory. One was to overwhelm with numbers, continuously attacking until Rapidash had no chance to retaliate, but Ivysaur clearly lacked that strength. Thus, there remained only one option: to deal a decisive blow using all its strength in a single move to take down Rapidash. Solar Blaze was the move Luo Yuan had chosen. Rapidash quickly used Flamethrower. Don't let Ivysaur unleash Solar Blaze. Shang Dai's command came too late. At this moment, Ivysaur had also completed its charge. A Solar Blaze much thicker than the one used by Bulbasaur shot out. Flamethrower and Solar Blaze collided in midair. The two equally intense energies consumed each other. This stalemate continued for several minutes, with both Pokemon exerting all their strength. Ivysaur, give it your all. Luo Yuan cheered Ivysaur on from behind. Hearing Luo Yuan's encouragement, Ivysaur recalled the joyful moments spent with him. Gritting its teeth, it intensified Solar Blaze, pushing back Flamethrower. Seeing this, Rapidash hurriedly increased its intensity as well. The Flamethrower pushed back slightly. As both energies intensified, their contact point seemed to reach a critical threshold. Who won in the end? The students of the Pokemon Academy standing at the edge of the arena were even more anxious than Shang Dai and Luo Yuan, who were directly involved. After the shockwave passed, they immediately lowered their arms and looked towards the center of the field. The outcome between Maiwakao and Liama was closely related to their future reputation. At this moment, both Pokemon were not in good condition. The shockwave caused indiscriminate damage, so both Pokemon had suffered significant injuries. However, it seemed that Maiwakao had suffered even more severe injuries. After all, the shockwave created by the Sunlight Blaze and the Flamethrower brought intense heat, posing a considerable challenge for the Grass-type Maiwakao. Did Shang Dai win? Maiwakao is in worse shape. We lost. In this situation, Maiwakao absolutely cannot defeat Liama. With such severe injuries, if Maiwakao continued to fight, its agility would definitely suffer significantly, making it impossible to dodge Liama's attacks like before. Just as the students of the Pokemon Academy were preparing to celebrate their victory in battle, a loud bang echoed as Liama slowly fell to the ground, fainting. The referee, who was ready to announce Liama's victory, was taken aback, staring at the fallen Liama and the heavily injured, yet still standing Maiwakao. After a long time, he couldn't utter a word. After a while, he finally reacted. Liama has lost its combat ability. Maiwakao is the winner. Therefore, the victor of this battle is Luo Yuan. Lost. Shang Dai sighed, retracting Liama. To be honest, she felt very frustrated in this match. Although Liama had the advantage in type throughout the battle, it was always caught in Maiwakao's rhythm, and even the strongest move, the big character explosion, was useless, taken out by a mysterious Sunlight Blaze. She carefully reviewed the previous battle and realized that when Maiwakao used Poison Powder, she lost the rhythm of the entire match when she ordered Liama to defend. This was truly a matter of a single thought. If she hadn't chosen to defend at that moment, but instead ignored the Poison Powder and continued to attack Maiwakao, she would have definitely won this match. However, she didn't feel too regretful. This was the charm of Pokemon battles. Every small decision and different choice would determine the outcome of the fight. Maiwakeo, come back. You did well. Luo Yuan also recalled the heavily injured Maiwakeo. At the same time the system's prompt sounded in his mind, host has defeated Sheng Dai. Congratulations on receiving 1 bronze lottery chance. He wasn't in a hurry about the lottery. He looked up at Sheng Dai and said, Miss Sheng Dai, it seems that I have won this match. You won. As agreed, our Pokemon Academy will publish an apology article in the Kanto newspaper, Sheng Dai replied. Willing to gamble and willing to lose, Sheng Dai kept her word. The students of the Pokemon Academy around them opened their mouths, but ended up saying nothing. They had indeed lost, and they couldn't imagine making Miss Sheng Dai look bad. Luo Yuan, however, had no doubts about Sheng Dai's ability to follow through. As far as he understood, this Pokemon Academy was a private institution, and the Sheng family held a significant share in the school, being the largest benefactor of the Pokemon Academy. She could definitely handle such trivial matters. Since that's the case, I shall take my leave. Now that everything was settled, Luo Yuan didn't want to stay in this place that brought him unpleasant memories. After saying that, he simply turned and left. The students of the Pokemon Academy who initially expected to be humiliated were left in disbelief at Luo Yuan's decisive departure. They thought that if they had won the match, they would definitely mock Luo Yuan thoroughly. So they assumed Luo Yuan would humiliate them if he won, yet he didn't. This contrast made them feel extremely ashamed. Sheng Dai stood in place. Due to her status, no one dared to blame her for losing the match. Her feelings were quite complex at that moment. Watching Luo Yuan's retreating figure, she silently made a decision to rectify the atmosphere of the Pokemon Academy and ensure that it would not continue to decline. With the setting sun, Luo Yuan's figure disappeared into the forest. Leaf City, one of the most important port cities in the entire Kanto region. This city is the shipping hub of the Kanto region, possessing the largest deep-water port in Kanto, with at least hundreds of thousands of tons of goods being loaded and unloaded here every day. Whether shipped from Fengyuan, Hezhong, and other regions to Kanto, or from Kanto to other areas. After several days of travel, Luo Yuan finally arrived at Leaf City. It's completely different from what I imagined. Looking at the bustling Leaf City before him, the scene was utterly unlike what he had envisioned. A nearby uncle carrying a fishing rod and holding a water bucket noticed Luo Yuan's expression and laughed. Young man, this is your first time in Leaf City, right? It must be completely different from what you imagined. It's not quite like I imagined, he replied. He had envisioned Leaf City as a small town relying on passenger transport, but what he saw now was entirely different. Actually, most people have this misunderstanding. After all, the name Leaf City gives a sense of decline and twilight. So many people think it's a backward and decaying city. But in reality, Leaf City has become increasingly prosperous due to the recent expansion of the Zillifu Company and the discovery of various rare minerals. The fishing uncle spoke with a sense of pride, appearing to be proud to be a resident of Leaf City. Luo Yuan smiled, not feeling anything strange. Everyone tends to think their hometown is the best. After all, it is their native place. So do you know any interesting places in Leaf City, uncle? I'm just looking to explore. There are many interesting places, but personally I think the best spot is the seaside resort in Leaf City. You'll see plenty of beautiful ladies there. The uncle revealed a knowing expression. Ahem, uncle, what are you saying? I'm still young, I don't understand. Luo Yuan felt the conversation was drifting off course, quickly bidding farewell to the fishing uncle and heading towards the Pokemon Center he had heard about in Leaf City. His Maiwakeo was still injured. Although he had applied medicine to Maiwakeo and placed it in its Pokeball to prevent its condition from worsening, it was still best to seek treatment as soon as possible. At the Leaf City Pokemon Center, the once spacious facility was now overcrowded. A large group of Pokemon trainers anxiously waited in the Pokemon Hall. What's going on? Why are there so many people? Luo Yuan was taken aback by the scene before him. Had it not been for Miss Joy, who was currently assisting a trainer at the front desk, he might have thought he was in the wrong place. Despite the crowd at the Pokemon Center, the line moved quickly and Luo Yuan was soon at the front. Hello, how can I assist? Miss Joy asked with her gentle and soothing smile. I need to heal my Pokemon. Luo Yuan handed over the Pokeball containing his Bulbasaur. Alright. Joy took the Pokeball, scanned it with a machine, and her expression suddenly turned to one of anger. This is outrageous. Huh, what's outrageous? Luo Yuan was somewhat puzzled. How is it outrageous? I'm sorry, I'm not talking about you, I meant Mr. Ma Jishir, the gym trainer of Leaf Gym. Miss Joy thought Luo Yuan misunderstood her and quickly explained. Your Pokemon must have been injured by Mr. Ma Jishir, right? How could his Pokemon have been injured by Ma Jishir? He had just arrived in Leaf City. Seeing Luo Yuan's expression, Joy realized her mistake and showed an embarrassed look. I'm sorry, seeing your Pokemon, I thought you were also defeated by Mr. Ma Jishir in a gym challenge. I haven't even started my gym challenge, yet is it really appropriate for you to curse me with losing the match? However, Joy clearly did not mean any harm, so Luo Yuan didn't hold it against her. I know who Ma Jishir is, but why did you think he defeated me? Ma Jishir was the gym trainer of Leaf Gym, adept at using electric-type Pokemon. His signature Pokemon included Raichu, Togepi, Magnemite, and Electabuzz. He was also the target Luo Yuan had come to Leaf City to challenge. Hearing Luo Yuan's question, Joy arranged for Bulbasaur's treatment and responded, recently many trainers have come to Leaf City to challenge the Leaf Gym. Usually gym trainers do not use their full strength against newcomers. However, for some unknown reason Mr. Ma Zhisher has been seriously injuring many novice trainers' Pokémon, who just today there have already been 7 or 8 cases. Your Pokémon's injuries resemble those of the other Pokémon, so I mistakenly thought you were also one of the trainers defeated by Mr. Ma Zhisher. Ma Zhisher is seriously injuring novice trainers' Pokémon. Luo Yuan recalled a similar plot he had seen in an anime before his transmigration. However, the current situation seemed far more severe than in the anime. Luo Yuan looked around the hall at the anxious trainers, waiting, counting at least 20 or 30 of them. He pointed at these trainers and asked Joy, "Are all these people?" "Most of them are. Many trainers' Pokémon have yet to recover from critical condition. This is just too much," Joy said, her voice filled with righteous indignation. Gym trainers are supposed to assess and guide novice trainers, and Ma Zhishi's actions deeply angered Joy, who genuinely loved Pokémon. "I can't shake the feeling that something is off here." Luo Yuan fell into deep thought, having previously perceived Ma Zhisher as an arrogant person while watching the anime. However, now that he had truly transmigrated, Luo Yuan had a deeper understanding of the illogical aspects of the Pokémon world and had formed a different perspective. Take Ma Zhisher's actions for instance. It was highly abnormal for a gym trainer to severely injure the challengers he was. As a gym trainer, if Ma Zhisher continues to treat novice trainers so harshly, no trainers would dare to challenge Leaf Gym. Moreover, even if he intended to do so, the league would never allow such things to happen. After all, the purpose of establishing gyms is to train and develop Pokémon trainers, not to crush them. Once reported by trainers, league inspectors would come to investigate. Ma Zhisher had been a gym trainer for a long time. He couldn't possibly be ignorant of this. Luo Yuan keenly sensed something unusual from all this. He looked up at Joy. "Ma Zhisher has been a gym trainer for quite some time, hasn't he? Has he only started behaving like this recently?" "I think it's been about 5 or 6 years. Previously everything was fine. I don't know why it suddenly changed." Upon hearing Joy's answer, Luo Yuan became even more certain that something was wrong with Ma Zhisher. As Luo Yuan pondered, he noticed a hesitant look in Joy's eyes. Are you here to challenge the Leaf Gym as a Pokémon trainer?" "Huh. Miss Joy, please feel free to speak your mind," Luo Yuan replied. He sensed that Joy might have something to say. "Here's the thing, could I ask you for a favor? When you challenge the Leaf Gym, could you please speak to Mr. Ma Zhisher and ask him to refrain from using such heavy-handed tactics? So many Pokémon are getting injured, and our center can barely keep up with the influx of cases." Miss Joy expressed her concerns. "Currently our Pokémon Center is already very short-staffed, and if this continues we might not have enough personnel to treat the injured Pokémon." "Is that so? I understand. I will speak to him if I go to the Leaf Gym. On behalf of the Leaf City Pokémon Center, it's no trouble at all." Luo Yuan waved his hand. "I'll leave Bulbasaur in your care." He casually mentioned it, but even if Joy hadn't asked, he would have investigated what was going on with Ma Zhisher, why he had suddenly changed his temperament. Random task issued: investigate what has happened with Ma Zhisher. Completion reward 1 silver lottery chance. The system emitted a timely notification sound. A silver level reward. This task seems interesting. Clearly the events surrounding Ma Zhisher aren't simple. As his strength increased, the rewards for low difficulty tasks have diminished, so such a simple task would not yield a silver level reward. Moreover, Luo Yuan suddenly recalled that he seemed to have a bronze lottery draw that he hadn't used yet. System lottery. Sitting down on an empty bench in a park not far from the Pokémon Center, Luo Yuan spoke to the system in his heart. However, he did not have high expectations for the results of this lottery. In fact, it was proven that only the silver lottery had a chance to draw good items, and even then it did not guarantee usefulness. The chances of drawing something useful from the bronze lottery were too low. Lottery in progress. Please wait. Congratulations, host, you have obtained the item Disguise Mask. With the system's usual mechanical voice, a soft, lightweight mask appeared in Luo Yuan's hand. Disguise Mask. Sounds quite nice. Hearing the name of the Disguise Mask, Luo Yuan roughly guessed its purpose. It was probably a mask for hiding one's identity. How do I use this system? Luo Yuan asked the system in his heart. You have a new message, would you like to check it? The system did not respond, but directly transmitted a message to Luo Yuan's mind. Receive. Upon choosing to receive, Luo Yuan found that the message was the instruction manual for the mask. What it? Put it on your face. Press the sensor on your temple. Choose the target to disguise as. After quickly browsing through the contents of the manual, Luo Yuan suddenly realized that this mask he had drawn was not at all what he had imagined. This mask could actually automatically change its appearance based on the selected target. In other words, as long as Luo Yuan wanted to disguise himself as someone, he just had to wear the mask, follow the steps given in the manual to scan the target's appearance, and he could disguise his face as that of the other person. While thinking, Luo Yuan took out a water bottle from his backpack and evenly applied it on the inner side, pressing it onto his. The mask, as thin as a cicada's wing, felt icy against his skin as Luo Yuan aimed at a passing stranger in the distance, pressing a slightly protruding point on his temple. Buzz. A feeling of contraction and pressure came over him. He could feel the muscles on his face being squeezed and pulled by the mask. When he took out a mirror, he was astonished to find that he had completely transformed into the appearance of the person he had just seen. If it weren't for the fact that he was still wearing his original clothes, he would have been indistinguishable. Is it really that powerful? Luo Yuan immediately felt the impressive capabilities of the mask. This meant he now had many identities he could utilize. Especially considering he had created quite a grudge with Team Rocket, it was possible that one day, when their leader Sakaki had some free time, he might come looking for trouble. With this mask, as long as he strolled around the streets, he could easily replicate someone else's appearance, and Team Rocket would never be able to catch him. Impressive, my system. Luo Yuan mentally praised the system. Of course, it's also because I have good luck to begin with. Happily taking off the mask and putting it in his backpack, Luo Yuan headed towards the Leaf Gym. The Leaf Gym is located in the southern coastal area of Leaf City with a very prominent sign featuring a giant lightning bolt symbol indicating that it is an electric-type gym. Looks quite fierce. Just from its appearance, one could tell that the entire Leaf Gym had a bold and rugged style. Combining what Luo Yuan knew about the gym trainer Majishir, he formed a more vivid image of the Leaf Gym in his mind. There was no line at the entrance of the gym, making it appear desolate, which was in stark contrast to the previously challenged Nibi Gym and Hualan Gym. As he pushed the door open, there was a receptionist waiting at the entrance. "Hello, I'm a trainer here to challenge the gym," Luo Yuan said. The receptionist was taken aback upon seeing Luo Yuan, a flash of an unidentifiable expression crossing her eyes. Having speculated that there was something wrong with the Leaf Gym before coming, Luo Yuan keenly noticed the change in the receptionist's expression. He feigned confusion and asked, "What's wrong? Is there something on my face?" The receptionist quickly recovered upon hearing Luo Yuan's words, hiding a smile and saying, "Sorry, I was just a bit distracted. Please follow me." Following the receptionist, Luo Yuan's gaze became somewhat profound. If he wasn't mistaken, this receptionist should have recognized. Previously, he was uncertain whether there was a problem with the Leaf Gym, but now he could be sure that there was definitely something wrong. Among those he had not interacted with, the only ones who could recognize him were the inspectors in the Alliance Prosecutor's system or the Team Rocket members who held a grudge against him. The Leaf Gym is connected to Team Rocket. As this thought flashed through his mind, he had already arrived at the battle arena of the Leaf Gym, guided by the receptionist. In the arena, a trainer was battling Majishir. The battle had evidently been going on for a while, with the Pokémon used by both sides being Raichu and Charmeleon, and the situation was quite intense. Majishir is in the lead. That trainer using Charmeleon is in trouble, Luo Yuan said, glancing quickly and making a judgment about the situation on the field. Raichu Thunderbolt. Majishir, sporting a spiky golden hairstyle and dressed in a camouflage combat outfit, shouted loudly, commanding Raichu to launch an attack on the opposing trainer. Majishir is in the lead. That trainer using Charmeleon is in trouble, Luo Yuan said, glancing quickly and making a judgment about the situation on the field. The Thunderbolt struck Charmeleon, which let out a cry of pain. The outcome is already determined, Luo Yuan thought. Charmeleon had been barely maintaining balance against Raichu, but now that it was hit by Thunderbolt, it would definitely not be. As expected, Charmeleon, paralyzed by Thunderbolt, became sluggish, giving Raichu the chance to execute a powerful kick that knocked it out, rendering it unable to battle. Charmeleon has lost the ability to battle. Raichu wins, so the victor is Gym Trainer Majishir, the referee announced loudly. Damn. The trainer of Charmeleon slammed his fist on the ground, looking at his fallen Pokemon. Majishir laughed heartily. Baby, your Pokemon doesn't seem strong enough. You can't earn a badge like this. This was just a mistake. It'll come back again next time. The trainer, referred to as Baby, had a grim expression. He dropped a harsh remark and hurriedly left, grumbling about how the Leaf Gym had suddenly become so difficult, unlike before. Listening to the murmurs of the Charmeleon trainer, Luo Yuan contemplated deeply. Just as he was thinking, Majishir, standing in the arena, spoke up. "Hey there, young man, are you here to challenge the Leaf Gym too?" Upon being called, Luo Yuan immediately lifted his head. When Majishir saw Luo Yuan, his pupils constricted, but he quickly regained his composure, laughing heartily to mask his surprise. "Baby, are you here to challenge the Withered Leaf Dojo too?" Luo Yuan fixed a deep gaze on Majishir, confirming that he had not misjudged. Majishir recognized him. Moreover, there were significant issues with the earlier battle. From Luo Yuan's perspective, the trainer, who just fought Majishir, should have been strong enough to earn a badge. Typically, gym trainers would go easy on challengers to allow them to succeed. After all, the league established dojos to assess trainers, not to have gym trainers battle these novice trainers. Yet Majishir still let his Raichu defeat that trainer, indicating there must be major issues with Majishir and the Withered Leaf Dojo. Luo Yuan's mind was racing with thoughts. However, Luo Yuan maintained a calm facade, disguising himself as a confident trainer, and said, "Indeed, I have come to challenge the Withered Leaf Dojo, but regarding your remark about BABY, I cannot agree with you. I am Luo Yuan from Qianhong City." As he spoke, Luo Yuan observed the expressions on Majishir and the dojo. As expected, he noticed an unnatural look flash across Majishir and the others' faces upon hearing his name. Luo Yuan sensed that things were becoming increasingly interesting. He walked to the spot where the fire dinosaur trainer had stood, and without any hesitation asked, "Can we start the challenge now? Do you need a moment to rest, Mr. Majishir?" Majishir looked at Luo Yuan, who was already gripping a Pokeball and ready for battle, unsure of what to say. "Could you at least show some sincerity when being polite? Do you think I look like I need a break right now?" Nevertheless, he could not let his persona collapse, even if he was annoyed. At this moment, he was a gym trainer and should display generosity in front of challengers. Majishir suppressed his displeasure and forced a cheerful smile, saying, "Of course, let's begin. My Raichu is always ready for battle." According to league regulations, gym trainers cannot refuse a challenge unless there are special circumstances. If a challenger is denied, they can call the league's complaint hotline. Then let's start right now, Luo Yuan declared. The referee, witnessing the agreement between the gym leader and the challenger, immediately took his position at the referee's table. The battle begins. The contestants are Mr. Ma Zhishir, the gym trainer of the Withered Leaf Dojo, and Luo Yuan from Qianhong City. Both contestants, please prepare. Luo Yuan and Ma Zhishir tighten their grips on their pokeballs. The battle starts. Go Raichu. Ma Zhishir sent out his Raichu. Luo Yuan raised his head, a knowing smile on his lips as he looked at Ma Zhishir, saying, let's go Steelix. Without any probing or unnecessary flashy moves, Luo Yuan sent out Steelix, one of his strongest Pokémon. Roar. Steelix's massive body slammed onto the ground, causing the entire Withered Leaf Dojo to tremble slightly, and its roar sent a resonating sound through the steel-framed battlefield. Allow me to introduce, this is my Steelix. Luo Yuan smiled, and added, I believe your Raichu seems more like a bait. Upon hearing Luo Yuan's words, Ma Zhishir looked at his Raichu, then glanced back at the Steelix, which was 5 to 6 times taller than Raichu, and his expression turned sour. Raichu. Ma Zhishir called out to his Raichu. Raichu turned its head to look at Ma Zhishir, nodding, without any then go Raichu, use Thunderbolt. Following Ma Zhishir's command, Raichu leaped into action, its cheeks bursting with 2 thick streams of electricity that converged in the air and struck towards Steelix. While being large has its advantages, it also comes with drawbacks, one of which is that a large body makes it hard to evade attacks like this. Ma Zhishir was precisely taking advantage of this, intending for Raichu's agility to defeat Steelix. Steelix, however, confronted with the incoming Thunderbolt, Luo Yuan remained completely unperturbed. With a single command, Steelix instantly positioned its tail in front of itself, and a green glow surged across its body. The Thunderbolt struck down, easily blocked by the thin green protective barrier. Then Steelix whipped its tail around, delivering a powerful steel tail towards Raichu. Boom. With a resounding crash, the spot where Steelix's tail fell created a large pit in the battlefield, with debris flying everywhere. From the smoke, Raichu sprang forth, clearly having evaded Steelix's steel tail. Steelix's attack was still too. Raichu continued using Thunderbolt. Ma Zhishir was relentless. The success rate of Protect is only high for the first use, decreasing with subsequent attempts. He didn't believe that Luo Yuan Steelix could always successfully use Protect to block Raichu's Thunderbolt. Raichu. Once again, a golden electric arc flashed by. Steelix, keep using Protect. Steelix's tail was once again positioned in front of it, blocking the Thunderbolt once more. However, unlike before, this time Steelix followed up the attack, not with Steel Tail, but with Rock Slide. Large boulders rained down, and Raichu hurriedly dodged, weaving through the falling rocks in a precarious dance. Seizing the opportunity, Steelix lunged forward, using its hard head to ram into Raichu. In the blink of an eye, a flash of white light enveloped Raichu, abruptly accelerating and narrowly avoiding Steelix's. Steelix crashed into the ground, producing another thunderous sound. The ground exploded as debris struck Raichu's not Soslam body, causing Raichu to emit a cry of pain. Raichu, hang in there. Now use Thunder. A surge of electricity shot to the ceiling, forming a small cloud that crackled with electric arcs, catching Luo Yuan off guard. Was this even possible indoors? He had never known that thunder could be used indoors. Haha, let me show you Raichu's power. Ma Zhishir laughed heartily, feeling quite pleased at Luo Yuan's astonished expression. Hehe. Luo Yuan merely responded with 2 words, thinking to himself, did he really take him for a fool? Did he think he wouldn't know to dodge against a move like Thunder that clearly required charging time, and would just stand here to take it? Steelix, dig. I'll burrow underground. Ooh, I don't believe you can hit me down there. With the rumbling sound of digging, Steelix quickly vanished from the battlefield, leaving behind a dark hole, and the continuous sounds of rumbling from within. Ma Zhishir's face darkened, then brightened again. Dark because Thunder couldn't hit. Bright because with Steelix digging like that, how much would it cost to repair the dojo's battlefield? The rumbling sounds echoed continuously from beneath the ground, and Ma Zhishir's heart bled. Although the league allocates funds annually to each dojo for maintenance and trainers' salaries, the budget is limited. With a reckless fighting style like Ma Zhishir's, the battle arena often requires repairs after each match. The dojo's finances are already strained, and now with the Great Steel Snake digging, it's uncertain what state the dojo's underground will be in. Of course, he wouldn't react this way to every challenger using the dig move, especially if it were Pokémon like Diglett or Sandshrew. He wouldn't be so agitated. It's just that the Great Steel Snake's size is overwhelmingly massive. It might necessitate a major overhaul of the dojo. Luo Yuan was unaware of what was on Ma Zhishir's mind, or even if he knew, he wouldn't care, since it wasn't his money being spent. The Great Steel Snake swam beneath the Kai Dojo. One must admit that the construction quality of the Kai Dojo is quite sturdy. It hasn't collapsed, even under these circumstances. At this moment, Raichu was at a loss due to the Great Steel Snake disappearing underground. Seizing the opportunity, Luo Yuan commanded, Great Steel Snake, use Iron Head. Upon Luo Yuan's command, the Great Steel Snake surged violently from beneath the ground, its massive head launching Raichu into the air. Struck unexpectedly, Raichu's face displayed a clear expression of confusion mixed with the pain from the powerful impact. Instinctively, Raichu unleashed a Thunderbolt, but the attack had little effect on the Great Steel Snake. Raichu! Ma Zhishir hurriedly shouted, get out of the way. As an excellent dojo trainer, he was certain that the Iron Head was merely the beginning of the great steel snake's assault. Enduring the damage from Iron Head was one thing, but avoiding the subsequent attacks was imperative, otherwise it would be dangerous. Good ideas don't always translate to reality. Raichu was launched into the sky by the great steel snake, its limbs dangling, without any point of contact, making it impossible to move, let alone evade the great steel snake's attacks. The great steel snake gave Raichu no chance, turning around to deliver a tail swipe that slammed Raichu to the ground. A double strike. If Raichu had been conscious when hit by Iron Head, it was now directly stunned. Crashing to the ground, Raichu's mind was engulfed in chaos aside from the feedback of pain. Great steel snake use mountain press. Boom. With a thunderous roar, the massive body of the great steel snake came crashing down, causing Majishur to abruptly stop calling Raichu's name. Watching Raichu pinned beneath the great steel snake, motionless, Majishur gaped, unable to utter a word. His mind, is this how it ends? He found it hard to believe that his mainstay Raichu had been defeated in just a few exchanges. Clinging to a glimmer of hope, he turned his gaze to the great steel snake. At Luo Yuan's signal, the great steel snake moved aside, revealing the flattened, unconscious Raichu below. Gulp. The Kai Dojo apprentice, serving as the referee, swallowed hard. It was his first time witnessing a challenger so fierce effortlessly defeating what he perceived as an invincible dojo master. Not hearing the referee's announcement, Luo Yuan turned to him and urged, "Announce the match results." All right. The referee, prompted by Luo Yuan, quickly recovered. Raichu is unable to battle. Given Raichu's condition, even if the referee wanted to favor Majishur, he couldn't. Mr. Majishur, it seems my great steel snake is the stronger one, Luo Yuan said with a slight smirk. Luo Yuan still felt annoyed about Majishur calling him baby. He was a person who held grudges, and he had already noted Ma Zishi's name in his mental notebook. Ma Zishi's expression faltered, and he sternly replied, "Don't get too cocky, baby. Winning because of type advantages isn't worth bragging about. A ground type like the great steel snake has a significant advantage over Raichu." Majishur was looking for excuses after his loss. As a dojo trainer, how can you say such a thing with a straight face? Luo Yuan looked at Majishur with a smirk. Majishur clearly realized he had misspoken earlier. Under Luo Yuan's gaze, he angrily threw out his second Pokémon, Go Why Not. Accompanied by a flash of white light, a large spherical Pokémon, white on top and red on the bottom, appeared, looking quite flamboyant. Why Not, a dangerous Pokémon that resorts to self-detonation when bored. Upon seeing this Pokémon, Luo Yuan's expression turned serious, exhibiting more caution than before. It wasn't that he was afraid of Majishur, rather Why Not was notorious throughout the Pokémon world. Countless trainers had suffered losses from Why Not's self-destruct. Luo Yuan did not want to repeat their mistakes. Observing Luo Yuan's change in demeanor, Majishur felt slightly relieved, having regained a bit of face. Next, I need to find a way to win this round, Majishur thought. Majishur felt quite confident about this battle. Why Not's speed was incredibly fast, plus with the self-destruct move it would at least result in a tie. Even if he wanted to lose this match, it would be difficult. As Majishur contemplated a strategy against the Great Steel Snake, Luo Yuan would not give him the chance to think any longer. Great Steel Snake, charge in. Rock Slide. Roaring, the already intimidating visage of the Great Steel Snake revealed a fierce grin as it swiftly moved its body, sweeping its tail to unleash a rain of rocks upon Why Not. Interrupted in his thoughts, Majishur did not hesitate. Why Not dodge and use Sonic Boom. Upon hearing Ma Zishi's command, Why Not bravely responded, its body shimmering with electric arcs as it vibrated rapidly, darting to the side, while unleashing an invisible shockwave towards the Great Steel Snake. The Sonic Boom was quite impressive, but Luo Yuan, well-versed in Pokémon moves, understood that its damage was not substantial, it was merely a show. He waved his hand at the Great Steel Snake. Great Steel Snake, use Harden. A white light flashed across its surface as the Great Steel Snake directly dispersed the shockwave. However, it could not pursue Why Not for an attack. Why Not was incredibly fast, rolling to the corner of the arena. The Great Steel Snake turned to Luo Yuan, seeking guidance on what to do next. Faced with an opponent faster than itself, the Great Steel Snake was uncertain. In this situation, Luo Yuan had no good solutions. He glanced at the hefty body of the steel snake, and then at the nimble and playful puffball rolling around nearby, feeling a bit troubled. Luo Yuan had clearly seen through Ma Zishi's intentions. Majishur aimed to leverage the speed advantage of Puffball to kite the steel snake. Thanks to Puffball being a magical creature, Majishur felt much more relaxed in command, considering he had the trump card of a self-destruct at his disposal. This made Luo Yuan's teeth clench in frustration. Fortunately, I still have my own methods. After reviewing the skills the steel snake possessed in his mind, a smile immediately appeared on Luo Yuan's face. Steel snake used body lightweight. Upon hearing this, a white light flashed across the steel snake's body. It appeared unchanged at first glance, but upon closer inspection it seemed altered. The steel snake's body indeed underwent changes, but these alterations were not visible from the outside. They manifested in the form of reduced weight. Body lightweight, as the name suggests, is a technique that lightens the body to enhance speed. It belongs to acceleration moves of the steel type, utilized only by a select few steel Pokémon, including the steel snake, as well as a few rock type Pokémon like Onix. In the game, using it reduces a Pokemon's weight by 100 kilograms each time, with a maximum reduction to 0 kilograms. Reducing weight by 1 kilogram significantly boosts speed without altering strength, making it quite a formidable technique. However, Luo Yuan didn't need such an extreme reduction considering many of the Steel Snake's moves relied on its weight. Nevertheless, even a slight reduction in weight greatly enhanced the Steel Snake's speed. So you think you're fast? Luo Yuan watched as the Steel Snake, now much faster, chased Puffball around, while Ma Zishi's face looked even worse than when Raichu had been defeated. A radiant smile spread across his face. He felt even more elated seeing the Steel Snake graze Puffball several times, leaving marks on its body. Damn it. Ma Zishi's face darkened further upon seeing this, but he didn't plan to use a self-destruct just yet, as he still harbored hopes of defeating the Steel Snake. Puffball used Swift Star. As he commanded Puffball to unleash a barrage of Swift Stars toward the Steel Snake, it executed a sonic boom attack on the Steel Snake again. Although it no longer had the advantage of speed, Puffball managed to keep up with the Steel Snake thanks to its spherical body's agility. Steel Snake. Don't give it a chance to evade. Use Dragon Breath. That's right, Dragon Breath. The Steel Snake could also utilize Dragon-type moves. With a roar, the Steel Snake unleashed a Dragon Breath toward the direction Puffball was advancing. Puffball was accustomed to the Steel Snake using its body to battle, so when the Steel Snake suddenly exhaled Dragon Breath, it was caught off guard. This moment of hesitation cost it the chance to dodge the attack. As an Electric-type Pokemon, Puffball was not susceptible to the paralysis effect of Dragon Breath, but the damage was still fully inflicted upon it. Puffball's face displayed an expression of pain, its facial features contorting in distress. Puffball. From a distance, Majishir anxiously watched the scene, his expression grave as his eyes fixed intently on the Steel Snake's movements. Should anything seem off, he was ready to command Puffball to self-destruct. Attack. Or should we hold back for now? Luo Yuan scanned Mazishi's face, having a good grasp of his thoughts. If he pressed the attack, Majishir would likely order Puffball to use self-destruct, which could be avoided by retreating, but doing so might also mean losing the chance to finish off Puffball, dragging the battle into a long and grueling war of attrition. Feign using Iron Tail, then immediately use Protect. Luo Yuan was taking a gamble. He bet that Majishir would choose to have Puffball self-destruct the moment. Feign using Iron Tail, then immediately use Protect. Luo Yuan was taking a gamble. He bet that Majishir would choose to have Puffball self-destruct the moment he heard his command. Though this sequence of actions seemed lengthy, Luo Yuan took only a few seconds to complete his thought and issue the command to the Steel Snake. Whoosh! The Steel Snake's tail swept forward. Seeing this, Majishir immediately forgot everything else and shouted, "Puffball, dodge," and then used self-destruct. Having made his decision, Majishir felt less conflicted and breathed a sigh of relief. If I can't win, then I can't win. A mutual demise isn't bad either. At least I can take out one of this kid's Pokemon. Majishir thought to himself. The Pokemon he used was Electric-type, and dealing with a ground-attribute Pokemon like the Steel Snake was quite arduous. He believed that as long as he could eliminate the Steel Snake, the subsequent battles would be much easier. As for whether Puffball could take down the Steel Snake, he didn't worry at all. First, his Puffball was of such high level, and second, the two Pokemon were so close to each other that there was no way Puffball would fail to self-destruct. Puffball's body quickly darted backward, and just as a dazzling white light emanated from Puffball's body, Mazishi's pupils suddenly contracted. He saw that the tail, which was supposed to sweep toward Puffball, instead turned back and coiled in front of itself. Then a familiar pale green light illuminated the Steel Snake. Damn it, I've been tricked, it's Protect. Majishir roared in his heart, "Puffball, stop, right now." He frantically shouted at Puffball. But at that moment, Puffball had already fallen into a self-destructive state, completely ignoring his words. The white light grew increasingly dazzling, and Puffball in the arena almost transformed into a small sun. Covering his eyes, Luo Yuan only heard a thunderous boom. A huge explosion sound accompanied by a shockwave swept over his body. Did it explode, oi? Luo Yuan gazed at the smoke-filled battlefield. As the smoke cleared, Puffball lay in the center of a large pit, charred and unable to battle. As expected, it exploded. A satisfied expression spread across Luo Yuan's face. He then looked at the Steel Snake. Aside from its exterior being slightly scorched, it appeared to have suffered no significant damage. Protect is indeed a powerful move. While marveling at the effectiveness of Protect and watching Ma Zishi's grim expression, Luo Yuan felt quite pleased. That's what you get for calling me baby. Luo Yuan held a grudge like this. The onlooking students from the Withered Leaf Gym stared in shock as they witnessed their gym leader's defeat once again. Puffball is unable to battle, Steel Snake wins. Another victory. The onlookers from the Ki Dojo watched the unyielding Steel Serpent in the center, feeling a sense of awe. The entire dojo was enveloped in silence. Everyone exchanged glances, ultimately focusing their attention on Majishir, seemingly waiting for something. The atmosphere in the dojo felt quite eerie. Majishir sensed the multitude of gazes upon him, calming the feelings of defeat within. He cast a deep glance at Luo Yuan, feeling a surge of restlessness. Luo Yuan squinted at the scene. He had sensed something amiss upon entering the Ki Dojo, and now was Majishir finally unable to hold back. He was curious to discover the secrets hidden within the Ki Dojo. Luo Yuan, with his exceptional skills and boldness, was not intimidated by the situation. However, just as Ma Zhishe was about to make a decision, bang! The dojo's door was pushed open and a trainer stepped inside, breaking the strange atmosphere. All eyes immediately shifted to the trainer who had entered, and the sudden focus made him tremble as he nervously asked, Am I interrupting something? Under such scrutiny, he felt immense pressure. Yes, it's really quite an inconvenient time, Luo Yuan thought to himself. He glanced at Ma Zhishe, who had managed to suppress his earlier impulse, reverting to the rugged, boisterous dojo trainer. Had he arrived a bit later, he could have uncovered the secrets hidden in the key dojo. Unfortunately, Ma Zhishe had now flinched. Let's continue. Ma Zhishe declared, tossing out his third Pokémon. Unlike the powerful Raichu he had previously regarded as a mainstay, this one was distinctly different. The third Pokémon appeared weak both in form and presence. This is my third Pokémon, a Magnemite. With a grin that suggested a bargain, Ma Zhishe said, My other main Pokémon have all been rendered incapable of battle and fights against other trainers, leaving me with only this newly captured Magnemite. You've struck a deal. I'd be a fool to believe you, Luo Yuan internally scoffed. Do you think I have a memory of only 7 seconds? Was that tense atmosphere just an illusion? However, Luo Yuan understood that Zhishe must have realized he was not his match and was merely preparing for the third round. This did not surprise him. Having been a dojo trainer for many years, it was unreasonable for Ma Zhishe to let his main Pokémon perish when he knew he could not win. Although he looked down upon Ma Zhishe's cowardly behavior, rationally his choice was indeed correct. Luo Yuan continued with the Steel Serpent as his third Pokémon. Although Magnemite had the advantage of being smaller and had a steel type, it was still thoroughly intimidated by the Steel Serpent's tail. In the end, it couldn't withstand even a single encounter, and the battle was quickly concluded by the Steel Serpent. The Steel Serpent has triumphed once again. In this dojo challenge, Luo Yuan has achieved a perfect 3 victories. The referee announced the match results. Congratulations. You have won this challenge through your skill, Ma Zhishe said, retrieving Magnemite with a forced smile. Master Ma Zhishe is also impressive. I must admit I fall short in my understanding of electric-type Pokémon, Luo Yuan replied, his tone laced with insincerity. The two shared a glance, and Ma Zhishe finally tossed Luo Yuan an orange badge shaped like the sun. Luo Yuan accepted the badge and pinned it next to his blue badge. Suddenly remembering something, he said, By the way, Master Ma Zhishe, Miss Joy from the Pokémon Center asked me to tell you to be more restrained when battling trainers during challenges to avoid inflicting serious harm. The staff at the Pokémon Center is already overwhelmed. I understand. I currently have no Pokémon capable of battle. Tell Joy that the situation she's worried about will... Ma Zhishe waved his hand impatiently, wanting to quickly dismiss Luo Yuan. Luo Yuan felt no anger. Rubbing his temples, he took one last glance at the staff of the Key Dojo before heading straight out. Only the trainer who had just entered the challenge, but found it was a wasted trip, was left feeling dazed in the wind. What had he just heard? All of Ma Zhishe's Pokémon had lost their battle capabilities. Had he come for nothing? After leaving the Key Dojo, Luo Yuan did not head directly to the Pokémon Center like an ordinary trainer, nor did he go anywhere to celebrate his new badge. Instead, he pulled out a map of Key City from his pocket, studied it for a moment, and then set off in a particular direction. 3 minutes later, he crouched down among some bushes not far from the Key Dojo. This should be the spot, right, Steel Serpent? Luo Yuan asked the Steel Serpent inside the Pokeball. The Pokeball Okay, then it must be right. Luo Yuan released his Leafeon. Leafeon used Leaf Blade on the ground. Dozens of leaves shot towards the ground. With a rustling sound, the ground suddenly caved in, revealing a dark entrance. As for why there was a hole here, it was naturally related to the Steel Serpent. Ever since learning that the Key Dojo held unspeakable secrets, Luo Yuan had been pondering how to investigate. It was impossible to directly question them. Only a fool would attempt such a thing. As an official dojo trainer of the Alliance, Ma Zhishe could not be questioned by even the Elite Four without formal documents or clear evidence. Luo Yuan did not believe himself to be more powerful than the Elite Four. He could only investigate secretly, but ordinary methods of breaking in would easily be discovered. Thus, during the battle between the Steel Serpent and Raichu, Luo Yuan had a brilliant idea. On the surface, he had the Steel Serpent use dig, while secretly digging a tunnel that connected the inside and outside of the Key Dojo. This would allow him to infiltrate the Key Dojo again. He released his Bulbasaur to keep watch at the tunnel entrance. Luo Yuan leaped into the hole. I want to see what the secrets of the Key Dojo truly are. He recalled Leafeon and released Gungxi, more suitable for stealth operations, moving forward through the tunnel dug by the Steel Serpent, re-entering the Key Dojo from underground. The underground tunnel was exceedingly dark, devoid of light. A normal person would certainly struggle to walk in such an environment, fearing for their safety. However, for Luo Yuan, who possessed superpowers, and for Gaisai, who thrived in dark environments, the setting here was not vastly different from the outside world. We've arrived. After approximately 4 to 5 minutes of traversing underground, Luo Yuan's mental force detected that the exit lay ahead. The exit was located at the site of the previous battle. Luo Yuan cautiously released his mental force for detection, discovering that there were not many people above. Only 2 individuals dressed as dojo staff were engaged in conversation. This is just our luck. Why were we assigned to clean up the battle site? A hoarse voice complained. Enough with the complaints. This is an order from Boss Ma Zhishe. If you don't do it, do you think you'll still be able to hang around? Another voice responded. In just a few short sentences, they revealed a significant amount of information. Luo Yuan's heart leaped. He realized he had stumbled upon something extraordinary. Although he had previously speculated that Ma Zhishe had connections to the rocket team, his thoughts were merely conjectures largely influenced by the Pokémon special manga he read before his transmigration. In the special edition, aside from Sakaki, the leader of the Tokiwa Gym, Ma Zhishe from the Kureha Gym, Naji from the Kinyu Gym, and Aki from the Akahoshi Gym were all executives of the rocket team, while Xiaobo from the Holian Gym was even involved in the creation of Mutwo. But he never expected that Ma Zhishe was indeed a member of the rocket team. Does this mean the world I have transmigrated to is not just the Pokémon anime, but a mixed world of anime specials? As he speculated, Luo Yuan continued to listen. Hey, that Luo Yuan is really impressive, having continuously defeated so many executives of our rocket team. The earlier hoarse voice spoke again. He is indeed formidable. The intelligence sent down from above reveals how terrifying this guy is. Not to mention that Steelix, he even has a Metagross. That's a quasi-legendary. The speaker's tone was filled with envy. So what if it's a quasi-legendary? The hoarse voice sneered. Even if he has a quasi-legendary, he's finished this time. Did you hear any news? My cousin, is in the special operations team over in Tokiwa City. When I chatted with him, he mentioned that this operation in Kureha City is being taken very seriously. What does that have to do with Luo Yuan? How could it not be related to Luo Yuan? I heard that boss Sakaki seems to have dispatched high-ranking executives for this. High-ranking executives? That's right, personally dispatched. Boss Sakaki is likely at his wit's end with Luo Yuan, who has repeatedly disrupted our operations, so he decided to send high-ranking executives. The owner of the hoarse voice clearly admired Sakaki. Moreover, I've heard that there's not just one high-ranking executive. This time Luo Yuan is absolutely doomed. It seems that Luo Yuan is really going to meet his end this time. He should hurry up and meet his end. If it weren't for him, Boss Ma Zhishe wouldn't be so furious, and we wouldn't have to do this. The hoarse voice was filled with malice. He blamed Luo Yuan for being assigned to clean the site. The following conversations were devoid of substance. The two continued to discuss the recent decline in benefits at the Kureha branch of the rocket team, as well as the league's recent crackdown actions, without touching upon the specifics of the so-called operation. The voices gradually faded away. Luo Yuan frowned underground. Could the rocket team's operation in Kureha City refer to the SS? And mentioning Kureha City immediately brought to mind the sunken SS, and in his recollection, apart from this incident, nothing else significant had occurred in Kureha City. However, the information they revealed about the rocket team dispatching high-ranking executives. Luo Yuan never expected to find himself on Sakaki's blacklist, specifically targeted, with several high-ranking executives sent to deal with him. While the possibility of them merely executing a mission while coincidentally dealing with him was higher, Luo Yuan did not dare to underestimate the situation. Although he usually dealt with mid-level executives of the rocket team as easily as killing chickens, the high-ranking executives of the rocket team were definitely not so easy to handle. The 4 generals and the 3 beasts are notorious within the league. None of them are easy opponents, especially with more than one high-ranking executive involved. Even a champion would have to take it seriously, let alone him. With one careless move, he could pay a bloody price. Luo Yuan suddenly felt overwhelmed, but at the same time he felt extremely fortunate. Had he not impulsively decided to utilize Steelix to dig through the tunnel to infiltrate the Kureha Gym, even if he managed to learn about the rocket team's conspiracy, he wouldn't have discovered that multiple high-ranking executives had been sent. I need to think of a way. I can't just sit here and wait for death. Luo Yuan contemplated whether he should contact the league after he got out. After all, the rocket team's actions were primarily directed against the league. He couldn't bear it alone. With this thought in mind, Luo Yuan temporarily set his mind at ease. However, he still needed to continue investigating. After all, convincing the league to dispatch a champion could not rely solely on his word. He needed solid evidence. After confirming that there was no one above with his mental force, Luo Yuan controlled his body to float upwards, and the battle arena of the Withered Leaf Dojo was silent. The 2 Team Rocket members who had been called to clean up had gone to fetch some tools, allowing Luo Yuan to infiltrate without alerting anyone. Luo Yuan then chose a solitary Team Rocket member of similar build following him to the bathroom stall. He immediately had Ghost assist him with a hypnosis spell, ensuring that this guy would remain unconscious for several hours. Luo Yuan pressed a button at his temple, disguising himself as this Team Rocket member, slipping into the clothes he had stripped from this unfortunate guy. After tidying up his hairstyle a bit, Luo Yuan looked almost exactly like the person he had knocked out. After checking himself in the mirror and confirming that the disguise was perfect, Luo Yuan swaggered into the interior of the Withered Leaf Dojo. It's a bit too quiet. As he walked down the corridor, Luo Yuan muttered to himself. The scene before him differed from his expectations. He had assumed that with so many people at the Withered Leaf Dojo he would encounter numerous individuals, but to his surprise there were only a few stragglers moving about the hallway. He encountered only a handful of people and had no idea where the staff he had previously fought against had gone. Furthermore, perhaps due to the atmosphere within Team Rocket, these individuals passed by without even greeting him, appearing quite indifferent. This is actually better. It saves me the trouble of dealing with them. Luo Yuan was quite pleased with this situation. This was exactly what he wanted. If he could gather evidence of Team Rocket's crimes without being discovered after leaving, that would... However, things were clearly not going to be as smooth as he had imagined. As he was searching for the location of Ma Zishi's office, someone suddenly approached him. Upon seeing Luo Yuan, the person displayed a look of surprise. Hey, in no way didn't Boss Ma ask you to go to the conference room to arrange tasks. Why are you still wandering around here? The newcomer seemed to be quite familiar with the persona Luo Yuan was impersonating. Upon hearing his name called, Luo Yuan's heart sank. This was a sign of recognition. Although he had disguised himself, while he lacked a voice modulator, making it impossible to mimic the voice. His mind raced. Should he take action directly? Soon he shook his head. Acting now was the worst choice, as it would expose his infiltration to Team Rocket. If that happened, he would fail to obtain evidence, and instead alert them, making it difficult to gather intelligence later. In a flash of inspiration, Luo Yuan recalled the earlier incident of the Team Rocket member seemingly having an upset stomach. He quickly coughed twice. In a weak, hoarse voice he said, I ate something bad, and was in the bathroom just now. To make it more believable, Luo Yuan carefully controlled the blood flow to his face with his mind, making his lips appear as if he were severely dehydrated from diarrhea. Haha. Seeing Luo Yuan's appearance, the Team Rocket member burst into laughter, wearing a look of schadenfreude. I told you the barbecue last night wasn't cooked properly. You insisted on eating it, and now look at you. Stop laughing and help me out, Luo Yuan said in an embarrassed fury tone, bending over, as if truly exhausted. Alright, in no way, just remember to treat me to a meal next time. The Team Rocket member assisted Luo Yuan as they walked toward the conference room. Withered Leaf Dojo conference room. Ma Zhisher sat at the head of the table, his face devoid of the cheerful expression he had shown earlier in the dojo. He frowned, staring gloomily at the empty seats in the conference room, his face full of displeasure. The sight made his subordinates extremely anxious, fearing they would incur the boss' wrath. Where did that guy no way go, everyone? As the crowd feared, Ma Zhisher was now extremely angry. He had called all the Team Rocket squad leaders from the Withered Leaf Dojo to gather and assign tasks, yet one was missing. It was no wonder he was furious. He was in a particularly foul mood. Losing to that Luo Yuan was one thing, after all he had yet to use his true trump card. But now, while gathering his subordinates to assign tasks, someone dared to be late. Did they think they could defy him just because he lost a battle? Ma Zishi's mood darkened as he thought. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became. Ma Zhisher pointed at one of his subordinates. You go fetch that bastard in no way for me. The summoned Team Rocket member nodded immediately. Just as he was about to rise, the door suddenly knocked, and the assisted Luo Yuan entered. Bastard, where have you been? Ma Zhisher immediately cursed upon seeing Luo Yuan. He completely vented his negative emotions onto Luo Yuan. Luo Yuan's heart tightened. The critical moment had arrived. Whether he could obtain intelligence about Team Rocket now depended on whether he could deceive Ma Zhisher. Just as he was about to use his weak, hoarse voice to explain, the Team Rocket member supporting him spoke up. Boss Ma in no way had an upset stomach last night, and just went to the bathroom. Luo Yuan was taken aback that someone came to his aid. What a good person. He thought, feeling increasingly fortunate that even in this situation someone was helping him. If he had spoken up himself, despite his excellent acting skills, there was still a chance he could have been exposed by Ma Zhisher. Just as he was about to punish Luo Yuan, Ma Zhisher raised an eyebrow, glancing at Luo Yuan's pale, exhausted expression. He snorted, no longer pursuing the matter. Humph, leave him here, you go out. After saying that, he didn't even look at Luo Yuan, and began the meeting. The Team Rocket member who had been assisting Luo Yuan shot him a look of good luck, and quickly left the conference room. Once all unrelated individuals had left, Ma Zhisher swept his gaze over everyone present. Now the content of this meeting is of utmost importance. Everyone must keep it confidential, not a word should leak out, understand? Understood. In the chorus of responses, Luo Yuan's hoarse, weak voice was intermingled. Ma Zhisher disregarded Luo Yuan, and went straight to the point. I just received orders from Boss Sakamaki. In 3 days we will conduct a kidnapping operation targeting the luxury cruise ship St. Anno. I called you here to arrange the tactical deployment for this operation. Luo Yuan, who had infiltrated Team Rocket's battle meeting, lay below pretending to be ill while listening to Ma Zishi's speech at the head seat. At this moment he felt extremely pleased. This was a sure win. He had originally intended to check Ma Zishi's office to see if he could discover any useful documents, but it seemed that by a twist of fate he had directly stumbled into Team Rocket's pre-battle meeting. This saved him the trouble of searching for files and verifying their authenticity. It was as if the heavens were assisting him. As he pondered, Luo Yuan heard Ma Zhisher mention the operational deployment regarding Team Rocket's St. Anno. St. Anno. Operational deployment. Upon hearing these two terms, Luo Yuan began to speculate about Team Rocket's actions. It appeared Team Rocket still intended to target St. Anu, just like in the original storyline. He was just a bit curious. Ever since he set off on his journey, he had been at odds with Team Rocket, causing them considerable losses, with even 3 mid-level cadres being taken down by him. Yet Team Rocket showed no signs of restraint, even planning a major news event by attacking St. Anu. Who exactly gave them the courage? Was it Liang Jingru? Luo Yuan pondered, forming 2 judgments in his mind. Firstly, that Sakaki was utterly unconcerned about these. Secondly, that there was something on St. Anu that Team Rocket was determined to obtain. He personally felt that this latter possibility was more likely. Then he heard Ma Zhisher continue. Previously, following Sakaki's instructions, we dealt harshly with the gym trainers challenging us in Koreha City, minimizing the threat posed by these unstable factors as much as possible. Such injuries would take some time to recover even at the Pokémon Center. Thus we do not need to deploy too many personnel this time to handle these traveling trainers. Ma Zhisher said this expressionlessly, explaining the reason he had dealt harshly with the gym challengers. According to Sakiki's orders, we only have 3 tasks to complete now. First, we need to cut off St. Anna's distress signals. Yamamoto Kayama, you two take your subordinates to the port to activate the signal jamming device, ensuring that St. Anna's distress messages cannot be transmitted back to the port. Understood, Boss Ma Zhisher. Next, Songmu Kitano, you two take your subordinates to stay on alert, gather intelligence, and record the trainers who recently arrived in Koreha City, particularly those heading towards the port. Remain vigilant about their movements. Once you spot a powerful trainer, record it immediately, and return to report. Understood. Finally, I still have. And Inoue. Ma Zhisher glanced at Luo Yuan, who was pretending to be Inoue, with some disdain. I will handle any emergencies. If our actions at sea are discovered, I will delay for time. Inoue, you are responsible for contacting the Pokémon Center. They have started to suspect us. Go explain the situation, and also get your diarrhea treated. Luo Yuan mumbled indistinctly, still maintaining a sickly appearance. However, he quickly analyzed the tasks that Ma Zhisher had assigned. The tasks assigned by Ma Zhisher were not numerous and not very important, mostly auxiliary and alert duties. Luo Yuan could roughly judge that the Koreha Gym was playing a supportive role in this operation. Clearly, Sakiki had not entrusted Ma Zhisher with the frontline combat tasks. In fact, this made sense. After all, Ma Zhishi's official identity was that of a gym trainer recognized by the league at Koreha Gym. Unless Sakiki had decided to abandon Koreha Gym and expose Ma Zhishi's identity, Ma Zhisher would never participate in frontal combat, as long as he was associated with Koreha Gym. Even in this supporting role, Ma Zhisher was still taking a considerable risk. This further validated Luo Yuan's This operation to attack St. Anu was of great importance to Team Rocket. Are there any questions? After finishing, Ma Zhisher looked at the crowd below. A Team Rocket member raised his hand. Boss Ma Zhisher, should we also monitor the powerful Pokemon trainer Luo Yuan, who previously challenged our gym? Upon hearing Luo Yuan's name, Ma Zhishi's face darkened again. Was it necessary to mention that name? Whenever Luo Yuan was mentioned, Ma Zhisher would recall that humiliating battle experience. However, Ma Zhisher suppressed his discomfort and explained, no need to worry about him. As long as he appears in public, the headquarters will take care of monitoring him. This time Sakiki has already dispatched special personnel to deal with Luo Yuan. You do not need to concern yourselves with this matter. When he mentioned the special personnel assigned to handle Luo Yuan, Ma Zhishi's tone clearly showed a hint of satisfaction. Combining this with the intelligence he had previously overheard underground, Luo Yuan estimated that Sakiki had dispatched 2 high-ranking cadres to deal with him, which was probably spot on. What identity will we use to intercept St. Anna signals at the port? With such large equipment, if we are discovered by the patrolling Junsha, it would be disastrous. Our identity would be too conspicuous. Another Team Rocket member expressed concern. The organization has already rented a cargo ship. You will board the ship and conduct all activities at sea. If you encounter a patrol boat, find a way to blend in. If you cannot jump overboard. You know how to jump overboard, right? No need, no need. The previous Team Rocket members quickly shook their heads. After speaking, Ma Zhisher waited a moment longer. Seeing that no one had further questions, he stood up. Since there are no issues, let's get started now. This operation is crucial to Sakiki's important plan and must not fail. Is that clear? Understood. The members of Team Rocket echoed in unison. Moreover, the fact that Ma Zhisher had directly mentioned Sakiki's name was an unexpected bonus. He had encountered Team Rocket members before, and each one had been tighter-lipped than the last, never mentioning Sakiki's name in public. Having lacked evidence, he had never been able to expose Sakiki's identity. But now things were different. Ma Zhisher had provided him with a divine assist. With this recording, he could call upon the Elite Four to deal with Sakiki. Even if he couldn't capture Sakiki, it would be enough to pull Sakiki down from his position as the Kanto gym trainer. Now let's move out. Ma Zhisher waved his hand, and everyone quickly left the meeting room. Luo Yuan headed towards the restroom, where he had previously knocked out a Team Rocket member needing to deal with that exposed risk. Luo Yuan left the Withered Leaf Dojo carrying the unconscious member of Team Rocket. The unfortunate Team Rocket member was stuffed into a large black plastic bag and discreetly taken out of the Withered Leaf Dojo under the pretense of throwing out the trash, attracting no one's attention. Finally out. After leaving the vicinity of the Withered Leaf Dojo, Luo Yuan made a detour back to the entrance he had previously infiltrated. Fiddling with the recording pen in his hand, Luo Yuan felt immensely satisfied with his gains this time. Come back, my... Using his telekinesis to block the entrance with soil to prevent Team Rocket from discovering anything amiss, he then recalled Miyawaki and changed his outfit to casually blend in as a passerby, heading towards the hotel in Withered Leaf City. Professor Okito's laboratory in Masera Town. Ding ding ding. Suddenly hearing the phone ring on the desk, while feeding Ash's Kingler, Professor Okito looked puzzled. Who was calling suddenly? It can't be Masakatsu. Could it be that Ash has caught another Pokemon? Professor Okito muttered to himself, but after thinking it over he felt it was impossible. Ash had just teleported in a Pokemon, and with his speed, how could he catch a second one so quickly? Moshi Moshi, this is Professor Okito's lab. Who is this? Professor Okito, it's me, Luo Yuan. Luo Yuan, why are you suddenly calling back? Professor Okito was somewhat surprised. He hadn't expected Luo Yuan to call him, as he remembered Luo Yuan was not the type of person who would need his concern. In Professor Okito's mind, among the trainers who had departed from him this year, Luo Yuan was the one he was most at ease with. Not only did he not need help looking after Pokémon, but he also made quite a name for himself out there. Even someone like Okito, who didn't usually pay attention to the league's affairs, had heard of him. Luo Yuan's successive efforts to assist the police in thwarting several of Team Rocket's schemes made him proud of Luo Yuan. Actually, there's something I want to discuss with you. Professor Okito, is it safe over there? What is so secretive that the lab only has me? Just tell me, Professor Okito said, somewhat puzzled. It's like this. Luo Yuan began to briefly recount to Professor Okito the oddities he discovered at the Withered Leaf Dojo, his infiltration into the dojo, and the intelligence he obtained. He concluded, Professor Okito, I now have evidence that Team Rocket is plotting an attack on the SS, and... An attack on the SS, and... Are you sure? Professor Okito was shocked. An open attack on a cruise ship Team Rocket was truly audacious. However, this also aligned with Team Rocket's usual style of operation. They either did nothing or caused a major incident. Then why are you telling me this? But Professor Okito still wasn't sure why Luo Yuan was telling him this. Luo Yuan explained, I wanted to ask you for the contact information of Champion Toru. To resolve this crisis, the league's champion must intervene. This was Luo Yuan's plan. When faced with such a situation, he wouldn't be foolish enough to think he could single-handedly confront Team Rocket and their hundreds of members, including 2 high-ranking executives. Calling in the champion was the best strategy. And he didn't have the champion's contact information because he was concerned that there might be spies from Team Rocket within the league, making it difficult for him to contact the league directly, so he sought out Professor Okito. Professor Okito understood Luo Yuan's meaning, but his expression was somewhat troubled. As for Toru, I do have his contact information, but he isn't currently in Kanto, and he might be powerless in this matter. Luo Yuan didn't expect this situation to arise. By the way, Toru being absent from Kanto, related to me? Luo Yuan pointed at himself, puzzled. He remembered he wasn't very familiar with Toru. Exactly, because you have thwarted Team Rocket's schemes several times. Team Rocket has been acting very low-key lately, and all their branches have gone into hiding, making the security in Kanto greatly improved. Additionally, due to the unusually frequent activities of Team Aqua and Team Magma in the Hoenn region, Daigo from Hoenn requested assistance from us in Kanto, so Toru has been temporarily reassigned to Hoenn to deal with the matters concerning Team Aqua and Team Magma. Professor Okito explained. Does this count as self-inflicted suffering? Luo Yuan felt quite distressed. So it turned out that Toru's absence from Kanto was indeed related to him. Among the remaining champions, I'm not very familiar with Kan and Shiba, so I don't have their contact information, but there's also Juku. When it came to Juku, Professor Okito rarely showed a conflicted expression. He seemed hesitant, as if concerned about something which was completely different from his usual demeanor. Seeing Professor Okito react this way when Juku was mentioned, Luo Yuan recalled that in the background of the previous game, it seemed to mention a complicated relationship between Juku and Professor Okito. It seemed that the two had a good relationship when they were young, but later on, for reasons unknown, they fell out and became like they are now, not on speaking terms. However, now was not the time for gossip. Team Rocket Sakaki was eyeing him closely, dispatching 2 high-ranking executives to deal with him. If he didn't take action once Team Rocket got hurt, he would likely have to constantly guard against them seeking trouble. To ensure a good night's sleep in the future, Luo Yuan sincerely said to Professor Okito, for the safety of the many tourists on the SS, and please be sure to provide me with Juku's contact information. Professor Okito was touched by Luo Yuan's words. An attack by Team Rocket on the cruise ship could pose a life-threatening risk to many tourists aboard the SS, and in the face of such a major issue, his personal pride was insignificant. I understand. Here is Juku's contact information. Just dial this number directly. Professor Okito quickly wrote down a series of phone numbers on paper and showed them to Luo Yuan in front of the camera. Mentally repeating it, Luo Yuan quickly memorized it and nodded at Professor Okito. Thank you for your help, Professor Okito. No problem, this is a serious matter, be careful. Professor Okito advised. The two did not continue with pleasantries, and after the call ended, Luo Yuan dialed Juku. The call was quickly connected, and on the other end a hoarse voice tinged with a hint of coldness said, Okito Yukinari, after so many years it's the first time you've called me. Naturally you are referring to Professor Okito. Luo Yuan felt a bit embarrassed at being mistaken for Professor Okito. Ahem, sorry, Champion Juku, am not Professor Okito. There was silence on the other end for a few seconds before the video call was activated. On the screen, Grandma Juku sat on a sofa, leaning on a cane, staring at Luo Yuan with a scrutinizing gaze. Who are you? What is your relationship with that old guy Okito Yukinari? How did you get this phone number? Hearing Jiuzi's words, Luo Yuan was slightly taken aback. How could she be so certain that he learned this phone number from Dr. Oki? Could it not be that he heard it from someone else? With this doubt in mind, Luo Yuan looked at Jiuzi. Seeing at a glance what Luo Yuan wanted to ask, Jiuzi's expression remained calm as she said, this phone number is known only to that old guy Dr. Oki. What is your relationship with him? Luo Yuan was completely stunned by Jiuzi's response. What kind of operation is this? What exactly happened between Dr. Oki and Josie when they were younger that she prepared a special phone number just for him. Luo Yuan couldn't help but believe the rumors that Dr. Oki was once in a relationship with Josie only to part ways due to differing ideals. However, Luo Yuan's surprise did not last long. He was not here to gossip, but had serious matters to discuss with Josie. King Josie, hello, I am Luo Yuan, a rookie trainer, who set out from Dr. Oki this year. I have important matters to discuss with you. Luo Yuan, you're the one who's been making waves in the league recently. I didn't expect that old guy Oki could bring out a rookie. Hearing Luo Yuan's name, Josie carefully scrutinized him, and her expression finally showed some change. She had heard about Luo Yuan's recent actions, which had severely suppressed Team Rocket's arrogance, and greatly reduced the workload for the league's enforcement personnel. Now that Luo Yuan claimed to have something important to say, her demeanor became more serious. What is it? Speak up. If any league staff saw this expression on King Josie, they would undoubtedly be very shocked. Is this still the eccentric King Josie? When did she become so easy to talk to? Luo Yuan didn't dwell on these thoughts. He repeated what he had told Dr. Oki to Josie and added at the end, I know the true identity of Team Rocket's leader. Upon hearing that Team Rocket was planning to attack the and Jiuzhi's expression had already turned serious, and now she stood up abruptly. Who is it? Who is the leader of Team Rocket? As Josie stood, a Jengar with a strange smile flickered in the shadows behind her. The league had been investigating the true identity of Team Rocket's leader. Although there were several suspects, they had not been able to confirm a target due to lack of definitive evidence. If Luo Yuan indeed held the true identity of Team Rocket's leader, it would be exhilarating news for the league, representing a new breakthrough in the long-standing tug-of-war war with Team Rocket. Luo Yuan spoke frankly. The leader of Team Rocket is the current gym leader of the pewter gym, Sakaki. Upon hearing this, Josie believed him to some extent, as Sakaki was already on their list of key suspects. The league was not completely inept. Their investigation into Team Rocket's activities had never ceased. There were 3 individuals on the league's list of key suspects. One was Sakaki, the gym leader of pewter gym. Another was Xiaobo, the gym leader of the Cinnabar gym. And the last was Lu Bo, the gym leader of the Chengdu area. This list was highly confidential within the league, known only to the Elite Four, including her and the league president. Since Luo Yuan's intel coincided with this list without any leaks, she believed that his words were not baseless. Evidence, I need evidence. Josie fixed her gaze on Luo Yuan. The league operated under the rule of law. Everything required legal justification. Without evidence proving that the leader of Team Rocket was Sakaki, the league would not take action against him, as he was also the gym leader of Pewter Gym. The league needed a reason to act. I have a recording. This recording can prove that Ma Zhishur, the gym leader of the Leaf Gym, is an executive of Team Rocket, and that Sakaki is their leader. Having anticipated that Josie might ask this, Luo Yuan replied directly. As he spoke, he pressed the recording pen. The voice of Ma Zhishur slowly emerged from the recording. After the recording finished, Luo Yuan added, if King Josie doesn't believe me, you can first investigate Ma Zhishur. Once his identity as a Team Rocket member is confirmed, then Sakaki's identity is naturally self-evident. At this point, if Josie still hesitates, she would no longer be worthy of her position as a member of the Elite Four of the Kanto League. What help do you need? I would like to request King Josie to take action to disrupt Team Rocket's operations in the Leaf City. Luo Yuan certainly wouldn't forget that 2 senior executives from Team Rocket were on their way to deal with him. Getting Josie to intervene was the safest bet. With King Jiuzhi's strength, handling 2 senior executives from Team Rocket would be quite easy. You want me to take action? Josie shook her head slowly upon hearing Luo Yuan's words. I'm afraid that's not possible. I need to stay at the Quartz Plateau to guard against Team Rocket's sneak attacks while they head to the Hoenn region. If I leave the Quartz Plateau, Team Rocket is likely to launch a surprise attack there. Josie rejected Luo Yuan's proposal. Guarding the Quartz Plateau was more important than disrupting Team Rocket's operation, as it was the power center of the Kanto region. Upon hearing this, Luo Yuan frowned. He hadn't expected the situation to turn out this way. Without Jiuzhi's presence, he had little confidence in disrupting Team Rocket's plans. With Team Rocket sending 2 senior executives without the presence of an elite, he would be asking for death by sticking his neck out. To protect himself, he might even have to disguise himself as a bystander and temporarily leave Leaf City to avoid the storm. But there is still a way. Although I can't leave the Quartz Plateau, Kona is currently nearby in Leaf City, and I can have her. Just as Luo Yuan was making contingency plans for himself, Jiuzhi's voice sounded again. Luo Yuan, can't you just speak normally? Why do you have to gasp like that? Is it interesting? However, after considering Jiuzhi's strength, and then thinking about his own power, forget it, you're strong, you have your reasons, I'm a civilized person, I want to argue with you. At this critical moment, it wasn't necessary to quibble over such things. After discussing some details with Josie, she would contact Kona to mobilize personnel to prepare for actions against Sakaki, while Luo Yuan would continue to monitor Team Rocket's movements in Leaf City. The 2 quickly finalized their plan. Using the and as bait, they would catch all the Team Rocket members daring enough to attack it. The azure sky was dotted with a few wispy clouds while the waves crashed against the sandy beach below. Many bikini-clad beauties frolicked on the shore, presenting a feast for the eyes. To think we would meet in a place like this, it seems my impression of the aloof King of Heaven was just an illusion. Wearing beach shorts and a short-sleeved shirt, Luo Yuan strode confidently along the beach. With only one day left until the rocket team's operation, the reason he was here instead of monitoring their movements at the port was that he received a message from King Josie instructing him to meet with the King Kina, who had arrived in Kai City. Looking around, Luo Yuan was searching for Kina's figure. Suddenly he felt a tap on his shoulder. Who? Maintaining his vigilance, Luo Yuan quickly reached for the great golden monster's pokeball in his pocket. Hee an interesting little boy. Hearing this voice, Luo Yuan turned around to see a red-haired beauty wearing sunglasses and a bikini, a smile adorning her face. The red-haired beauty was holding a Pikachu plush toy and sipping on a drink of uncertain origin, resembling a tourist on vacation in Kai City. Yet Luo Yuan recognized the person before him at a glance. King Kina. Thanks to having seen her photograph, he instantly identified Kina. You've got a good eye, you must be Luo Yuan, Kina said, seemingly in a good mood as she sipped her drink and asked. Luo Yuan twitched his lips at Kina's demeanor. That's me. Kina didn't appear to be there to deal with the rocket team, but rather looked like she was on vacation. Then there's no mistake. I was quite surprised when I received information from Granny Josie. I didn't expect the recently infamous Luo Yuan to actually be a rather handsome young boy. This king must be a fake. Kina's words left Luo Yuan dumbfounded. In his mind, Kina should have displayed a cold demeanor. Even if not, at least she should have been somewhat normal. What was this situation? Why did she seem so silly? Did I recognize the wrong person? Is this just someone who looks remarkably similar to Kina, sharing the same name? Luo Yuan scrutinized Kina suspiciously, yet her appearance was unmistakable. Moreover, the ice crystal hairpin used to tie her hair matched the photo of Kina sent by Granny Josie. Until Luo Yuan noticed an unusual flush on Kina's face and caught a whiff of alcohol from her. Luo Yuan, uncertain, asked Kina, King Kina, have you been drinking? He was sure he hadn't misheard. He could smell the alcohol on her breath. Drinking? I might have had a little at noon. Kina pondered for a moment before replying, hugging the Pikachu plush toy in an adorable manner, completely unrecognizable as a league king. Does that look like just having a little? And you were drinking before work? This operation had Luo Yuan's scalp tingle. In any case, please follow me, King Kina. Luo Yuan felt it was best to let Kina sober up before discussing. In Kina's current state, should she encounter the rocket team, it would be a wonder if Luo Yuan didn't hold her back instead of relying on her. Having said that, Luo Yuan led Kina towards the hotel. Kina followed Luo Yuan in a daze, looking confused. This demeanor made Luo Yuan wonder if anyone could easily abduct this ice-type king. Not long after Luo Yuan took Kina away, two oddly dressed individuals appeared in the spot where Luo Yuan. The reason these two were considered oddly dressed was that despite it being the middle of summer with everyone else in short sleeves and bikinis at the beach, they were both clad in trench coats. The two scanned the surroundings. Is the intel accurate? Luo Yuan isn't here, one of the women said. Just now one of our people reported sighting Luo Yuan. They shouldn't have misidentified him, a man next to the woman interjected. Their conversation revealed they were here for Luo Yuan. He must have left, it seems he sensed something. Our target this time is not simple, the woman remarked. Of course, if he were easy to deal with, we wouldn't have lost so many men to him. So what do we do now? Should we continue the pursuit? Forget it, let's first complete the task assigned by Boss Sakaki and set Luo Yuan aside for now. Alright, let's do it this way. Have Ma Zishi's people search for Luo Yuan's whereabouts. If discovered, just claim they are from the Kai Gym. That should pose no problem. The two members of Team Rocket left, and many people on the beach found it strange that these odd individuals had come and gone. Luo Yuan was unaware that shortly after his departure from the beach, the senior executives of Team Rocket he had been wary of had tracked him down. He was currently located in the luxurious hotel in the center of Kai City. King Kina, have you sobered up? Luo Yuan looked at Kina. He had brought Kina back to the hotel, and upon hearing his question, Kina recalled her previous embarrassing behavior. Her aloof expression faltered, and a blush crossed her face. I'm fine now. That earlier behavior was too embarrassing. Kina felt a wave of regret. Why did she drink that glass of red wine at noon when she knew she couldn't hold her liquor, almost jeopardizing important matters and even teasing him? Just thinking about the time she called Luo Yuan a handsome young boy made Kina wish she could die. Her embarrassment was almost overwhelming. Seeing Kina's expression, Luo Yuan couldn't help but smile. He hadn't expected this usually aloof and regal Kina to display such a side, yet he tactfully refrained from joking about it further. Ahem, since King Kina. No need to call me King Kina, just call me Kina. After what had happened earlier, Kina could no longer maintain her composure before Luo Yuan and straightforwardly stated. Referring to Kina as the king was more about establishing her authority in public to manage her subordinates better. Now in front of Luo Yuan her authority was non-existent. Continuing to call her King Kina would feel awkward. Hearing this, Luo Yuan understood that Kina was trying to get closer to him, not wanting him to reveal her embarrassing moments. He was more than happy to oblige. Alright, since you say so, we'll skip the formalities. I assume Granny Josie has already briefed you on the situation, but it may not be comprehensive. Let me reiterate the situation in Kai City, filling in the gaps. That's roughly how it is. Luo Yuan picked up the cup on the table, took a sip of water to moisten his throat, and he had just elaborated to Kana about the situation in Kai City and the findings from his investigations over the past 2 days. In the past couple of days, activities at the Kai Dojo had clearly intensified. Although the dojo master Majishir had stopped being harsh on challengers, it was evident that this was merely a facade. Are you saying that Ma Jishir and the Kai Dojo can no longer be trusted? Kuna asked, frowning. Exactly. I personally infiltrated the Kai Dojo disguised as a Team Rocket member, and I can confirm this. Everyone in the Kai Dojo, including the janitors, are all members of Team Rocket. He had used his identity as a well to infiltrate the Kai Dojo multiple times over the past few days, so he was very authoritative in this regard. He had thoroughly mapped out the entire Kai Dojo. Kuna nodded. She still trusted Luo Yuan, which was the conclusion she had drawn after observing him. She had her own set of skills for judging people combined with the guarantees from Dr. Demu and Granny Josie. The likelihood of Luo Yuan being problematic was almost zero. Moreover, if Luo Yuan really had issues, he would certainly not have let go of such a good opportunity when she was drunk before. So when will Team Rocket make their move? Tomorrow, when the St. Anu set sail, Team Rocket will first cut off communications and then kidnap the captain and the passengers on board. A large number of Team Rocket members have already infiltrated the ship, and it seems that many sailors have been replaced by Granny Josie's plan is to use the St. Anu as bait and then capture all of Team Rocket in one sweep, but such casualties would be a bit too high. Is there any way to eliminate these Team Rocket members before the St. Anu departs? Kuna asked. No. Luo Yuan shook his head. Based on the intelligence I have, the two senior officials of Team Rocket involved in this operation will not be departing with the ship at the start. What do you mean? Kuna asked. They will take small boats out to sea separately, and then intercept the St. Anu along its route. If we intercept before the St. Anu set sail, we will surely alert the snake and scare off these two senior officials from Team Rocket. Is there no other way? Kana frowned, not expecting Team Rocket to be so cautious. However, although Kana felt some reluctance about using ordinary civilians as bait, this was not the time for indecision, and she trusted her own strength to protect these people. Thus she decided not to dwell on it any longer. How many people did the Alliance send this time? Luo Yuan asked. The number of personnel determined the battle strategy for this operation. This time a total of 300 elite inspectors and 4 patrol boats have been dispatched. Although the numbers are not large, it should be sufficient to deal with Team Rocket. Kana said. Luo Yuan nodded. Although 300 people were not as many as Team Rocket's forces this time, given that the combat power was roughly similar at the high levels, the strength of the Alliance inspectors was certainly not something Team Rocket could compare to, so these people were indeed enough. As for the Kai Dojo, Granny Josie and I have discussed it, and our intention is not to act for now. Exactly. Although we will take action against Team Rocket on the St. Anu, based on our judgment, Ma Jishir may not necessarily realize he has been exposed. After we act, we will then assign him a task to assist in the elimination of Team Rocket to keep him steady. Kana said. She did not finish her sentence, but the implication was clear. Once the Team Rocket members on the St. Anu were dealt with, the remaining Ma Jishir would be like meat on the chopping block. What about the Jobin Dojo? Luo Yuan was somewhat preoccupied with Sakaki. If he did not give this guy something to do, he would forever be watching him. We'll talk about it after the crossing. Kuna's brief response made Luo Yuan understand. Neither Granny Josie nor Kuna had the confidence to subdue Sakaki. Sakaki's Jobin Dojo was known as the strongest dojo in Kanto, and Sakaki himself was reputed as the god of earth Sakaki. The Alliance's prediction of Sakaki's strength deemed that he possessed power not less than that of a champion. Moreover, as he was the leader of Team Rocket, he certainly had powerful subordinates around him. They really did not dare to act against Sakaki without Wataru, the strongest trainer in Kanto, present. They would only wait for Wataru to return before taking action against Sakaki. With Wataru around, the success rate of dealing with Sakaki would significantly increase. That's the general plan. Do you have anything to add? Kana asked. She held great respect for Luo Yuan, who could uncover Team Rocket's conspiracy from minute details. Nothing more. Granny Josie and Kuna had already considered everything comprehensively, and the remaining details were unpredictable and needed to be adapted on the spot, so he shook his head. Alright, the battle plan is set. Tomorrow you and I will set sail together. In the end, Kuna made a decisive decision. No problem. Luo Yuan completely agreed. Both of them were very satisfied with this discussion. Both Luo Yuan and Kuna found themselves unexpectedly in sync with each other. Shall we have dinner together? Looking at the darkening sky outside, Luo Yuan invited Kuna. The next morning the port was crowded with people. Today was the day the giant global cruise ship St. Anu set sail. Due to a recent promotional activity by merchants which distributed a large number of tickets, a significant number of trainers gathered here preparing to board. It's truly a sea of people. Luo Yuan remarked, my intuition tells me that the distribution of tickets this time is closely related to Team Rocket. What does Team Rocket want? Kana asked. Didn't your alliance receive any intelligence? Luo Yuan was somewhat surprised, as he had mentioned this to Granny Josie before, and she said she would investigate. He did not expect that even the Alliance had not uncovered anything. After some consideration, Luo Yuan conveyed the information he had gathered at the Kai Dojo. According to what I found out, Team Rocket seems to be targeting some sort of device, but I am not sure what exactly it is. Kana nodded thoughtfully, and did not speak as it was their turn to board the ship. Because they had booked VIP tickets with public funds, they did not need to queue. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome aboard. Please follow me. Under the reception of the staff, Luo Yuan and Kuna were led to the first-class cabin. The treatment was completely different from that of trainers holding free tickets. The evils of money. Criticizing inwardly, Luo Yuan looked at the envious and jealous expressions of the trainers in the distance, his face remaining calm. In the cabin, Kina and Luo Yuan sat together after placing their luggage. Is it really okay for the two of us to share a cabin? Luo Yuan asked, looking at Kina with a hint of hesitation. Are you afraid that I might have ulterior motives towards you? Kina shot Luo Yuan a glance, a playful smile gracing her lips. She suddenly found Luo Yuan quite interesting. Not exactly. If Kina truly had ulterior motives, Luo Yuan wouldn't be at a disadvantage either. He just felt it was a bit strange to share a room with someone he didn't know well. However, since Kina had no objections, he naturally had none either. Dealing with Team Rocket is our top priority, let's not worry about anything else. Kina was extremely calm. So how should we assign tasks next? You disguise yourself and gather information in the hall, while I head to the cargo hold on the lower deck to see what exactly Team Rocket wants. Kina assigned the tasks. Luo Yuan of course had no objections. After Kina changed her appearance, she headed towards the lower cargo hold, and Luo Yuan pondered for a moment before putting on a mask and walking towards the banquet hall. In the banquet hall, it was bustling with a large crowd. The passengers aboard the Saint Anu ship were roughly divided into two types. One type consisted of Pokémon trainers taking a short trip on the Saint Anu, most of whom had received free tickets from Team Rocket coming aboard to experience the luxury of a cruise. These individuals set off from Kurei Leaf City and would disembark at Shallow Red City, making it a brief journey. The other type consisted of actual passengers. Most of these passengers were on long-distance journeys aboard the Saint Anu, originating from Kanto and heading towards Hoenn, Sinnoh, and Unova. This group had a variety of professions, including Pokémon trainers and merchants hoping to strike it lucky in other regions. They seemed to believe that with so many trainers gathered here, there were opportunities to be found. Many merchants had actually seized the opportunity to set up numerous stalls in the banquet area selling various goods, and surprisingly attracting quite a few trainers. While marveling at these people's creativity, Luo Yuan pretended to browse the stalls discreetly, observing the situation around him. Team Rocket sure has a lot of members here. Luo Yuan glanced around, and quickly spotted several Team Rocket members, all dressed like waiters mingling among the crowd. A quick glance revealed at least 30 to 40 of them. However, even though these individuals were disguised as waiters, the aura of Team Rocket around them was unmistakable to Luo Yuan's eyes. After dealing with Team Rocket for so long, Luo Yuan had developed an eye that could easily distinguish between Team Rocket members and ordinary trainers. Most importantly, no waiter on a cruise ship would be wearing pokeballs at their waist. But with so many people, it's a bit troublesome. Luo Yuan frowned. Remembering the appearances of these individuals, he casually pointed to a Swampert plush toy on the vendor's stall and asked, "How much for this, boss?" To maintain his cover, he had to buy something after being here for so long, otherwise it would seem too suspicious and could attract Team Rocket's attention. It's a flat price of 50,000. What? Luo Yuan suspected his ears had malfunctioned. 50,000. Why not just rob a bank? He had only spent 10,000 for the evolution stone of his EV. Seeing Luo Yuan's incredulous expression, the boss, who looked like a greasy middle-aged man, quickly smiled and said, "Young man, you see, this is an imported toy from the Hoenn region, not made in Kanto. Moreover, it's a limited edition celebrating the 3rd anniversary of the Hoenn region's champion, which makes it quite collectible." Mentioning the Hoenn region and the Devon Corporation, an uninformed Kanto trainer might actually fall for it. But who? Stop with the nonsense. I know that the Zangoose from the Hoenn region has only been a champion for 2 years. How could there be a 3rd anniversary limited edition? Luo Yuan felt like he was being treated like a fool. And isn't Zangoose trademark Pokémon the Metagross? The Devon Corporation wouldn't be crazy enough to produce a Swampert plush toy. Ahem. The middle-aged boss, caught in a lie, appeared somewhat embarrassed, but quickly regained composure. I must have remembered it wrong. This plush toy isn't a 3rd anniversary limited edition, but it is indeed made by the Devon Corporation. Just look at the craftsmanship and the material. The middle-aged boss quickly picked up the Swampert plush toy to showcase it to Luo Yuan. When he couldn't argue about the content, he resorted to discussing materials and appearance. With such shameless behavior, this middle-aged man was undoubtedly a competent merchant. Many trainers nearby, hearing the commotion, also turned to look. Feeling strange to be the center of attention for the first time, due to such matters, Luo Yuan was not worried about Team Rocket discovering his identity under the disguise of a mask. 2,000 flat price, take it or leave it. In the Pokemon world, 2,000 equated to the purchasing power of 100 in his previous life. Upon hearing Luo Yuan's offer, the boss jumped up in disbelief. Impossible, absolutely impossible. 2,000 isn't even enough to cover the cost. It has to be at least 30,000. 3,000. 20,000. 4,000. 10,000. After a round of price negotiations, the plush toy was finally sold for 8,000. Moreover, as a bonus, the boss also offered Luo Yuan a Magikarp. While opening the box containing the Magikarp's Pokeball, the boss muttered, "You got lucky, I took a huge loss here." He looked like he had suffered a massive loss. Luo Yuan replied with a simple chuckle. If it weren't for the thought that buying nothing would seem too suspicious, he wouldn't have even wanted to spend 8,000. Here, pick one. The boss laid out 6 Pokeballs on the table, all containing Magikarp. After releasing each Magikarp to observe their training conditions and potential, Luo Yuan finally chose the biggest and most energetic Magikarp. With the transaction completed, Luo Yuan watched the middle-aged boss counting his money with glee, feeling that if he had haggled a bit more he could have gotten it at an even lower price. However, he didn't have time to linger here. At that moment a cheer erupted from the center of the hall, and a crowd had gathered seemingly engaged in something. Seeing this, the Team Rocket members who had been wandering around also headed over. Luo Yuan raised an eyebrow and followed suit. Before he got close he heard Ash's familiar voice. Ash is on the ship too. Luo Yuan raised an eyebrow. However, he wasn't surprised. After all, according to the story, Team Rocket also gave Ash and the others tickets, so it was normal for Ash to appear on the ship. In the storyline, Ash boarded the ship with a ticket gifted by the Team Rocket trio, and upon entering the hall he engaged in a battle with a gentleman while also trading Pokémon. However, when Luo Yuan squeezed into the crowd, he found the situation was not as he had imagined. In the center of the crowd, Ash was battling. But the opponent he was fighting was not the middle-aged gentleman Luo Yuan had envisioned, but Gary. What's going on? When did Gary get on the ship? Seeing Gary's smug expression and his cheering squad behind him, Luo Yuan was filled with confusion. If he remembered correctly, Gary was not supposed to appear on the S. And in the original storyline. Why had the plot suddenly changed? In the center of the crowd, Gary was in an intense battle with Ash. Pikachu Thunderbolt. Pikachu released a bolt of lightning from its cheeks, striking at the Arcanine. Arcanine quick attack, then use Ember. Arcanine dodged Pikachu's attack and spat out a large burst of embers. Pikachu immediately tried to evade, but Gary had anticipated this and commanded Arcanine to spit embers in. With no way to dodge while in midair, Pikachu was hit by the embers. The small sparks exploded. While not very powerful, they were enough to alter Pikachu's descent trajectory, causing it to plummet from the sky. Pika Pika. Pikachu was scratched and showed a pained expression. Arcanine versus Pikachu, with Arcanine holding the upper hand. Ash, you're still this weak after such a long time. You haven't made any progress at all, Gary casually remarked while continuing to command Arcanine to attack Pikachu. Gary felt that he might have had a stroke of luck today. He had originally come to Viridian City to find Luo Yuan, but encountered two strange people on the way who gave him and his support team a ticket each for the S. And after boarding the S. And he found Ash, whom he considered one of his rivals, and the entire battle turned into a one-sided affair where he overwhelmed Ash, dispelling the gloom from being previously beaten by Luo Yuan. This is just too exhilarating. I need to remember this day when I get back. Gary thought today was his lucky day. Ash was furious and wanted to retort, but Gary's relentless assault had Pikachu on the defensive, and he had to focus on directing Pikachu just to maintain the battle's status quo. This Arcanine is so strong, one trainer exclaimed. Exactly, and Arcanine is also very rare. Another trainer expressed jealousy and envy, wishing the Arcanine battling on the field belonged to them. Most other trainers nearby shared the same sentiment. In their eyes, the outcome of the match seemed decided. Pikachu had no way of countering Arcanine before being hit by the embers, and now that it was injured there was no chance for Pikachu to win. The trainers and onlookers on the sidelines cheered for Gary's Arcanine. The gathered Team Rocket, seeing it was just a battle between two trainers, dispersed once more. Seeing Team Rocket leave, Luo Yuan glanced at Ash, who had a face full of disbelief, and the smug Gary, and felt it necessary to correct Gary's inflated ego. Pikachu quick attack. To the right side of Arcanine. Luo Yuan transmitted a command to Pikachu. Pika. Pikachu looked confused, turning around to search, but could not find Luo Yuan, who was speaking to it. It's me, Luo Yuan. I'm speaking to you through telepathy. If you want to win, do as I say. Luo Yuan communicated with Pikachu through telepathy. Pika. Although Pikachu couldn't grasp the concept of telepathy, it had a strong impression of Luo Yuan, and this voice indeed seemed to belong to him. During their time in the Viridian Forest, it was Luo Yuan who saved it, and Ash. Coupled with Luo Yuan's mention of victory, Pikachu decided to trust him. Pika. Pikachu let out a powerful cry, then moved its limbs, transforming into a streak of yellow lightning aimed at the right side of Arcanine. Pikachu. Ash was taken aback by Pikachu's sudden initiative to attack. Gary, who was accustomed to responding to Ash's commands with Arcanine, was also bewildered. What was happening? Why did Pikachu suddenly act on its own? But there was no time to think too deeply. He hurriedly shouted, Arcanine. Quickly dodge. Arcanine moved aside. Luo Yuan smirked slightly. Pikachu Thunderbolt aimed for the ground in front of Arcanine. What is he doing? Pikachu's Thunderbolt is off target. A group of trainers could not understand Pikachu's actions and debated among themselves. Ash was still in a daze. He thought Pikachu was trying to battle independently, so he chose to leave the fight to Pikachu. Gary, however, was overjoyed. Thankfully, Pikachu had missed. If it had hit, Arcanine would have been in danger. Arcanine but would Luo Yuan make such an obvious mistake? Of course not. The reason for not having Pikachu directly target Arcanine was because Arcanine was too fast, and with its agility, it could easily dodge the falling Thunderbolt. Choosing to have Pikachu aim ahead was due to the banquet hall's flooring. The hall was made of smooth marble, which was non-conductive. When Thunderbolt struck the surface, it exploded into numerous small electrical currents. Although Arcanine managed to halt in time, many of these small currents splashed onto its body. Golden electrical currents coursed through Arcanine's body, causing it to momentarily stiffen. Now's the time. Aim at Arcanine and use Thunderbolt. Through telepathy, Luo Yuan commanded Pikachu. Actually, Pikachu was already preparing to attack without being told. Pikachu. Pikachu curled its body and put all its effort into unleashing Thunderbolt. The Thunderbolt struck Arcanine, momentarily paralyzing it and leaving it unable to move. Crash. Thunderbolt struck Arcanine, which was instantly engulfed in currents. The sound of Arcanine's panicked cries echoed amidst the electrical storm. Everyone stared in astonishment at the scene before them. No way, this can't be real. How did the tables turn so suddenly? The bystanders were stunned, their faces etched with disbelief at Pikachu's dramatic comeback. It wasn't that they were easily impressed due to a lack of experience. The sheer intensity of the reversal was simply... Moments ago, Pikachu seemed on the verge of defeat against Growlithe, yet it suddenly launched a desperate counterattack, executing a dazzling series of moves to triumph without a single command from its trainer. "Hey Ash, when did you get so strong?" Before anyone else could speak, Misty, who had been traveling with Ash, blurted out, eyeing him. "Huh, I have no idea either." Ash scratched his head, equally bewildered. But his carefree nature meant he didn't dwell on it. After all, he had beaten the arrogant Gary, and that was enough. Across the field, Gary stared at Ash's mind, beginning to reel with doubt. Surrounded by his fan club, he muttered, "This shouldn't be happening. How could someone like Ash beat me?" His words sparked a wave of concern among his admirers. The arena buzzed with chatter. Luo Yuan smiled faintly, straightened his collar, and turned to leave, vanishing without a trace of fanfare. He arrived at the designated meeting point on the deck, where Lorelei was already waiting. "What's the situation in the hall?" Seeing Luo Yuan approach, Lorelei asked without waiting for him to speak. Team Rocket members are disguised as waiters scattered throughout the hall, along with a few posing as trainers. Roughly 50 of them in total. Luo Yuan relayed the intelligence he had gathered in the hall. "That's too many," Lorelei frowned. 50 Team Rocket members wouldn't be a significant threat elsewhere. She could easily dispatch them with a single Pokémon. But mingled among so many people, any misstep could lead to Team Rocket taking hostages, turning the situation into a stalemate. Their mission was to thwart Team Rocket's scheme, and a direct confrontation would make it nearly impossible. "We need a plan." Lorelei's elegant brow furrowed. The S. And had already set sail, and the time for Team Rocket's move was drawing near. They had to act swiftly. "I have an idea," Luo Yuan said after a moment of deliberation. "Go on." Lorelei's eyes lit up. Through their time together, Lorelei had come to respect Luo Yuan's strength, style, and logical thinking. Now that he had a plan, she was eager to listen. "First, we've confirmed that Team Rocket's target is that unknown device." Luo Yuan continued. "So their goal isn't the trainers in the hall, or at least not their primary objective." "That makes sense. The large number of Team Rocket members in the hall might be a diversion to conceal their true... Everyone would assume thereafter the trainers' Pokémon, never suspecting their real target is the equipment in the cargo hold." Lorelei pondered. "So you mean we ignore these Team Rocket members and focus on the other side? If we put enough pressure on them at the cargo hold, they'll have to send reinforcements, easing the crisis in the hall." Luo Yuan explained. Choosing this plan could theoretically prevent harm to the trainers in the hall, but it was only theoretical, with risks of unforeseen complications. Yet with no better options, Lorelei nodded. "Well, do as you say." Her decisive nature shone through as she finalized. "By the way, what exactly is Team Rocket after this time?" Luo Yuan asked. Lorelei had been investigating and must have uncovered something. A Pokeball production line smuggled out of a factory in the Kalos region. Lorelei's expression darkened. "Team Rocket guards it. They're not stealing equipment. They're taking possession of a line." Pokeball production lines are always under league regulation. While Pokeballs are readily available for retail, legitimate transactions are tightly controlled. This prevents organizations like Team Rocket from obtaining mass quantities for illegal Pokemon poaching. Controlling Pokeballs curbs Team Rocket's expansion, making this a priority for the league. Yet now they had nearly secured an entire production line. "These people will buy anything." Luo Yuan couldn't help but gasp. The implications were staggering. With the line, Team Rocket could manufacture unlimited Pokeballs, freeing themselves from league constraints. Of course, Luo Yuan doubted this was their first line. It was likely for expanding production capacity. "We can't let them succeed," Luo Yuan declared. His enmity with Team Rocket was irreconcilable. Their growth would only spell trouble for him. "I've contacted Chairman Damalanche. I have authorization to sink the S. And if necessary, ensuring..." Lorelei's tone was calm, her gaze unwavering, as she mentioned sinking the ship. Her expression revealed her resolve. "It shouldn't come to that. With an Elite Four member like you and my assistants, dealing with a few Team Rocket grunts will be a piece of cake." Luo Yuan smiled, trying to lighten the mood, inadvertently setting a small flag. "Let's hope it doesn't." Lorelei added a subtle jinx to his words. Luo Yuan offered a wry smile. He glanced back at the S. And, "I hope you make it through, old girl." Silently, he offered a prayer for the ship. "Oh, one more thing." "What?" "This is for you. I bought it in the hall earlier." Luo Yuan pulled a Mudkip plush from his backpack and handed it to Lorelei. Lorelei was taken aback, eyeing him curiously. A Mudkip, one of the Hoenn region's starters. "It's adorable. But how did you know I like dolls?" "How did you know I like dolls?" Kenna asked curiously, yet her hands honestly held the Xiaoyue fish doll tightly in her embrace. "I learned it from playing games." Luo Yuan thought to himself. Of course, he wouldn't say this out loud. "He said I saw someone selling it in the hall, and bought it on a whim, feeling that you would like it, so I gave it to you." His relationship with Kina was quite delicate. On one hand, it was merely a professional one, with Kina handling Team Rocket, while Luo Yuan assisted a normal colleague dynamic. On the other hand, after Luo Yuan helped the drunk Kina back to the hotel, their relationship became a bit more ambiguous, not so simple anymore. This relationship was complex, whether to draw closer or drift apart was entirely up to Luo Yuan's mindset. He chose to follow his heart. Kina could be considered a stunning beauty. After spending so much time with her, it was impossible for him to feel nothing. He consciously tried to draw closer to Kina, leading to the scene above. Are you flirting with me? Kina looked at Luo Yuan. A handsome young man. She recalled the nickname she had used for him when she was drunk, behaving completely unlike her usual aloof self in front of others. Of course, in reality, this was her counterattack. Kina simply did not want to lose face in front of Luo Yuan. After all, she was the queen of the Kanto region. If she showed herself to be like a little girl, just because someone flirted with her, her prestige as the Kanto queen would be tarnished. You're overthinking it, it's just a gift between friends. Luo Yuan did not panic like an ordinary boy when teased. He remained calm, as if it truly was just a mutual gift between friends. It was impossible for him to admit anything. His relationship with Kina had not yet reached that level. To directly express his desire to pursue Kina would be too abrupt, and would make things awkward for both. The best strategy was to gradually draw closer. Kina clearly did not believe him. How could one give a doll after knowing each other only for 2 days? However, she could not voice this concern, silently noting Luo Yuan in her heart, waiting for an opportunity to regain her dignity later. The mission is important, now let's go. Kina resumed her previous aloof demeanor. Luo Yuan nodded, also adopting a serious expression as they walked into the cabin heading towards the cargo hold. In the corridor, 2 trainers dressed in sailor uniforms were patrolling. However, there was no smell of the sea, and the faint R emblem peeking from their clothes revealed their identity as members of Team Rocket, the largest evil organization in the Kanto region. Hey, don't you think this mission is really unpleasant? It's not every day you get to ride a luxury cruise, yet here we are patrolling. One Team Rocket member kicked a pipe exposed on the ground, speaking in a very displeased tone. It's unpleasant, but what? The companion next to him sighed, and replied, patrolling here isn't so bad, at least we're free. Do you want to end up like those unfortunate guys above, unable to have fun and serving others? Hee, that's true, at least we can sneak some good food from the kitchen. The Team Rocket member who spoke earlier stuffed a piece of biscuit into his mouth. Damn, when did you get the biscuits? Share some with me. Another Team Rocket member quickly tried to grab them. The two began to, however, in their playful scuffle they did not notice a shadow quietly approaching them from the ground. The shadow merged with their own, and the face of a ghastly appeared within it. Kakik. A gust of chilling wind blew by. The 2 Team Rocket members shivered all over, horrified to discover a ghastly had appeared before them without them realizing it. There, one member's voice got stuck in his throat as Ghastly's eyes suddenly emitted a strange glow, causing both Team Rocket members to collapse to the ground unconscious. Then Luo Yuan and Kina's figures flashed out from around the corner, suddenly appearing in the corridor. Well done. Kina praised Luo Yuan for efficiently dealing with the 2 Team Rocket members. In terms of technique and professionalism during the action, no many high-ranking prosecutors from the Alliance that Kina knew could handle it better than Luo Yuan. Flattery, flattery. While he said it was just flattery, Luo Yuan showed no humility at all. He quickly walked over to the 2 unconscious Team Rocket members, dragged them into a nearby storage room, confiscated their Pokeballs, and tied them up securely. Ahead is the warehouse guarded by Team Rocket, Kina said. Having been there once, she had already memorized the route. Alright, Luo Yuan nodded. Next, to avoid alerting the enemy, let me take the lead. This was something they had agreed. The Team Rocket members on the Saint, and must have a certain connection with the attacking Team Rocket members. Luo Yuan and the others aimed to catch all those who came to attack or supervise in one fell swoop, which meant Kina could not make a move. If Kina appeared, the attacking Team Rocket would surely think they had been exposed, and would not continue approaching the Saint, and thus Luo Yuan needed to act as bait. With the strength Luo Yuan displayed, he would be just enough to suppress the Team Rocket members in the warehouse, without alarming the 2 high-ranking officials of the attacking Team Rocket. It could be said that Luo Yuan was the best candidate for the bait. Alright, Kina responded without being pretentious, I will support you here. If anything happens, call for me immediately. Okay. Luo Yuan made an okay gesture, tidied his clothes, and walked forward. Before he could get close, the Team Rocket members guarding both sides of the corridor immediately noticed him. Who goes there? Stop. The 2 Team Rocket members discreetly gripped the Pokeballs at their waists. However, since they were still disguised as sailors, they did not act immediately before figuring out Luo Yuan's identity. Luo Yuan remained silent, raising his hand to throw out a Pokeball. Leaf Fairy Leaf Blade. 2 Leaf Blades shot. Luo Yuan struck without warning, catching the 2 Team Rocket members disguised as sailors off guard. After 2 short cries of agony, the 2 Team Rocket members clutched their hands, and 2 specially designed Pokeballs rolled onto the ground. Damn it. Seeing the Pokeballs fall to the ground, the 2 Team Rocket members realized something was amiss. Their opponent was not friendly. They knew they were no match for the opponent now that they had lost their Pokémon, so they hurriedly used their other hand to pick them up. However, Luo Yuan would never give them that chance. Before their hands could touch the Pokeballs, a Jengar floated in midair, grinning wickedly, and opened its mouth to spray a stream of poisonous gas. The two Team Rocket members clutched their necks, their foreheads bulging with veins, eyes turning white, faces turning purple, and after struggling for a while they could no longer withstand Jengar's toxins and collapsed to the ground. After scanning the surroundings and finding no other enemies, Luo Yuan made a safe gesture to Kenai and walked towards the... Seeing this, Kenai summoned his Kabutops to his side, then released his Rose Raid to set up an invisible wall in the corridor before beginning to contact the Alliance's Inspector support team with his specialized communicator. This is Kenai. All personnel on high alert, ready to engage in combat at any time. Ignoring Kenai's situation, Luo Yuan had already sneaked into the warehouse. He had not intentionally hidden himself earlier, so the Team Rocket members inside the warehouse must have already known of his arrival. At this moment, Luo Yuan was extremely cautious, with Metagross leading the way, Ivysaur and Leafeon fighting alongside, while Jengar followed closely behind. Perhaps others would think Luo Yuan was overly nervous, but for him, being overly cautious when facing Team Rocket was never. Moreover, this was Team Rocket's territory, one could never predict what kind of schemes they might have waiting for you. The warehouse was large and quiet with no sign of Team Rocket. It was filled with a large number of containers, and Luo Yuan estimated there were at least 20 containers. The scale of the Pokeball production line was enormous. It seemed that Team Rocket had rented the entire cargo hold for the transportation of this production line. What a grand operation, Luo Yuan thought to himself. It was quite normal. If it were a smaller scale shipment, it could have been handed over at the port of Dry Leaf City, and there would have been no need for Team Rocket to hijack the SS, and it was precisely because there were too many containers to transport that Team Rocket was afraid of being intercepted by the Alliance's customs, which was why they orchestrated such a scheme. While Luo Yuan was contemplating the reasons behind Team Rocket's hijacking of the SS, and he suddenly heard faint footsteps. Without a moment's hesitation, Luo Yuan shouted, "Metagross light screen." Metagross reacted quickly. Before Luo Yuan finished speaking, a transparent wall had already appeared beside him, protecting him. In the next second, a jet of flame shot towards Luo Yuan, which was perfectly blocked by the light screen. As the flames dissipated, a fierce-looking Houndoom appeared before Luo Yuan, growling menacingly. Luo Yuan was not surprised by the presence of Houndoom in Team Rocket's ranks. After all, if they could obtain a Pokeball production line from the Kalos region, acquiring a Houndoom was not extraordinary. What Luo Yuan found strange was that he could not see the Team Rocket trainer's presence. Hiding in the shadows, he scoffed at the Team Rocket members who dared not engage in direct combat. However, he deduced some information from this. His earlier judgment was incorrect. The number of Team Rocket members in the warehouse was not as many as he had imagined. Otherwise, given Team Rocket style, they would not be so cowardly when someone came knocking. It seemed that Team Rocket did not expect there would still be people launching a surprise attack on the cargo hold of the SS, and so the personnel on board had all gone to control the ship and set up in the banquet hall. The fact that they were deliberately hiding away likely meant they were trying to buy time and wait for reinforcements. This was good news for Luo Yuan. He could quickly resolve the battle here and wait for Team Rocket to come one by one while guarding these devices. He aimed to seize the initiative in battle. This way he could ensure that Team Rocket would be hesitant to act during the fight. However, he first needed to lure Team Rocket members out. He did not want to play hide and seek with them. With this in mind, Luo Yuan focused on the Houndoom before him. Although Team Rocket was not numerous, they didn't seem weak. At least their choice of Pokémon countered him well. The fact that they sent out Houndoom precisely exploited his weakness. Metagross Psychic-type moves were ineffective against the Dark-type Houndoom, while Ivysaur and Leafeon were both countered by Houndoom's Fire-type. While this would pose a challenge for an average trainer, for Luo Yuan, it was merely a minor inconvenience. Metagross switching from Psychic-type attacks to Steel-type moves. As for the fact that Steel-type was weak against Fire-type, well, as long as he did not get hit, there was no problem. With a hum, a cold blue light flashed in Metagross' eyes as its 4 core processors operated at high speed. High-speed movement. Its massive body created an afterimage in the air and instantly reached behind Houndoom, striking down with its claw. Houndoom seemed taken aback by the unexpected speed of the seemingly heavy Metagross, momentarily frozen in place. Houndoom dodge. The Team Rocket members hiding nearby could no longer hold back and shouted a warning as they saw Houndoom about to be attacked by Metagross. Got you. Luo Yuan's eyes sparkled with excitement as he had been waiting for this moment. He swiftly threw a Pokeball towards the source of the voice. Steelix Iron Tail. Boom. The massive Steelix emerged, its body crashing down into the cargo hold, causing the entire hold to shake. Steelix charged forward, colliding with the 2 containers blocking its path, sending them flying. Several Team Rocket members hiding behind the containers fell into Luo Yuan's sight. At the same time, Metagross, which was using Metal Claw, suddenly switched tactics, quickly closing in on the Houndoom that was just about to dodge, executing a bullet punch. Bang! The bullet punch struck Houndoom in the stomach, sending it flying right in front of several Team Rocket trainers. Hello there, Luo Yuan greeted the group with a smile. Steelix also flashed a grin at the Team Rocket members. Damn it. The Team Rocket trainer, caught in Steelix's gaze, looked at the Houndoom on the ground that had lost its ability to fight, and then at the grinning Steelix, turning pale and trembling. At this moment they could only think of 3 words: we're doomed. Will you surrender on your own, or should I make you surrender? Luo Yuan looked at the several Team Rocket trainers before him, a faint smile on his face. There were 5 in total plus the 2 outside, making 7. Not too many, but not too few either. The Team Rocket trainers stared down by Luo Yuan, and his Steelix had cold sweat dripping from their foreheads. Although Luo Yuan's tone seemed gentle as he spoke to them, they perceived only a hidden blade, within his smile, a great terror, lurking behind that grin. "Damn it, do you know who we are?" One of the Team Rocket members, seemingly a minor leader, shouted at Luo Yuan. "Of course I do. Isn't it Team Rocket?" "Then, you." The minor leader stammered, unable to finish his sentence. Having earned his position, he wasn't foolish. This man clearly knew they were from Team Rocket. Knowing they were Team Rocket and still daring to act, he must have some backing. At this thought, the minor leader's expression grew. He was at a complete loss now. Fight. That was out of the question. Forget other Pokémon, just the Steelix and Metagross alone under their menacing gaze made it impossible for them to even reach for their Pokeballs. Escape. That was even less likely. The entire cargo hold aside from the sealed loading hatch had only 3 exits, all behind their opponent. They couldn't even retrieve their Pokeballs, so how could they flee under the watchful eyes of Steelix and Metagross? In an instant, these Team Rocket trainers turned ashen. "Do I need to ask a second time? Will you surrender on your own, or should I make you?" Luo Yuan was growing impatient. Time was precious, and these fellows were dawdling annoyingly. He gestured, and the Steelix and Metagross behind him immediately assumed a threatening posture. Seeing Luo Yuan about to act, these Team Rocket members were terrified, and quickly said, "We surrender." Though they were considered elites within Team Rocket, under the circumstances, pointless resistance would be like a mantis trying to stop a chariot. They raised their hands high, letting Ivysaur's vines take their Pokeballs, not daring to move. After confiscating their Pokeballs, Luo Yuan knocked them unconscious, tied them up with rope, and tossed them aside. Opening the hatch, he called out to Lorelei outside. "Lorelei, it's done." The people inside were far weaker than expected. Lorelei approached, hesitating. Then the operation plan. Since she hadn't entered the warehouse, she hadn't expected so few enemies, making the previous plan seem in need of change. No need. The plan remains the same, but we'll adjust the method. You hide inside the cabin. They'll engage the first wave of reinforcements from Team Rocket first, and once their senior officer appears, you strike. Luo Yuan said. The previous plan was sound enough. They needed to lure the Team Rocket members from above down regardless. So they just had to change Lorelei's ambush position. Luo Yuan had already made those unlucky fellows contact their comrades above. Surely Team Rocket would soon send someone down to check the situation. Alright, Lorelei readily agreed. She found cooperating with Luo Yuan effortless. She didn't have to worry about anything, a stark contrast to her previous subordinates, who only caused trouble during missions. As Lorelei set up her ambush above in the banquet hall of the ST. "And Captain, something's wrong." A Team Rocket member disguised as a waiter whispered to another disguised as a merchant. "What's the matter?" The cargo hold below just sent a distress signal. Someone broke in, and they're very strong. They're struggling to hold them off. Fearing that downplaying the intruder's strength would make the Team Rocket above take it lightly, Luo Yuan had his captives emphasize the enemy's power. "What? How could someone break into the warehouse? Are the patrols we arranged all idiots?" The merchant disguised Team Rocket captain exclaimed in shock, then growled in a low, furious tone. He wanted to curse. Of all times, couldn't these patrols be more vigilant? Didn't they know the importance of this operation? He had set up 5 mobile patrols in the regular passenger area, thinking it foolproof, yet someone still managed to break in. These people were utterly stupid. The scolded Team Rocket member dared not speak, knowing it would only invite more wrath. Only after the captain calmed down did he speak. "Captain, should we send reinforcements down?" "How many enemies?" "Just one." The waiter Team Rocket member felt a bit awkward saying it. "Useless. Can't even handle one person." The merchant disguised captain was too angry to be further infuriated. "First squad stays up here to keep an eye on the trainers. Cancel the plan to seize their Pokémon. Call the second and third squads. I'm going down to see who dares oppose Team Rocket. We must deal with this trouble before the senior arrives." As Luo Yuan and Lorelei suspected, the Team Rocket above cared little for the trainers. Their real goal was to move the equipment in the cargo hold below. "Yes, Captain." The waiter Team Rocket member immediately replied. Soon the two left the passage to gather their men in the hall. However, they didn't notice a pair of eyes watching them from the corner of the passage. Once their voices faded, Gary's figure emerged from the corner muttering, "I never thought a trip to the bathroom would uncover Team Rocket's scheme. The ST and Team Rocket. This banquet is hosted by Team Rocket. How thrilling." He had only stepped out to use the restroom, and now had stumbled upon their conspiracy. "Feels like my opportunity." Gary stroked his chin. He had long envied Luo Yuan for taking down so many Team Rocket members and foiling their plots in Cerulean City. Now a chance to stop a Team Rocket scheme was right before him. How could he miss it? Excited by the thought, Gary decided to follow them and investigate their plan. If he could successfully repel Team Rocket, wouldn't he have something to boast about in front of Luo Yuan? So he straightened his gear, released his slightly recovered Growlithe, and followed the scent of the 2 Team Rocket members. Although Xiaomao was bold enough to follow directly, he still maintained his necessary caution, keeping a distance far away from the Rocket team's line of sight, and only using the sensitive sense of smell of his Cardi dog to track them. The members of the Rocket team, preoccupied with the safety of the lower cargo hold equipment, surprisingly did not notice they were being followed. Following along, Xiaomao noticed that the Rocket team abruptly stopped ahead. "Have we arrived?" Xiaomao thought to himself, hiding at the corner of the passage, slightly peeking out to observe the movements of the Rocket team. He saw a group of rocket team members gathering in front of the cargo hold door spreading out, with a large Nidoking standing in front of the leader. Go! The rocket team leader disguised as a merchant waved his hand, and Nidoking charged forward towards the closed cargo door. Creak! The expected sound of collision did not occur. The cargo hold's large door was not fully shut. Nidoking crashed into the cargo door with great force, yet it was as if it encountered no resistance at all. Its entire body tumbled inside, rolling several times, and landing in a disheveled state. Damn it, can't anyone check if the door is open or closed? Seeing Nidoking fall to the ground, the already furious rocket team leader immediately bellowed at his subordinates, caring more for his Pokémon than for the group. The many subordinates, scolded by him, dared not utter a word, remaining silent. Although they didn't speak up, they were all grumbling internally. If you're so capable, why not vent your anger on the guy who attacked our warehouse instead of us? Dissatisfaction began to fester within the rocket team, and gradually, the way the subordinates looked at their leader began to... The rocket team leader keenly sensed this shift. Although his anger flared up, he suppressed the urge to continue scolding his subordinates. After all, the mission was paramount. At this moment, Nidoking also got back up, coldly stating, "Leave 2 people to guard the door, the rest follow me." A swarm of rocket team members surged in. Finally here, Luo Yuan stood atop a container watching the rocket team file in through the cargo door. He knew the rocket team had arrived the moment he heard the footsteps outside. He had expected them to employ some interesting tactical approach to infiltrate the cargo hold, but instead they sent in a Nidoking to crash into the door and made a mess. He almost laughed to the point of tears. Were these rocket team members here to be comedians? Had they abandoned their evil organization to become jesters? When Luo Yuan noticed the rocket team, they of course noticed him as well. Looking at the man standing atop the container, the rocket team's squad leader felt none of the anger he had previously imagined, nor did he carry the arrogance he once had. All he felt now was an overwhelming fear. Luo Yuan, how could he be here? Shouldn't he have been dealt with by the organization's cadres? He had initially thought the intruder was just a lost trainer, but to his surprise, it was the formidable Luo Yuan. News of 3 of their cadres falling to Luo Yuan had already spread through much of the rocket team. He was well aware of Luo Yuan's illustrious achievements. As an executor of this mission, he had clearly been briefed on some of the operational procedures before starting. When Boss Sakaki assigned the mission, eliminating Luo Yuan was indeed part of the plan. After all, Luo Yuan's presence in the Withered Leaf City posed a significant threat to the rocket team and needed to be eliminated. But now Luo Yuan, who should have been dealt with by the cadres, appeared on the ship, leaving his mind in a whirl. However, he quickly pieced together the situation. It was likely that the cadres sent from above failed to deal with Luo Yuan, but did not inform him. Thinking of this, he really wanted to curse. Isn't this a total trap? You couldn't take care of Luo Yuan, at least give me a heads up, so I can prepare mentally. He glanced around the cargo hold. The personnel originally guarding the area had vanished, and it was clear that the situation was dire. He had an urge to flee, but he couldn't. Firstly, they were on a ship. Even if they ran, they couldn't escape. Secondly, their equipment was here, and if they fled, Boss Sakaki would not let them off upon their return. Everyone charge. Stealing his resolve, the rocket team squad leader shouted. His subordinates responded in unison. Since they had to guard the equipment all this time, these members had mostly just returned from the Kalos region, and they did not recognize Luo Yuan. Ignorance breeds fearlessness, and they felt little pressure. Seeing there was only one opponent, they thought it would be an easy victory. Go Bandit Panda. Octillery, use Hypnosis. Lobster Soldier, Water Gun. It seemed that having spent too long in the Kalos region, these Pokémon had a distinct Bandit Panda and Octillery. These really are Pokémon from the Kalos region. Luo Yuan was not surprised. He had already encountered the rocket team's Houndoom, and many of the Pokémon they had captured were also from the Kalos region. So he merely waved his hand. Steelix Ram. Steelix. Ram. The rocket team was still trying to grasp the meaning of Luo Yuan's command. Suddenly a Steelix burst out from behind a nearby container. Its massive body charged forward, disregarding the surrounding containers, trampling over the 3 Pokémon attacking Luo Yuan. Damn it. Steelix. The rocket team immediately went on high alert. What do trainers do when they are on guard? The rocket team trainers demonstrated this perfectly. A large group of rocket team members simultaneously threw out Pokeballs, and the sound of Pokémon being released echoed throughout the hold. Suddenly the entire cargo hold was filled with Pokémon, and the rocket team was crowded together with their Pokémon, making the already sizable Steelix make the whole cargo hold feel congested. People were jostling against each other, and the rocket team was thrown into chaos. These fools. The rocket team leader, still disguised as a merchant, could not bear to witness this scene. Relying on these guys, not to mention dealing with Luo Yuan, they wouldn't even be able to buy time to wait for reinforcements. Amid the chaos, he leaned against Nidoking, hiding in a corner, pulling out the communicator from his pocket and dialing a channel. Master Sachi, Master Chakra, the Saint Anu has encountered a little issue. Yes, that's Luo Yuan. We've already engaged. It's only him. Alright, waiting for your news. After hanging up, the squad leader looked at Luo Yuan, who seemed confident, standing on the container with a cold smile. Let you be proud for a while longer, once Master Chakra and Master Sachi arrive. Did Luo Yuan fail to notice the rocket team captain's subtle moves? No, he had certainly observed them, and from the very beginning he had been keeping an eye on every action of that fellow. The other party's seemingly covert plea for reinforcements was also fully overheard by Luo Yuan using his telepathy. Sachi and Chikura. Two of the rocket team's three beasts. The rocket team's three beasts were high-end combatants on par with the four heavenly kings of the rocket team. Luo Yuan knew something about these two, neither of them was weak. Sachi was manageable with Lorelei around, he was not worried. However, Chikura was troublesome. According to intelligence, Chikura was highly skilled with Fortress, often using the move Explosion. If the enemy resorted to desperate measures and blew up the ship, Luo Yuan would be in grave trouble. He planned to devise a special strategy to deal with him later. Of course, the most important thing now was to handle the immediate, just another small fry. I'll deal with him casually. Luo Yuan was not particularly concerned about the rocket team captain. Wasn't this arrangement too low level? On a ship like the S, and they only stationed one captain. At least send a mid-level executive. Was this an insult to him? Of course, if Giovanni heard this, he would be furious. Were rocket team executives as common as cabbages? The personnel on the ship were more than enough to deal with ordinary trainers, or even a few inspectors. Who would have thought you'd come to the ship to cause trouble? But since the plea for reinforcements has been sent, these guys are useless now. Luo Yuan looked at the chaotic crowd below and the Steelix rampaging through them. These foolish rocket team members released their Pokémon indiscriminately, causing chaos on the scene and providing an excellent battlefield for Steelix. Any Pokémon capable of dealing heavy damage to Steelix dared not use large-scale powerful moves for fear of injuring their own allies. Meanwhile, single-target moves were mostly dodged by Steelix. Even if they weren't dodged, the attacks barely phased Steelix. Seeing this, Luo Yuan knew it was time to clear the field. The upcoming battle was the real priority. He needed to eliminate these small fries first. With that thought, Luo Yuan snapped his fingers. Metagross Psychic. Steelix Iron Tail. Upon receiving the command, Metagross, which had been providing protection with light screen from behind, suddenly darted forward. Metagross. How could a pseudo-legendary appear? The group of rocket team members already tormented by Steelix felt as if they had swallowed dung. One tough and durable Steelix was hard enough to deal with, and now with the addition of a Metagross, how could anyone survive? Time never stops for any individual or group. As despair took hold of the rocket team, Metagross' formidable telekinetic power descended upon everyone present, including all Pokémon. Instantly, the oppressive force of the distorted telepathy caused everyone to clutch their heads in unison. It hurts. It's psychic. Psychic-type Pokémon. Lock it. The rocket team trainers cried out in pain, clutching their heads. Only telepathy could counter telepathy, but the rocket team's psychic-type Pokémon were also suffering the same torment. Steelix's Iron Tail swept mercilessly across the crowd. With each sweep of the Iron Tail, at least 3 or 4 people or Pokémon were sent flying. Suppressed by Psychic, the rocket team was almost defenseless against Steelix. From the mental to the physical level, the dual assault left the rocket team utterly devastated. Within just 10 minutes, not a single rocket team member remained standing. All were knocked down by Steelix and Metagross. The terrain advantage really is powerful. Luo Yuan gave himself a mental thumbs up for his clever decision to fight in the cargo hold. In such a cramped space, the rocket team's numerical advantage not only failed to benefit them, but instead put them at a... Moreover, surrounded by equipment the rocket team valued highly, they were constrained and unable to act freely, while Luo Yuan could attack without restraint. Sending out Leafeon and Ivysaur with Metagross assistance, they tied up the unconscious rocket team members one by one, finishing off those still awake before binding them. Luo Yuan began actively preparing, awaiting the upcoming battle with 2 of the 3 beasts, Sachi and Chikura. While Luo Yuan was clearing the battlefield outside, Gary could no longer contain his curiosity. What exactly happened? It had been over 20 minutes since the rocket team had entered and started fighting. The 2 rocket team trainers guarding the door had also gone inside. Now that the sounds of battle inside had quieted down, Gary felt an unbearable itch of curiosity. Who won? The rocket team or that unknown trainer? After hesitating for a while, Gary finally couldn't suppress his curiosity. He'll just take a look. Since the rocket team hasn't come out for so long, they probably won't come out easily. He'll just peek through the crack in the door to see what scheme the rocket team is up to. Having convinced himself, Gary moved quietly and stealthily to the cargo hold's large door. He gently pushed the door open and peered inside. What he saw filled him with immense shock. All these rocket team members have been taken down. As far as the eye could see, a large number of rocket team members and their defeated Pokémon lay sprawled on the ground. Who on earth was the rocket team's opponent? To have taken down so many rocket team members. Just how strong was that? The mere thought sent chills down Gary's spine, making his skin crawl. Pushing the door open a little further, Gary saw the trainer who was taking the prisoners. Luo Yuan. It's you. Seeing that the mysterious master was actually Luo Yuan, Gary could no longer contain himself and shouted at him. Huh, Gary, what are you doing here? Luo Yuan was also startled to see Gary, but then he asked with a smile. I followed these rocket team members down to see what scheme they were up to, but I didn't expect. Gary's eyes swept over the fallen rocket team members. Did you do all this? Of course. What, feeling a sudden surge of admiration for me? Luo Yuan said. Who admires you? Gary retorted. But after saying that, he couldn't help asking, Luo Yuan, what were these rocket team members here for? Why did so many rocket team members suddenly appear on the S and A? Hearing Xiao Mao's question, Luo Yuan said, Then that's a long story, I'll explain it to you later. For now, help me tie up. Luo Yuan had seen the previous Rockets squad leader's plea for help. The main force of the Rockets was about to arrive, and he didn't have time to explain things to Xiao Mao. After arriving without doing anything, he was immediately pulled to do labor. Xiao Mao was left speechless. As soon as I come over, you drag me to be a laborer. Doesn't your conscience hurt? Luo Yuan seriously patted his chest. It doesn't hurt, in fact I want to drink some ice cold cola. Xiao Mao felt a surge of wanting to hit someone. Luo Yuan said, alright, stop complaining. I'll show you a good show in a bit. Xiao Mao immediately became interested. What good? Luo Yuan mysteriously replied. It's a secret, you'll know when the time comes. A good show is called a good show because it has surprises. If there are no surprises, what kind of good show is that? Xiao Mao was skeptical. After being friends for so many years, you wouldn't lie to me, would you? Luo Yuan was speechless. Why would I lie to you? Am I that unreliable in your eyes? Inside the cargo hold, the rockets were bound tightly and locked in a container. Outside on the sea, over a dozen speedboats were rapidly approaching the St. Anu. Hey Chakra, that guy named Luo Yuan has sneaked onto the ship. What do you think? Chakra, who was short, only about 1 meter 40 tall, asked Sachi, who was accompanied by 2 floating fletchlings. I didn't expect that we couldn't find Luo Yuan in Dry Leaf City, and he actually managed to sneak onto the St. Anu. I think this is a good opportunity to deal with him together and complete Boss Sakiki's task. Sachi stroked the head of Cat Boss and spoke. She had silver gray hair, a pale complexion, and emanated an eerie, hey, just what I wanted. Chakra smirked coldly, not hiding in another place, but running to the St. Anu, truly asking for trouble. They were originally frustrated about not catching Luo Yuan in Dry Leaf City, but unexpectedly they stumbled upon such a pleasant surprise on the St. Anu. Hearing his tone, it was clear he was confident of victory. Taking out Luo Yuan would be a piece of cake. Sachi smiled and said, but we can't be too careless, we should stay vigilant. Of course, her tone was very relaxed. She said this just out of habit to remain cautious. After all, according to the information given by Boss Sakiki, although Luo Yuan was not weak, he was merely not weak. A certain Mega Steelix and a large Steelix weren't even worth her concern. In front of the two of them, Luo Yuan would only have to surrender. We're here. In the midst of contemplation, the speedboat had already approached the massive St. Anu. The remaining rockets on the ship had also captured the captain, bringing the entire ship to a halt. Let's go. Leading the charge, Sachi and Chakra boarded the deck of the St. Anu using their Pokémon. Their subordinates followed closely, quickly boarding using ropes. On the deck, seeing Sachi and the others boarding the passengers were thrown into chaos. Some had already recognized the rocket's identity from the insignia on Sachi's chest. Suddenly the deck became restless and trainers among the passengers released their Pokémon, preparing for battle. So annoying, this is your responsibility. Sachi didn't even glance. Leaving some subordinates to control the situation on the deck, Sachi and Chakra wasted no time and quickly headed down to the cargo hold. Equipment is crucial. The rockets have boarded, it's time to gather the personnel. Luo Yuan looked at the scene on the deck through the portable surveillance device in his hand. The main force of the rockets had all boarded, with Sachi and Chakra very prominent. Gather personnel? What personnel? Xiao Mao noticed that Luo Yuan kept saying things he couldn't understand. Ignoring him, Luo Yuan waved at a certain spot behind him. Then to Xiao Mao's shock, Kona and her sister, Mei Lin's, Xiao Mao jumped up on the spot. Hey Kona, the champion. He had been in the cabin for so long and didn't even realize there was a champion hiding inside. Moreover, from Luo Yuan's address to champion Kona, it seemed their relationship was quite extraordinary. After all, she was a champion. When did Luo Yuan get to know her? Kona ignored Xiao Mao and nodded at Luo Yuan. She immediately took out a communicator. Everyone has their orders, it's time to net them. Team A is responsible for storming the deck to protect the passengers from the rockets, while Team B will destroy the rocket speedboats, cutting off their retreat to prevent them from jumping into the sea or escaping with flying-type Pokémon. If possible, cut off communications between the St. Anu and the outside world, Luo Yuan added. Kona nodded and immediately instructed her subordinates on the communicator. Also cut off the rocket's communications with the outside world to ensure the secrecy of our actions. Watching the interaction between Luo Yuan and Kona, Xiao Mao felt a severe impact on his psyche. What exactly has Luo Yuan experienced during the time I was away? Xiao Mao felt he had missed many exciting events. It had only been a few days since he last saw Luo Yuan, yet it felt as if a century had passed. But soon he had no time to ponder these things as footsteps came from outside the door. They're coming. Luo Yuan's gaze sharpened and his expression turned serious. Kona once again blended into the air. Xiao Mao felt a fresh wave of questions arise. Who is the enemy? Why are Luo Yuan and Kona so tense? Suddenly he felt as if he had become part of something extraordinary. Moreover, this event seemed quite dangerous. Gulp. As Xiao Mao swallowed, the door was pushed open. The Steelix and Mega Steelix pressed against the left and right walls of the door, made no unnecessary movements. One used Bullet Punch, while the other used Iron Tail, launching attacks at the figure entering through the door. Boom. A dull sound echoed. Xiao Mao turned his gaze and saw a Steelix slightly smaller than Luo Yuan's block the attack from the larger Steelix with its Iron Tail. A Shuppet appeared in midair using Shadow Punch to block the Mega Steelix's Bullet Punch. It's an ambush that seems you knew we were coming all along. Sachi wore a faint smile as she looked at Luo Yuan. Chakra followed closely behind, grinning widely as his Steelix pushed Luo Yuan's Steelix aside and charged towards the Mega Steelix. Saki engaged him in conversation to draw his attention, while Chakra commanded his Pokémon to counterattack. The seamless cooperation among the three beast warriors was displayed, vividly proving their worth as the trump cards under Sakaki. However, Luo Yuan was not just a facade. The previous ambush was merely a test. He never intended to rely solely on it to take down two Team Rocket executives. Metagross Meteor Mash. Steelix Body Slam. He issued commands swiftly while using telekinesis to inform his two Pokémon, locking their targets on Chakra's Steelix. Instantly, Metagross and Steelix redirected their targets to Chakra's Steelix. Metagross landed a punch on Chakra's Steelix, which had intended to evade by leveraging its power, but did not expect that its own kind behind it would disregard the attack from the cursed doll and focus entirely on attacking it. In an instant, Chakra's Steelix was caught in a sandwich. The dual damage inflicted on it made it emit a painful roar. Is this all Team Rocket is capable of? Damn it. After a missed attack, Chakra was instantly furious. What he thought would be a guaranteed victory turned into this setback from the very beginning. Coupled with Luo Yuan's mockery, his expression fell immediately. Having a naturally irritable temper, he threw out his Flareon. Explosion. This scene completely exceeded Luo Yuan's expectations. Has he gone mad? Metagross Steelix quickly dodged. Though Luo Yuan had seen the special episode and knew that Chakra liked to play with explosions, he never expected Chakra to be so reckless, using a self-destructive move like Explosion right from the start. Boom. A loud crash. The entire S. And shook violently. Luo Yuan looked towards the explosion site and saw that the area around Flareon had been torn apart, revealing the alloy framework beneath. The cargo hold's door along with the walls was also ripped apart by the shockwave of the explosion, and the door vanished without a trace. As for Luo Yuan's Pokémon, they were all injured. In an emergency, Metagross barely managed to raise a light wall. Although the wall was hastily erected and crumbled upon encountering the shockwave, it still blocked most of the damage. Metagross was only knocked back by the shockwave and embedded into the wall, suffering no serious harm. As for the two Steelixes, Chakra's Flareon unleashed an explosion that did not distinguish between friend and foe, and the two Steelixes closest to the explosion center were both affected. Chakra's Steelix was relatively clever, having gotten used to Chakra's impulsive, self-destructive battle style. It had already assumed an evasive posture upon seeing Chakra throw the Pokeball. However, Luo Yuan's Steelix, due to its inconvenient size, was hit directly by the shockwave and could only endure the majority of the damage. Fortunately, its tough hide meant that although it was charred black from the explosion, the injuries were not severe. Chakra's reckless move unexpectedly turned the situation back around. Even though he lost a Flareon, for Chakra, who was accustomed to keeping multiple expendable Flareons on hand, it was a deal that was bound to profit. Haha, now you've tasted my power. Chakra, being held by Saki by the collar and floating in the air, shouted at Luo Yuan with a proud expression. Luo Yuan did not respond. This time he had been careless, not anticipating Chakra's level of madness to the point of disregarding his own Pokémon. Surrender. You cannot win. Saki, being grabbed by the Zubat, flew in the air and said to Luo Yuan. At this moment, she sent out her Meowth, joining the cursed doll in an assault on Metagross. On the other side, Chakra did not continue throwing Flareon, but released a Skarmory to join Steelix in attacking Luo Yuan's Steelix. Saki wore a confident smile. After all, based on Team Rocket's intelligence, Luo Yuan's main Pokémon were only Metagross and another Steelix, while the rest were not worth worrying about. Now both of these Pokémon were injured. Furthermore, with Saki and Chakra having the numerical advantage in Pokémon, they naturally believed they were the winning side. The reason she urged Luo Yuan to surrender was merely out of fear of damaging the equipment during battle. Do you really think you can win? Luo Yuan smiled strangely, looking up at Saki. What do you mean? Saki did not understand what reliance Luo Yuan had. Literally, Luo Yuan replied. After saying this, he snapped his fingers. Suddenly, a beam of freezing light shot from the rear container, striking the cursed doll and encasing the unsuspecting. At the same time, a spiked cannon shot out with a piercing howl, exploding on Chakra's Steelix and directly launching it away, crashing heavily to the ground, displaying extreme pain. Kona, along with her Roserade and Shelmet, appeared, signaling Kona's entry into the battle. See, the situation is balanced again. Luo Yuan smiled at Saki and Chakra. Kona. Both Chakra and Saki's expressions turned extremely grim. They had never expected the Elite Four to suddenly appear here. Beep, beep, beep. Before they could say anything, Saki's communicator rang at that moment. Upon opening it, the cries of Team Rocket were heard. Lady Saki, the League's people. The League's people have surrounded us. Damn, this is a trap. A single ambush by Luo Yuan might have been a personal action, but now with Kona appearing, and even a large force outside surrounding them, it was clear that the League had long been aware of their operation. Moreover, they had set a trap using the S, and in Luo Yuan as bait. They had crashed into it without. This was a tremendous humiliation for them. Fight or retreat. Saki was filled with conflicting thoughts. If she fought, she had little chance of winning. The previous skirmish had already shown that Luo Yuan possessed strength equal to any of them, and now with the sudden appearance of Kona, she had already injured two of their Pokémon. Continuing to engage in battle, their chances of victory were slim. But if she retreated now, she felt unwilling. If she couldn't bring the equipment back, she would definitely face punishment from Sakaki. She found herself in a dilemma not knowing what to do. Saki felt trapped caught between Kina Luo Yuan and the main forces of the alliance on one side and the reprimand from boss Sakamaki on the other, leaving her in a state of turmoil. However, being a senior officer of Team Rocket and one of the 3 beast warriors, this emotion did not hold her back for long. Chakra, let's retreat, Saki decisively declared. After weighing the pros and cons, she had come to a realization, as she was uncertain whether she and Chakra could defeat the combination of Luo Yuan and Kina. Winning would certainly be ideal, but Saki was inherently cautious and preferred to prepare for the worst in every situation. If they were not a match for Luo Yuan, and Kina escaping now would have a high probability of success. However, once the main forces of the alliance surrounded them, combined with the constraints of Kina and Luo Yuan, their chances of escape would diminish significantly. Her thoughts were reasonable and she was not reckless. Yet reality often diverges greatly from ideals. Hey Saki, why do we have to retreat? Hearing Saki's words, Chakra was the first to express his dissatisfaction. He felt that his recent explosive advantage was undeniable, and now it was just Kina added to the equation. Why should they retreat? Chakra, who believed the situation was highly in their favor, completely failed to understand Saki's reasoning. Aren't you being a bit too timid? Chakra continued, besides, this production line for Pokeballs is something the boss values greatly. Our retreating without a fight is something I cannot explain to him. Chakra's thinking was straightforward. First they would fight, and then see how things went. Regardless of strength, one could only know after engaging. Even if they ended up losing, he was confident he wouldn't be captured. To him, Saki's inclination to retreat at the mere sight of Kina was tantamount to shaming the 3 beast warriors of Team Rocket. Now retreating would imply they were afraid of Kina. Saki did not expect that it would be Chakra who would drag her down at such a critical moment. Her brows furrowed and her expression darkened, infuriated enough to want to abandon Chakra. Just as she was about to say something, Chakra had already launched an attack. Steelix. Rock Tomb. Skarmory used take down that Metagross. Chakra directly targeted Luo Yuan's Metagross, intending to eliminate it first to relieve some pressure. At the same time, he released a fortress and floated in the air on its back, always on guard against Kina's attacks. Rocks whirled towards them, followed closely by the razor-sharp Skarmory. Both attacked the Metagross in unison. Luo Yuan remained calm. He had been anticipating the Rocket Team's attack since Kina made her move, Metagross defend. Upon hearing this, Metagross immediately crossed its arms in front of itself, enveloped by a faint green membrane that protected its entire body. Boom. Massive boulders fell from the sky, crashing against the protective membrane in front of Metagross, shattering into debris without inflicting any damage. Seeing this, Skarmory realized that a frontal assault would not work. It quickly maneuvered, turning in the air to attack from behind Metagross. Well done, Skarmory. You can withstand the attack from the front, but you won't be able to defend against the attack from behind. Chakra seemed to envision Skarmory striking Metagross with its steel wing. Oh, Luo Yuan responded with a slight smile. Do you really think I would leave such an opening for you? If he merely wanted to defend, Luo Yuan could have instructed Metagross to first set up a light screen to block the Rock Tomb, and then use its defense to hold off the steel wing. With his telekinesis, it would take less than a millisecond to give that command. Yet he only instructed Metagross to defend, exposing its back to lure Skarmory into a trap. People know that Metagross has 4 brains, but only trainers who have studied Metagross in depth would know that it possesses a unique ability beyond its inherent traits. That is, it can multitask. The 4-brain Metagross can divide its focus to control its limbs for 4 different actions, a secret that Luo Yuan had only recently discovered. Seeing Skarmory already circling behind Metagross, Luo Yuan commanded, grab Skarmory, Metagross. Buzz. A flash of red light flickered in Metagross' eyes, and the 2 claws curled up beside its body suddenly moved, seizing Skarmory's body at the cost of taking a hit from its steel wing. Skarmory break free. Chakra thought it was bad, wanting to free Skarmory from Metagross' grasp. But as a top predator, Metagross' claws could easily penetrate hard rock, allowing its massive body to perch on the cliff. The strength possessed by this habit was something Skarmory could never match, no matter what. Under Metagross's grip, Skarmory was like a little chick caught by a muscular giant, flapping its wings in vain, struggling with no hope of escape. Boss Cat. Saki wanted to help Chakra, but Kina had her locked in place. Before she could give any orders, Ironclaw fired 2 spiked cannonballs directly at Saki, forcing her to call back. At that moment, Chakra's Steelix was also entangled by Luo Yuan's Steelix, which suppressed Chakra's Steelix due to its larger size, and coupled with Chakra's Steelix already being worn down by Kina's attacks, it was now being pinned to the ground. No one could interfere with Metagross' assault on Skarmory. Metagross used Hammer Arm. Metagross swung its 2 arms, which had defended against the Rock Tomb, with tremendous force towards Skarmory's head. Clang. Metal clash, sparks flying. Skarmory was left dazed by this blow from Metagross. But that was not the end. Metagross suddenly threw the dazed Skarmory to the ground, using its limbs to unleash a barrage of punches upon the fallen Skarmory. Fists became mere afterimages. Countless punches rained down on Skarmory. In a daze, it seemed like the sound of aura, aura, aura echoed. The cabin trembled, and Skarmory's cries were like a broken gong, incessantly ringing out. Metagross showed no mercy, pummeling Skarmory for several minutes, ultimately knocking it out despite its full stamina. Chakra's expression was extremely grim. In stark contrast, Luo Yuan wore a mocking smile on his face. Feel free to send out any other Pokemon you have. Metagross swung its 4 arms, each equipped with sharp claws. The injuries sustained from the explosion and steel wing attacks did not make Metagross look weak. Instead, it appeared even more ferocious. Chakra's emotions were deeply conflicted. On one hand, he was engulfed in anger over the defeat of his armored bird. On the other hand, he felt immense regret for his arrogance in not heeding Sachi's advice. Originally, he thought he could easily take down Luo Yuan with all his strength, and then work with Sachi to eliminate Kona, effortlessly completing the mission. However, he never expected that the first step of his plan would falter so soon. He had only brought his Steelix armored bird and a bunch of Flareon with him for this mission. Among them, the armored bird was one of his main forces. Losing the armored bird caused Chakra's power to plummet, and being in the ship's cabin meant he couldn't unleash his strongest self-destruct attacks on a large scale. Now winning against Luo Yuan and Kona seemed increasingly unrealistic. Sachi, we need to retreat, Chakra said to Sachi, assessing the current situation. Now winning against Luo Yuan and Kona seemed increasingly unrealistic. Sachi, we need to retreat, Chakra said to Sachi, assessing the current situation. Would be 10 times more difficult. When Chakra's armored bird was still with them, they could have easily flown away with it and the Golbat. Now the only flying Pokemon he had left was the Flareon. But while Flareon could float in the air, it was clearly unrealistic to expect it to carry someone across the sea. More importantly, Kona had already cornered her. Upon hearing Chakra and Sachi's intention to retreat, Kona also took action. Lady Lip used Kiss of the Demon, Steelix Ice Beam Seal off the rear wall. The Kiss of the Demon was Lady Lip's control move, putting the target Pokemon into a state of sleep with a terrifying kiss. The purpose of the Ice Beam to block their escape route was clear: to keep Sachi and Chakra trapped here. Damn it, you go ahead. Chakra gritted his teeth and shouted to Sachi. The situation was such that if they both fled together, Luo Yuan and Kona would definitely pursue them. If they fought while retreating, they would be surrounded by the Alliance trainers on deck and would surely not escape. So one of them had to stay behind to hold off the enemies. As the one with self-destructive capabilities, Chakra was undoubtedly the best candidate. He was aware of this and urged Sachi to leave. Though Sachi hesitated, she knew there could be no more delays, as Kona on the opposite side was a true champion. Even at their peak, their Pokemon had to be handled with care. If they hesitated any longer, they would definitely not make it out. Steelix took the lead. With a sweep of its tail, it broke through the frozen wall, and Sachi was quickly grabbed by the Golbat, escaping through the gap. Chakra, however, did not rush to leave. He turned to glance at Luo Yuan, sneered, and threw out 2 Pokeballs. With a bang, the 2 Pokeballs opened. 2 red and white Flareon appeared in the cabin. Explosion. At Chakra's command, he took off running. As a trainer proficient in explosions, he knew that the combined blast from 2 Flareon would be enough to blow the entirety of the St. Anna's cargo hold apart. At Chakra's command, he took off running. As a trainer proficient in explosions, he knew that the combined blast from 2 Flareon would be enough to blow the entirety of the St. Let's see if you can survive the sinking of the St. Anna. Moreover, Chakra planned to blow up the St. Anna once he escaped the cargo hold. This way it would serve 2 purposes: avenging the Alliance for ambushing them, and sinking the production line into the sea. When the time came, he could request a submarine from Boss Bamboo to salvage it, perhaps even recovering some losses. Thinking of this, Chakra felt a rush of dark pleasure. But as the saying goes, ideals are lush while reality is stark. Chakra ran a few steps only to suddenly realize something was amiss. Why hadn't the Flareon exploded as it should have? Panic surged in his heart as he turned around to look. To his shock, the 2 Flareon that were supposed to unleash the explosion were in disarray. One was dazed, hypnotized, while the other was pinned under the Steelix, its eyes spiraling as it lost its ability to fight. Damn it! Chakra exclaimed in shock, quickly reaching for the other Pokeballs in his pocket. He still intended to pull out but neither Luo Yuan nor Kona would give him that chance. Kona, Luo Yuan called to Kona. Kona nodded and waved his hand, causing Lady Lip's eyes to glow blue, instantly binding Chakra's limbs with invisible psychic power. Flareon. Chakra urgently called to the Flareon beneath him. The Flareon immediately used Mirror Shot to... Chakra temporarily broke free from Lady Lip's control, but before he could catch his breath, a Vine Whip lashed out from the side, striking his body. Crack. The 2 Vine Whips struck his wrist and stomach. Suddenly hit hard, Chakra bent like a shrimp, his face contorted. The Pokeballs in his hand slipped from his grip and fell to the ground due to the agony in his wrist. Flareon. Chakra grunted through the pain, still preparing to struggle. Seeing this, the Steelix on the side swung its tail and struck the Flareon that was about to attack the Bulbasaur, knocking it out, and subsequently wrapping around Chakra, completely cutting off his last hope of escape. Bulbasaur used Seed Bomb. Facing Chakra, one of the 3 beast warriors, Luo Yuan, dared not be careless, so he ordered Bulbasaur to plant another Seed Bomb. Watching Chakra bound up by the vines from the Seed Bomb, Luo Yuan finally breathed a sigh of relief. Got him. By collaborating with Kona to set a trap for Chakra, and after an intense battle, he finally captured one of the 3 beasts. Even so, Sachi still managed to escape. As expected of a high-ranking member of Team Rocket, quite a handful. Luo Yuan approached Chakra, searching him for all his Pokeballs, and then had Jengar put him to sleep with hypnosis before he felt completely at ease. Meanwhile, the 2 Steelix continued to struggle. Although Luo Yuan's Steelix failed to take down its opponent, Chakra's Steelix had been thoroughly tied up by Luo Yuan's Steelix, rendering it unable to move. It was only a matter of time before it lost its ability to fight. Shin, you watch him. Bulbasaur Jengar, you two assist Shin with Steelix. Without waiting for Shin's response, Luo Yuan turned to Kona and said, Kona, let's go after Sachi. Okay. Sachi fled desperately. She was not entirely oblivious to the situation regarding Chakra's capture. However, knowing was one thing, and returning to rescue Chakra was another. When she realized Chakra had not escaped, he had already been subdued by Luo Yuan and Kina working together. Sachi was acutely aware that continuing to run away was the best choice at this moment. If she turned back to rescue Chakra, there was a chance of saving him, but the greater possibility was that she would be caught by Luo Yuan and Kina as well. Thus she took merely a second to weigh the pros and cons before making the decision to ignore it. She pressed onward. Moving swiftly along the winding corridor, Sachi soon returned to the deck. At this time, the Rocket Team was engaged in a fierce battle with the Alliance. The Rocket Team, having landed on the St. Anu, used the ship's structures as cover to launch a counterattack against the encircling Alliance prosecutors. The entire deck became a battlefield for the Rocket Team and the Alliance, with the ship's original sailors and trainers trembling in fear, having no space to intervene. Sachi's appearance was notably striking. As soon as she showed up, she drew the attention of both fighting factions. The Alliance's side changed expressions dramatically. Originally, the Alliance had the upper hand, watching the Rocket Team retreat under their assault, but it was at this moment that Sachi, as a senior member of the Rocket Team, all the prosecutors present recognized Sachi and were aware of her formidable strength. She was someone they could not handle. Despite being just one person, Sachi had a decisive impact on the current situation. Damn it, why is Sachi here? Wasn't Sachi battling against King Kina and Mr. Luo Yuan? Did King Kina and the others fail? Some Alliance trainers began to panic. On the other hand, the Rocket Team was overjoyed. Lady Sachi, this is fantastic. We are bound to win now. The Rocket Team cheered, nearly crying with joy. Like the Alliance trainers, they linked Sachi's appearance to the battle below, having already learned from the Alliance trainers that one of the Elite Four, Kina, was also present on the St. Anu. With Lady Sachi appearing here, the battle below must have surely concluded. Truly a high-ranking member of our Rocket Team. Even the Elite Four had been defeated. Just as the Rocket Team was elated, believing their Lady Sachi could lead them to victory, Sachi's words dropped them from heaven into hell. Rocket Team retreat. Upon hearing Sachi's command, the Rocket Team was stunned, seemingly unable to believe shouldn't they be attacking and taking down these Alliance folks. It wasn't until Sachi frowned and repeated herself quickly that chaos erupted among the Rocket Team. What is going on? Why retreat all of a sudden? Our boats have been destroyed, how can we retreat? Some quick-thinking Rocket trainers sensed something was wrong. Lady Sachi had run out alone, and the absence of Lord Chakra beside her made them even more anxious to retreat. What exactly happened down there? The Rocket trainers were quite perplexed by Sachi's order. They looked to Sachi seeking an explanation. But would Sachi explain anything to them? Of course not. She had already wasted more than 10 seconds here, and Luo Yuan and Kina were about to catch up. If she delayed any longer, Chakra's sacrifice would be in vain. I will repeat one last time, everyone retreat immediately. Having said that, she ignored the perplexed Rocket trainers below and waved to the Zubat. Zubat, let's go. Then in a flash, she dashed through the aerial defenses set up by the Alliance trainers above, charging towards the distance. Wow. Seeing that Sachi really fled, the Rocket Team was instantly in an uproar. Lady Sachi was not joking. It was a real retreat. They had no time to ponder other issues, since Lady Sachi had run. Staying here was no different from waiting for death. Then someone shouted, run, and the Rocket Team surged toward the ship's edge. Flying-type Pokémon escaped from the sky, while Water-type Pokémon jumped into the sea. Those without either type sought help from trainers who had flying and Water-type Pokémon. The Alliance prosecutors were caught off guard by the Rocket Team surging towards them. In an instant, the originally tightly arranged defenses were loosened by the Rocket Teams, charged with many of them breaking through. Don't let these Rocket Team members escape. The commander in charge of these prosecutors quickly directed Pokémon to intercept the Rocket trainers. The Rocket trainers, unable to escape, were incited to fight fiercely. These Rocket trainers were not fools, with their leader having fled. If they couldn't escape now, they would undoubtedly be captured and thrown into the Alliance prison. Boss Sakaki would not bail them out. Rather than being captured and locked away for several years, it was better to fight desperately now. Golbat Supersonic. Charizard Fire Spin. Surskit Water Gun. The Rocket Team disregarded the possibility of friendly fire, unleashing various large-scale moves without restraint. Above, on the deck and underwater, were all scenes of fierce combat, the intensity of which was several times that of before. From time to time, Pokémon fell from the sky into the water. Some Rocket trainers escaped the Alliance's encirclement, while some Alliance prosecutors were injured and forced out of battle by the Pokémon's moves. It was at this moment that Luo Yuan and Kina finally arrived on deck. Did we arrive too late? Seeing that Sachi had already vanished without a trace and the deck was in disarray, Luo Yuan felt disappointed that despite rushing here at top speed, he still missed Sachi. This is already quite good. Oh, let's clean up the Rocket Team on the deck first. Compared to Luo Yuan's dissatisfaction, Kina was quite pleased, smiling faintly. Capturing a senior member of the Rocket Team could be considered an unprecedented achievement for the Alliance against the Rocket Team, and this accomplishment was already enough to stabilize her recently promoted position as an Elite Four. But it's a bit of a pity to be so close yet so far, Luo Yuan said. Kana felt a bit unsettled by Luo. Originally Kana was quite satisfied, but upon hearing Luo Yuan's words it seemed they could have achieved an even greater victory, yet they missed the chance to capture Sa-Chi due to a slight delay. This feeling made Kana very uncomfortable. Luo Yuan noticed Kana's distress and couldn't help but laugh shamefully. Kana immediately glared at him. Luo Yuan stifled his laughter, acting as if nothing had happened. Come on, let's capture these Team Rocket members first. With that he threw out his Gyarados and plunged into the crowd of Team Rocket members. Kana also released his Dragonite and Missy. Their combined strength was already enough to deal with these Team Rocket members. Now with the two of them collaborating with the League personnel on the periphery, Team Rocket had no chance to fight back. Finally, when the last Team Rocket trainer trembled under the iron arm of Gyarados and chose to surrender the operation of Team Rocket against the SS, and was completely shattered. Aside from Sa-Chi, who had retreated upon sensing danger, and a few lucky Team Rocket members who managed to escape, Luo Yuan and Kuna's operation successfully captured a total of 393 Team Rocket trainers, including one of the 3 Beast Warriors Chakra. It was indeed a great success. We won. The ordinary trainers and sailors who had been watching cheered excitedly. For them the greatest fortune was that the League had emerged victorious, not Team Rocket. If Team Rocket had won, they couldn't even begin to imagine what they would have faced. Ash was also in the crowd. He had already seen Luo Yuan and approached him after the battle concluded. Luo Yuan. Ash. Luo Yuan greeted him. While greeting, he also examined Ash. As expected of the protagonist, he remained unfazed despite the large-scale attack on the SS and by Team Rocket. Luo Yuan couldn't decide whether to commend his courage or to say he was rather thick-skinned. How did you end up on the SS? And Ash asked curiously. How did I end up on the SS? And of course I boarded at Leaf Town. I received intel about Team Rocket secretly plotting an attack on the SS, and so I collaborated with Champion Kana to set a trap for Team Rocket. I watched your battle just now, it was amazing. Ash praised sincerely. He was now filled with shock. Although he knew Luo Yuan was strong back in the Tokiwa city, he never expected him to be. Just earlier he, along with Brock and Misty, had also battled against several Team Rocket members. He clearly felt that these Team Rocket members were quite different from the usual trio they often faced, being much more troublesome. Yet such strong Team Rocket members were effortlessly defeated by Luo Yuan. It was just average. I feel there's still a lot of room for improvement, Luo Yuan smiled. This statement wasn't mere modesty. He currently only had 2 Pokémon, both steel types. If he encountered an enemy specifically targeting him, he could easily be defeated. This time he had simply caught Chakra and Sa-Chi off guard. Moreover, he had the advantage of having Kuna as an ally to secure the victory. Luo Yuan felt he still had a lot of potential for growth. Luo Yuan, you are too modest, you're nothing like that certain someone. Hey Ash Pikachu, you two can't drag me into this. I already defeated Gary before. That was just luck, Misty replied. Pika Pika. Pikachu nodded in agreement with Misty's words. Ash instantly slumped in disappointment. Uffy. Seeing Ash's defeated expression, Luo Yuan couldn't help but, darn it, I must win against Gary again to prove my strength. Ash exclaimed. By the way, Luo Yuan, have you seen Gary? Gary is in the cargo hold below, keeping an eye on the captured Team Rocket members. If you want to find him, come with me. Luo Yuan led Ash and his companions towards the cargo hold. In the end, Gary still refused to battle out. After witnessing Luo Yuan's strength, Gary had decided to train hard to improve his own abilities. Continuing to battle against Ash, who was still a novice, would not help him grow at all. The SS and continued sailing towards its destination. Luo Yuan and Kana were bringing the captured Chakra and Team Rocket trainers back to Leaf Town on a patrol boat. At the Leaf Town port, the handover of the captives took place here. The League's prosecutor team publicly announced that due to staffing issues and concerns about Team Rocket attempting to rescue the captives, they specifically requested the assistance of the Leaf Gym's trainer Ma Ji-Shi for the escort. For this reason, Ma Ji-Shi, who had received news of the operation's failure and had been worried about exposing himself and preparing to flee at any moment, finally relaxed. Mr. Ma Ji-Shi, I will have to trouble you with the escort of the captives this time. Luo Yuan approached and shook hands with Ma Ji-Shi. Not a problem, not a problem. Ma Ji-Shi wore a bright smile, as if all the unpleasantness he had previously experienced with Luo Yuan had vanished. However, just as he finished speaking, he felt a wave of dizziness and an overwhelming sense of lightheadedness. What's going on? Ma Ji-Shi stumbled, sensing something was wrong. He was robust and had never experienced such. Mr. Ma Ji-Shi, you have a problem. In response to Ma Ji-Shi's question, Luo Yuan smiled and replied, we already know your identity. You are an operative of Team Rocket infiltrated within the League, Mr. Ma Ji-Shi. You. Ma Ji-Shi's dizziness intensified, making it difficult for him to articulate. He tried to pull out a Pokeball, but his arms lacked the strength. This is the toxic gas from Jengar. Don't worry, the dosage is very small, it won't kill anyone, just enough to put them to sleep. Luo Yuan released his grip on Ma Ji-Shi, who collapsed to the ground with a thud. The League prosecutors who had been prepared quickly moved to subdue a number of Leaf Gym staff members who had yet to react. It's done, Kana, the rest is up to you. Luo Yuan pointed at the down Ma Ji-Shi and turned to Kana. Just leave it to me, Kana replied with a smile. He had Missy create an ice handcuff to restrain Ma Ji. Sure. Kuna looked at Luo Yuan. Don't you really plan to become a league prosecutor again? If you become a league prosecutor, this achievement is enough to make you one of the core high-ranking officials of the prosecutor department. Not interested. Luo Yuan shook his head, saying winning the championship in the tournament and becoming a league master or champion is far more promising than being a prosecutor. Lorelei nodded in understanding upon hearing Luo Yuan's words. As he had explained, this path indeed offered greater prospects than being a Pokémon inspector. For an inspector, promotions hinged first on merit, then on strength. Not only were the conditions tedious, but even reaching the pinnacle meant merely overseeing a region's inspector department. In contrast, becoming an Elite Four member placed greater weight on strength. Promotion was relatively straightforward, requiring only sufficient power. Moreover, the authority far exceeded that of the head of an inspector department. She had been so focused on inviting Luo Yuan that she had forgotten his strength had already rendered the identity of a Pokémon inspector unnecessary. For weaker trainers, becoming a Pokémon inspector was naturally the better choice, but for someone as powerful as Luo Yuan, becoming an Elite Four member was the superior option. At least in her view, if Luo Yuan could gather a few more Pokémon, 6 main battlers, and some reserves, he could compete for the position of Steel-type Elite Four. In that case, I won't press further, Lorelei said with a smile. But if you're not interested in being an inspector, would you consider becoming assistant? Assistant is the official term. In practice, it means being my aide. This status is recognized by the league and offers more freedom than being an inspector. If you agree, you'll receive a generous monthly stipend and also have law enforcement authority. Should you encounter a situation like Lieutenant Surge's again with solid evidence, you could directly make an arrest and mobilize the local officer Jenny and Pokémon inspectors to cooperate. Lorelei explained to Luo Yuan. However, she omitted one point: typical assistants were directly commanded by the elite, for they served with limited freedom. But Lorelei merely used the assistant position as a pretext to offer Luo Yuan a favor, so she naturally didn't. If it were anyone else, I would certainly refuse, but if it's you. Luo Yuan glanced at Lorelei, making her heart flutter with nervousness, then suddenly smiled. I agree. Hearing his consent, Lorelei inexplicably felt a wave of relief wash over her. Then I'll take my leave. If you need anything, just contact me directly. You should have my contact information. Lorelei still had many matters to attend to, and Luo Yuan had his journey to continue, so he didn't follow her. Lorelei nodded, pleased that Luo Yuan had agreed to become her assistant. So she said with a smile, if something comes up, he'll get in touch with you. The league made no effort to conceal the news that Lieutenant Surge, the gym leader of Vermilion Gym, was a rocket executive, and by the next day, it had spread throughout the entire league. Along with the arrest of Chakra, one of the 3 beasts, and a high-ranking rocket officer, these events dominated the headlines of major newspapers and forums that day. In light of the league's unprecedented triumph, Lorelei and Luo Yuan, as the central figures of the operation, saw their reputations spread across the Kanto region, the Sevii Islands, and even Johto. While Lorelei, known as one of the 4 elite and the ice-type specialist, was already familiar to the public, the unfamiliar name of Luo Yuan drew even more attention. Yet the reports contained no interviews with Luo Yuan, who, aside from a single photograph, everything about him remained a mystery to those following the event. Professor Oak's research lab, Pallet Town. So this kid really did it. Professor Oak muttered, looking at the newspaper photo of Luo Yuan and Lorelei fighting side by side, a look of deep emotion on his face. It felt like only yesterday that Luo Yuan had come to receive his starter Pokémon, yet in just over a month, he had achieved such remarkable feats. Cerulean City. The trainers who had once fought alongside Luo Yuan against Team Rocket and had just finished challenging Cerulean Gym gathered around a television, their faces beaming with pride. They could now boast of being Luo Yuan's comrades, having fought shoulder to shoulder with the great Luo Yuan. To celebrate Boss Luo's victory over Team Rocket, I suggest we all go out for a big dinner tonight, one trainer shouted. His proposal met with unanimous approval. Pokémon Academy. Sunday looked at the online reports and the photo of Luo Yuan, a sigh of relief escaping her lips. It seems apologizing earlier was the right choice. Yet for some reason, she felt a twinge of bitterness in her heart. Indigo Plateau. In an office within the inspector building, a young man clutched the newspaper, his face twisted with anger. Damn it. How could he be this strong, and how did he get involved with Elite Lorelei? Having made such a significant blunder, Sakamoto was already very grateful to give her a chance. Leave now. Watching Sachi depart from the room, Sakamoto stroked the head of his cat, his gaze deep. The consequences revealed by this failed operation were extremely serious. First, how did this operation leak out? The entire operation was conducted in secrecy. Apart from the trainers genuinely loyal to Team Rocket, others were completely in the dark. How did the Alliance learn of the situation? Was there a traitor within Team Rocket? Secondly, there was Luo Yuan's displayed strength. Sakamoto had specifically dispatched Sachi and Chakra to deal with Luo Yuan, but it was merely a convenient task. In fact, Sakamoto did not consider Luo Yuan a real threat to Team Rocket. After all, Luo Yuan's previous actions had not harmed the fundamental interests of Team Rocket, and his displayed strength was not particularly strong. However, the situation was different now. Luo Yuan, along with Kana, was already capable of defeating the combination of Sachi and Chakra, indicating that Luo Yuan's strength had reached the level of a champion or was close to it. This posed a significant danger to Team Rocket. Especially now that Team Rocket had lost a chakra, the addition of Luo Yuan's fighting capability could be seen as a critical weight on the scale of victory for the Alliance. Lastly, there were the personnel captured in this battle. Among them, Chakra and Ma Jishur were trustworthy. Their interests were already tied to Team Rocket and neither of them would betray the organization. But for the others it was uncertain. In such a large-scale capture, it was hard to guarantee that one or two traitors wouldn't emerge, potentially exposing his true identity. It seems I can no longer remain at the Jitan Gym. Sakamoto decisively prepared to abandon the gym. As the leader of Team Rocket, he understood that he could not harbor any illusions. Makoto. He summoned his secretary Makoto. Inform everyone to immediately prepare for the relocation of headquarters. We must not leak any information. Luo Yuan was unaware that Sakamoto, due to caution, was already preparing to relocate Team Rocket's headquarters. He was currently on the road to Golden City. Although according to the storyline of Pokémon, he should first visit the Girl's Gorge, and then go to the island of Blamper to tackle the giant jellyfish issue. However, having experienced so much recently, Luo Yuan, disinterested in meddling in others' affairs, decided to leave those matters to Ash and set off directly for Golden City. Pidgey used Peck. A Pidgey suddenly dashed in its sharp beak, glinting with a cold light, charging straight at him. Two weak Jengars used Shadow Ball. Luo Yuan couldn't be bothered and gestured to Jengars. Kakik. With a sinister laugh, a Shadow Ball was instantly unleashed, striking the charging Pidgey midair, causing it to plummet to the ground, unable to continue fighting. 1-hit knockout. Looks like I win. Luo Yuan smiled at the trainer across from him. Damn, here you go. The Pidgey's trainer looked unwilling, but losing was a fact undeniable. Reluctantly, he took out his wallet and handed $1,000 to Luo Yuan. This was the wager for their battle, and the loser had to pay the winner 1,000. Having received the money, Luo Yuan's smile widened as he casually pointed out, remember not to be so foolish when battling Jengars in the future. Physical attacks are ineffective against Jengars. Try to use ranged attacks. Charging in like that is just handing it over. Hearing Luo Yuan's words, the Pidgey's trainer seemed to finally understand where he had lost. Just you wait, I won't. After throwing down this remark, the Pidgey's trainer quickly left. Luo Yuan did not refute this. He didn't believe this guy could beat him. The previous remark was only one reason. The real reason was that your Pidgey was just... Of course, Luo Yuan could never say such hurtful words in front of someone. As he tucked the money into his pocket, he suddenly felt an intense desire emanating from Jengars. After observing Jengars for a moment and recalling some information about it, Luo Yuan quickly made a judgment. Is it about to evolve? Calculating the time, it was about right. He had possessed Jengars for quite a while, and Jengars had participated in numerous battles. Considering the time, it was time for it to evolve. According to the Pokemon training manual in his mind, Luo Yuan pulled Jengars to a shady spot under a tree. Suddenly, Jengars emitted a white light that enveloped it. The white light persisted for nearly a minute before slowly dissipating. A Jengar several times larger than the previous Jengars, and even more terrifying in appearance, appeared where Jengars had once stood. Kakik. The evolved Jengar was clearly very excited, bouncing around to experience its new body. The Bulbasaur beside Luo Yuan curiously observed Jengar, and then Jengar's eyes shifted, its body flickering, transforming into a shadow, as it slipped behind Bulbasaur and licked it without warning. Dog. A sound that was utterly ticklish emerged from Bulbasaur's mouth. Bulbasaur was actually paralyzed just from being licked by Jengar. Bulbasaur, now paralyzed, looked at Luo Yuan with grievance, but Luo Yuan ignored it, and instead stroked his chin, looking at Jengar. Does your tongue have such power? Such power? Jengar, what other moves do you have? Show me. Hearing Luo Yuan's words, Jengar immediately emanated a cold aura all over its body. Dark Pulse, not bad. Then Jengar extended its hand, transforming it into a giant paw, and clawed at a nearby tree, leaving 3 deep scratch marks. Shadow Claw. Jengar had mastered only these 3 new skills. Although it seemed like a small number for a Pokemon to master 3 skills right after evolution, was quite impressive. It looks like there's another main force. After Jengar evolved into Jengar, it was already a decent combatant. Luo Yuan estimated that even without using Steelix and Metagross, relying solely on Bulbasaur, Jengar, and Leafeon, defeating Majishur wouldn't be too difficult. I really am getting stronger and stronger. Luo Yuan continued forward. Following the sign 10 kilometers ahead was Ziyuan Town, a place known for its ghost-type Pokemon and Pokemon graveyards. Jengar seemed to sense something as well, becoming increasingly lively. Ziyuan Town. This is a small town shrouded in mist all year round. In addition to the towering Pokemon Tower standing in the town, there is also a Pokemon Center and various shopping stores, making this town not as isolated as Luo Yuan had imagined. Entering the Pokemon Center. Hello, welcome to the Pokemon Center. How may I assist you? Miss Joy of Ziyuan Town is as beautiful as the joys in other cities, and perhaps under the backdrop of Ziyuan Town, she adds an air of mystery. Please help me restore my Pokemon. Luo Yuan handed the Pokeball to Joy, but his Jengar did not enter the Pokeball, though instead it was playfully darting in and out of Luo Yuan's shadow. Joy took the Pokeball, and seeing Jengar behind Luo Yuan, asked while operating the machine, "Are you here to participate in the ghost catching contest?" Ghost catching contest? What is that? Luo Yuan asked curiously. He was merely passing through Ziyuan Town this time, and had never heard of such a contest. That relates to the origins of Ziyuan Town. Miss Joy explained, decades ago people built a Pokémon tower here to commemorate the deceased Pokémon, burying them within the tower and holding annual memorials. As the number of memorials increased, it gradually formed a custom. Many people unable to part with their deceased Pokémon chose to settle around the Pokémon tower, leading to the establishment of the original Ziyuan Town. Perhaps due to the increasing number of Pokémon buried in the Pokémon tower, or for other reasons, many ghost-type Pokémon gradually began to emerge from the tower. At first it was manageable, because there were relatively few ghost-type Pokémon, and they would merely play pranks on those who came to pay their respects. However, over time the number of ghost-type Pokémon in the Pokémon tower grew, and some of them became unsatisfied with just scaring people, turning to attack humans. This resulted in several injuries among those who came to pay their respects. Thus the league issued a regulation. A regulation. Is it related to the ghost catching contest? Luo Yuan asked. Yes, the league stipulated that during this time each year a 3-day ghost catching contest would be held, inviting trainers to capture ghost-type Pokémon in the Pokémon tower. This not only boosts the economy of Ziyuan Town, but also keeps the number of ghost-type Pokémon within a reasonable range, addressing the issue of ghost-type Pokémon attacking humans. Miss Joy clearly supported this regulation from the league. Doesn't that disturb the rest of the Pokémon buried here? I believe allowing those ghost-type Pokémon to run amok is what truly disturbs the rest of the Pokémon's rest, Joy pondered before replying earnestly. As she spoke, she handed the Pokeball back to Luo Yuan. Your Pokémon has already rested well. Hearing this, Luo Yuan smiled slightly. Joy's reasoning was quite valid. However, he felt it might be an illusion as he vaguely heard a soft grunt, and a white shadow flashed behind Joy. Did you hear any sound just now, eh? Luo Yuan asked. No, not at all, Joy replied, looking puzzled. Ever since he gained telekinesis, Luo Yuan's perception had become increasingly acute. He felt it impossible for both his eyes and ears to malfunction simultaneously. Jengar, was there a ghost-type Pokémon here just now? Luo Yuan reached out to pull Jengar, who was trying to dive. Jengar nodded with certainty, then made a face at Joy. Luo Yuan was speechless. He felt that his Jengar had become more mischievous since evolving into Jengar. Joy's face turned a bit pale. The thought of having spoken ill of ghost-type Pokémon in front of them made her feel frightened. In Ziyuan Town, there was no shortage of examples of people being targeted by ghost-type Pokémon and attacked at night. Although she had a Chansey by her side, it was evident that Chansey had no combat ability. Seeing Joy so frightened, Luo Yuan felt a bit guilty. After all, Joy was the one who informed him about the ghost-catching contest, and had drawn the attention of the ghost-type Pokémon. Don't worry, leave that ghost-type Pokémon to me. I am quite interested in the ghost-catching contest too, Luo Yuan reassured. Joy momentarily froze, then a look of gratitude flashed in her eyes. Thank you very much. It's a small matter. Jengar, can you track that ghost-type Pokémon from before? Kakik. Jengar patted its chest, indicating it could handle it. Then it took the lead and floated towards the door. See you later, Luo Yuan said. Please be careful, Joy shouted while mentally giving Luo Yuan a good person. Walking on the streets of Ziyuan Town, Luo Yuan observed the bustling streets and noted that Ziyuan Town was indeed much livelier than he had learned online. Moreover, many people were trainers with Pokeballs hanging at their waists. They likely came here specifically to capture ghosts. Jengar led the way and Luo Yuan turned through the winding streets, quickly arriving at a secluded alley. The originally playful Jengar showed a wary expression. Luo Yuan dared not be careless, gripping the Pokeball of his Metagross and calling into the empty alley. Come out, I know you're here. Since Jengar stopped here, it was evident the enemy was nearby. Kakik. A clear ethereal laughter echoed. Luo Yuan turned to look in the direction of the sound, and saw a black-blue Mismagius sitting on the wall laughing at him. At the same time, a Dusknoir blocked Luo Yuan's escape route behind him. Mismagius and Dusknoir. Luo Yuan was not worried that these two Pokemon could threaten him, rather he was puzzled. Aren't ghost-type Pokemon supposed to be solitary? How come they have formed a group? Especially since Mismagius and Dusknoir are two completely unrelated ghost-type Pokemon, this made Luo Yuan even more confused. But he had no time for further thoughts as Mismagius and Dusknoir had already lunged at him. Jengar handle Mismagius. Metagross used Psychic on Dusknoir. Although Metagross Psychic type is weak against ghost types like Dusknoir, Luo Yuan did not care. With the strength of the Jujin monster, the mere night giant posed no threat whatsoever. As expected, the Jujin monster unleashed a powerful psychic attack the moment it appeared, instantly striking the unsuspecting night giant. The night giant, which had just prepared to use a shadow ball to attack Luo Yuan, had no chance to evade, and was hit squarely by the Jujin monster's psychic force. Although there is a restraining relationship between ghost-type and psychic-type Pokemon, this relationship is one-sided. Ghost-type moves deal increased damage to psychic-type Pokemon, while psychic-type moves do not weaken ghost-type Pokemon. Thus the night giant bore the full brunt of the Jujin monster's attack. With a pained roar, the night giant's single eye shut tight, and its face twisted in agony, clearly expressing "I am in pain." The shadow ball that the night giant was about to unleash also dissipated, vanishing into thin air. From a distance, the dream demon entangled with the Gung Ghost saw the plight of the night giant, and cried out anxiously, wanting to break free from the Gung Ghost's hold to assist the night giant. However, the Gung Ghost had received instructions from Luo Yuan to keep the Dream Demon entangled, so it was impossible for. In an instant, the Dream Demon and Gung Ghost engaged in a fierce battle of breakthrough and defense, with purple-black shadow energy colliding and surging in the air. Luo Yuan observed the pained expression of the Night Giant, the anxious Dream Demon, and the cackling Gung Ghost, and he couldn't help but feel as though he was the villain. Shaking his head, he brushed that thought away. This was a battle meant setting aside all distractions and focusing solely on achieving ultimate victory. Jujin Monster continue with the psychic attack. Increase the intensity. Luo Yuan decided to go for a decisive strike. Buzz. The Jujin Monster nodded in response, and a psychic force far stronger than before descended upon the Night Giant. The air around the Night Giant twisted as it became the primary target, suffering tons of damage and losing its ability. Seeing this, the Dream Demon let out a mournful cry, exposing a flaw to the Gung Ghost. Cackle. A shadow ball struck the Dream Demon. With a resounding explosion, the Dream Demon followed in the Night Giant's footsteps, losing its ability to fight. Luo Yuan looked at the fallen Dream Demon and Night Giant, contemplating before throwing out his Pokeball. After all, he had promised Joy that he would take care of the trouble caused by the Ghost-type Pokemon. Now that he had severely weakened the Dream Demon and Night Giant, Luo Yuan felt it would be better to capture them to prevent them from seeking revenge on Joy after he left. To be honest, neither the Dream Demon nor the Night Giant could be considered weak, and he was quite curious about the relationship between the two Pokemon. What kind of relationship could make a Dream Demon and a Night Giant so attached to each other? The capturing process went without a hitch. If he couldn't even capture two Pokemon that had lost their fighting abilities, Luo Yuan might as well go home and raise a warm Pokemon Center. Upon seeing the handsome boy who had previously promised to help her with the Ghost-type Pokemon trouble returning, Joy was pleasantly surprised. Great. You finally came back. You were gone for so long, I was about to call for Junsha from Ziyuan Town. I'm back and I didn't let you down. Luo Yuan shook the Pokeball in his hand and said, This is the Pokemon that was eavesdropping on our conversation earlier, a Dream Demon and a Night Giant. Dream Demon. Night Giant. Upon hearing the names of the Dream Demon and Night Giant, Joy patted her chests. The Dream Demon was relatively harmless as it fed on people's fears and rarely harmed humans. If provoked, the most one could expect was a period of nightmares or being teased by the Dream Demon. However, the Night Giant was much more dangerous. Legend has it that the Night Giant not only possesses powerful hypnotic abilities, but its body acts like a black hole, sucking in its enemies and wandering souls into itself. Once sucked in, they can never escape, remaining trapped within the Night Giant forever. It could be said to be an exceedingly dangerous Pokemon. I can't thank you enough. Joy expressed her gratitude sincerely. No need for formalities. Luo Yuan waved his hand. Could you please help restore these two? I have some questions I want to ask. Joy was momentarily taken aback by Luo Yuan's request, but without further thought, she took the Pokeball from Luo Yuan's hand. Leave it to me. In a short while, the restored Dream Demon and Night Giant appeared before Luo Yuan. The two Pokemon displayed great fear, trembling in front of Luo Yuan, and even daring not to meet his gaze. Clearly, the earlier battle had left a profound impression on them. You two should be able to understand what I'm saying, right? The Night Giant and Dream Demon nodded. Many Pokemon can comprehend human language, especially those frequently interacting with humans in towns. The Night Giant and Dream Demon are commonly found in the Hoenn region and are not often seen in the Night Giant and Dream Demon are commonly found in the Hoenn region and are not often seen in the Kanto region, especially not as two wild Pokemon appearing together. The Dream Demon and Night Giant exchanged glances, and the Dream Demon stepped forward, gesturing to Luo Yuan. After gesturing for over 10 minutes, Luo Yuan, using his psychic communication ability, barely managed to understand the Dream Demon's message. Are you saying you were captured by a group of people? Then those who captured you were attacked by Gung Ghosts in the Pokemon Tower, and you were released. The Dream Demon nodded vigorously. Then why didn't you stay inside the Pokemon Tower? What made you come to the town? Luo Yuan asked curiously. For Ghost-type Pokemon, the environment inside the Pokemon Tower is as enticing as a warm bed in winter to humans. Why did these two escape? Upon hearing Luo Yuan's question, the Dream Demon immediately drooped its head, stammering for a long time before finally recounting the events. It turned out that after escaping, the ghosts inside the Pokemon Tower did not welcome them at all, as the ghosts have a strong territorial instinct, leading to a fierce conflict between the two sides. The ghosts were numerous, especially with Gung Ghosts and Jingars among them, and the two were no match for the Ghost clan, so they were directly expelled. As he recounted, being driven out, the mischievous was utterly overcome with sorrow, tears nearly spilling from its eyes. Its pitiful appearance stirred a surge of sympathy in Nurse Joy, who had completely forgotten her earlier terror from the Ghost-type Pokemon's attack. Driven out, huh? The experiences of these two creatures were bizarre beyond compare. First, they were captured by suspected poachers, then expelled by their own saviors, and finally, while foraging, they were beaten by Luo Yuan himself. If misery were a contest, they could easily win the top prize. So what do you two plan to do? Luo Yuan looked at the two creatures and asked. He was somewhat reluctant to catch them now. Given their misfortune-laden history, he feared their bad luck might rub off on him, jeopardizing his future draws. Oh right, did I forget to draw? Mentioning draws suddenly reminded Luo Yuan that he hadn't done any yet. Last time during the Vermilion Gym Challenge, he had dismissed the system's notifications out of annoyance. Now he realized he had missed several draws and had no idea how many had accumulated. Of course the draws could wait. The immediate concern was whether to take in these two creatures. The Misdreavus and Dusclops, initially terrified of Luo Yuan, instantly changed their expressions to ones of fawning eagerness upon hearing he might release them. This was simply because they were tired of wandering, especially in places like Lavender Town, where people had already accepted ghost-type Pokémon, making it difficult for them to absorb fear as sustenance. Being caught by Luo Yuan meant at least a steady supply of food. What could be better? Most importantly, Luo Yuan had defeated them in a fair fight, earning their respect. Otherwise, a weak trainer would only serve as a mobile source of fear for them, becoming their trainer. Unthinkable. Alright, Luo Yuan said without objection. As a well-off trainer, caring for 2 more Pokémon was a breeze. He currently had too few Pokémon. Only 6 including Magikarp, and needed to expand his roster. These 2 had good potential and were intelligent, making them excellent candidates. As for Misdreavus' tendency to prank its trainer, he paid it no mind. Even with 100 times the courage, it wouldn't. Hearing Luo Yuan's agreement, Misdreavus and Dusclops beamed with joy. Nurse Joy watched in stunned amazement. Other trainers would battle arduously to catch a Pokémon, then celebrate ecstatically, and work hard to build friendship. Why was it completely reversed with Luo Yuan? Pokémon actively begged to be caught by him, and after being caught they were overjoyed. Nurse Joy felt her horizons broadened. Recalling Misdreavus and Dusclops into their Pokeballs, and placing them in his bag, Luo Yuan bid Nurse Joy farewell. He went to a hotel, checked in, and sat on the bed. The moment he opened the system's notification button, a cacophony of dings echoed incessantly in his mind. Congratulations, host, for successfully challenging the Vermilion Gym and obtaining the orange badge. Reward Silver Draw X1. Congratulations, host, for successfully investigating the secret behind the Vermilion Gym and completing the quest. Reward Silver Draw X1. Congratulations, host, for defeating Team Rocket's 3 Beasts member Chakra. Reward Silver Draw X2. Congratulations, host, for foiling Team Rocket's scheme and saving the S. And Reward Gold Draw X1. Congratulations, host, for achieving the hidden achievement renowned across the land, spreading your fame throughout the Kanto region. Reward Silver Draw X1. A string of notifications dazzled Luo Yuan's eyes. After a long pause, Luo Yuan came to his senses. How did I get so many? He had thought there might be only 1 or 2 notifications, but 5 popped up, 5 silver draws, and 1 gold draw, completely exceeding his expectations. Especially the inclusion of a gold draw. Last time the gold draw had yielded Metagross, currently his ace among aces, instrumental in his clashes with Team Rocket. Now he had another gold draw. What could he obtain? The thought alone made Luo Yuan excited. Let's try a silver draw to test my luck. He pondered for a moment, then communicated with the system. Silver draw. Drawing. Congratulations, host, for obtaining the Pokémon Shiny Die. What's that? Shiny Die. Luo Yuan was baffled. The Pokémon Shiny Die can dye an ordinary Pokémon into its shiny form at the genetic level, and it can somewhat improve the Pokémon's potential. Shiny Pokémon. In an instant, Luo Yuan imagined a silver Metagross, a yellow Steelix, a charred Leafian, and an emerald Ivysaur. He shuddered violently. Luo Yuan resolved never to use the Shiny Die on his current Pokémon. That left only 2 Pokémon. One was Magikarp, the other was Ghastly. Ghastly's shiny form was subtle, its purple hue turning gray, only becoming more distinct upon Mega Evolution from Black Mega Gengar to White Mega Gengar. As for Magikarp, it could directly turn into a golden Magikarp and upon evolution into a red Gyarados. I choose you, Magikarp. Imagining a red Gyarados, Luo Yuan felt a surge of excitement and decisively used the Pokémon Shiny Die on Magikarp. A white light flickered. The red Magikarp was enveloped in the radiance, and when it faded, the fish had turned a dazzling golden hue, nearly blinding to behold. A golden Magikarp. Luo Yuan gazed at the golden Magikarp, staring back with dull eyes in his hands, feeling it was well worth it. Was strength important? Style was everything. And it wasn't just style. The Shiny Die had also enhanced his Magikarp's potential. He could clearly sense that his Magikarp had grown stronger, the most obvious sign being that it leaped higher when using Splash. So what else can I get from the remaining draws? The first draw had been a promising start, making him even more eager for what was. Retrieving the vigorously flapping Kingler back into the Pokeball, Luo Yuan continued with the lottery. There are 4 more silver draws, and 1 gold draw left. While speaking, Luo Yuan communicated with the system again, using one of the silver draw opportunities. Drawing. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Badge of Champions. The Badge of Champions. As someone well-versed in the world of Pokemon, Luo Yuan naturally knew what it was. The Badge of Champions is often used as an evolution item for specific Pokemon. This item can allow a Marsh Stomp to evolve into a Swampert instead of a Swampert, or enable a Slowpoke to evolve into a Slowbro rather than a Slowpoke. But the Badge of Champions isn't of much use to me, is it? Luo Yuan neither had a Marsh Stomp nor a Slowpoke. He had previously had the chance to obtain a Swampert from Team Rocket, but he had declined. Better than nothing. Perhaps I can use it in the future. Holding on to this thought, Luo Yuan placed the Badge of Champions into his backpack. System, continue the draw. Drawing. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Mega Evolution Kit. Mega Evolution. Am I really this lucky today? Luo Yuan felt that his luck today was so extraordinary that he began to question his life. Mega Evolution, also known as Mega Evolution, is a temporary evolution that exists only in battles. Through Mega Evolution, some Pokémon that were thought to be unable to evolve can evolve again, transforming into entirely new forms and gaining immense power. Mega Evolution was first discovered in the Kalos region. Based on his previous memories, it seemed that Mega Evolution had not yet widely spread in this world. At least from his memories, he was unaware of anyone in the Kanto region capable of Mega Evolution. He never expected to acquire the necessary items for Mega Evolution now. System: what does the Mega Evolution Kit contain? After learning that he had drawn the Mega Evolution Kit, this was the aspect Luo Yuan was most concerned about. The Mega Evolution Kit includes an Evolution Keystone and a Mega Stone, and the host can freely choose the Mega Stone. It's simply too user-friendly. Luo Yuan sincerely marveled. Although one Megastone is too few, Luo Yuan was not a greedy person. For him, being able to obtain a Megastone at this stage was already very satisfying. He then fell in a deep thought. Which Pokemon's Megastone should I choose? Currently among the Pokemon he had, aside from Leafy and Gengar after evolving from Ghastly Kingler, after evolving Venusaur, after evolving from Bulbasaur, as well as Metagross and Steelix, all could Mega Evolve. If based on his subjective wishes, he would prefer to choose the Megastone for Gyarados. Firstly, because Kingler was currently his only shiny Pokemon, and the evolved red Gyarados was quite cool. Secondly, the ability of Mega Gyarados was also very tempting. The Intimidate ability after Mega Evolution allows Mega Gyarados to ignore the opponent's abilities when attacking, which can be quite powerful. However, after careful consideration, Luo Yuan ultimately chose the Mega Stone for Metagross. This was mainly because choosing the Metagross Mega Stone would allow him to immediately enhance his strength. Moreover, he was also concerned about the issue of intimacy. The conditions for Pokemon Mega Evolution not only required having the corresponding Mega Stone, but also required that the Pokemon have a bond with its trainer. Currently among Luo Yuan's Pokemon, only Metagross, Venusaur, and Leafeon had reached the required intimacy level, while Ghastly and Steelix could only be considered half, not to mention the newly obtained Kingler. No one knew what Kingler's personality would be like after evolving into Gyarados, but Luo Yuan estimated that with Gyarados' aggressive nature, cultivating intimacy would undoubtedly be a long process. Thus, he chose the more reliable and practical Metagross Megastone. System: I choose the Metagross Megastone. With his decision made, Luo Yuan no longer hesitated and stated directly, Evolution Keystone and Metagross Megastone are being distributed. The mechanical voice of the system echoed in Luo Yuan's mind, and with a flash of white light, a glass orb with yellow and white stripes appeared in his hand. Simultaneously, a bracelet embedded with a colorful Evolution Keystone silently fastened onto Luo Yuan's left arm. Is this the Evolution Keystone and the Megastone? This was the first time he had seen the physical items. Luo Yuan examined the Keystone and the Metagross Megastone closely, feeling they looked much better than what he had seen in the anime and games in his past life. Suppressing the overwhelming urge to experiment with Mega Evolution at the hotel, Luo Yuan continued with the lottery. Perhaps his luck had run out, as the next 2 consecutive silver draws yielded only very ordinary rewards. One was an Evolution Stone set containing 5 common Evolution Stones from Kanto: Firestone, Waterstone, Leafstone, Thunderstone, and Moonstone. The other was a mysterious amber. According to the system's introduction, if used with the ancient Pokemon revival device, there would be a 10% chance to revive a fossilized Aerodactyl. Reviving a fossilized Aerodactyl would certainly be great, but Luo Yuan expressed a casual disdain for that 10% chance. Well, it seems my luck has run out. Luo Yuan didn't feel any regret. At this point, Luo Yuan was already very satisfied. Just drawing the Keystone and the Metagross Megastone made these 5 silver draws worth it, and besides, he had turned his Kingler into a golden Kingler. Taking a few deep breaths, Luo Yuan's focus locked onto the remaining gold draw on the system interface. This was the main event. What would he draw from the gold lottery? System draw. Just as Luo Yuan was halfway through his sentence, the communicator in his pocket suddenly rang, interrupting his words. Who was calling at this time? The most exciting moment was interrupted by the phone call, and Luo Yuan felt quite displeased. Suppressing his irritation, he picked up the communicator. Kina. What does he want at this time? Seeing that it was Kina calling, Luo Yuan calmed his emotions slightly. He had a good impression of Kina. As a highly emotionally intelligent and excellent young trainer, he naturally would not lose his temper at Kina. Hello, this is Luo Yuan. My apologies for interrupting you, but there is an urgent situation that requires your assistance. Kina's voice on the other end of the communicator was still melodious, but Luo Yuan keenly detected a hint of anxiety in Kina's tone. No worries, what's the matter? As a man who did not intend to live a solitary life, mastering the art of saying one thing while meaning another was essential. It's Team Rocket. The voice of Kina came through the communicator. Hearing the name Team Rocket from Kina was both within his expectations and beyond them. It was within his expectations that not many matters could compel Kina, one of the Elite Four, to seek his assistance. In the Kanto region, the only organization that could trouble Kina was likely Team Rocket. What surprised him, however, was that during the previous operation on the S, and he and Kina had severely injured Team Rocket, and he even informed the league that Sakaki was the leader of Team Rocket. Logically, the league should have been in the proactive position in their conflict with Team Rocket. Yet from Kina's tone it seemed the current situation of the league was not very good. What has happened with Team Rocket? Luo Yuan naturally inquired. Team Rocket. They have launched attacks in major cities across the league. The cities of Johto, Shallow Red, Hualan, and Golden Yellow. All major cities have received numerous reports of Team Rocket attempting to steal trainers' Pokémon. This is something the league should be able to handle, right? Luo Yuan asked, puzzled. A mere attack, if the league couldn't resolve this, Team Rocket would have already replaced them. It's not just that. Just now Sakaki personally led an attack on the Quartz Plateau, and the Guardian Jiba was defeated by Sakaki. One of the 3 beast warriors we captured, Chakra, was rescued by Sakaki. Even Luo Yuan was left speechless upon hearing this situation described by Kina. Sakaki personally attacked the Quartz Plateau, defeated one of the Elite 4 Jiba, and rescued Chakra, who had already been imprisoned by the league. The amount of information contained in Kina's statement took Luo Yuan a while to comprehend. This is just too unbelievable. Luo Yuan commented. The Quartz Plateau, as the heart of the Kanto League, had a remarkably strict defensive force. How could Sakaki swagger and defeat Jiba, and conveniently rescue Chakra? This was, as Luo Yuan criticized, it was simply unfathomable. Hearing Luo Yuan's words, Kina felt quite embarrassed, as this was indeed a huge disgrace. It should be noted that although the league and Team Rocket often clashed, Team Rocket was usually on the upper hand. However, the league's strength vastly surpassed that of Team Rocket, and the Kanto League publicly promoted that they had sufficient capability to eradicate Team Rocket. But now Sakaki's actions were like a slap on the league's face, a stinging pain. Perhaps this was partly due to the fact that at the time of the attack there was only one fighting-type Elite Jiba guarding the Quartz Plateau, but as one of the Elite 4, she could not escape responsibility. But why did you come to me? If the league officially goes to war with Team Rocket, I won't be able to help much. Although he had grievances with Team Rocket, and often enjoyed causing them some trouble, he absolutely did not wish to participate in a large-scale war with them, as the battlefield is merciless. Who knows what situations may arise? You're overthinking it, it's not about this matter. Kina first denied Luo Yuan's assumption. Although the upper echelons of the league are very angry with Team Rocket's actions, everyone knows that now is not the time to completely turn against Team Rocket. Then, Luo Yuan pondered what she wanted him to help with. I mainly want you to help me investigate something. What is it? He liked the job of investigation. During the attack on the Quartz Plateau, Sakaki used a Pokémon that is white and purple. Sakaki managed to defeat Jiba's 4 main Pokémon just by relying on this Pokémon. I want you to help me investigate the origins of this Pokémon. Kina said, I'll send you the specific image later. Alright, if they've brought out, Luo Yuan thought to himself. He wondered why, given Sakaki's cleverness, he dared to recklessly invade the Quartz Plateau. Such behavior was completely inconsistent with Team Rocket's previous conduct. Now it was clear that he had a strong backing. Mutwo, a legendary Pokémon created by Team Rocket, possesses terrifying powers equivalent to that of a top-tier legendary. Coupled with the fighting type being restrained by Mutwo's psychic type, it was normal for Jiba, a fighting type elite, to be unable to hold his ground. Luo Yuan understood what Mutwo represented, but he would not be foolish enough to disclose all the information, as he had no way to explain the source of that information. Thus he nodded calmly. Don't worry, I know. I will investigate. He thought to find an opportunity to gradually leak the information about Mutwo to the league. According to eyewitnesses, after Sakaki left the Quartz Plateau, he seemed to have headed towards the Golden Yellow City and Rainbow City. Do your best to investigate, but safety comes first, Kina instructed. After their previous interactions on the S. And her relationship with Luo Yuan was no longer merely that of superior and subordinate colleague. There seemed to be a hint of something subtle mixed in, which was why she was reminding him now. Luo Yuan also had no intention of exhausting himself for the league, just because he received a salary from them, but on the surface he still nodded of course. The fact that Team Rocket had created Mutwo posed a considerable threat to Luo Yuan, but fortunately, he now had a Metagross capable of Mega Evolution. After Mega Evolution, while he couldn't say he could definitely defeat Mutwo, it was still uncertain who would win in a confrontation. Then I'll leave it to you. Oh, I almost forgot one thing. According to Jiba's account, Sakaki seems to have referred to that Pokémon as Mutwo. You can use this name to investigate for clues. Kina added at last. Mutwo understood. After hanging up the phone, Luo Yuan sat on his bed and sighed. Just resolved the incident with the S. And now I've encountered another big trouble. I hope that before Mutwo figures out how to escape Team Rocket, Sakaki doesn't come looking for trouble with me. Though he possessed a Metagross capable of Mega Evolution, he still had no certainty about which was stronger, Mega Metagross or Mutwo. He could not stake his life on the certainty that Mega Metagross would undoubtedly win against Mutwo. No matter, for now, let's focus on the lottery. Casting his worries aside, Luo Yuan continued to focus his attention on the Golden Lottery. Perhaps he might win something to solve his current predicament. Holding on to this thought, Luo Yuan said to the System Lottery. System, draw a lottery, Luo Yuan said. The mechanical voice of the system as usual, but Luo Yuan felt his heartbeat quickening. This was the second Golden Lottery since his transmigration. What would he draw? With anticipation in his heart, Luo Yuan appeared particularly tense, as if the entire world had slowed down, until the mechanical voice of the system rang out again. Lottery finished. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a Dragonite. Staring at the system's prompt, Luo Yuan was slightly dazed. Last time it was a Metagross, and this time it turned into a Dragonite. This is too real. Is the golden level lottery specifically for demigods? Luo Yuan looked at the Ultra Ball in his hand and complained. Of course, despite his complaints, he was quite satisfied with the result of this lottery. Among the many demigods, Luo Yuan's favorite was the adorable Dragonite, even more than the Metagross. After all, for many who had encountered Pokémon in their past life, Dragonite was the first demigod they had encountered, and humans always have a profound impression of their first time. Moreover, Dragonite's cute appearance was impossible not to love. In the wild outskirts of Ziyuan town, Luo Yuan cleared a patch of ground. Come out, Dragonite. Luo Yuan tossed the Ultra Ball containing Dragonite. Bang! With a soft sound, the Ultra Ball popped open, and a brilliant white light shone as a massive figure with orange skin, short horns on its head, and long beige antennae appeared before Luo Yuan. Woo! As soon as it appeared on the lawn, Dragonite spotted Luo Yuan, its large eyes instantly squinting into crescent shapes, lowering its big head to rub against Luo Yuan's body. Alright. Luo Yuan patted Dragonite's head, feeling a mix of amusement and helplessness. Although Pokémon drawn from the lottery were inherently friendly towards him, this Dragonite was just too exaggerated. Everyone come out and meet our new companion. Luo Yuan released all his Pokémon, including the newly captured Dream Eater and Night Giant, as well as the flopping Magikarp. Oh woo! Dragonite greeted Luo Yuan's mini Pokémon, signaling friendliness. Luo Yuan's Pokémon curiously examined the big fellow before them, wondering how this creature became their new partner. The Metagross, who disliked speaking, simply buzzed to acknowledge the greeting. The Leafeon elegantly nodded while the Steelix grinned, its friendly smile awkwardly resembling a threat. The Bulbasaur and Gengar were quite enthusiastic, but perhaps overly so. One kept poking Dragonite's soft belly with its vine whip, while the other floated around seemingly looking for an opportunity to lick the big creature. Dream Eater and Night Giant were a bit shy, perhaps still getting used to being newly captured, and only exchanged simple greetings. Meanwhile, the confused Magikarp flopped around in a daze. Dragonite responded to each one, treating every partner warmly, like a central air conditioner, and Luo Yuan could clearly feel that the atmosphere among his Pokémon had become much more harmonious. Luo Yuan wondered if all Dragonites had this ability to regulate team dynamics, or if his Dragonite was simply exceptionally gifted. Luo Yuan wondered if all Dragonites had this ability to regulate team dynamics, or if his Dragonite was simply exceptionally gifted. But Luo Yuan knew he struck big with this lottery. Dragonite, what skills do you have? After the team introduction, Luo Yuan asked Dragonite. Dragonite thought for a moment, opened its mouth, and a sphere of light began to gather in its mouth before it shot towards a nearby large tree. Boom! The light beam struck the tree, instantly vaporizing a chunk of it. Destruction beam. Then Dragonite danced gracefully in the sky, its momentum gradually rising. Dragon dance. It gathered a yellow light sphere in its mouth and shot it into the sky. The light sphere soared into the clouds, then exploded in the sky, rapidly expanding, accompanied by the sound of breaking air, transforming into a shower of meteors falling from the sky. Boom, boom, boom. A series of rumbling sounds followed, as over 10 Draco meteors struck the ground, creating countless craters. The many Pokémon observing were left dumbfounded. This move is impressive. Draco Meteor. Draco Meteor is one of the signature moves of Dragon-type Pokémon, and not many Dragonite Pokémon can use this move, highlighting its power even more. After using this move, Dragonite was clearly a bit out of breath. Continuously using moves took as much energy as engaging in a high-intensity battle, if not more, as battles wouldn't see such consecutive move usage. Dragonite was about to continue demonstrating, but Luo Yuan quickly stopped it. Just give me a brief demonstration that will... He didn't let Dragonite continue for two reasons. One was to prevent excessive energy consumption, and the other was in case Dragonite had some powerful moves, as destroying an entire forest would be a grave mistake. After a brief demonstration, and through his mental link, Luo Yuan roughly understood Dragonite's moves. Fire Punch, Thunder Punch, Dragon Rage, Dragon Dance, Draco Meteor, Hurricane, Dragon Tail, Dragon Dive, Destruction Beam, Brick Break, Storm Wing Attack. Quite a lot of moves indeed. Luo Yuan even felt that his Dragonite could compete with the legendary Dragonite. Now safety is easy. On one hand, he had a Metagross with extremely strong single-target attacks, and on the other hand, there was Dragonite capable of performing wide-area attacks with Draco Meteor. Luo Yuan felt that even if he encountered Team Rocket now, he wouldn't be worried. Just as he turned to head back to the hotel in Ziyuan town, he truly bumped into Team Rocket. He saw a group of Team Rocket members gathered in the forest with personnel deployed around for vigilance, while several scientists in the center were adjusting some large machines. What's going on? Do I have the talent for Crow's Mouth? Just when he said he didn't want to see Team Rocket, he ran into them. Was he really that unlucky? As Luo Yuan examined these pondering Team Rocket members, they also noticed him. Who are you? Team Rocket is at work and outsiders should hurry up and get lost. A Team Rocket member shouted at Luo Yuan. Team Rocket's actions were as domineering as ever. No, Luo Yuan felt they were even more tyrannical than before. The trainer of Team Rocket seemed to be more arrogant than usual. Luo Yuan suspected it was because they had learned that Sakaki had saved Chikura on the Quartz Plateau, which had made them so overconfident. However, Luo Yuan felt that these Team Rocket members were rather foolish. Although Sakaki was powerful and defeated one of the Elite Four, that did not mean they were strong as well. To boast without strength was utterly laughable to Luo Yuan. The Team Rocket trainer opposite him was unaware of Luo Yuan's thoughts and mistakenly believed that this guy in front of him was intimidated, a smug expression appearing on his face. "I'll give you one last chance, Team Rocket. Get lost." In his view, since Sakaki could come and go freely on the Quartz Plateau of the League, surely good days for Team Rocket were just around the corner. "Are you an idiot?" Luo Yuan was completely bewildered by the senseless self-satisfaction of the Team Rocket member. He felt he hadn't even said a proper word, yet how did they come to the conclusion that he was scared? "But it's fine, I can use you to test out my newly obtained Pokémon." Luo Yuan grasped the Pokeball at his waist. Without waiting for the Team Rocket members to react, he threw out his Pokeball. Boom. The Pokeball opened in midair, accompanied by a roar of woo. The enormous body of Dragonite appeared between Luo Yuan and Team Rocket. The Team Rocket trainers all gasped in surprise. They had never expected that this trainer whom they believed to be scared stiff would actually possess such a powerful Pokemon as Dragonite. "This guy seems a bit familiar," someone from Team Rocket called out, looking at Luo Yuan. "Isn't he that legendary Luo Yuan?" "Impossible. The Luo Yuan uses Metagross, how could he have a Dragonite?" another Team Rocket trainer rebutted. With a reasonable rebuttal, the nearby Team Rocket members nodded in agreement with his statement, believing that this guy couldn't possibly be Luo Yuan. Luo Yuan felt speechless upon hearing their discussion, but he didn't continue to stand there and give Team Rocket time to react. Dragonite used Dragon Pulse. Dragonite opened its mouth and a dazzling Dragon Pulse shot toward Team Rocket. They were caught completely off guard and hurriedly threw out Pokemon to shield themselves. Pokemon like Alakazam and Nidoking suddenly appeared in great numbers. Boom. The Dragon Pulse struck the many Pokemon used as shields, resulting in a violent explosion. On the spot, several Pokemon were blasted away and even more lost their fighting ability. In their haste, Team Rocket had no way to completely block the Dragon Pulse with their Pokemon. The shockwave hit the Team Rocket trainers, leaving them in disarray and howling in pain. "Damn it. Quickly organize a counterattack. You dare to ambush Team Rocket. Damn it, everyone charge." The ambush Team Rocket shouted fiercely, looking as if they wanted to kill Luo Yuan. However, in reality, very few Team Rocket trainers were planning to counterattack. Most chose to recall their incapacitated Pokemon and retreat. They seemed fierce in their shouting, but in reality, none of these Team Rocket members were foolish. Although Dragonite had the advantage of the first move, it was clear that they couldn't deal with a single attack that could take down so many. So aside from a few dim-witted Team Rocket members, the others retreated while shouting. "After dealing with Team Rocket for so long, your cowardly nature is truly consistent with each other." Luo Yuan chuckled upon seeing this. Those Team Rocket members shouting commands to attack realized this point after Luo Yuan spoke, their expressions changing as they wanted to recall their Pokemon. But the Pokemon they released was like water thrown out. How could they recall it under Luo Yuan's watchful eyes without paying a price? Dragonite used Wing Attack. Dragonite flapped its wings, its hefty body suddenly floating in midair. It dashed forward. Rather than using a wing attack, it was more accurate to say it was using its massive body to collide with its opponents. Wherever Dragonite passed, all the Pokemon it crushed, regardless of their type matchups, were knocked out cold and lost their fight. Hiss! The Team Rocket trainers behind all gasped in shock. How could they even fight back? They were completely overwhelmed. This round of confrontation showed that their Pokemon had no capacity for resistance against Dragonite. The two Team Rocket scientists at the back sensed trouble. If these fighters were to fail, they as researchers would definitely not be spared by this trainer. Use that. Just use that. Two sentences that seemed completely incomprehensible to outsiders were exchanged between the two Team Rocket researchers. But that was specially prepared for this year's Ghost Capture Conference. There's no choice. If we don't use it now, there won't be an. After a confusing exchange, one of them walked to the device placed in the open space, which was guarded by Team Rocket members, and pressed a button on the device. Immediately the machine buzzed, and a beeping sound continued as colorful lights flickered. Then a charging sound was emitted, and a part of the machine that resembled an antenna suddenly radiated a red glow, shooting into the sky and spreading outward. What is that? Luo Yuan, focused on the battle, did not notice the actions of the Team Rocket researchers at first. When he saw the machine emitting a red energy wave into the sky, he was startled. He immediately became alert. Currently, he held a Metagross capable of Mega Evolution and a Dragonite. Aside from Sakaki, who possessed Mutwo, there were no trainers he feared in Team Rocket. However, he was still wary of these Team Rocket researchers. These guys could even manipulate Mutwo, who knows what other bizarre machines they could come up with. After all, in the original story, Team Rocket had created devices capable of hypnotizing Pokemon on a large scale. Dragonite, be careful of those red lights. Luo Yuan warned Dragonite. Woo. Dragonite nodded, appearing cautious and very alert. A crimson halo swept across the sky, expanding outward. Yet the radiance seemed to have no effect on Dragonite, whose wary expression shifted to one of confusion. Whoa. Dragonite tilted its head, as if pondering why nothing had happened. Its bewildered look was overwhelming. Even among the opposing Team Rocket members, several female operatives were charmed by Dragonite's expression. If not for the terrifying destructive power it had just displayed, they would have rushed to embrace it. What exactly is going on? Luo Yuan narrowed his eyes. He didn't believe Team Rocket would waste effort at such a moment. Since they had activated that machine, there had to be a purpose. Whatever it is, since it hasn't affected Dragonite, just have it destroy the machine. With that thought, Luo Yuan shouted to Dragonite, "Dragonite, use Hyper Beam on that machine." To guard against any protective measures the machine might have, he specifically ordered Dragonite to use Hyper Beam. Quickly, don't let him destroy the machine. The Team Rocket researcher, who had just begun to smile as the machine successfully activated, suddenly turned pale. As one of the researchers behind this machine, he knew full well its purpose. If it were destroyed, the consequences would be Within Team Rocket, researchers held a high status, wielding absolute authority over the low-ranking trainers. The Team Rocket members ordered to block the attack were utterly reluctant, but had no choice but to steel themselves and command their Pokémon to intercept. But Dragonite had already finished charging its Hyper Beam. The power of Hyper Beam was immense. Opening its mouth, Dragonite unleashed a thick, white beam that engulfed the Pokémon, blocking its path. Golem was riddled with cracks, and Nidoking lost consciousness instantly. Yet at a critical moment, an Alakazam stepped forward, conjuring a light screen in front of the Hyper Beam, deflecting its trajectory at an angle. With a thunderous explosion, the Hyper Beam, originally aimed at the Team Rocket cluster, grazed past them, and a mushroom cloud rose into the sky. TCH missed. Luo Yuan clicked his tongue in dissatisfaction as he watched the Hyper Beam narrowly miss Team Rocket. He fixed his gaze on the suddenly appearing Alakazam. Where did this Alakazam come from? Luo Yuan was annoyed. Just a moment ago, Dragonite's attack could have wiped out the entire Team Rocket group, but this interference meant more trouble. Just as Luo Yuan pondered the relationship between this Alakazam and Team Rocket. Phew, that was close. The Team Rocket researcher, seeing the Hyper Beam graze the machine, let out a long sigh of relief, his face etched with lingering fear. He looked gratefully at the Alakazam holding a spoon before it. Seeming to momentarily forget his fear of Luo Yuan, he shouted, Do you have any idea what you almost did?" "What did I do?" Luo Yuan shifted his gaze from Alakazam and glanced at the researcher. Meeting Luo Yuan's eyes, the researcher shuddered involuntarily. Such a terrifying gaze. The speaking researcher felt as if his soul had been laid bare under Luo Yuan's stare. "Dragonite Draco Meteor. Let's see how you block this," Luo Yuan commanded. He doubted Alakazam could block such a wide area attack. If it somehow could, he swore he'd turn around and leave immediately, never bothering Team Rocket again. As expected, the Team Rocket trainers' expressions shifted upon hearing Luo Yuan's command. They turned to Alakazam, but as a Pokémon with an IQ of 400, the highly intelligent Alakazam quickly assessed that it couldn't block Draco Meteor. Once the Draco Meteor fell, it would deal a devastating blow to the Team Rocket members present. So Alakazam struck first, attacking Dragonite to interrupt its move. But Luo Yuan was prepared. He tossed out a second Pokeball. Metagross appeared on the scene. "Metagross. You're Luo Yuan." The Team Rocket members' faces all changed dramatically. There were trainers in Kanto who used Metagross, but only Luo Yuan possessed such overwhelming strength, and he was the only one who would attack them without asking questions upon encountering them. Damn it. If I'd known it was Luo Yuan, I would have retreated immediately. Complaints arose among the Team Rocket members. To them, Luo Yuan was like an insurmountable mountain. "You're this strong, and you don't even announce yourself when facing small fry like us. Isn't that just bullying?" But with things as they were, complaints and regrets were useless. They had to find a way to escape from Luo Yuan. The Team Rocket, yet the distant sky suddenly darkened. A massive oppressive shadow like thick storm clouds radiated an ominous. This dark cloud rapidly approached. With his keen eyesight, Luo Yuan saw that it wasn't a cloud but a vast swarm of ghost-type Pokémon. Ghastly Haunter and Jengar swirled together, hundreds strong, charging fiercely towards them. Did this machine? Luo Yuan looked at the machine. The red light it emitted matched the glow of the swarm. He surmised that the machine's purpose was to attract or even control the ghost-type Pokémon in the vicinity. The Team Rocket members likely planned to exploit the Pokémon Tower Ghost Festival to trigger a riot among the ghost-type Pokémon. Whether they intended to plunder them or cause havoc in Lavender Town, Luo Yuan couldn't be sure. "I can't let these ghost types surround us. That would spell trouble. I need to destroy the machine first." He quickly formulated a plan. The machine had to go. Metagross, hold off that Alakazam. Dragonite, continue with Draco Meteor. Whoomp. Metagross flickered, instantly appearing before Alakazam. Dragonite let out a roar and spat the already charged Draco Meteor into the sky. Bang. Whoosh. With a whistling sound, the Draco Meteor fell from the sky. Faced with the deluge of meteors, Team Rocket had no thought of resistance, scattering in panic to dodge the falling stars. Seeing this, Alakazam's eyes flickered with a hint of human-like contemplation. After a deep look at Luo Yuan, it instantly broke free from Metagross, its form twisting through space as it used teleport to vanish. Is it really that straightforward? Luo Yuan was somewhat stunned to see Alakazam flee without a moment's hesitation. He never expected that the Alakazam, which moments ago seemed ready to fight to the death to protect Team Rocket, would simply use teleport to slip away. Although this was the normal reaction for a Pokémon in such a situation, the stark contrast in Alakazam's behavior still caught him off guard for a moment. Since Alakazam chose to leave voluntarily, Luo Yuan didn't dwell on its escape. Draco Meteor streaked down from the sky with a long tail of flames crashing into the ground. Rocks and dirt flew, trees toppled, and Team Rocket members scattered in all directions, turning the forest into a scene of devastation. Yet Luo Yuan felt no pity. Inheriting the memories of his predecessor as a Pokémon inspector, he knew that no one in Team Rocket was innocent, and besides weren't these members still alive. Although broken limbs were common, the human physique in the Pokémon world differed from Earth's, so these Team Rocket members weren't. Luo Yuan also hadn't forgotten the machine controlling the Ghost-type Pokémon. Under Dragonite's command, a meteor aimed directly at the device and plummeted down. Boom. The machine exploded, scattering parts everywhere. The red light that had been continuously emitting suddenly ceased, and in the distance the red glow enveloping the mass of Ghost-type Pokémon quietly dissipated. Instantly the group of Ghost-type Pokémon controlled by the red light awoke. In their confusion, they milled about in the sky, creating a sight akin to a procession of 100 ghosts. We're doomed. The Team Rocket researcher in charge of the machine collapsed to the ground, his face etched with despair upon. What's wrong? Luo Yuan asked while directing Ivysaur to restrain the severely injured Team Rocket members. Hearing Luo Yuan's question, the researcher looked at him, his despair twisting into rage. Damn it, this is all your if it weren't for you. Luo Yuan was somewhat puzzled. Was destroying their plan really worth such an One might think there was a deep-seated grudge. You have no idea what you've done by destroying that machine. The researcher said in a hoarse voice, you think you did well. You couldn't be more wrong. According to our research, Ghost-type Pokémon freed from the machine's control will fall into a berserk state after a brief calm, violently attacking every living thing they see. Now that these ghost types are so close, we're all finished, all finished. Is this what you fear? Luo Yuan glanced at the hundreds of ghost-type Pokémon in the distance, feeling no regret. As a mature individual, he never looked back on his decisions. He summoned Metagross and Dragonite to his side, stroking the keystone on his wrist. By now the ghost-type Pokémon were gradually falling into a frenzy. The white eyes of Ghastly and Haunter turned red, while the already crimson eyes of Jengar grew even more vivid. They attacked every Pokémon in sight. Slow-moving ones like Kakuna and Metapod quickly fell victim, and even the Beedrill tasked with protecting them after a futile counterattack turned and fled. Terrified, the Pokémon scattered, leaving the vast forest silent as a graveyard. Here they come. Soon the ghost-type Pokémon, having found no other targets, discovered the only living beings left in the forest, Luo Yuan and his group. Sorry, but I can't let you harm my captives. Luo Yuan faced the overwhelming swarm of ghost types like a dark cloud blotting out the sun and raised his wrist. Metagross. He called out to Metagross. In sync with his will, both Metagross' body and Luo Yuan's wrist burst into dazzling light. Mega Evolution. The blinding light nearly blinded the nearby Team Rocket members. What is that? Can Metagross evolve further? What's happening? Amid their exclamations, Metagross' body was completely enveloped in a white glow. The light came and went, quickly bursting open to reveal a Metagross with a radically different appearance. The spikes that had disappeared after evolving from Metong to Metagross reappeared on its chin. Its forearms changed form, with the short claws shifting to the back, no longer tucked at its sides. From each of these short claws grew a massive alloy claw reaching forward as if to strike. It gave the impression of two Metagross combined into one Mega Metagross. Metagross' shape changed. It looks even cooler than before. What did Luo Yuan do? These Team Rocket members were unaware of the existence of Mega Evolution, so they struggled to comprehend the drastic. Ignoring their astonishment, Luo Yuan asked Metagross, "Can you take down these ghost types?" Despite his boosted confidence from mastering Mega Evolution, Luo Yuan remained clear-headed and cautious. 100 ghost-type Pokémon were no small threat, and he wasn't entirely sure he could eliminate them. If Mega Metagross could handle them, he would naturally nip the danger in the bud. If not, retreating and regrouping wouldn't. Mega Metagross' eyes flickered as if calculating the odds. Soon it nodded its large head. It indicated it could win. Excellent. Bolstered by Metagross' confidence, Luo Yuan patted Dragonite's belly to signal vigilance, then charged with Metagross toward the horde of ghost-type Pokémon. The Metagross decided to launch an attack, but to the ghost-type Pokémon its actions were nothing short of a blatant provocation. The ghost-type Pokémon became even more ferocious, charging forward with increased speed. Luo Yuan noticed that many members of Team Rocket had already turned pale and were desperately kneeling on the ground, some with their hands clasped in prayer, beseeching Ho-Oh or Giratina to spare them from the onslaught of ghost-type Pokémon. Although they prayed, they were well aware that such prayers were futile. Moreover, given their history of misdeeds, even if Giratina or Ho-Oh heard their pleas, they would likely dismiss them and watch as the ghost-type Pokémon took them down. However, unlike these desperate and trembling Team Rocket members who dared not move, Luo Yuan remained calm, even contemplating the next tactical move. After evolving into a Mega Metagross, its power saw a significant increase. Its originally base stat of 600 suddenly soared to 700. Besides its stamina, every aspect had seen considerable growth. What move should I use? Against ghost-type Pokémon, moves like Hyper Beam and Tackle, which are normal type, are certainly unusable. After much contemplation, Luo Yuan drafted a preliminary strategy. Metagross used Psychic. Buzz. With its special attack stat elevated, Metagross Psychic move suddenly gained tremendous power. Psychic was almost instantaneous, and for the Ghastly family, which possessed poison attributes, it was extraordinary. The Psychic attack struck Ghastly, Haunter, and Gengar, instantly taking down a large number of Ghost-type Pokémon, causing the ones in the front to collapse like dumplings falling from the sky. While this scene is truly spectacular, Luo Yuan watched the mass of falling Ghost-type Pokémon feeling, but elation aside, the attack must not cease. Metagross, charge in! Luo Yuan shouted. The Mega Metagross tightened its limbs with its body propelled forward, as if equipped with an invisible flame thrower, charging mightily ahead. Boom! A series of explosive sounds echoed as the Mega Metagross plunged into the crowd of Ghost-type Pokémon. If one were to talk about the most significant changes after Metagross evolved into Mega Metagross, they would include improvements in speed and defense along with a shift in its ability. Metagross' original ability was Clear Body, allowing it to be immune to any effects that would lower its stats from the opponent's abilities or moves. This ability was very useful in formal battles, but in a 1 vs N situation, it became somewhat ineffective. After evolving into Mega Metagross, its ability changed from Clear Body to Tough Claws. Tough Claws enhances the damage dealt by physical moves that make contact with the opponent, meaning that all of Metagross' physical moves would gain a significant boost. Luo Yuan planned for Metagross to clear a path through the throng of Ghost-type Pokémon using Psychic. Metagross, as it charged into the midst of the Ghost-type Pokémon, Metagross was met with enthusiastic reception from the Ghost-type. In their frenzied state, these Ghost-types, which usually had a fair level of intelligence, acted like mindless brutes. A swarm of Pokémon pounced on Metagross. Surrounded, it appeared as a silver boat amidst a purple ocean, as if a single wave could capsize it. However, this was merely superficial. In reality, Metagross' situation was not as dire as it seemed. The Ghastly family are Ghost and Poison-type Pokémon. Poison-type moves are ineffective against Steel-type Pokémon, and among Ghost-type moves, Shadow Ball lacks tracking ability. In such a crowded environment, for a Shadow Ball to hit Metagross from behind, it would need to take down 5 or 6 Ghastly or Haunter first. Moreover, those attempting to use Curse to annoy Metagross had long been detected by Metagross, which could sense with its Then with a single hammer arm, these Ghastly, which naturally had weak stamina and low physical defense, were easily taken down. Mega Metagross, as if in a rampage, was slaughtering Ghost-type Pokémon left and right, and none could stand against it. Well done, Metagross, keep it up. Seeing the large number of Ghost types being defeated, Luo Yuan felt increasingly convinced that choosing the Mega Evolution Stone for Metagross was the right decision. Metagross truly lived up to being his ace. Luo Yuan controlled his Dragonite from a distance to help Metagross deal with any remaining Ghost types, and the Ghost-type Pokémon visibly dwindled in number. As their numbers decreased, the Ghost types gradually regained their senses. A sharp cry echoed from a large Gengar that seemed to be the leader. The Ghost types present suddenly halted their actions and withdrew from around Metagross. Are you coming to your senses? Luo Yuan addressed the Ghost types that had retreated from battle. At this moment, only half of the original Ghost-type Pokémon remained. In just 10 minutes, a multitude of Ghastly and Haunter lay on the ground. The massive Gengar stepped forward after stopping its companions from continuing the fight, gesturing towards Luo Yuan. Luo Yuan roughly understood its intentions from its gestures. Are you suggesting a truce? Luo Yuan was somewhat surprised. Gengar's temperament was not considered good among Pokémon, and there were even cases of Gengar attacking their trainers. Now this particular Gengar was actively asking for a truce. Luo Yuan glanced at the Ghastly and Haunter in the sky, noticing that they looked fearful when gazing at Metagross. He guessed that they might have been scared by the beating they received, which led them to request a truce. However, Luo Yuan was currently in a favorable position. Merely calling for a truce would mean his efforts were in vain. He conveyed his thoughts to Gengar through telepathy. Gengar bared its teeth in a threatening manner, but seeing Luo Yuan's nonchalant demeanor and glancing at the nearby watchful Metagross, Gengar ultimately relented. It reached into the shadows, rummaged for a moment, and pulled out an object. Due to its ability to hide in shadows, Gungue often places rare treasures within its own shadow. The Gungue leader turned its head and rummaged through its shadow, pulling out a purple orb and handing it to Luo Yuan. The orb was a deep purple, emanating a strange aura with purple mist seeping out of it. Is this a deadly poison orb? Luo Yuan recognized at a glance what the orb in the Gungue leader's hand was. The deadly poison orb is an item from the Pokémon world which releases deadly poison upon contact, incapacitating the toucher. Moreover, it is not only that the deadly poison orb is a highly valuable item for Pokémon with poison attributes. According to the Pokémon breeding manual, in Luo Yuan's mind, if poison-type Pokémon are in constant contact with the deadly poison orb, the power of their poison-type moves will increase by 20 to 30%, and their toxicity will also become more potent. Initially, he only wanted to see if these Ghost-type Pokémon had anything good. If not, he would just apologize and let it go, but unexpectedly there was indeed something valuable. Using telekinesis to grasp the deadly poison orb, Luo Yuan scrutinized the orb from a distance. It was covered in a transparent shell of indeterminate material, with a shimmering glow swirling inside, quite marvelous. The Gungue leader saw Luo Yuan taking the deadly poison orb, and displayed a pained expression, as an ancient ghost. Gungue possessed great wisdom. The reason it was so large and could become the leader of these Gengsi and Gengsi Tong was due to this deadly poison orb. However, there was no choice. If it did not surrender it, this demon would surely not let them off. Luo Yuan, unaware that he had become a demon in Gungui's eyes, was quite satisfied. Alright, take your companions, and remember those controlling you are these guys. In the future, if you see anyone wearing this kind of clothing, just use Shadow Ball to greet them. As Luo Yuan spoke, he kicked the Team Rocket member tied up nearby. The kicked Team Rocket member did not dare to be angry, fearing that Luo Yuan might toss him directly into the Ghost-type Pokemon army. Hearing Luo Yuan's words, the Gengui leader carefully examined the Team Rocket uniforms, seemingly memorizing them. The other Team Rocket members turned pale at Luo Yuan's remarks. This was a blatant troublemaking for Team Rocket. It was easy to imagine that whenever Team Rocket members appeared in Ziyuan Town, they would encounter Ghost-type Pokemon, and given how badly these Ghost types were beaten today, it would surely be a relentless situation. They wished to relay this information to their leader Sakaki, but clearly Luo Yuan would not give them that opportunity. They could only pray that their companions would not encounter too many Ghost-type Pokemon when they arrived in Ziyuan Town. The Ghost-type Pokemon departed, and it seemed this year's Ghost Catching Festival in Ziyuan Town would likely not take place. After such a battle, all the Ghost Pokemon in Ziyuan Town had been thoroughly defeated by him. At least for a short time, they would not be active, leaving the eager trainers to be disappointed. After calling Kina to have them contact the local Junsha to collect the prisoners, Luo Yuan headed directly towards Jinwang City. Jinwang City is located to the south of Ziyuan Town, and the distance is not too far. According to records, although Jinwang City is the largest modern city and economic hub in Kanto, it has existed for quite some time, and is much older than Ziyuan Town. In fact, there are many rumors that the appearance of the Pokemon Tower is due to many Jinwang citizens burying their deceased. Luo Yuan's previous life had brought him to Jinwang City a few times for work, but he never stayed long. Therefore, this time was truly a meaningful visit for Luo Yuan in Jinwang City. Surprisingly prosperous. Walking on the street and observing the buildings on either side, Luo Yuan felt that the prosperity of Jinwang City exceeded his expectations. In fact, Luo Yuan was misled by his past gaming experiences. The real Jinwang City is far more than just the 10 or so buildings and a few scattered NPCs found in the game. As the economic hub of Kanto, the entire Jinwang City covers tens of thousands of square kilometers with a population of nearly 10 million, home to a multitude of Pokemon, making it a true behemoth. However, the world is small. Even in such a vast Jinwang City, Luo Yuan still spotted a familiar face at first glance. My, what are these three doing here instead of capturing Ash's Pikachu? Luo Yuan casually glanced around the street and spotted Musashi, Kojiro, and Nyarth distributing flyers. These three, whose life goal is to capture Pikachu, suddenly not pursuing it and coming to Jinwang City, piqued Luo Yuan. Could it be that Ash and the others have also arrived in Jinwang City? Luo Yuan pondered. However, he quickly dismissed that thought. It wasn't that he looked down on Ash, but given Ash's speed, Luo Yuan felt he should still be sunbathing on the beach at Blue Porky. Disguising himself with a mask to mimic a passerby's appearance, Luo Yuan released his Draymon and had it perch on his head to shield him from the sun, while also concealing his hairstyle, and walked towards Musashi, Kojiro, and Nyarth. Give me a flyer. Sure, our Galaxy Game Center just opened. Please come visit us. Kojiro, who had been actively distributing flyers all morning, was suddenly energized upon seeing someone approach for information and quickly handed over a flyer. Oh, Galaxy Game Center, does it have anything to do with the Galaxy team from the Sinnoh region? Luo Yuan asked while looking at the flyer. Upon hearing this question, beads of sweat appeared on the foreheads of Kojiro, Musashi, and Nyarth. Although their Galaxy Game Center was not a property of the Galaxy team, it was a property of Team Rocket. The more they had this background, the more they feared being associated with the evil organization. Nyarth quickly said, how could it have anything to do with the Galaxy team? This is a small business. Upon hearing Nyarth's words, Luo Yuan chuckled. A talking Nyarth. How rare. Nyarth thought this person was astonished by its ability to speak, and a proud expression appeared on its face. It had endured countless hardships to learn human language, which it was quite proud of. Meow Meow was very proud of being able to speak, but before it could continue, Luo Yuan said, is this talking Meow Meow yours? I am a researcher from the Alliance's Special Pokemon Research Institute, and I want to study this Meow Meow. Name your price. Luo Yuan's words frightened Meow Meow into a panic. Words like Research Institute, Sectional Study, and Dissection echoed in its mind, causing it to fluff up in fear and hide behind Kojiro and Musashi. Hey, what do you take Meow Meow for? Musashi said sternly. Although we are in need of money, we will never sell out our companion. Exactly. Kojiro chimed in. Meow Meow's eyes shimmered with tears of gratitude as it looked at Kojiro and Musashi. Are you really not considering it? I can offer a substantial price. How about 10 million yuan? Luo Yuan smiled. 10 million. Musashi, who had been firm in his stance, suddenly had sparkling eyes upon hearing Luo Yuan's words. Kojiro also wore a face full of longing. After all, this was 10 million yuan. Although his family was quite wealthy ever since he joined Team Rocket, he had never seen such a large sum of money. This was 10. For them, it was several years' worth of operational funds, if only they could just. Kojiro Musashi. Meow Meow trembled at the thought of being seen by Kojiro and Musashi. Kojiro and Musashi wouldn't really sell it to this so-called research institute, would they? Let's discuss this, Musashi said, quickly pulling Kojiro and Meow Meow to a corner. Luo Yuan watched these three and he could hear their conversation clearly with his telepathy. Meow Meow, you can just sacrifice yourself for a bit. I refuse. Meow. Don't worry, we'll rescue you in time. But. There's no but, do you not trust us? Moreover, this guy said something about a special research institute, which must be filled with rare Pokémon. If we work from the inside out, not only could we get a large sum of money, but we could also capture many precious Pokémon to present to Boss Sakaki. As the two and Meow Meow envisioned this beautiful prospect together, Meow Meow was finally convinced. Alright, they'll do it. Finally, Meow Meow decided to accept Musashi's plan. Just as the trio was preparing to talk business with the researcher from the Special Pokémon Research Institute, they discovered that the so-called researcher had mysteriously vanished. Only the three of them who thought they had missed their chance for promotion were left holding the flyers, looking dejectedly at the street. Luo Yuan left early. After all, he was just teasing these three, and was not a real researcher, nor did he intend to hand over 10 million just like that, so he chose to leave. This arcade. At this moment, Luo Yuan had regained his original appearance. Looking at the information on the flyer, he felt that this arcade was similar to the one Team Rocket used in Rainbow City to divert attention. Sakaki is really impatient. Is he planning to start expanding his influence right after acquiring Mutwo? Luo Yuan pondered, stroking his chin. From the information obtained during his previous career as a prosecutor, he knew that the Alliance had maintained a decent level of control over Goldenrod City, as it was an economic hub of the Kanto region and the Alliance could not allow Team Rocket to run rampant here. Originally, there was no Team Rocket base in Goldenrod City. There were only a few small outposts on the outskirts. Sakaki had previously been cautious not to push the Alliance too hard to avoid backlash, allowing Goldenrod City to maintain a balance favorable to the Alliance. However, now that Sakaki had acquired Mutwo, the situation had changed. The Alliance, once in an advantageous position, was now on the defensive. With Sakaki holding Mutwo, he currently had an absolute advantage in strength. If he truly intended to take advantage of this opportunity to let Team Rocket settle in Goldenrod City, the Alliance would indeed face a difficult situation. Now it's up to the response of the Goldenrod Gym. The key to the war between the Alliance and Team Rocket lay with the Golden. As the local gym rooted in Goldenrod City, the Goldenrod Gym held significant power. If they decided to assist Team Rocket, the Alliance would surely collapse in an instant. However, if the Goldenrod Gym chose to stand with the Alliance to block Team Rocket, it would not be so easy for Team Rocket to enter the Goldenrod Gym. Luo Yuan was unsure if the Goldenrod Gym's Nazi was the same as in the special edition manga, one of Team Rocket's officers. If Nazi were also a member of Team Rocket, the Alliance would be at a significant disadvantage in this conflict. To confirm this, he would need to investigate the Goldenrod Gym, but the gym leader Nazi was a powerful psychic, making the investigation far from simple compared to the investigation of the Leaf Gym. As Luo Yuan was deep in thought, the mechanical voice of the system echoed in his mind. Random task: investigate the Goldenrod Gym. Task: reward 1 silver lottery draw. The task issued by the system helped Luo Yuan make a decision. The Goldenrod Gym is not a den of tigers and dragons. There's nothing to worry about by investigating. As an idealistic and ethical trainer of the new era, how could I possibly turn a blind eye to this? Luo Yuan would never admit that he wanted to draw another lottery hoping to get another Mega Evolution Stone. He dialed Kona's number. Kona, there's something I want to discuss with you. And then he narrated his findings about the Team Rocket arcade and their plans. After listening to Luo Yuan, Kona did not show surprise. Instead, he looked a bit dazed. So that's how it is? This left Luo Yuan puzzled. What do you mean by, so that's how it is? I received news that Team Rocket seems to be reallocating personnel from Johto City, Hanada City, and Nibi City. The Alliance suspects that Team Rocket is planning a major move and their target is Goldenrod City. Has Team Rocket really withdrawn a lot of personnel? Luo Yuan asked. Yes, according to intelligence, almost 1/3 of the personnel from these 3 cities have been withdrawn. Since the day before yesterday, Team Rocket has completely ceased its attacking actions in these cities, and the crime rate has dropped significantly. Then it can be basically confirmed that Team Rocket is planning to take action against Goldenrod City. Luo Yuan could basically determine that Team Rocket was indeed targeting Goldenrod City. So, I need to trouble you once again to confirm the situation at the Goldenrod Gym, Kona said. I will head to Goldenrod City immediately to prepare for Team Rocket's attack. This was the second collaboration between Luo Yuan and Kuna. Both were already well aware of each other's working styles and collaborated with ease. Luo Yuan, acting as the challenger, ventured into the Golden Yellow Gym to gather intelligence, while Kuna was ready to mobilize personnel from the Alliance to support Luo Yuan, prepared to battle Team Rocket at any moment. At the entrance of the Golden Yellow Gym, Luo Yuan stood with a dream demon perched on his shoulder, surveying the gym. Situated in Golden Yellow City, the Golden Yellow Gym was as financially powerful as the city itself, a fact evident from its impressive facade. Even the magnificent Hualan Gym he had seen before could not compare to the Golden Yellow Gym, and gyms like the Nibi Gym, constructed from stone, were even less comparable. Hello, I am here to challenge the gym, Luo Yuan said directly to the receptionist at the entrance. Challenger. The staff member looked at Luo Yuan, not asking for his name, but instead stating, do you believe in the existence of psychic abilities? I do, Luo Yuan replied without hesitation. If you don't believe, then The young receptionist began to say habitually, but realized halfway through that Luo Yuan had said I believe. This time it was the young man who found it hard to believe. Having received countless challengers, he noticed that many trainers would hesitate at this question. He had never encountered a trainer like Luo Yuan who expressed unwavering belief in the existence of psychic powers. Do you really believe in the existence of psychic abilities? I truly believe, Luo Yuan nodded. I am a psychic myself. The young man fell silent, finding it hard to swallow. Don't joke around, becoming a psychic isn't that easy. Do you think everyone is a genius like Miss Nazi? I've been a student at the Golden Yellow Gym for 3 years, and have only barely come into contact with psychic abilities. He had come to the renowned psychic gym in Kanto, the Golden Yellow Gym, out of love for psychic powers, and after 3 years of relentless effort, he had barely scratched the surface. Now someone suddenly claimed to have mastered psychic abilities. Perhaps some would believe it, but he who had worked hard for 3 whole years certainly did not. As he spoke, he pulled out a spoon and focused intently on it. After a while, the spoon bent slightly. Look, this is psychic ability. The young man displayed the spoon to Luo Yuan, a hint of pride in his tone. This was the result of 3 years of rigorous training, and now that he could showcase it in front of others, he felt immense pride. Oh. Luo Yuan glanced at the inexplicably smug young man, unable to comprehend what was so impressive about bending a spoon a little. Seeing Luo Yuan seemingly questioning him, the young man became even more convinced that Luo Yuan was not a psychic. In Kanto's psychic community, bending a spoon was an important means of validating a psychic's identity. A true psychic would not be unaware of this. This is a sign of someone who can use psychic abilities. According to data, only 0.001 of the world's population can use psychic powers. This means that only 1 in every 10,000 people might possess psychic talent. He then handed the spoon over, saying, "Try it for yourself, and you'll see." The young man thought to himself that once Luo Yuan tried it, he would understand just how difficult it was. I don't think this is... Luo Yuan casually took the spoon, activated his mental force, and the spoon bent a full 90 degrees, as if it were made of rubber, all while the young man's face displayed utter disbelief. This can't be real. The young man widened his eyes, unable to believe what was unfolding before him. The guy he had just considered to be bragging turned out to be a powerful psychic. Staring at the spoon, now bent at a 90-degree angle and spiraled, the young man swallowed hard. To bend a spoon so easily and remain unfazed apart from the strongest psychic in their gym, Miss Nazi, no one else could achieve this. Do you really? Are you really a psychic? Do I need to joke with you? Luo Yuan tossed the spoon back to the young man. He had seen relevant posts online about the Golden Yellow Gym stating that the gym was quite exclusionary of non-psychics wishing to challenge the gym had to first defeat a series of its students. Luo Yuan, uninterested in battling these weaklings, chose to demonstrate his possession of psychic abilities instead. It seemed that the strategy was effective. The young man opposite him had already imagined Luo Yuan as a genius with powerful psychic talent akin to Miss Nazi. His face displayed a mixture of envy and admiration. If you wish to challenge the gym, please follow me. After saying this, he eagerly ran ahead to lead the way. Luo Yuan couldn't comprehend his line of thought. It was just psychic abilities. Why was he so worked up about it? To Luo Yuan, psychic powers were merely a means to facilitate his daily tasks. He couldn't fathom elevating it to such a level of admiration as the young man did. However, Luo Yuan did not correct his misunderstanding, as being admired would be more conducive to gathering intelligence about the Golden Yellow Gym. As they entered the gym and passed through the hall, they encountered numerous students training their psychic abilities. Upon seeing Luo Yuan, each of them attempted to come forward to block him. However, once the young man informed them that Luo Yuan possessed powerful psychic abilities, their expressions changed instantly, mirroring the admiration and envy that the young man had displayed. Throughout the journey, Luo Yuan summarized the students of the Golden Yellow Gym. They were all fanatics of psychic powers, revering them and being obedient to those who possessed strong psychic abilities. This for Luo Yuan was not good news, because it meant that if Na Zi chose to side with Team Rocket, these gym students would blindly follow her footsteps and stand against the alliance alongside her. Moreover, due to the unique nature of psychic Pokémon, if these individuals truly set their hearts against the alliance, things could become very troublesome. I need to confirm Na Zi's position. If necessary, I must first subdue her. Luo Yuan contemplated the worst-case scenario in his mind. We've arrived, Mr. Luo Yuan, the young man leading the way, stopped at the entrance and said, Miss Na Zi is inside. Ooh, I can only take you this far. With a creak, Luo Yuan pushed open the door. He had imagined many scenarios, such as a horde of Team Rocket waiting for him behind the door, ready to capture him and report to Sakaki. Alternatively, he envisioned a battlefield behind the door where Naji and her Pokémon were preparing for a challenge. However, Luo Yuan never anticipated the scene that lay before him. What is going on? Upon entering, he found himself in a room resembling a living room, complete with a fireplace, a sofa, and a soft carpet underfoot. Seeing this scene, had it not been for the Pokeball he held tightly in his palm, Luo Yuan might have thought he had crossed over for the second. His gaze fell upon the figure seated on the sofa in front of the fireplace. Naji? Luo Yuan asked. The long black hair looked very much like Naji's, but considering the many unexpected events he had encountered since his arrival, he felt it best not to be overly confident. We meet again. Naji turned her head, her exquisite features calm as she spoke words that left Luo Yuan Again, have we met before? Luo Yuan was at a loss. He had no recollection of ever meeting Naji, not even in the memories of his previous life. So you didn't realize? Naji said, her expression slightly disappointed. With her words, a flash of insight struck Luo Yuan. Wait. That hoodie was you. No, I should say that hoodie was under your control. He immediately recalled the encounter with that hoodie during his battle with Team Rocket in Ziyuan Town. Initially, he thought that hoodie was merely a Pokémon belonging to some Team Rocket executive sent to protect the researchers. Now it seemed that hoodie was indeed controlled by Naji. If that's the case, a fact presented itself to Luo Yuan. Naji had connections to Team Rocket. He maintained a calm facade, his grip on the Pokeball of his Metagross tightening. So are you the one who planned to rescue the people from Team Rocket yesterday? He asked Naji, seeking confirmation. Upon hearing Luo Yuan's question, Naji tilted her head in thought and nodded. You're not wrong in saying that, but what? Perhaps you might not believe me, but I had no intention of joining Team Rocket, Naji said, wearing a serious expression. You must be joking. Luo Yuan found this utterly absurd. She had helped Team Rocket and openly admitted to being involved with them, yet claimed she had no plans to join. Whether you believe it or not, this is merely a transaction, Naji explained to Luo Yuan. Team Rocket offered me a deal that was hard to refuse. What kind of deal, eh? Luo Yuan had no way to gauge the truth of Naji's words. If she weren't a psychic, he could have used his abilities to monitor her heartbeat for signs of deception, but since Naji was also a psychic, that was off the table. Mewtwo. Naji stated calmly, a powerful psychic-type Pokémon. I cannot match Mewtwo in strength. Sakaki is willing to let me study Mewtwo's powers in exchange for my assistance in Team Rocket's upcoming operations. You know, for a psychic, this is an irresistible temptation. Upon hearing this, Luo Yuan understood. Psychics pursue powerful psychic-type Pokémon, and the two are mutually beneficial. A strong psychic can help a psychic-type Pokémon grow, while a powerful psychic-type Pokémon can assist a psychic in honing their abilities. From how easily Naji could remotely control Hoodie, it was evident that Hoodie could no longer satisfy Naji's increasingly potent psychic powers. Thus, when Sakaki approached her, Naji agreed to his terms. Since you've made a deal with Team Rocket, why are you telling me all this? Luo Yuan asked after hearing Naji's explanation. I witnessed your battle that day, Naji said with an enthusiasm that belied her calm appearance. Your Metagross after transforming felt no weaker than Mewtwo. Are you planning to? I have never had a high opinion of Team Rocket, and Sakaki is too stingy. He only agreed to lend me Mewtwo for 3 days. That's why I want to team up with you to deal with Sakaki and seize Mewtwo. Then you can lend me Mewtwo for research for a while. Not too long, just a month will do. Luo Yuan was left speechless. You really dare to dream. As the owner of Metagross, he wouldn't even dare to claim he could snatch Mewtwo from Sakaki. Where did this confidence come from? Seeing Luo Yuan's expression, Naji assumed he was afraid. She spoke up. Don't worry, during my previous contact with Mewtwo, I could sense its dissatisfaction towards Sakaki through its psychic energy. It was faint, but it definitely existed. It is searching for the meaning of life. If you can defeat it, I believe it wouldn't reject a change of owner. Luo Yuan felt a bit confused. What was his purpose in coming to the Golden Gym? How did it turn into Naji persuading him to capture Mewtwo? However, he had to admit he was somewhat moved by Naji's words. If what she said was true, there was indeed hope of snatching Mewtwo from Sakaki. But there was still one last issue. A regular Pokeball cannot withstand Mewtwo's immense power. Just as this thought crossed his mind, he saw Naji snap her fingers, and a silver briefcase flew towards Luo. Click. The case opened automatically. A Pokeball lay quietly inside the briefcase. I know what you're worried about. This is the latest Pokeball developed by the Sylph Company, theoretically capable of capturing any Pokemon, including legendaries. Although there haven't been any successful cases, as long as you can defeat Mewtwo, this Pokeball should be sufficient to contain its power. In that moment, Luo Yuan felt as if Naji was more like his own system than the actual system. She even prepared a Master Ball for him. Sakaki must have drawn the short straw to team up with her. Yet for Luo Yuan, he had no reason to refuse. Deal. Luo Yuan and Nazi reached a consensus. Nazi assisted Luo Yuan in snatching the Chow Meng from Sakaki's grasp, and then Luo Yuan lent the Chow Meng to Nazi for research. In such a short time, they had devised a plan to seize the Chow Meng, making Luo Yuan feel an overwhelming sense of unreality. This can't be a trap, can it? Luo Yuan pondered. However, he quickly shook his head. If it were a trap, the opponent would never present a Master Ball as bait. Luo Yuan had already confirmed that this Master Ball was genuine, so the possibility of it being a trap was exceedingly slim. However, logically speaking, he still retained a degree of vigilance in his heart. Now that we've settled this matter, can we discuss something more pressing? What pressing matter? Nazi was somewhat baffled. Oh, what could be more urgent than dealing with Sakaki and the Chow Meng? Of course it's the gym challenge. Luo Yuan tossed the Pokeball in his hand. You can't be serious. Nazi looked utterly astonished. In her view, with Luo Yuan's displayed strength in Ziyuan Town, he was already capable of challenging the Elite Four, yet now he suddenly mentioned challenging the gym. I'm definitely not joking. My primary purpose here is to obtain the Golden Badge. As for the Team Rocket situation, it's not as critical as it seems. Isn't it the duty of a gym trainer to receive challengers? Luo Yuan said. That is true. Nazi looked at Luo Yuan, and after confirming he was not joking, had no choice but to believe he truly came to She remained silent for a while, her expression gradually growing serious. Follow me. This was a perfect opportunity to battle Luo Yuan, allowing her to understand what other Pokémon he had aside from the fast dragon, and that's Deoxys. With a wave of her hand, a door appeared in the wall, leading directly to the battle arena of the Golden Gym. Trainer Luo Yuan from Qianhong City versus Gym Trainer Na Zi of the Golden Gym. The same young man who had welcomed Luo Yuan stood at the edge of the arena, holding a flag and acting as the referee for the match. He first glanced at Lady Na Zi, then quickly turned his gaze to Luo Yuan, filled with deep curiosity. What exactly happened between Lady Na Zi and Mr. Luo Yuan, considering they spent so much time together in the room? It was not surprising that he had such wicked thoughts. He had never seen anyone regardless of gender spend over 10 minutes in Lady Na Zi's room. Luo Yuan and Lady Na Zi had spent nearly an hour together, so it was no wonder he was lost in thought. However, he soon felt the icy gaze of Na Zi, causing him to shiver and recall her terrifying demeanor. He immediately focused his thoughts and straightened his face. The match officially begins. Go Gizatong. Young Luo Yuan sent out Gizatong as his first Pokemon, while Na Zi sent out Young Jila. It was clear that Na Zi still had some fighting spirit. Having only observed Luo Yuan's strength from a distance, previously, she had never truly battled him, making her very curious about how strong he really was. Moreover, she had primarily seen Luo Yuan's performance in group battles, and she wanted to personally experience his strength to confirm whether her plan to seize the Chow Meng from Sakaki was correct. Both Pokemon were filled with fighting spirit. The Gizatong and the Casey family had always been mortal enemies, and upon seeing each other in the arena, their rivalry intensified. Taking a deep breath to clear her mind, Na Zi's eyes glimmered with blue light. Young Jila used Psychic. Young Jila's eyes lit up in unison, the spoon in its hand twisting as an invisible psychic force surged towards Gizatong. Gizatong dodged to the right, then used Shadow Ball. Psychic attacks are intangible and difficult for ordinary trainers to direct their Pokemon to evade. Most rely on the Pokemon's instincts. However, Luo Yuan was different. As a psychic user, Young Jila's psychic force was as conspicuous to him as fire. Following Luo Yuan's command, Gizatong effortlessly evaded Young Jila's probe, launching a Shadow Ball. Na Zi dared not let Young Jila take the hit. The Shadow Ball, being a Ghost-type move, posed a considerable threat to Psychic-type Pokemon, so she immediately ordered Young Jila to teleport to the other side of the arena. She planned to regroup. However, Luo Yuan was not about to let Young Jila escape so easily. Both Gizatong and Young Jila were first-stage evolution Pokemon with comparable strength. It would not suffice to determine the outcome of the match solely through brute strength. To achieve victory, what mattered more was the trainer's control over the battle's rhythm and the level of synergy with their Pokemon. In terms of synergy, Luo Yuan could not compete with Na Zi, who had nearly synchronized her thoughts with Young Jila through Psychic. Therefore, to win, Luo Yuan had to focus on the rhythm of the battle. By controlling the rhythm of the match, Luo Yuan would secure an invincible position. What worked in Luo Yuan's favor was that he held the initiative. Previously, Na Zi had wanted to test Gizatong, which had given the initiative to Luo Yuan. As long as he maintained control, victory would not be difficult. Gizatong, don't give it a chance to breathe. Luo Yuan waved his hand. Use Shadow Ball again. Another Shadow Ball shot towards Young Jila, and after dodging the ground, exploded with a large crater. As a competent gym trainer, Na Zi naturally understood the importance of controlling the battle's rhythm. Young Jila, a dazzling beam of multicolored light shot towards Gizatong, creating a sense of confusion, aiming to throw Gizatong into a state of disarray. Caught off guard, Gizatong was hit squarely by the confusion, swaying unsteadily, seemingly on the verge of collapse. Now's the time. Use Psychic on Gizatong. Na Zi commanded Young Jila directly to unleash Psychic. A flickering multicolored psychic beam shot towards Gizatong, which appeared unable to evade, making it almost certain that the Psychic would hit. A smile crept onto Na Zi's face, seemingly indicating she was about to win this round. She knew this was not Luo Yuan's main team, but regardless, being able to defeat a trainer stronger than herself was certainly a cause for celebration. Boom. The beam of mental energy struck the confused Gizatong. The powerful force sent shockwaves around, even stripping away a layer of soil from the ground and raising a cloud of dust. Na Zi wore a satisfied expression. Her Yanhila was unlike any ordinary Yanhila. Trained specifically by her, it possessed innate strength in its mental power, and the force of its full-powered mental energy was more than double that of a typical Yanhila. Of course, there were drawbacks as well. It charged slowly. If using a powerful mental attack, the charging time increased proportionally to the power required. But for dealing with a Pokemon like Gizatong, which was already in a state of confusion, the length of the charging time became irrelevant. As expected of Miss Na Zi, thought the young judge on the sidelines. In his impression, whenever Miss Na Zi got serious, no one could defeat her. Gizatong has lost its ability to battle Na Zi. Just as he was about to announce the victory of the first match for Na Zi, Luo Yuan suddenly spoke up. Wait a minute. Moi. Na Zi and the young judge looked over simultaneously. Is there some objection? Your Gizatong should not have survived such an attack. Is that so? Na Zi asked. Even the most gifted Pokemon must adhere to basic principles. The mental energy used just now was enough to defeat strong Jengars, let alone just a Gizatong. That's true, but... Luo Yuan looked straight into Na Zi's eyes. Are you sure your mental energy hit my Gizatong? It hit. I clearly saw it. Sometimes your eyes can deceive you. As Luo's words fell, Gizatong suddenly emerged from the shadows behind Youngala, resembling a ghost. Yunhila sensed the anomaly behind it almost instantly, but it was already too late to react. A shadow ball coalesced in Gizatong's hands, and in the blink of an eye struck Yunhila. Boom. The violent explosion generated a shockwave that pushed Gizatong back over 10 meters. Meanwhile, Youngala, caught in the heart of the explosion, wasn't so fortunate and was directly blasted away. It crashed heavily to the ground. This series of events nearly dazed Naji. It was only when Yunhila fell that she snapped back to reality. When did this happen? When did Gizatong get behind Yunhila? It was clearly just confused a moment ago. Confused? That was just a substitute created by sacrificing a quarter of its own health to produce a clone identical to itself. This clone could be controlled by Gizatong, and thus Luo Yuan orchestrated this move. Even if it was a substitute, Yunhila shouldn't have been unaware of Gizatong's approach. Naji still couldn't comprehend. Psychic-type Pokémon are known for their keen senses. They cannot be fooled by any subtle movements, let alone a large Gizatong. Why not? Your mental energy is powerful, and the mental energy released during the explosion was also significant. Gizatong was originally hiding beneath the substitute, and at the moment of the explosion's chaos it was enough for Gizatong to slip behind Yunhila. Luo Yuan smiled as he spoke. Naji remained silent for a long while before recalling her fallen Yunhila. You won the first match. The young judge beside them had long been dumbfounded by the conversation between Luo Yuan and Naji. This was the first time he had witnessed such an exciting battle. Usually trainers challenging the gym relied on type advantages to deal damage, and occasionally a few who understood tactics would try to show off in front of Naji, but after drawing her interest they were all taught a lesson. Continually this had formed a habitual thought in his mind that gym challenges were quite boring, but today Luo Yuan and Nazi's battle overturned his previous belief. Could gym challenges be this thrilling? Silently reminding himself not to underestimate trainers challenging gyms in the future, the young judge raised the flag in his hand. The second match begins. Bang! Nazi's next Pokémon was a Hippowdon. Luo Yuan did not continue using Gizatong, but chose to switch out his Pokémon. This battle is yours, Night Giant. Don't let me down. Luo Yuan released the Night Giant he had just captured. This Night Giant was not weak. Although their synergy was somewhat lacking, having been battered by a Metagross, it seemed it wouldn't dare to act recklessly. Attribute-wise it had the advantage. Purely Ghost-type Pokémon were not like Gizatong, which had Ghost and Poison dual types. While it countered Psychic types, it could also be countered by them. Another Ghost-type Pokémon. Naji felt quite uncomfortable. Previously, challengers specifically using Ghost-type Pokémon against her would generally only bring one, but Luo Yuan had already sent out two. Moreover, it was a Night Giant from the Hoenn region. Fortunately, although Psychic moves did not gain any advantage against Ghost types, they also did not diminish. This match could still be fought. Naji could tell that the Night Giant before her was a Pokémon Luo Yuan had just captured. If she played cautiously, there was still a chance of victory. Hippowdon, be careful, Naji reminded. Roar! Hippowdon nodded, appearing full of fighting spirit. Compared to the silly and clumsy Drowsy and the listless Hippopotas, Hippowdon appeared quite wise. This wasn't Luo's first battle against a Hippowdon. He had previously battled one from Team Rocket in Shallow City, so he had some experience. As soon as the Night Giant appeared, he directly commanded it Shadow Strike. The shadow of the Night Giant suddenly elongated, instantly stretching behind Hippowdon before rising up and launching an attack from behind. Shadow Strike was a priority move in Luo's previous life's game, ensuring that it would always attack first. While the real world did not operate with such irrationality in terms of launching speed and attack speed, it was quick enough to be beyond the average person's reaction. Just as Naji began to react, the attack from Shadow Strike had already landed on Hippowdon. Caught off guard, Hippowdon let out a painful cry, showing a pained expression. The Hippo King displayed his combat prowess when under attack. Compared to the previous Yongjila, the strength of the Hippo King was evidently much greater. A colorful beam of light shot from the gem on Hippowdon's forehead towards the Night Giant. Illusion Beam. The Hippo King displayed his combat prowess when under attack. Compared to the previous Yongjila, the strength of the Hippo King was evidently much greater. The illusionary beams came fiercely, yet the Night Giant remained calm. Although it had been defeated by the Metagross, that did not mean it feared Psychic-type Pokémon. In its eyes, the Hippo King was still far from the level of Metagross. With a powerful push of its legs, the Night Giant, despite its massive size, moved with surprising agility, almost floating sideways as if unaffected by gravity. Although the Night Giant appeared large, its average weight was merely 30 kilograms due to its hollow body, making it over half lighter than the Hippo King, which weighed close to 80 kilograms. The Hippo King, having followed Nasi in the Kanto region for years, had little experience battling the Night Giant. Seeing the agility displayed by the Night Giant, it momentarily failed to react, allowing the illusionary beams to strike the ground beside it. The Hippo King's counterattack failed. Night Giant, don't give the Hippo King a chance to breathe, use Shadow Ball. Against Psychic-type Pokémon, the best move is undoubtedly Shadow Ball. As the strongest attack method of Ghost-type Pokémon, being able to master Shadow Ball is a hallmark of a powerful... The Night Giant opened its single eye as if aiming, with its two floating hands forming a Shadow Ball and throwing it towards the Hippo King. A perfect opportunity to attack. Hippo King used Protect. A blue light shone in front of the Hippo King. The Shadow Ball crashed down exploding, but leaving the Hippo King unharmed. The attack was successfully blocked, and Luo Yuan was not disheartened as he knew that the Protect move could not be used consecutively. Use Curse. A red light ignited in the Night Giant's eye. The Hippo King had just recovered from the explosion of the Shadow Ball, and was powerless to stop it instantly falling under the curse emanating a foreboding aura. Seeing the Hippo King cursed, Nasi furrowed her brow. The curse on the Hippo King was not good news for her. The Hippo King's speed was similar to that of the Night Giant, making it easy for both to fall into a stalemate. Once in a stalemate, the cursed status on the Hippo King would undoubtedly have a decisive impact on the outcome of the battle. After much contemplation, Nasi felt helpless. If it were Hudi, she could easily leverage the speed advantage to quickly resolve the battle. However, the Hippo King's speed was too slow, and she could not speed it up. Ultimately, she could only helplessly use. Now she could only hope to deal with the Night Giant before the Hippo King's energy was fully drained by the curse. It proved that if a Ghost-type Pokémon was determined to survive, no one could defeat it in a short time. The Night Giant exhibited extraordinary survival ability under the Hippo King's attacks. With its elusive form, eerie movements, and strong special defense, no matter what moves the Hippo King used, it could not inflict serious damage on the Night Giant. Instead, the Night Giant constantly used moves like Will-O-Wisp, Dazzling Gleam, and Scare to inflict negative statuses on the Hippo King, disrupting its attack rhythm. This strategy was extremely annoying. Luo Yuan did not seek to inflict damage on the Hippo King with the Night Giant, he only aimed to interfere with it. Since there was no setting in reality that allowed a Pokémon to have two negative statuses simultaneously, the Hippo King quickly became afflicted with Burn, Confusion, Curse, and Intimidate. With its energy continuously depleting under the curse, the Hippo King ultimately fell to Luo Yuan's sneaky tactics. Nasi stared at the downed Hippo King, her face flushed, unsure whether it was from anger or embarrassment. In the cautious gaze of the referee, Nasi took a deep breath and anger sparked in her eyes. She was still somewhat clear-headed, realizing that now was not the time to dwell on this. At the same time, she reminded herself not to get angry, and to rely on Luo Yuan to capture Mutwo, suppressing her rage. Are we still going to fight the third round? Luo Yuan asked Nasi. He was also amazed by Nasi's patience. The Night Giant's tactics were intentional on his part. It was said that people reveal their true selves when angry. His purpose was to test Nasi. Based on the information he had gathered from various sources, Nasi was not someone who liked to endure when faced with challenges. Now that she could endure, it showed that she truly needed something from him. No need, I already understand your strength. Although Nasi contained her anger, it did not mean she would not express her. Moreover, until now, Luo Yuan had only sent out two Ghost-type Pokémon. Neither his main Dragonite nor Metagross had even been seen, making further testing pointless. Then the golden badge. Here you go. Nasi threw the badge to Luo Yuan, saying follow me, and then ignored him, striding out of the battle arena. Luo Yuan felt guilty and was not concerned about Nasi's temper. Instead, he thought her current behavior was more in line with her appearance. A typical personality of a 17 or 18-year-old girl. He tucked the badge into his pocket, ignoring the system prompt about winning a lottery chance, and followed Nasi out of the arena. Mr. Luo Yuan is really impressive. Behind him, the young referee looked at Luo Yuan with envy and admiration. He was the first person he had seen who could make Miss Nasi so angry without being turned into a doll. It was known that previously anyone who upset Miss Nasi would inevitably be turned into a doll to calm down. From now on, Mr. Luo Yuan will be my idol, the young man said with admiration. However, he seemed to have forgotten whose territory he was currently in. As soon as he finished speaking, a Hudi appeared in front of him, and in response to his terrified expression, waved the spoon at him. The young man's face changed dramatically. No, I was wrong. Before he could finish his sentence, a rainbow light fell upon him, and he was suspended in the air, suddenly transformed into a doll, landing in Hudi's hands. That's right. Sakaki nodded. After speaking, he turned to look at Luo Yuan. Although his nature as a formidable villain prevented him from feeling smug at this, time passed quickly, and in the blink of an eye 3 days had gone by, reaching the agreed time between Sakamaki and Naz. Naz looked at Luo Yuan with a serious expression, asking, "Are you really ready?" Luo Yuan replied speechlessly, "You've already asked me this for the 10th time. I'm ready, and all the Pokémon." During the days he spent at the Golden Yellow Gym, Naz completely overturned all of his previous perceptions of her. Previously, he had learned through various channels that Naz was mostly portrayed as aloof, unyielding, and lacking in humor. But after truly interacting with Naz, he found that she was actually like a spoiled young lady with a bad temper, a grudge, and a bit of obsessive-compulsive disorder. This stark contrast made Luo Yuan doubt the authenticity of Naz had it not been for witnessing her astonished. "Are you really ready?" Sakamaki is a very cautious person. Our Team Rocket is preparing to invade Golden Yellow City, and he must have brought a lot of manpower. Even if Sakamaki brings a lot of people, they won't be able to stop Dadu and Kina, the two champions. Now the entire Golden Yellow City is filled with members of the Alliance. Even if Sakamaki brings the entire Team Rocket, we still have the strength to fight. Although the authority of the Alliance has been slightly challenged by Team Rocket in recent years, it still possesses strong dominance and mobilization capacity. After receiving accurate information about Sakamaki's potential actions against Golden Yellow City, the Alliance immediately dispatched Datu and Kina, who had returned to Kanto from the Fanyuan region, to join the battle against Team Rocket. After hearing Luo Yuan's words, Naz seemed to realize that she might have been overly tense, and her taut nerves relaxed. Then follow me. Sakamaki just sent a message to meet at an abandoned manor on the outskirts of Golden Yellow City. Naz regained her original aloof demeanor and said proudly, "Finally we have news." Luo Yuan felt that if news didn't arrive soon, he would be driven crazy by Naz. He checked his clothing and mask, confirming that everything was fine. This time, he was playing the role of a student from the Golden Yellow Gym assisting Naz. He also dialed Kina and Datus numbers, informing them to act on his signal, and followed Naz towards the outskirts of. Next to the Shirufo Company, a tall building that should have been bustling with activity was silent, forming a stark contrast with the noisy Golden Yellow City. A month ago, this building was rented by a company controlled by Team Rocket, and it is currently under Team Rocket's control. If someone could see through the one-way glass, they would witness numerous Team Rocket members swiftly moving about inside. On the top floor of the building, Sakamaki was staring thoughtfully at a map of Kanto. No one would expect that Sakamaki, the leader of Team Rocket who had just attacked the Quartz Plateau not long ago, would be staying in Golden Yellow City. Boss Sakamaki, all personnel are ready and can act at any time, reported his secretary Zhen Yao as she, usually very calm. A glimmer of excitement flashed in Zhen Yao's eyes. As a member of Team Rocket, she was very pleased with its growth. "I understand," Sakamaki said, stroking the head of Meowth, his expression unreadable. "How about Naz? Has she agreed to cooperate with us?" His tone was unusually serious, as this was an important part of his plan. If Naz was willing to cooperate, the success rate of his plan would increase significantly. "She has just replied that she is on her way to the meeting location," Zhen Yao answered. "Great, then we've cleared the last obstacle to enter Golden Yellow City," Sakamaki said while looking out the window, his gaze landing on the towering Shirufo building. Zhen Yao followed Sakamaki's gaze and said, "Shirufo Company. As long as we Team Rocket can control Golden Yellow City, we can take down Shirufo Company and acquire the technology for manufacturing Master Balls. At that time, with the power of Mutwo, all legendary Pokémon will fall under our control. There will be nothing in this world that can obstruct Team Rocket." Sakamaki's ambition was immense. As a competent warlord, Sakamaki was not satisfied merely with acquiring Mutwo. His ambition had further inflated after the attack on the Quartz Plateau, and he was no longer content with just Kanto and Chengdu. Since he aimed for world domination, he believed that relying on a single legendary Pokémon was highly insecure. Although legendary Pokémon are powerful, they are not invincible. Champions from various regions can match or even defeat them if they exploit type advantages. To oppose the vast alliance, merely having a Mutwo that does not listen well is far from enough. He further focused his ambitions on the Master Balls from Shirufo Company. With Mutwo as his initial capital, he began to seek to capture more legendary Pokémon. Only by controlling enough legendary Pokémon could he achieve true domination. "I also look forward to that day coming," Zhen Yao said excitedly. "Let's go take people with me to meet Naz." Sakamaki. To realize his ambitions, the first step was to successfully control Golden Yellow City, and the assistance of the local Golden Yellow Gym would undoubtedly yield twice the result with half the effort. He had a plan in mind. After taking control of Golden Yellow City, he would directly use Mutwo and the Psychic-type Pokémon from the Golden Yellow Gym to create a light wall in the sky above Golden Yellow City, sealing it off, until he obtained the Master Ball manufacturing technology from Shirufo Company. As long as he could capture another legendary Pokémon, he would be able to rid himself of the Alliance's threat, no longer needing to hide like a rat in the dark, but instead walk openly in the sunlight. "How many people will you bring?" Zhen Yao asked. Sakamaki pondered for a few seconds before decisively stating, "Athena and Apollo will secure the building, Chakra, and Oka will come with me." "Is it really necessary?" Zhen Yao asked, somewhat puzzled. In her view, with Mutwo present, no one could defeat Sakamaki. To ensure everything, is it really necessary? Zhen Yao asked, somewhat puzzled. In her view, with Mutwo present, no one could defeat Sakamaki. To ensure everything is foolproof. Sakamaki was very cautious. "Yes." "Is this the agreed location?" Luo Yuan and Nazi arrived at the place where they were supposed to meet Sakaki, and Luo Yuan surveyed the surroundings. This was an abandoned manor situated between Jinhuang City and Ziyuan Town. The area was vast and quiet, with no signs of life within several kilometers, making it very suitable for combat. Nazi was clearly aware of this, as well. As a trainer at the Jinhuang Dojo, she had to be responsible for the residents of Jinhuang City. If the battle with Team Rocket was to take place within Jinhuang City, she would have her concerns, but now in this suburban area, she felt at ease. She used her psychic power to scan the interior of the manor, and then turned to Luo Yuan asking, "Are there any ghost-type Pokémon to deal with inside the manor?" As she spoke, a group of Ghastly and Haunter, sensing the psychic waves, rushed out of the manor, claws flailing. Luo Yuan took a glance, and was slightly taken aback, then smirked. He didn't expect to see familiar faces. Stopping Nazi from urging Hudi to take action, Luo Yuan waved his hand towards the Haunter, and the Haunter at the front, saying, "Hello again, everyone." Attracted by Luo Yuan's voice, the ghost-type Pokémon looked over. When they realized who was greeting them, their expressions changed dramatically. They all came to a sudden stop in midair. Some timid, Ghastly, even turned to run. The Haunter in front wore a look of terror, feeling utterly defeated. Damn, how did they run into this calamity again? Clearly they had relocated from the Ziyuan Town Pokémon Tower to this abandoned manor to avoid this guy, so how could he still not let them go? Nazi also recognized these creatures at this moment. Aren't these the ghost-type Pokémon that were previously controlled? She wore a strange expression. What a coincidence. This is fate. Luo Yuan waved at the leading haunter. The haunter looked unwilling, but out of fear of Luo Yuan's terrifying presence it forced itself to approach its signature, mischievous grin, replaced by a grimace. Don't make that face. I have no intention of doing anything to you. Just smile a little. The haunter thought to itself that it would be a ghost to believe that, but it still felt some pain over the toxic orb it had previously sent out. It could not afford to provoke this great demon before it. Thus it forced a smile that looked worse than crying. Buff, this haunter's smile is so ugly. Nazi laughed out loud. The haunter was full of resentment. It couldn't frown, and it couldn't smile well either. What on earth did they want from it? Alright, Luo Yuan intervened, looking at the haunter. How did you all move here? Isn't the Pokemon Tower more suitable? Kekekek. The haunter gestured. Luo Yuan roughly understood its meaning. One reason was to avoid him, and another was that the ghost-catching event was currently taking place in Ziyuan Town. Every year at this time, they would move from the Pokemon Tower to avoid human capture. So this is the survival strategy of these ghost-type Pokemon. Luo Yuan felt he had uncovered the secret behind the Pokemon Tower's ghost-type Pokemon being never-endingly captured. It turned out that these powerful ghost-type Pokemon consciously avoided human capture every year. Of course, Luo Yuan had no intention of doing anything to these ghost-type Pokemon. Although he was not a good person, he would not deprive any Pokemon of their right to pursue freedom. He even reminded them if possible you should try to stay far away. Kek. The haunter tilted its head, not understanding Luo Yuan's meaning. A large-scale battle will break out here soon. If you stay you might get caught in it, Luo Yuan said. He had received the haunter's toxic orb before, so it was only fair to remind them. Kek. The haunter shook its head and gestured again. You say this is your last sanctuary, and you want to protect your home. Luo Yuan was speechless. Don't be ridiculous. The upcoming battle is not something you can endure. The enemies this time are far stronger than any trainers you have encountered. Kekek. The haunter continued. Luo Yuan's face showed a strange expression. You say you want to help me. He looked at the haunter before him, thinking that this haunter couldn't possibly have Stockholm Syndrome. After being beaten so badly by him before, it still wanted to help. Facing Luo Yuan's confusion, the haunter nodded. It did not have Stockholm Syndrome, it simply did not want to lose this. As a haunter that had lived for a long time, it was very intelligent. Having already witnessed Luo Yuan's formidable strength, and with a battle inevitable in the manner unless it chose to leave this habitat, it could only choose to assist Luo Yuan. After a long evolution, all Pokemon territories had been divided. The forest belonged to Bug-type and Bird-type Pokemon, while the grasslands housed the Nidoran family and Abra. Every place had already been occupied by different Pokemon species. If they left this habitat, they would have nowhere else. Not wanting to lose their home, they could only choose to help Luo Yuan. Fine, since you insist. Luo Yuan had not. Since they were so determined to help him, he would not be overly polite in refusing. These creatures were not weak. They would be competent allies against Team Rocket. Sakaki hasn't arrived yet. What should we do now? He hasn't discovered something, has he? Nazi asked after seeing Luo Yuan finish his discussion. Don't worry, we just need to wait. Wait. I just received news that Kenna has confirmed the location of Team Rocket's base in Jinhuang City and is arranging personnel for the ambush. Du is on his way here. The later Sakaki arrives, the more advantageous it is for us. Luo Yuan settled Gung Gue and numerous Guis and Gue Si Tong in the ruins of the abandoned manor, allowing them to hide in the shadows. Ghost-type Pokemon and Psychic-type Pokemon are natural enemies. If they simply hide, it is likely that when Xiao Ming gets close he will discover the position of the Ghost-type Pokemon. However, hiding in the shadows is different, or as long as Xiao Ming does not search meticulously, he will definitely not find the Gue Si and Gue Si Tong concealed in the shadows. Having arranged everything, Luo Yuan and Nazi quietly awaited the arrival of Team Rocket. They are coming. Just as Luo Yuan and Nazi were getting ready, a roar of propellers came from the distant horizon. A black helicopter marked with a red R quickly flew towards the abandoned manor. Team Rocket is becoming more and more blatant. Originally, Team Rocket was very cautious, but now after Sakamoto obtained Xiao Ming, they have begun to trend from underground to above ground. Nazi nodded. She did not appear as relaxed as Luo Yuan. The pressure from Sakamoto was immense. Luo Yuan noticed that her hands behind her were already clenched into fists, clearly showing her tension. No need to be nervous. Just leave Sakamoto to me, and you focus on blocking the others, Luo Yuan comforted. Before Nazi could respond, the helicopter had already landed on the lawn of the manor, which was overgrown with weeds. Clack. Sakamoto stepped onto the ground in black leather shoes with a slick-back hairstyle and a black suit, accompanied by a large cat exuding the aura of a mafia boss. Following behind him were Chakla, whom he had just rescued from the Alliance prison, and Uka, who resembled a small giant. 2 executives. That's a bit tricky. While Nazi was still confused, Luo Yuan had already noticed the 2 executives among the 3 beast warriors behind Sakamoto. Chakla had fought him before, and his strength could not be considered weak. Though he had not fought Uka since both were beast warriors, their strengths were likely not too far apart. In this case, the original plan would not work. The initial plan was for Luo Yuan to deal with Sakamoto himself, while Nazi held off Sakamoto's subordinates. But with Sakamoto bringing 2 executives, it was clear Nazi was not their match. Thus Luo Yuan quickly communicated to Nazi through telepathy, Nazi, be careful of the two behind Sakamoto. They are high-ranking executives of Team Rocket Chakla and Uka, and their strength is formidable. Upon hearing Luo Yuan's words, Nazi's complexion stiffened. Two high-ranking executives from Team Rocket. She could barely manage one, let alone two. Even with Gung Gue hiding in the manor, it would probably still be insufficient. What should we do? Nazi responded to Luo Yuan using telepathy. She was also a bit flustered. She thought Sakamoto would not bring too many subordinates when invading Jinhuang City, making it easier for her to handle. However, unexpected circumstances arose, leaving Nazi somewhat at a loss. Don't worry, I have a plan. I've already signaled Du, but to avoid being discovered by Sakamoto, the ambush point is a bit far. Du will need some time to arrive. You just try to delay and don't let Sakamoto leave. Luo Yuan acted very cautiously, having prepared several plans before coming to deal with various situations. Now it was just a minor hiccup, which did not greatly affect the overall plan. Influenced by Luo Yuan's confidence, Nazi's heart calmed down slightly. She looked up at Sakamoto, who had approached. We meet again. Sakamoto first glanced at Nazi, then at Luo Yuan beside her before shifting his gaze back to Nazi. Who is he? Originally, it was agreed that to prevent the plan from leaking, Nazi needed to come alone to the meeting place. Now that another person has appeared, it raised Sakamoto's vigilance, and his expression grew serious. Chakla and Uka behind him scanned the surroundings, their hands resting on their pokeballs. He is my subordinate, a capable According to the previously discussed script, Nazi said. She emphasized the word capable to mask her inner panic. Sakamoto scrutinized Nazi carefully, and after confirming through Chakla and Uka's expressions that there were no alliance members ambushed around, a smile returned to his face. A subordinate, huh? I hope such easily misinterpreted scenarios won't arise during our cooperation in the future. Nazi maintained a cold expression as if nothing could affect her. Coldness had always been the simplest and most effective way to disguise one's emotions. Sakamoto was also deceived by Nazi. Since you've come here, it means you've agreed to our deal with Team Rocket. As he spoke, Chao Meng's figure slowly emerged from the air. Its body, covered in a mix of milky white and purple armor with a long tail, exuded a powerful oppressive aura. Chao Meng's appearance immediately drew everyone's attention. Nazi nodded. No one can refuse Chao Meng. Sakamoto did not respond, turning his gaze towards Chao Meng. The reason for summoning Chao Meng at this moment was to use Chao Meng to discern the truth behind Nazi's words. Although doing such a thing might seem like overkill for a divine beast, it was a matter of great importance, and Sakamoto felt it was better to be cautious. A blue light flashed in Chao Meng's eyes as it nodded. She is not lying. Hearing this, Nazi let out a sigh of relief. Being scrutinized by a psychic-type divine beast was indeed very stressful. In truth, she had not deceived Sakamoto. She indeed could not refuse Chao Meng, but she was a bit greedier, wanting more. Then let us have a pleasant cooperation. Sakamoto extended his hand to Nazi. Since Chao Meng had confirmed that Nazi was not lying, it meant that she indeed intended to cooperate with him. Nazi looked at Sakamoto. Just as she was pondering how to continue delaying time, she heard Chao Meng speak again. The voice echoed in everyone's minds. Wait. Sakamoto turned to Chao Meng. Is there a problem? As he spoke, he had already gripped the Pokeball at his waist, prepared to release his Pokémon if the situation turned unfavorable. Why are you wearing a mask? Chao Meng pointed at Luo Yuan. As soon as these words were spoken, Nazi's face changed dramatically, and Sakamoto immediately became alert, with Chakla and Uka entering a battle-ready state. Who are you? Sakamoto directed at Luo Yuan, his gaze extremely dangerous, and he became vigilant towards Nazi. However, his caution towards Nazi was only for a moment, because Chao Meng had already confirmed that Nazi was not lying. In that case, Nazi should not be an enemy. In almost an instant, Sakamoto imagined a scenario in which the Alliance had infiltrated Nazi's side only to find out about Team Rocket's conspiracy. As a formidable figure, Sakamaki was exceedingly decisive. No sooner had he made a judgment in his heart than he executed his move. Take him down, Beedrill. Buzz. A flash of white light appeared amidst the buzzing sound of rapidly flapping wings. A Beedrill with a yellow body and black stripes emerged, its two stingers, and the one on its tail glimmering with a sharp cold light. The Beedrill was evidently in perfect sync with Sakamaki. As soon as it appeared, it morphed into a yellow phantom lunging at Luo Yuan, its stingers aiming directly for Luo Yuan's throat, showing Sakamaki's ruthless intent. Tisk! Luo Yuan sensed something was amiss when the psychic Pokemon spoke, and being prepared, he naturally evaded the Beedrill's attack. He raised his hand and threw out a Pokeball. A massive Dragonite materialized in front of Luo Yuan. The bond between Dragonite and Luo Yuan was certainly stronger than that with Beedrill. The moment it appeared, its rounded claw was directed towards Beedrill. 1,000,000-ton punch. Boom. The aggressive Beedrill was forcefully slammed to the ground, creating a It flapped its wings desperately, but to no avail. Before Dragonite, Beedrill was as fragile as an infant. Then, without waiting for Luo Yuan's command, Dragonite unleashed a powerful arc of electricity from its two antennae. Thunderbolt. Zap. The Beedrill pinned beneath Dragonite was electrified, leaving it paralyzed. Damn. Beedrill was one of his strongest trump cards, and he never expected it to fall so quickly. Of course, this was mainly due to his excessive carelessness. He had never anticipated the sudden appearance of a Dragonite. The Beedrill, which thrived on speed and agility, crashed directly into the robust and powerful Dragonite, and the outcome was already evident. By the time Sakamaki realized what was happening, it was too late. Dragonite Dado. Sakamaki looked at Luo Yuan and inquired. Based on the information he had gathered in the entire Kanto region, only Dado had a Dragonite and could train it to this level. I'm sorry, you guessed wrong, Luo Yuan replied. The moment he spoke, Chakra felt that this voice was somewhat familiar, as if he had heard it somewhere before. A flash of insight struck Chakra's mind, and he quickly shouted, "Boss Sakamaki, he is Luo." Before Chakra could finish his sentence, a streak of blue light suddenly surged towards him, causing Chakra to feel a wave of dizziness followed by a tearing pain. The sensation of pain felt as if a burning iron skewer had been thrust into his brain, continuously stirring. He wanted to pull out his pokeball to retaliate, but the pain originating from the depths of his soul caused his entire body to spasm, curling him up like a shrimp. "Uka, help me!" Chakra shouted with all his strength. Uka nearby noticed what was happening to Chakra and looked at Nashi asking, "What have you done to Chakra?" As you can see, Nashi responded, controlling Gardevoir to deliver another mental blow to the incapacitated Chakra, rendering him completely unconscious. "Of course I dealt with him. But you're not." Uka stumbled over his words, wanting to ask Nashi why she was attacking them when they had agreed to cooperate. However, Nashi had no intention of wasting time with him. She directly commanded Gardevoir to cast an illusionary light, which was blocked by the Whimsicott that had been perched on Uka's head. "You that damned woman." Uka threw out a Pokeball, and two Oddish appeared in front of him, unleashing a barrage of seed bombs towards Gardevoir and Nashi. Nashi, undeterred by her missed attack, remained focused on the plan laid out by Luo Yuan. Her task was merely to distract these two members of Team Rocket. Now that she had the opportunity to take out one, she had already exceeded her mission. Next, all she had to do was keep the large one occupied and prevent him from interfering with Luo Yuan's battle. With this in mind, Nashi controlled Gardevoir to engage with Uka. In this aspect, Gardevoir, capable of teleportation, had a natural advantage. Everything happened in the blink of an eye. On the opposing side, this person had suddenly released a Dragonite to take out his Beedrill, and then Nashi, who had originally confirmed their cooperation, had suddenly turned against them, eliminating one of his subordinates, Chakra. If Sakamaki still did not realize this was a trap, then he had wasted all those years as the leader of Team Rocket. "Luo. Who on earth are you?" "Is it Luo Yuan?" Sakamaki looked at Luo Yuan. He clearly heard the last word Chakra shouted before fainting Luo. And the only trainer with Luo in their name, and such strength in all of Kanto, was Luo Yuan. However, one thing puzzled Sakamaki: Luo Yuan should not have a Dragonite. Neither the intelligence he had gathered nor the reports from people like Chakra indicated that Luo Yuan had a Dragonite. But before Sakamaki could dwell on it, Luo Yuan himself removed his mask. "That's right, it's me." "So Sakamaki," Luo Yuan said to Sakamaki. "Luo Yuan." The moment Sakamaki confirmed that the figure before him was indeed Luo Yuan, his expression darkened instantly. "How dare you show up in front of me?" Sakamaki had long wanted to eliminate Luo Yuan. Since starting from Shijian City, nearly 1,000 members of Team Rocket had fallen to Luo Yuan, including one high-ranking officer, 4 mid-ranking officers, over 10 team leaders, not to mention countless common Team Rocket members. Now this guy actually dared to appear. Why wouldn't I? Luo Yuan stood behind Dragonite and released Steelix to block his way, saying, "It seems the situation is more unfavorable for you now." "Humph." The response came from Sakamaki's deep laughter as he looked at Luo Yuan. "It seems you are unaware of what kind of power I have gained." Sakamaki gazed at Luo Yuan, his eyes filled with confidence. This confidence stemmed from his belief that he could easily keep Luo Yuan here. "Oh." Luo Yuan looked at the psychic Pokemon that had been watching the scene unfold from the sidelines. Sakamaki also turned to the psychic Pokemon. Feeling Sakamaki's gaze, the psychic Pokemon raised its head, saying, "What do you want me to do?" For the psychic Pokemon, it didn't matter whom it helped defeat. Right now, Sakamaki had promised to help it pursue the meaning of life, so it chose to assist Sakamaki. "That's right." Sakaki nodded. After speaking, he turned to look at Luo Yuan. Although his nature as a formidable villain prevented him from feeling smug at this moment, a cold smirk still lingered at the corner of his mouth. As the creator of Dream, and currently its temporary master, Sakaki had an unparalleled understanding of Dream's. Dream's strength was extraordinarily formidable. Even after the installation of a limiter, it still possessed the capability to easily defeat a champion. To deal with someone like Luo Yuan was child's play in Sakaki's eyes. With a clank, the sound of armor colliding echoed as Dream took 2 steps forward, its aura suddenly surging. A powerful aura pressed down, making Luo Yuan feel as if he were ensnared in shackles. Is this the feeling of oppression? Familiar with Dream's characteristics, Luo Yuan immediately associated this aura with Dream's trait, oppression. However, he quickly shook his head, realizing it was likely more than just oppression. Mere oppression couldn't generate such overwhelming force, and there must be an influence of mental power at play. Dream was using mental power to exert pressure. Metagross and Dragonite were on high alert, their gazes fixed on Dream, clearly sensing its might. The gap between a quasi-divine being and a divine beast was not as small as in games. This difference was not merely 680 points in base stats. After feeling Dream's aura, Luo Yuan secretly acknowledged that his previous caution was indeed justified. In comparison, Mega Metagross boasted 700 base stats after evolution, which was 20 points higher than Dream's 680 base stats. Yet standing before the true dream, Luo Yuan could not guarantee that his Mega Metagross could secure a victory. But whether we can win or not will only be known after the fight. In the midst of Sakake's bewildered gaze, Luo Yuan raised his arm and shouted to Metagross, Metagross. Buzz! Metagross responded with a buzzing sound. Whoosh! In that moment, a rainbow of light erupted simultaneously from Luo Yuan's wrist and Metagross. What is that? From a distance, Uka was drawn to the spectacle unfolding at Luo Yuan's side. It has begun. Nazi's lips curled up, looking at Uka's clueless expression. Although Metagross was Luo Yuan's Pokémon, she felt as— What is this? Sakaki frowned as he gazed at Luo Yuan. He had no idea what Luo Yuan was doing, but he had a very bad premonition. He intended to command Dream to interrupt this process, but Dream was evidently very intrigued. Its relationship with Sakaki was merely a temporary cooperation. It would not fully obey Sakaki's commands. Dream observed everything keenly. Since its inception, humans had poured a vast amount of knowledge into its brain, yet this situation contained none of that knowledge, leaving it with a sense of novelty. In the face of its own curiosity, what did Sakaki's command mean? Amidst the intertwining lights, a white radiance enveloped Metagross. Roar! Accompanied by Metagross roar, the massive light sphere encasing it burst open, revealing Mega Metagross, with 4 gigantic claws before everyone. Although the aura was not oppressive, it emanated from Mega Metagross, matching Dream's presence in a standoff. This is— Sakaki's pupils constricted sharply upon seeing Mega Metagross. He had never seen or heard of such a form of Metagross. It was as if it had undergone another evolution. Is this some new technology, or an item? Sakaki speculated inwardly, while shouting to Dream, take it. In truth, Dream had already charged forward without Sakaki's prompting. This Pokémon was the strongest opponent it had encountered since its birth, completely different from the others it could easily handle. It was far more curious about this oddly shaped Pokémon before it, and how strong it truly was. Go! Metagross Iron Arm. Hearing Luo Yuan's command, Mega Metagross lunged towards the incoming Dream. Its 4 iron arms swung, landing a punch aimed at Dream's head. Dream conjured a gigantic spoon out of thin air, blocking Metagross' attack. Clang! Sparks flew as the iron arm collided with the spoon. Both floating Pokémon retreated simultaneously. Dream's offensive was far from over. As it stepped back, it gathered a pitch-black shadow ball in its hand. Extending its arm, it hurled the shadow ball towards Metagross. Metagross remained unfazed. A wall of light had already intercepted the shadow ball. Dream's shadow ball was incredibly powerful, shattering the wall of light, but it also bought Metagross some time to shift sideways and effortlessly evade the incoming shadow ball. Simultaneously, Metagross opened its mouth, unleashing an energy beam of white tinged with silver light towards Dream. Caught in the act of throwing the shadow ball, Dream had no way to dodge Metagross' sudden attack. Fortunately, a blue light flashed in its eyes, and a blue sphere enveloped Dream. The blue sphere appeared almost tangible. From afar, Luo Yuan observed it, feeling as if this sphere resembled a wall of light, yet somehow seemed more complex. Metagross' light cannon struck Dream's blue sphere just as it formed. The light cannon crashed against the sphere like a tidal wave, while Dream's blue sphere stood firm like a rock amidst the surge. The two sides were at a stalemate. However, it was evident that Dream's blue sphere was not an absolute defense. Under the continuous bombardment of the light cannon, the surface of the blue sphere began to show fine cracks. The subtle cracking sounds barely audible amidst the clash, yet not difficult for Luo Yuan possessing telepathy to hear. Put in more effort. Luo Yuan shouted to Metagross. Due to habitual training, Metagross was not exerting its full strength at that moment. Luo Yuan had always instructed Metagross to hold back a bit with each attack to prevent a misfire and being unable to withstand a counterattack. Upon hearing Luo Yuan's command, Metagross immediately complied. With a sudden increase in force, the light cannon clearly thickened. Dream itself was not defensive. Having already exerted its full power in withstanding the light cannon's impact, it now showed signs of struggling under the intensified output from Mega Metagross. Dream teleport evade. At that moment, Sakaki cleverly instructed Dream. Sakamaki's mind was clear. He knew that Chao Meng appeared to obey him on the surface, but deep down it did not trust him. Thus he did not directly command Chao Meng at first, knowing that with its pride it would never heed his orders, which would only lead. So he specifically waited until Chao Meng was at a disadvantage in battle before offering guidance. In this way, if Chao Meng escaped the crisis following his instructions, it would build trust in him. Even if Chao Meng did not follow his commands and suffered losses, it would still feel regret, which would similarly help cultivate trust between them. This was the cunning of Sakamaki. At that moment, Chao Meng was driven to a dead end, and just as the opponent's light cannon was about to break through its defenses, Sakamaki's command suddenly rang in its ears. As Sakamaki had envisioned, Chao Meng instinctively chose to follow his command and use teleportation to dodge. A blue light shone around Chao Meng as it executed the move, avoiding the light cannon from the Super Jinjing monster. The shining silver light cannon pierced through and struck the helicopter behind Sakamaki. Boom! The helicopter exploded into a fireball, a small mushroom cloud rising from where it had landed. Well done, Jinjing monster. Seeing this scene, Luo Yuan was very satisfied. He had never thought of defeating Chao Meng with just one hit. His initial target was the helicopter that Sakamaki and the others were on. As long as he destroyed the helicopter, Sakamaki and the others would be trapped here. When he brought people over later, Sakamaki would effectively be like a turtle in a jar. Naturally, Sakamaki was unaware of this, but given the destruction of the helicopter, it was not difficult for his intelligence to guess Luo Yuan's intentions. Is he trying to cut off my escape route? Sakamaki's face darkened. He felt completely outsmarted. Since becoming the leader of Team Rocket and expanding its influence throughout the Kanto and Chengdu regions, he had not encountered such a situation for a long time. Chao Meng Shadow Ball. With suppressed anger, Sakamaki commanded Chao Meng. Although Chao Meng was reluctant to follow Sakamaki's orders, the opponent's Pokémon was clearly very powerful, and with the limiter, it was uncertain whether it could contend with the other side. Chao Meng did not want to lose, so it raised its hand and shot out a Shadow Ball, choosing to obey Sakamaki's command. Has it actually set aside its pride? Although the Jinjing monster easily dispersed the Shadow Ball, Luo Yuan's smile faded and his gaze sharpened. To him, Chao Meng was not a concern, although powerful, it was new to existence and lacked combat experience. With the Mega Jinjing monster, Luo Yuan had numerous methods to defeat Chao Meng. However, now that Chao Meng accepted Sakamaki's commands, the situation became very tricky. As the leader of Team Rocket and a former trainer of the Shiroken Gym, Sakamaki, who even bore the title of Earthmaster, could be said to be one of the top trainers in command skills in the Kanto region. Jinjing monster, be careful. Luo Yuan reminded the Jinjing monster. Virum. The Jinjing monster spread its limbs, its eyes gleaming red, responding to Luo Yuan with action. We go first, seize the initiative. Jinjing monster, use Meteor Mash. The strength of the Mega Jinjing monster lay mainly in close combat. To win against Chao Meng, they had to rely on melee. Although Sakamaki was unclear about the strength of the Super Jinjing monster, he understood one principle: do not allow the opponent to achieve what they want. Chao Meng dodged and continued using Shadow Ball. He immediately ordered Chao Meng to evade and avoid direct confrontation with the Super Jinjing monster. After all, relying on Chao Meng's agility, as long as it continuously used Shadow Ball to wear down the Super Jinjing monster, the ultimate victor would be him and Chao Meng. Jinjing monster, use Quick Attack, then spin. Luo Yuan's command left Sakamaki puzzled. What does it mean? Is there such a move? However, when he saw the Jinjing monster's actions, he understood Luo Yuan's intent. The Jinjing monster began to spin rapidly around its center, its entire body resembling a metallic-colored top. Its sharp claws spinning swiftly with its body-formed sawtooth edges that rotated like a chainsaw at the edge of the top. The rapidly spinning body tore through the air, creating a sound of slicing through the void. Then the Super Jinjing monster drew an arc in the air and charged towards Chao Meng. Its speed had increased nearly twofold compared to before. Caught off guard, Chao Meng could only raise the massive psychic spoon in its hand to block. Clang, clang, clang. The sound of claws colliding with the spoon echoed continuously. The claws of the rapidly spinning Jinjing monster could strike against the spoon held by Chao Meng dozens or even hundreds of times in a single second. The relentless vibrations made Chao Meng's arms numb. Where the handle of the spoon met the Jinjing monster, deep grooves were carved by the claws, cutting halfway into the spoon. Seeing this, Chao Meng realized the situation was dire. If this continued, the spoon would surely break. But at such a close distance, it could not think of a good way to dodge, so it immediately attempted to teleport away. But it discovered two forces of psychic energy had already locked onto it. At this moment, there was no time to evade. Chao Meng did not intend to test how sharp the claws of the Super Jinjing monster were with its own body. Without time to think, Chao Meng used teleportation again. Whoosh! Chao Meng vanished before the Jinjing monster. By the time it teleported to a new position, it heard Luo Yuan shout, "Fast Dragon, Dragon Pulse." Chao Meng looked up only to find that at some point Fast Dragon had already locked onto it. At this moment, Fast Dragon opened its mouth wide, gathering Dragon Pulse, preparing to unleash it. It turned out that Luo Yuan had anticipated that Chao Meng would prepare to use teleportation and had locked onto it with psychic energy as the Jinjing monster began its attack. Then he directly commanded Fast Dragon to charge up and attack Chao Meng. At this moment, it was too late to teleport again. Chao Meng could only raise a thin layer of energy around its body, hoping that this layer would block the Dragon Pulse. Boom! The Dragon Pulse struck Chao Meng, and the aggressive Dragon-type energy invaded the energy layer on its surface, leaving it riddled with holes. However, Fast Dragon was ultimately not as powerful as the Jinjing monster. The Dragon Pulse was not as strong as the Cannon Light Beam, and it could only achieve this much. Chao Meng blocked this blow and was about to counterattack, but before it could move, a force that tore everything apart came from below. Crack, crack, crack. The riddled energy layer shattered instantly, and the sharp metallic claws landed on Chao. The sharp metallic claws tore through the already tattered energy layer on Mutuo's body, landing on the armor. The claws of the Mega Steelix were exceptionally sharp, even before its Mega Evolution. Steelix's claws could slice through stones like tofu. Although Mutuo's armor was made of alloy, it could not withstand the assault for long. Sakaki's expression changed upon seeing that Steelix actually had the ability to damage Mutuo's armor. The armor Mutuo wore was specially crafted by Sakaki for it. Because Mutuo had just recently been born, it had not yet perfected its control over its own power. Its psychic abilities often ran rampant, damaging surrounding objects or harming nearby Pokémon, so Sakaki invested heavily in creating this armor to help Mutuo master and control its own strength. Moreover, this armor possessed extremely strong defensive capabilities, allowing Mutuo, which did not have great defensive power, to withstand some degree of damage. It also had a crucial ability. This armor could serve a part of the function of a Pokeball. Of course, do not misunderstand, the Pokeball function here does not refer to capturing. Sakake's relationship with Mutuo was quite delicate. If he suggested capturing Mutuo, there was a high chance he would end up as two little pancakes. The ability of this armor was not to capture, but to prevent capture. Wearing this armor effectively prevented being sucked into a Pokeball. Sakaki specifically added this feature to prevent the Mutuo he created from being snatched away by unknown individuals. It was precisely because of this ability that Mutuo allowed Sakaki to put on such an inconvenient armor. However, at this moment the armor shattered under the attack of Steelix. Clank. A half piece of chest armor fell onto the ground in front of Mutuo. The entire area fell silent. Sakake's face was as dark as water. Luo Yuan had a smile at the corner of his mouth, but remained unperturbed. Mutuo's eyes were filled with fury, while Steelix showed no emotional fluctuations, and Dragonite squinted happily. The next moment a surge of power far stronger than before erupted from Mutuo, and the broken armor scattered, forcing the charging Mega Steelix back slightly, and halting its assault. Yet Sakaki still showed no signs of joy. He realized a troubling issue, that Luo Yuan seemed to have targeted Mutuo's armor from the very beginning. First the cannon beam, then the comet punch and rapid spin. What exactly did Luo Yuan intend to do? Sakaki felt an ominous premonition. This premonition could not be smoothed over even with Mutuo's increased strength after releasing its limits. Meanwhile, the battle between Luo Yuan and Sakaki was in a stalemate, while on the other side Nashi and Oka's battle was also at a standstill. Oka excelled in using Bug-type and Grass-type Pokémon, while Nashi specialized in Psychic-type Pokémon. Logically, Oka should have the upper hand. In fact, during the battle Oka was indeed in the lead. Oka's strength was significantly higher than Nax's, and even though Nashi wielded powerful psychic abilities, the gap could not be closed. But Nashi had her own way of fighting. She did not engage Oka head-on, but relied on Alakazam to hit and run, while also continually using the unconscious Chakra to her advantage. As fellow three beasts, Oka had a good relationship with Chakra, so he naturally could not stand by while Chakra was attacked by Nashi. Thus back and forth the battle between both sides had persisted until now. Alakazam used Psychic. Alakazam, holding two spoons, unleashed a vast psychic force. Ku, hold your... Oka commanded Ku to block Alakazam's psychic attack, then grabbed a Spheal and threw it over. Spheal used... Oka planned to first poison Alakazam before slowly taking it down. However, at that moment a powerful aura from Mutuo surged forth. The Spheal in midair was directly swept away, and Alakazam had to raise its hand to shield itself, preventing its frail body from being harmed under the overwhelming aura. Such a strong aura. The battle is too intense. Nashi observed the battlefield near Mutuo. Whether it was Mutuo's invincible form or Steelix's boulder-like strength, it stirred her emotions. This had nothing to do with her personality. Although she usually appeared very indifferent witnessing a battle of this caliber, no one could remain unmoved. On the contrary, Oka across from her was not feeling so good. As a senior officer in Team Rocket who understood the function of the armor on Mutuo, Oka could not help but feel worried upon seeing the armor being destroyed. The main concern was whether Mutuo would lose control. If Mutuo lost control at this moment, it wouldn't even need to retaliate against Team Rocket. Just leaving would be a catastrophe for Team Rocket, which was currently in an expansion phase thanks to obtaining Mutuo. Fortunately, Mutuo did not betray him or leave as he feared. Mutuo stood before Steelix, its pale purple eyes directed at Steelix, filled with fury and battle intent. You have successfully enraged me. Mutuo's voice resonated in everyone's minds through telepathy. In response to Mutuo, Steelix delivered a powerful arm strike. If Steelix's action could be translated into words, it would roughly mean, "What are you acting tough for? It's just releasing it," as if it was certain of victory. Steelix struck without mercy. The arm strike fell with a whistling sound, crashing down towards Mutuo's head. Mutuo raised its hand to block, only to be knocked back several meters before stabilizing its body. What? Mutuo never expected that even after releasing its limits it still could not suppress the Mega Steelix before it, causing it to feel a sense of existential doubt. Not just it, as Sakaki, who had been watching from the side, also had doubts about life. Did I create a fake Mutuo? Sakaki questioned himself. No, Mutuo had clearly demonstrated such strength before, even easily defeating Shiba. It shouldn't be this weak. Unable to suppress even a pseudo-legendary Pokemon. Before either the person or the Pokemon could figure it out, Mega Steelix charged again, launching a comet punch towards Mutuo. Mutuo protected its head with its hands, raising an energy shield to block the hit. But behind them came Luo Yuan's voice. Dragonite used Dragon Dive. The distant Dragonite let out a roar, soaring into the sky, its hefty body transforming into a golden light as it charged towards Mutuo. Boom. Even though Mutuo was a legendary Pokemon, it was still smashed into the ground, and the protective energy sphere burst on the spot. You all will die. Mutuo's furious voice echoed in everyone's minds. Upon seeing Mutuo being besieged, Sakaki immediately wanted to send out his Pokemon to intercept Luo Yuan's Dragonite. However, before he could act, several shadows rapidly approached from the distant horizon. The first to arrive was a Dragonite of similar size to Luo Yuan's, lunging fiercely towards Sakaki. Following closely were a fossil Aerodactyl Gyarados and a Charizard with a cloaked man on its back. One man and 4 Pokémon surrounded Sakaki and his Steelix. The Charizard, Dragonite, Gyarados, and Aerodactyl surrounded Sakaki tightly. Sakaki looked at this scene and his expression was clearly grim. Sakaki glanced around at the 4 Pokémon encircling him. Even without looking at the man standing atop Charizard, he knew who was behind this. The leader of the Kanto Elite for the Quartz Champion and the representative of the younger generation of Kanto trainers Dato. Sakaki's knuckles turned white from the force of his grip. Over the years as the leader of Team Rocket, he had faced Dato in many battles from afar and knew well the formidable strength he possessed. He never expected that Dato would appear at this moment. In an instant, Sakaki realized that this was not merely a trap aimed at him, but a conspiracy against Team Rocket as a whole. Sakaki, surrender now, you have no hope of winning, Dato shouted at Sakaki. Standing on Charizard, Dato, clad in a red cape that billowed in the wind, commanded a presence that could intimidate any trainer, especially with the 4 powerful Pokémon at his side. Someone as resolute as Sakaki would never yield to Dato's words without a fight. He directly threw out 3 Pokeball, a Sceptile from the Hoenn region, a Nidoking, and a Dragonite, along with the previously summoned Tyranitar, formed a protective barrier around him. With a dangerous expression, Sakaki declared, "It's too early to say that." Surrendering was out of the question. He would never give up resisting, not in this lifetime. Having been the leader of Team Rocket for many years, he had painstakingly developed the organization to its current scale. If he surrendered, their influence would vanish in an instant. He could never simply capitulate. Moreover, he was not without hope of turning the tide. His gaze fell on Mutwo, who had begun to adapt under Luo Yuan's frame. As long as Mutwo could take down Liu, and Dato would be of no concern. Is that so? Dato noticed Sakaki's gaze and recognized that Mutwo was the one currently battling Lin, the same Pokémon that had previously defeated Jiba. A sense of urgency surged within him. He needed to deal with Sakaki, then go assist Luo Yuan. In an instant, he made his decision and waved his hand, sending Aerodactyl and Gyarados charging towards Sakaki. Then he shouted to his strongest ace, Dragonite. Dragonite used Dragon Dance. Dragonite's plump body danced gracefully in the sky, appearing somewhat comical from a distance, but any knowledgeable trainer would understand that there was nothing amusing about Dragonite's power. Given Dragonite's already formidable strength, the boost from Dragon Dance, which increases a Pokémon's attack and speed, made Sakaki shudder to think about how much stronger Dragonite would become. Dragonite used Meteor Mash. The Nidoking's punch struck Gyarados' tail, blocking its Dragon Tail attack. Meanwhile, Nidoking shielded Sakaki from the rock slide launched by Aerodactyl. Tyranitar used Horn Drill. Interrupt Dragonite. Sakaki commanded Tyranitar, who stood at the forefront. The silver-gray Tyranitar charged forward like a heavy tank, causing the ground to tremble, its horns spinning rapidly at the tip, ready to pierce Dragonite. As Tyranitar's trainer, Sakaki was well aware of its strength. While Tyranitar might not be able to match Dragonite in a direct confrontation, Dragonite was currently in a state of Dragon Dance. If Dragonite managed to evade Tyranitar's Horn Drill, Sakaki would achieve his goal of interrupting Dragon Dance. If it didn't, Sakaki was confident his Tyranitar could create an opening against Dragonite. However, while Sakaki was considering this, he overlooked Dato and his Charizard beneath him. Charizard used Dragon Rage. Dato leapt down from Charizard and shouted at it. Roar! Charizard spread its wings, shooting out like an arrow, unleashing a violent energy blast that struck Tyranitar from the side. Tyranitar, focused on Dragonite ahead, was caught off guard by the sudden attack from Charizard. As a result, it stumbled, losing its balance, and was directly knocked to the ground by Charizard's Dragon Rage. The spinning horn pierced into the ground, creating a massive crater. Tyranitar quickly got back up, but Dragonite had already completed its Dragon Dance. Faced with the significantly enhanced Dragonite, Tyranitar appeared somewhat hesitant and turned to engage Charizard in battle. Sceptile used Headbutt. Sakaki felt a pang of frustration towards Tyranitar's hesitation, but this was not the time to dwell on that. He quickly ordered Sceptile to charge in to prevent Dragonite from continuing its Dragon Dance. Dato and Dragonite were naturally pleased to see Sceptile rush forward, allowing Dragonite to take a break. Dragonite, hold your ground. Dato commanded as Dragonite easily took Sceptile's charging headbutt. Then it retaliated with a Meteor Mash that slammed into Sceptile's head. Though Sceptile was hit by Dragonite's punch, it staggered back 2 steps, but could not afford to retreat. Sceptile charged again, extending its arms to strike at Dragonite's claw as it came down. The battle between Dato and Sakaki was intense, with both sides commanding 4 Pokémon, each totaling 8 Pokémon engaged in fierce combat. Meanwhile, the clash between Luo Yuan and Mutwo was also escalating. Luo Yuan had just repelled Mutwo's Shadow Ball, when just as he was about to catch his breath, Dragonite unleashed a Dragon Pulse. After finally managing to push Dragonite back with a strong psychic force, the Mega Metagross followed up with a Comet Punch that sent the unprepared Mutwo flying. Luo's 2 main Pokémon, Mega Metagross and Dragonite, exhibited an incredibly smooth synergy akin to a shared consciousness, something many seasoned champions could not achieve. Part of this synergy stemmed from Luo's telepathic guidance, but more importantly, both Pokémon had been obtained through a system lottery and trusted Luo's commands implicitly. With such coordination combined with Mega Metagross' overwhelming strength, even Mutwo was constantly at a disadvantage against the 2 Pokémon's tactics. Not far away, Luo Yuan commanded his Pokémon to assault Mewtwo while assessing the situation. Just as Mewtwo was sent flying by Mega Metagross punch and staggered back, a glint of determination flashed in Luo's eyes. It's time. It's time, Bulbasaur. As the opportunity presented itself, while Mewtwo staggered backward, Luo Yuan shouted at Bulbasaur, who was already prepared at the side. Yes. Bulbasaur nodded and stood up from its crouched position. The butt on its back, having absorbed enough nutrients, burst forth with a dazzling light. Solar beam. The scorching sunlight shot toward Mewtwo. The distant Mewtwo retreating sensed the solar beam from Bulbasaur, but dismissed it entirely. To it, such a feeble attack from a weak Pokémon couldn't even breach its defenses. Even if such an attack hit it directly, the pain it would feel wouldn't even compare to 1/100th of a blow from a Mega Metagross. With a sense of frustration from being thrashed by Mega Metagross and Dragonite, Mewtwo swiftly completed its contempt for Bulbasaur, both physically and mentally. The proud Mewtwo naturally looked down upon such a weak attack, focusing all its attention on the Mega Metagross. However, Mewtwo did not notice the faint smile at the corner of Luo Yuan's mouth. Was Luo Yuan the type to engage in fruitless efforts? Clearly not. As a strategist who meticulously considers every detail in battle, Luo Yuan would not simply let Bulbasaur unleash a solar beam as a futile effort against Mewtwo. Yet he was indeed doing just that, and there was an important reason behind it. This reason was hidden within the solar beam. The solar beam, which was scorned by Mewtwo, struck its body. As expected, the solar beam did not inflict significant damage. It merely caused a searing sensation on its surface, burning a small patch of skin that healed itself without any need for recovery. However, Luo Yuan's goal was never to cause harm to Mewtwo with the solar beam. What mattered was the hidden elements within. Bang! Mewtwo felt something collide against its body amidst the solar beam. A familiar sound echoed, one Mewtwo had heard countless times before. It was the sound of a Pokeball being thrown after Team Rocket had defeated numerous wild Pokémon. At that moment, as the solar beam gradually dissipated, a Pokeball, with a purple upper half and white lower half featuring 2 red arcs on its purple shell, landed on it. A Pokeball. Mewtwo was taken aback, its brain momentarily malfunctioning. It had never expected a Pokeball to be hidden within the solar beam. That was its last thought before being sucked into the Pokeball after being struck by a powerful blow from Mega Metagross. Thud. The Master Ball landed on the ground with a crisp sound, vibrating violently. Sakaki, who was engaged in a battle with Dato, suddenly sensed something was off, turned his head, and witnessed the scene of Mewtwo being drawn into the Master Ball. Mewtwo. Upon seeing the Master Ball, he instantly understood what had transpired. His emotions were too complex. Sakaki's expression changed rapidly, shifting from shock to confusion to anger, and then from... He personally demonstrated a rapid succession of expressions to Luo Yuan, illustrating how a person's face could change so dramatically in such a short span of time. The Master Ball can guarantee a 100 capture rate for ordinary Pokémon, but not for legendary ones. Sakaki was aware of this. According to the researchers of the Master Ball, if it could capture a legendary Pokémon, there would theoretically be... The Master Ball can guarantee a 100 capture rate for ordinary Pokémon, but not for legendary ones. Sakaki was aware of this. According to the researchers of the Master Ball, if it could capture a legendary Pokémon, there would theoretically be a 50 success rate. To increase this probability, one must consider the legendary Pokémon's health and condition. The more injured and weaker the Pokémon, the easier it is to capture. Thus, he was not yet in despair, even though the Master Ball had indeed struck Mewtwo, as long as it hadn't successfully captured it. Holding on to this hope, Sakaki stared intently at the Master Ball, wishing it had failed to capture Mewtwo. However, reality often contradicts people's expectations. Sakaki hoped that the Master Ball would not successfully capture Mewtwo, but in reality the shaking of the Master Ball grew weaker, and finally, with a thud, the white button in the center of the Master Ball lit up with a red glow. The Master Ball stopped shaking and lay quietly on the ground. I successfully captured Mewtwo. Even Luo Yuan, with his typically composed demeanor, couldn't help but shout out in triumph. This was Mewtwo, a level 1 legendary Pokémon with a base stat total of 680, one of the most popular and powerful Pokémon in his past life. Dragonite picked up the Pokeball containing Mewtwo and handed it to Luo Yuan. Luo Yuan looked through the translucent purple upper shell of the Master Ball and saw Mewtwo staring back at him with unfriendly eyes. However, Luo Yuan was not the least bit angry. He had never expected that capturing Mewtwo would lead to a high level. After putting the Pokeball containing Mewtwo into his pocket, he ignored the system prompt in his mind about capturing his first legendary Pokemon and earning a golden lottery draw. Luo Yuan looked at Sakaki, who seemed to have lost his soul in the distance, and smiled slightly. Sakaki, how about surrendering? I can arrange for you a private cell in the Alliance prison. Upon hearing this, Sakaki raised his head and glanced deeply at Luo Yuan, suddenly bursting into laughter. I never expected that my plans would be thwarted by a little brat I initially underestimated. What a blunder. Hearing Sakaki's words, Dato frowned and immediately became guarded. If Sakaki could still laugh, did that mean... Luo Yuan was not worried about Sakaki having any tricks up his sleeve. Nothing could overpower his Mega Metagross, yet he still intended to test the waters with Sakaki. But before Luo Yuan could speak, Sakaki continued, this time you won, but next time it won't be the same. Still thinking of escaping now. The helicopter has been blown up. Luo Yuan squinted at Sakaki, noticing the direction of Sakaki's gaze towards the ground, suddenly realized. Luo Yuan squinted at Sakaki, noticing. However, Luo Yuan's warning came too late. Sakaki instantly withdrew his Bag Dragon and Nidoqueen, letting his Tyranitar block Dido's 4 Pokémon, while he himself grabbed onto the protrusion on the back of Gyarados. Then Gyarados suddenly burrowed into the ground, fleeing underground. Bashikadora used Dig, taking Sakaki underground. Fossil Pterosaur Gyarados used Earthquake. If Sakaki could be taken down now, the downfall of Team Rocket would be imminent. This would be a significant achievement, even for him, the leader of the Kanto Elite Four, enough to promote him to champion of the Kanto region. Thus at this moment he could not let Sakaki escape. The ground trembled as Fossil Pterosaur and Gyarados followed Dido's command and unleashed Earthquake. Bashikadora had half of Sakaki's body already underground. If they were struck by the earthquake, now they would undoubtedly suffer tremendous damage. That was secondary. The main issue was that if Fossil Pterosaur and Gyarados executed Earthquake, escape would be therefore he had to stop Fossil Pterosaur and Gyarados. Thoughts raced through Sakaki's mind. Reaching into his pocket, Sakaki pulled out a Pokeball, and without looking tossed it towards the direction of Fossil Pterosaur. Bang! The Pokeball opened, revealing a rock-gray spherical Pokemon made up of countless stones suspended. Lunatone, use Explosion. Sakaki commanded the newly released Lunatone to use Explosion. Giving this command caused him some pain. His Pokémon were not the kind he could easily abandon. Understanding the importance of intimacy with his Pokémon, he valued their training highly. All his Pokémon were raised by him. Yet today he had no choice but to abandon both Tyranitar and Lunatone. Heaven knew how long it would take to retrain 2 main forces. Not could quickly dodge. Upon hearing Sakaki call for Explosion, Dado was startled and quickly hid behind his Dragonite, instead of continuing to pursue. Luo Yuan commanded his Metagross and Dragonite to shield in front of him. Natsuki had teleported somewhere unknown. The sky echoed with the roar of Lunatone's explosion. The shockwave from Lunatone's explosion swept in all directions, leveling everything within 100 meters radius of the blast point. Gyarados and Fossil Pterosaur were knocked over multiple times. Daito's Dragonite used its claws to shield its eyes, firmly protecting Dado behind it. As for Luo Yuan, Metagross and Dragonite, due to their distance and their considerable strength, they were not significantly affected. The entire lawn of the abandoned manor was upheaved, while the lurking Jengars and Jengar in the vicinity, who hadn't had a chance to strike, fled in a panic. The manor's structures, already dilapidated, became even more ruined. Once the aftershocks of the explosion subsided, Luo Yuan and Dado looked back at the position where Sakaki had been. There was no trace of him left. Luo Yuan even scanned the underground with his psychic abilities, but found no sign of Sakaki. Tisk, he really runs fast. Luo Yuan admired Sakaki's escape abilities. Dido's expression was grim. Luo Yuan had already captured Mutwo, so it should have been his task to catch Sakaki. However, now that Sakaki had escaped, it was a serious dereliction of duty. Luo Yuan, seeing Dido's expression, smiled, and said, "It's not a big deal, it's just Sakaki who escaped. The results are still quite fruitful." For him, being able to capture Mutwo was already a great satisfaction. With Mutwo, Team Rocket would be no more. Besides, even if Sakaki could run, his Team Rocket base and subordinates would not be able to escape. Sakaki was feared because of his position as the leader of Team Rocket. As long as they cut off Sakaki's wings, he would no longer be a threat. While speaking, Luo Yuan observed the nearby Oka, who had already lost the will to fight and surrendered, and the unconscious Chakra. This performance was already quite commendable. Dado nodded in agreement, acknowledging that, as Luo Yuan said, the results were indeed substantial. Capturing 2 Team Rocket executives would surely weaken Team Rocket significantly. Even without capturing Sakaki, Team Rocket would have to lay low for a while. After fixing his hairstyle, which had been disheveled by the explosion's aftermath, Luo Yuan greeted Dado and Natsuki, saying, "Let's go support Kona. After all, that's in the heart of Golden City, and I'm worried about unexpected events." Dado nodded, took out his communicator to call a team of inspectors waiting in the distance, and handed over the handcuffed Oka and Chakra to them. "Let's go." Luo Yuan and Natsuki rode a Dragonite, while Dado rode another Dragonite, and the 3 swiftly flew towards Golden City. Damn it, how did Kona find out about our hideout? Within the Team Rocket base building, Team Rocket and the Alliance's inspection force were engaged in a fierce battle on the floors. 2 hours earlier, shortly after Sakaki had left with his men, the Alliance, led by one of the Elite Four, Kona, launched a surprise attack here. Caught off guard, Team Rocket lost control of the building from the 1st to the 5th floors, suffering heavy losses. Fortunately, the Athena and Apollo left behind at the base were not just empty vessels. They quickly reacted by organizing personnel to fend off the Alliance's assault, engaging in a defensive battle on the 5th and 6th floors. The 2 even had to personally step in to face Kona to stabilize the situation. "Have we contacted Sakaki yet?" Watching the battle of Apollo and Athena through the monitors, Jean Niao coldly asked the Team Rocket member, above his tone full of urgency. "No response, their communicator is turned off," the Team Rocket member replied, while holding the communicator. "Damn it." Jean Niao was filled with anxiety. Without Sakaki, she didn't know whether to fight or flee next. If they couldn't reach Sakaki again by the time the Alliance gathered their forces, they would definitely not be a match for them. Of course, Jean Niao had no idea that Sakaki was currently fleeing underground, unable to take care of them at all. Jean Yao glanced at the monitor below, seeing trainers continuously passing by joining the alliance to fight against Team Rocket, and their side was gradually showing signs of faltering. Retreat. Everyone retreat, in an orderly manner. Unable to reach Sakaki, Jean Yao could only make the decision herself, and her choice was to retreat. The decision to retreat was a well-considered choice by Jean Yao. The communicator with Banmu was normally never turned off, but now it was inactive, leaving her unaware of the situation there. However, based on her speculation, it was highly likely that an accident had occurred on Banmu's side. Although she did not know what the accident was, it was unrealistic to expect Banmu to come to their aid since they could not establish contact. The current situation was that the alliance was about to breach their defenses. With every passing second, the risks faced by the rocket team were multiplying. Yes, my lord, Jean Yao. With Banmu absent, Athena and Apollo were engaged in battle, so Jean Yao's orders held the same weight as Banmu's. Soon the order to retreat was communicated. The trainers of the rocket team immediately began to tighten their defensive line. Some rocket team trainers escorted the researchers inside the building using flying-type Pokémon to break through the sky. Meanwhile, the remaining trainers quickly destroyed documents and equipment within the building to ensure that the alliance could not uncover the secrets of the rocket team from them. From the outside of the building, many rocket team trainers could be seen breaking through the windows, either carrying people or vital equipment, escaping through the defensive lines set by the alliance inspectors in the sky. With no one to intervene, the alliance's trainers in the air were powerless to stop these elite members of the rocket team. The remaining rocket team members who had no means of escape were given a promise from their superior and rallied their spirits to command their Pokémon to engage in suicidal battles to delay the alliance's advance. Although Apollo and Athena were not as strong individually as Kinna, the two of them combined found it relatively easy to deal with Kinna. In this situation, the rocket team quickly withdrew. Kinna, lacking manpower, could only watch helplessly as the rocket team escaped. In this situation, all she could do was command her Pokémon to tear through the rocket team's defenses with all her might. Wherever the ice beam passed, countless Pokémon of the rocket team were frozen. Athena and Apollo were disinterested in a drawn-out fight, retreating while battling, and victory tilted in favor of the alliance. When Luo Yuan, Du, and Nazi finally arrived, the battle here had already concluded. Most of the rocket team members had already been captured by Kina's people, but the important cadres and scientists had all escaped before Luo Yuan and the others arrived. If only we had arrived a bit earlier, Du couldn't help but sigh. This operation against the rocket team could have been a textbook example of encirclement, but due to his mistake and Kina's lack of manpower, this encirclement could only be considered a victory. Although the rocket team was severely wounded, they were not completely uprooted. This was undoubtedly very regrettable. It's nothing. There will be plenty of time in the future, and the results of this operation are quite good, aren't they? Luo Yuan smiled and exchanged a glance with Kinna. Nazi keenly sensed the interaction between Luo Yuan and Kinna, glancing left and right with a strange expression, while an unusual emotion began to grow in her heart. Kinna was unaware of Nazi's thoughts and said with a serious expression, according to the urgent interrogation of the rocket team, just now their target has been confirmed to be the Shirafu Company. The Shirafu Company. Hearing this, Du was startled. This was a giant in Kanto, a globally renowned company. He never expected that the rocket team's target would be the Shirafu Company. I was also shocked when I first heard it. Luckily, we were forewarned about the rocket team's conspiracy and captured them, otherwise we wouldn't have known what kind of disaster would have occurred. Kinna said. Du nodded in agreement, looking at Luo Yuan and Nazi. We still need to thank you, Luo Yuan and Nazi. If it weren't for you, the alliance would have been humiliated. He could hardly imagine what it would be like if Banmu possessing Mutwo had attacked the Shirafu Company. The incident at the Quartz Plateau had already caused a significant loss of face for the alliance. If the Shirafu Company, a local technological giant in Kanto, were attacked by the rocket team, how would the outside world view the Kanto alliance? At that time, as the top of the Kanto Elite Four, he would also lose face. Fortunately, Luo Yuan had foreseen the rocket team's conspiracy and defeated Banmu. As a part of Kanto, we can't just stand by and watch the rocket team act recklessly, Luo Yuan said beautifully. Of course, the main reason was that by stopping the rocket team's conspiracy, he not only gained a chance for a lottery from the system, but also received a generous reward from the alliance. Kinna, having become familiar with Luo Yuan, understood he was just being polite and did not take it seriously. After thinking for a moment, she suddenly recalled something. By the way, there's one more thing. What is it? The president of Shirafu wants to meet you. Kinna said to Luo Yuan. Why does he want to meet me? If he wants to meet anyone, it should be Du, Luo Yuan replied. Upon hearing this, Du coughed twice. Ahem, I have a bit of a disagreement with the president of Shirafu. Luo Yuan was immediately curious. Du had a disagreement with the president of Shirafu. I have a good relationship with Dawu from Fangyuan. You should know his full name, Zivik Dawu. Their family's Devon Manufacturing competes with Shirafu Company. I helped Dawu out a bit back then. Having fought alongside each other, Du briefly explained. Luo Yuan immediately understood. As the Kanto champion, Du held immense power. It seemed he had helped his friend Dawu with a few matters, thus offending the local technological giant Shirafu Company. Alright, when should I meet him? Luo Yuan was not averse to meeting the president of Shirafu. It could also be seen as building connections. Getting to know the president of Shirafu would bring numerous benefits. For instance, it would make it much easier for him to obtain certain products from Shirafu Company in the future. Just like how Na Zi could get Master Balls from Shirafu Company, Luo Yuan didn't believe it was merely because her golden gym was in the same city as Shirafu Company. Tomorrow afternoon. That's perfect. After going through a fierce battle, I need to rest well, Luo Yuan said as his battle with Mutuo had kept him on high alert the whole time, and after the dramatic scene of capturing Mutuo, Luo Yuan felt a bit fatigued both physically and mentally. Which hotel are you staying at now? They'll come find you once I finish my business, Kina said. Upon hearing this, Du looked at the two and suddenly realized that Luo Yuan and Kina shared a special relationship. Luo Yuan was about to instinctively say he was staying at the Golden Gym, but the sudden sense of crisis in his mind made him swallow those words back. Saying in front of a woman that he was staying at another woman's place was not the right way to get himself killed. Let's meet at the Golden Mall tonight, Luo Yuan said. He hit the brakes at a critical moment and said to Kana, the Golden Mall is the largest shopping center in Golden City, and if it's a date with a girl, this place is definitely a safe choice. Kana didn't think much and nodded, smiling at Luo Yuan, saying, then see you tonight. Returning to the Golden Dojo, Luo Yuan did not rush to rest. He came to the training ground of the Golden Dojo. After dismissing the students of the Golden Dojo, Luo Yuan took out the Master Ball containing Mutuo under Na Zi's expectant gaze. Is this Mutuo? Na Zi looked at the Master Ball in Luo Yuan's hand. Even from a distance, Na Zi could sense the tremendous psychic power emanating from Mutuo inside the ball. This feeling was completely different from the Mutuo she had seen before with a limiter. Luo Yuan released Metagross, and after it Mega Evolved, he said to Na Zi, be careful, I am about to open. As the first user of the Master Ball, the one to take the plunge, Luo Yuan was unsure about the Master Ball's control over. To others, Luo Yuan might seem overly cautious, but he knew that many aggressive Pokémon attack their trainers every year. When facing a legendary Pokémon, like Mutuo, being cautious was never excessive. Na Zi nodded, then asked with some concern, Mutuo won't destroy my dojo, right? It shouldn't, Luo Yuan guessed. Although Na Zi's worries sounded somewhat exaggerated, upon closer reflection, it wasn't impossible. If Mutuo suddenly went berserk, and he couldn't stop it in time, the dojo could indeed be destroyed. However, Luo Yuan was not one to cower when the time came. He gestured to his Mega Metagross, and under its vigilant gaze, Luo Yuan pressed the switch of the Master Ball. Bang! The Master Ball opened and Mutuo appeared as a faint purple light in the training ground. As soon as it appeared, an overwhelming sense of pressure swept through the entire Golden Dojo. The overhead fluorescent lights began to flicker, the glass windows shook, and all the dojo students practicing their psychic skills in other areas felt a sudden heart palpitation interrupted from their training. What happened? It's coming from the training ground. What a strong wave of psychic energy. Is Miss Na Zi practicing her psychic skills? The crowd discussed, but they were unaware that the Miss Na Zi they spoke of was also struggling under this overwhelming pressure. Na Zi gritted her teeth, her eyes flickering with blue light as a psychic force surrounded her, resisting the immense pressure from Mutuo. Luo Yuan. Na Zi squeezed out two words through clenched teeth as she was under tremendous pressure. However, Luo Yuan did not respond to her. Because Luo Yuan was facing an even more intense situation, he was currently locking eyes with Mutuo. A human and a Pokémon were staring at each other across the void. The scene looked a bit eerie, but Luo Yuan had a guess in his heart. Mutuo was likely trying to understand him. The eyes are the windows to the soul, and through a person's eyes a lot can be understood. Mutuo must be observing him. Or perhaps assessing whether he was worthy of being its master. Luo Yuan on the surface he remained calm, silently locking eyes with Mutuo. If he had to name his strengths, his greatest virtue was humility, followed closely by honesty. He had no intention of feigning any friendly demeanor towards Mutuo, he just needed to face it with his true self. As long as Mutuo didn't charge at him with violent resistance, Luo Yuan felt he could accept it. Luo Yuan and Mutuo stared at each other for a long time. In the end, it was Mutuo who looked away first. Human, you are quite strange. As Mutuo averted its gaze, Luo Yuan heard its voice in his mind. Strange. Am I strange? Luo Yuan touched his face, unsure of what Mutuo meant by strange. I have encountered many humans, including Sakaki, but when they face me they all instinctively choose to hide their true selves in my presence. Mutuo said, only you are so candid. Can you tell me why? At that moment Mutuo seemed to have transformed into a philosopher. Luo Yuan felt that this Mutuo he was trying to capture had quite a peculiar demeanor. However, he didn't think much of it. For a Pokémon that had been pondering the ultimate philosophical question of who am I since its birth, Luo Yuan found Mutuo's odd demeanor entirely normal. He directly said to Mutuo, because I am confident I can defeat you. Luo Yuan spoke the truth. Although it seemed a bit like overpowering the weak with the strong, it was not an exaggeration at all. If Luo Yuan sent out his Mega Metagross, Dragonite, and Steelix to swarm Mutuo, the newly born Mutuo, still in its developmental stage and not fully mastering its powers, would indeed not be his opponent. Facing the self-assured Luo Yuan, Mutuo appeared somewhat silent. It did not understand where this human's confidence came from, but in the previous battle Luo Yuan had already proven that he possessed strength not weaker than its own. Now with such a confident expression, Mutuo instinctively chose to believe. So what do you plan to do now? Mutuo looked at Luo Yuan. Its purple tail swayed subconsciously. This was a sign of its anxiety. The current Mutuo was not the Mutuo of the future. As a Pokémon that had just been born and was inexperienced, it felt very nervous when facing an opponent stronger than itself. Be my child, no be my Pokémon. Luo Yuan smiled broadly like an old man extending his hand toward. Seeing Luo Yuan's outstretched hand, Mewtwo fell silent for a rare moment. Since its birth from a human's hand, it had been engulfed in the pain of proving its value. In search of its own meaning of existence, it had once placed its hopes on Sakaki. But the truth proved that Sakaki merely used it as a tool to fulfill his ambitions. Even without Luo Yuan's appearance, Mewtwo had planned to leave Sakaki in the near future. Now it looked at this human who, like Sakaki before, wanted to capture it, falling into silence as it weighed its heart. However, before it could come to a conclusion, it heard Luo Yuan say, "I heard you are searching for the meaning of your existence. Oh, perhaps I can help you with that." Luo Yuan's face still bore that highly infectious smile. While Luo Yuan was conversing with Mewtwo, Deoxys was listening nearby. However, Deoxys could not comprehend the dialogue between a person and a Pokémon. What is the meaning of one's existence? And you are the most sincere person I have ever met. Listening to Luo Yuan and Mewtwo's conversation, Deoxys felt a certain sensation. Clearly she understood the meaning of every word these two spoke, yet when combined, she could not make sense of it. Deoxys was utterly perplexed. However, upon hearing Luo Yuan's words, a spark of excitement suddenly flashed in Mewtwo's eyes. This was a manifestation of Mewtwo's agitation, causing a wave of psychic energy. "Is what you said true?" Mewtwo asked. "Of course, you know, I am an honest person. I, Luo Yuan, never lie." Luo Yuan's chest puffed out with pride. He might as well have had the words "believe me" quickly written on his face. Mewtwo pondered for a moment, and seemed to agree. Luo Yuan's sincere gaze earlier had not been false, so it nodded. Seeing Mewtwo nod, Luo Yuan couldn't help but feel that Mewtwo was still too young. Mewtwo clearly had not heard the saying that people can be very fickle. For instance, Luo Yuan himself had never easily trusted anyone, not even himself, because he understood that the person from the previous second is different from the person of this second, and will be different again in the next. Of course, this time Luo Yuan had no intention of deceiving Mewtwo. He looked at Mewtwo and asked, "What method do you wish to use to seek the meaning of life?" "What method?" Mewtwo asked, puzzled. It seemed somewhat confused about the ways to seek the meaning of life. There are intense methods and gentle ones. Which do you prefer? What are the intense methods, and what are the gentle ones? Mewtwo was eager to learn. However, it did not realize that it had unknowingly been guided by Luo Yuan to follow. The intense method is combat. Luo Yuan patiently explained to Mewtwo like a life mentor. Finding the meaning of one's existence through battle is the simplest and most straightforward approach. Often while fighting, or when you are on the brink of defeat, you suddenly gain insight. The advantage of this method is its simplicity and directness, but it also has its drawbacks. What drawbacks? Firstly, high-quality opponents are hard to find. However, you are fine for now. Beings like Ho-Oh, Lugia, Groudon, Kyogre, and Rayquaza are sufficient for you to battle. After that, you are likely to understand the meaning of life. What about the second point? Deoxys asked on behalf of Mewtwo, voicing its unasked question. The second is danger. You are still in your developmental stage. Your strength is not weak, but it is not strong enough to battle these beings. You are likely unable to defeat them. Moreover, these beings tend to have bad tempers, and when they fight, they do not hold back. If they were to leave you half dead, or worse, kill you, it would be unfortunate. Mewtwo felt a chill run through its body after hearing this. Of course, you need not worry too much. As long as you become my Pokémon, I can train you, and even teach you Mega Evolution, like the transformation into Metagross. Luo Yuan didn't forget to entice Mewtwo, pointing at Metagross as he spoke. Metagross swung its 4 iron arms to showcase the power of Mega Evolution. Mewtwo thought of the stark contrast in Metagross' power before and after transformation, and instinctively nodded. However, it quickly regained its senses, and asked Luo Yuan, "So what is the gentle method?" "The gentle method? That becomes complicated." Luo Yuan said, "To understand the meaning of life, you first need to comprehend where you came from." "I know this. Oh, I was created by human scientists," Mewtwo replied, and when it mentioned human scientists, there was a clear tone of hatred in its voice. "No, your thinking is very superficial." Luo Yuan denied Mewtwo's answer. Mewtwo looked at Luo Yuan, clearly unconvinced by his words. If it was not made by those scientists, how else would it have come into existence? Luo Yuan ignored Mewtwo and said, "Being created by human scientists is just a general concept. Just understanding this makes it impossible for you to grasp the meaning of life." "Then tell me," Mewtwo said, waiting for Luo Yuan's explanation. If it could not be convinced, it would not acknowledge it. Luo Yuan elaborated. "First, you need to clarify the source of inspiration for those scientists who created you and how those scientists came up with the inspiration to create you. You should also understand the entire process from your conception to your existence, what materials were used to create you, what technical means were employed, how many experiments were conducted, what issues arose, and how they were resolved. Additionally, consider the mindset of the scientists involved in your creation at that time. With what feelings did they create you? Only by understanding these can you have the preliminary qualifications to explore the meaning of your life. These are just the preliminary qualifications." Deoxys, who was listening and feeling overwhelmed, stared wide-eyed at Luo Yuan. Mewtwo also wore a look of existential doubt. "So the gentle method is relatively cumbersome," Luo Yuan said. "Of course, it's not as complicated as it sounds." Luo Yuan said to Mewtwo, It just seems more troublesome. In reality, it's very simple. All you need to do is call on those scientists who created you and interview them one by one. It can be easily resolved. After saying this, Luo Yuan pretended to be oblivious and asked Mutuo, "Don't you think so, Mutuo?" Mutuo opened its mouth. This was the first time it regretted eliminating the scientists who created it. After a long while, Mutuo finally revealed to Luo Yuan the truth, that it had eliminated those scientists. Uninformed Deoxys covered her face, feeling pity for Mutuo. As Mutuo fell into despair, Luo Yuan spoke again, suddenly pulling Mutuo from hell to heaven. Of course there were. What methods? Mutuo's thoughts were completely guided by Luo Yuan at this point. Although it was powerful, its emotional intelligence was akin to that of a 3-year-old, leaving it defenseless against Luo Yuan's rhetoric. With your strength, you surely were not created out of thin air. There must be a blueprint. Luo Yuan said in a serious tone, using a speculative tone for something he already knew. So as long as you find that blueprint, it is also possible for you to understand the meaning of life. That blueprint. Hearing Luo Yuan say this, Mutuo's mind conjured the pink figure it had always pursued, and through telepathy Qiao Ming shared with Luo Yuan the pink silhouette he encountered in his dream. That's it, Qiao Ming said to Luo Yuan, the figure I've always wanted to pursue. Dream fantasy. What did you say? Qiao Ming suddenly froze. I said this guy is called Dream Fantasy, and coincidentally, I know where it lives. Luo Yuan smiled at Qiao Ming. This was exactly the outcome Luo Yuan wanted to see. Is that fellow called Dream? Hearing Luo Yuan say this, Qiao Ming was taken aback, but quickly reacted, looking at Luo Yuan. You mean you can take me to— Of course it's still the same thing. As long as you become my Pokémon, I will help you understand your existence in this world. Luo Yuan smiled. He felt that he was almost certain about capturing Qiao Ming. If Qiao Ming had no desires or needs, it would be very difficult for him to win Qiao Ming over. However, since Qiao Ming wanted to understand the meaning of its existence, Luo Yuan would help it grasp that meaning. Presenting facts and reasoning, Luo Yuan did everything that needed to be said and done. He believed that as long as Qiao Ming still had a hint of intelligence, it would definitely not reject him. As expected, after hesitating for a short while, Qiao Ming finally nodded to Luo Yuan. I agree. Qiao Ming ultimately decided to accept Luo Yuan's proposal and become his Pokémon. One had understood that the temptation of comprehending its own existence was too great. Two, it currently had no better place to go. During its time following Ban Mu, it had already realized its identity as a divine beast. As a divine beast, it attracted attention wherever it went. Qiao Ming did not want to face a constant stream of challengers every day, so following Luo Yuan was a decent choice. Well, then I'll be in your care from now on. Luo Yuan extended his hand towards Qiao Ming. Qiao Ming glanced at Luo Yuan's hand and gently shook it with its 3-fingered palm. Thus, Qiao Ming officially became Luo Yuan's Pokémon. Perhaps the intimacy still needed to be cultivated slowly, but for now Luo Yuan could at least command Qiao Ming to engage in simple battles without issue. His combat power had significantly increased. Since you've become a companion, let's get to know my other Pokémon first. Luo Yuan threw out all his Pokeballs. Together with the Metagross already present in the arena, a total of 9 Pokémon appeared, filling the area to capacity. 9 Pokémon. Didn't you activate the teleportation function of the Pokeballs? Naz asked Luo Yuan. Typically a trainer would carry only 6 Pokémon, both for preparation for the league competition, and because research shows that this is the most scientifically optimal number to manage. Because a person's energy is limited, carrying too many Pokémon would require a significant amount of time just for feeding, which is not conducive to training them. I've just been busy lately, and didn't have time to teleport them, Luo Yuan replied. He naturally understood these principles, but due to a series of events recently, he simply hadn't found the time to send the Pokémon to Professor Oak. He never intended to train that many Pokémon. For instance, he only planned to keep one of the 3 Ghost-type Pokémon with him, and he intended to temporarily leave Steelix with Professor Oak since it was strong enough and didn't need training at the moment. After finishing his conversation with Naz, Qiao Ming had already met Luo Yuan's Pokémon. Although Qiao Ming's aloof personality wouldn't display much enthusiasm, it still greeted them, including the bouncing mat. On the surface, Qiao Ming seemed to be interacting quite harmoniously with his Pokémon. One by one, he recalled the Pokémon into their Pokeballs, and Qiao Ming voluntarily entered the Master Ball. Through the translucent shell of the Master Ball, one could clearly see Qiao Ming meditating within. Tying the Master Ball with a string and hanging it around his neck, Luo Yuan said to Naz, "Well then, see you at the Quartz Conference." According to their previous agreement, Luo Yuan needed to lend Qiao Ming to Naz after the Quartz Conference. See you at the Quartz Conference. Naz nodded, her heart filled with anticipation. It was unclear whether she was looking forward to Qiao Ming or to meeting Luo Yuan again, or perhaps both. Golden Mall. After bidding farewell to Naz, Luo Yuan arrived at Golden Mall. In front of the mall, he immediately saw Kina sitting on a bench grooming herself with a small mirror. Kina. Luo Yuan walked closer and waved his hand in front of her. Kina was startled, and after looking up to see it was Luo Yuan, she raised her wristwatch and said, "You're late." Luo Yuan glanced at the watch's hands and realized he was indeed nearly 10 minutes late. He immediately coughed awkwardly, saying, "Ahem, sorry, I got held up by some things earlier." Kina eyed Luo Yuan suspiciously, her nose twitching slightly, as if she were smelling something. Although Luo Yuan hadn't done anything with Naz's mood was quite subtle at the moment, so he quickly changed the subject saying, "So have the issues with the league been resolved?" "Of course not resolved, but this area isn't my jurisdiction, so Du is naturally responsible for it," Kina said with a smile. Clearly she had come to shop with Luo Yuan leaving all the work to Du. Poor Du. Just thinking about how Du had to handle nearly 1,000 Team Rocket members, and all the subsequent matters made Luo Yuan silently mourn for him. This workload could not be completed in just a day or two. Luo Yuan estimated that Du would need at least half a month to deal with these captured Team Rocket members in the aftermath of the conflict. "Enough about that, I haven't even had lunch yet, and it's almost evening. Let's go eat first," Kina said. Hearing Kina say this, Luo Yuan also felt hungry and nodded saying, "I saw online that there's a famous barbecue place in Golden City. Let's go eat barbecue." "Barbecue? That sounds great," Kina smiled slightly. "Then it's decided we'll eat barbecue first, and then go shopping," Luo Yuan said. Speaking of which, this was actually his first formal date with Kina, and he was a bit excited at the thought. The two walked side by side, their voices harmonizing beautifully under the lights. The next morning, Luo Yuan woke up to find that Kina had already disappeared, leaving only a note stating she had matters to attend to on 7 islands, and would temporarily return. Luo Yuan felt a strange sensation, as if he had been abandoned. Shaking his head, he dismissed such a pointless thought. Kina had merely returned to 7 islands, not left without a word. He got dressed, freshened up, and prepared to head to the Sheriff Company. He had an appointment with President Sheriff that afternoon, and as the time drew near, he certainly did not want to leave a bad impression of tardiness. Sheriff Building, the headquarters of Sheriff Company, is situated in the heart of Jinhuang City, towering into the clouds, making one feel insignificant merely by standing there. Compared to the surrounding skyscrapers, they seemed like hobbits next to normal people. Luo Yuan gazed at the Sheriff Building, marveling at the company's wealth. In the world of Pokémon, the difficulty of constructing high-rise buildings is incomparable to that on Earth. On Earth, as long as the technology is sufficient, you can build as high as you want. However, the situation is different in the Pokémon world. In the Pokémon world, building tall structures requires consideration not only of technical capabilities, but also of the Pokémon that live in the skies. According to research by the Alliance Flying Pokémon Research Association, over 50% of the tall buildings constructed across the Alliance experience more than 10 attacks from flying-type Pokémon each year, while 70% of the remaining buildings encounter at least 5 attacks annually. There has not been a single building that has never suffered an attack from flying-type Pokémon. Some scholars speculate that the existence of tall buildings encroaches upon the living space of flying-type Pokémon. Thus, Luo Yuan stated that the Sheriff Company must spend astronomical figures annually on the maintenance of this. "Hello sir, how can I assist you?" A smiling receptionist greeted him as he entered the Sheriff Building. Her warm tone was quite comforting. "I am here to see President Sheriff." "Oh, I have an appointment," Luo Yuan replied. "May I have your name?" "Luo Yuan." "Is Mr. Luo Yuan?" The receptionist's smile became even more enthusiastic as she found his name on the appointment list. "Please follow me." Leading the way, she took him to the elevator ascending to the top floor where President Sheriff's office was located. Upon entering the office, Luo Yuan immediately spotted President Sheriff sitting on the sofa. Luo Yuan recognized the smiling old man as President Sheriff mainly because he had often seen reports about the company in the newspaper. As Luo Yuan entered, President Sheriff immediately stood up and approached him saying, "Mr. Luo Yuan, welcome to Sheriff Company." President Sheriff displayed considerable warmth. Luo Yuan was not surprised that President Sheriff could recognize him. He had never hidden his identity, and it was quite easy for anyone interested to find his photographs. However, he was somewhat taken aback by President Sheriff's enthusiasm, feeling it was a bit odd. Nevertheless, having been in this world for some time, Luo Yuan had developed the skill of remaining composed. He smiled and replied, "Hello, President Sheriff, I've long admired your reputation." "You flatter me. Please take a seat." The two exchanged pleasantries before sitting down. As the invited guest, Luo Yuan spoke first. "I wonder what prompted your invitation, President Sheriff." Based on Luo Yuan's previous thoughts, he speculated that President Sheriff had invited him to express gratitude for his significant defeat of Team Rocket, alleviating the crisis they posed to Sheriff Company, and perhaps to make his acquaintance. However, upon meeting President Sheriff, Luo Yuan began to question whether his assumption was correct. If it were merely a matter of gratitude, then this level of enthusiasm was excessive, leading Luo Yuan to harbor some. Unbeknownst to President Sheriff, he responded to Luo Yuan's question saying, "The main reason for inviting you here is to express our gratitude for your assistance to Sheriff Company. Fortunately, you defeated Sakaki, otherwise Sheriff Company would have faced dire consequences." President Sheriff expressed a look of relief as he recalled the shock he felt when he learned from Kana that Team Rocket had rented a building right next to Sheriff Company. With Team Rocket establishing such a large base next to Sheriff Company, it would be naive to think they weren't targeting them. While Sheriff Company was one of the top firms in the Kanto region, and even in Chengdu they would be utterly outmatched against the evil organization Team Rocket, which had no rivals in the region. Thus it could be said that Luo Yuan had saved Sheriff Company. Had he not defeated Sakaki, leading to Team Rocket's downfall, they would undoubtedly have faced disaster. "It was only right. Dealing with Sakaki was something I was going to do anyway," Luo Yuan humbly replied. Though he said this, President Shuruf did not take Luo Yuan's modesty at face value. Regardless, had it not been for Luo Yuan's intervention, Shuruf Company would have faced a calamity. Relying on the alliance to repel Team Rocket was uncertain. However, since Luo Yuan had said so, it would be inappropriate for him to dwell on the subject. President Shuruf took an envelope from his assistant and presented it with both hands. This is a small token of appreciation from Shuruf Company. The envelope was thin, it contained either a bank card or a check, and Luo Yuan did not hesitate to accept it. Given Shuruf Company's vast wealth, this sum of money was merely a drop in the bucket. Refusing it would seem pretentious. Upon seeing Luo Yuan accept it, President Shuruf's smile grew even brighter. Upon receiving the envelope handed over by President Zilifu, the atmosphere of the conversation immediately relaxed, shedding its previous seriousness. Luo Yuan continued to look up at President Zilifu. President Zilifu invited me over, so it can't just be for this matter, Luo Yuan remarked, as he had suspected earlier that President Zilifu's invitation was not merely to thank him. President Zilifu smiled and replied, of course it's not just because of this money. For President Zilifu, who owns the entire Zilifu Corporation spanning the Kanto region, money is merely a string of numbers. If it were solely to express gratitude to Luo Yuan, he could have easily asked Kina to directly hand over the check. To be frank, there are two very important matters for inviting you, Luo Yuan. Please go on, Luo Yuan responded cooperatively. The first matter is that I would like to ask Mr. Luo Yuan to be the spokesperson for our latest model of Pokeball. President Luo Yuan was taken aback, not expecting that this was what President Zilifu meant. He had thought there might be some serious issues, but it turned out he wanted to invite him to be the spokesperson for Zilifu Corporation. Are you sure? Luo Yuan asked, his gaze towards President Zilifu, slightly peculiar. Of course I'm sure, President Zilifu affirmed, nodding seriously without any signs of doubt. May I ask why? Luo Yuan had been observing President Zilifu's expression, and seeing his demeanor became curious. Did he possess some qualities that he himself had not noticed? You can consider this an investment. President Zilifu continued, if I remember correctly, you should be a rookie trainer who just set out this year. That's right, Luo Yuan confirmed. His identity as a rookie trainer was no secret, though anyone who cared to find out would know. You must be preparing to participate in this year's Quartz conference, right? You mean? Luo Yuan roughly understood President Zilifu's intention. Given his current strength, securing the championship at this year's Quartz conference was almost a foregone conclusion. Moreover, the fact that a rookie trainer like Luo Yuan could win the championship would be a huge publicity stunt. If Zilifu Corporation chose Luo Yuan as their product spokesperson, it would undoubtedly go viral. Having understood the underlying reason, Luo Yuan no longer found it surprising. As expected, President Zilifu stated, the reason I want to invite you to be the spokesperson for Zilifu Corporation is primarily because I personally believe you have the potential to become the champion of this year's Quartz conference. President Zilifu spoke candidly. In recent years, products manufactured by Devon Corporation in the Hoenn region have been flooding into our Kanto and Chengdu regions. Due to the influence of Zavuki, many young trainers are increasingly inclined towards them, which has put Zilifu Corporation's products at a disadvantage, with sales declining year by year. At this point, President Zilifu's expression turned noticeably serious. Clearly, the development of Devon Corporation in the Kanto region had a significant impact on Zilifu Corporation. Is that so? Luo Yuan nodded. He had heard of the conflict between Devon Corporation and Zilifu Corporation. In recent years, the sales of Pokeballs from Devon Corporation have been steadily rising. Although their market share is currently not large, it must be noted that this is Kanto, the stronghold of Zilifu Corporation. The emergence of such a situation is already a quite dangerous signal. So what about the compensation? Luo Yuan did not reject the idea of endorsing Pokeballs. He had already tested the Master Balls manufactured by Zilifu Corporation on his Mutwo, and they were indeed of excellent quality. He felt no psychological pressure in endorsing Zilifu Corporation. The endorsement fee is 200 million yuan per year, and if you win the championship at the Quartz conference, there will be an additional 100 million contract. President Zilifu spoke generously. He quoted a staggering 200 million plus an additional 100 million as a championship reward. When converted to purchasing power, this amounts to 20 million in purchasing power, which is quite a substantial figure for Luo Yuan, whose reputation is still only known in a small circle. At the same time, Zilifu Corporation will customize the latest model of Pokeball just for you, President Zilifu added. This treatment was quite favorable, and Luo Yuan had no complaints. Is there anything you need me to cooperate with? As far as I know, a trainer funded by Devon Corporation will come to Kanto to challenge the Quartz conference. You just need to Luo Yuan nodded. This was no problem at all. However, a thought suddenly crossed his mind. What if I take on the Elite? You want to challenge the Elite Four? Luo Yuan said nothing but nodded. Hearing this, President Zilifu was surprised. Although the intelligence he had gathered showed that Luo Yuan was quite strong, he did not expect that Luo Yuan actually had the confidence to challenge the Elite Four. What is the Elite Four? Currently, in the absence of a champion in the Kanto League, the Elite Four represents the highest combat power in the Kanto region. As the symbol of strength in the Kanto region, the Elite Four is undoubtedly powerful. Challenging the Elite Four is not an easy task. However, it is rumored that they might be promoted to champion this year, so perhaps there is hope. Flashing through these thoughts, President Zilifu stated directly 10 billion. If you can become one of the Elite Four, Zilifu Corporation is willing to pay 10 billion in endorsement fees each year. President Zilifu directly quoted a staggering 10 billion endorsement fee. Luo Yuan nodded and extended his hand towards President Zilifu. Then let's have a pleasant cooperation. Faced with the 10 billion endorsement fee, Luo Yuan began to consider whether he should challenge the Elite Four. President Zilifu smiled and also extended his hand. Pleasant cooperation. He felt that with Luo Yuan as the spokesperson for Zilifu Corporation this year, their sales of Pokeballs should be secure. Moreover, if Luo Yuan successfully challenged the Elite Four as the youngest Elite Four in Kanto in recent years, he felt that they could even take this opportunity to counterattack Devon Corporation's stronghold in Hoenn. How delightful it would be to annoy that old man Zavuki. With both parties harboring their thoughts, Luo Yuan recalled President Zilifu's earlier words and asked President Zilifu mentioned that there are two matters to discuss. Since the first matter regarding endorsement has been settled, what is the remaining matter? Oh, you mean that? President Zilifu came back to his senses. President Hilif regained his senses and said, the second matter is not of great importance. I mainly want to ask you. At this moment, Luo Yuan felt quite good, having just secured a hefty endorsement fee. His fondness for Hilif Company increased significantly. If it was just a small favor, he would help without hesitation. You introduce it, President Hilif said to his assistant. As the helm of a large company, he could not do everything himself. Managing the entire company would be impossible, even if he worked himself to exhaustion. The assistant nodded and placed a document in front of Luo Yuan. The situation is as follows. About a week ago, during a scientific expedition, our research institute discovered traces of ancient magical creatures. We immediately investigated the location of the traces, and as our investigation deepened along with the results of our equipment scans, we found a significant number of ancient magical creature fossils underground. We have reason to believe that living ancient magical creatures may exist underground. Luo Yuan interrupted, asking, where exactly is this place? Why did this assistant's words sound so familiar? The assistant replied, Dasha Valley. Sitting in the helicopter heading to Dasha Valley, Luo Yuan found his thought. He never expected that the ancient magical creatures that were supposed to appear only in the original storyline were actually discovered in advance by Hilif Company, who had invited him to explore. Dasha Valley is a plot point that appears in the Pokémon anime series. It roughly tells the story of Ash and others excavating fossils in Dasha Valley, only to have Team Rocket blow up the ground with explosives, causing them to fall into an underground cave, where they discover ancient magical creatures sleeping beneath the ground. Luo Yuan was unclear as to why Hilif Company had not found the sleeping ancient magical creatures in the original. He personally speculated that perhaps Team Rocket's invasion had left Hilif Company preoccupied, or maybe some other reasons led to the abandonment of the plan, causing Hilif Company to miss out on the ancient magical creatures in Dasha Valley. However, now that he had crossed over, it was clear that Hilif Company had no intention of halting this scientific expedition. In the distance, a camp came into view. The helicopter descended and landed on the prepared helipad. There were already people waiting there, and upon seeing Luo Yuan's arrival, they hurried over. Hello, Mr. Luo Yuan, welcome. My name is Yal, and I am the person in charge of this scientific activity. A middle-aged man dressed in a lab coat and resembling a scientist greeted him. He showed considerable respect, having been informed beforehand that Luo Yuan, responsible for their protection, was an important figure whom even their president needed to personally welcome. He dared not act arrogantly in front of Luo Yuan. Luo Yuan assessed him with a glance. This Yal was clearly not from the northeast, something one could tell just from his name. Hello Yal, I am Luo Yuan. How is the situation? Luo Yuan wasted no time and got straight to the point. Hearing Luo Yuan's directness, the middle-aged scientist named Yal was taken aback, swallowing all the polite remarks he had prepared. He had originally planned to build rapport first before taking action, but Luo Yuan's directness caught him off guard. However, he did not dislike such a decisive person who, on the contrary, he felt somewhat pleased, as he was not particularly skilled in such matters as a researcher. We have completed the preliminary scans and found a massive cavity 30 meters underground. Although the signals are faint, we have confirmed signs of life within. Yal spoke with great excitement. This is a monumental discovery. Although the scientific community has developed machines capable of resurrecting ancient magical creatures, allowing for the revival of creatures, as long as we have fossils containing complete genes, this revival is entirely different from living ancient magical creatures. The revived ancient magical creatures lack habits and hunting methods for research purposes aside from their appearance. However, these living ancient magical creatures can serve as references for studying ancient magical creatures. Based on their speculations, these ancient magical creatures are merely in a state of slumber. Once awakened, they can provide insights into the lifestyles of ancient magical creatures. This would greatly aid their research on ancient magical creatures. Luo Yuan was unaware of their intentions, but his task for being invited was merely to protect these scientists from harm. What research they planned to conduct was none of his concern. In return for protecting these scientists, Luo Yuan could freely choose any ancient magical creatures or fossils he desired from the discoveries. Can we start? Knowing the storyline, Luo Yuan naturally knew that ancient magical creatures lay beneath, so he still had things to do and did not want to waste too much time here. Now, we can, but some preparations are not yet fully complete. For safety's sake, it would be best to wait a few days. Although excited, Yal maintained the rigor expected of a researcher. Yal was a competent scientist. He did not allow immediate benefits to blind him to the potential risks. There's no need for such concerns with me here, you will naturally not be harmed. The ancient magical creatures down there were just that, they weren't sleeping legendary Pokémon, so Luo Yuan was not worried about being unable to protect these scientists. Hearing Luo Yuan yell hesitated. However, seeing Luo Yuan's confident demeanor and recalling the information provided by his superiors about Luo Yuan, Yal gritted his teeth and decided to trust him. After all, even if Luo Yuan was boasting, his superior would not deceive him. Then let's prepare to descend underground. After saying this, Yal turned to the researchers who were preparing nearby. Everyone get ready to enter the underground. Yes. The numerous researchers immediately became busy. Luo Yuan personally approached the enormous hole drilled by the machine and looked down. From the dark underground cave came faint, strange roars. It was no wonder President Hilif had invited him to safeguard these scientists. After all, no one knew what strange magical creatures lurked underground. A group of researchers led by Yair advanced underground through a makeshift ladder along the cave entrance. Everyone proceed, in order, no crowding. Once we are below, follow Mr. Luo Yuan's instructions. As Yair descended the ladder, he reminded everyone. As the safety officer for this operation, Luo Yuan, naturally, at this moment Luo Yuan had already entered the cave. The interior was pitch black, making it impossible to discern its details at a glance. However, this posed no issue for Luo Yuan. Through his mental power, he had already comprehended the entire layout. Within the detection of his mental power, the entire scene of the cave was vividly presented before Luo Yuan. 1, 2, 3. His mental power sensed many feeble auras. These must be the ancient magical creatures, Luo Yuan thought to himself. Soon the researchers following behind began to descend the ladder as well. Mr. Luo Yuan, how's the situation? Yair asked. You are in luck. There are indeed ancient magical creatures underground. Upon hearing this, Yair and the researchers behind him all displayed expressions of joy. This was undoubtedly uplifting news for them, confirming that their assumptions were correct. However, the situation here is somewhat different from what you expected, Luo Yuan said. What differences? The number of ancient magical creatures here might be even greater than anticipated. As Luo Yuan's words fell, the ancient magical creatures that had been dormant in the cave sensed the intrusion of outsiders and began to awaken. One by one, red dots representing eyes lit up in the darkness. Pairs upon pairs, densely packed, countless. This is... A researcher beside them instinctively took 2 steps back upon witnessing this scene. These researchers felt like the man who loves dragons but fears them. They had longed for the ancient magical creatures, but upon seeing them, they began to feel fear. Yes, it's these. Luo Yuan pointed at the ancient magical creatures ahead. Isn't that too many? Yair felt a twinge of fear, but he maintained a leader's composure. I thought you knew there were so many ancient magical creatures down here. Don't joke. How could we possibly know about such things? A researcher beside them turned pale. Mr. Luo Yuan is so calm. He must have a plan. Yair looked at the approaching ancient magical creatures and quickly sought Luo Yuan's help. They all placed their hopes on him. In the brief moment of conversation, the ancient magical creatures had already advanced several dozen meters, drawing closer, their fierce appearances frightening the researchers. As scholars studying ancient magical creatures, Yair understood well that these creatures were not to be trifled with. Of course, since I've taken on this task, I will ensure your safety, Luo Yuan said, while throwing out 2 Pokeballs. Roar. A loud roar and a cry echoed as Steelix and Metagross appeared in the cave. Go! Luo Yuan waved his hand at Steelix and Metagross. The 2 Pokémon charged fearlessly towards the many ancient magical creatures. These ancient magical creatures were mainly composed of Kabuto and Omanite, with a small number of Scyther and Anorith. Although they appeared fearsome, their actual strength was not very strong. At least they posed no threat to Luo Yuan. Steelix used Iron Tail, Metagross used Meteor Mash. As Steelix charged forward, it swung its tail, sweeping a large number of ancient magical creatures to the ground. Metagross was even more ferocious, directly plunging into the midst of the ancient magical creatures, its 4 arms flailing, sending the creatures flying. The Steel-type moves Iron Tail and Meteor Mash were particularly effective against the Rock-type Kabuto and Omanite. As Steelix and Metagross swept through the group of ancient magical creatures, like autumn winds scattering leaves, the researchers behind showed expressions of relief. Thank you so much, Mr. Luo Yuan. Yair hurriedly stepped forward to express his gratitude. However, before he could finish, Luo Yuan interrupted him. Wait, there's more to the situation. Luo Yuan's gaze turned towards the dark depths of the cave. A sharp cry. Yair, familiar with ancient magical creatures, changed his expression upon hearing that cry. Not good, it's the fossil. As a researcher, he understood that the fossil pterodactyl was the overlord among ancient magical creatures. Compared to it, the Kabuto and Omanite were like small shrimp. The ancient magical creatures that had been gathered around had already sensed the danger and fled to who knows where. Mr. Luo Yuan, should we hide? Yair was well aware of the fossil pterodactyl's ferocity, and despite his confidence in Luo Yuan, he did not dare to stay here any longer. Don't worry, I can handle it. Luo Yuan smiled slightly. Yair felt his legs weaken. He wanted to say he had confidence, but he lacked it. However, there was no time to think as a shadow charged towards them. Quick dodge. Yair immediately dove to the side. The researchers behind him followed suit. But Luo Yuan stood calmly in place, merely waving his hand. The Metagross that had been beside him had already blocked the fossil pterodactyl's path with its crossed arms. Boom. A massive impact echoed within the cave. Metagross did not budge an inch while the fossil pterodactyl was pushed back by the shock. Goth. The fossil pterodactyl, seeing this, became even more ferocious, charging towards Metagross with its wings glowing white. Is that steel wings? Luo Yuan observed the move the fossil pterodactyl was using. Metagross used Comet Punch and block it. He was not worried that Metagross would lose. As expected, Metagross swung a punch, and the fossil pterodactyl could barely hold on for even a second before being sent flying, crashing hard against a nearby stalagmite. He actually won. The researchers beside them expressed their disbelief, their gazes towards Luo Yuan changing. How could a trainer capable of defeating the ancient overlord fossil pterodactyl be found by the company? Leaving aside the researchers of Sylph Company speculating about Luo Yuan's identity, Luo Yuan looked at the fossil Pokémon knocked to the ground. This Aerodactyl bore a striking resemblance to the one he had seen with Lance, though it appeared slightly larger, and its gaze held a fiercer, more primal wildness. Quite an interesting look, Luo Yuan remarked, observing the Aerodactyl. However, his words seemed to enrage the creature. As a proud ancient overlord, how could it tolerate such treatment? The Aerodactyl struggled to its feet, flapped its wings, and soared back into the air. With a furious roar directed at Luo Yuan, its entire body began to emit a faint glow. This is... Luo Yuan narrowed his eyes, quickly sifting through the data on Aerodactyl stored in his mental Pokémon training manual. He swiftly identified the move the Aerodactyl was using. This move should be Giga Impact. Giga Impact uses the user's full power to strike the opponent, but its clear drawback is a period of exhaustion. Clearly the Aerodactyl was enraged enough to resort to this self-destructive technique. It was fighting for its life. But what of Giga Impact? Luo Yuan waved his hand. Metagross used Protect. No attack couldn't be neutralized by a single Protect. Once again, Metagross crossed its arms in front of it. Just as the Aerodactyl was about to collide with it, a blue barrier materialized on Metagross' surface. The collision was several times louder than before. Standing behind Metagross, Luo Yuan felt a sharp gust of wind brush past his face. Far from being angered, Luo Yuan only grew more satisfied with this Aerodactyl. Giving the Aerodactyl no chance, Luo Yuan commanded Metagross, use Sin Headbutt. At the command, the large fork-shaped metal ornament on Metagross' forehead glowed blue, and it drove its head forcefully into the Aerodactyl's chest. At such close range, and still suffering from the aftereffects of Giga Impact, the Aerodactyl had no defense against the struck squarely by the Zen Headbutt. The Aerodactyl let out a pained cry, spiraled through the air, and crashed to the ground, losing consciousness. Already heavily wounded, the Aerodactyl could not withstand another blow from Metagross. Luo Yuan took an Ultra Ball from his backpack and threw it. The Aerodactyl transformed into a red light and was drawn inside. The Ultra Ball shook violently, but the unconscious Aerodactyl, though powerful, offered little resistance, and the ball soon stopped moving. When Luo Yuan retrieved the Ultra Ball and looked back at the researchers, he found them all gazing at him with respect. I mean, even if I did defeat those ancient Pokémon, you don't have to look at me like that, Luo Yuan said, a bit speechless. In his eyes, he had merely casually taken down a few ancient Pokémon. But he clearly underestimated the impact of his actions, as well as the allure of a powerful Pokémon trainer in the single-handedly taking on a horde of ancient Pokémon, and easily defeating the ancient overlord Aerodactyl was enough to earn the worship of these researchers who had never seen such a formidable trainer. One female researcher in particular stared at Luo Yuan with the adoration of a fan for her idol. The look made him uneasy, so he quickly changed the subject. Don't you have research to do? Reminded by Luo Yuan, the researchers snapped back to reality, and swiftly the group of researchers split up to capture several of the Kabuto and Omanite that Luo Yuan had knocked out, placing them in specialized research Pokeballs. According to Al, these special Pokeballs were costly and designed to monitor the physiological state and unconscious behaviors of the Pokemon inside, transmitting the data to computers for study. After sampling the rocks inside the cave, measuring the humidity, and setting up cameras in various corners to observe the ancient Pokemon's habits, the group quickly exited and sealed the cave to preserve its ecological environment. Is it over? Luo Yuan asked. Yes, thank you for your assistance, Al nodded. These few ancient Pokemon we caught will be sufficient for our research. But I'm curious, how do you generate profit just by studying these ancient Pokemon? Luo Yuan inquired. Of course, if it's confidential, you don't have to tell me. It's not really a secret, Al explained. On one hand, it's to study the genes and evolutionary patterns of these ancient Pokémon to expand the company's database. On the other hand, with the advancement of ancient Pokémon revival technology, more and more people own them. The company plans to launch customized Pokémon food and training equipment tailored to ancient Pokémon tastes to seize this untapped market. So just to capture the market for ancient Pokémon food and training gear, they organized an entire expedition. Luo Yuan was at a loss for words. Though he was now well off, this lavish method of burning money to corner a new market struck him as extravagant, even if he understood Sylph Co.'s strategy rationally. Faced with such opulence, he could only mutter rich people's whims. With the work done, Luo Yuan saw no reason to leave. Taking a helicopter from the camp, Luo Yuan headed directly for Celadon City. He had spent enough time in Saffron City. It was time to challenge the Celadon Gym, or else Gary and Ash would surely catch up. He recalled that Celadon City housed a game corner run by Team Rocket. I might as well take out their base here while I'm at it. With this thought, Luo Yuan's mood lifted considerably. Rainbow City is located to the southwest of Golden City. In contrast to the bustling and chaotic atmosphere of Golden City, Rainbow City is filled with various green plants, and its greenery coverage reaches a staggering 30%, giving it a very quiet and tranquil appearance. Breathing in the air of Rainbow City makes me feel alive again. Luo Yuan took a few deep breaths and remarked, whether it was the deep environment of Ziyuan Town, the skyscrapers of Golden City, or the underground caves of Deshaga, the air was far from fresh. This is why Luo Yuan felt a sense of revival now. First, I need to find a place to stay, Luo Yuan said. Although he knew nothing about Rainbow City, such information could easily be obtained at the Pokémon Center. Good morning, Miss Joy. Upon arriving at the Pokémon Center, Luo Yuan greeted Miss Joy. Good morning. How may I assist you? Please take care of my Pokémon, and could you also let me know if there are any good hotels in Rainbow City? Miss Joy took the Pokeball and pondered for a moment, saying the best hotel in Rainbow City should be the Rainbow Hotel, which is directly opposite the Rainbow Mall. Thank you very much. Luo Yuan replied to Joy. No need to thank me, it is our duty to assist trainers. Miss Joy responded with a smile. The Pokemon quickly recovered, and Joy handed the Pokeball back to Luo Yuan. Just as he was about to leave, Joy called out from behind, please wait a moment. Is there anything else? Luo Yuan asked. If you see any child walking alone on the street, or anyone who appears suspicious, please contact us. Why? Has something happened? Luo Yuan furrowed his brow, sensing that the situation was not simple. Yes, there have been several cases of children going missing in Rainbow City recently. The Rainbow City Police Department has issued a reward, hoping that passing trainers can assist in finding these missing children. I'm just conveying the message, Joy explained. I understand now. I will be on the lookout. Luo Yuan nodded. Hearing Joy mention this, Luo Yuan recalled that there was indeed a plot in the original storyline about missing children. However, his memory of this part was quite vague. He vaguely remembered it was caused by some individuals abusing Psychic-type Pokemon, but the specifics were unclear. If I have time, I'll look into it. After all, I am now considered a semi-official member of the league. Thinking this, Luo Yuan walked towards the Rainbow Hotel. After checking in and placing all his luggage in the hotel, he went alone to the Rainbow Gym. Hello, welcome. Unlike most other gyms that had male staff, all the staff at the Rainbow Gym were female. Moreover, these ladies had fair skin and beautiful appearances, looking quite pleasing to the eye, especially with their subtle fragrance, which easily endeared them to others. Seeing these ladies, Luo Yuan recalled the original storyline, where Ash belittled the perfumes produced by the Rainbow Gym in the perfume shop. Luo Yuan sighed to himself, thinking that Ash truly lived up to his reputation. He was probably the legendary ironclad straight man. Hello, I am here to challenge the Rainbow Gym. I'm sorry, but we cannot accept challenges at the moment, the receptionist girl said, looking troubled. Why? Is there something wrong? Luo Yuan asked. The gym leader is currently at the perfume shop, and according to the schedule, she won't be able to accept challenges until the afternoon. Luo Yuan frowned. Clearly, having to wait until the afternoon to challenge the gym was not to his liking. However, since the gym trainer was not present, Luo Yuan could not forcibly drag Eligia to accept his challenge, so waiting until the afternoon was his only option. There shouldn't be other trainers challenging in the afternoon, right? Luo Yuan asked. If there was a long line of trainers waiting to challenge, he would really lose his composure. No, mister. Luo Yuan, you are the first trainer to come to challenge today, the receptionist girl quickly replied. It is quite rude for the gym leader's absence to impact challengers. May I ask where the gym leader is if she's not here? Luo Yuan inquired. In the plot, Eligia first appeared in the perfume shop next to the Rainbow Gym, serving as the shop manager. However, before coming here, Luo Yuan passed by the perfume shop. It was right next to the Rainbow Gym. If Eligia was in the perfume shop, just notifying her would suffice. So it was evident that Eligia was not in the perfume shop either. I don't know the specifics, I only know that Miss Jun Xia invited the gym leader to investigate the recent cases of missing children in Rainbow City. The receptionist girl answered honestly. Another case of missing children. Luo Yuan felt that every time he challenged a gym, some chaotic events always seemed to occur. Previously at the Nibi Gym, Team Rocket had caused a surge of trainers to challenge the gym. At the Hualan Gym, he had to wait a whole day only to discover he would have to wait until the next day to challenge. At the Kai Gym, he encountered Ma Jishur, a spy from Team Rocket embedded within the league, and after the Golden Gym, he even had a direct confrontation with Sakaki. It seems my luck is a bit unfortunate. Luo Yuan felt that all his luck had probably been used up in the lottery. Alright, I understand. I'll come back in the afternoon. Since he couldn't challenge the Rainbow Gym, Luo Yuan had no intention of lingering here. He took his leave, planning to return to the hotel first and redeem the rewards he had accumulated from defeating Sakaki. Considering the investigation into the secrets of the Golden Gym, obtaining the Golden Badge, and the rewards for defeating Team Rocket, Luo Yuan now had 2 chances for silver draws along with 1 chance for a gold draw. Among them, the gold draw was obtained by defeating Team Rocket, while the silver draws were from earning the Golden Badge and investigating the secrets. The lottery is complete. Congratulations to the host for receiving 1 body enhancement chance. Confused, he asked the system what exactly is the use of this enhancement. Is that all? After waiting for a while, and hearing no further explanation, he asked. The system responded to him. You're truly remarkable. The body enhancement only boosts physical endurance. Initially, he thought this enhancement would comprehensively improve his speed, strength, and other attributes. To his surprise, it only fortified his endurance and resilience. I need an explanation. To enhance the host's outdoor survival capabilities. In the end, he felt somewhat persuaded by the system. Indeed, a Pokemon trainer doesn't need strength, as they are not expected to battle directly with Pokemon, but rather to ensure they can withstand attacks in the wild. After receiving the reward, he felt that his already abundant energy had increased even more, although he noticed no other changes for the time being. Of course, he believed that with his psychic foresight, he would almost never be knocked down by a Pokemon's attacks. Overall, the first lottery reward was not very useful. Continue the lottery. He believed the system was scientific. There was no such thing as bad luck. After washing his hands, he sat back down on the sofa. Lottery in progress. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a universal skill learning machine. What's the difference between this universal skill learning machine and a regular skill machine? The universal skill learning machine can record multiple skills and accelerate the speed at which Pokemon learn skills. This is a good thing. Indeed, after washing my hands, my luck has changed. He looked at the oddly shaped learning machine in his hands, feeling very satisfied. Although a skill learning machine may seem insignificant, it is extremely practical, especially when training weaker Pokemon, significantly saving him time. If he wanted to become the champion of the league, he would need to consider that his current Pokemon were somewhat lacking, not counting Mewtwo. His Pokemon variety was too singular and lacked a coherent battle system, making it easy for others to find opportunities to counter him. With this universal skill learning machine, he could quickly train Pokemon to bolster his team. The final golden lottery. After putting the learning machine in his backpack, he began to anticipate the last golden lottery. In the last golden lottery, he had drawn Dragonite. He wondered what he would draw this time. Lottery in progress. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a Mewtwo Mega Evolution Stone XY. Looking at the two Mega Evolution Stones before him, Luo Yuan's expression was quite complex. I just received Mewtwo, and now you give me Mewtwo's Mega Evolution Stone. This system must have some hidden agenda. System, I suspect you are manipulating the outcomes. The system replied in his mind, self-checking. No manipulative behavior detected. In response to your second question, Divine Beast Mega Evolution Stones can only be drawn from the golden lottery. The system replied. Alright. Upon hearing the system's explanation, Luo Yuan felt he could reluctantly accept it. If he ignored everything else, he was quite satisfied with the Mega Evolution Stones for Mewtwo. However, he currently did not meet the intimacy requirement with Mewtwo to utilize them. It seems it's time to prioritize increasing my intimacy with Mewtwo. He thought to himself, putting away the two evolutions. Then he left the hotel, preparing to find a restaurant for lunch. In the afternoon, Luo Yuan arrived again at the Rainbow Gym. Is Miss Eliza here now? Hello, yes, she is. Please follow me. It was still the same girl from the morning who attended to him. Following her through the Rainbow Gym, he noticed various trees and flowers everywhere with a strong sense of layers and exquisite layout, and many grass-type Pokemon weaving through, making it feel like a forest. The gym is beautifully arranged. Thank you for the compliment. This is all thanks to Miss Eliza, who helped us arrange it little by little. Luo Yuan nodded, gaining a deeper understanding of Eliza. She is a very tasteful gym trainer. Soon Luo Yuan arrived at the battle arena. The battle arena of the Rainbow Gym was also surrounded by vast flora, but sharpie Luo Yuan noticed a fire break, made of special material at the edge of the arena, seemingly to prevent fires. Is it because many challengers use fire-type Pokemon? As this thought crossed his mind, Eliza, standing opposite him, had already noticed Luo Yuan. Hello, are you a trainer here to challenge the gym? Eliza asked. Hello, are you a trainer here to challenge the gym? Luo Yuan did not feel particularly disappointed. Although he had gained some fame, he was not well known throughout the entire. To make most people in Kanto recognize him, he would have to at least wait until he won the Quartz Conference Championship. I am Luo Yuan from Qianhong City, here to challenge the gym today. Stinky. The stinky flower stood on the ground, its face displaying a half-asleep expression, appearing somewhat foolishly cute. If the opponent is the stinky flower, go ahead, Leaf Elf. Luo Yuan thought for a moment and sent out the Leaf Elf. It had been a long time since he used the Leaf Elf in battle, so it was time to let it stretch its legs. As Luo Yuan threw the Pokeball, the Leaf Elf leaped into the arena, striding gracefully, while swaying its leaf-made ears and tail. However, the Leaf Elf's elegance lasted only a few seconds before it caught a whiff of the stinky flower's odor. Its delicate nose immediately wrinkled. Having evolved from an Eevee, the Leaf Elf was very clean and naturally despised such an unpleasant smell, yet its unwavering fighting spirit allowed it to endure. What a beautiful Pokemon! The staff watching the gym challenge displayed a love-struck expression. Leaf Elf. Iligia looked at the Leaf Elf, asking uncertainly. Oh, you actually know about the Leaf Elf? Luo Yuan was slightly surprised, not expecting Iligia to recognize the Leaf Elf. I once saw a Leaf Elf, Iligia said. I was quite surprised to see a Leaf Elf here in Kanto. Luo Yuan smiled faintly, remaining silent. Her surprise was only the beginning. Enough of the chit-chat, let's start the battle. Iligia said, waving towards the stinky flower. Stinky flower, use leaf. Stinky. The stinky flower shook its body, unleashing several green leaf blades that shot towards the Leaf Elf from an unknown source. Upon seeing this, the Leaf Elf's eyes gleamed with determination as it leaped sideways, easily evading the stinky. That was too easy to dodge. Lygia said, her eyes widening in surprise. Although she didn't think that the Leaf Blade alone could deal with the Leaf Elf, she was surprised that it caused no trouble at all. Leaf Elf, let's use Leaf Blade as well, Luo Yuan instructed the Leaf Elf. The Leaf Elf mirrored the attack using Leaf Blade in return. Without comparison there would be no pain, though both used Leaf Blade. The Leaf Elf's attack far surpassed that of the Stinky Flower in both speed and power. What an impressive Leaf Elf. If the previous attack showcased the Leaf Elf's agility, this Leaf Blade perfectly illustrated its formidable strength. At this moment the Leaf Elf felt no weaker than Lygia's main Pokémon. However, even so, Lygia had no intention of giving up, waving her hand. Stinky Flower quickly dodged. The strength of a Pokémon doesn't necessarily reflect the trainer's capability. As a gym trainer who had seen countless challengers, she understood this well. Pokémon battles not only test the Pokémon's skills. What? Just as Lygia was still immersed in her confidence regarding her command skills, the Leaf Elf's Leaf Blade seemed to have a mind of its own, circling in the air, just as the Stinky Flower was about to dodge, hitting it. Struck by the Leaf Blade, the Stinky Flower fell from the air, bearing several scratch marks. Stinky Flower, Lygia cried out. However, Luo Yuan showed no signs of giving any chance, and directly shouted to the Leaf Elf. Leaf Elf used. Instantly the Leaf Elf transformed into a streak of lightning, a bright white trail flashing before their eyes, sending the still recovering Stinky Flower flying. Following that, the Leaf Elf executed a steel tail, causing the Stinky Flower to collapse instantly. Stinky Flower has lost its ability to battle. The referee at the edge of the arena raised a flag to announce the victory. The Leaf Elf stood gracefully before the fallen Stinky Flower, elegantly lifting its head, then inhaled the stench emitted by the Stinky Flower, turning green in the face. Fortunately, Lygia did not continue to leave the Stinky Flower on the field as a biochemical weapon. She recalled it into its Pokeball. I underestimated you. Out of respect, I will now show you my true strength, Lygia said, adopting a serious. Luo Yuan rolled his eyes at this. If you wanted to redeem yourself after losing the first match, just say so. Why talk about showing your true strength? Indeed, the rumors online about Lygia from the Rainbow Gym being cunning were not unfounded. Go Venusaur. Lygia directly threw out her main Pokemon, Venusaur. Venusaur was a pocket-shaped Pokemon, and unlike its previous cute and silly form, it had fierce eyes, and was very aggressive, giving off a distinctly dangerous aura. Return Leaf Elf. Seeing Lygia send out Venusaur, Luo Yuan naturally could not continue using the Leaf Elf. From Luo Yuan's observation, Venusaur's strength far surpassed that of the Leaf Elf. Battling with the Leaf Elf would likely end in defeat. Not wanting to waste time, Luo Yuan decided to send out his Dragonite directly. Since you have sent out your main Pokemon, it's only fair for me to send out mine. Bang! The Ultra Ball popped open. Roar! A loud roar echoed throughout the Rainbow Gym. The large and adorable Dragonite appeared in the arena. My second Pokemon Dragonite, please take care of me. Luo Yuan smiled at Lygia. Lygia did not respond. She was staring at the Dragonite, her mouth agape. This is too. After thinking for a long time, Lygia couldn't find any words to describe her feelings. She just wanted to win a match, but how did the opponent end up sending out a Dragonite? At the same time, a question arose in her mind. Is this guy really a new trainer? Lygia scrutinized Luo Yuan. Although she had already confirmed this during the registration process, Luo Yuan's performance was anything but typical for a new trainer. At least she had never seen a trainer possessing a Dragonite as powerful as this. But given the circumstances, she could only brace herself for battle. Please take care of me, Lygia said with difficulty. Please take care of me. Luo Yuan returned the courtesy. Then Dragonite lunged forward, targeting Venusaur. Venusaur used Sludge. Under Lygia's command, a purple sludge was shot from Venusaur's mouth towards the Dragonite in the sky. Dragonite dodged, then used Dragon Pulse. The large Dragonite dodged skillfully, evading the sludge while unleashing a Dragon Pulse. Dragonite Dragon Pulse. Dragonite unleashed a Dragon Pulse, causing even the distant Alicia to feel a sense of how strong is this guy. She had never encountered a Pokemon that could evoke such feelings in her. Alicia exclaimed, dodge. Victory Bell extended its two vines to brace against the ground, exerting force to shift its entire body sideways by several meters, narrowly evading Dragonite's Dragon Pulse. The Dragon Pulse exploded beside Victory Bell, creating a large crater in the ground, leaving Alicia in shock. If Victory Bell hadn't dodged, it would have likely lost its fighting capability. Victory Bell used Leaf Blade. Alicia shouted. Swish, swish, swish. 3 blades flew out, and Dragonite didn't even attempt to evade, instead puffing out its belly to deflect all 3 leaf blades to the ground. The 3 leaf blades left only 3 white marks on Dragonite's belly. It seems I can only use a stronger move now. Alicia hadn't expected Leaf Blade to be unable to breach Dragonite's defenses. The previous Leaf Blade had already proven that ordinary moves could not inflict harm on Dragonite, so Alicia decided to have Victory Bell use Leaf Storm. Although using Leaf Storm would result in a backlash that would lower Victory Bell's attack power, if she didn't use it now, there might not be another opportunity. Swish, swish, swish. A multitude of leaves swirled around Victory Bell, surging violently towards Dragonite. Like a tidal wave, they obscured the sky and nearly covered all possible escape routes for Dragonite. Dragonite found itself in a dilemma. Advancing would mean enduring the damage of Leaf Storm, while retreating wouldn't allow it to completely evade, merely postponing the impact of Leaf Storm. Don't be afraid, Dragonite, use Hurricane. Upon hearing this, Dragonite immediately flapped its wings, and with the roaring sound of gusting air, a fierce wind blew towards the incoming Leaf Storm. Leaf Storm utilized leaves as its means of attack. However, leaves had one downside: when faced with strong winds, their surface area exerted too much force. Moreover, Hurricane was a flying-type move that inherently countered grass-type Pokémon, causing a significant portion of the Leaf Storm to be blown away. The remaining leaves did not require any further instruction. Dragonite unleashed a Dragon Pulse that turned all the approaching leaves to ashes. Just as Dragonite prepared to charge in for a surprise Ice Punch against the unprepared Victreebel, Alicia suddenly recalled Victreebel. I concede this round. Both Luo Yuan and Dragonite wore expressions of bewilderment. This was too, especially Dragonite, which was ready to defeat its opponent, found it incredibly frustrating that the opponent suddenly declared they were done. So for the third match. Before Luo Yuan could finish his sentence, Alicia immediately shook her head. I'm not your opponent. As a Rainbow Gym trainer, Alicia knew she couldn't compete with Luo Yuan. Even if all her Pokémon were to team up, they might. Instead of sending her Pokémon into a futile battle, she decided to simply hand over the badge. Alicia thought about it clearly. The challenger wins. The referee shouted in agreement. Here you go, the rainbow badge. Alicia hurriedly handed the badge to Luo Yuan, fearing he would insist on a third match. Luo Yuan stroked his chin. Was he really that intimidating? He couldn't understand why Alicia was so frightened, and he placed the badge into his pocket. Ahem, Miss Alicia, I have a question for you. Luo Yuan coughed twice and spoke. Please go ahead. After handing the badge to Luo Yuan, Alicia returned to her previous ease. When I came to the gym this morning, I heard you were investigating the case of missing children. Is there any progress? Luo Yuan, why do you ask? Alicia was somewhat curious. She hadn't expected Luo Yuan to be interested in that. I heard about it from Joy and got a bit curious. Luo Yuan replied. So far we have only found a portion of the missing children, and many are still unaccounted for. Even those who have been found are not in good mental condition. It seems they were affected by psychic-type Pokémon. I was about to contact Naji from the Goldenrod Gym to assist us, but it will take at least 2 days for Naji to arrive. Alicia's face revealed a frown. If you need the help of a psychic, perhaps I can be of assistance. Luo Yuan smiled slightly. As he spoke, he extended his hand. As his palm rose, a Pokeball fell from his waist, hovering above his palm. I am a psychic. Alicia's eyes widened in surprise once more. A new trainer with a powerful Dragonite and psychic abilities. What couldn't he do? But now is not the time to dwell on that. She grabbed Luo's arm. Please help. Find those children. Alicia said, earnest. Can you let go first? I have a girlfriend. Luo Yuan said. Sorry. Alicia's face turned slightly red as she quickly released her grip. Luo Yuan asked, can you tell me how I can help you? Please follow me or we can talk as we walk. Alicia led the way. As they walked, Alicia explained the situation to Luan. The specific situation is that 3 days ago the Rainbow City Police detected an unknown psychic fluctuation in Rainbow City. However, because it was too weak at first, they didn't take it seriously. But subsequently, within just 3 days, the Rainbow City Police received dozens of reports. 3 days. Dozens of cases. Luo Yuan was also taken aback by this number. Anywhere having dozens of children go missing at once was a major event. After 3 days of effort, we found most of the missing children, but there are still 6 kids unaccounted for. Then I will be responsible for. The reason we want to find psychics is to trace the source of the psychic fluctuation that caused the children to go missing. We must address the root of this problem, otherwise similar situations will continue to occur. Alicia stated. Understood. Luo Yuan replied. Combining the vague plot in his mind, Luo Yuan had a general understanding of this case, which was not difficult for him. At the Rainbow City Police Department, Luo Yuan could no longer recall how many times he had interacted with Junsha. Was it the 3rd or the 4th time? However, it was evidently not the time to dwell on that. Luo Yuan greeted Junsha saying, hello Miss Junsha. Beside them, Lygia introduced, this is Luo Yuan, a superpower user. With Mr. Luo Yuan's assistance, we should be able to uncover the source of the children's disappearances. I didn't expect to meet Mr. Luo Yuan here. Surprisingly, it seemed Junsha recognized Luo Yuan. Lygia, hearing this, looked puzzled and asked, what? Do you two know each other? She was a bit confused. Miss Lygia, you don't know Mr. Luo Yuan. This time Junsha appeared astonished. Mr. Luo Yuan is quite famous in Guangdong now. I had no idea. After hearing Junsha's words, Lygia felt somewhat ignorant. Alright. Seeing Lygia's expression, Junsha understood that Lygia might truly be unaware, so she explained, Mr. Luo Yuan is very well known in our police force. He has apprehended several key members of Team Rocket multiple times. Not long ago in Jinhuang City, he even collaborated with Miss Nashi of the Jinhuang Gym and the 2 Kings Du and Kina to orchestrate a raid on Team Rocket, capturing hundreds of their members, including 2 high-ranking officials. After hearing Junsha's words, Lygia was left speechless in surprise. This was the 3rd time today that Luo Yuan had astonished her. She did not expect him to have such a layered identity. No wonder Luo Yuan possessed such a powerful Pokémon like Dragonite, and was also a superpower user. Considering Luo Yuan's identity, everything suddenly made sense. Miss Junsha, you flatter me. I only made a tiny contribution in all of that. Mr. Luo Yuan, please do not be modest. Both King Kina and King Du have publicly stated that you were the primary contributor in the previous operation. Junsha said. Luo Yuan opened his mouth, unsure of what to say. It was one thing for Du to put him in a difficult position, but why was Kina also dragging him down? However, thinking about the endorsement contract he had taken with the Shirafu company, which stipulated that the greater his fame, the more substantial his endorsement fee would be, Luo Yuan ultimately chose to remain silent. Let's not discuss this anymore. Let's first talk about the missing children cases. Luo Yuan shifted the topic. Junsha nodded, aware that now was not the time for such discussions. The longer the case of the missing children dragged on, the greater the likelihood of harm befalling them. Please follow me, Mr. Luo Yuan. We have preliminarily identified some areas where psychic energy fluctuations are frequent, but we cannot pinpoint the exact locations. We need your help. Junsha pointed at the map of Rainbow City hanging on the wall, which marked 7 locations. Leave it to me. Following Junsha and Iligia, Luo Yuan hurried to these locations to quickly investigate using psychic energy. Not here. This isn't it. Next one. This one looks a bit like. But still not. There is absolutely no psychic energy fluctuation here. After inspecting 5 locations in succession, Luo Yuan detected psychic energy fluctuations in 4 of them, but none contained the power of hypnosis, which did not align with the symptoms exhibited by the children. This is the 6th location. Junsha pointed to a building ahead, her expression somewhat weary, not from physical fatigue, but more from psychological strain. The lack of findings from the 5 consecutive locations left her feeling a sense of defeat. Here. Luo Yuan glanced around the environment, feeling a sense of familiarity. Closing his eyes and carefully sensing with his psychic energy, Luo Yuan indeed detected psychic energy fluctuations in the air. This psychic energy had a wide range of radiation, and its frequency was almost identical to that of psychic Pokémon using hypnosis. This must be the place of follow me. Luo Yuan opened his eyes and said, then led the surprised Junsha and Iligia towards the building ahead. At this moment he recalled memories related to this storyline. The reason the children were hypnotized and went missing was that someone had formed a club to utilize the hypnosis powers of psychic Pokémon to treat insomnia. Is anyone home? As a police officer, Junsha took the lead and knocked on the door. Hello. Miss Junsha. A butler-like figure opened the door and looked puzzled as he saw Junsha along with Luo Yuan and Iligia. He was somewhat unclear about the situation. I am here to investigate a case of missing children, Junsha stated. Missing children? We haven't seen any The butler-like middle-aged man shook his head. No, we are not looking for missing children. We are here to investigate the cause of their disappearances. Can we come in? Oh, please come in. Entering the hall, Luo Yuan, Junsha, and Iligia saw a Suliep surrounded by a crowd standing on a high platform, its 6-fingered hands moving rhythmically. Is that a Suliep? Iligia asked. Yes, this Suliep is our club's treasure. A middle-aged gentleman walked over saying, Welcome to our club. How may we assist you? We are here to investigate the case of missing children, and we have evidence showing that this Suliep is the culprit behind their disappearances, Junsha stated bluntly. How is that possible? The middle-aged gentleman looked incredulous. The Suliep has never left, it only uses hypnosis to help club members with insomnia. How could it be the culprit behind the missing children? It's due to the psychic energy fluctuations, Luo Yuan interjected. This Suliep's psychic energy is incredibly strong, likely at the critical point of evolution. Its psychic energy has overflowed, and when using hypnosis it cannot control its power, causing the psychic energy to radiate outward. Since children's brains are not fully developed, they are easily influenced by psychic energy, which leads to them being hypnotized by Suliep. After hearing Luo Yuan's explanation, the middle-aged gentleman remained skeptical, though he had heard of the cases of missing children in Rainbow City. However, he had never considered that Suliep could be the cause. Seeing that the middle-aged gentleman was still unconvinced, Luo Yuan suggested, why not try having Suliep use its hypnosis on you at full strength? Well, the middle-aged gentleman hesitated, a hint of reluctance in his voice. If you don't try, how can you be sure? Luo Yuan said to him. If it's not the case, I'll apologize. After a moment's thought, considering the gravity of the missing children case, the middle-aged gentleman decided to test it himself to prove his and Sulipu's innocence. Come on, Sulipu. He stood before Sulipu and spoke to it. Sulipu let out a cry. The frequency of his finger movements quickened, and soon a wave of psychic energy enveloped the middle-aged gentleman's mind. Instantly, the gentleman's pupils lost focus, his entire body fell into an unconscious state, and then he collapsed to the ground. He crawled forward like a caterpillar. Everyone in the club stared at the scene before them. This is exactly the same as the symptoms of the children who were found, Erica said. Let's follow him quickly. Officer Jenny said, let's go. Though the middle-aged gentleman moved like a caterpillar, he was very swift, and soon Luo Yuan, Officer Jenny, Erica, and many curious club members followed a large crowd pouring out of the building. Following the middle-aged gentleman, the group soon arrived at Rainbow Central Park, located in the heart of Rainbow City. After weaving through countless trees, they came upon a clearing. So it's here. Seeing the park, Officer Jenny looked as if she had an epiphany. What, you didn't investigate this place before? Luo Yuan asked curiously. We didn't find this spot during our earlier... Officer Jenny said, it was a mistake on our part. Soon following the middle-aged gentleman, the group saw a group of children moving about in the clearing like Pokémon. In short, their actions were bizarre and varied. The middle-aged gentleman joined them, wriggling his body like a cater pie. In short, their actions were bizarre and varied. The middle-aged gentleman joined them, wriggling his body like a cater pie. A fellow club member of the gentleman was stunned by the sight. They hadn't believed Officer Ginny before, but now seeing this they realized it was linked to the recent missing children cases in Rainbow City. 17. 18. All the missing children are here. Officer Ginny quickly counted and let out a sigh of relief. She had been worried about this case for days, and now she could finally put her mind at ease. Luo Yuan, can you restore these children to normal? Erica asked from the side. Of course it's simple. Luo Yuan snapped his fingers, and his psychic power severed the continuous psychic waves emanating from the distant Sulipu. With a clear snap, all the children returned to normal. Due to the prolonged hypnosis and exhaustion, they fell into a deep sleep one by one. The middle-aged gentleman regained consciousness. He looked at the children sleeping on the grass, his face filled with shock. So it really was Sulipu. He didn't know what to say. Mr. Luo Yuan, what should be done about that Sulipu? Officer Ginny looked at Luo Yuan. Given what had happened, the Sulipu would certainly need to be dealt with. As a psychic, Luo Yuan was the expert in this area. Hearing Officer Ginny's words, the middle-aged gentleman looked at Luo Yuan extremely nervous. Sulipu was his only Pokémon. If the league were to take it into custody, he would have to part with it. There's no need to take special action against Sulipu, Luo Yuan said, seeing the plea in the man's eyes. At that time, Sulipu was likely in a state of psychic turbulence before evolution. This often occurs in psychic-type Pokémon for a period before and after evolution. Once this turbulent period passes, and the Pokémon can control its own psychic power, this won't happen again, Luo Yuan explained. The middle-aged gentleman was moved to tears of joy. Of course, as a trainer, you must compensate for the related losses, including the mental distress of the missing children and the costs incurred by the Rainbow City Police Department for the strain on their resources. Luo Yuan looked at him and said, also during this time you'd better leave your Sulipu at the Pokémon Center for a while, and don't let it use its psychic powers. Of course I will bear the compensation, the middle-aged gentleman said. That's good. Luo Yuan nodded and said no more. With the missing children case resolved, and having received gratitude from many parents, Luo Yuan bid farewell to Officer Ginny and Erica. Phew, he let out a long breath. Although he had been running around with Officer Ginny all day, Luo Yuan was still in high spirits. Helping others can sometimes be a truly joyful experience, especially the sense of fulfillment from receiving their gratitude. It was wonderfully comforting. Like soaking in a hot spring. Now it's time to cause some trouble for Team Rocket. Ever since using the body-strengthening reward, Luo Yuan felt incredibly energetic. Normally he would be too tired to move, but now he didn't feel the slightest bit of fatigue. It seems this reward wasn't as useless as I thought, Luo Yuan mused. He made his way to the game corner. As the only game corner in Rainbow City, even near dusk, it was brightly lit and bustling with activity. Occasionally an excited person would walk in, while others who had lost all their coins would stumble out with dejected faces. I wonder how much money Team Rocket makes from this game corner. In any world, casinos are a highly profitable industry. Although Team Rocket's game corner didn't appear to be a casino, the machines inside were all similar to slot machines, essentially no different from a casino. It simply avoided direct monetary transactions, skirting the league's laws. Pushing the door open, Luo Yuan looked around the lively game corner and walked straight to the front desk. Sir, how may I help you? The receptionist asked politely. However, her pupils contracted as she recognized Luo Yuan. Though she tried to appear calm, the smile on her face seemed twisted to Luo Yuan. Pretending not to notice her change in expression, he took out his bank card. Give me $10,000 worth of coins. Give me 10,000 yuan worth of coins. Luo Yuan said, pulling out his bank card and addressing the arcade receptionist. Hearing his words, the attendant breathed a silent sigh of relief. As a low-ranking Team Rocket member, although she had never met Luo Yuan before, she had heard of how he had repeatedly thwarted their. Even in previous operations, boss Sakaki had fallen to Luo Yuan's hands, and Team Rocket had lost two. These achievements filled her, a mere grunt of Team Rocket, with dread. Fortunately, it seemed Luo Yuan hadn't discovered that this was a Team Rocket hideout. Your coins, the receptionist said as she handed back the prepared coins along with Luo Yuan's bank card. Luo Yuan smiled at her, then walked toward a gaming machine with a coin box. Just that one glance, and that faint smile made the attendant's heart race, her legs weakening as she nearly collapsed. Did he find out? No, he couldn't have. I shouldn't have any flaws. But what about that smile? The female receptionist's mind raced with chaotic thoughts. Overwhelmed by fear, she chose to send a message about the incident to the underground base via computer. Luo Yuan had no idea that his glance had caused her such distress. He sat down in front of a gaming machine holding it was a machine similar to a slot machine operated by a joystick. The device had 3 rows and 9 slots. Pulling the joystick spun the reels inside. Pulling it again stopped them. When the reels stopped, if 3 identical symbols formed a line, it was a win. If they were 777, it was the grand prize. Let me try first. Luo Yuan inserted a coin into the machine and pulled the joystick. Simultaneously, he released his psychic power to observe how the reels spun. As the 3 reels stopped, sequentially displaying different symbols, Luo Yuan didn't win. Interesting. A slight smile curled at the corner of his mouth as he noticed the machine was rigged. Even before his transmigration, he had heard that such slot machines in arcades were rigged. He hadn't expected it to be the same after crossing over. On the surface, this kind of slot machine seemed to allow wins if you had sharp eyesight, But in reality, each time he pulled the joystick, a device inside the machine subtly adjusted the reel's speed. Whenever a potential winning combination was about to appear, the rotation speed would imperceptibly increase. The speed varied unpredictably, making it hard to hit a win and lowering the odds. I knew Team Rocket wouldn't run a legitimate business, Luo Yuan chuckled to himself. However, Luo Yuan wasn't too surprised. Team Rocket had committed far worse deeds, this was just standard practice. Now it's my turn. Luo Yuan took out another coin and inserted it into the machine. Locking the internal reels with his psychic power, he pulled the joystick. With a whoosh, his psychic power tracked the reel's movements. Luo Yuan pulled the joystick 3 times in succession. Clack, clack, clack. All 3 reels stopped on 7. Ding, 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 a music sound played. Coins clattered out of the machine in a cascade. The other patrons in the arcade turned to look at Luo Yuan, their eyes filled with envy. Amazing. It's actually 777. What incredible luck. I've never hit that. Yeah, first time seeing 777. The crowd murmured among themselves, staring at Luo Yuan. But he paid them no heed, continuing to insert coins into the machine without pause. Click, click, click. He pulled the joystick 3 more times. Ding, ding, ding. The music sounded again. The crowd, who had just sat back down once again, turned to look at Luo Yuan. How long has it been? No way. Are we even playing the same machine? Is the machine broken? Amid the murmurs, Luo Yuan inserted a 3rd coin. Ding, ding, ding. Once again, the music reserved for jackpots played. A prize that usually appeared once every few days, or even weeks, had now rung out 3 times in just a few minutes on the same machine. Some thought Luo Yuan's machine was broken, their faces twisted with envy and resentment. Others believed he had mastered some special technique, their expressions equally envious and bitter. In any case, everyone gathered around to watch Luo Yuan's moves. Captain, what do we do now? The female receptionist asked her superior over the phone, witnessing the scene. In the monitoring room on the first basement level, the Team Rocket squad leader in charge of the Rainbow City base arcade listened to his subordinates plea, his face dark with fury. He's cheating. A nearby Team Rocket member pointed at a red light blinking on another machine. As a well-established arcade, they naturally had various anti-cheating measures, including devices to detect psychic power. They had already discovered that Luo Yuan was using his psychic abilities to cheat. So what if he's cheating? The squad leader glared at his subordinate. Even if you know he's cheating, do you dare go confront him? Didn't he want to confront Luo Yuan? Of course he did. As the person responsible for the arcade's operations, had be held accountable if the venue's performance suffered. But the situation was such that he simply didn't dare to face Luo Yuan. What if during the confrontation Luo Yuan discovered his Team Rocket identity? Luo Yuan's past victories and fearsome reputation were all built on defeating Team Rocket. If an accident occurred, the entire Rainbow City base would be compromised, a responsibility he neither wanted nor could bear. But then we just let him keep winning. The nearby Team Rocket members still sounded reluctant. He'll leave once he's won enough, the squad leader speculated. He was truly powerless against Luo Yuan, and could only hope that the man would leave after winning his fill. The two exchanged a glance, both seeing a sense of stifled frustration in each other's eyes. When had Team Rocket ever endured such humiliation? But given the circumstances, with Luo Yuan's formidable strength capable of defeating Boss Sakaki, it was better to stay cautious. Losing some money was preferable to having the entire base wiped out. Turning the perspective back to Luo Yuan. In the short time the Team Rocket squad leader and his subordinate had been discussing, the pile of coins beside Luo Yuan had already grown into a mound. The continuous stream of 777s had left the onlookers feeling almost numb. Ding, ding, ding. Another 777 jackpot. How many times has it been? I can't remember. Have you been counting? A person asked their companion. 130 times. Or was it 140? Their companion pondered, unsure. It's 153 times. No, it should be 154 times. A boy with a buzz cut watched as Luo Yuan once again pulled the lever. 154 times, each win yielding 100 coins, which means that in just over half an hour Luo Yuan has won a total of 15,400 coins from the arcade. With each coin worth 100 yuan, that translates to 154,000 yuan. Earning this much in just half an hour is akin to operating a money printing machine. Those around him expressed their astonishment. Meanwhile, Luo Yuan felt a nagging doubt. Why are these Team Rocket members so calm? I've won so much money, yet they haven't shown their faces at all. Luo Yuan muttered to himself. Originally, he intended to use his winnings at the arcade to lure out Team Rocket members and then seamlessly eliminate their base. However, he never expected that after pulling the lever so many times, not a single member of Team Rocket would appear. Are Team Rocket members really this cowardly now? The previous ones he encountered were always aggressive and looked down on everyone. While Luo Yuan was lost in thought, he pulled the lever again. Clatter. A bunch of coins spilled onto the floor, but the amount was somewhat insufficient. This was the 4th machine he had changed to. The previous 3 had already been cleaned out of coins by Luo Yuan. If Team Rocket members don't show up soon, I might have to This was the 4th machine he had changed to. The previous 3 had already been cleaned out of coins by Luo Yuan. If Team Rocket members don't show up soon, I might have to take matters into my own hands. Luo Yuan frowned, not wanting to continue this way. But while this approach is straightforward and forceful, it would be hard to explain afterwards how I discovered this was Team Rocket's base. Should I claim it was intuition? Having previously defeated Team Rocket, and even thwarted Sakaki's schemes. Many people in the league were paying attention to him. Thus engaging in seemingly unreasonable acts should be minimized, and if he did so he needed to find suitable reasons beforehand. Just as Luo Yuan contemplated his next move, the crowd around him erupted in noise. "They're here, the arcade staff, finally! I knew something was off about this guy." Some were gloating, while others were merely enjoying the spectacle, their jealousy towards Luo Yuan evident. Ignoring the fools, Luo Yuan looked at the two staff members approaching with serious expressions. "Is there something you need?" Luo Yuan still pretended to be unaware that this was Team Rocket's stronghold. The Team Rocket squad leader disguised as a staff member and his subordinate breathed a sigh of relief. They reached Luo Yuan, and just when everyone thought these staff members were about to expose his cheating, to their surprise, they did not question him at all, instead behaving very politely. "Hello, sir. We are very sorry, your skills are too high for us. Our establishment is small, and if you keep winning like this we might have to close down. This is our apology, please spare us." The Team Rocket squad leader handed over a check, looking very sincere. This action left the onlookers who had initially come to watch a show utterly dumbfounded. Their faces revealed expressions of disbelief. This is too surreal. He won so many game coins, and now the arcade is personally apologizing. So terrifying. The onlookers were all frozen in place, mouths agape, unable to believe what was happening before them. Is this really the same arcade staff that usually behaved arrogantly? Did they really not come to the wrong place? Some people doubted if they were dreaming and pinched their thighs, but the pain told them it was real. At this moment, everyone looked at Luo Yuan with envy. This guy was so lucky, having already won so many coins, on top of that now receiving this check. What kind of incredible luck did he have today? Luo Yuan took the check and glanced at it. 1 million, not a small amount, but for someone who just received a 200 million endorsement deal from the Zillifo company, this amount was barely enough to fill the gaps between his teeth. "I'm actually quite curious," Luo Yuan said, reaching into his pocket to pull out a lighter. "What are you curious about, sir?" The Team Rocket member opposite him just wanted to get Luo Yuan out of there as soon as possible. Curious about when Team Rocket became so cowardly. Luo Yuan flicked the lighter, flames shooting up. "Hee, sir, you're joking. We operate legally. How could we possibly be related to Team Rocket?" The two Team Rocket members forced a smile, but the smile looked unnatural. The onlookers sensed something was off and began to retreat. Whoosh! Luo Yuan ignited the check and casually tossed it to the ground, glaring at the two individuals before him. "I can smell the scent of Team Rocket on you from blocks away, and..." Luo Yuan snapped his fingers, using his mental power to pin the two Team Rocket members in midair. "Mr. Luo Yuan, what are you saying? We don't quite understand," the Team Rocket squad leader said nervously, still trying to make a final struggle. However, the moment he spoke, he completely exposed his identity. "Look, you already know my name is Luo Yuan, yet you're saying you don't understand. Also, Team Rocket, can you change your outfits? If you really want to hide your identity, you shouldn't wear clothes that reveal who you are." As Luo Yuan finished speaking, the staff uniforms of the two Team Rocket members suddenly ripped apart, revealing the bright red, our insignia underneath. The two Team Rocket members, realizing their identities had been exposed, turned pale. "Team Rocket." The crowd gasped in shock upon seeing that these staff members were actually Team Rocket. In Rainbow City, where Team Rocket was very active, numerous cases of Team Rocket stealing Pokémon occurred every year. Just recently, they even planned an attack on the Rainbow building, resulting in many casualties. They had always thought Team Rocket was hidden in secret bases, but they never expected that Team Rocket was right under their noses. The onlookers realized that the game hall was actually the base of Team Rocket, and their gazes towards the two members of Team Rocket. Previously, they had adopted a passive spectator's attitude because they had no vested interest. Whether Luo Yuan profited or the game hall incurred losses, it did not affect them. But now it was different. Team Rocket posed a tangible threat to their personal safety, infringing upon their rights. Thus at this moment, all the onlookers stood firmly with Luo Yuan. "Eliminate these Team Rocket members. Quick, call the police. They must not be let go." The crowd was incensed. Seeing this, Luo Yuan nodded. Although these people had been somewhat annoying just now, they were clear-minded when it came to matters of great importance. He took out 2 ropes from his backpack and tied up the 2 Team Rocket members, confiscating all their Pokeballs, and tossed the 2. "Next, please keep an eye on these 2, and also give Junsha a call. I will go check the situation at the Team Rocket base below," Luo Yuan said. "Leave it to us. You can go with peace of mind." The crowd patted their chests in assurance. Luo Yuan nodded and wasn't concerned. Even if they failed to watch these 2 Team Rocket members, or didn't call Junsha, it didn't matter. As long as he was there, Team Rocket would not be able to stir up any trouble. Damn it, destroy all the data and immediately relocate the researchers and important Pokemon. We must not let that Luo Yuan catch us. In the underground base, Team Rocket was quickly relocating. As soon as Luo Yuan captured their companion who had come to negotiate, these Team Rocket members sensed impending danger and immediately arranged for key personnel to evacuate. However, time was too tight, and with insufficient preparation, their relocation progress could only be described as pitiful. "All combat personnel, hold the line. We must ensure that Luo Yuan is kept out until the data is destroyed," shouted the Team Rocket officer in charge of the base. Yes, the Team Rocket members within the base were all elites and staunch loyalists. Thus in this situation, they charged upwards with their Pokemon, determined to do everything in their power to block Luo Yuan. "How stubborn." Luo Yuan stood on the first underground level watching the continuous influx of Team Rocket members from the lower staircase, feeling helpless. It was clear that they could just surrender, yet they chose to resist. He hadn't wanted to cause so many casualties. Metagross light screen. He sent out Metagross to use light screen to block a wave of attacks from Team Rocket. I must admit that Team Rocket still had some skill. Dozens of Pokemon attacking simultaneously created immense firepower. Unless he summoned Mewtwo or Mega Metagross, even Luo Yuan could not withstand such a fierce assault. However, Luo Yuan had another plan. Steelix. He threw out a second Pokeball. The massive Steelix appeared on the first underground level. As soon as it appeared, Steelix filled the entire first underground level. Seeing this, all Team Rocket members felt a tightening in their hearts. One Metagross could already withstand their attacks, and now another Steelix had arrived. Could it be that Luo Yuan intended to attack? How terrifying a proactive Luo Yuan could be was evident from his track record built upon the countless failures of yet clearly Luo Yuan's intentions were beyond their comprehension. Use dig, let's go down. Luo Yuan grabbed Steelix's body, and with his command Steelix roared and slammed its head into the ground, burrowing downwards. Metagross took up the rear and followed Luo Yuan down underground, directly creating a large hole in the ground, leaving the awaiting Team Rocket members dumbfounded. What? The Team Rocket members exchanged glances. They had never expected that Luo Yuan would directly use Steelix to tunnel down. Shouldn't he have taken the stairs and fought his way down? Why was he not playing by the rules now? The Team Rocket members were in utter despair, then turned and ran frantically downstairs. We must not let Luo Yuan get down before the data is destroyed. The Team Rocket members were now united but they were destined to be disappointed. On the second underground level, all they saw was a big hole. On the third underground level, they also saw only a big hole. It was not until the fourth underground level that they found Luo Yuan, who stood with Steelix beneath him, Metagross on the left and Dragonite on the right, while their officer was suspended in midair by Psychic. Luo Yuan held a briefcase, smiling at the Team Rocket members rushing in. You all are a bit slow, I've already dealt with your superior. He casually tossed aside the Team Rocket mid-level officer he had captured, speaking to the incoming Team Rocket members. The Team Rocket members looked at Luo Yuan, swallowing hard in unison. With their officer taken care of, and the things they needed to protect now in Luo Yuan's hands, their fighting spirit sank. The fear in their hearts was unstoppable. Run! It was unclear who shouted, but a group of originally spirited Team Rocket members fled upstairs like lost dogs. Really? Even if I let you run 14 meters first, where can you escape to? Luo Yuan shook his head at the fleeing figures of Team Rocket. He instructed Metagross and Dragonite beside him. You two go up and block them, don't let them escape. Otherwise there will be trouble in Rainbow City again. Whoa, Buzz. Metagross and Dragonite nodded and retraced their path through the hole they had just dug. Before long screams echoed from above, it was unclear what was happening. With a slight smile, Luo Yuan paid no attention to the commotion above. Instead, he looked at the Team Rocket mid-level officer slumped on the ground. Since you are considered a cadre in Team Rocket, you must know about me. You should know I have Psychic. Now I want to ask you some questions, and I hope you can cooperate. First of all, the first question, what is the password for this briefcase? Luo Yuan asked. The password is... The Rocket Gang officer obediently revealed the password, not daring to hide anything. Luo Yuan opened the case, finding a Pokeball and a hard drive inside. What Pokemon is in here? Luo Yuan looked at the black Pokeball, the R symbol indicating that it was a Rocket Gang exclusive ball. This is a Gyarados Pokeball, originally meant to be delivered to Boss Sakaki. Gyarados is a Pokemon from the Chengdu region. Its final evolution is Tyranitar, a quasi-legendary Pokemon with a base stat total of 600. For Sakaki, what does Sakaki want this for? Luo Yuan was somewhat curious. Boss Sakaki lost several Pokemon in the recent battle in Golden City, and needs replacements. This Gyarados was specifically chosen for him. The Rocket Gang officer replied. When mentioning Golden City, he couldn't help but glance at Luo Yuan, as it was Luo Yuan who caused Boss Sakaki's loss of Pokemon. So that's how it is. Upon hearing this, Luo Yuan understood. Last time in Golden City, Sakaki lost a total of 2 Pokemon, one being a Geodude, and the other a Tyranitar. This Gyarados seemed to be meant to fill the gap in Sakaki's lineup. The reason for choosing Gyarados, which can evolve into a quasi-legendary Tyranitar, was likely because Sakaki had witnessed the might of his Dragonite and Metagross, realizing the advantage of quasi-legendaries over ordinary Pokemon, which led him to select Gyarados. Unfortunately, this Pokeball had not yet reached its destination and had fallen into his hands. In fact, sometimes thinking about it, Sakaki really was quite pitiful. Not only were his subordinates inexplicably captured, but his plans had repeatedly failed. Now trying to obtain a Pokemon, he was also intercepted by Luo Yuan. It seemed Sakaki could qualify for the title of the most pitiful in Kanto. He would definitely win the championship. Of course, even though he felt pity for Sakaki, Luo Yuan had no intention of returning this Gyarados to him. After all, he and Sakaki were enemies. Some might do something foolish like aiding the enemy, but that would definitely not be Luo Yuan. What about this hard drive? What's inside it? Just some data, the Rocket Gang officer replied, his eyes flickering, as he clearly did not wish to tell the whole truth. In response, Luo Yuan simply used telekinesis to lift him up, smiling at him. Are you sure you want to conceal it? Seeing the smile on Luo Yuan's face, the Rocket Gang officer shivered, the terror of Luo Yuan echoing in his mind, and quickly shook his head. He had no intention of hiding it anymore. Oh, anyway, even if he stubbornly refused to say, given some time the contents could still be decrypted. He might as well say it outright to avoid being hypnotized later. The data in here is the account books. Account books? What account books? Luo Yuan became curious. What would the Rocket Gang's account books record? Buying and selling Pokémon. The income from robbing and extorting trainers. Surely these things shouldn't be considered secrets. Part of it is the account books of companies, institutions, and organizations that have dealings with our Rocket Gang. After the Rocket Gang officer finished speaking, he looked ashen. He knew very well that if this account book fell into the hands of the Alliance, he would never return to the Rocket Gang. Having made such a huge blunder, Boss Sakaki would surely be furious enough to kill him. Luo Yuan hadn't expected it to be such things. Tisk, you actually didn't destroy this thing. Luo Yuan looked at the guy in front of him, feeling somewhat incredulous. He had come knocking at their door, yet they didn't destroy this thing, but instead kept it in the briefcase. Could it be that this guy was actually not a member of the Rocket Gang, but an undercover agent for the Alliance within the Rocket Gang? Hearing Luo Yuan's words, the Rocket Gang officer wanted to curse. Didn't he want to destroy it? Just as he was about to destroy it, the Steelix came rushing down, and in a panic he had no choice but to stuff the items into the briefcase and toss it under the table. He had initially held on to a sliver of hope, thinking he could get away with it, but in the end, he was still found out by Luo Yuan. He tucked the Poke Ball into his own arms and placed the hard drive back in the case. Luo Yuan patted the utterly despairing Rocket Gang officer. Don't be sad, since you were so cooperative, I will try to negotiate for leniency from the Alliance on your behalf. Luo Yuan felt like a good person. This guy was so cooperative that getting him leniency was perfectly in line with the Alliance's regulations. The Rocket Gang officer nodded. This was his final consolation. By the time Junsha arrived and handled the matters at the Rainbow Arcade, it was already evening. Mr. Luo Yuan, thank you so much. If it weren't for you, we would never have thought there was a Rocket Gang base underground at the Rainbow Arcade. Junsha said sincerely. She was truly grateful to Luo Yuan. Previously, he had helped them find the missing children, and now he had directly uncovered the hidden Rocket Gang base in Rainbow City. With the entire Rocket Gang base taken down, the crime rate in Rainbow City would surely see a dramatic decline in the coming days, transforming from a high-crime city to a low-crime city. This was all thanks to Luo Yuan. It's nothing, I merely made a trivial contribution. Junsha glanced at the massive hole that spanned the entire underground base, her eyelids twitching. If this was merely a trivial contribution, then what had they been doing at the Rainbow City Police Department all these years? By the way, according to the suspect, there is evidence, Junsha said to Luo Yuan. Clearly she had also learned about the account books from the Rocket Gang officer. I will personally handle this matter with Du, Luo Yuan said. This was a significant issue, and he was not at ease leaving it to anyone else. Currently, the only ones he could trust with this matter were Professor Okido Kona and Du. Junsha nodded, feeling relieved. Fortunately, she didn't have to take on this matter herself. Just thinking about the companies and institutions with dealings with the Rocket Gang was daunting enough. She was just an ordinary Junsha. Although she had the Junsha family behind her, facing these people was still quite stressful. So Mr. Luo Yuan, are you planning to continue your journey? After discussing serious matters, Junsha casually asked. Of course, but not right now. I'm tired after a day's work, and I need to head back to the hotel to rest. Luo Yuan said lazily. Even with his super endurance, he felt a bit fatigued, so he planned to return to the hotel to rest, and by the way, use the lottery chances he gained from destroying the Rocket Gang base. The lottery is ongoing. Congratulations to the host for receiving the immutable stone. The first prize drawn is the reward for successfully challenging the Rainbow Dojo, but this prize is evidently a bit low. Immutable stone, are you sure this is the reward for the silver lottery? Luo Yuan looked at the stone in his hand, his mouth twitching, feeling a wave of frustration. Although immutable stones are rare in this world, they are not scarce. Any large city selling Pokemon items will have one. It can be said that it is something that can simply be bought with money. For Luo Yuan, who is not short on money, winning an immutable stone is simply a tremendous loss. Have I really exhausted all my good luck? Luo Yuan fell into deep thought. Indeed, there are no such things as lucky people. I must be paying back for my previous strokes of good fortune. Feeling somewhat dejected, Luo Yuan decided to just go for it. System, shall we continue the lottery? Stop rambling, just draw. Luo Yuan shouted in his mind to the system. The lottery is ongoing. The draw is complete. Congratulations to the host for receiving the Light of Affection 1. What is this thing? Another reward that I don't know about. It seems to have something to do with affection. The Light of Affection is a one-time item that can enhance the bond between trainers and Pokemon to a certain extent. This thing seems very useful. Luo Yuan felt a hint of excitement. Upon seeing this item for the first time, he thought, although Luo Yuan already had a preliminary idea on how to improve his bond with Mutwo, the complexity of the operation, now that there is a method to conveniently and quickly enhance his bond with Mutwo, how could Luo Yuan not be happy? No matter how much it can enhance the bond, as long as it can improve it, even a little, it will provide a good start between Luo Yuan and Mutwo, making the subsequent journey of increasing their bond much smoother. Thinking this, Luo Yuan asked the system in his mind, system, is this Light of Affection useful for Mutwo? The Light of Affection is indeed effective for divine beast-level Pokemon. Luo Yuan felt relieved. He could only use this on Mutwo, while he could persuade other Pokemon through physical means. Releasing Mutuo from the Master Ball. Mutuo, let me show you a treasure. In Mutuo's puzzled expression, Luo Yuan said to the system, use the light of affection. A white light shone upon Mutuo. Mutuo's expression was momentarily confused, not knowing what Luo Yuan was doing. What happened to the promised bond enhancement? Luo Yuan observed Mutuo for a long time, but could not discern any. In the end, it was Mutuo who first grew impatient, giving Luo Yuan a look, as if he were a fool before retreating back into the Master Ball. System, you said it would also work for divine beasts, why can't I see any effect? The light of affection does indeed enhance the bond with divine beasts, but the effect is reduced compared to ordinary Pokémon. Additionally, the bond between the host and Mutuo has increased from neutral to friendly. Did it change to friendly? Luo Yuan felt nothing at all, and attributed it to Mutuo's expressionless demeanor. Thinking about it, if their bond with Mutuo were still cold, given how he just teased Mutuo, a fight would not be out of the question. Having come to this realization, Luo Yuan immediately felt a surge of happiness. It seems that he still has some luck left, although not as good as before. He was still quite satisfied. Luo Yuan did not linger in Rainbow City for too long. After resting for a while, he set off for the next city. His next destination is the Pink City's Pink Dojo. According to the route, Luo Yuan has two options. One is to pass through Black Cloud City and head directly to Pink City. The advantage of this route is its short distance and less time consumed, but the drawback is that the air quality in Black Cloud City is too poor, it doesn't smell good. The other route is to bypass Black Cloud City, taking a large detour through the nearby Pink Forest to reach Pink City. This route takes longer, and there are hardly any people along the way, but the benefits are that the air quality is better, and he can encounter more wild Pokémon. Looking at the map after pondering for 2 seconds, Luo Yuan decided to pass through Black Cloud City to get to Pink City. The reason is simply that it's faster. Taking a detour around Black Cloud City to reach Pink City would take almost double the time compared to passing through Black Cloud City, which is absolutely intolerable for Luo Yuan, who values efficiency. As for the poor environment of Black Cloud City, Luo Yuan had never given it much thought. Even though online sources say that the environment in Black Cloud City has deteriorated to the point where it is uninhabitable for humans, Luo Yuan still did not care. How bad could it possibly get? After all, he wasn't planning to stay there for long. No matter how poor the environment, it would only affect him for a day or two at most, and he felt he could endure that. He held on to this thought until he actually arrived in Black Cloud City, wearing a thick mask, breathing air that was filtered but still carried an unpleasant odor. Looking up at the sky, which was clearly daytime, yet devoid of any sunlight, Luo Yuan finally gained a deeper understanding of the infamous Black Cloud City, said to be unsuitable for human habitation. Are there really any living people in this city? With this thought in mind, Luo Yuan entered the Pokemon Center in Black Cloud City. Upon seeing Nurse Joy, he spoke before she could. Luo Yuan said, first, staying in a city like this must be hard on you. Black Cloud City was once an important industrial city in the Kanto region. It used to house over 70% of the large factories in Kanto, and nearly everything the Kanto people used had the shadow of Black Cloud manufacturing. But that is all in the past. Since the League developed more efficient and cleaner energy along with an increased focus on environmental protection, Black Cloud City has been gradually declining, transforming from an industrial stronghold of Kanto into its current state of decay. Moreover, due to unchecked industrial development in the past, the entire environment of Black Cloud City has suffered severe damage, and serious pollution has become an unavoidable problem for this city. Due to serious environmental pollution, Black Cloud City has been designated as an unsuitable city for habitation. Today, besides residents who have lived in Black Cloud City for a long time, only Pokemon trainers passing between Pink City and Rainbow City occasionally pass through here. Joy at the Pokemon Center in Heiyun City was taken aback by Luo Yuan's words, but soon a helpless smile appeared on her face. There's no helping it, the Pokemon Center is always needed in Heiyun City. It was clear that Miss Joy from Heiyun City was also quite helpless. Joy was a girl too. No girl would want to stay in a place like Heiyun City, which was always shrouded in darkness. However, as she said, Heiyun City indeed needed the Pokemon Center. She had her reasons for needing to stay here. Luo Yuan expressed his respect for Joy, and to have the determination to stay in such a place. It was evident that Joy from Heiyun City had made a significant commitment. So, sir, is there anything I can assist you with? Joy smiled and asked Luo Yuan, could you help me restore my Pokemon? By the way, does Heiyun City have Team Rocket? Luo Yuan casually inquired. Upon hearing his question, Joy was taken aback. Why do you ask that? Joy had seen many trainers in Heiyun City, and she considered herself to have encountered all sorts of peculiar individuals, but this was the first time she met a trainer who immediately asked about Team Rocket. It might be due to Team Rocket's recent activities which has led to this after effect, Luo Yuan said, scratching his head, because every time he destroyed a Team Rocket base and obtained a gym badge, he would earn a chance for a silver lottery draw. Over this period, Luo Yuan felt he had developed a habit. Whenever he arrived at a new place, he would first ask if there was a Team Rocket. If there was, he would drop it, but if there was, he would track them down and eliminate the local Team Rocket to earn a chance for a lottery draw. Joy was somewhat speechless. However, she still answered Luo Yuan's question. Although Team Rocket occasionally operates here in Heiyun City, I don't recall ever seeing them on a large scale. I suppose even Team Rocket can't stand the environment of Heiyun City. Joy said, her tone laced with sarcasm. Luo Yuan thought about it and felt it made a lot of sense. Heiyun City is an industrial city. To be honest, it is mostly factories and related personnel. For an evil organization like Team Rocket, which relies on the entertainment industry and plundering trainers, Pokemon Heiyun City is a place with no profit to be made. If Luo Yuan were Sakaki, he would definitely not establish a base in Heiyun City. Rather than wasting manpower in such a place, it would be better to allocate resources to the Rainbow City base or the Golden City. That way the profits could be maximized. What a pity. Luo Yuan sighed, looking regretful. It seemed that no rewards could be earned in Heiyun City. Just as a look of disappointment crossed Luo Yuan's face, the lights in the Pokemon Center suddenly became unstable. The overhead fluorescent lights flickered continuously, giving the feeling that they could go out at any moment. Luo Yuan looked up at the lights and said they won't go out right. As soon as he finished speaking, the lights flickered violently twice before extinguishing completely. The entire Pokemon Center was plunged into darkness. Luo Yuan was speechless. Was it really that coincidental? However, this power outage suddenly reminded Luo Yuan of a power outage plot in the original story set in Heiyun City. In the original story, when Ash and his friends arrived in Heiyun City, they coincidentally encountered a Grimer blocking the water intake of the power plant, causing the generator to stop, resulting in a power outage at the Pokemon Center. Could it be that he was facing the same situation now? While Luo Yuan was pondering this, Miss Joy had already activated the backup power supply of the Pokemon Center. She wore a worried expression. Power outages have been occurring more frequently lately. If this continues, the backup power supply of the Pokemon Center won't be able to hold out much longer. Just as she posed this question, a system notification sound appeared in Luo Yuan's mind. Resolve the power outage risk at the power plant. Complete the task to receive a silver lottery draw, chance 1. This can trigger a task. Feeling contemplative, Luo Yuan asked, Miss Joy, has Heiyun City been experiencing frequent power outages lately? Since the system had issued a task, Luo Yuan felt he should give the system some face. The chance for a silver lottery draw was quite tempting, especially since there was a possibility of drawing a Mega Evolution. Joy's face showed a look of concern upon hearing Luo Yuan's question. It was fine before, but the power outages have only started occurring recently. According to the news from the power plant, it seemed that a Grimer had blocked the water intake, causing the generator to fail, which was why the power outages occurred. When such situations arise, does the League send someone to handle it? Luo Yuan frowned. Normally when a Pokemon threatens humans, the League should intervene immediately. It has already been reported, but currently all the trainers from the League have been dispatched to deal with Team Rocket in Golden City, and they can't attend to such minor issues at all. As she spoke, Joy was filled with resentment. Luo Yuan coughed twice, realizing that this matter was still the League reallocating most of its forces to Golden City to deal with Team Rocket was indeed his suggestion, and now being blamed for it made Luo Yuan feel a bit awkward. How about this? He'll go check out the power plant and see if I can resolve the Grimer issue, Luo Yuan said. Since the cause of this issue lay with him, he had even less reason to stand by idly. Taking the Pokeball that Joy handed him, Luo Yuan turned and headed towards the power plant. Joy watched Luo Yuan's back and after a moment realized, there are many Grimers. You are no match for them. In the past, many trainers had volunteered to deal with the Grimers, but they all returned empty-handed. Joy did not believe that Luo Yuan could resolve the Grimer issue. Luo Yuan said nothing, he simply waved his hand behind him. Joy was immediately anxious and wanted to chase after Luo Yuan, but Luo Yuan was too quick and had already disappeared at the end of the street. With no other choice, Joy had to call Junsha. Is this Miss Junsha? Just now a trainer headed towards the power plant saying he wanted to resolve the Grimer issue. Could you go check on him? I'm worried he might get into trouble. It wasn't that Joy was overreacting, she had seen many trainers get injured by Grimers before. A trainer, you say? I understand. The sound of tires screeching against the ground came through the phone, and then the call was disconnected. I hope nothing happens, Joy thought to herself. She had a very good impression of this trainer, and did not want anything bad to happen to Luo Yuan. After bidding farewell to Xiao Yi, Luo Yuan was unaware that Xiao Yi, concerned for his safety, had specifically called Miss Junsha to come over. He was currently walking on the streets of Heiyun City. The entire street was dim and gloomy. The streetlights, which should have been illuminated, had fallen into darkness due to a power outage at the power plant. Luo Yuan's psychic ability could distinctly perceive a gaze neither human nor Pokemon watching him from the streets, and I wonder if it will jump out, Luo Yuan speculated as he walked. Luo Yuan did not know whether the owner of the gaze was human or a Pokemon, but regardless, he hoped it would reveal itself, as doing so would bring him a bit of excitement. However, in the end, Luo Yuan was left disappointed. He did not encounter an attack from an enemy. As Luo Yuan approached the entrance of the power plant, the owner of the gaze slowly emerged from the darkness, revealing to Luo Yuan that it was a gorilla. I didn't expect to have been outsmarting a gorilla for so long, Luo Yuan said, tapping his head in exasperation. He then ignored the gorilla, which was still standing at the street corner, and pushed open the door of the power plant to enter. As soon as Luo Yuan left, a figure with a grim expression emerged from the darkness. Damn it, I thought I could hide here, but I've still been tracked down. Ban Mu's face was gloomy as he recalled the gorilla into its Pokeball. He had thought he could hide in Heiyun City, yet Luo Yuan still found him. It seems I can't stay in Kanto anymore. With this thought flashing through his mind, Ban Mu decided to leave the Kanto region. He had received news about the destruction of the Rocket Team's base in Rainbow City, and now the situation of the Rocket Team in Kanto was deteriorating. Therefore he had already ordered the rocket team in Kanto to enter a state of full concealment and cease all activities to avoid the storm. Prepare the plane to Chengdu region. Ban Mu turned to Zhun Yao beside him and said, "Yes, Lord Ban Mu." Zhun Yao replied following his command. She believed that even though the rocket team was temporarily down, they would one day rise again and dominate the Kanto region. Meanwhile, Luo Yuan was unaware that Ban Mu had been following him the whole way. He walked through the deserted power plant's corridors, searching for the trace of Shochomi. Where are the Shochomi I was promised? I haven't seen a single one. Luo Yuan felt deceived in his emotions. Along the way, he only encountered two small magneton warming themselves through electric discharge, and there was no sign of Shochomi. This thought persisted until he reached the central area of the power plant. A pungent odor nearly overwhelmed Luo Yuan. Looking at the countless Shochomi stacked in layers before him, and the few power plant staff trembling in the corners, Luo Yuan finally understood where all the Shochomi had gone. He saw a large group of Shochomi completely encircling the generator, while more Shochomi continued to pour into the factory from the ventilation ducts and sewers. Metagross rescued those people. Wearing a gas mask to withstand the stench of the Shochomi, Luo Yuan dispatched Metagross, who lacked a sense of smell, to carry out the rescue mission. There was no need to speak of Metagross' strength. Although the Shochomi desperately tried to stop him, they were unable to hinder Metagross' advance. The poison-type Shochomi and the toxic sludge were naturally countered by the psychic-type Metagross. With a powerful psychic push, the large number of Shochomi blocking Metagross' path fell one after another, losing their combat ability. "Thank you so much. I almost died in there. I really can't thank you enough." The rescued staff expressed immense gratitude to Luo Yuan. It was truly a life-saving grace. Heaven knows how desperate they felt when surrounded by those Shochomi and toxic sludge. It was a double blow to both body and spirit. "There's no need for thanks. I want to know what happened here right now," Luo Yuan said, pointing at the Shochomi. "We don't know what happened either. Just a moment ago, these Shochomi suddenly attacked the power plant. They broke through the protective net at the ocean entrance and flooded in from there, then crowded into this room." Upon hearing Luo Yuan's question, the staff looked utterly confused and troubled. He didn't understand why the Shochomi had gone. "Haven't these Shochomi acted like this before?" Luo Yuan asked. "Never. While the Shochomi had previously attacked the power plant most of the time, they only blocked the underwater inlet, and had never charged into the power plant like today. Even if they blocked the inlet, as long as the protective net was electrified, the Shochomi would naturally retreat once they were. That makes it strange." Luo Yuan furrowed his brows as he looked at the Shochomi continually pouring towards the generator. Could there be something here attracting them? But it didn't make sense. Shochomi were poison-type Pokémon. Even if the power plant had something that attracted Pokémon, it should be electric-type Pokémon not related to Shochomi. Luo Yuan tried to communicate with the Shochomi through his psychic ability, hoping to discern their intentions. However, poison-type Shochomi were naturally incompatible with psychic energy, and after much effort, he could only sense a feeling of desire from them. As for what they desired, Luo Yuan had no clue. "At least I know they came in here, because there is something they crave." Luo Yuan. He turned to the two staff members of the power plant. "Has there been anything strange happening in the power plant lately?" This matter needed to be inquired about with the power plant staff. "Strange things. No, this is an unmanned power plant, and the machines operate automatically. We are just responsible for maintaining the equipment daily, and we haven't noticed anything unusual here recently." The staff member rubbed his chin, pondering. In their view, the power plant had indeed shown no abnormalities in the past few days. Finding no clues from these two staff members, Luo Yuan had no choice but to focus on the legendary Pokémon Mutuo. "Mutuo, do you know if there is anything special about this place?" Luo Yuan asked through the Master Ball. It was impossible to release Mutuo. Luo Yuan estimated that if he released Mutuo here, the intimacy level between him and the two staff members would drop to negative numbers immediately. Though separated by the Master Ball, Luo Yuan and Mutuo were still able to communicate. While the Master Ball restricted Mutuo's offensive abilities to prevent harm to its trainer, it could not fully contain Mutuo's power. "I don't feel anything unusual at the power plant," Mutuo replied to Luo Yuan's question. Luo Yuan felt slightly disappointed. His doubts only deepened. If there was nothing special about the place, then what was going on with these Grimer? Just as this thought flashed through his mind, he heard Mutuo continue. "However, I can understand what these Grimer are saying, and they're all shouting the same thing." Luo Yuan quickly asked, "What is it?" Mutuo wasted no time, and replied directly, "Electricity." "What?" Luo Yuan was taken aback. "Electricity," Mutuo said impatiently. Luo Yuan fell silent for a moment, feeling it was very strange. Is it electricity that attracts this group of Grimer? Even though electric-type moves don't have an advantage over poison types, it should be that Grimer wouldn't like electricity at all. If it were someone else saying this, Luo Yuan would definitely question it. However, since it was Mutuo, he entertained the idea and asked the two staff members at the power plant, "Do you have any electric-type Pokémon?" Luo Yuan himself didn't have any electric-type Pokémon, but normally staff working at a power plant should have at least two. Though the two staff members didn't know what Luo Yuan wanted electric-type Pokémon for, he was their savior, so they nodded immediately. Then they released two Pokémon. One was a Voltorb, and the other was a Magnemite. "Let me borrow your Magnemite for an Luo Yuan addressed the owner of the Magnemite. Used Thunder Shock on the Grimer below. Since these Grimer craved electricity, Luo Yuan decided to give it to them and see what would happen. Are you really going to do this? The Magnemite's trainer's legs trembled a little. Using Thunder Shock on so many Grimer required a great deal of courage since one could never know whether the Grimer would get angry. In his view, if they angered the Grimer, the chances of surviving an attack were minuscule. Don't worry, I'm here. Luo Yuan patted the nearby Metagross. Even if you don't trust me, can you not trust the Metagross that saved you? The Magnemite's trainer thought for a moment and realized this was indeed true, so he set aside his worries. Magnemite used Thunder Shock on the Grimer below. Beep beep. Magnemite initially looked confused, then directly used Thunder Shock on the Grimer below, displaying a naively fearless demeanor. Crackling electric currents surged through the air, striking the Grimer. The Grimer's expression twisted for a moment, but Luo Yuan found that expression somewhat strange. It didn't seem like a painful expression, rather it looked like pleasure. Could I be seeing things wrong? Luo Yuan doubted his eyes as he continued to observe the Grimer being shocked. The expression on that Grimer's face was indeed one of joy. He wasn't mistaken. Moreover, it wasn't just this Grimer, the others upon seeing the electric sparks also came over. They seemed to be rubbing against the shocked Grimer, as if wanting to share in the electric current. As for the anticipated anger and attacks, that did not occur at all. Luo Yuan stared in astonishment. This world was truly bizarre, with everything imaginable. At this point he finally understood why these Grimer had rushed into the power plant. These creatures enjoyed the sensation of being shocked. They had entered the power plant seeking an electric current. Luo Yuan felt as though his worldview had been completely overturned. This group of Grimer is truly peculiar. Luo Yuan ultimately defined these Grimer with the word peculiar. Have you ever seen Grimer that enjoy being shocked? I have. And based on the conclusion that Grimer enjoy being shocked, a series of their behaviors can be explained. As for why Grimer would like to be shocked, Luo Yuan speculated that it was due to the electrified protective nets originally installed at the water inlet. These Grimer lived underwater and inevitably came into contact with the protective nets. Perhaps one Grimer first became addicted to the electric therapy. Then it led the others to engage in this activity, and as more and more Grimer joined in, the blockage at the power plant's water inlet occurred, resulting in a power outage. The power outage caused the protective nets to lose power, and the unsatisfied Grimer broke through the nets, running into the power plant in search of electric therapy. After making this deduction, Luo Yuan was utterly astonished by his own imagination. He felt he had a talent for writing. Mr. Luo Yuan, what should we do next? The two power plant staff members beside him could not help but ask, as Luo Yuan remained silent for a while. As staff members of the power plant, they naturally hoped to restore operations quickly to reduce the economic losses caused by the power outage. To restore the power plant's operations. That is precisely why I am here, Luo Yuan said to the two staff members. So do you have any methods, Mr. Luo Yuan? I do have an idea, but it requires a large number of electric-type Pokémon. Do you know where to find a lot of electric Pokémon? Hearing Luo Yuan's question, the two staff members exchanged glances. We have them at the power plant. Mr. Luo Yuan, please follow us. They said, leading Luo Yuan to a room. Inside the room, there were countless Pokeballs. These are wild electric-type Pokémon that had previously been roaming inside the power plant. Due to concerns about potential damage to the equipment, the headquarters sends people every month to capture these Pokémon. The captured Pokémon are stored here, and these are them. Luo Yuan looked at the thousands of Pokeballs before him and smirked. We don't need this many. If we were to release so many electric-type Pokémon, I wouldn't be able to control them, and I believe the destruction caused would certainly be far greater than that caused by the Grimer. Luo Yuan selected 20 Magnemite and 30 Pikachu from the pile of Pokeballs. These 50 Pokemon will... Luo Yuan looked at the large bag of Pokeballs in his hands. Let's prepare and go solve the Grimer problem. After releasing Pikachu and Magnemite for some training, Luo Yuan set out with a total of 50 Pokemon and 2 staff members from the power plant, heading back to where they came from. However, these 2 staff members clearly harbored doubts about Luo Yuan's ability to deal with the Grimer. It wasn't that they didn't trust him, but the sheer number of Grimer was overwhelming. Yet lacking a better alternative at the moment, they had no choice but to trust Luo Yuan. You all wait here for a moment. As they approached their destination, Luo Yuan spoke to the 2 staff members behind him. The Grimer will return to the plant now. The 2 exchanged glances and nodded. Because they had already doubted Luo Yuan's methods, it was naturally best for them to stay outside and not go inside. Having arranged for the 2, Luo Yuan carried a large bag of Pokeballs into the plant. Come out, Magnemite and Pikachu. Using his psychic power to open all the Pokeballs, he saw that Pikachu and Magnemite occupied most of the area surrounding Luo Yuan in a cluster. Looking at these Pokemon, Luo Yuan said, from here on out, it's up to you all. Thanks to Luo Yuan's previous training, these Pikachu and Magnemite obeyed commands very well. Pikachu. Electric currents shot out from these Pikachu and Magnemite towards the Grimer. Upon contact with the Grimer, several were instantly knocked out due to the excessive voltage. However, Grimer, being Pokemon without a strong sense of camaraderie, showed little concern for their knocked-out companions. Instead, they were more focused on the electricity emitted by Pikachu and Magnemite. Grimer. The Grimer's eyes glowed red, resembling a Snorlax that had just spotted a feast after a long time. The Grimer immediately abandoned the now inactive generator and lunged toward Pikachu and Magnemite. It's time to... Luo Yuan directed Pikachu and Magnemite to withdraw. His plan was to lure the Grimer out of the power plant, and so far the first step seemed to be going well. Pikachu and Magnemite naturally dared not linger for too long. With so many Grimer around, not only the staff members, but even Pikachu and Magnemite felt a bit scared. Thus a scene unfolded inside the power plant. 3 humans sprinted ahead flanked by Pikachu and Magnemite, while a large crowd of Grimer surged behind them, pushing and shoving as they chased forward. Although the power plant was not small, it didn't take long for Luo Yuan and the others to reach the outside. The 3 humans and a group of Pikachu and Magnemite collided with Miss Junsha, who was rushing over. "What are you all doing?" Miss Junsha was taken aback by their appearance. "Run." The 2 staff members urgently before Miss Junsha could ask further, Luo Yuan grabbed her arm and ran forward. "Wait, what are you doing?" "Let go." Suddenly grabbed by a stranger, Miss Junsha began to struggle. However, Luo Yuan's physical prowess had been enhanced by the system, and with his psychic power, she couldn't break free. "Don't move, look behind you." Luo Yuan shouted as Miss Junsha continued to twist her body, causing him great difficulty. Miss Junsha looked up and immediately fell silent. From the entrance of the power plant, Grimer were continuously pouring out, overwhelming in number, like a mudslide. "My motorcycle." Miss Junsha watched helplessly as her motorcycle was swallowed by the Grimer, a mournful cry rising in her heart. She almost cried, but it had taken her a long time to save up for that. "Mr. Luo Yuan, where are we going?" The 2 staff members running alongside asked Luo Yuan. "To the seaside." Continuing forward would lead them to the urban area where many citizens of Heiyun City lived. Luo Yuan had never considered allowing the Grimer to rush into the city. If the citizens were attacked in order to save the power plant, it would be entirely counterproductive. "Everyone listen to my Under Luo Yuan's command, Pikachu and Magnemite all turned charging toward the seaside with a large group of Grimer. "You two can leave now." Luo Yuan shouted to the 2 staff members, as what was to come next was not something they could participate in. It was better for them. "Yes." The 2 staff members let out a long sigh of relief, finally liberated. They felt like they had experienced more excitement in this brief moment than in over 20 years of their lives. "Hold on tight." Throwing out the Pokeball containing Metagross, Luo Yuan stepped onto Metagross' back, urging Junsha to hold on tight. "Come back, everyone." Luo Yuan recalled all the Pikachu and Magnemite into their Pokeballs. With Pikachu and Magnemite disappearing, the Grimer lost their target and became enraged. One particularly large Grimer stepped forward, pointing angrily at Luo Yuan and letting out a few furious with moves like Mud Bomb and Sludge Bomb unleashed. They all attacked Luo Yuan. In the face of this overwhelming assault, Luo Yuan only used one move. "Go Mutuo." He threw out the Master Ball containing Mutuo. Bang! Mutuo appeared in midair, sensing the surrounding environment, and immediately furrowed its brows. Seeing a group of Grimer actually daring to attack it, Mutuo unleashed its Psychic on the Grimer before it. A wave of psychic energy radiated from Mutuo, and wherever it passed, the Grimer fell to the ground, losing their ability to fight. Mutuo resolved all the Grimer with just one move, leaving Miss Junsha stunned. Along with the Grimer, the coastal road and the surrounding streetlights were also dealt with. The asphalt road cracked under the immense pressure, and the streetlights shattered into pieces. Fortunately, I thought ahead and didn't let Mutuo act directly inside the power plant. Luo Yuan considered the scene of Mutuo using Psychic in the power plant. Machines exploding, the power plant being destroyed, and himself facing lawsuits, having to pay massive debts. Just thinking about that scene was terrifying. Just as Luo Yuan felt fortunate about his wise decision, a massive Stinky Mud began to struggle and rise. The Stinky Mud leader let out a tremendous roar at Luo Yuan and Chao Meng. "Chao Meng, what did it say?" Luo Yuan looked at Chao Meng, who appeared to be a living translation machine. "It says it is very angry and wants to teach us a lesson." Chao Meng's telepathy echoed in Luo Yuan's mind. Without waiting for Luo Yuan to speak, Chao Meng raised its hand and threw a shadow ball at the Stinky Mud. Whoosh! Boom! The Stinky Mud leader was blown away and fell to the ground, completely losing its combat ability. At this point, all the Stinky Mud had been dealt with. Chao Meng, disliking the smell of the Stinky Mud, dove back into the Master Ball, leaving Luo Yuan and Junsha standing on top of the Metagross. At this moment, Junsha finally had the chance to speak. "Are you Mr. Luo Yuan?" "That's right, it's me." Compared to Joy, Miss Junsha from Black Cloud City clearly recognized Luo Yuan. "I never expected to meet the real person." Junsha was somewhat stunned. She had been hearing about Luo Yuan for days, first for defeating Team Rocket's leader Sakaki in Golden City, and then solving a child abduction case in Rainbow City, uncovering a deeply hidden Team Rocket secret base. She never expected to see Luo Yuan here. Luo Yuan didn't pay much attention to Junsha's words. As he accomplished more, his reputation grew louder, and surely more people would recognize him in the future. So Luo Yuan maintained a calm demeanor regarding being recognized. Turning to the large area of Stinky Mud that had lost its combat capability, he suddenly felt a sense of guilt. "Why do I feel like I'm a villain?" Luo Yuan stroked his chin and muttered to himself. This group of Stinky Mud merely wanted to have some fun, yet they were beaten up by Chao Meng and all knocked out. Looking at it this way, the Stinky Mud seemed quite pitiable. However, he quickly shook his head. There was nothing to pity. Since the Stinky Mud had attacked the power plant, they were standing against all of human civilization. It wasn't about justice or not, it was merely a matter of position. It's better to capture these Stinky Mud instead of After thinking for a moment, Luo Yuan took out a large number of Pokeballs. Even though Chow Meng had knocked them all out, given them a little time to recover, they would bounce back to life. If he tossed them into the sea, it wouldn't be long before these stinky mud regained their strength and attacked the power plant again. So it was indeed more prudent to capture them all. Then this arduous task is entrusted to you. Luo Yuan stuffed a large bag of Pokeballs into Junsha's hands. Junsha, still in a daze, looked puzzled. Aren't you in charge of solving urban security issues, Junsha? These stinky mud should also fall under your responsibilities, right? Now that I've helped you knock them all out, the remaining cleanup work is up to you. Luo Yuan smiled slightly and left on the Metagross, leaving Junsha in a daze staring at the expanse of stinky mud before her. After a long time, Junsha finally realized what kind of task she had taken on. Smelling the unpleasant odor, she felt like crying without tears. After resolving the stinky mud that attacked the unstaffed power plant, Luo Yuan did not linger in Black Cloud City for long, as the environment here was too terrible. Luo Yuan had no intention of helping to improve the environment of Black Cloud City, as that was simply unrealistic. After more than a decade of pollution, Black Cloud City had become what it was today. Restoring the original ecological environment was not something that could be achieved in a short time. Only by spending more time to gradually improve it could time erase the polluted environment. Shallow Red Gym, I finally arrived. After passing through the Shallow Red Forest, Luo Yuan finally reached the entrance of the Shallow Red Gym. Located deep within the Shallow Red Forest, the Shallow Red Gym was a very secluded gym. Due to its geographical location, few trainers would choose to challenge the Shallow Red Gym. So when Luo Yuan arrived at the Shallow Red Gym, there wasn't a single challenger present. The feeling of not having to wait in line is indeed nice. Luo Yuan pushed the door open and the wooden door creaked. The Shallow Red Gym was different from other modern gyms. It still maintained an ancient architectural style. The entire gym resembled a large residence with its interior architecture arranged in a staggered manner. Is anyone there? Not seeing any reception staff, Luo Yuan called out. Bang! Just as he spoke, a cloud of smoke exploded in front of him. From the smoke, a figure slowly emerged. Shallow Red Gym, A Xing is here. Are you here to challenge the gym? A masked female ninja appeared before Luo Yuan. Although he already knew that the gym trainers A Ju and her daughter A Xing were both ninjas, this appearance and dialogue made Luo Yuan feel a little awkward. However, since it was their territory, they could say whatever they liked, and Luo Yuan did not voice any opinions, nodding. That's right, I am the challenger. Seeing Luo Yuan nod, A Xing's eyes suddenly lit up. Finally, we have another challenger. Our Shallow Red Gym hasn't seen a trainer challenge in many days. A Xing appeared quite excited. So can I go challenge a Ju now? Luo Yuan asked. He just wanted to obtain the Shallow Red badge. Sorry, that's not possible. A Xing stood with her arms crossed. If you want to challenge my father, you first have to pass my test. Only by defeating me do you earn the right to challenge my father. A Xing was very serious about this. Luo Yuan's mouth twitched. It seemed that challenging a gym was never that easy. However, he didn't say anything about refusing. The opponent was a little girl, and if he refused, wouldn't that make it seem like an unknown battle is fine, right? Luo Yuan planned to minimize the time wasted on this. No problem. A Xing said, immediately pulling out a Pokeball from her back and tossing it. Go Furball. At the same time, Luo Yuan sent out his own Pokemon. Go Gyarados. It was the Gyarados he had discovered at the Team Rocket base last time. This Gyarados had ultimately become Luo Yuan's Pokemon after he persuaded it. Luo Yuan intended to use this battle to strengthen the coordination between him and Gyarados. What kind of Pokemon is this? Upon seeing Ujira, Xingzi was clearly taken aback as she did not recognize Ujira. Ujira is a Pokemon from the Chengdu region. If it were Aju, he would definitely be able to recognize Ujira, but clearly Xingzi was not as well informed as her father. Luo Yuan glanced at her, but did not explain any information about Ujira. For trainers, being able to recognize an opponent's Pokemon during battles is an important indicator of a trainer's strength, as there is no requirement in any league battle rules for trainers to explain Pokemon information. However, when the moment came, Xingzi did not back down. Go Mauchio, take down your opponent. Mauchio, with its two large red compound eyes, shouted, and suddenly lunged at Ujira with its short legs. Ujira dodged and used Sand Attack. Jeet. Ujira let out a menacing roar, turning its back to Mauchio, and quickly kicked up the sand and gravel from the ground towards Mauchio. Mauchio, originally intending to attack Ujira with a tackle, Mauchio was suddenly caught off guard by the Sand Attack, becoming momentarily blinded and showing a pained expression. Mauchio, hold on, don't panic, use Poison Powder. Clearly A Xing's Mauchio had undergone professional training. Under A Xing's command, Mauchio quickly calmed down, shaking its body to unleash Poison Powder towards Ujira. Ujira evade. The Poison Powder posed no threat to Ujira. Such a move requires considerable preparation time, and is very obvious when executed, making it hard to hit the enemy unless released at close range. Moreover, Luo Yuan had a better solution. Ujira used Sandstorm. The small Ujira spread its arms and let out a fierce cry towards Mauchio. Then stomping its feet, it raised a small sandstorm across the entire battlefield. For Ujira, known as the Desert Tyrant after evolution, controlling a sandstorm like this was merely a basic operation. Mauchio was clearly panicking due to the sandstorm created by Ujira. Living in the Shallow Red Forest, Mauchio had never encountered such weather. It instantly revealed its fear. No matter how much Xingzi shouted from behind, Mauchio could not completely calm down and attacked Ujira in a panic. However, its normal attacks could not inflict effective damage on Ujira, let alone in a state of panic. Ujira did not even glance at it, and directly executed its only offensive move apart from tackle. Rock Slide. A pile of rocks was hurled by Ujira, crashing down from the sky and hitting Mauchio hard. Before Mauchio could react, Ujira charged forward, grabbing Mauchio by its fur with its short arms and lifting it. Mauchio twisted in midair, but the seemingly small Ujira remained unaffected, firmly slamming Mauchio down onto the ground. Mauchio! Ashing exclaimed in alarm, rushing to Mauchia's side to pick it up. Are you alright, Mauchio? Ashing gently stroked Mauchio, feeling concerned. It shouldn't be a problem. My Ujira has just been born and can't inflict too much damage on Mauchio, Luo Yuan said to Ashing. Hearing his words, and after checking Mauchia's injuries, Ashing finally breathed a sigh of relief. She looked up at Luo Yuan and said, I admit you have the qualifications to challenge my father. Come with me. After saying that, she led the way into the gym. Father, this is today's challenger. Ashing brought Luo Yuan into a room and addressed a middle-aged man in a purple ninja outfit who was kneeling on the ground with his back to them. Challenger, are you ready to experience the mysteries of ninjutsu? As he spoke these seemingly profound words, Aju turned his head. However, when Aju saw Luo Yuan, his body suddenly stiffened, and he felt uneasy. You are Luo Yuan. It seems Mr. Aju knows me, Luo Yuan remarked with some surprise. Previously, Luo Yuan thought that Aju, who was hidden in the deep mountains, would not recognize him since he had not been recognized by Eligia in Rainbow City. To his surprise, Aju actually recognized him, which amused him somewhat. Of course I can recognize you. Although I live in the shallow red forest, I still have heard about the recent events in the league. The main contributor to defeating Team Rocket's leader Sakaki and disrupting Team Rocket's several operations. If I didn't know about you, that would be truly ignorant, Aju said with a smile. Indeed, Eligia is not normal, Luo Yuan internally criticized. It turned out that only Eligia did not know him, making Luo Yuan think that many people did not recognize him. By the way, about the challenger my daughter mentioned earlier, Aju looked at Luo Yuan. Yes, your guess is correct. I am here to challenge the shallow red gym. Upon hearing Luo Yuan's statement, Aju displayed an incredulous expression. Luo Yuan, you must be... Everyone knows of Luo Yuan's record during the battle against Team Rocket. Such a powerful trainer doesn't need to challenge a gym, does he? There's no choice. After all, I'm a rookie trainer this year. If I want to challenge the Quartz Conference, I can only challenge the gyms. Luo Yuan shrugged. Upon hearing this, Aju fell silent, as he seemed to remember that he had seen news online stating that Luo Yuan was a rookie trainer this year. However, he had never taken this news seriously, assuming it was fake news. He never expected it to be true. But if it were true, how could a rookie trainer become so strong? This was simply illogical. Luo Yuan did not answer his confusion, but simply smiled at Aju. So Mr. Aju, do you not wish to accept the challenge? Alright, if you insist. As a gym trainer, one cannot refuse challengers, especially someone like Luo Yuan who has good relationships with Kina and Do among the Elite Four. Aju reached behind him to take out a pokeball, skipping the elaborate ninjutsu and directly announcing the battle rules. This gym challenge will be a 1v1 match, a one round decides the winner. 1v1. I think that works for me, Luo Yuan said with a smile, also pulling out a pokeball. A unknown battle, simple and straightforward, primarily time-saving. However, he had no intention of going easy on his opponent Luo Yuan just because it was a 1v1 fight. Knowing that Luo Yuan was powerful as a dojo trainer, he decided to give it his all, unleashing his full strength to confront Luo Yuan. Go Zubat. Aju threw out a pokeball. Boom. A flash of white light appeared, revealing Zubat in the sky above the arena, its purple body looking quite slender, with its four wings flapping vigorously, exuding a strong presence. Is that Zubat? In Luo Yuan's memory, Aju's ace Pokémon was indeed Zubat, indicating that he was truly going all out. Go Dragonite. This battle is up to you. Luo Yuan chose Dragonite as his Pokémon. Since Aju had deployed his main force Zubat, he needed to show appropriate respect. Roar. Dragonite let out a roar that echoed throughout the light red dojo. Its entrance was clearly much more spectacular compared to Zubat. This was evident from Axing's astonished expression beside her. She had never expected that Luo Yuan, who had just battled her, would bring out a Dragonite. Go. With a wave of his hand, Dragonite lunged fiercely towards Zubat. As it charged, Dragonite raised its arm and slashed down at Zubat. Dragon Claw. Dragonite's claw moved with incredible speed, its sharp nails glinting with a deadly light. If it caught Zubat, it would surely inflict serious harm. However, Aju remained calm. Zubat used Quick Attack to dodge. Zubat was already much faster than Dragonite, and with its small agile body, it easily evaded Dragonite's determined strike after using Quick Attack. That speed is impressive, Luo Yuan thought to himself. Aju's Zubat's speed exceeded his expectations. Originally, Zubat was a very fast Pokémon, and Aju Zubat seemed particularly gifted in speed, combining to create the effect before him. But that's fine, Luo Yuan said calmly with a smile. Dragonite used Thunderbolt. He did not believe Zubat could perfectly dodge Dragonite's attacks every time. Dragonite's two antennae crackled with electric arcs, and then a golden ball of electricity gathered at the tips of its zap. A thick current shot out, aiming for Zubat. Zubat keep dodging. Aju clearly preferred to plan before acting, so he didn't immediately send Zubat to clash head-on with Dragonite. Instead, he prepared to let Zubat observe Dragonite's fighting style before making a decision. Zubat darted through the air, dodging swiftly, every time an electric current swept by Zubat tilted its body to evade. This exchange lasted several minutes. As time passed, Zubat's movements became increasingly sluggish. Aju sensed trouble. The continuous rapid dodging was a significant burden on Zubat, exhausting its energy. He had to come up with a countermeasure, otherwise if this continued Zubat would eventually be struck by Dragonite. By that time the situation he faced would be entirely different. Aju's mind raced. The best way to make Dragonite stop attacking was to launch a counterattack, so he decisively commanded, Zubat, use Poison Sting. Upon hearing the command, Zubat flapped its wings, unleashing a barrage of poison needles towards Dragonite. Dragonite opened its mouth and released a Dragon Pulse, swallowing all the incoming poison needles, perfectly defending against this wave of attack. However, this also interrupted Dragonite's Thunderbolt, giving Zubat a chance to catch its breath. After experiencing a passive dodging predicament, Aju decided to take the initiative. He waved his hand. Zubat used Supersonic. A series of invisible sound waves enveloped Dragonite. The frequency of Supersonic was extraordinarily high, causing Dragonite to feel extremely agitated. Hold on, Dragonite, use Hurricane. A fierce whirlwind swept through, lifting dirt and gravel from the battleground to block and slightly delay the Supersonic. Using the gust of Hurricane as a visual barrier, Dragonite seized the opportunity to flap its wings vigorously and charged towards Zubat with Quick Attack. Dragonite's massive body created a loud whooshing sound as it moved, but it was much faster than the sound. Before the sound reached Zubat's brain, Dragonite's large frame had already crossed the not-so-great distance of the battlefield, appearing right next to Zubat. Thunder Punch. Dragonite clenched its chubby arm, its round soft fist crackling with golden arcs, and then it swung a punch towards Zubat's body. Zubat. At that moment, Aju only just realized he needed to warn Zubat. But it was already too late. Dragonite was too close to Zubat. Zubat instinctively wanted to evade Dragonite's Thunder Punch, but it was helpless. Bang! Dragonite's punch landed on Zubat, sending it flying over 10 meters, spinning in the air. Is it over? Luo Yuan looked at Zubat. Given Dragonite's strong power coupled with the Thunder Punch's effectiveness against Zubat, he felt this strike was almost guaranteed. However, the situation did not develop as Luo Yuan had envisioned. It surprised him. Just as Zubat was about to crash to the ground, while spinning in the air, it suddenly managed to flap its wings and fly back into the air with great difficulty. At this moment, Zubat looked ragged on the outside, but Luo Yuan could see its strong spirit within. Luo Yuan remarked sincerely. Then he issued an attack command to Dragonite. Dragonite used Dragon Pulse. Dragonite roared and unleashed a Dragon Pulse towards Zubat. This particular Dragon Pulse was not very fast as Zubat intended to dodge, but its body no longer permitted it. Thunder Punch not only inflicted damage on Zubat, but also imparted a mild paralysis effect that was enough to hinder its movements. Zubat now struggled to flap its wings, exerting tremendous effort. How could it evade Dragonite's attack? However, when Aju saw Luo Yuan, his body suddenly stiffened, and he felt uneasy. Luo. It blew a large hole into the ceiling. Sunlight streamed through this hole. Thud. The incapacitated Zubat fell to the ground, unable to continue fighting. Regarding the loss of combat ability of his Chavitsbat, Aju did not show a particularly difficult expression to accept. It seemed he had anticipated this and was mentally prepared. It seems you are not surprised by the outcome of the battle. Luo Yuan looked at Aju. Aju smiled, saying, as a ninja, the most important thing is the ability to gather intelligence and assess the strength of opponents. Although I haven't seen your battle with my own eyes, just hearing about your achievements, being able to defeat the leader of Team Rocket Banmu indicates a level of strength that I definitely cannot easily overcome. Aju was very self-aware. Although his strength was not weak, it depended on whom he was compared with. Compared to other gym trainers in the Kanto region, his strength indeed had a significant advantage. However, when it came to comparing with a trainer like Luo Yuan, whose strength had reached the level of a champion, he was still lacking. Here's a pink badge, a proof of challenging the Qianhong Gym. Aju tossed the badge to Luo Yuan with a flick of his hand, saying, I look forward to your brilliant performance at the Quartz. In Aju's view, Luo Yuan was definitely a strong contender for the championship in this year's Quartz Conference. He had previously faced challenges from several trainers, but none could match Luo Yuan's strength. Thank you for your blessing. Luo Yuan smiled, pocketing the badge. Counting, he had now acquired 6 badges, leaving just 2 more to participate in the Quartz Conference. Just as Luo Yuan was preparing to leave, the door was suddenly knocked on again. Is anyone there? A familiar voice reached Luo Yuan's ears. Luo Yuan's footsteps halted as he looked towards the door, where he saw a flamboyant expression on Xiao Mao's face, wearing sunglasses as he walked in. Since leaving the a new ship, Xiao Mao had a very smooth journey. First, he had managed to leave Ash, that fool, far behind in Goldenrod City. Then he went on a shopping spree in Rainbow City, designing a self-styled, very cool image for himself. Now he had also successfully found the Qianhong Gym, which was said to be hard to locate. I should be ahead of that guy Luo Yuan now. Throughout the journey, he had not encountered Luo Yuan, but having heard about Luo Yuan's achievements in Goldenrod City and Rainbow City, he felt a pang of envy for Luo Yuan's prominence. Luo Yuan wasted so much time dealing with Team Rocket, he must not be progressing as fast as I am. Xiao Mao thought happily. Just as Xiao Mao was lost in dreams of leading over Luo Yuan, he walked into the gym and immediately spotted Aju. After greeting Aju, he suddenly heard a voice from the side. Xiao Mao, long time no see. Hearing this voice, Xiao Mao shivered. Luo Yuan. How could you be at the Qianhong? Turning his head to see Luo Yuan beside him, Xiao Mao shouted in shock, his stunned expression perfectly conveying his Why can't I be at the Qianhong gym? Luo Yuan retorted. But I heard you solved the major case in Rainbow City and dismantled the Team Rocket base, right? Xiao Mao was perplexed. When I left Rainbow City, the case at the Team Rocket base hadn't even been closed yet. How could you be Xiao Mao was quite confused as he had not stopped at all, heading straight to the Qianhong gym. Who said I had to wait for the case to close before leaving after dismantling the Team Rocket base? Luo Yuan smiled slightly, causing Xiao Mao to suddenly freeze. Yes, who said I could only leave after the case is closed? Xiao Mao's whole demeanor turned gray. I thought I was ahead of you, but unexpectedly. He felt very upset about this sense of disappointment after being so hopeful. Alright, enough chit-chat, you should hurry up and challenge the gym, Luo Yuan said. As for wanting to surpass me, I can actually give you a chance. What chance? Xiao Mao perked up at this. I can wait here for you to finish your gym challenge, then set off, giving you a chance to Luo Yuan said. Since he had run into Xiao Mao here, he didn't plan to leave right away, but wanted to see what progress Xiao Mao had made in terms of strength. Really? Do I need to lie to you? Luo Yuan countered. Alright. Xiao Mao immediately regained his spirit, walking to the battle arena. Hello, Mr. Aju, I am Xiao Mao from Jinxin Town, here to challenge the Qianhong gym today. I know you, the grandson of Professor Oak. Aju said to Xiao Mao. As a prominent figure in Kanto's academic circles, anyone somewhat familiar with Professor Oak would know he had a grandson named Xiao Mao. Xiao Mao said nothing. As a second-generation rich kid, wanting to make a name for himself, he did not think it was something to be proud of that he was recognized because of his grandfather. Aju clearly had listened to the earlier conversation between Luo Yuan and Xiao Mao, so his attitude was not as rigid. Since you made a bet with Luo Yuan, I have a choice for you. You can choose a 1v1 battle or a 3v3 battle. Without a doubt, Xiao Mao understood the implications of Aju's words. A 1v1 battle carries high risk with low error tolerance and less time, while a 3v3 battle allows for greater error tolerance, but takes longer. I choose 1v1. Having trained his Pokémon constantly, Xiao Mao, confident in his Pokémon, stated directly, without a second thought. In his eyes, challenging a gym was unlikely to present any problems. Oh, it seems you're very confident. 1v1. Aju smiled slightly upon hearing this choice. Since that's the case, I won't hold back. Aju took out a Pokeball and threw it into the arena. Go Weezing. Weezing. Weezing appeared in a gloomy state, but its massive size and the poisonous mist swirling around it made it not to be underestimated. Come at me. Xiao Mao also threw out his Pokeball. Arcanine, this battle is up to you. As Xiao Mao's words fell, a large Arcanine appeared in the center of the arena. Oh, an Arcanine. Seeing the Pokemon Xiao Mao sent out, Luo Yuan's eyes lit up. He did not expect Xiao Mao to have evolved his Growlithe into an Arcanine. Compared to the petite Growlithe, Arcanine was more than 10 times larger, standing as high as a person, and its massive size looked exceptionally fierce and imposing. This guy Shigeru hasn't been slacking off at all lately, Luo Yuan thought to himself as he examined the Arcanine. With his discerning eye, he could tell that this Arcanine had been raised exceptionally well. Both the luster of its fur and the fighting spirit gleaming in its eyes were top-notch. Apart from its owner's slight tendency to get carried away, this Arcanine had no flaws. This is my proudest A confident look flashed in Shigeru's eyes. After being spurred by Luo Yuan aboard the S, and Shigeru had resolved to invest great effort into training his Growlithe to catch up in strength. To bring Arcanine to its current state, he had spent a fortune on the best training equipment, even hiring Pokemon breeders to tailor its meals and devise the most scientific training regimen. After months of relentless training, today's Arcanine was the result. In a previous battle at the Celadon Gym against Erica, it had taken down her Pokemon in a single strike to earn the Rainbow Badge. Let the battle begin, Shigeru declared with a wave. Arcanine let out a roar, and the fight commenced. Koga's Weezing struck first. As a ninja, once Koga decided to fight seriously, he naturally wouldn't cede the initiative to Shigeru. The moment Shigeru spoke, he issued a command to Weezing. Poison Sting. A barrage of needles shot toward Arcanine. Without waiting for Shigeru's order, Arcanine easily dodged the incoming needles with its swift legs. After evading the poison sting, Arcanine wasted no time and lunged straight at Weezing, opening its jaws. It's using Bite. Luo Yuan noted Arcanine's movement inwardly. From his understanding of Arcanine's bite force, if it clamped down on Weezing, the latter would undoubtedly suffer significant damage. Luo Yuan knew this, and Koga, with his richer battle experience, was certainly aware of it too. Weezing used smog. A cloud of toxic gas erupted from Weezing, enveloping itself and the surrounding meters, forming a barrier. Using smog as a barrier to keep Arcanine at bay was undoubtedly an excellent tactic. This way, if Arcanine wanted to engage Weezing in close combat, it would have to risk poisoning. Shigeru clearly had no intention of letting Arcanine get poisoned. Faced with the smog, he shouted to Arcanine, "Use Heat Wave." Hearing the command, Arcanine puffed out its cheeks and opened its mouth, exhaling a scorching blast of hot air. This Arcanine even inherited Heat Wave. Luo Yuan clicked his tongue, feeling that Shigeru had struck gold by capturing such a specimen. The heat wave swept in, and Weezing's smog stood no chance. Under the onslaught, the toxic mist around Weezing was quickly cleared, exposing the Pokémon. Moreover, the heat of the blast also inflicted damage on Weezing. Truly not to be underestimated, Koga remarked him. He felt quite surprised. Although this Weezing wasn't his main Pokémon, and Shigeru wasn't as strong as Luo Yuan, the fact that Shigeru had achieved this much already earned Koga's respect. Then I'll show you my true strength, Koga declared, then called to Weezing. Weezing used Sludge Bomb. Midair, Weezing opened its mouth and hurled 2 globs of Sludge Bomb at Arcanine. Sludge Bomb was one of the most powerful poison-type moves, so Shigeru dared not be careless. Arcanine intercepted the Sludge Bomb with Flamethrower. Arcanine, racing across the field, shifted to a comfortable stance and spat out a stream of flame. The fire blazed in the air, forming a curtain in the path of the Sludge Bombs, blocking them. Whoosh! Poisonous substances are highly flammable. The Sludge Bombs ignited upon contact with the Flamethrower, turning into 2 fireballs midair. Before they could strike Arcanine, they disintegrated into black ash that scattered in the wind. Arcanine, don't stop press. Shigeru was about to command Arcanine to finish off Weezing in one go, but when he looked up, Weezing was nowhere to be seen. Only a dissipating cloud of smoke remained at the spot. In that moment of hesitation, a bolt of lightning suddenly descended from the sky. Koga's voice reached Shigeru's ears at that instant. Weezing used Thunderbolt. The Thunderbolt struck Arcanine. Caught off guard, Arcanine let out a pained cry, its fur standing on end, as if still a bit green. Shigeru, Luo Yuan thought to himself. He had been observing the battle closely and had already noticed Weezing's maneuver. The Sludge Bomb seemed powerful, but it was merely a feint. In reality, Weezing had used the cover of smoke to fly up into the sky. Neither Arcanine nor Shigeru had noticed, allowing Koga to seize the opportunity and land a Thunderbolt. If Shigeru had spotted it earlier, whether by evading or counterattacking the airborne Weezing, he could have maintained the upper hand. Now the initiative had completely fallen into Koga's hands. Weezing used Smog. Opening its mouth, Weezing spewed a murky mist that enveloped Arcanine. Smog is a poison-type move that sprays a thick, noxious fog at the opponent to induce poisoning. Under normal circumstances, Arcanine could easily dodge such an attack given its speed, but after the Thunderbolt, it wanted to evade but lacked the strength. Then Arcanine was engulfed by the smog, surrounded on all sides. Arcanine, hold your breath. Don't inhale the mist, Shigeru urged, hoping it could endure by not breathing. But Arcanine, paralyzed and unable to control its body, couldn't hold its breath for long. After inhaling some of the smog, Arcanine fell into a poisoned state, its once beautiful fur turning dull and gray as if coated in dust. Damn it, what should I do? Seeing his advantageous position suddenly turn into a crisis of defeat, Shigeru began to panic. The Windspeed Dog fell into a poisoned state, and Xiao Mao's inflated confidence finally began to cool down, starting to feel a bit panicked. Where did the promised advantage go? How did it suddenly turn into a disadvantage? Xiao Mao felt the world's malice. However, he did not completely give up hope, for the Windspeed Dog had not lost its fighting capability, it still had the strength to fight back. As long as he could eliminate the double gas before the Windspeed Dog collapsed from the poison, he could still secure victory in this match. Windspeed Dog used Quick Speed. At Xiao Mao's command, the Windspeed Dog unleashed its signature skill. With the enhancement of Quick Speed, the Windspeed Dog's figure transformed into a bolt of lightning rushing towards the double gas in the sky with lightning speed. Boom. In the state of Quick Speed, the Windspeed Dog's speed was beyond the naked eye. Only Luo Yuan could barely lock onto the Windspeed Dog with his psychic power, while a Ju and the double gas naturally could not react in time. The double gas showed no resistance and was knocked away by the Windspeed Dog. As a move that combined both speed and power, Quick Speed inflicted significant damage on the double gas. Yes, Xiao Mao shouted, clenching his fist, finally hitting the double gas, and it seemed there was indeed hope for victory. Double gas, how are you doing? Seeing the double gas pained expression from the attack, a Jew quickly asked. Gas. Shaking its 2 heads, one big and one small, the double gas indicated that it was not seriously harmed. In that case, continue using the Stinky Bomb. The same move won't work on me. With a wave of his hand, Xiao Mao commanded the Windspeed Dog to again unleash its fire breath, turning the Stinky Bomb into ash. When he looked up again, he saw that the double gas was once again shrouded in smoke. Xiao Mao had a puzzled expression. Wasn't this the scene that had appeared before? If it weren't for the Windspeed Dog currently being in a poisoned state, Xiao Mao would have doubted whether he had fallen into some kind of time loop. Windspeed Dog used fire breath towards the sky. Instinctively, Xiao Mao commanded the Windspeed Dog to attack upwards. After all, the previous attack by the double gas had come from the sky after it had disappeared. Clearly the Windspeed Dog had the same thought, and opened its mouth to unleash a fire breath towards the sky. However, the fire breath missed completely, as the double gas was not up there at all. A Jew smiled slightly upon seeing this. He was not one of those novice trainers who would make the mistake of using the same. Suddenly the double gas sprang out from the smoke and crashed heavily into the Windspeed Dog, which was looking up to use. It turned out that the double gas had not changed its position at all, but had been hiding in the smoke all along, deceiving Xiao Mao and the Windspeed Dog by relying on Xiao Mao's habitual thinking. Oh well. The Windspeed Dog let out a cry of pain, its massive body flying out and tumbling several times on. Windspeed Dog. Xiao Mao shouted to the wind speed dog. However, his call was evidently in vain as the wind speed dog had already fallen to the ground and lost its fighting capability. Being forced to use quick speed and fire breath, both high-powered moves while in a poisoned state, the wind speed dog was already at its limits, and the double gas fierce collision was the last straw that broke the camel's back. The wind speed dog has lost its fighting capability. Ju, the trainer of the shallow red gym, is the victor. A just daughter announced her father's victory with a smile. Having watched Luo Yuan's and her father's battle earlier, she was nearly questioning her life, almost shattering her strong image of her father. But after watching Xiao Mao's battle with her father's image was once again established. So close. If only I hadn't been deceived. Xiao Mao recalled the wind speed dog into its poke, ball his face, filled with reluctance. All's fair in war. Although your strength is commendable, there is still much for you to learn in Pokemon battles. A Jew said, I'm sorry, but I can't give you the shallow red badge this time unless you defeat me again. Xiao Mao nodded. Though he appeared reluctant, he did not show any other emotions. Although this defeat left him feeling very regretful, he behaved very maturely. No matter how many reasons there were for his loss, a loss is a loss. This was a lesson his grandfather had taught him since childhood. I will challenge you again. Xiao Mao told a Jew. You are always welcome here. A Jew smiled. He was very considerate of Professor Oak's grandson, otherwise he wouldn't have said such words earlier. It seems your wish to surpass me is going to fall through, Luo Yuan said to Xiao Mao. This time you lost, but sooner or later I will catch up to you. I will definitely catch up, Xiao Mao said with great determination. Hee as long as you're happy. Luo Yuan replied with a chuckle. Hey Luo Yuan, what do you mean by hee? Don't go. Clarify what you mean. Amidst Xiao Mao shouting, Luo Yuan left the shallow red gym and continued on to the next gym. Beep beep beep. Shortly after leaving the shallow red gym, Luo Yuan's communicator suddenly rang. Looking at the communicator, he saw an unfamiliar number. Hello, this is Luo Yuan. Oh, what can I do for you? Hello, I don't know who you are, but I request you to help me. Moi. Hearing the anxious voice on the other end, Luo Yuan raised an eyebrow. Was this a distress call? Moreover, it seemed to be a call sent to nearby people. Before Luo Yuan could respond, the other end continued. This is Ranger Caesar from the Wild Wilderness area. I am calling through the emergency call function of this phone. No matter who you are, after receiving this call, I hope you can help me contact the Shallow Red City Police Department and inform them that a very dangerous group of poachers has infiltrated the Wild Wilderness area. The call suddenly cut off. Luo Yuan's brow furrowed immediately. He had some impression of this Caesar. In the original storyline, Ash and his friends encountered this ranger when passing through the Wild Wilderness area. It was he who had given Ash and the others specialized capture balls for the Wild Wilderness area, which allowed Ash to catch a total of 30 Tauros. However, Luo Yuan did not remember any incidents of Caesar calling for help in the original storyline. Why was he suddenly receiving a distress call from Caesar? Luo Yuan felt that what he was currently experiencing was no longer the familiar storyline he had known. No matter what, I should check it out first. After all, it wasn't far from here to the Wild Wilderness area, and Luo Yuan planned to see it for himself. As for notifying Junsha, he had never considered it. It wasn't him boasting with him around. He could take on the entire Shallow Red City Police Department. If he couldn't handle the enemy, even the entire police force of Shallow Red City would be of no use. Since he had decided to head to the Wild Wilderness area for reconnaissance, and was still unaware of the enemy's identity, Luo Yuan naturally had to make thorough preparations. Kina, do you have a map of the Wild Wilderness area? Luo Yuan dialed Kina's number. What do you need the map for? Are you planning to catch Pokemon in the Wild Wilderness area too? Kina replied with a puzzled It's nothing, I just received a distress call from a forest ranger, and I plan to take a look. I remember I have a detailed map of the wilderness area saved. I will send it to you right away. Be careful. Of course, with my strength, do you still doubt me? Luo Yuan smiled. Truthfully, even without using Mutwo and relying solely on Metagross and Dragonite, no one in Kanto could defeat him. However, as long as he brought out Mutwo, Luo Yuan feared no challenge. Kina felt he had overthought things, chuckled. While Luo Yuan was asking Kina for the map of the Wild Wilderness area, a fierce battle was unfolding in the Pokemon. A group of Pokemon hunters armed with high-tech weapons were using their aircraft to encircle a group of Kangaskhan. Haha, I've struck gold. I've heard there are a group of very rare Kangaskhan in the Wild Wilderness area of Kanto, but Team Rocket has always held power here. Now that Team Rocket has fallen, these Kangaskhan have finally become my prey. A man dressed in a trench coat and resembling a Pokemon hunter laughed heartily. While laughing, he pressed the launch button, and immediately a large net descended on a Kangaskhan below. The Kangaskhan was about to struggle, but the spherical center of the net suddenly cracked open, releasing a stream of white anesthetic smoke. Enveloped by the white mist, the Kangaskhan inhaled the white smoke, showing almost no resistance, swaying before collapsing to the ground, captured by the members of the poaching organization, who followed behind. Roar! The Kangaskhan running ahead noticed their companion being captured, and let out an angry roar. But before they could turn back to rescue, they saw the aircraft dropping a large number of bombs. The explosions were not particularly powerful, but enough to make the unsuspecting Kangaskhan scream in pain. Coupled with the anesthetic gas, soon over half of the Kangaskhan herd fell into the hands of these Pokemon hunters. Ha ha ha. The man in the trench coat laughed heartily. You won't get away with this, the Alliance won't let you off. An old man tied up in ropes on the seat behind him shouted angrily. Hey old man, you mentioned the Alliance. The man in the trench coat showed a strange smile. You actually expect those guys to— I've been a Pokemon hunter for nearly 10 years, and I've faced countless enemies. Among all my foes, the Alliance poses the least threat. And you expect those who can only maintain urban order to deal with me. I must say, old man, your imagination is quite vivid. The man in the trench coat laughed heartily. Just then a voice suddenly came from the intercom. Boss, come to Dragon Valley quickly, I have a major discovery. What discovery? The trench coat man's eyebrows raised. Major discovery. How long had it been since he last heard that term? The legend of this wild wilderness area is true. There's actually a Dratini in Dragon Valley of this Pokemon wilderness area. The excited voice from the intercom exclaimed. What? Is that true? Really? The trench coat man's tone suddenly rose, and he was overjoyed. Meanwhile, Caesar, who was sitting in the back seat, had a dramatic change in expression and began to struggle violently. No doubt about it, boss. We used sonar to detect traces of Dratini activities underwater in Dragon Valley. Great, wait for me, I'm coming right now. The trench coat man immediately disregarded the remaining Kangaskhan and called to his subordinates as they flew towards Dragon Valley. Compared to Dratini, what were Kangaskhan? The value of a Dratini, which can evolve into a near-deity Dragon-type Pokemon, is worth more than 100 Kangaskhan in the black market. As long as they catch a Dratini, this operation will be an absolute profit. Damn it, don't touch the Dratini. Caesar twisted his body frantically trying to break free, but it was all in vain. Seeing Caesar's appearance, the trench coat Pokemon hunter was even more certain of the existence of Dratini in Dragon Valley. When Luo Yuan arrived at the Pokemon Wild Wilderness area, he found a scorched earth. Trees were toppled, craters blasted from the explosions littered the ground, and there were injured Pokemon everywhere, as if a typhoon had swept through. What happened here? Luo Yuan's brow furrowed immediately. He said no more, and directly sent out Mutwo to communicate with an injured Nidoking. Mutwo, did you find out anything? It was a group of Pokemon hunters. They entered the Wild Wilderness area by aircraft, and began to hunt wild Pokemon rampantly, using weapons. Mutwo said after communicating with Nidoking. After saying this, Mutwo also frowned. Although he had helped Team Rocket hunt wild Pokemon during his collaboration with them, he only used techniques to feint them, which was much lighter than this, and did not cause such massive environmental destruction. But this scene now made him feel very uncomfortable. Pokemon hunters. I didn't expect it to be this group of guys. Luo Yuan frowned. In the Kanto region, the number of Pokemon hunters is very small thanks to the presence of Team Rocket, which has significantly compressed the living space of Pokemon hunters. Therefore, Pokemon hunters generally have a negative attitude towards Kanto, a place with little benefit and high risk. This has caused the activity level of Pokemon hunters in Kanto to be far lower than in other regions. But unexpectedly, Pokemon hunters have attacked the Wild Wilderness area now. It seems that the fall of Team Rocket has given these Pokemon hunters a false sense of security. Luo Yuan's eyes flashed with a dangerous glint. Having just taken down Team Rocket, he was unexpectedly taken advantage of by these Pokemon hunters, which made him feel very displeased. Because it gave him the feeling of being taken advantage of. One must know that he was the one who dealt with Team Rocket, and now this group of Pokemon hunters came to reap what he had sown without asking him first. Can Mutwo track where they went? Luo Yuan asked Mutwo. They headed southwest. Mutwo pointed to the southwest. Let's go. Luo Yuan and Xiaoming hurried towards the southwest of the Wild Wilderness area. Meanwhile, within Dragon Valley, the Pokemon hunters had already commenced their actions. Boss. A group of Pokemon hunters respectfully called out to the man in the trench coat. Where is the mineral? The man in the trench coat scanned his subordinates and inquired. We detected signs of mini-riot activity at the bottom of this lake. However, we do not know how to catch it. The man in the trench coat glanced at the lake before him, which appeared to be quite deep. How many water-type Pokemon do we have? We have only about a dozen, as this operation is on land, so we did not bring too many water-type Pokemon. One subordinate replied. In that case, it is impossible to drain the lake. A dozen water-type Pokemon simply cannot accomplish that. The man in the trench coat pondered for a moment and continued to ask, what about electric types? How many electric-type Pokemon do we have? We have about 30 electric-type Pokemon. Excellent, release all these electric-type Pokemon. Upon hearing this, the subordinates looked at the lake, and then at their boss. A thought crossed their minds. Boss, are you planning to electrocute the mineral? Electric shocks are a very effective method against Pokemon hiding at the bottom of the water. Given the conductivity of the lake water, the electric shock's effect would be exceptional. Moreover, as long as the mineral is within the lake, it has nowhere to escape. Understood, the subordinates immediately became excited. According to the boss plan, this mineral would definitely not escape their grasp. Stop! The bound Caesar shouted loudly, his face flushed with excitement. Do not harm the mineral. Come at me if you dare. Ha, old man, you're worthless and you're just a hostage. You have no say here. The man in the trench coat turned his head and waved his hand to his subordinates, who immediately stepped forward and sealed Caesar's mouth with tape. He did not harm Caesar, as he was a contingency plan. If the Alliance discovered their large-scale ambush, Caesar could serve as a hostage, thereby coercing the Alliance to let him. Then at the command of the man in the trench coat, the Magnezone Electrode, and even several Alolan Geodude, which were both rock and electric types, unleashed Thunderbolt towards the lake. Zzz. The electric arcs burst forth. Thunderbolt struck the surface of the lake, illuminating the entire Dragon Valley with a dazzling brilliance. Hurdle. Such a massive current was not merely an electric shock. The substantial electric flow coursing through the lake electrolyzed the water, causing bubbles to rise. As the hydrogen and oxygen generated from the electrolysis gathered in the air stimulated by the electric arcs, a violent explosion occurred. Boom. The tremendous explosion shattered the entire lake surface. With the combination of electric fishing and dynamite fishing, how could water-type Pokémon withstand this? Instantly a plethora of Pokémon either electrocuted or knocked out floated to the surface. The man in the trench coat, the leader of the Pokémon hunters, paid no mind to these ordinary water-type Pokémon. His gaze wandered among the Pokémon, drifting on the water's surface, searching for the trace of Miniryu. However, the man's expression grew increasingly grim. None. How can there be none? He turned his head and glared at a subordinate who looked innocent. Boss, we did detect traces of Miniryu. Then I will believe you one more time. The battle group, increase your efforts. Under the urging of the battle group, the electric-type Pokémon unleashed Thunderbolt with even greater intensity against the lake. Zzz. The lake was filled with steam from the electric currents. Just as the man in the trench coat was about to lose patience, a water column finally erupted from below, sending the electric Pokémon using Thunderbolt flying. Then with a splash, a large and a small figure burst forth from beneath the water. Chirp. Woo. A large and small pair of Hakuryu and a Miniryu emitted angry cries towards the Pokémon hunters below. They clearly bore marks from electric shocks, evidently unable to tolerate these people any longer, which is why they charged out from underwater. If Hakuryu and Miniryu were angry, then the Pokémon hunters were exceptionally delighted. There is not only one Miniryu, but also a Hakuryu. The man in the trench coat revealed a look of great joy on his face. It was like a windfall. Originally he had come to capture just one Miniryu, but now he unexpectedly had an additional Hakuryu equivalent to possessing two Pokémon that could evolve into Quasidivine Dragonite. This unexpected turn of events was immensely gratifying. After the surprise, the man in the trench coat quickly reacted, go capture them. He hurriedly shouted to his subordinates. With Miniryu and Hakuryu appearing, he had to catch them. If he let them escape, wouldn't he be left with empty joy? Electrode used Thunderbolt. Magnezone Tri-Attack. Golem Rock Slide. His subordinates commanded their Pokémon to launch attacks against Miniryu and Hakuryu. Woo! The massive body twisted, shielding the small Miniryu behind it. Then with a flick of its tail, it splashed a large amount of lake water towards the incoming attacks, attempting to intercept these moves midair. Splash! The lake water blocked a considerable number of attacks. However, facing such a large-scale assault from Pokémon, Hakuryu found itself overwhelmed. The subsequent attacks quickly broke through Hakuryu's defenses and struck it. Woo! Hakuryu let out a mournful cry, crashing heavily onto the lake surface. Chirp! Seeing her mother injured, Minirya's eyes turned red with anxiety as it desperately nudged its mother with its head. Woo! But Hakuryu was too severely injured and could only weakly cry out for Miniryu to run away. Miniryu stubbornly shook its head, using its tiny body to push against Hakuryu, attempting to lift Hakuryu, but each attempt ended in failure. The Pokémon hunters on the opposite side showed no signs of compassion. As Pokémon hunters who made a living off capturing and selling Pokémon, they had long discarded such sentiments. It can be said that they would stop at nothing for the sake of money. Fire the tranquilizer darts. It was still the man in the trench coat who spoke. He did not intend to drag this out any longer. If Miniryu managed to escape, it would be over. Now was the time to capture Miniryu. Once sold on the black market, he would definitely make a fortune. The effects of the tranquilizer darts were outstanding, leaving the mini dragon and Haku dragon completely defenseless. Just as the capture net was about to be thrown, a Pokémon hunter suddenly shouted, "Boss, look over there." The man in the trench coat frowned and looked in the direction his subordinate pointed. In the distance, a small black dot was gradually enlarging, seemingly approaching at high speed. What is that? A look of confusion flashed across the man in the trench coat's mind. He remembered that he had already cleared most of the flying-type Pokémon from the Pokémon Wilderness area, and the remaining ones had all been dispersed. Logically, there shouldn't be any flying Pokémon appearing nearby in such a short time. Why was there still a flying Pokémon? Something was off. He quickly became alert and gestured to his subordinates. They all gripped their Pokeballs, adopting a defensive stance. In that brief moment, the shadow in the sky became clearly visible. A person was riding a Metagross, speeding toward them before hovering above Dragon Valley, casting a gaze their way. Metagross. The man in the trench coat looked at the Pokémon trainer, standing atop the Metagross, his heart racing. He was cautious, but more so excited. Could it be that he was going to strike it rich today? He had just captured a Haku dragon and a mini dragon, and now a Metagross was coming right to him. If he could snatch the Metagross from this trainer, he would truly become wealthy. As for whether the trainer with the Metagross posed, all his worries were cast aside the moment he saw Luo Yuan's face. He had been a Pokémon hunter for nearly 10 years, and had never seen a trainer of such a young age with any remarkable strength. Even if the opponent had a Metagross, their numbers were dozens of times greater than the opponent's. If he couldn't defeat a young kid with a tenfold advantage in numbers, he might as well go home and raise pigs instead of being a Pokémon hunter. Thinking this way, he became even more composed. While the man in the trench coat was sizing up Luo Yuan was also assessing the Pokémon hunters below. More than 40 of them equipped with flying devices and tranquilizer darts. This is a professional Pokémon hunter team. Luo Yuan raised an eyebrow. He initially thought they were just a bunch of inconsequential Pokemon hunters taking advantage of the gap after the battle between the League and Team Rocket to scavenge in Kanto, but unexpectedly, he ran into a group of professionals. The League inspectors this time are truly incompetent. What are they doing? A Pokemon hunter team of this scale infiltrating Kanto, and they didn't notice at all. Luo Yuan felt a deep sense of shame for the current League inspectors. These Pokemon hunters clearly weren't from Kanto. For a whole 40 fully armed Pokemon hunters to silently infiltrate the League from other regions, the League's current inspectors were truly useless. Luo Yuan found it hard to call himself a former Pokemon inspector when going out in the future. Hey, was the commotion just now caused by you guys? Luo Yuan asked the man in the trench coat below. The question was merely a formality. He had already confirmed their identities as Pokemon hunters. His gaze was now focused on the tranquilized Haku Dragon and Mini Dragon. Seeing Luo Yuan distracted, the man in the trench coat immediately shouted attack. With that command, the Pokemon hunters behind him ordered their Pokemon to launch an assault. Luo Yuan saw a wave of attacks come his way. He raised an eyebrow, trying to ambush me. How long had it been since anyone had ambushed him? While pondering that question, Luo Yuan snapped his fingers, and he and Metagross instantly vanished from their spot, reappearing a short distance to the side. Teleportation. Not too far or too close, just enough to evade the attacks from the Pokemon hunters below. Metagross used Psychic with all your might. As soon as he dodged the ambush, Luo Yuan shouted directly at Metagross. Buzz! Metagross had already mastered Psychic, executing it without any pause. A wave of Psychic energy shot toward the Pokemon hunters and their Pokemon below. Oh, my head hurts. Instantly, the Pokemon hunters below looked as if they had been struck by a hammer, their faces contorted in pain. Along with their Pokemon, they all clutched their heads in agony. There was no need to hold back against these guys. It was known that even among Team Rocket there could be good people, but there would surely not be any innocent among Pokemon hunters. Every single Pokemon hunter was guilty of numerous crimes. However, not every Pokemon hunter was affected by Psychic and unable to move. Clawitzer, crush it. The man in the trench coat endured the pain, threw out a Pokeball, and a Clawitzer appeared, its scarlet body and fierce eyes glaring as it opened its two massive pincers toward Metagross. Clawitzer, seeing a Pokemon from the Hoenn region, surprised Luo Yuan a bit, but he didn't pause his actions. Fight back! Metagross used Bullet Punch. Bang! Metagross aimed and swung its arm hammer, colliding with Clawitzer's fist. Boom! As their fists clashed, Clawitzer clearly was not as powerful as Metagross, and was sent flying, tumbling to the ground, and sustaining significant injuries. It seemed to be at a disadvantage. However, it provided an opportunity for the other Pokemon hunters below. As Metagross executed Bullet Punch, its Psychic was interrupted. A large group of Pokemon hunters commanded their Pokemon to launch another attack on Luo Yuan, but this time, they clearly learned from their previous lesson and did not rush in all at once. Instead, they chose to attack in batches so they could quickly respond after Luo Yuan dodged. Facing their tactics, Luo Yuan merely chuckled. Do you think such a strategy can fool me? Luo Yuan reached for his waist and pulled out a second Pokeball. Bang! Dragonite, come out. Since you are attacking in batches, I will send out another Pokemon. Do you really think I only have this one Metagross? With Dragonite and Metagross intimidating the Pokemon hunters, they dared not act rashly. At this moment, the Pokemon hunters felt that the situation was somewhat dire. The opponent could actually bring out two Quasi Legendaries. Was this really just an ordinary trainer? These Pokemon hunters realized that Luo Yuan was not an ordinary trainer. However, it was already too late. As soon as Dragonite appeared, it saw Haxorus in the distance covered in wounds, and then glanced at the surrounding Pokemon hunters, quickly understanding what had happened, anger flashing across its face. As one of the rare Quasidivine Pokemon, Dragonite placed great importance on its kind, and seeing Haxorus injured was something it could not tolerate. Without hesitation, Dragonite charged forward. Roar! Dragonite roared loudly at the Pokemon hunters, unleashing a dragon pulse from its mouth. Watch out! Seeing the impending danger, the Pokemon hunters quickly dodged. However, Dragonite's attack came unexpectedly, leaving them no time to escape. Boom! A nearby flying machine was struck by the Dragon Pulse and exploded instantly. The shockwave from the explosion sent all the nearby Pokemon hunters flying, crashing to the ground with expressions of pain. Seeing Dragonite knock over a flying machine with a single blow, the man in the trench coat felt overwhelmed, his fear and wariness of both Dragonite and Luo Yuan reaching their peak. He wanted to turn and run, but he was reluctant to abandon the organization he had built over the years. It had taken him a full decade to establish this bounty hunter organization, along with spending a considerable amount of money to acquire the most advanced flying machines. How could he bear to let go of these things and flee now? Moreover, the wild Pokemon they had captured in the wilderness were still here. If he ran away now, it would mean losing everything. Combat team, attack that Dragonite. The man in the trench coat ordered fiercely. Use the hunting missiles. Once he said this, the bounty hunters remembered that they had hunting missiles. They had been so frightened by Dragonite's terrifying power that they had forgotten. They quickly grabbed the rocket launcher-like devices from the side. Boom, boom, boom. In an instant, over a dozen black missiles were aimed at Dragonite and shot forth. Dragonite, although unaware of what those were, instinctively flapped its wings vigorously, flying into the sky to evade the incoming missiles. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Most of the missiles missed, striking the nearby mountainside. However, one hit Dragonite's tail. As the missile's warhead hit Dragonite's tail, it detached and revealed a device that burst forth with a blinding white light, exuding an icy chill. A small portion of Dragonite's tail was instantly encased in ice. Dragonite let out a cry of pain, and before the device could inflict further damage, it smashed its tail against the device, shattering it. What is this? Luo Yuan frowned. These missiles gave him a bad feeling. Just one had caused significant damage to Dragonite. The consequences of being hit by over a dozen were unimaginable. Did you see that? This is the power of technology. The man in the trench coat laughed heartily from a distance. The power of technology. Luo Yuan scoffed, dismissing it as mere toys. At best, these were just toys. The true power of technology resided within the Master Ball hanging around his neck. However, strategically underestimating his opponent, while tactically taking them seriously, Luo Yuan did not let his guard down. Dragonite used Draco Meteor. Luo Yuan decided to unleash a powerful move. Facing so many Pokemon hunters, taking them out one by one was too troublesome. First, he would use Draco Meteor to deal with the weaker ones, then eliminate the stronger ones. That was the correct approach. Stop him. The man in the trench coat, realizing the threat of Draco Meteor, quickly instructed his subordinates to prevent Dragonite. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The missiles loaded with hunting ammunition shot toward Dragonite, but before they could get close, they were intercepted by the Metagross that rushed in to provide assistance from behind. With its iron arms swinging, Metagross created an impenetrable iron curtain in front of it. Any missile attempting to pass through was shot down by Metagross. As for the Ice-type hunting missiles specifically designed to counter Dragon-type Pokemon, they were not very effective against. By the time the man in the trench coat realized something was wrong and was preparing for a second interception, it was already too late. Roar! Dragonite let out a long howl, unleashing a golden beam from its mouth, shooting into the sky. The golden light rose hundreds of meters before suddenly dispersing into over a dozen light spots. Then the sound of whistling filled the air. Countless meteors with golden tails descended from the sky, crashing towards the Pokemon hunters. Run! Boom! The first golden meteor struck a flying machine that was preparing for takeoff, causing it to explode into a fireball. The second meteor struck a Nidoking used as a meat shield. Nidoking, along with the Pokemon hunters behind it, was sent for the third. The fourth. The Draco Meteor continued to fall. When it finally stopped, the area where the Pokemon hunters had been was left in ruins. This effect is much better than I anticipated. Luo Yuan looked at the scene before him, stroking his chin. Just then he suddenly saw the man in the trench coat, now tattered, emerging from behind a large rock. He wore a look of despair, exclaiming, "Damn! How could this happen? My organization has been destroyed by you, a mere... I will make you pay for this." "Oh, you want to take revenge on me?" Luo Yuan chuckled. "There are plenty of people wanting revenge on me. Even Sakaki wants to get back at me. You'll have to line up first." Does he fear anyone seeking revenge on him? How could that be possible? With Mutuo protecting him, Luo Yuan felt fearless. Although Mutuo was not very obedient, yet it could still ensure his safety. However, the man in the trench coat flinched slightly upon hearing about Team Rocket, looking back at Luo Yuan with an ominous premonition rising in his heart. "Who are you?" the man in the trench coat asked. "Luo Yuan, have you heard that name?" Luo Yuan replied. Upon hearing this, the man in the trench coat's legs went weak, and he fell to the ground. He had recently gained considerable notoriety, defeating Team Rocket and forcing them to withdraw from the Indigo League. How could he not know who Luo Yuan was? Yet he never expected to have such bad luck crossing paths with him here. "Please spare me. I promise I will never be a Pokemon hunter again." After realizing Luo Yuan's identity, the man in the trench coat quickly surrendered, hoping Luo Yuan would let him go. "Do you think I am out of my mind?" Of course Luo Yuan wasn't out of his mind, so he couldn't possibly believe the words of the man in the trench coat. To trust a Pokemon hunter would be as foolish as believing a Snorlax could lose weight. Upon seeing Luo Yuan, the man in the trench coat decisively refused his plea, his expression turning fierce. "Don't push me, or we will perish together." The man in the trench coat pulled out a remote control that appeared to be some kind of explosive device. "I have planted numerous bombs throughout the wild wilderness area. Once I press this button, all the Pokemon in the wild wilderness will accompany me to the grave." This was the man's final trump card. "Think carefully. If you stop now, you might only face 10 or 8 years of imprisonment. But if you press that button, you will never see the light of day again." Luo Yuan smiled faintly, his expression calm, showing no signs of tension. He even took 2 steps forward, appearing completely unconcerned. Seeing Luo Yuan's actions, the man in the trench coat immediately grew anxious. "Don't come any closer. I really will press it." "Go ahead. If you don't press it, you're just a coward." Luo Yuan let out a cold laugh. Did the man really think he was that foolish? How vast the wild wilderness area was. To blow it all up would be impossible, even if they combined all the explosives of Team Rocket, let alone a mere bounty hunter organization like theirs. Moreover, throughout his journey, Luo Yuan had been scanning with his psychic powers and found no traces of explosives. Thus he concluded that this guy was trying to deceive him. As expected, the closer Luo Yuan got, the more sweat appeared on the man's forehead, yet he still did not press the button. Until Luo Yuan knocked him out with his psychic power, he still tightly clutched the remote control. "What a fool. Even if you're making excuses, at least make them plausible." Luo Yuan scoffed. This man in the trench coat truly thought he was an idiot. Meanwhile, his Gyarados and Dragonite swiftly dealt with the remaining Pokemon hunters, leaving the entire Dragon Valley peaceful. If this man had claimed there were explosives on Caesar, Luo Yuan might have believed him to some extent. Speaking of Caesar, Luo Yuan looked around searching for Caesar's whereabouts, but he could not find him. I hope the dragon stars didn't accidentally kill Caesar, Luo Yuan thought nervously. If Caesar were to be taken out so easily, it would indeed be troublesome. Fortunately, after a careful search, Luo Yuan found Caesar, who had been knocked out by the shockwave from the dragon stars. He approached and untied the ropes binding Caesar. Luo Yuan shook him, saying, "Hey, wake up, Caesar." Caesar opened his eyes groggily and said, "Wait, what about the mini Dratini?" Having only spoken half a sentence, he immediately shifted the topic to the mini Dratini. Turning to look, he saw that Dragonite was carrying a mini Dratini in one hand and a Dracloak in the other, flying. "How are the injuries of the mini Dratini and Dracloak?" Caesar asked anxiously. Luo Yuan glanced at the wounds on mini Dratini and Dracloak and found that they were not severe. No serious issues. It seems those bounty hunters were careful when they attacked. After all, for these hunters, mini Dratini and Dracloak are important assets, Luo Yuan said with a sarcastic smile. However, we still need to contact Junsha and Joy in Qianhong City as soon as possible. There are many other injured Pokemon that need treatment, and those bounty hunters need to be caught too. Yes, we must contact Junsha and Joy quickly. Caesar quickly scrambled to his feet. It was his duty as a forest ranger. He had to rescue those injured Pokemon. But I must thank you, Mr. Luo Yuan. Caesar clearly recognized Luo Yuan's identity. He knew very well that without Luo Yuan's assistance, mini Dratini and Dracloak would never have escaped the claws of those Pokemon hunters, so he was immensely grateful to Luo Yuan. In his youth, he had known Dracloak and formed a deep friendship. If Luo Yuan hadn't been there today, their reunion after decades could have been their last meeting in this lifetime. It's nothing, just a small matter. We should deal with these bounty hunters first. Luo Yuan tied up the man in the trench coat securely with rope and searched him for Pokeballs. Then he began waiting for Junsha and Joy to arrive. They came very quickly. After all, this was related to the largest wild Pokemon protection zone in Kanto, the wild wilderness area of Qianhong City. In just a few minutes, several helicopters landed in Dragon Valley. A large number of police surrounded the area. However, when they saw a group of Pokemon hunters lying on the ground, they were all— Wasn't it said that there was an attack by Pokemon hunters? Why were they all lying down? They looked around, and then spotted Luo Yuan standing there. Recognizing Luo Yuan, the police immediately understood everything. It must have been Luo Yuan who dealt with those Pokemon. "Since Junsha is here, I won't stay here any longer," Luo Yuan said. "As for this mini Dratini and Dracloak, please take them with you, Mr. Luo Yuan," Caesar said, looking at the unconscious mini Dratini and Dracloak, his eyes filled with reluctance, but still resolute. The news of mini Dratini and Dracloak appearing in the Pokemon wilderness area will surely spread throughout Kanto soon. With his strength, he could not protect mini Dratini and Dracloak well. Rather than let them be captured by Pokemon hunters, it was better to leave their training to Luo Yuan, ensuring they at least have a good environment for growth. Luo Yuan thought for a moment and did not refuse. At present, it seemed that only he could protect mini Dratini and Dracloak, and he would take responsibility for this matter. "Hello, Miss Joy. The mini dragon and hack dragon have been treated." Miss Joy handed the Pokeball back to Luo Yuan. "Mr. Luo Yuan, thank you very much for your efforts in protecting Pokemon in the wild area." "You are too kind," Joy sincerely said. Due to the considerable time spent treating the mini dragon and hack dragon, his deeds had spread throughout the entire Qianhong City, almost to the point of being common knowledge among the townsfolk. Although many might not know he is Luo Yuan, he believed it wouldn't be long before his photo appeared in major newspapers of Qianhong City. It was foreseeable that if he continued to stay in Qianhong City, he would undoubtedly be surrounded by enthusiastic citizens. By the way, what happened to those Pokemon hunters? Although he had left the subsequent matters to Junsha, Luo Yuan was still concerned about this issue. Those Pokemon hunters have been handed over to Miss Junsha by the Alliance, and they should have been imprisoned by now. Joy continued. As for the injured Pokemon, they have all been treated and released back into the wild area. The Alliance has specially dispatched several rangers to guard the wild area alongside Mr. Caesar. The Alliance acted very swiftly, immediately implementing remedial measures. This time it was precisely because Luo Yuan happened to be passing by that he saved these wild Pokemon. Had he not been there, those wild Pokemon would likely have been captured by the Pokemon hunters, which would have been a significant scandal for the Alliance. With the additional rangers now deployed, while they may not match the number of the Pokemon hunters, they can ensure that the hunters will not capture all the Pokemon in one go. As long as the news reaches the Alliance, whether it is to dispatch a task force to capture the poaching Pokemon hunters or to disperse them, the Alliance would be able to respond flexibly, unlike today when they were caught off guard. Is that so? That's not a bad arrangement after all. Luo Yuan had confidence in the Alliance. They were merely in a period of chaos after Team Rocket had retreated. He believed that once the Alliance got through this phase, they would surely not discover that the Pokemon hunters had secretly infiltrated Kanto. By the way, Mr. Luo Yuan, King Du called earlier. It seems he has something to discuss with you. Oh, Du. Luo Yuan raised an eyebrow, remembering that Du should have had his phone number, so why was he contacting Joy in Qianhong City? In front of Joy, Luo Yuan took out his communicator only to find it had long been shut down due to a lack of battery. Luo Yuan felt quite embarrassed. Using the phone at the Qianhong City Pokemon Center, Luo Yuan redialed Du. King Du, what can I do for you? He wondered if the Alliance had noticed his recent outstanding performance and planned to reward him. However, it was clear that Luo Yuan was overthinking. Thanks to you, the incident in the wild area of Qianhong City turned out well. Du first expressed his gratitude verbally, and then extended an invitation to Luo Yuan. Luo Yuan, have you considered becoming a Pokémon inspector? Since leaving the inspector team, Luo Yuan's achievements along the way had been witnessed by all. Not to mention compressing Team Rocket, the greatest enemy of the Kanto Alliance, to the brink of withdrawal. Just look at the recent incident involving the Pokémon hunters in the wild area. From the moment he received Caesar's distress signal to resolving the Pokémon hunter issue, it took less than an hour, which could only be described as lightning speed. If it had been the inspectors under him, just gathering and organizing the team would take at least half an hour, and they couldn't even guarantee capturing those Pokémon hunters. By the time they arrived, the hunters would have long since slipped away. This gap was evident to anyone. Forget it, I already told Ken that I'm not interested. Luo Yuan refused again. It was still the same reason. Being a Pokemon trainer was much freer, so why put him? Alright then, Du said with regret. If you change your mind, please inform me at the first opportunity. Du said, I assume you called me for this matter. As he spoke, Luo Yuan muttered to himself, where's the reward? Where's the reward? Although he wasn't short on money now, no one would ever complain about having more money, and after doing so much for the Alliance, it couldn't just be for nothing. Indeed, there is one more thing. Du seemed to have heard Luo Yuan's silent plea and said, what is it? Luo Yuan was slightly eager, wondering how much the Alliance would reward him. You should be in Qianhong City preparing to head to Honglian City, right? That's right. Why? Luo Yuan felt something was off. This didn't seem like a reward announcement. While on the way from Qianhong City to Honglian Island, there is a city called Dark City. The Alliance has received news that this city has been quite abnormal lately. Two unofficial gyms in the city appear to be fiercely competing for the title of a formal gym, which has severely affected local public order. I hope you can help investigate what exactly is going on. Du said. Luo Yuan suddenly felt displeased. I mean, you Alliance can't really be thinking of making me work for free, can you? Luo Yuan bluntly expressed his thoughts. Cough, cough. Upon hearing Luo Yuan's words, Du immediately began to cough violently, clearly caught off guard. After finally recovering, Du asked, why would you think that? I mean, I've helped the Alliance deal with a major headache that is Team Rocket. Although dealing with Team Rocket was also my personal intention, surely you can't expect me to do it without any reward. Did I not mention it to you? Du appeared astonished, seemingly incredulous. Seeing Luo Yuan's expression, Du seemed to realize that he had indeed forgotten to mention this matter. He hurriedly said, just a week ago the Alliance decided to award you for your assistance in combating Team Rocket. To honor your contributions to the Alliance, they specifically allocated a building for you. A building? Which one? Luo Yuan raised an eyebrow. He had only encountered a few buildings, and since it was related to Team Rocket, he harbored a bold guess. It's Team Rocket's. A building was so easily assigned to him. Luo Yuan deeply sensed the financial power of the Alliance. Previously, he thought the Zillafu company was already extravagant, demanding 200 million for an endorsement, but now the Alliance directly gifted him a building located in the prime area of Jinhuang City worth far more than 200 million. A week ago, the Alliance already transferred this building into your name. I thought you knew. I didn't expect you were unaware. That was my oversight. Du felt a bit embarrassed. However, he felt even more that Luo Yuan was a responsible person. Facing the situation of capturing Team Rocket for the Alliance without reward, he still stood up to defend while being attacked in the wild. What spirit, that is. Du thought it necessary to take Luo Yuan as a positive example to educate certain opportunistic individuals within the Alliance. Luo Yuan didn't think of himself as so noble. He simply acted according to his own preferences. With the misunderstanding cleared, he did not refuse Du's request. Firstly, the Dark City indeed lies on the only path from Qianhong City to Honglian Island, and secondly, Luo Yuan remembered that the Dark City was also a plot location in the original story. It's a good idea to take a look. Alright, I'll handle this matter, Luo Yuan said. If anything comes up, just deal with it directly. After experiencing the battle against Team Rocket, Du felt completely at ease with Luo Yuan. The two discussed the current situation of the Alliance and future plans before ending the call. After hanging up, Luo Yuan stretched his back, wearing a look of reflection. Now I really am a nouveau riche. The endorsement from Zillafu Company in Jinhuang City might have ensured he would live a life without worries, but the building gifted by the Alliance was enough to elevate him into the ranks of the wealthy in Guangdong. Not to mention, just renting out this building in the center of Jinhuang City would yield a rental income far exceeding his endorsement fee every year. Is this the thrill of sudden wealth? Moreover, Luo Yuan validated a principle: being a good person indeed brings good rewards. In a cheerful mood, Luo Yuan bid farewell to Miss Qiao Yi and left Qianhong City. Since he had promised he must go see the Dark City, and he needed to act quickly. He recalled that the plot in the Dark City involved two gyms fighting fiercely for the qualification to become an official gym, oppressing the local residents and causing a horrendous impact on the Dark City. Such matters should be resolved quickly to prevent further adverse effects. As Luo Yuan headed towards the Dark City, he encountered a strange old man. Hey young man, would you like to hear the sound of a flute? An old man sat beside the road on a stone, smiling at Luo Yuan. A flute. Luo Yuan raised an eyebrow. He had encountered Team Rocket's robbery and calls for help, but he had never met someone blocking the road to perform a flute. This one, The old man pulled out a flute. The flute was red and white with a protrusion resembling a pokeball, looking as if a flute had passed through a pokeball. Is this a Pokemon flute? Luo Yuan asked, looking at the flute. Naturally, he recognized it. In the game and animation, the Pokemon flute is used specifically to awaken Snorlax. I didn't expect you, young man, to have such an eye for quality. How about it, would you like to hear me play a tune for just a piece of bread? The old man said. Luo Yuan was speechless. However, seeing the old man, he felt that this plot seemed familiar. Is there a village ahead? Luo Yuan asked. The old man was taken aback and nodded. Indeed, there is a village, but how do you know? Are you from that village? Hearing this, Luo Yuan immediately confirmed that his memory was correct. In the original plot, Ash and his friends indeed passed by a village that was suffering from drought because Snorlax had blocked. If he remembered correctly, this old man should be the one who traveled around using the flute to awaken Snorlax. Is there a Snorlax nearby? Luo Yuan asked again. How do you know that? The old man was stunned, looking at Luo Yuan, who was dressed like a traveler, and wondered how he knew so much about this place. I heard that this area is suffering from drought because Snorlax blocked the river, so I specially came to capture Snorlax. Luo Yuan said. Capture Snorlax. The old man had an expression of disbelief. You can only use this flute in my hand to awaken Snorlax. In his life, he had made a living by awakening various Snorlax that blocked roads and rivers, charging fees, and had never seen anyone awaken Snorlax without using a flute. Don't believe me? Luo Yuan asked. I don't believe it. The old man shook his head, feeling it was inadequate, and added, even if you awaken Snorlax, you won't be able to capture it. Snorlax is very strong. Although he lived by awakening Snorlax, he had never managed to capture a single. As someone who deeply understood Snorlax, he knew well that even if Snorlax was awakened, if it was done in the wrong way, it would be very grumpy upon waking. This inexperienced young man before him would certainly not be a match for Snorlax. Luo Yuan could not deny it, and retorted that Snorlax isn't yours, is it? What if it's not? Although he had assigned numbers to Snorlax and awakened them regularly, he was not a trainer of Snorlax. Then there's nothing to worry about. Luo Yuan was very interested in Snorlax and decided to capture one. When he watched the anime before, he often thought that a round, plump Pokemon like Snorlax would make a great large mattress. Lying on Snorlax's belly would surely feel wonderful. When he first crossed into this world, he had no money, so he didn't dare to keep one, but now that he had a building, keeping a Snorlax was just a small matter. The old man sitting on the stone saw that Luo Yuan didn't say anything and walked directly towards the village, thinking for a moment before following. He wanted to see how this trainer would defeat Snorlax and save him a life when Snorlax gets angry. Make some money. Luo Yuan noticed the old man, but ignored him, continuing along the dry riverbed, crossing thorns and discovering Snorlax lying there fast asleep in the dense forest. There lay Snorlax at the river's mouth, fast asleep, with huge bubbles of snot coming from its nose. This is Snorlax. The old man, who had been following Luo Yuan, pointed at Snorlax and said to him. A smile played on his lips. Snorlax's massive frame filled him with confidence, and he believed that Luo Yuan could not easily awaken it, let alone capture it. So this is the Snorlax blocking the river? Luo Yuan remarked as he gazed at the creature obstructing the waterway. Indeed, it's this very Snorlax. I came specifically to awaken it, but since you claim you want to capture it, it'll give you that. Yet I doubt you can even rouse it. The old man said, holding the poke flute with an air of arrogance that was utterly insufferable. Oh, is that so? Luo Yuan retorted without engaging further. He approached Snorlax and patted its belly, which was springy and pleasant to the touch. Let's try telekinesis first. Luo Yuan pressed one hand on Snorlax's belly and unleashed a psychic shock aimed straight at its brain. Snorlax shuddered, the bubble of snot at its nose popped with a snap, and its eyelids twitched as if it were about this. The old man tensed up, tightening his grip on the flute. He feared that Luo Yuan might actually wake Snorlax. Fortunately, Snorlax did not awaken. Under the old man's watchful eyes, it rolled over, found a comfortable position, and lay back down. It had an effect, but the power was insufficient. Luo Yuan mused inwardly. The old man, now relieved, taunted Luo Yuan again. Give up. You can never wake Snorlax. Only the poke flute in my... Heh. Luo Yuan responded with a dismissive chuckle, ignored him, and tossed a pokeball. Thud. The massive form of Metagross suddenly appeared in the woods, startling the old man. Before the old man could react, Luo Yuan commanded Metagross. Metagross used Zen Headbutt. If pure psychic shock couldn't wake Snorlax, what about a combination of psychic and physical attacks like Zen Headbutt? Under Luo Yuan's gaze, Metagross grabbed Snorlax with its two iron arms. Then its silver-gray head glowed blue and slammed into Snorlax's head. Thud. A dull, chilling sound echoed. Metagross' head collided with Snorlax's. Given Metagross' formidable strength, its Zen Headbutt was no small force. Though Snorlax was thick-skinned, it suffered considerable damage from the blow. Struck so hard, even the most lethargic Snorlax had to open its eyes. Snore. Snorlax roared with fury blazing in its eyes. Its usually lazy expression turned stern. Oh no, Snorlax is enraged. The old man, too stunned by Luo Yuan's success in waking it, shouted in panic. It said that the gentlest souls unleash the most terrifying fury, and the same holds true for Pokémon. Normally Snorlax is amiable, even if you hit it barely reacts. But once truly angered and enraged, Snorlax will destroy everything in its path. The old man bolted, but hesitated briefly to shout at Luo Yuan, run. An angry Snorlax is terrifying. Despite their earlier friction, he didn't want to see Luo Yuan attacked. After all, he wasn't a bad person. Yet Luo Yuan didn't flee. It's just a Snorlax. A smirk curled at the corner of his mouth. As Snorlax lunged, Luo Yuan merely snapped his fingers. Metagross blocked Snorlax. Bang! Snorlax's swinging fist was intercepted by Metagross' iron arms. Metagross stood firm. Snorlax grew even angrier and launched a Giga Impact, charging headlong into Metagross. Thud! The Giga Impact collided with Metagross' instinctively raised iron arms. This time Metagross was pushed back slightly, but what caught Luo Yuan's attention wasn't Metagross. It was the attacking Snorlax. Luo Yuan watched in disbelief as Snorlax rammed its head into Metagross' all-metal body. The Giga Impact delivered immense power, but Snorlax's skull was no match for Metagross' iron arms. The powerful recoil knocked Snorlax unconscious. What kind of move is that? Knocking itself out. Even Luo Yuan, confident in capturing Snorlax, was stunned by this suicidal act. How absurd. The old man was equally dumbfounded. The mighty Snorlax had lost its ability to battle just like that. Faced with this bizarre scene, it was Luo Yuan with his thicker nerves and greater adaptability who reacted first. Regardless, capturing Snorlax was the priority. He tossed a heavy ball specially designed for capturing heavyweight Pokémon. Perhaps out of sheer embarrassment, the ball didn't even wobble before securing Snorlax. Luo Yuan picked up the heavy ball and waved it at the distant old man. Well, I've captured Snorlax. The old man remained silent. A sense of being outdated washed over him. He felt he could no longer keep up with the times. Back in their day, trainers had to endure countless hardships and defeat Pokémon before capturing them. Now looking at Luo Yuan, was this how young trainers captured Pokémon these days? I concede. The old man didn't stubbornly deny his defeat. Instead, he admitted it frankly, clutching the poke flute as he walked slowly into the distance with a forlorn air. Though he felt left behind, life had to go on. There were other Snorlax in Kanto waiting for him to awaken. Luo Yuan didn't hold a grudge against the old man. He helped the downstream village clear the thorny bushes blocking the river, resolving their drought, and then continued his journey toward Dark City, accompanied by his newly captured Snorlax. The Dark City is located to the southeast of the shallow Red City. As a city that is not particularly prosperous, the Dark City has consistently ranked as the poorest city in the Guangdong region, reflecting its desolation. Luo Yuan had prepared himself for the poverty of the Dark City before arriving, but it wasn't until he witnessed it with his own eyes that he realized how limited his imagination truly was. Can this truly be called a city? Standing at the entrance of the Dark City, Luo Yuan looked at the sign, marked Dark City, and his lips involuntarily twitched. Having traveled from the Jiban City through the Nibi City and Hualan City, Luo Yuan had never seen a city where every sign seemed to sway dangerously in the wind, as if they could fall at any moment. He continued along the street. On both sides of the street, the buildings were devoid of the towering structures found in Rainbow City or Golden City, replaced instead by low wooden buildings generally 1 or 2 stories high, with the tallest barely reaching 3 stories, all appearing old and dilapidated. The road was also in a state of disrepair, with only a few sections paved with stone, while the rest formed a dirt path from compacted soil. I didn't expect the Alliance to have places like this. Luo Yuan had always thought that the Black Cloud City was quite shabby, but now compared to the Dark City, aside from the slightly poor air quality, it utterly overshadowed the Dark City in terms of infrastructure and other aspects. The passers-by on the street wore expressions of numbness, making Luo Yuan feel as though he had entered a completely different. To Luo Yuan, aside from its area being somewhat acceptable, it would be more appropriate to call this place a village rather than a city. After searching for quite a while, without finding a Pokemon Center in the Dark City, Luo Yuan settled down at a restaurant. He ordered a fried rice and asked the restaurant owner, "Boss, I'm a passing trainer new to the Dark City. Can you tell me about this trainer?" Upon hearing this, the restaurant owner looked at Luo Yuan with a wary expression. "Are you also from the Kaz Gym or the Yas Gym?" "What do you mean by that?" Luo Yuan asked. His memories of the events in the Dark City were quite hazy, only recalling that 2 unofficial gyms had fought fiercely here for the title of an official gym, causing great suffering for the citizens of the Dark City. Thus he intended to gather information about the Dark City from the restaurant owner. Hearing Luo Yuan's counter-question, the restaurant owner sighed in relief and kindly advised, "Since you're not from the Kaz Gym or the Yas Gym, it's best to leave quickly. Otherwise, if they find you here, it won't be good." The restaurant owner meant well, but Luo Yuan was not an ordinary Pokemon trainer. He had come to the Dark City specifically to resolve the issues between Kaz Gym and Yas Gym. How could he leave before the matter was settled? "You need to give me a reason to leave," Luo Yuan inquired. Seeing Luo Yuan digging deeper, the restaurant owner helplessly sighed. "Well, there aren't many customers right now, and since you're so curious, I might as well tell you." Just as he finished speaking and was about to pull out a chair to sit down, a commotion erupted outside, accompanied by the cries of several ordinary residents, turning the street into chaos. "Here we go again." The restaurant owner's face showed anger. "These guys have to cause a scene every day. How can anyone run a business here?" "Are those the people from the Kaz Gym and Yas Gym you mentioned?" Luo Yuan pondered. "Exactly. Don't you want to know what's happening in the Dark City?" "Everything happening in the Dark City is caused by those 2 gyms outside. They are constantly fighting in the city to vie for the qualification of an official gym. Not only that, but they also recruit passing trainers into their ranks. The battles between these two gyms have escalated from small skirmishes to this chaotic state, leaving the streets in ruins every time. Originally, my restaurant relied on the consumption of passing trainers to make some money, but now due to their battles, not only have the customers disappeared, but they also come in now and then for free meals. It's simply outrageous. The restaurant owner spoke with indignation about those two gyms. Through the window, Luo Yuan could clearly see the two gyms clashing violently on the street. Both sides had summoned numerous Pokémon, such as Electabuzz, Scyther, and others, causing chaos throughout the street. Is the situation that serious? It seems it's time to resolve this trouble, Luo Yuan whispered. Though his voice was low, the restaurant owner heard him clearly. Resolve this trouble. Who are you? The restaurant owner looked at Luo Yuan with a puzzled expression. Hello, I apologize for concealing my identity earlier. I am an inspector from the Alliance here specifically to address the issues caused by trainers in the Dark City. Luo Yuan smiled. Upon hearing this, the restaurant owner nearly burst into tears. Finally, someone from the Alliance has arrived. He was exceptionally excited, dancing with joy. It was no wonder he was so emotional. He had been struggling too much these days. His livelihood depended entirely on this restaurant, yet the people from Kaz Gym and Yas Gym constantly harassed him, leaving him with no way to survive. What plans does the Alliance have for Kaz Gym and Yas Gym? The restaurant owner regarded Luo Yuan as an investigator sent by the Alliance for preliminary investigations before additional personnel would be dispatched to handle the issues with Yas and Kaz Gym. Plans for handling them. Naturally, I will arrest them all, Luo Yuan stated. This operation in the Dark City granted him full authority to handle it, and he had never had a favorable view of trainers who disrupted public order, so he did not intend to let these two gyms, which tarnished the reputation of Pokémon trainers, off the hook. Arrest them all. Are you going to do it alone, without the Alliance's reinforcements? The restaurant owner showed a hesitant expression, clearly doubting that Luo Yuan could apprehend everyone from Kaz Gym and Yas Gym by himself. Though the restaurant owner was not a Pokémon trainer, he had some knowledge of the matter. Kaz and Yas from Kaz Gym and Yas Gym were clearly not trainers that an ordinary trainer could handle. Although he had never witnessed Luo Yuan's strength in the eyes of the restaurant owner, Kaz of the Kaz Dojo and Yas of the Yas Dojo were already quite powerful Pokémon trainers. Could this young man who claimed to be a league prosecutor really be a match for Kaz and Yas? The restaurant owner clearly believed that Kaz and Yas, whom he was more familiar with, were stronger. Just as he wanted to stop Luo Yuan, he discovered that Luo Yuan had already pushed the door and walked out. Wait a moment. Before the owner could say anything to stop him, Luo Yuan spoke first. You are from the Kaz Dojo and Yas Dojo, right? Although Luo Yuan posed this as a question, he used a tone of certainty. The two parties engaged in battle paused upon noticing Luo Yuan the interloper and stared at him. Who are you? What do you intend to do? Yas asked first. Yas was a slender fellow with closely cropped hair, dressed in a black shirt, green suspenders, and an orange scarf, appearing almost monkey-like from a distance. At the same time Yas spoke, the Scyther standing in front of him also assumed a threatening posture towards Luo Yuan, seemingly trying to intimidate him with its presence. But who was Luo Yuan? There was no way he could be easily influenced by a Scyther that he perceived as exceedingly weak. Similarly, across from Yas, Kaz, dressed in blue and draped in a red cloak, also restrained his desire to fight and focused on Luo Yuan. Kid, this isn't a place for you. Don't get in the way of our battle. Compared to Yas, Kaz was obviously more arrogant, openly expressing his disdain for Luo Yuan. Neither of them took Luo Yuan seriously. After all, he looked like a novice trainer in their eyes, unworthy of even joining them as cannon fodder. My. Luo Yuan raised an eyebrow at Kaz's arrogance. I remember there are no signs on this road saying I can't. Is this road built by you? Luo Yuan asked. Kid, you're seeking your own doom. Kaz immediately exploded in anger, summoning his Electabuzz without hesitation. Electabuzz, teach this kid a lesson. The act of using Pokémon to oppress ordinary citizens and engaging in a fight at the drop of a hat was merely a basic operation. Beep beep. An electric arc manifested on Electabuzz, and then with a swift motion of its hand a thunderbolt surged towards Luo Yuan. However, Luo Yuan showed no sign of tension whatsoever. This Electabuzz, which seemed incredibly strong in the eyes of the restaurant owner and passerby trainers, appeared utterly weak to Luo Yuan. Compared to the Electabuzz he fought against in the Withered Leaf Dojo, this one was leagues weaker. Thus Luo Yuan didn't even feel the need to summon a Pokémon. Instead, he used his psychic power to gather energy in front of him, aimed at the incoming Thunderbolt, and forcefully disrupted it. Zizizi. The dazzling Thunderbolt instantly dissipated, transforming into a myriad of tiny electric currents, leaving no evidence of its former existence, except for Electabuzz still in the midst of unleashing the Thunderbolt. The Thunderbolt was defeated just like that. What on earth happened? Was that blue light just now the legendary psychic? The students from both the Yas Dojo and Kaz Dojo were utterly flabbergasted to see Luo Yuan block the Thunderbolt without using any Pokémon. However, Luo Yuan did not give them time to continue pondering. With a wave of his hand, he tossed out the Pokeball containing Steelix. Boom. Steelix appeared on the street, silent and determined, rolling towards Electabuzz without a word. Electabuzz was simply, when had it ever encountered such a scene? Electabuzz stood frozen in place, and then it was rolled over by Steelix's massive and heavy body, almost without any ability to resist. Hiss! This Steelix is terrifying. It's too strong, mister. Kaz's Electabuzz can't even last. Who exactly is this guy? Both trainers from the Kaz Dojo and the Yas Dojo abandoned their mutual hatred, expressing their astonishment at Luo Yuan's strength. Kaz had completely failed to anticipate this turn of events. So by the time he came to his senses, Electabuzz had already crashed into the other end of the street, knocked out, and completely unable to fight. Impressive, Steelix. Yas frowned upon witnessing this. Although Kaz's bitter rival was the one being attacked, he couldn't feel any joy, because he was unclear about the intentions of this sudden intruder. He was very worried that this trainer had appeared to snatch away the official gym slot in Dark City. After all, judging by the provocative tone with which the other party had appeared, and the sudden attack that took down Kaz's Pokémon, it was very likely. It must be noted that in this era where Pokémon trainers had become the mainstream profession, every Pokémon gym represented a gold mine. Moreover, there were not many cities capable of establishing a gold mine, and most already had gym establishments. He and Kaz had worked tirelessly to find the impoverished Dark City. He did not want to contend with Kaz for so long, only to be outdone by some newcomer with ulterior motives. Thinking of this, Yas gestured to his Scyther, which instantly understood and assumed a defensive posture in front of him. Hey, what is your purpose? Are you here to snatch the official gym slot in Dark City? As he spoke, Yas had already made up his mind. The moment the other party affirmed, he would strike immediately. Although he was not confident in defeating Steelix, he was certain that he could take the initiative and incapacitate the intruder before Steelix could react, thus neutralizing the opponent's Pokémon advantage. He believed that under the hands of his Scyther, even if this guy suspected to possess psychic powers, he would definitely not be the official gym slot in Dark City. If you say I came for this, that's not entirely wrong, Luo Yuan pondered. He was indeed here to resolve this issue, so there was nothing wrong with that. However, Ozus was unaware of Luo Yuan's thoughts, so when he heard Luo Yuan say came for this, he acted without hesitation. In his understanding, Luo Yuan was his rival. The flying mantis shot out like an arrow, leaving only the green shadow of the flying mantis in his retina. In less than a second, the flying mantis flew in front of Luo Yuan. Flying mantis used continuous slash. As soon as Ozus finished speaking, a cold light flashed. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The two-blade arms of the flying mantis swung repeatedly, easily shattering the psychic barrier in front of Luo Yuan. Luo Yuan was not surprised by this. His psychic power was not primarily used for defense. Previously, he was able to shatter the 100,000 volts merely by using a technique that disrupted the internal structure of the current, causing it to dissipate. However, facing the attack of the flying mantis, it was clearly not so easy to block. Well done, flying mantis, use cross-cut. Ozus ordered the flying mantis to pursue the attack, and it crossed its two-blade arms to form a fork shape, then struck fiercely at Luo Yuan's neck. Ozus was not worried that the flying mantis would miss and harm Luo Yuan. He was very confident in his flying mantis, which had mastered every skill it could use to perfection. Its control over the moves had also reached its peak. As the blade arms of the flying mantis were about to land on his neck, a smile appeared at the corner of Luo Yuan's mouth. He simply raised his head and snapped his fingers at the flying mantis. Suddenly, the body of the flying mantis rushing towards Luo Yuan seemed to pause in midair, and almost instantly it appeared as if it had been struck by a heavy hammer, flying backward, its body falling apart like a broken kite. Flying mantis! Ozus exclaimed in shock. Previously, when Kaz's Electabuzz was sent flying by Luo Yuan, he had appeared to revel in the shared animosity. He never expected that it would be his turn so soon. Without time to gloat, Ozus hurried to the side of the flying mantis, which was now completely unconscious. Another instant kill. Just one hit took down Mr. Kaz's flying mantis. This is simply terrifying. If once was luck, what about twice? Everyone looked at Luo Yuan. This guy's strength was undoubtedly extraordinary. Who exactly are you? Kazak. He believed that Luo Yuan must have used a Pokémon, but even if he used a Pokémon to take down the flying mantis without even letting it see a shadow, combined with the presence of Steelix and his identity as a psychic, was enough to prove Luo Yuan's extraordinary nature. Who I am can wait, but I would like to ask you first, are you terrorists? Do you resort to violence at the slightest disagreement? Or do you have some connection with Team Rocket? Who I am can wait, but I would like to ask you first, are you terrorists? Do you resort to violence at the slightest disagreement? Or do you have some connection with Team Rocket? Even though they wished to battle Luo Yuan for 300 rounds, upon hearing Luo Yuan's words, they immediately distanced themselves from Team Rocket. In this day and age, it's fine to get involved with anyone, just don't associate with Team Rocket. Anyone who knows a bit of insider information knows that Team Rocket has been thoroughly weakened in Kanto, and it will take at least 10 years to regain their former strength, and that depends on whether the league gives them the opportunity. Luo Yuan certainly knew they had no connection with Team Rocket. After all, Team Rocket wouldn't be so bold at this time. However, he was quite speechless in his heart. His intention in coming out was to stir trouble, escalate the conflict between these two gyms, and then record evidence to take them down. Yet these two guys were completely uncooperative. He had not recorded any evidence of the two gyms disturbing the public, but the crime of attacking the league's public officials was firmly pinned on them. Thinking of this, Luo Yuan deliberately took out the identification prepared for him by Du. I am a league prosecutor here to investigate the abuse of Pokémon by dark market trainers, oppression of the public, and the events against past Pokémon trainers. Upon hearing this, Kaz and Ozus, who had originally looked at Luo Yuan with unfriendly eyes, immediately stiffened. They felt as if they had kicked an iron board. A Pokémon prosecutor, specifically here to investigate dark market trainers oppressing the public. Is there any need to say who is being investigated? In the entire dark market apart from them, there were no other trainers. So the investigation could only be about them. The Pokemon trainers behind Kaz and Ozus exchanged glances. They also felt that the situation was dire. Then someone yelled run. And instantly the students from Kaz's gym and Assas's gym scattered in a frenzy. If they didn't run now, when would they? They didn't want to stay behind and end up in jail with Kaz and Ozus. These people abandoned Kaz and Ozus at the scene. Luo Yuan, Kaz, and Ozus fell silent simultaneously. Ultimately, it was Luo Yuan who spoke first, his expression filled with emotion. This is too impressive. Although he knew these guys were opportunistic fence-sitters, did they really need to be so quick to react? I had just said one sentence and they were gone. Prosecutor, I apologize for not knowing your identity. Ozus was the quickest to react, shouting immediately. He truly felt a sense of wanting to cry without tears. If he had known Luo Yuan was a Pokemon prosecutor, even if they had 100 times more courage, they wouldn't have dared to act against the Pokemon prosecutor. Instead, they would try to please Luo Yuan as much as possible, hoping to become official gym trainers in the dark market. But now it was all too late. Not only had they failed to please Luo Yuan, but they had also angered him and taken action against him. Waiting for them would be the charge of assaulting public officials. The charge of disturbing the public was also inescapable. As long as Ozus and Kaz were caught, the people they had oppressed would certainly not hesitate to throw a stone at them as they fell into the well. Then in the name of Pokemon Prosecutor, I hereby arrest you too. Do you wish to resist? Kaz and Ozus exchanged glances and quickly shook their heads. They simply couldn't fight back. What could they resist with? Thank you so much. Luo Yuan, holding Kaz and Yas, was surrounded by the residents of Dark City. These residents, troubled by the disputes between Kaz's dojo and Yas' dojo, looked at Luo Yuan with expressions filled with gratitude. Perhaps for Luo Yuan this was a trivial matter, but for these residents it was enough to change their lives moving forward. After Kaz and Yas were captured, they would no longer have to live in fear every day. What do you understand? We are doing this for the prosperity of Dark City. Yas, pointed at by the residents of Dark City, impatiently shouted. Once the Dark Dojo is established, Dark City will attract a large number of trainers, and then it won't be in such a shabby state as it is now. Perhaps due to Yas' deep-seated reputation, when he shouted like that, the residents of Dark City fell silent, and the entire street quieted down. However, Luo Yuan would not be intimidated by him. He coldly scoffed. That's the first time I've heard such reasoning. You harass the civilians every day, and yet you speak of considering the interests of Dark City. Do these civilians not count as part of Dark City? Luo Yuan had always disapproved of people like Yas who claimed to act for others while actually harming them. Am I wrong? Yas wanted to argue. In his view, what he was doing was for the development of Dark City. Establishing a dojo is indeed beneficial for Dark City, but you have misunderstood one thing. Luo Yuan said to Yas. Without you, the Alliance will still send new Pokemon trainers to serve as the dojo trainers for Dark City. You are not irreplaceable. Moreover, the Alliance will never tolerate a Pokemon trainer who oppresses civilians. Although the Alliance has many shortcomings in certain matters, this particular point was something Luo Yuan truly appreciated. That is, the Pokemon Alliance has always maintained a zero-tolerance policy towards trainers infringing on the rights of ordinary residents. Hearing Luo Yuan's words, Yas' face turned ashen. He looked at the handcuffs on his wrists and suddenly felt that the direction he had been striving towards from the beginning was wrong. Kaz beside him shared the same sentiment. Luo Yuan ignored the two of them. Naturally, someone would come to handle these two. After the Pokemon Prosecutor Association sent someone over to take charge, Luo Yuan continued to move forward. By the way, when did this guy start following me? Sitting under a tree enjoying his lunch, Luo Yuan asked Mutwo, who was also having lunch beside him. As he made his way toward Honglian Island, Luo Yuan had already entered a forest. I don't know, Mutwo replied, maintaining a cool demeanor, not looking away from the food in his bowl. It seemed like a life-and-death struggle with the food. Come on, can you cooperate a bit? I know you have your psychic powers activated every day. How could you not know when this guy started following me? Luo Yuan looked at Mutwo with a speechless expression. Back in Qianhong City, Mutwo had been so cooperative, but this Mutwo before him was the real deal. Perhaps it was because of the injured wild Pokemon in Qianhong City, Luo Yuan speculated. Mutwo had genes derived from Mew, and it wouldn't be surprising if some of Mew's personality traits were inherited. While lost in thought, Luo Yuan glanced at a Pokemon beside him. He saw a Jigglypuff with a round pink body bangs on its head and a pair of light green eyes happily sitting on the grass with a plate of Pokemon food. How did this guy end up targeting me? Luo Yuan recognized the Jigglypuff. In the original story, Ash and his friends encountered this Jigglypuff in the forest, which could hypnotize everyone with its singing, leading to a series of humorous events. As for why Luo Yuan's memories of the previous events were so vague, but he had such a deep impression of this Jigglypuff. It was mainly because this singing Jigglypuff had a unique habit of doodling on people's faces when they fell asleep before it finished singing, making it unforgettable. Moreover, its remarkable perseverance in following Ash all the way from the Kanto region to Alola left a lasting impression. But how did this guy end up targeting me? Luo Yuan looked at the Jigglypuff, which treated him as one of its own with a subtle expression. He did not want to be hypnotized by it. Just as this thought crossed Luo Yuan's mind, the Jigglypuff swallowed the last piece of Pokemon food in its mouth. It stood up and bowed to Luo Yuan in thanks, looking adorably clumsy. It's fine as long as you like it. Luo Yuan felt a bit surprised at the Jigglypuff's unexpected politeness. It stood up and bowed to Luo Yuan in thanks, looking adorably clumsy. It's fine as long as you like it. Jigglypuff, Jigglypuff. The Jigglypuff gestured and spoke to Luo Yuan. Huh, what does that mean? Luo Yuan couldn't understand what the Jigglypuff meant, as its small arms and legs made it hard to interpret its gestures. It says it wants to sing to express its gratitude to you, Mutuo translated from the side. Luo Yuan was taken aback. When did you become so enthusiastic? It's worth noting that Mutuo used to be indifferent to such things. However, Luo Yuan suddenly felt that he might have overlooked something and asked Mutuo, what did you just say? It wants to thank me by singing. Mutuo replied with a puzzled expression, not seeing any issue with singing. Luo Yuan's expression changed drastically as he shouted, wait a minute. However, Luo Yuan was still a step too late. The Jigglypuff had already begun to sing. La 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 la, the melodious singing echoed throughout the forest. The Pokémon, including the Leafeon that was eating, instantly fell into a daze. Luo Yuan, seated opposite the Jigglypuff, also changed his expression. He felt that there was a kind of magic in the Jigglypuff's voice that could awaken the fatigue of anyone who heard it. Luo Yuan felt himself becoming drowsy. However, he reacted swiftly immediately, using his psychic power to wrap his brain, alleviating the sensation somewhat. Turning around, he saw that the Leafeon and Bulbasaur he had released were all fast asleep on the ground. Mutuo, on the other hand, seemed completely unaffected, still very alert. Does Jigglypuff's singing not affect Mutuo? A thought flashed through Luo Yuan's mind. It made sense, since he could use psychic power to lessen the impact of Jigglypuff's singing. There was no reason Mutuo couldn't. As the melody of Pudding's song floated in the air, the feeling of drowsiness grew stronger. Even Mutuo began to feel a hint of sleepiness, its gaze not as sharp as before. This is incredible. Luo Yuan couldn't help but marvel internally. Pudding was truly formidable. Although its strength seemed modest, the sheer impact of its singing was enough to place it above countless Pokémon. Luo Yuan exerted all his mental energy to resist the rising drowsiness in his mind. Finally, just as he was about to succumb, Pudding's song came to a halt. Phew, Luo Yuan sighed with relief. Finally, it was over. That was terrifying. With that thought, he looked back at Pudding only to see a very happy expression on its face. Leaping from the ground, Pudding rushed towards Luo Yuan with open arms. Pori. This was the first time Pudding encountered someone who could stay awake while it sang, and its joy was boundless. Pudding's touch was light, its body only slightly heavier than a balloon, yet it felt surprisingly pleasant to the touch, entirely lacking the hollow sensation of a balloon. Ruffling Pudding's head, Luo Yuan set it down on the ground. That was lovely, he praised. He wasn't lying. Although Pudding's song had a stunning hypnotic effect, it was exceptionally beautiful to listen to. If it weren't for that hypnotic effect, Pudding might very well have entered the entertainment industry and become a Pokemon star. Pori Pori. Pudding called out to Luo Yuan after being placed on the ground. Luo Yuan turned his head again to look at the translator Mutuo. Mutuo glanced at Luo Yuan and slowly replied, it says it wants to travel with you. Travel with me. Luo Yuan felt quite surprised, but it made a bit of sense. From the original story, it seemed that this Pudding yearned for someone to listen to its song in full, yet very few individuals or Pokemon could manage that. Now that he had listened to its song completely, it wasn't unreasonable for Pudding to want to travel with him. Pori. Pudding nodded earnestly. For it, finding someone who could listen to its song was exceedingly rare, and Luo Yuan had just treated it to a delightful lunch. In that case, welcome to my team. Luo Yuan said to Pudding, extending his hand. By inviting Pudding to join his team, Luo Yuan gained a powerful ally. After all, he couldn't use Mutuo in the Quartz Conference, so he needed to prepare more strategies in advance to avoid being targeted. With Pudding, once it performed a song at the Quartz Conference, it would surely astonish the entire audience. From another perspective, having Pudding would provide Luo Yuan with the enjoyment of holding a plush toy, which he felt outweighed the cost of feeding a Pudding. In every regard, Luo Yuan was not at a loss. Pudding joyfully extended its hand, and the two of them, one big and one small, clapped their hands together, officially joining the team. Taking out a luxury ball, Luo Yuan captured Pudding inside it. He then looked at the Bulbasaur and Leafeon, who had just woken up and were completely unaware of what had transpired. Alright, lunch is over, it's time for us to leave. Luo Yuan suddenly felt that sometimes taking a stroll wasn't a bad thing. If he hadn't insisted on walking to the Crimson Lotus Gym instead of flying there on Charizard, he wouldn't have encountered such an interesting Pokemon like Pudding. In the Great Silly Valley, it had been nearly a month since Luo Yuan's last visit. Since news broke that ancient Pokemon had been discovered in the Great Silly Valley, the flow of visitors had been continuous. There are just too many people here. Upon arriving at the Pokemon Center, near the Great Silly Valley, it was a sea of people. After squeezing to the front of Nurse Joy, he was met with her apologetic voice. I'm sorry, sir, but if you're looking for lodging, I must disappoint you. The Pokemon Center is currently full and cannot accommodate any guests. If you have no urgent matters in the Great Silly Valley, I recommend going to Mosstown, 30 kilometers away. There should be some extra inns available for rest. Nurse Joy said apologetically. Given her practiced demeanor, it was clear she had repeated this many times today. I can see that it's quite crowded. Luo Yuan nodded, showing understanding. Just looking at how packed the Pokemon Center was with hardly any room to spare, he could tell how busy it was. Have there been that many people coming to the Great Silly Valley recently? Luo Yuan asked. Not really. there were trainers seeking fossils who would come here for lodging before, but recently due to news from the Sheriff Company about the discovery of living ancient Pokémon in the Great Silly Valley, more trainers are arriving to capture the ancient Pokémon. Nurse Joy replied. One could sense her complaints about the Sheriff Company in her words. However, it was understandable. If it weren't for the Sheriff Company, she wouldn't have to handle such a heavy workload. Luo Yuan felt a bit awkward since strictly speaking, he was also part of the group that discovered live wild Pokémon, and had even captured a fossilized Aerodactyl. So has any trainer successfully captured an ancient Pokémon? Are you also interested in ancient Pokémon, sir? Nurse Joy asked curiously but still answered Luo Yuan's question. No one has captured an ancient Pokémon yet. That's frightening. This was already terrifying considering no one had captured an ancient Pokémon yet. Luo Yuan could already foresee the kind of enthusiasm that would erupt once someone managed to capture one. That's enough. Thank you very much for the information, Luo Yuan said. Nurse Joy looked puzzled. Sir, don't you need to check on— No need, my Pokémon are doing well. I just came to gather some information, and since you're so busy I won't disturb you any longer. Luo Yuan bid farewell to Nurse Joy and headed towards the camp previously set up by the Sheriff Company. The fervor of trainers in the Great Silly Valley made Luo Yuan uneasy. He wanted to check on the situation over at the Sheriff Company, and if there was anything he could help with he would lend a hand. The Hero Company Deshagu camp is currently under tight security with patrolling guards on high alert, hands resting on their waists ready to draw their Pokeballs at any moment. Luo Yuan approached and witnessed the scene before him. Why are there so many people arranged? Luo Yuan frowned at the Hero Company guards, feeling it was somewhat peculiar. Originally when the guards saw someone approaching they were wary, but upon recognizing that it was Luo Yuan they sighed in relief, their faces showing a relaxed expression. Previously Luo Yuan had come to the camp to protect the researchers entering underground. Mr. Luo Yuan, it's you, one guard said. What happened? Why the sudden increase in patrols? Luo Yuan asked, puzzled. He remembered that during his last visit there weren't so many guards. Oh, why the sudden surge now? The two guards exchanged glances, and one of them explained to Luo Yuan. Hey, race the situation. After the guard's explanation, Luo Yuan finally understood what had happened here. Ever since the news from Hero Company about ancient Pokémon in Deshagu spread, many trainers flocked here, seeking traces of ancient Pokémon. However, it was evident that these individuals had not found any ancient Pokémon. Thus, some unwilling trainers and some Pokémon hunters with ulterior motives had set their sights on Hero Company's research camp. After all, the information came from Hero Company indicating that they must possess intelligence on ancient Pokémon, and perhaps they could obtain ancient Pokémon from this camp. Therefore, on a moonless and windy night, a group of trainers launched a surprise attack on the camp. Fortunately, Hero Company is wealthy and well defended, preventing those Pokémon hunters from succeeding. However, this also served as a wake-up call for Hero Company, leading to numerous bounty hunters attempting to ambush the company. Luo Yuan did not expect such events to occur. These Pokémon hunters seemed to grow more rampant after losing the external threat posed by Team Rocket. Previously it was in the wild area, and now it was Deshagu's turn. What do you plan to do now, eh? Luo Yuan asked. Those Pokémon hunters might not be aware, but Luo Yuan knew very well that Deshagu was related to at least hundreds of ancient Pokémon underground. If these Pokémon hunters were allowed to enter underground, the consequences would be unimaginable. Hearing Luo Yuan's question, the guard replied, "We reported this matter to the higher-ups. They have already contacted the Alliance, and they will soon send personnel here to take over this camp. I believe that with the strength of the Alliance, they should be able to fend off those Pokémon hunters." Is that so? Luo Yuan nodded. Handing it over to the Alliance was indeed a good approach. After all, Hero Company is not a charity organization, and continually spending vast amounts of resources to maintain this camp is not a cost-effective strategy. Delegating responsibility to the Alliance not only alleviates this burden, but also leaves a good impression with them, which aligns well with a businessman's style. Of course, Luo Yuan felt that Hero Company would likely gain numerous benefits from the Alliance. Thinking this, he did not dwell further. This matter was of no concern to him. He was merely here to stay for the night. Are there any spare rooms? The Pokemon Center is full, and I need to stay here for a night. Yes, of course, the two guards hurriedly replied. Although Luo Yuan did not hold an actual position at Hero, his immense strength coupled with being the spokesperson for Hero Company added a layer of prestige to him. In fact, the president of Hero had even instructed that if Luo Yuan had any needs, all branches of Hero Company must accommodate him. With these premises, the two ordinary guards naturally held a sense of awe towards Luo Yuan. Moreover, if Luo Yuan was present at the base, their patrolling pressure would be significantly reduced. At least with Luo Yuan stationed here, they wouldn't need to worry about the Pokemon hunters. Alright, you all continue with your duties. After greeting the two guards, Luo Yuan walked into the camp. While Luo Yuan was conversing with the guards at another makeshift camp in Deshagu, a dozen fierce-looking Pokemon hunters gathered together. Is everyone ready? The leader Dina is a well-known Pokemon hunter from the Sinnoh region who once achieved glorious feats by snatching Pokemon in broad daylight in Greenfield City and successfully escaping from the local police encirclement. Ready, brother Dina. The remaining Pokemon hunters replied in unison, clearly looking up to Dina. In the eyes of the Pokemon hunters burned a fiery passion. To be a Pokemon hunter, they possess an extraordinary thirst for wealth. Moreover, the rarer Pokémon in this world can sell for a high price. Coincidentally, there is a batch of extremely rare ancient Pokémon right before them. As long as they can capture even one ancient Pokémon and sell it to other regions, whether to certain research institutions or wealthy individuals with peculiar collecting habits, they could fetch a handsome price. Dina looked at the bounty hunter's expressions, nodding in satisfaction, but the satisfaction only flashed across his face for a moment before he became serious. Although I know you all are confident, we must be cautious this time. A group of fools have already alerted the camp's guards with their reckless actions. Even though we are powerful and numerous, we must be extremely cautious during our operation. Tonight is our last chance. According to the intel from my informant in Kanto, the Alliance has organized personnel to come to Deshagu to take over Hiru Company's camp arriving tomorrow. There is no need for me to elaborate on the strength of the Alliance. Moreover, I heard that sunglasses guy Mori and his subordinates were wiped out by that newcomer named Luo Yuan in Kanto while trying to meddle in the wild area. We must resolve things here while Luo Yuan is still in Shinhong City. Otherwise, the consequences will be unimaginable once Luo Yuan arrives. If we want to obtain ancient Pokémon and safely leave Kanto, we only have tonight as our last opportunity. Understood, Brother Dina. The Pokémon hunters shouted in unison. They were all elites among Pokémon hunters and knew very well when to become. Then the group adjusted their state on the spot, waiting for the last rays of sunlight to disappear. The sky darkened as the Pokémon trainers who found a place to stay fell into a peaceful slumber, while those who couldn't set up tents or crowded into the lobby of the Pokémon Center. Meanwhile, Luo Yuan had a delightful hot shower and then lay comfortably on the soft bed in the camp of the Shirafu Company. It's so wonderful not to feel the hard beds of the Pokémon Center. Transitioning from frugality to luxury is easy, but from luxury to frugality is quite difficult. Luo Yuan never intended to live a life akin to that of a monk. Accustomed to luxurious hotels, he found it very difficult to adjust to staying in a Pokémon Center or camping outdoors. Thus, throughout the journey, Luo Yuan felt quite awkward about the accommodation situation. Now being able to enjoy a soft bed made him extremely satisfied. Indeed, collaborating with the Shirafu Company is an excellent choice. In the past, Luo Yuan had strength, but lacked means to monetize it, yet after becoming a spokesperson for the Shirafu Company, his abilities had transformed into money and connections. Not only did he use various Pokeballs for free, but today he also enjoyed staying at the camp instead of sleeping outdoors. If it were his former self, no matter how strong he was, he could never enjoy such treatment. Just as Luo Yuan lay on the bed browsing the latest news from the Alliance on his laptop, a sudden urgent alarm sounded outside. An alarm. My luck can't be this good, can it? Luo Yuan raised an eyebrow and muttered. Having just arrived at the accommodation, he encountered an attack from Pokémon hunters. His luck was remarkably good. Was he perhaps fated to cross paths with Pokémon hunters? However, as he pondered this, Luo Yuan's actions did not halt. He closed his laptop and pulled a Pokeball from his backpack, stuffing it into the pocket of his pajamas. Regardless, he needed to go out and take a look. Meanwhile, outside the camp, a group of Pokémon hunters was engaged in a fierce confrontation with the guards of. Quickly, a Pokémon hunter commanded his Houndoom. Houndoom used Flamethrower. The completely black Houndoom with horns on its forehead looked like a demon from hell as it opened its mouth and unleashed a torrent of scorching flames at the opposing Venusaur. Naturally, there was no need to elaborate on the outcome of a grass-type Venusaur facing a fire-type Flamethrower. Without a Mega Evolution and the thick fat ability, Venusaur had no resistance against fire-type moves. The Venusaur let out a miserable cry as it was charred all over by the flames. While it did not lose its combat ability immediately, its formation was thrown into disarray. The formation of the Shirafu Company guards became somewhat chaotic. Already at a disadvantage, the sudden disorder of their main defensive Pokemon Venusaur provided the Pokemon hunters with an opportunity. Now's the time to press the attack and charge in. Dina shouted. Under his command, the Pokemon hunters directed their Pokemon for a frenzied assault. Flamethrowers and ice beams were intermittently fired, and even the powerful Hyper Beam rumbled against the guards, causing the Shirafu Company's defenses to retreat in disarray. Damn it, how are these Pokemon hunters so strong? They're on a completely different level from before. It's over. Are we really going to lose our defense? The guards were suddenly thrown into a panic. Upon seeing their state, a smile appeared on Dina's face. This was exactly the effect he desired. First, he would shatter the guards' confidence through frontal attacks, and then with a surge of momentum eliminate them. Murkrow used Dark Pulse. Dina shouted towards the Murkrow soaring in the sky. The Murkrow, which appeared as if wearing a large hat, cawed twice in response, its fierce gaze sweeping over the opposing foes, and then an invisible pulse surged towards the Pokemon of the Shirafu Company guards. The cold was bone-chilling. This Murkrow was evidently at a terrifyingly high level. With just one Dark Pulse, several of the opposing Pokemon were severely injured and collapsed to the ground. Firo used Wing Attack and bring that Murkrow down, called one of the Shirafu Company guards. With a loud cry, the Firo in the sky charged at the Murkrow, its wings slicing through the air with a sharp glint aiming to strike at the Murkrow. However, this Firo was clearly no match for the Murkrow. The Murkrow simply dodged upwards, evading the Firo's wing attack. Seizing the moment the Murkrow avoided the Firo's attack, Dina immediately shouted, "Murkrow, use Night Slash on the weak spot. Take down that Firo." Night Slash is a dark-type move that attacks by exploiting openings in the opponent's defenses, making it easy to hit. The Murkrow's wings instantly folded by its side, then it dove towards the Fiero. As it approached the Fiero's body, it spread its wings wide and struck down on the Fiero's back. The Fiero let out a cry of pain and spiraled down from the sky. At this point, the Shirafu Company guards had already lost over half of their Pokémon. As the guards gradually lost confidence, one guard shouted, "Don't panic. We still have reinforcements." Upon hearing this, most of the guards showed a look of doubt. Reinforcements? Are there really reinforcements? The Alliance's people wouldn't arrive until tomorrow at the earliest. Where would reinforcements come from now? The guards questioned, but due to the urgency of the situation, they held their tongues. However, since the guards were doubting this matter, Dina clearly wouldn't believe it. He firmly trusted the informant's intel. Since the informant had said the Alliance's reinforcements wouldn't arrive until tomorrow, they absolutely wouldn't make it today. Thus, he shouted loudly to the Pokemon hunters, "Don't believe their words, they can't have reinforcements. Charge in and find the ancient Pokemon." Upon hearing Dina's words, the Pokemon hunters who were originally hesitant quickly set their minds at ease and charged towards the guards. This time, the overwhelming advantage led to the guards almost collapsing at a single touch. "Everyone hold on. Just a little longer." As the guard who spoke was still struggling, Dina shouted, "Didn't you say there were reinforcements? Then let your reinforcements come out and have a match." He intended to thoroughly crush the guards' morale and break through their defenses with a surge of momentum. Just as his words fell, a voice sounded from behind the guards. "Are you looking for me?" Dina turned to look upon hearing the voice, only to see a young man in pajamas holding a Pokeball, lazily speaking from behind. "Who is it?" Upon seeing Luo Yuan, a sense of confusion flashed through Dina's mind. Dressed in pajamas and holding a Pokeball, this appearance seemed utterly bizarre. However, perhaps due to Luo Yuan's pajamas, Dina did not immediately recognize his identity. Of course, even without recognizing Luo Yuan, it did not hinder Dina's caution. Having been in the Pokemon hunter profession for over a decade, his repeated escapes from the Alliance's encirclement relied solely on his vigilance. So although the newcomer appeared to be only 17 or 18 years old, Dina did not underestimate him in the slightest. He knew that there existed a type of being known as a genius in this world, and age was never a limiting factor for them. Therefore, Dina would not let his guard down simply because his opponent was a youth. Kaka used Dark Pulse. With these thoughts racing in his mind, Dina decided to test the waters first. The fierce-eyed Honchkrow unleashed Dark Pulse once more. The Dark Pulse swept across the battlefield, knocking down several Pokemon on the guard's side. Even the humans were affected by Dark Pulse, clutching their heads and letting out pained groans. "You have guts." Luo Yuan was somewhat displeased at this sight. He did not expect that after he had taken down so many sunglasses-wearing Pokemon hunters, they still had the audacity to attack him. "Go Steelix." He threw out the Pokeball for Steelix, positioning it in front of him to block the Dark Pulse. Then he waved his hand at Steelix. Steelix used Rock Slide. Instantly, countless rock spikes erupted from the ground, inflicting significant damage on the Pokemon hunter's Pokemon. "Steelix." Dina was taken aback upon seeing Luo Yuan's Steelix. Although Steelix was a very powerful Pokemon, and the Steelix on the opposite side did not seem to be of a low level, Dina breathed a sigh of relief. The reason he did not feel more tense was that he found the trainer across from him somewhat familiar, resembling the Luo Yuan who had defeated the sunglasses-wearing Mori in the wild Pokemon wilderness, according to his data. However, the Steelix used by the opponent eased his mind. The data indicated that Luo Yuan had utilized Metagross and Dragonite in battles in the wilderness, defeating Mori with these two Pokemon. Now that the trainer across was using Steelix, it was evident that he was not Luo Yuan. As long as he is not Luo Yuan, a mere Steelix is nothing to worry about. Although Steelix was strong, Dina did not take it seriously. All those with Fire-type Pokemon move out. Steel-type Pokemon are weak against Fire-types, and Steelix's weakness was quite apparent. Though caught off guard by Steelix's Rock Slide, the elite among these Pokemon hunters quickly organized a counterattack under it. Charizard used Flamethrower. Houndoom Overheat. Blaziken Flame Burst. The Pokemon hunters threw out their Fire-type Pokemon one after another. In an instant, the entire battlefield was engulfed in fiery colors. Faced with this overwhelming onslaught, Luo Yuan frowned. Relying solely on Steelix, he indeed had no way out. Steelix used Protect. After ordering Steelix to use Protect, Luo Yuan reached to his waist and pulled out a second Pokeball. "Go Aerodactyl, deal with these guys in front of us." Luo Yuan sent out his second Pokemon, Aerodactyl. Call. Upon appearing, Aerodactyl let out a piercing cry. The sound was incredibly sharp, causing a dull pain in people's eardrums. Aerodactyl. Upon seeing Aerodactyl, the opposing Pokemon hunters were momentarily stunned, but then their faces lit up with ecstatic expressions. "Great. There really are ancient Pokemon here. Go take him down, he is all alone." A group of Pokemon hunters, as if energized, excitedly commanded their Pokemon to launch a fierce assault on Luo Yuan. He had never anticipated such a scenario would unfold. Suddenly, he felt that releasing Aerodactyl might have been a mistake. However, now that Aerodactyl was out recalling, it would be of no use. Luo Yuan glanced at Aerodactyl and gave it a sit. The implication was that the trouble you caused you should resolve. You are now a mature Aerodactyl. You should learn to deal with opponents on your own. This scene was caused by Aerodactyl, so in Luo Yuan's view, it was reasonable to let Aerodactyl handle it. Aerodactyl felt aggrieved. Wasn't it you who released me? However, it soon saw the increasingly dangerous expression on Luo Yuan's face, and recalled the times it was educated by Metagross and Dragonite after being unruly. Instantly, Aerodactyl shivered. Without hesitation, it lunged at the opposing Pokemon hunters. Compared to Luo Yuan, it preferred facing an overwhelming number of enemies. As it looked at the Pokemon hunters, Aerodactyl's gaze became fierce. Although it had shown timidity in front of Luo Yuan, its essence had not changed. It remained the ancient overlord at the top of the Pokemon food chain. Aerodactyl's sudden charge caused some chaos among the Pokemon hunters' ranks. Though they quickly steadied themselves, it also provided an opportunity for Steelix. Steelix used Iron Tail. Now was not the time to hesitate. Luo Yuan seized the opportunity and commanded Steelix. Steelix, already filled with rage from being hit, heard Luo Yuan's order and swung its tail toward the airborne. The tail whistled through the air. Honchkrow reacted quickly, narrowly avoiding Steelix's iron tail, but its body was inevitably swayed by the howling wind. Steelix did not let go of this opportunity. In the moment when Honchkrow lost control of its body, it abandoned the use of Iron Tail, and instead bit down on Honchkrow. Let out a terrible scream from deep in its throat. Steelix, which fed on rocks and steel, had an impressive biting force, and at the moment of the bite, Honchkrow suffered severe injuries. Its wing broke on the spot, and then it was thrown to the ground by Steelix, creating a loud thud and leaving a dent in the Dina, who was commanding his other Pokemon Slaking to battle the Aerodactyl in the sky, saw this, and his expression shifted, a sense of urgency washing over him. He hadn't anticipated that in the brief moment he was distracted, as Honchkrow would suffer a severe blow from the Steelix. This was completely beyond his expectations. He never imagined that the opposing trainer could be so formidable, commanding the Steelix to harm his Honchkrow in such a short. Slaking, go! Save Honchkrow! Immediately abandoning the Aerodactyl, he commanded Slaking to charge forward and launch an attack on the Steelix. Honchkrow was arguably his most important Pokemon. He had escaped the League's encirclement many times thanks to it, so he could not under any circumstances let it fall here. Thus he chose to send Slaking in to take down that Steelix. His plan was sound, but he overlooked one thing. That was Slaking's own will. Upon hearing Dina's command, Slaking wore a lazy expression, yawned, and continued lying on the ground half-heartedly, watching the Aerodactyl in the sky, without moving a muscle, as if it hadn't heard the order at all. Slaking. Dina was shocked that Slaking would defy his command at this moment. His face hardened, and he barked sternly. However, Slaking completely ignored him. The title of the laziest Pokemon in the world was not earned without reason. According to the Pokédex, Slaking is an extremely lethargic Pokemon. During fruit ripening season, they gather in groups under trees' mouths, wide open, waiting for fruit to fall in. On ordinary days, Slaking can't even be bothered to turn over. Dina's Slaking was clearly still in its lazy state. As Dina was about to continue scolding, he saw Slaking yawn, close its eyes, and drift off to sleep, snoring loud. Damn it! Dina nearly fainted from rage. Left with no choice, he had to abandon using Slaking. Dina sent out his final Pokemon, Agron. The moment he did, a flicker of helplessness crossed his mind, or if possible, he would have preferred not to use it. This Agron was one he had just stolen from another trainer and had not yet been properly trained. Given more time, he could ensure its absolute obedience, but for now he only had an 80% chance of success. Moreover, this was only under favorable conditions. If he found himself at a disadvantage in battle, it wouldn't be surprising if this Agron turned against him. But now he had no other Pokemon left. He had prepared 5 specifically for this operation. Besides Honchkrow and Slaking, his other 3 Pokemon, Seviper, Ursaring, and Swellow, were all engaged in battle with the Aerodactyl in the sky and could not break away. The only one he could use now was Agron. Agron used Takedown. Without further hesitation, Dina shouted the command. Agron let out a roar, glared, and charged towards the Steelix. Its compliance brought Dina a sigh of relief. As long as it followed orders, it would be fine. On the other side, Luo Yuan watched the Agron stomping towards them and curled his lip. This one is far inferior to Giovanni's Agron. Even though they were both Agron, Giovanni's was leagues ahead in terms of strength, aura, and sheer size compared to the one before him. Steelix, take care of it. Leaving the Steelix to handle the Agron on its own, Luo Yuan turned his attention to the distant battlefield where the Aerodactyl was engaged. The Aerodactyl was not faring well at the moment, locked in a fierce skirmish. Facing an onslaught of dozens of Pokemon, the ancient predator had lost all its former glory. It could only circle in the sky, relying on its speed to dodge the barrage of attacks coming its way. Thinking quickly, Luo Yuan released his 3 Ghost-type Pokemon, Misdreavus, Haunter, and Dusclops. The 3 Ghost types surged in from different directions. Before they even got close, they launched 3 oversized Shadow. The blast sent the clustered Pokemon on the ground sprawling. Seizing the chance to catch its breath, the Aerodactyl opened its jaws and clamped down on the Swellow that had been harassing it. It had grown tired of that pest which kept annoying it through sheer numbers. The constant harassment was utterly infuriating. Swellow let out a pained cry. Unable to withstand the Aerodactyl's crunch attack, it struggled free and fled in panic. But it didn't get far before the Aerodactyl struck with a rock slide from behind. A cascade of boulders slammed into Swellow, a move devastatingly effective against flying types. Swellow was instantly knocked out. Having dealt with it, the Aerodactyl dove down, plunging straight into the swarm of Pokemon. At that moment, the Pokemon on the ground were under assault from the Ghost-type trio, and had no attention to spare for the Aerodactyl above. With a few deft dodges, it easily snatched up a dugong that had been firing ice beams at it, and dropped it from the sky. With a thud, dugong hit the ground, and was knocked unconscious. Repeating this process, the Aerodactyl systematically took down the Pokemon Hunters team, rapidly depleting their numbers. Finally, some of the Pokemon Hunters began to panic. Run! One hunter watched in horror as his Houndoom was snatched up by the Aerodactyl, thrown into the air, and then hit with an aerial ace that left it unable to battle. Terrified, he abandoned the fight, recalled all his Pokemon, and pulled out his last Pokeball. With a bang, a Fiero appeared before him. He gave a command, and the Fiero carried him skyward, flying off into the... He ran. The other hunters saw this, and began to have second thoughts. They exchanged glances, their faces showing they were a temporary coalition of Pokemon hunters, brought together only by Dina's organization. Now that someone had fled in the heat of battle, the fragile trust that held them together shattered instantly. The bounty hunters, each with their own thoughts scattered in all directions, the trust that once bound them completely shattered. Unlike before, Luo Yuan did not block their escape this time. Firstly, these bounty hunters were mere small fry not worth his personal pursuit. He could simply let the Alliance handle their subsequent capture. Secondly, the most important big catch was still before him. With Luo Yuan's keen eyes, he could easily discern that Dina was the leader of this group of Pokemon hunters, so he kept a close watch on Dina, preventing him from taking advantage of the situation to flee. Dina, under Luo Yuan's scrutiny, felt utterly miserable and despondent. In his heart, he cursed those fleeing bounty hunters, wondering how they could just abandon him. Left alone here, he could rationally understand their thoughts, but emotionally, he could not accept it. What should I do next? Dina commanded his Pokemon to endure against Luo Yuan's fierce assault, while quickly brainstorming solutions. He had experienced being trapped alone in a siege many times before, but he had always managed to escape, and he believed this time would be no different. Just as he was racking his brain to figure out how to shake off Luo Yuan, he saw Boss Kadora's body tightly ensnared by the steel snake, emitting creaking sounds, causing Dina's heart to sink, knowing he could not delay any longer. If he continued to drag things out, he would surely be captured. It seemed he had no choice but to abandon these Pokemon. Dina decisively chose to take drastic measures. Though these Pokemon were his main forces, cultivated over many years, and embodying countless efforts for a qualified Pokemon hunter, abandoning his Pokemon in such a life-and-death predicament was not an unacceptable decision. Spoon Snake, take me away, Dina shouted to the Spoon Snake, which was dodging Shadow Balls. Upon hearing Dina's call, the Spoon Snake immediately responded to his command, flipping over and opening its mouth. Dina grabbed hold of the Spoon Snake's fangs lying in its mouth, disregarding the saliva, as the Spoon Snake quickly fled into the distance. Trying to escape. You underestimate me too much. Luo Yuan chuckled upon seeing this. He snapped his fingers, and the fossil pterosaur let out a loud cry, swooping down from the sky to claw at the Spoon Snake. Sensing the danger above, the Spoon Snake dared not retaliate, and could only keep its head down and dodge. The fossil pterosaur, seemingly unhurried, played with the Spoon Snake like a cat with a mouse, occasionally launching attacks to force the Spoon Snake to change direction. For a full 10 minutes, the Spoon Snake could not move more than 100 meters from its original spot, constantly turning in circles to evade the fossil pterosaur. Alright, enough playing around, fossil pterosaur. Luo Yuan finally could not bear to watch any longer. If the fossil pterosaur continued like this, dawn would be upon them, and would he even get any sleep? The fossil pterosaur dared not disobey Luo Yuan's command, diving down and grabbing the Spoon Snake tightly with its claw-like feet, rendering it immobile. Hiss! The Spoon Snake let out a painful cry, spitting Dina out. Dina, having been expelled, was completely unaware of the situation around him, wiping the saliva from his face. Am I safe now? He murmured to himself, scanning the surroundings, seemingly trying to figure out where he was. Then he spotted Luo Yuan, who had been watching him all along. Dina's heart sank, and he abruptly stood up. What is going on? His bewilderment was clearly reflected on his face. He had felt the Spoon Snake moving continuously for a good 10 minutes. At the Spoon Snake's speed, they should have been far away by now, yet how were they still here? Dina had completely lost hope. Among his Pokemon, apart from the sleeping king of Leave, all the others had been defeated. Who on earth are you? He asked. Before being captured, he wanted to know who this individual was that had defeated him. You don't recognize me? Luo Yuan replied, stroking his chin. It seems I didn't teach you Pokemon hunters enough of a lesson in the wild areas. Unexpectedly, the person across from him did not recognize him. No wonder they had the audacity to continue fighting after seeing him approach. Luo Yuan. What? Dina's face was filled with shock. He had only thought that the person in front of him resembled Luo Yuan, but he never imagined that it was actually Luo Yuan. All because of the dim lighting. He shouldn't have chosen to launch a surprise attack on the Hill of Company camp in the dead of night. However, Dina had one last question. Why didn't you use Dragonite and Metagross? If he had used Metagross and Dragonite, there was no way he would still be here fighting Luo Yuan. He would have left long ago. How could he come here to seek trouble? Why not use Metagross? Luo Yuan looked at him oddly and replied, Do I need to report to you what Pokemon I... After saying this, he ignored him, confiscated all of Dina's Pokemon, and handed him over to the guards on the side. Luo Yuan returned to his bedroom, lay down on his bed, and soon fell into a deep slumber. Early the next morning, the Pokemon Alliance arrived swiftly after receiving news of a Pokemon hunter attacking the... However, when they arrived, they only saw the chaotic battlefield in front of the camp. Observing the intact base, one of the inspectors was somewhat astonished. How could the Hill of Company withstand such intense combat? In his view, this was entirely impossible. It was known that even though the Hill of Company's security forces were quite strong, they had also hired powerful Pokémon trainers to assist in the task. However, these security personnel were far inferior to their Pokémon inspectors. Based on the traces of the battle, he as an experienced inspector could be certain that even they would not handle such a fight so easily. Yet the Hill of Company's security department had succeeded driving away the Pokémon hunters, which could not help but astonish. Do you know who did it? The young Pokémon inspector asked curiously. The guard being questioned did not hide anything, recounting how Mr. Luo Yuan had come and countered a bounty hunter attack at night and easily dealt with the opponent. Hearing the guard's words, a group of league inspectors exchanged glances. It was Luo Yuan again. How many times had they heard this name this year? Since starting from Nibi City all the way to the current Big Fool Valley, their Pokémon Inspector Association had almost heard similar news every half-month or month. If Luo Yuan were an ordinary trainer, they would probably only show expressions of envy and surprise. However, Luo Yuan's identity was far too complex. He was once a member of the League's Pokémon inspectors, but chose to leave due to exclusion, resulting in his meteoric rise after departing, making a name for himself throughout Kanto. This feeling made them uneasy, and their feelings towards Luo Yuan became more complicated. Can we have a meeting with Mr. Luo Yuan? The lead inspector spoke up. His mind was still clear and not influenced by those trivial emotions. Because he knew that no matter what, they had to express gratitude to Luo Yuan for helping to deal with those Pokémon hunters. After all, they were about to take over this camp, and if anything went wrong here, it would be the League that suffers. Moreover, Luo Yuan's current status was no longer what it used to be. It was said that Luo Yuan had a close relationship with the elite 4-member Kina, and also had connections with their direct superior DUI. Such a prominent figure deserved a visit. Upon hearing the words of the inspector team leader, the guard showed a troubled expression. What's wrong? The inspector captain asked, noticing the situation. Is there a problem? The guard replied, I'm afraid you won't be able to visit Mr. Luo Yuan as he left the camp early this morning and continued on his journey. However, he did leave a message for me to convey to you. What message? All the inspector's attention was immediately captured. Luo Yuan actually left them a message. Mr. Luo Yuan said for you to deal with those fleeing Pokémon hunters and not let them harm other places in Kanto. Hearing this, the group of inspectors suddenly held Luo Yuan in high regard. Though it was just a simple message, it reflected Luo Yuan's forgiving spirit and his noble character in maintaining the safety and stability of Kanto. This spirit was something all of them should learn from, and it made some Pokémon inspectors who had previously looked down on Luo Yuan feel genuine regret. Rest assured we will. The inspector captain adjusted his mood and nodded solemnly. Though it was just a simple sentence from Luo Yuan, it involuntarily instilled a sense of responsibility in him. While a group of inspectors were still preoccupied with thoughts of Luo Yuan, he had already boarded the cruise ship heading to Red. The reason for his quick arrival was mainly due to Luo Yuan using a fossil pterodactyl to travel. Initially, he had planned to walk to the port, enjoying the experience of life before taking the boat to Red Lotus City. However, plans could not keep up with changes. The already severely weathered terrain of Big Fool Valley had changed significantly due to a large influx of tourists coming to excavate fossils and ancient Pokémon. The landscape, which originally resembled a Gobi Desert, had gradually turned into a desert-like terrain due to the sand and soil that had been dug up without being processed. Many wild rock and ground-type Pokémon were drawn here. Due to the constant obstruction by Pokémon and the pain of sandstorms hitting his face, Luo Yuan ultimately chose the most convenient way to travel, flying to Red Lotus Island on a flying-type Pokémon. Red Lotus Island, a renowned hot spring paradise famous for its hot springs. At this time, it was the peak season for hot spring tourism, and the entire Red Lotus Island was bustling with crowds. Among the large number of ordinary residents were some Pokémon trainers. The entire Red Lotus Island was filled with a cheerful and joyful atmosphere. This scene reminded Luo Yuan of when Ash and the others came to challenge the Red Lotus Gym, only to find there was no place to stay, which made him hurry to book a high-end hot spring hotel. Red Lotus Island is indeed nice, Luo Yuan said sincerely while enjoying a delicious Kanto-style Odin on a bamboo skewer. For Luo Yuan, besides Pokémon and his girlfriend, his third greatest enjoyment was food. This trip to Red Lotus Island happened to coincide with the local food festival of fortunate timing. After swallowing the last piece of Odin, Luo Yuan walked into the Pokémon Center on Red Lotus Island. Good afternoon, Luo Yuan greeted Joy. Is that Mr. Luo Yuan? Joy asked hesitantly upon seeing Luo Yuan's appearance. That's right, I am Luo Yuan. I didn't expect to be recognized. Luo Yuan felt the difference in treatment brought by his rising fame. When he had dealt with a mid-level officer from Team Rocket in Hualan City, only Junsha in Hualan City and the police knew of Luo Yuan's deeds. In other places, very few people remembered him. However, after defeating Sakaki in a peak battle, his fame gradually spread. Now if he asked on the street if anyone knew Luo Yuan, over 70% of people would raise their hands to indicate they did. This is the change brought about by increased recognition. Can I have your autograph? Joy looked at him with a starry eye. Though he knew that every Joy in different regions had variations, the Joy on Red Lotus Island was rather strange. And why are you asking for an autograph on an egg? Have you ever seen someone sign on an egg? However, Luo Yuan did not refuse this simple request and extended his hand to sign his name on the egg with the black carbon pin that Joy handed over. Luo Yuan signed his name on the egg and then saw Joy pick it up like a treasured item, placing it into the pocket in front of the belly of the nearby Chansey. Luo Yuan initially thought this egg was some kind of rare Pokemon egg, but to his surprise it turned out to be a Chansey egg. The Chansey nearby looked at the signed egg with a wronged expression. Is it really okay for you to do this? Look at Chansey, it seems like it's about to cry. In the end, Luo Yuan bid farewell to Joy, who was acting like a star chaser. After all, the sky was getting dark and more trainers were arriving at the Pokemon Center for accommodation. Joy was busy with her work, so Luo Yuan didn't linger at the Pokemon Center and headed straight to the hot springs. Lying in the hot spring, Luo Yuan savored the juice brought by the waiter, letting out a long sigh. This feels so comfortable. The long journey had left Luo Yuan's body quite fatigued, although he hadn't felt it before, likely due to his overflowing energy. But now, suddenly relaxing in the hot spring, his body felt the weariness. The nearby Leafian, seeing Luo Yuan so comfortable, tentatively dipped its front paws into the pool, only to quickly retract them due to the heat. For the grass-type Leafian, the temperature of the hot spring was still a bit too hot. Lying in the hot spring, Luo Yuan didn't remain idle. He had been traveling continuously and hadn't taken the time to organize his Pokemon. Among the recently captured Pokemon, the fossilized Pterodactyl had already battled, leaving him with the Gyarados he obtained from Team Rocket and the Magikarp he had caught earlier. Thinking of this, Luo Yuan directly released the Magikarp and Gyarados. Bounce, bounce. The golden Magikarp opened its mouth, continuously hopping on the ground by the hot spring, shimmering with golden light. When Gyarados was just released, it looked bewildered, but upon sensing the humidity in the air and seeing the hot spring in the pool, its face immediately revealed a look of fear. Clearly the ground rock-type Gyarados was quite afraid of water. Gyarados Magikarp. Luo Yuan waved his hand to beckon Gyarados. Upon seeing this, Gyarados displayed a hesitant expression. It knew that Luo Yuan was its master, but its fear of water made it hesitate. However, in the end it overcame the fear in its heart and walked over to Luo Yuan. Gyarados. At this moment, Luo Yuan had the opportunity to carefully observe Gyarados. It was about the size of a plush toy, and although its size couldn't compare to that of a Dragonite, it completely lacked the imposing demeanor of a fully evolved Pokemon. It still needs more training. Although Gyarados, which evolved from Gyarados, had considerable type weaknesses, it was undoubtedly a very powerful Pokemon as a quasi-legendary. If trained well, Luo Yuan would have another main Pokemon in the future. Meanwhile, the Magikarp nearby, seeing Gyarados walk up to Luo Yuan, also wanted to hop over. It bounced over to Luo Yuan. Just as it was about to jump in front of Luo Yuan, Magikarp suddenly leaped up. Then with a splash, Magikarp jumped into the hot spring, startling Luo Yuan. Are you okay, Magikarp? Luo Yuan hurriedly fished Magikarp out. Although the hot spring water wasn't too hot, it wasn't particularly cool either, and the temperature was vastly different from the environment in which Magikarp usually lived. It wouldn't be good if he accidentally cooked Magikarp. Luo Yuan hurriedly fished Magikarp out. Although the hot spring water wasn't too hot, it wasn't particularly cool either, and the temperature was vastly different from the environment in which Magikarp usually. When Luo Yuan dragged it out of the water, it was still flopping around. Thankfully, Luo Yuan sighed in relief. Finally, nothing happened. If Magikarp turned into boiled Magikarp, he wouldn't even know where to cry. Just as this thought flashed through Luo Yuan's mind, suddenly a blinding light erupted from the Magikarp he was holding. Amidst this light, a hint of red shimmered. What's happening? Is it about to evolve? Although Luo Yuan knew that Magikarp would eventually evolve, this was way too sudden. It was evolving right after a hot spring. Could this be a new way for Magikarp to evolve? The dazzling light of evolution was so bright that Luo Yuan could hardly look at it. He only felt that the Magikarp in his hands was getting heavier and larger. However, Luo Yuan did not let go. Because if he did, he believed that the hot spring before him would definitely not be able to handle it. He didn't want to wash in the hot spring and then have to compensate the owner for damages. Even if he had money, this wasn't how he wanted to spend it. Fortunately, Luo Yuan knew telekinesis. He used his arm to support Magikarp, and since it was an open-air hot spring, it wouldn't be a problem even if it was higher. Under the enveloping white light, Magikarp's body grew larger and longer, and finally, as the white light faded, a completely red Gyarados appeared above the hot spring, supported by telekinesis. So heavy. Luo Yuan's resentment about the weight of Gyarados suppressed his joy. He used telekinesis to place Gyarados on the empty ground beside him, finally letting out a breath. Finally resolved. Your timing for evolving is really off. Luo Yuan looked at Gyarados and said. Gyarados seemed to know it had caused trouble for Luo Yuan, so it nudged Luo Yuan's body with its head. The incidents where Gyarados attacked trainers after evolving did not occur with Luo Yuan's Gyarados. Although Luo Yuan's Gyarados looked fierce with its bright red color, its temperament seemed exceptionally mild. This is good, it saves me from having to issue commands. Although there are rumors that the angrier Gyarados can unleash greater power, Luo Yuan never believed this. He trusted his own command skills more. With Gyarados' qualifications coupled with his outstanding command skills, Luo Yuan believed that his Gyarados would not lose to anyone. Just as Luo Yuan was stroking the scales on Gyarados, a waiter suddenly walked in through the door and was startled by the bright. Gee, guest, are you alright? The waiter was so frightened by Gyarados that they nearly fainted. In the Pokémon world, no one was unfamiliar with Gyarados. This was a Pokémon that could destroy everything when enraged. But how did it end up in their hot spring hotel? Don't worry, this is my Gyarados, sorry to disturb you. Luo Yuan explained to the frightened waiter. Hearing Luo Yuan's explanation, the waiter nodded, relieved, but still shaken. Suddenly encountering a Gyarados was truly terrifying, especially one that was bright red and looked very intimidating. It won't affect you, will it? Luo Yuan asked. No, the waiter quickly replied. After all, the person in front of him was a wealthy individual who had booked the entire hot spring hotel. He was just here to check on the situation to prevent any accidents for the guests. As for which Pokémon the guests wanted to soak in the hot spring, that was entirely up to the guests. After sending away the attendant, Luo Yuan recalled his violent carp dragon into its Pokeball and then comfortably took a nap. The next morning, feeling refreshed, Luo Yuan set off on the road to find the Honglian dojo. As he walked along the street, Luo Yuan was both buying things and observing the hot spring inns on either side. He did not go to the Honglian dojo on the island because he knew very well that it had been closed for some time. The dojo trainer Xiaobo had become disheartened because most trainers coming to Honglian Island were more interested in soaking in hot springs rather than challenging the dojo. Now he had opened a hot spring inn and was in a semi-reclusive state. But with so many inns, which one is actually run by Xiaobo? Although he had seen the animation and knew the plot, he still had no clue where Xiaobo's hot spring inn was located. What a hassle. If you want to be reclusive, then truly be reclusive. Just let another dojo trainer take over the dojo instead of complicating things like this. At this moment, Luo Yuan was feeling quite displeased. If Xiaobo was not willing to take action, there were plenty of people eager to step in. Did he not see how Yas and Kaz had fought over a dark dojo in the black market, one that might not even be approved by the league? If they knew what Xiaobo was up to, they would probably explode with frustration. Luo Yuan had no idea whether Yas and Kaz would explode, but after walking for half an hour without finding any trace of Xiaobo, Luo Yuan was on the verge of losing his temper. He wondered if he had been too easygoing, or if he dismantled the Honglian dojo, Xiaobo would probably come out. Just as Luo Yuan was contemplating whether to tear down the Honglian dojo, an elderly man with golden hair and sunglasses suddenly appeared in his line of sight. Instantly, Luo Yuan's eyes lit up. This guy with golden hair could not possibly be anyone other than Xiaobo. At that moment, Xiaobo was bargaining with a vendor, seemingly wanting to buy something. Seeing this, Luo Yuan wasted no time and walked straight up to Xiaobo, giving him a light tap on the shoulder. Xiaobo, I've been looking for you for a long time. Unprepared for someone to appear behind him, Xiaobo shuddered at the tap on his shoulder. Who? Instinctively, Xiaobo placed his hand on the Pokeball at his waist and turned his head cautiously to look behind him. When he saw Luo Yuan, his expression stiffened. With a strange expression, he said, "It's you." Inside the Honglian Island hot spring, and Luo Yuan sat at a table, holding a cup of clear tea, looking at Xiaobo, who was seated across from him. "Xiaobo, I've been looking for you all morning," Luo Yuan said. "You've truly hidden yourself well. If you hadn't brought me here, I probably wouldn't have found this place even by the afternoon." Thinking about how Xiaobo had led him through twists and turns to this obscure little shop, Luo Yuan felt a wave of annoyance. He had been lucky to run into Xiaobo. If he hadn't, he would have probably ended up blowing up the Honglian dojo to force Xiaobo. Hearing Luo Yuan's words, Xiaobo coughed awkwardly a couple of times. Luo Yuan's comment made him feel somewhat embarrassed. "I haven't asked yet. I wonder what brings you to find me, Luo Yuan." Xiaobo naturally recognized Luo Yuan. As a semi-reclusive dojo trainer, he only occasionally entertained trainers coming to Honglian Island based on his mood, and spent his days watching league news and keeping up with current events. Moreover, he had quite a few connections within the league, so he was aware of the newcomer Luo Yuan, who was rumored to possess strength comparable to the Elite Four. However, Xiaobo could not figure out why Luo Yuan had come to find him. "Actually, it's not a big deal," Luo Yuan replied. "I just came to challenge the Honglian dojo." Luo Yuan drank the remaining tea in his cup. "Challenge the dojo." Upon hearing this, Xiaobo's expression turned peculiar. According to the various pieces of information he had received, Luo Yuan could be said to already possess strength rivaling that of the Elite Four. Did he really need to challenge the dojo with his current strength? "I have no choice then, just one bad short. One must see things through to the end," Luo Yuan said, lifting his outer garment to reveal 6 neatly arranged badges inside. Xiaobo fell silent. Luo Yuan's words were impeccable, and as a newcomer trainer he was indeed obliged to accept the challenge. But Xiaobo didn't want to. Although he enjoyed mentoring some new trainers, it did not mean he liked being unilaterally beaten. The older one gets the more self-awareness one has. Xiaobo knew very well that if Luo Yuan's strength was truly as strong as the rumors suggested, no, he didn't even need to be that strong. He only needed to be half as strong as rumored, and Xiaobo would definitely not be able to defeat him. Thus, Xiaobo's expression immediately turned pained. "With so many dojos in the league, can't you go to another dojo? Why must you come to Honglian Island?" The number of dojos in the league far exceeds 8. Besides the 8 dojos that appeared in the plot, considering the difficulty of obtaining badges, the league also has other less famous dojos totaling around 16 or 17. Among them, the Honglian dojo is the farthest from Kanto, and Xiaobo simply could not understand why Luo Yuan. "Because there are hot springs here," Luo Yuan replied matter-of-factly. "And besides, since I'm already here, are you really going to make me go back? I hate hot springs." Xiaobo was increasingly displeased with the hot spring tourism on Honglian Island. Luo Yuan said nothing, quietly sitting across from him, pouring himself another cup of tea, patiently waiting for Xiaoba's response. Deep down, Luo Yuan was quite pleased with Xiaoba's conflicted expression. After all, this guy had made him search for an entire morning on Honglian Island. Seeing Luo Yuan unmoved, Xiaobo sighed, knowing he couldn't escape. If he insisted on refusing the challenge with Luo Yuan's current reputation, all it would take was a word to the league, and he is a derelict dojo trainer, which surely face consequences. Fine, follow me. In the end, Xiaobo agreed to Luo Yuan's challenge. Although he did not want to accept the challenge, it was still better than losing his position as a dojo trainer. After all, the Honglian dojo was the culmination of his lifelong efforts, and he could not bear to see it fall into someone else's hands. Luo Yuan sat across from Xiaobo, observing the expressions on his face as they fluctuated between conflict, frustration, and anger, finally transforming into a resigned acceptance of the challenge posed by Luo Yuan, leaving him utterly perplexed. What could Xiaobo possibly be imagining to display such a range of emotions? Nevertheless, it was a good thing that Xiaobo accepted his challenge. His 7th badge was also within reach. Following Xiaobo to the back courtyard of the inn, Luo Yuan watched as Xiaobo activated a mechanism causing a pitch-black passage to suddenly appear in the ground. Follow me, Xiaobo beckoned to Luo Yuan. However, Luo Yuan remained still lost in thought as he gazed at the underground tunnel. What's wrong? Is there an issue? Xiaobo looked puzzled. It's nothing, Luo Yuan shook his head. I was just wondering how much funding you applied for from the Alliance to invest in this mechanism. Xiaobo was momentarily speechless, as if his voice had been choked. In the end, he could only darken his expression and quietly lead the way. At the same time, he steeled his resolve. Even if he couldn't defeat Luo Yuan, he would give it his all, refusing to let Luo Yuan win easily. Through the dark passage, Luo Yuan and Xiaobo arrived in an underground cavern. The cavern was immense, with a vast hollow in the center, bubbling magma below, sending waves of scorching heat. Based on Luo Yuan's estimation, the power of fire-type Pokémon skills in this venue would at least increase by 20%. In contrast, the combat effectiveness of grass-type and steel-type Pokémon, which were weak against fire, would drop by at least 30%. What do you think of this venue? A clear expression of pride adorned Xiaoba's face. Over the years, shutting down the Honglian gym hadn't meant he was idle. This volcanic battle arena was one of his achievements. Luo Yuan nodded in approval. It's indeed quite good, but I wonder how much funding was spent on it. Xiaoba's expression immediately soured. Could we please not mention funding? Luo Yuan smiled slightly, not dwelling on the matter. He was here to challenge the gym, not to investigate the financial issues of the Honglian gym. He stood beside the arena and spoke to Xiaobo. Let's go over the battle rules. The battle rules are for a 1v1 challenge. The first Pokemon to lose its fighting ability will result in the other party winning the match. Xiaobo was not eager to fight Luo Yuan extensively. He felt one match would suffice, fearing he wouldn't be able to endure multiple rounds. Alright. Although he lamented that he couldn't inflict more pain on Xiaobo, Luo Yuan was not such a petty person. Then let the match begin. Go Ninetales. Go Gyarados. After Xiaobo threw his Pokeball, a Ninetales with shimmering cream-colored fur appeared before him, its Ninetales swaying behind it, and its ruby-like eyes fixed on Luo Yuan. In front of Luo Yuan, a massive Gyarados loomed majestically in the air, its fierce appearance exuding an overwhelming aura of intimidation. It's a Gyarados. A shiny Gyarados at that. Xiaobo was somewhat shocked to see the Gyarados that Luo Yuan had sent out. Although he had heard of and seen some shiny Pokemon before, it was his first time encountering a red shiny Gyarados. He had only heard tales of a red Gyarados that once appeared in the Rage Lake of the Chengdu region, but many researchers who went to investigate found no evidence. Now he was actually witnessing a shiny Gyarados in Luo Yuan's hands. However, being an experienced gym trainer, Xiaobo quickly adjusted his mindset, diverting his attention from the shiny Gyarados back to Ninetales. Ninetales, this battle is up to you. Xiaobo commanded Ninetales. As one of his ace Pokemon, he intended to make this battle a spectacular showcase. Seeing Luo Yuan's Gyarados, Xiaobo felt a flicker of hope for victory. According to various sources, Luo Yuan's strongest Pokemon were a Metagross and a Dragonite, with a slightly weaker one being a Steelix. These 3 Pokemon were Luo Yuan's main forces. He had never heard of Luo Yuan possessing a Gyarados. Thus, Xiaobo deduced that this Gyarados must be a Pokemon Luo Yuan had just captured. His painstakingly trained Ninetales versus Luo Yuan's freshly caught Gyarados. Even with the disadvantage of type resistance, the enhancements provided by the battlefield for fire-type Pokemon and the suppression against water-type Pokemon made Xiaobo feel that he still had a chance of winning. It started. Let's go. Ninetales, use Fire Spin. At Xiaobo's command, Ninetales opened its mouth and unleashed a fiery vortex towards Gyarados. Fire Spin. A mere trick. Gyarados use Hydro Pump. In response to the approaching fiery vortex, Gyarados opened its mouth and shot out a Hydro Pump towards Ninetales. Ninetales immediately dodged to the side, but the Hydro Pump followed closely, spraying towards Ninetales. As Ninetales was being pursued, it opened its mouth again and unleashed a Fire Spin, trying to force Gyarados to stop using Hydro Pump. Seeing this, Luo Yuan called out Gyarados dodge. If he were to tough it out against the Fire Spin and gamble on whether the Hydro Pump would hit or not. Upon hearing this, Gyarados lunged forward, evading the Fire Spin, while simultaneously glaring fiercely. A black wave of energy rippled outward from Gyarados, centered on its body. Ninetales was swept by the malevolent wave, its body stiffening, and it was subsequently bitten by the charging Gyarados. Ninetales cried out in pain, but it retaliated fiercely, unleashing Flame Charge. The raging flames enveloped Ninetales, transforming it into a massive fireball hurtling towards Gyarados. Gyarados winced in pain, instinctively releasing its grip, and the two Pokémon distanced themselves from each other. In this round of confrontation, both sides had sustained injuries. Perhaps Gyarados held a slight advantage. After all, Ninetales had suffered from the malevolent wave and 2 bites, while Gyarados had only been burned on the mouth by Ninetales' flames. "Ninetales, are you alright?" Xiaobo exclaimed in concern from the back. Ninetales turned its head and shook it in a very human-like manner, indicating that it was not seriously hurt. Simultaneously, it released a fierce fighting spirit. Having secluded with Xiaobo for many years, it hadn't encountered such a challenging battle in a long time. This time it would give its all. "Go Gyarados, use Hydro Pump again." Water-type moves are always the most effective against Fire-type Pokémon. The battle on the field was extremely intense. The Violent Fish Dragon and the Nine-Tailed Fox were unwilling to yield to one another. Although the Violent Fish Dragon had an advantage in attributes, its lower level prevented it from expanding that advantage. The Nine-Tailed Fox was feeling more and more frustrated. Despite having a clear advantage in level and terrain, it was being pressed by the Violent Fish Dragon in every aspect of the battle, which was truly disheartening. Violent Fish Dragon used Dragon Rage. Ninetales used Quick Attack. The Nine-Tailed Fox and the vividly red Violent Fish Dragon collided fiercely, then both sides retreated simultaneously. Huff huff. The once graceful Nine-Tailed Fox was now breathing heavily, its eyes weary, and its appearance. The Violent Fish Dragon, however, was still in good condition. Although it had previously been burned on the mouth by the Nine-Tailed Fox's flame, charged Luo Yuan's Violent Fish Dragon, being red in color, showed no visible signs of injury, maintaining its imposing presence. "No, if this continues, Ninetales will lose." Luo Yuan thought to himself. This match was nothing like the usual gym challenges. He did not want to lose this battle. Previously, he felt there was no hope of victory, which led him to consider a quick defeat as a relief. But now, with a clear chance of winning, the thought of losing was unbearable for Luo Yuan. Ninetales, use Explosion. Unable to contain himself, Luo Yuan commanded Ninetales. If a normal battle wouldn't yield victory, then he had to resort to a desperate measure. A ball of fire was expelled from Ninetales' mouth. Almost simultaneously, Luo Yuan issued another command. Ninetales, use Overheat Charge in. Overheat is one of the Fire-type ultimate moves, which raises the user's body temperature to promote blood circulation and then unleashes all its power to attack the opponent, causing massive damage. However, the drawbacks were also evident. After the attack, the recoil would significantly reduce its special attack. Luo Yuan's decision to have Ninetales use this move clearly indicated his resolve to go all out. If it failed, it would be the end. This was his final attack. If this failed to win against Luo Yuan, then there was nothing left to say. With Explosion leading the charge, Ninetales followed closely, both launching an assault towards the Violent Fish Dragon. The Violent Fish Dragon, being large, had almost no space to evade under the attack of Explosion and Ninetales. Is it desperate now? It seems there's no other way. Luo Yuan could naturally see that this was Luo Yuan's last desperate attempt, indicating that he had exhausted all. Violent Fish Dragon, use Protect. At Luo Yuan's command, a faint red light enveloped the Violent Fish Dragon, blocking Explosion. Does shiny Pokémon have this effect too? Luo Yuan was momentarily stunned by the color change when the Violent Fish Dragon used Protect. Normally Protect should be blue, but unexpectedly his shiny Violent Fish Dragon's Protect was red. Unable to comprehend the principle behind this change, and seeing Ninetales about to pounce, Luo Yuan shouted at the Violent Fish Dragon, "Violent Fish Dragon, use Dragon Rage." "Isn't this just a fight to the death? Who's afraid of whom? You use Overheat, and I'll use Dragon Rage. Let's see who falls first." The Violent Fish Dragon, having unleashed Dragon Rage, appeared even more vibrant red, with anger almost spilling from its eyes. The Nine-Tailed Fox, also using Overheat, was startled by the Violent Fish Dragon's fierce demeanor, triggering the intimidation ability of the Violent Fish Dragon, causing its charging body to slow slightly. Seizing this opportunity, the Violent Fish Dragon lunged at Ninetales. Its tail swept towards Ninetales. Ninetales quickly reacted and charged at the Violent Fish Dragon, resulting in a chaotic clash between the two Pokémon. Luo Yuan furrowed his brow upon witnessing this. This was not the battle scenario he had envisioned. The Violent Fish Dragon and Ninetales exchanged blows, their bodies colliding repeatedly. However, in this physical confrontation, the larger Violent Fish Dragon clearly held a significant advantage. This is bad, Luo Yuan thought to himself. Ninetales had already sustained injuries in the previous battle, and if this continued, it would undoubtedly be Ninetales who lost its fighting ability first. Though he was aware of this, he found himself with no good options. The brutal combat between the Violent Fish Dragon and Ninetales was so intense that even he, an older man, struggled to keep up with their pace. He tried several times to instruct Ninetales to retreat, but each time he missed the optimal moment. Forcing Ninetales to withdraw from battle would only result in greater harm. Time passed second by second as Luo Yuan wrestled with his thoughts. Ninetales' injuries worsened, and its movements became increasingly sluggish. As the effect of overheat ended, Ninetales' special attack decreased, barely allowing it to keep pace with the violent fish dragon. This can't go on, Luo Yuan thought to himself. If this continued, defeat was inevitable. However, he still had a chance of victory, which was to wait for the effect of Dragon Rage to expire. While Dragon Rage lasted longer than Overheat, its side effects were significantly greater. Overheat would only lower the Pokemon's special attack, but when the effect of Dragon Rage ended, it would plunge the Pokemon into a state of confusion. At that moment, his opportunity would arise. Thus, he immediately shouted at Ninetales, "Quick attack, create distance from the violent fish dragon." Luo Yuan wanted Ninetales to open the distance between itself and the violent fish dragon, but this was not even if Ninetales wanted to run, it had to see if the violent fish dragon would allow it. Just as Ninetales attempted to escape the range of the violent fish dragon's attacks, the violent fish dragon suddenly opened its mouth and bit down on Ninetales' tail. With a cry of pain, Ninetales, already injured, immediately weakened and stumbled to the ground. The violent fish dragon, not relenting, bit down on Ninetales' tail and forcefully slammed it down onto the ground. "That's it, violent fish dragon." Luo Yuan's lips curled into a smile. With the battle reaching this point, victory was almost assured. Luo Yuan from afar also realized that with the violent fish dragon's fighting power, Ninetales stood no chance. Not wanting to see Ninetales get hurt, Luo Yuan chose to concede. "I admit defeat in this match," returned Ninetales. The Pokeball recalled Ninetales, leaving only the victorious violent fish dragon on the field, proudly letting out a cry of triumph. "Indeed, Luo Yuan, you are even stronger than the legends say." The rumors said that Luo Yuan became famous by relying on powerful Pokemon, but after battling Luo Yuan discovered that his command skills were equally superb. "After battling with you, I feel as if I have aged." Xiaobo sighed. During the battle, his reactions were obviously lagging, which was due to his own limitations rather than the Pokemon's. If his reaction speed had kept up, perhaps the Ninetales wouldn't have sustained so much damage. Perhaps it could have changed the outcome of the match. However, Xiaobo was not someone who made excuses. A loss was simply a loss. "You won." Although he thought losing this match would be hard to bear, when the moment came, Xiaobo felt it was not so unacceptable. "Here's your badge." Xiaobo tossed the deep red badge of the Honglian Dojo to Luo Yuan. Luo Yuan reached out and caught it. A badge shaped like a flame landed in his hand. The high temperature from the venue made it feel hot to the touch. "Thank you very much," Luo Yuan said to Xiaobo, then pinned the badge to his chest. With the penultimate badge in his possession, only the final badge from the Jokin Dojo remained. However, this badge was somewhat problematic. Since Sakaki and Team Rocket withdrew from Kanto, Luo Yuan was unsure if anyone was still at the Jokin Dojo. "Congratulations, host, for acquiring the deep red badge, earning you 1 bronze lottery chance." It seemed that as Luo Yuan's strength increased, the system's rewards for successfully challenging a dojo became less and less. It was foreseeable that one day, if Luo Yuan challenged a dojo again, he might not receive any rewards. After bidding farewell to Xiaobo, Luo Yuan left the hot spring inn. He planned to return to the hot spring hotel he had previously booked to pack his things and leave Honglian Island. Regardless of whether the Jokin Dojo was currently open or not, he still needed to acquire another dojo badge to gather all 8 badges and then challenge the Quartz Conference. Just as Luo Yuan was walking down the road, suddenly the communicator at his waist rang. Who is calling me again?" Luo Yuan expressed his confusion. Upon answering the call, he heard Kona's anxious voice. "Luo Yuan, where are you?" "I am at Honglian Island." "What?" Luo Yuan furrowed his brows upon hearing Kona's tone. He sensed that things were not simple. "Great. Can you come? There's a situation here that I can't handle alone. I might need your help." As Kona spoke, loud bird cries and intense explosions sounded nearby. "Twin Islands." "Got it." Hearing Kona's tone, Luo Yuan knew that something significant must be happening on Twin Islands, otherwise Kona wouldn't be this urgent. Moreover, that bird cry linked to the fact that Articuno inhabits Twin Islands. Luo Yuan felt this incident must be related to Articuno. Thus he decided not to go back to the Hot Spring Hotel to retrieve his luggage. After all, the money he paid initially was enough to book the hotel for a month, so it wouldn't matter where his luggage was temporarily placed. Luo Yuan released his Dragonite. The massive Dragonite drew a lot of attention as soon as it appeared on the street. Dragonite. It's actually a Dragonite. It looks so powerful. Dragonite's popularity in the Kanto region immediately captivated the attention of countless passersby. Luo Yuan had no time to pay attention to them. He leaped onto Dragonite's back and patted its large head. "Dragonite, fly in this direction to Twin Islands." "Roar." Dragonite roared, and amidst the astonished gazes of the surrounding crowd, flapped its wings and soared into the sky, swiftly heading toward the direction Luo Yuan indicated. At this moment on Twin Islands, Kona was already embroiled in a bitter struggle. The scene was chaotic. Pokemon. Kona gritted his teeth, looking at the woman with silver gray hair opposite him, his tone filled with deep hatred. In the arena, Pokemon Hunters League prosecutors and the blue-feathered Articuno were engaged in a chaotic 3-way. The main target of the Pokemon Hunters was Articuno, while they continuously attacked the Pokemon of the League prosecutors to prevent them from protecting Articuno. The League prosecutors were fully focused on attacking the Pokemon Hunters to stop them from harming Articuno. Meanwhile, Articuno was in a state of chaos, attacking indiscriminately, causing significant damage to both the Pokemon Hunters and the League prosecutors. Kona was engaged in battle with the silver gray-haired female bounty hunter. He recognized this woman. She was notorious worldwide as Pokemon Hunter, Hunter J. Hunter J was a Pokemon hunter active in the Sinnoh region. In the realm of Pokemon hunters, she was legendary, with an impressive track record. She had repeatedly led her subordinates to attack wild reserves of various leagues, capturing numerous rare Pokemon, while trainers possessing rare Pokemon would also fall victim to her. She ranked at the top of the league's bounty list for Pokemon hunters due to her ruthless methods, formidable strength, and decisive actions, and to this day, the league has never successfully captured her even once. Damn it. Using her lipstick Pokemon to block Hunter J's violent lizard's attack, Kona felt quite gloomy. Originally, she had received a report that there was a situation on Twin Islands indicating that Articuno was in turmoil, so she came to observe. However, upon arriving, she discovered that it was a poaching gang led by Hunter J that intended to target Articuno. Dragonite use Ice Beam. The blue Ice Beam shot towards Hunter J's Salamence. The Salamence, seeing the incoming Ice Beam, quickly flapped its wings to dodge, then unleashed a torrent of flames. At the same time, the nearby Ariados opened its mouth and spit out a web attempting to ensnare Dragonite. However, Dragonite was clearly not that easy to trap, as it was one of Kina's main Pokemon. Although Dragonite's movement speed on land was not as fast as in water, it was not without the power to resist. Dragonite used Water Gun. The jet of water shot forth, sending the encroaching web flying back, wrapping around Salamence in the sky. Sizzle. Under the impact of the water gun, Salamance's flames were quickly extinguished. The web and the water gun struck Salamence, which lost its ability to fly and crashed to the ground, creating a crater. Continue the attack, Dragonite, don't give it a moment to breathe. Kina waved his hand towards Mismagius. Just as Mismagius was preparing to use Psychic on the fallen Salamence, a natural bird in the distance moved. A blue light flashed in the natural bird's eyes as it raised a light wall in front of Salamence, blocking Mismagius' Psychic. Mismagius' Psychic attack was thwarted. Meanwhile, the Ariados behind spit out a handful of poisonous needles, shooting towards Dragonite. The two sides engaged in a fierce battle. Although Kina held the advantage, Hunter J was always able to fend off Kina's attacks due to the numerical superiority of her. While Kina's attacks were ineffective against Hunter J, she could use her numerical advantage to suppress Kina, making the situation very dire. After more than 10 minutes of stalemate, Kina, who was at a numerical disadvantage, finally could not withstand Hunter J's attacks and exposed a flaw. A glint of determination flashed in Hunter J's eyes as she waved at Ariados. In an instant, Ariados lunged forward, spewing countless poisonous needles, while Kingdra charged towards Dragonite. Faced with the pincer attack from Kingdra and Ariados, Dragonite found itself in a dangerous situation. Kina called out to Mismagius, hoping it could block some of the attacks against Dragonite. Just one would suffice to give Dragonite. However, what Kina could think of, Hunter J could think of as well. Just as Mismagius made a move, Salamence and the natural bird lunged at Mismagius, entangling it tightly and preventing it from supporting Dragonite. Without support, Dragonite could not withstand the attacks from Kingdra and Ariados on its own. It had to dodge Kingdra's attack and rely on its back armor to block Ariados' poisonous needles. However, there were too many poisonous needles from Ariados, and even with all its efforts, Dragonite could not completely. Hit by the poisonous needles, Dragonite fell into a poisoned state, its skin shimmering with a purple glow resembling a shiny Dragonite. Dragonite, Kina shouted. The Ice-type champion Kina is nothing special. Hunter J smirked coldly, finally ready to eliminate Kina. Once Kina was dealt with, the Ice Bird would be hers. She had to thank that guy named Luo Yuan, or if he hadn't gotten rid of Team Rocket, she would have had a hard time coming to Kanto. Just as Hunter J was filled with pride and Kina was filled with despair, a loud crash suddenly echoed from the top of the cave. Boom. A massive hole exploded open at the top of the Twin Islands cave. Sunlight streamed through the hole into the dim cave, illuminating the faces of both battling sides. A man riding a Dragonite appeared in the sky, backlit by the sun. He looked like a deity, the blinding light making it impossible to look directly at him. This is... Hunter J looked up at the shadowy figure with a tense expression. This sudden intruder gave her a bad feeling. There weren't many trainers using Dragonite in Kanto, and only 2 were well known. At that moment, dark clouds drifted across the sky, blocking the blinding sunlight. Everyone in the cave could finally see each other's faces. Mr. Luo Yuan. Luo Yuan. The Alliance and Pokemon hunters exclaimed in surprise and fear, their reactions starkly opposite. For the Alliance, Luo Yuan's arrival was crucial at this moment. With Luo Yuan joining, they believed they could easily take down these annoying Pokemon hunters. For the Pokemon hunters, Luo Yuan was like a demon. They were already aware of the 2 Pokemon hunter teams that had fallen to Luo Yuan recently. To them, Luo Yuan was not only powerful, but also their arch-nemesis. His appearance here was nothing short of a nightmare. Luo Yuan. Hunter J's expression darkened. She was sure that Luo Yuan had not been on Twin Islands before, but now he was here. Clearly someone had informed him. Turning to look at Kina beside her, she saw the relieved expression on Kina's face and instantly understood everything. It was Kina who informed Luo Yuan. But it was too late to realize this. The key now was how to deal with Luo Yuan. She was confident in handling Kina, who only had 2 Pokemon, but that did not mean she was sure of dealing with Luo Yuan, who was rumored to be stronger than Kina and had defeated Sakaki. As she pondered how to resolve the situation, the furious Ice Bird sensed another intruder invading its territory, daring to fly above its head, which made it explode with rage. Chirp! The ice bird let out a sharp cry, its tail feathers fluttering, dragging a trail of ice crystals as it soared into the sky. Its target was Luo Yuan. This sudden change brought a smile to Hunter J's face as she was pondering how to deal with Luo Yuan. The ice bird was a troublesome presence even for her. Originally, she planned to use a machine to lure the ice bird, but now that it was entangled with Luo Yuan, she did not expect the ice bird to defeat Luo Yuan. However, if it could wear down Luo Yuan's Pokémon, she still had a chance to win. With this thought, her mind became agile. Everyone immediately deal with these alliance trainers. Before the ice bird could take down Luo Yuan, they needed to eliminate the current alliance trainers to focus all their efforts on Luo Yuan. Luo Yuan was rendered speechless at that moment. After receiving a call for help from Kuna, he immediately rushed over. He had merely made a show of strength upon entering, not taking the passage, but rather breaking through the cave's ceiling to enter directly. Why was the Articuno coming straight at him? I came to rescue you. However, it was clear that the confused Articuno would not listen to his explanation and charged at Luo Yuan with a beam of icy energy. The Dragonite reacted swiftly, dodging immediately as the icy beam missed and struck the nearby rock wall, crystallizing into a large mass of ice. Do I have a grudge against you? Looking at the fully unleashed Articuno, Luo Yuan was filled with questions. He had seen the Articuno battling the trainers below, and the power of its icy beam was not nearly this strong then. Why has it changed now? Luo Yuan was suddenly displeased. This was blatant discrimination. I came to rescue you, and yet you attack me, which is intolerable even for someone with a good temper. First he'll teach it a lesson, then wake it up. Luo Yuan was not one to be stubborn. In order to save Articuno, he would endure being attacked and gradually awaken its consciousness. His idea was simple. If you dare to hit me, I will strike back. Not awake. Then I'll make you wake up. Given that the opponent was a legendary Pokémon, Luo Yuan decided to call forth his strongest Pokémon. Mewtwo, it's your time to shine. The formidable opponent you've been seeking has arrived. Bang! The Pokeball burst open and Mewtwo's white and purple figure appeared in the cave. Could it be one of the legendary Pokémon? No wonder Team Rocket stopped using it. It turns out it has fallen into Luo Yuan's hands. The trainers from the alliance below revealed looks of realization. Meanwhile, the Pokémon hunter across the way was What legendary Pokémon? How is it related to Team Rocket? They were filled with doubt, but no one had an answer, which felt quite uncomfortable. Luo Yuan ignored the feelings of the trainers below and glanced at Mewtwo. Let's fight side by side, Mewtwo. Mewtwo snorted lightly, offering no rebuttal, a glint of battle intent flashing in its eyes. Then let's go. A smile appeared at the corner of Luo Yuan's mouth as he waved at Articuno. Mewtwo used Shadow Ball. Almost in sync with Luo Yuan's movements, Mewtwo raised a hand to condense a Shadow Ball, then swung it toward Articuno. The Shadow Ball, dark with a hint of purple, sliced through the air towards the distant Articuno. Articuno was enraged by this scene. In its confused state, its thoughts were simple. Anyone who attacked it was provoking. Seeing this, Articuno spread its wings and swung them hard, unleashing a howling wind, causing a snowstorm to sweep through the cave. The blizzard covered the entire cave. Snowflakes the size of palms fell from the sky, covering the ground in mere seconds. Meanwhile, Mewtwo's Shadow Ball was gradually weakened by the blizzard, slowing down until Articuno easily dodged it. Oomph! Mewtwo let out a cold snort, its gaze toward Articuno glimmering with a chilling light. Missing the attack made it lose face. Although it was merely a probing strike, the feeling still left it very displeased. Luo Yuan reminded from behind. Mewtwo, don't underestimate your opponent. Although Articuno is considered weaker among legendary Pokémon, it should not be taken lightly. Talkative, Mewtwo replied. It conjured a massive psychic spoon in its hand, levitating in midair, surrounding itself with a purple sphere of light, blocking the blizzard as it charged toward Articuno. The rebellious phase of Mewtwo. Luo Yuan shook his head and sighed like a concerned parent. This remark went unheard by Mewtwo, or else it would have led to endless trouble. Inside the light sphere, Articuno's blizzard could not harm Mewtwo in the slightest. As Mewtwo charged out, it swung the enormous spoon down toward Articuno's head. It was as if it intended to knock Articuno's brain out. However, Articuno, being a legendary Pokémon, was not to be underestimated, even with a significant difference in their species values. At a critical moment, Articuno tilted its head and opened its mouth, unleashing an icy beam that struck Mewtwo. Mewtwo did not mind it directly through the spoon, now encased in ice, at Articuno with a powerful psychic strike. Mewtwo's attack could be long range or close range, which was its advantage. Sure enough, Articuno was caught off guard by Mewtwo's psychic attack, which struck it directly. Instantly, Articuno let out a miserable cry. Well done, Mewtwo, continue. Use Shadow Ball. Taking advantage of its weakness, Luo Yuan would not give Articuno a moment to breathe. Mewtwo hurled a Shadow Ball, striking Articuno and slamming it against the nearby rock wall, causing it to explode, dust scattering and forming a cloud of smoke. Is it over? Did it fall so quickly? Amazing. Both Alliance trainers and Pokémon hunters below, not to mention the Pokémon hunters who had no understanding of Mewtwo, even these Alliance trainers had not expected it. Although Mewtwo had previously easily defeated one of the Elite Four Jiba, who was a fighting-type trainer and weak to Mewtwo. But what about now? Mewtwo's opponent was Articuno, one of the legendary birds of Kanto, and without any type advantage, Mewtwo had sent Articuno flying with just a few moves. This was simply too shocking for them. Nearby Hunter J was also in shock. She felt she had made a grave mistake. If she had known that Luo Yuan had such a powerful Pokémon in his possession, she should have fled the moment Luo Yuan appeared rather than hoping for luck that Luo Yuan and Articuno would both suffer before trying to take advantage. But now it was too late to say anything. With Articuno knocked away, Luo Yuan's next target would surely be her. Based on her strength, she did not believe she had any chance of resistance. Hunter J was now filled with regret. Hunter J now felt a deep sense of regret, lamenting why she hadn't simply left earlier. Instead, she foolishly chose to stay and take a gamble. Now it seems she has fallen into the trap herself. Standing opposite her, Kana smiled slightly, a graceful smile gracing her face. The situation was set. Just as everyone believed this battle had come to a conclusion, suddenly from the swirling smoke, the freezing bird charged out. The freezing bird's eyes burned with anger, seemingly harboring a fury that could incinerate everything in its path. "Be careful," Kana shouted to Luo Yuan. Meanwhile, Hunter J, who was filled with regret, felt an overwhelming joy and silently praised the freezing bird. Without looking back, she dashed towards the cave exit. In her view, with the freezing bird buying her a moment's delay, she had enough time to escape. After warning Luo Yuan, Kana noticed Hunter J's movements, but at that moment she was powerless to stop her. The Dragonite was injured, and the remaining Mijuan sister posed no threat to Hunter J. Just as the freezing bird was about to reach her, Luo Yuan, riding on the back of the Dragonite, smiled slightly. Then Luo Yuan habitually snapped his fingers. Snap! With a crisp sound he commanded Mutwo take care of it. An invisible psychic storm swept through the entire cave. The psychic storm seemed almost tangible, radiating outwards from Mutwo. The charging freezing bird was the first to suffer. As the powerful psychic wave swept through the once furious freezing bird, fell silent, unconscious, as it plummeted from the sky. Luo Yuan, Kana, and the prosecutor belonging to their side were automatically shielded and felt no effects. However, the remaining Pokemon hunters were not so lucky. As the psychic wave passed, all the Pokemon hunters clutched their heads in pain. For them, the impact on their brains from the psychic force felt as if someone were prying open their skulls with a hammer, then stirring the contents inside with a stick. In just a few seconds, these Pokemon hunters along with their Pokemon fainted. The strength of Mutwo's psychic power was, at that moment Hunter J had just reached the cave entrance, and she turned back to witness this scene, instantly startled. Despite Hunter J's typically strong character, she was genuinely frightened this time. A creature that could be categorized as a divine beast, the freezing bird, was taken down in one move. Just how terrifying was Luo Yuan's power. Thank goodness I ran fast. This was Hunter J's first thought. If she hadn't fled, she likely would have ended up like her subordinates lying there. However, after the relief, a sense of confusion arose in Hunter J's heart. What kind of Pokemon was next to Luo Yuan? Could it be a newly discovered Pokemon? Unfamiliar with Mutwo, she had no idea where it had come from. Though her mind was racing, her feet moved quickly, already running from the cave into the tunnel. Once she got through this tunnel, she could escape. All she had to do was find a beach outside and dive in. The ocean was vast and boundless. No matter how strong Luo Yuan was, he would surely be unable to track her. However, Hunter J's thoughts were optimistic. Would Luo Yuan give her that chance? Block her, Mutwo. Luo Yuan commanded Mutwo. But before Salamence could unleash its dragon pulse, a ripple suddenly flashed in the nearby space. A figure materialized, becoming clear as Mutwo used teleport to appear next to Hunter J and Salamence. The barrier remained unscathed, but Hunter J and Salamence were bounced back. Damn it. Salamence used dragon pulse. Hunter J shouted urgently to her Salamence, not expecting to be stopped after almost escaping. But before Salamence could unleash its dragon pulse, a ripple suddenly flashed in the nearby space. A figure materialized, becoming clear as Mutwo used teleport to appear next to Hunter J and Salamence. Holding a shadow ball, Mutwo pressed it against Salamence's head. Boom. The shadow ball exploded, sending shockwaves that sent Hunter J flying. As for the main target, Salamence was directly stunned by the explosion of the shadow ball, losing its ability to fight on. Salamence was merely a Quasidivina level Pokemon. Although Hunter J's Salamence was not particularly weak, it was still insufficient to withstand Mutwo's shadow ball. After taking down Salamence, Mutwo waved its hand once more. A blade of psychic energy shot out, slicing through the barrier Salamence had erected, pinning it to the ground. Salamence lost its ability to fight. King Scorpion, take me away. At this point, Hunter J was already terrified, completely lacking any will to resist. She swiftly fled on King Scorpion, leaving Ariados behind to cover their retreat. Ariados spat a web towards Mutwo. Mutwo didn't even glance at it. Raising a hand, it effortlessly controlled the web and Ariados in midair, sending them crashing towards Hunter J and King Scorpion, who were attempting to flee. Bang! A heavy impact was heard. Hunter J and King Scorpion along with Ariados became entangled in Ariados' web, tumbling to the ground in a heap. I never expected the notorious Hunter J to be in such a sorry state. At this moment, Kana arrived from a distance, glancing at Mutwo's composed expression before smiling at the trapped Hunter J. Damn it! Hunter J was extremely furious. Under normal circumstances, she would have dispatched Pokemon to retaliate by now. But now she had lost the ability to act and resist, left at the mercy of others. As Kana saw the smile on Luo Yuan's face, she felt reassured. Without Luo Yuan, the freezing bird, As Kana saw the smile on Luo Yuan's face, she felt reassured. Without Luo Yuan, the freezing bird would likely have been captured by Hunter J. But speaking of which, where was the freezing bird? Kuna looked at Luo Yuan. Luo Yuan naturally knew what she wanted to ask, and waved the pokeball in his hand. To prevent the freezing bird from attacking recklessly again, I placed it in a pokeball, Luo Yuan explained, and tossed it to Kuna. You're the ice-type expert, so we'll leave it to you to handle it. Regardless of whether it was to capture or whatever, Luo Yuan essentially handed over the authority to deal with the freezing bird to Kuna. This scene made Hunter J exceedingly envious. The freezing bird that she had strived so hard to obtain was so easily given to Kuna by Luo Yuan. Kuna looked at the pokeball in Luo Yuan's hand, and thought for a moment before rejecting. Forget it, you handle the Articuno. As an expert in ice-type Pokemon, she really wanted the Articuno, but since it was caught by Luo Yuan, it would be better to let him deal with it. What do I need an Articuno for? Luo Yuan was speechless. He already had a Mewtwo, and acquiring an Articuno would only be an embellishment not of much use. That's why he would give the Articuno to Kuna, as it would not only enhance her strength, but also ensure that she would have the means to protect herself in the future, avoiding the need to seek his help. Here you go, Luo Yuan said, handing the Pokeball directly to Kuna without hesitation. Hunter J, witnessing this, felt as if she had just been force-fed dog food. These two were treating the Articuno, which she longed for, like a street vendor's item, pushing it back and forth. It was nothing short of an insult to her dignity as a Pokemon hunter. Thinking of this, Hunter J could hardly contain her frustration. However, just as she moved her finger, a spoon wrapped in blue psychic energy pressed against her throat. Try moving and see what happens, Mewtwo's cold voice echoed in Hunter J's mind. She trembled. The courage she had mustered vanished once again. She froze, not daring to move. Being the knife, while she was the fish, Hunter J thought about her own life and decided it was best to remain quiet. In the end, Kuna could not argue against Luo Yuan and quietly accepted the Pokeball containing the Articuno. They'll keep the Articuno for you. If you need it, you can come and retrieve it at any time, Kuna said. She did not plan to release the Articuno back into the wild, as there were no laws against capturing legendary Pokemon in the league. It was only prohibited for evil organizations and Pokemon hunters to use despicable means to capture legendary Pokemon, so considering Luo Yuan, she decided to keep the Articuno. Alright. Luo Yuan nodded. He had no intention of reclaiming the Articuno, which was equivalent to a permanent gift. The Articuno changed ownership unknowingly. So what about Hunter J? Luo Yuan turned to Hunter J again. She immediately became tense, as this according to league laws, she should spend 10 to 20 years in prison. At this point, Kuna felt somewhat helpless, since Hunter J was very cautious in her crimes. The league didn't have much evidence against her, so locking her up for 10 to 20 years would be the limit. Upon hearing this, there was no joy on Hunter J's face. 10 to 20 years. With her current age, by the time she got out, she would already be a middle-aged woman. Spending the most beautiful 20 years of a woman's life in prison was something she could not accept. Let me go and I can give you important information. Hunter J pondered for a long time before suddenly speaking. Luo Yuan and Kuna, who were discussing, were taken aback. First, Kuna looked at Hunter J. What information do you have? Hunter J remained silent, her eyes revealing only one message. Let me go, and I will tell you. Luo Yuan frowned. He found the feeling of being coerced quite unpleasant. So he said, I advise you to speak quickly. If you know about me, you should understand that I never accept threats. This statement was fabricated by Luo Yuan. He had never said that he did not accept any threats. However, Hunter J did not know him well. Her preconceived notion of Luo Yuan's strength, combined with his emotionless gaze and Mewtwo's psychic spoon hovering before her neck, made her believe that Luo Yuan's words were true. Immediately she shivered, recalling the scene where her 4 Pokemon were easily defeated by Luo Yuan. The dignity of a world-renowned Pokemon hunter faded away, replaced entirely by fear. She no longer dared to withhold information and directly spilled everything like beans from a bamboo tube. After listening to Hunter J, Kuna's expression immediately turned serious. Her face even showed signs of tension. Is what you said true? Luo Yuan furrowed his brow as well. If what Hunter J claimed was accurate, then Kanto would indeed be in trouble. According to Hunter J, in the entire Pokemon hunter community, due to Team Rocket's departure, over 50% of Pokemon were heading towards Kanto, intending to seize a share once Team Rocket withdrew. The reason for this situation was still related to the status of Pokemon hunters in the world. The entire Pokemon world is divided into various regions, such as Kanto, Chengdu, Hoenn, and Sinnoh. Each region is controlled by different dark organizations, such as Team Rocket spanning Kanto and Chengdu, and Team Magma and Team Aqua in the Hoenn region. These organizations and the League formed a vast network of power that enveloped the whole world. The League controls everything on the surface, while dark organizations control the underground industries. There are conflicts between the two, but a fragile balance is maintained. Pokemon hunters as a loosely organized group exist in the cracks between the League and dark organizations. Neither side looks upon them favorably. However, this situation changed after Team Rocket was driven out of Kanto. The departure of Team Rocket left a vacuum in Kanto's dark forces. Pokemon hunters noticed this and seized the opportunity, wanting to control a region like dark organizations such as Team Rocket to provide a place for themselves. Thus, under the organization of several large poaching groups in the Pokemon hunter community, hunters from all over the world attempting to seize this territory. This is why Luo Yuan encountered 3 waves of Pokemon hunters in such a It was not because Luo Yuan was special. This was an inevitable occurrence given the large-scale invasion of Pokemon hunters in Kanto. Kona's brow was tightly furrowed. If what Hunter J said was true, then the Elite Four responsible for guarding Kanto would be the first to be affected. They must stand on the front lines. But could it be true? Kona asked Luo Yuan. It shouldn't be false. Luo Yuan's psychic ability could detect no signs of deception from Hunter J. Of course, even without psychic abilities, Luo Yuan had his own judgment. Considering various recent signs and the backdrop of Team Rocket's departure, everything indicated that Hunter J was indeed telling the truth. This is troublesome. The Kanto Alliance is in trouble. If what Hunter J said is true and over 50% of Pokemon hunters worldwide are converging on the Kanto region, then the Kanto Alliance will face an unprecedented test. If they can withstand it, Kanto will become the safest place within the regions ruled by the Alliance throughout the world. But if they cannot hold on, Kanto will become a paradise for Pokemon hunters. I absolutely detest such unforeseen situations, Luo Yuan remarked. To him it felt like a calamity had suddenly. They were supposed to be traveling peacefully, but these Pokemon hunters had suddenly caused such a commotion. Were they not allowed to travel in peace? What should we do? Kana looked at Luo Yuan. In the face of such matters, she felt somewhat uncertain. Luo Yuan shrugged at her. I don't have any good ideas either. As far as I know, these Pokemon hunters are very cautious and never engage in battles they are not confident about. The fact that they have their eyes set on Kanto indicates that they have a high chance of winning. Pokemon hunters are profit-driven and very careful. Their long-term existence in the cracks between the Alliance and various dark organizations has made their sense of crisis and vigilance quite strong. Now this group of Pokemon hunters, who could even be considered timid, dares to act collectively, clearly indicating they have a significant chance of success. Otherwise, even if someone called for action, not many would respond. Regarding this issue, Luo Yuan and Kana asked Hunter J again, but she refused to divulge any further information. Even under the threat of mutual, Hunter J would not reveal a single word. She presented an attitude of not saying anything unless they let her go. But would Luo Yuan let Hunter J go? Naturally not. He would never release someone he had captured. That concept simply did not exist for him. Seeing that no useful information could be extracted, Luo Yuan gave up. Kana, take Hunter J back to the Alliance, and let them interrogate her, and also inform Du about it. Luo Yuan said to Kana. Such a significant matter should rightly be known to Du. As the leader of the 4 Heavenly Kings of Kanto, Du should bear the flag of resisting the Pokemon hunters at this time, and not let Luo Yuan, a semi-official member of the Alliance, take the lead. Understood. Kana nodded. In fact, she intended to do the same, without Luo Yuan's suggestion. After saying this, Luo Yuan pondered. I remember the Alliance should still have some channels related to Team Rocket. Although Team Rocket has gone silent in Kanto, Luo Yuan has never naively believed that they have completely withdrawn from Kanto. He prefers to think that Team Rocket is hiding in some corner, looking for an opportunity to rise again. As old enemies who have both loved and hated each other, Luo Yuan does not believe that the Alliance has not planted a few undercover agents within Team Rocket. Of course they do, she replied. Great, let's make use of the undercover agents. Luo Yuan said. Through the undercover agents convey the news of the Pokemon hunters' plans to invade Kanto to Sakaki. I believe he would not sit idly by while his territory is invaded by Pokemon hunters. From what Luo Yuan knows about Sakaki, even if he has withdrawn most of his personnel from Kanto due to pressure, he would still remain in hiding. However, this is merely superficial. In Sakaki's eyes, Kanto is still unquestionably Team Rocket's territory, and he will not allow others to infringe upon it. If Pokemon hunters want to enter Kanto, their enemies are not just the Kanto Alliance as they imagine, but also Team Rocket lurking in the shadows like a venomous snake. Can it be done this way, eh? Kana had never thought that such a situation could leverage Team Rocket. Luo Yuan smiled slightly. Why not? Anyway, those Team Rocket members are just idling around, so why not give them something to do? They are Kanto residents after all, and should contribute to Kanto. Hearing this, Hunter J was left dumbfounded, unable to imagine such a maneuver. From Luo Yuan's words, it seemed that Team Rocket was like Play-Doh in his hands to be shaped and molded as he pleased. Hunter J wanted to say that Luo Yuan was boasting, but knowing his identity, she could not utter such words. Because Luo Yuan indeed had this qualification, this man before her was the main force that drove Team Rocket out of Kanto. After temporarily discussing how to handle the Pokemon hunters' invasion of Kanto, Luo Yuan watched as Kana took the bound Hunter J to report back to the Alliance. Oh, what a troublesome time. Luo Yuan thought he was just idling around. Why did he have to bully Team Rocket so harshly? Now Team Rocket had been driven away, and in their place came a Pokemon hunter organization. Fortunately, he currently held no official position in the Alliance, or else he would be in for a rough time. Of course, even without an official position in the Alliance, Luo Yuan felt that he would still be kept busy. Given the current strength of the Kanto Alliance, it would be difficult to handle the influx of Pokemon hunters. If the manpower is insufficient, he would definitely be pulled in to help. Before Du finds me, I should go get the last badge first. With less than 3 months left until the Quartz Conference begins, managing both the Pokemon hunters and the challenge for the last gym would likely leave him in a fluster. He thought it would be best to resolve some trivial matters now, so he could fully prepare for the battle later. With that in mind, Luo Yuan rode his Dragonite towards the direction of the Jotaro gym. He had seen online that the Alliance had recently reopened the Jotaro gym, making it the perfect time to challenge it. Upon returning to the long-absent Jotaro city, although it still appeared unchanged to Luo Yuan, the Jotaro city he saw now was vastly different from the one he remembered. In the past, Jotaro city seemed to him just an ordinary city. However, after traveling through various regions in Kanto, he began to appreciate the tranquil and peaceful atmosphere of Jotaro city. Welcome back, Mr. Luo Yuan. As soon as he entered the Pokemon Center, Joy recognized him. Partly because of Luo Yuan's previous assistance which saved the Pokemon Center from being attacked by Team Rocket, and partly because while not a household name, Joy could still recognize him as a public servant of the Alliance in Kanto. Thank you, please help me restore my Pokemon, Luo Yuan said to Joy, handing her 6 Pokeballs. Of course, Joy nodded, her face beaming with enthusiasm. Joy took the Pokeball from Luo Yuan's hand and placed it on the device beside her. Since the Pokemon hadn't suffered any severe injuries, it only needed to recover its stamina. Mr. Luo Yuan, what brings you back to Viridian City? Have you already collected all 8 badges? Joy, as someone who had witnessed his departure, she naturally knew that Luo Yuan was merely a novice trainer journeying to gather the 8 badges and participate in the Indigo League. Seeing him return to Viridian City, she couldn't help but draw that conclusion. Luo Yuan slowly shook his head. No, I've only collected 7 badges so far. I'm missing the last one, and I intend to earn it by challenging the Viridian Gym here. As he spoke, he showed Joy the badges tucked inside his coat. Mr. Luo Yuan is quite strict with himself. Aside from the Cerulean badge, all the others are from extremely challenging gyms. Joy remarked, her gaze toward Luo Yuan shimmering with admiration. Truly worthy of Mr. Luo Yuan. Even when challenging gyms, he chose the most formidable ones. Truly a powerful trainer capable of dismantling Team Rocket and Pokemon poachers. Seeing the familiar gleam in Joy's eyes, Luo Yuan's lips twitched involuntarily. He vaguely recalled that the Joy from the Cinnabar gym had been just as starstruck back, then even asking him to autograph a lucky egg. He wondered how that Chansey was doing now, and whether it had recovered from the shock. However, Mr. Luo Yuan, your timing is a bit unfortunate. Unfortunate? Luo Yuan frowned at her words, sensing a bad premonition. What's unfortunate about it? Well, it's like this. Yesterday, the gym leader of Viridian Gym was summoned by the League and has already departed. At present, the Viridian Gym is closed. Joy explained. What was going on? How could the Viridian Gym be closed just as he arrived? Was it looking down on him? Luo Yuan. Frowning, Luo Yuan opened his computer and browsed the Viridian Trainer section of the Kanto forum. Sure enough, many trainers were discussing the matter. Among them, a pinned post was from the official Viridian Gym account. He clicked it open, and the gist was that the gym leader had received an emergency summons from the League and had already set out for the Indigo Plateau. Scrolling through the replies below, most were complaints from trainers who had traveled all the way to Viridian City only to find the gym closed, demanding compensation. Utterly unproductive remarks. However, there was also some valuable information. One comment read, "What's going on with Kanto? First the Vermilion Gym closed, and now the Viridian Gym, which just reopened, is closed too. Even the Saffron Gym in Saffron City, the Celadon Gym in Celadon City, and the Fuchsia Gym in Fuchsia City have all announced closures. With only 3 months left until the Indigo League opens, what is the Kanto League planning with all these disruptions?" Luo Yuan frowned as he read this. He opened the pages for the other cities, and sure enough, all the gyms mentioned in the comment had issued statements announcing temporary closures. Something's off here. Luo Yuan furrowed his brow. This sudden turn of events made it impossible not to connect it to the large-scale Pokemon poacher attacks on Kanto. Has Lance already started making arrangements? Luo Yuan speculated in his mind. The moment he finished his thought, he felt a vibration at his waist. He pulled out his communicator and saw Lance's avatar flashing. He answered, "Lance, what do you need?" Luo Yuan, "Thank you so much for the intel." Luo Yuan heard Lance's gratitude as the first words. The next sentence is probably going to be asking for my help, Luo Yuan thought wryly. No sooner had the thought crossed his mind than Lance said, "Luo Yuan, I need your help now." Luo Yuan felt that his hunches had never been more accurate. Still, he wished they weren't this spot on. Lance had indeed called to ask for his assistance. Of course, Luo Yuan had anticipated this. "I know it's about the Pokemon poachers, right? But I'm currently challenging gyms," Luo Yuan said. The implication was clear. He could help, but could Lance sort out the badge issue? He couldn't just abandon his badge pursuit to Lance. "As long as you help, you can pick any badge you want," Lance said directly, his words exuding the commanding presence befitting the Kanto Elite Force champion. "Alright, what do you need me to do?" With Lance putting it that way, what more could Luo Yuan ask for? He had just received a building from the League, so it was only right that he contribute now. According to our secret investigation, there are 3 groups of Pokemon poachers preparing to attack Kanto. The first is a poaching syndicate from the Hoenn region. They have a large number of members, but are generally of low quality, relying on high-tech weapons and equipment. They're relatively easy to handle, so we'll leave them to Lorelei and my inspectors. The second is an alliance of Pokemon poachers from the Sinnoh region. They're few in number, but strong in skill. Based on what Hunter J confessed, this group is formidable and harder to deal with. They'll handle them along with Agatha. The third group is the most critical. How critical? The third enemy consists of Pokemon poachers from the Unova region. It is rumored that behind this group lies the shadow of Team Plasma, an evil organization from Unova. The league has determined this to be the top priority. I'm entrusting this to you and some of the gym leaders we've summoned for this operation. Meanwhile, Bruno will remain stationed at the Indigo Plateau to guard against Team Rocket taking advantage of the chaos and to provide mobile support to all fronts. In a short span of time, Lance had finalized the battle plan, and it sounded quite reasonable. Such speed caught Luo Yuan. In his memory, the league's efficiency was notoriously sluggish, but it seemed that wasn't always the case. When faced with life-or-death situations, the league's efficiency was still impressive. People really do perform under pressure, Luo Yuan sighed inwardly. It was only in moments like these that the league could demonstrate such efficiency. Alright, I understand. Luo Yuan nodded, not rejecting Duda's request. As a part of the Kanto region, he felt it was his duty to contribute during this critical time for the region's stability. Furthermore, it was he who had driven away Team Rocket. Now with the Pokemon hunters invading Kanto, Luo Yuan felt as though the cabbage he had grown was being snatched away by others, which was quite distressing. Thus, out of both emotion and reason, Luo Yuan had to take action. Do you know when the Pokemon hunters from the Unova region? Luo Yuan asked, needing to formulate a plan based on their arrival time. Dealing with Team Rocket was different. They were a large organization, and defeating them only required taking down their bases one by one. Eventually, once their losses became too great, Team Rocket would naturally choose to retreat. However, dealing with the Pokemon hunters could not be approached in such a manner. It required a decisive battle to inflict pain upon these Pokemon hunters, making them remember it for a lifetime to ensure they would not target Kanto again. According to reports, the Pokemon hunters from Unova will likely arrive in about a week. You should come to the Indigo Plateau 2 days early to discuss tactics with the gym leaders. Actually, I don't need them enough on my own, Luo Yuan replied. Just a few Pokemon hunters. There was no need for he was enough by himself. Even if there were traces of Team Plasma behind these Pokemon hunters, Luo Yuan did not believe that Team Plasma would mobilize their entire force to Kanto. As long as they didn't come in full force with Mutwo and Mega Metagross on his side, he could clear any obstacles. Luo Yuan was full of confidence, but Dudu did not share that confidence. No, this is not a trivial matter. Dudu could not allow Luo Yuan to face a group of Pokemon hunters alone, especially when they were the strongest batch with Team Plasma backing them. If anything went wrong, it would be a serious problem. It was safer to have these gym leaders assist from the sidelines. Alright. Faced with Duda's insistence, Luo Yuan did not dwell on it too much. He had initially said he was enough on his own because he was worried about insufficient manpower on other fronts, but having a few more people wouldn't negatively impact him, so he let Dudu arrange it. Then see you in 5 days. See you at the Indigo Plateau in 5 days. Luo Yuan chatted a bit more with Dudu before hanging up the call. Sigh. Looks like I won't be able to get the reward for obtaining the last badge. How lonely. Then he greeted Joy, took back his fully restored Pokemon, and headed towards Professor Oak's lab in Pallet Town. Since he had started his journey as a Pokemon trainer from Professor Oak, and now that he had nearly completed his badge collection, he should visit Professor Oak to show courtesy. Pallet Town. Just like the last time he was here, Pallet Town remained tranquil and peaceful, as if time could not leave a mark on this small town. It's even more peaceful than Pewter City. But this is both a virtue and a flaw. The advantage of Pallet Town was naturally its good environment suitable for retirement. Luo Yuan believed that anyone living in Pallet Town could live at least an extra 10 years. However, this strength was also a weakness. While the environment in Pallet Town was good, it was overly peaceful, lacking a... Living in Pallet Town was great for retirement, but young people living here could easily lose their ambition. Thus, Luo Yuan increasingly felt that Ash and Gary were peculiar characters. How did Pallet Town produce these two? Perhaps there was something about their mutual comparison and progress. While pondering these matters, he realized he had already arrived in front of Professor Oak's lab, and pushed open the door. Today Professor Oak was still eating instant noodles. Luo Yuan watched Professor Oak speechlessly. Professor Oak, can't you eat something different? Whenever Luo Yuan spoke with Professor Oak during lunch or dinner, he found that 7 or 8 times out of 10 Professor Oak was eating instant noodles, and the remaining 2 times, he was having instant hot pot. Ahem. Upon hearing this, Professor Oak awkwardly coughed twice, swallowed the last bit of noodles, and changed the subject. Luo Yuan, why are you back? Luo Yuan knew that no matter how much he persuaded, Professor Oak would not change his diet. In the original storyline, Ash traveled all the way from Kanto to Alola, and Professor Oak's habit of eating instant noodles did not change. This showed that Professor Oak had some peculiar attachment to instant noodles. Shaking his head, Luo Yuan replied, I've nearly collected all the badges, so I came back. Oh, Luo Yuan, have you already collected all the badges? Professor Oak was somewhat surprised, as according to the usual pace, a trainer should only have collected about 5 badges by now. Luo Yuan had actually gotten so far ahead. Not exactly, I currently have 7 badges. I was supposed to challenge the Pewter Gym, but the gym leader was called to the Indigo Plateau, so they'll have to wait a bit longer to get that last badge. Luo Yuan replied. Is it about that matter? Professor Oak, as a highly respected scholar in Kanto and the world, naturally knew some inside information. That's right. Luo Yuan nodded. But I've already discussed it with Dudu, and he'll directly give me the badge in a couple of days. That makes sense. Your strength doesn't even require a battle. Having seen some reports, Professor Oak already had a certain level of understanding of Luo Yuan's strength. Being able to defeat Giovanni, he surely wouldn't be unable to handle these gym leaders. If anyone dared to claim, so there was no need for Luo Yuan to take action, Giovanni would likely be the first to jump out and cause trouble. So why are you back? Professor Oak asked. Mainly to leave some Pokémon for care. I have too many Pokémon with me. Since Luo Yuan had turned off the automatic Pokédex transfer feature, all the Pokémon he had captured since his departure. The reason he thought of leaving them with Professor Oak was that he simply couldn't take care of so many Pokémon. Just feeding them would take up a lot of time every day. Moreover, having so many Pokémon was not particularly useful. He couldn't take care of them all, and during battles he could only use 1 or 2 at most. Oh, are you finally going to leave some Pokémon for care? Dr. Ohm looked at Luo Yuan with an expression filled with anticipation. Since Luo Yuan set off, he had not stored any Pokémon here, yet he had made quite a name for himself outside. Thus Dr. Ohm was very curious about what Pokémon Luo Yuan actually possessed. So what Pokémon do you want to leave for boarding? Dr. Ohm asked. Luo Yuan pulled out a pile of Pokeballs from his pocket. It is correct that the league stipulates that a trainer can carry a maximum of 6 Pokémon. Some may not understand, but this number has been derived from multiple scientific studies conducted by the league representing the most efficient carrying capacity for a trainer. What does efficiency mean? Efficiency refers to a trainer being able to care for 6 Pokémon while maintaining a pleasant state of mind, providing the best care and training for the Pokémon they carry. If this number is exceeded, the trainer may struggle to provide adequate care, or they might manage, but feel exhausted, leading to inefficient training of their Pokémon. Luo Yuan currently felt overwhelmed. Of course, due to winning a stamina boost in a lottery, Luo Yuan could manage, but such endurance was unnecessary. Instead of wasting energy feeding Pokémon, it was better to focus on their training. Thus, this time apart from Mutuo, Luo Yuan planned to leave only 6 Pokémon. I must keep Metagross, Steelix, and Dragonite, as I have a tough battle ahead. Luo Yuan thought among the remaining Pokémon Gengar, Drowsy, and Gyarados can be left for boarding with Dr. Ohm, while Bulbasaur can also be boarded, as it seems that Jira is about to evolve and can be taken along. Leafeon currently has no room for improvement, so it can also be boarded. Snorlax must be kept by my side, otherwise Dr. Ohm would surely go bankrupt from its appetite along with Gyarados. In the end, aside from Metagross, Steelix, and Dragonite, Luo Yuan only left Jira, Gyarados, and Snorlax. The remaining Pokémon were all left for boarding with Dr. Ohm. Dr. Ohm, I leave them in your care. Luo Yuan released the Pokémon and said to them, while I'm not around, you must listen to Dr. Ohm. Gengar nodded first, and the rest of the Pokémon followed suit. Dr. Ohm marveled at how well Luo Yuan managed his Pokémon. No wonder he was so strong, it all made sense. Take Ash for example. All he sent back were problem children, whether it was the Claw Crab that liked to pinch randomly or the Grimer that craved hugs. There wasn't a single Pokémon that was easy to handle. Luo Yuan said to Dr. Ohm, thank you for taking care of them. Don't worry. Dr. Ohm smiled. Luo Yuan nodded, feeling quite reassured by Dr. Ohm. Dr. Ohm led Luo Yuan and the Pokémon to the backyard. By the way, Luo Yuan, have you seen Shigeru recently? Dr. Ohm asked. That kid has been acting mysteriously lately, not sure what he's up to. He hasn't called me in days, and when I call he doesn't answer. Huh. Luo Yuan found it strange. I saw Shigeru at the Shallow Red Gym earlier. He looked very lively. Could it be that he went into a slump after losing to Aki too many times? Last time Luo Yuan saw Shigeru, he was full of energy. Is it really true that he became reclusive after being beaten by Aki at the Shallow Red Gym? It wasn't at the Shallow Red Gym. The last time he contacted me was at Big Fool Valley. He dug up a fossil and asked me to identify it, but it turned out to be a fossilized piece of poop. After that, he hasn't contacted me. Dr. Ohm frowned as he said this. I hope nothing happened. Initially, he didn't think anything would happen to Shigeru after all. Although Shigeru's strength wasn't as abnormal as Luo Yuan's, he still stood out among the young trainers in the Kanto region. Logically, nothing should happen. But now, after discussing it with Luo Yuan, Dr. Ohm suddenly became worried. Should we ask Ash? Ash's progress should not be too far behind Shigeru's, and perhaps he knows something about him. Dr. Ohm shook his head. Ash didn't bring his phone. Alright, the atmosphere became awkward. Il asked the Pokemon inspector from Big Fool Valley to help search for him. Luo Yuan remembered the inspector he had met previously in Big Fool Valley. Asking them to help find Shigeru, then I'll rely on you, Luo Yuan, Dr. Ohm said. No problem, it's a small matter. Luo Yuan thought that Shigeru might just have a broken communicator, or perhaps couldn't reach him for a while. As a trainer whose skills were at least at the passable level, and even reaching an excellent standard, how could Shigeru easily get into trouble? Unconsciously, Luo Yuan had already given Shigeru several comforting thoughts. After speaking, Luo Yuan did not linger any longer at Dr. Ohm's lab. He planned to head to the Quartz Plateau, first to help Kona prepare in advance. Although he had already given Kona the Articuno, she might not tame it in such a short time. He intended to go to Quartz Plateau to assist Kona, just in case anything unexpected happened. Quartz Plateau Training Ground. Kona stood at the edge of the field while Articuno was leisurely flying around the training ground, appearing quite relaxed. Although Articuno was relaxed, Kona was having a headache watching the uncooperative Articuno in front of her. She had received Articuno from Luo Yuan almost a week ago, and had started training it for a day. However, perhaps because Articuno was not captured by her personally, it had been very disobedient, completely ignoring Kona's commands. If Kona weren't one of the Elite Four, she would have already called her Pokemon to swarm Articuno and and beat it up to a step. But first, as an elite, she needed to maintain the league's image of violently coercing a divine beast to submit did not align with Kanto League's image. Secondly, Articuno was a Pokemon given to her by Luo Yuan. Although Luo Yuan said she could handle it as she wished, she still felt reluctant to lay hands on the first Pokemon he gifted her. So for the past 2 days she had been trying to persuade Articuno with kind words, attempting to move it with her words. But evidently Articuno was not swayed by this approach, completely ignoring Kona's words with an air of indifference. In fact, Kina currently has no way to deal with the Articuno. She can only watch the expression of the Articuno feeling a bit just as the Articuno let out another mocking cry towards Kina, and she was about to reach her breaking point, the main gate of the training ground was suddenly pushed open. Who is it? Didn't I say not to disturb me? Kina turned to look at the entrance. Her face then broke into a happy expression as she saw that the person entering was Luo Yuan. Luo Yuan, Kina exclaimed. Luo Yuan smiled slightly. I heard from Granny Josie that you are taming the Articuno in the training ground. How is it going? Have you succeeded? As he spoke, Luo Yuan glanced at the Articuno. The once arrogant Articuno had now shrunk into a ball upon seeing Luo Yuan daring not to make a sound, its head lowered, showing no sign of hostility. The reason the Articuno was acting this way was mainly due to the severe beating it received from Luo Yuan commanding Mutwo on Twin Islands. The impression of being beaten still lingered in the Articuno's mind. Kina found the sight both amusing and infuriating. The Articuno's behavior was clearly one of bullying the weak and fearing the strong. She had encountered many trainers like this before, but she had always played the role of the strong side, and had never been treated like a soft persimmon until today. Although Kina did not speak, Luo Yuan had already guessed what had happened. Is the Articuno being disobedient? Luo Yuan asked Kina. Upon hearing this, the Articuno looked up at Kina, a hint of human-like nervousness flashing in its eyes. As a divine beast, the Articuno, like many intelligent Pokemon, possessed wisdom comparable to that of humans, and naturally understood the implications behind Luo Yuan's words. If Kina nodded, it would be in big trouble. However, Kina shook her head, saying, "It's okay, it has nothing to do with the Articuno." As soon as these words were spoken, the Articuno showed a look of surprise. It did not expect Kina, who had always been bullied by it, to say such a thing. It had completely exceeded its expectations. The most immediate effect was that the Articuno's hostility towards Kina significantly diminished, and its gaze held. Kina, however, was not thinking too much about it. Her desire for the Articuno was not that fervent, and if she wanted to dominate the Articuno forcefully, she would have taken action long ago. She hadn't acted before, and now she certainly wouldn't let Luo Yuan take action. Alright then, Luo Yuan said indifferently. Since he had already gifted the Articuno to Kina, how she handled it was her business, and since she didn't need him to intervene, he was more than happy to keep things easy. By the way, did the Alliance approve the proposal to use Team Rocket that I mentioned earlier? Luo Yuan asked. Kina, there are still quite a few people in the Alliance who have doubts about this. They believe that while there are many benefits to utilizing Team Rocket, it could also give Team Rocket a chance to make a comeback. Tisk, these people are really foolish. If we were to use Team Rocket, their influence would inevitably be exposed, making it very difficult for them to engage in any underhanded dealings in the shadows, which would greatly benefit the Alliance in maintaining the current stable situation in Kanto. On the contrary, if we let Team Rocket continue to observe and develop in the dark, once the Alliance makes a mistake in its battle with the Pokemon Hunter organization, it would truly provide Team Rocket with an opportunity. Having Team Rocket lurking in the shadows is quite troublesome. Who knows what tricks they might pull? Even if we want to deal with them, we have no way to start. This is why Luo Yuan said that the people making decisions in the Alliance were foolish. Why don't you tell them personally? I believe that if it comes from you, this proposal should pass without opposition. Kina said to Luo Yuan. Given Luo Yuan's current reputation, if he personally proposed this plan, the Alliance would definitely not have any opposing voices. Forget it. Luo Yuan shook his head. In just a few days, the Alliance would be going to war with the Pokemon Hunters. Starting this plan now would only add to the chaos. As for Team Rocket, let them be. After all, since Luo Yuan dealt a blow to Team Rocket, they wouldn't be able to recover in a couple of years. Even if they engage in some small actions in the shadows, it wouldn't matter much. Luo Yuan then chatted with Kina about the interesting events that occurred during his travels. Just as they were enjoying their conversation, both Luo Yuan's and Kina's communicators suddenly rang. The summons called all personnel participating in the battle for an emergency meeting. Quartz Plateau, in the large conference room of the Kanto Alliance building. The elite four various ranks of officials from the prosecutor team, invited gym trainers, and Luo Yuan gathered together. Luo stood up and addressed the attendees. Ladies and gentlemen, the situation has changed. The previous intelligence and specific circumstances have deviated. The Pokemon Hunter organization, originally expected to arrive in 3 days, will arrive tomorrow. Therefore, I am calling this emergency meeting. As soon as Luo finished speaking, the entire conference room erupted into chaos, with everyone discussing fervently. Clearly, this situation caught everyone off guard. The only ones who could maintain their composure in the entire conference room were the gym trainer of the Shallow Red Gym, a strict adherent of the Ninja Way, Aju, the Elite Four, and Luo Yuan. Seeing the noisy crowd, Luo frowned and said, "Quiet." His words were effective. As soon as he spoke, the entire venue fell silent. Everyone looked at Luo. I know that everyone is caught off guard by this, including myself. I also didn't expect the changes to come so quickly. Those Pokemon hunters seized the timing and caught us off guard. Could there be a traitor within our alliance? No need for a traitor. Our gathering of personnel so openly is a signal in itself. Those Pokemon hunters must have seen from our actions that we were aware of their plans, which is why they acted early. Josie glanced at the prosecutor who spoke and said slowly. The refuted prosecutor did not dare to retort, sitting down with an awkward expression. His colleagues beside him silently moved a bit further away from him. This guy was clearly the type who speaks without thinking. Those involved in this operation and aware of its contents were all elites of the Alliance holding high positions within the organization. At their level, how could they risk their future by leaking information to the Pokemon hunters? Perhaps if the opponent were Team Rocket, there might be some possibility. After all, Team Rocket is deeply rooted in Kanto and has a high profile. But what are the Pokemon hunters? The term Pokemon hunter sounds grand, but in reality they are just a bunch of mercenaries who will do anything for money. Peel back their facade, and their hearts are filthy. At least the Rocket Team, Aqua Team, Magma Team, and Plasma Gang still have dreams. But what about them? From start to finish, it's all about the money. Faced with the disdain of his colleagues, the prosecutor, who spoke earlier, felt his cheeks flush, wishing he could bury his. However, soon the crowd's attention was once again drawn to DUI. Kukui was right. Based on my discussions with Chairman Damalanki, it seems highly likely that our actions have provoked them, causing these Pokemon hunters to act earlier than planned. Therefore, the first thing I want to say in this meeting is everyone do not panic. Although we are not fully prepared, these Pokemon hunters are also acting hastily and may not be any better prepared than us. DUI scanned the room and spoke. Upon hearing this, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. DUI's analysis made them visibly relax. Though still somewhat tense, the atmosphere was now within normal bounds, and the previous panic had dissipated. Now let the leaders of each group arrange the actions they are responsible for, DUI said. The 4 leaders took the stage in turn. As previously mentioned to Luo Yuan, the first group is led by Kina, who will take the prosecutor into action. The battle location is in the city of Dry Leaf, as intelligence suggests that the Pokemon hunters from Fengyuan will approach from the sea. The second group consists of DUI himself and Granny Kukui. Their battlefield will be the port near the city of Shallow Red, where they will confront the Pokemon hunters from the Sinnoh region. The third group will be led by Luo Yuan along with Aju Nazi and several gym trainers, and their battle location will be on Red Lotus Island. These Pokemon hunters backed by the Plasma Gang seem to intend to establish a foothold on Red Lotus Island first before heading to the mainland. However, Luo Yuan felt that things are not that simple. If it were merely about finding a place to land, there are countless vacation islands in Kanto like Ranperki that would be much easier to occupy with superior geographical advantages compared to Red Lotus Island. Let's go. We can ask Grandpa Xia for help. While heading to Red Lotus Island, Luo Yuan called out to Aju and the others after listening to DUI's speech. Although Grandpa Xia is old, he still possesses considerable strength. Especially since Red Lotus Island is his home turf. Oh, how could they not seek his assistance in this situation? Moreover, Luo Yuan decided to set off immediately. Time was of the essence. He intended to take his team to Red Lotus Island for precaution. This operation is extremely important and cannot afford any mistakes. Aju Nazi and the others nodded in agreement with Luo Yuan's plan, following him out of the conference room. Just as Luo Yuan was about to move forward, suddenly the communicator at his waist rang again. Hello, this is Luo Yuan. He answered the call. Is this Mr. Luo Yuan? I am the prosecutor you previously asked to help find your friend. A rugged voice came from the other end of the line. I remember you. So has Xiao Mao been found? Not yet, but I have investigated your friend's whereabouts. It seems his situation is not very good. The voice on the other end was hesitant. The specifics cannot be explained over the phone. You should come see for yourself. Luo Yuan remained silent for a long time before finally hanging up. What on earth did this guy Xiao Mao do to end up in such a bad situation? Luo Yuan raised an eyebrow. Then he turned to Aju Nazi and the others behind him and said, You all go to Red Lotus Island to find Grandpa Xia. He runs a small hot spring hotel. The exact address is. Once I resolve things here, I'll head over. Aju and the others nodded silently. They had already grasped the general situation from Luo Yuan's conversation with the person on the phone. Essentially, something unexpected happened to Professor Okido's grandson, Xiao Mao, and Luo Yuan is now gone. Professor Okido is highly respected in the Kanto region. Given this situation, everyone understood why Luo Yuan needed to take action. Then see you at Red Lotus Island. See you at Red Lotus Island. Luo Yuan leaped onto his Dragonite, which flapped its wings, transforming into a yellow whirlwind soaring into the sky as it sped towards the designated location. In a small town near Dark City, Luo Yuan met the Pokemon prosecutor who had previously sent him a message. However, Luo Yuan felt that something was off. Although this guy was dressed like a Pokemon prosecutor and seemed fine, he exuded an awkward vibe. Luo Yuan frowned, raising his guard. Where is Xiao Mao? What happened to him? Mr. Luo Yuan, please. The Pokemon prosecutor, disguised trainer, spoke softly. He did not appear to be a proper prosecutor, rather he looked more like a criminal from Team Rocket. At this point, Luo Yuan was already certain that something was wrong with this guy. If one were to think like a normal person, they would pretend to be unaware and follow this guy to uncover the truth, then expose the plot and defeat the enemy. However, Luo Yuan was never one to take the conventional route. The pretentious act of this guy annoyed him greatly. Thus Luo Yuan directly activated hypnosis on this guy with a flash of blue light from his eyes. The prosecutor disguised trainer was completely unprepared and fell under the spell almost instantly. His expression became dazed. At the same time his face suddenly changed, as if melting, transforming into a... Then it fell off his face and landed on the ground, also falling into a hypnotic state. Ditto. At this moment, the familiar Pokemon prosecutor had changed into a stranger. Luo Yuan furrowed his brow. What kind of trouble has this guy Xiao Mao gotten into? He had only asked the prosecutor to investigate Xiao Mao's whereabouts, yet it seemed that even a dignified league prosecutor had been caught up in this matter being disguised. Moreover, this guy even dared to disguise himself as a prosecutor to call him, trying to deceive him. Luo Yuan's moods. Mutuo, control this guy. I'll ask the questions and he will answer. Luo Yuan summoned Mutuo. Since his rise to fame, Luo Yuan could hardly recall the last time anyone dared to provoke him like this. Thus he was thoroughly displeased. Xiao Ming, hypnotize him for me. With a wave of his hand, Xiao Ming immediately cast a hypnosis spell on the individual disguised as a prosecutor who was under Luo Yuan's control. Unlike Luo Yuan's hypnosis, which only allowed him to control others through human physicality and mental strength, Xiao Ming's hypnosis was a true form of hypnosis. Under Xiao Ming's hypnosis, the disguised prosecutor soon fell into a dazed state. Who are you? Luo Yuan got straight to the point and asked. I am a trainer from the Unova region and also a Pokemon hunter. The hypnotized youth replied, his gaze blank. Pokemon hunter. Unova. Upon hearing these two key terms, Luo Yuan frowned, feeling that something was amiss. If he had heard this news before he knew about the impending invasion of Pokemon hunters from Unova into Kanto, he would have thought that this individual was merely a wandering Pokemon hunter from Unova seeking his fortune in Kanto. However, at this critical moment, the appearance of a trainer from Unova, who was also a Pokemon hunter, made Luo Yuan feel that things were becoming rather delicate. Luo Yuan continued to inquire, what is your purpose? To lead Luo Yuan to the forest 5 kilometers away. So it is indeed me you are targeting. Luo Yuan confirmed that the other party was indeed after him, then asked where is Xiao. If there was anything Luo Yuan couldn't let go of now, it was only Xiao Mao. Although he believed in Xiao Mao's strength, if the opponent was a Pokemon hunter from Unova, Xiao Mao might not be able to withstand them. Moreover, he had promised Professor Oak to bring Xiao Mao back, so finding Xiao Mao was of utmost urgency. Upon hearing this question, the hypnotized Pokemon hunter seemed to hesitate for a moment, then a grim expression appeared on. Xiao Mao has escaped and is still fleeing in the forest, but soon my companions will catch him. Seeing this guy's expression, Luo Yuan became curious about what Xiao Mao had done to provoke such hatred. However, this was not the time to investigate. The most important thing now was to find Xiao Mao ahead of those Pokemon hunters. Take me to your camp, Luo Yuan directly said to the Pokemon hunter. Then he used psychic power to control the Pokemon hunter and swiftly flew forward according to his direction. Meanwhile, in a forest approximately 5 to 6 kilometers away from Luo Yuan, Xiao Mao, covered in mud and leaves, was awkwardly hiding behind a large tree. Damn it, have these guys gone mad? It's just because I overheard their conversation. Crouching on the tree, Xiao Mao held his breath and watched the Pokemon hunters passing by below, feeling extremely... He had been traveling before, feeling quite unlucky after digging up a fossil of Pokemon feces in the Great Full Valley, so he had been heading straight towards the Red Lotus Island. However, he encountered a group of individuals along the way who did not appear to be from Kanto, and whose actions were quite suspicious, making him cautious. The last time he stumbled upon Team Rocket's conspiracy on the SS, and had been quite thrilling, although he later discovered that Team Rocket had already been on Luo Yuan's radar. Nonetheless, it still made Xiao Mao enjoy that feeling. Thus, he followed this suspicious group, and eventually learned through their conversations that they were in fact Pokemon hunters from Unova preparing to invade Kanto, and even had connections with the evil organization Team Plasma from Unova. At that moment, Xiao Mao realized things had escalated significantly. This situation was no longer something he could handle. Therefore, he first thought of contacting Luo Yuan, as he believed only Luo Yuan could resolve such matters. After all, Luo Yuan had defeated Team Rocket. Xiao Mao had everything planned. As long as he contacted Luo Yuan, the matter could come to a satisfactory conclusion. But just as he was preparing to retreat, he accidentally stepped on a twig, leading to his discovery. And then, he had been chased ever since. Damn it, if only the communicator hadn't broken. Xiao Mao looked at the cracked communicator in his hand. In a previous battle, the communicator he held had saved his life by blocking a hit. If it hadn't broken, he would have been able to contact Luo Yuan long ago. Just as he was thinking, he heard the Pokemon hunters below, shouting, "Found him over here." Startled, Xiao Mao threw out a Pokeball, without thinking, leaping onto the back of his battered Arcanine, and fleeing in. Swish, swish, swish. Just after Xiao Mao jumped away, a gust of wind sliced through the branch he had been lying on, shattering it into pieces. Air cutter. Xiao Mao's pupils constricted. He felt tense too, although they had been in pursuit before. The other party primarily aimed to capture him alive. But now it seemed these guys were intent on taking his life. Damn it. Xiao Mao once again dodged several flying leaf blades, pressing himself against the back of his Arcanine. Run! Xiao Mao shouted, patting the back of his Arcanine. As Xiao Mao and his Arcanine sprinted ahead to escape, a large group of Pokemon hunters relentlessly pursued them, resulting in an intense chase through the forest. At this moment, Luo Yuan was standing at the edge of the forest. Watching the chaos erupting in the center of the woods, he placed his hand on his forehead and looked into the distance. It looks quite intense. In the distance, trees were continuously falling, explosions echoed one after another, and flames shot up into the sky, indicating the ferocity of the battle. It seems your usefulness ends here. Luo Yuan turned to the Pokemon hunter he was holding, who had now regained consciousness. No. The Pokemon hunter trembled. Since Luo Yuan hadn't specifically instructed Xiao Ming to erase this guy's memory, he was fully aware of everything that had just transpired, including how he had divulged their plans and personnel to Luo Yuan. He was now extremely fearful. On one hand, he was afraid of how Luo Yuan would deal with him, and on the other, he feared the consequences he would face from his companions for leaking so much information. Luo Yuan did not take any action against the Pokemon hunter. He simply commanded Mutwo to implant a psychic suggestion, after which he allowed the hunter to turn himself in at the nearby police station. Upon reaching the center of the forest, Luo Yuan saw Xiao Mao surrounded by a group of Pokemon hunters. Luo Yuan. The moment Xiao Mao caught sight of Luo Yuan, his face revealed a look of delight. Luo Yuan did not respond to him, but instead directed his gaze at the Pokemon hunters, who displayed expressions of fear and confusion. Mutwo, take care of them. Before his words fell, a wave of psychic energy emanated from Mutwo, spreading outward. Everywhere it passed, all Pokemon hunters fell to the ground. None were spared. The sudden attack, combined with Mutwo's overwhelming psychic power, left the Pokemon hunters present defenseless. Alright, let's go, Luo Yuan said as he looked at Xiao Mao. The large-scale offensive from the Pokemon hunters was not as strong as Luo Yuan and the others had anticipated. After all, they were just a bunch of underground rats. They usually hid in the shadows, ignored by everyone, but when it came to the surface, it was their doom. The seemingly powerful Pokemon hunters often used various devices to capture wild Pokemon and relied on high mobility to evade the League's pursuit. However, once they decided to confront the Pokemon League hidden, they were virtually crushed in an instant. Disorganized and fighting individually, the Pokemon hunters were no match for the structured Pokemon League. It's over. Luo Yuan stood before the last Pokemon hunter, looking down at him with an expression that showed little. The Rocket Team could not sway him, let alone a mere Pokemon hunter. Damn it, the fallen Pokemon hunter groaned a cry of defeat. He wore a look of unwillingness. They were so close to entering the Kanto region, to securing the first territory that belonged to them, the Pokemon hunters. But little did they know their actions were merely like moths to a flame. Luo Yuan had no interest in understanding the thoughts of these Pokemon hunters. With a casual strike, he knocked the Pokemon hunter unconscious, and said to Xiao Mao, "I'll leave the rest to you." After that, Luo Yuan vanished on his Dragonite, leaving Xiao Mao, who was left in a daze. Meow meow meow. Xiao Mao was filled with questions while Luo Yuan had already disappeared. With the matter of the Pokemon hunters coming to a close, the Quartz Conference was officially convened. Luo Yuan undoubtedly rose to the championship with an overwhelming performance. Not to mention Mutwo, even his Dragonite had no rival throughout the entire Quartz Conference. He held the trophy of the Quartz League high. Below stood Xiaoji and Xiao Mao, both with faces filled with envy. Although the two had received guidance from Luo Yuan, strength is not something that can be achieved overnight. Ultimately, Xiao Mao reached the top, while Xiaoji fared even worse, stopping at the top 8. They believed that if they continued to participate in the next tournament, they would perform even better. "Let us applaud the champion of this Quartz Conference, Luo Yuan," said the league president Damalanki. Applause echoed like a tide, and Luo Yuan raised the trophy high, freezing the moment.